My name is Li Yuza, a funeral shop owner who transmigrated here, currently worrying about rent. Late at night in the northern suburbs of Beijing, my Ilutong funeral supply shop was tucked away in a remote location, struggling with such poor business that only a stack of spirit money had been sold. The landlord's debt collection calls were the straw that broke the camel's back. The shop left by the original owner, along with a golden finger system that crashed after just one sentence, left me feeling frustrated. I leaned back in my chair scrolling through short videos, trying to shake off my worries, but the constant roar of motorcycles outside was making me furious. This damned place has people street racing every night, disturbing the residents. Unbeknownst to me, another 2.5 hours passed, when the droning buzz returned again. Furious, I cursed out loud and slammed the window shut. I came across a livestream by a guy calling himself Old Wang, the Knight of North City, and his outrageously arrogant attitude instantly caught my attention. During the live broadcast, a young man arrogantly said to the fully geared riders, "I don't even need to wear a riding suit to crush them." I quickly got up and opened the window, staring at the nearby overpass, growing angrier by the second. Damn it. So you're the one who's been keeping me awake at night? Just as I was about to swipe away, the long dormant system in my mind finally sounded a notification. Ding! Suitable customer detected. Name, Wang Wu %% occupation, streamer %% cause of death, street racing %% death countdown, 60 minutes. Reckless speeding disturbed residents 18 times, next right injury rate 100%, accidental death rate 99%. High precision client, please take note immediately. My eyes lit up, the golden finger has finally activated. The system's message was clear, the rider named Lao Wang had a 99% mortality rate in this high-speed race. I opened Lao Wang's profile page, where his bio read, Northern City's top knight, street racing champion, specializing in putting all challengers in their place. No wonder I can't sleep with all this noise every day. Back in the livestream, I was amused, quite the sight, disturbing others, and yet somehow it's their fault. Since the system has judged him near death, I decided to be a good Samaritan and quickly sent a few bullet comments. Bro, slow down and don't crash, be careful. Also, our little shop has been open for 2.5 years, and we're currently running a promotion. We are pleased to introduce our Smooth Journey funeral services. Book now to enjoy a 45% discount with incredible pricing. Would you like to learn more? Life is short, don't let the crematorium wait for you, come visit our place in advance. After posting the bullet comment, I casually hit the follow button. A notification popped up on Lao Wang's backend, Ilutong Funeral Services has followed you. I was about to scroll away when, unexpectedly, Old Wang actually saw my barrage comment and started cursing at me. You're bringing funeral business to my doorstep. If you want to ride the hype, don't use my place to promote your own coffin. Keep it for yourself, you jinxed nuisance. Old Wang's arrogant attitude sparked lively discussions among the live stream viewers, most of whom were just there for the spectacle. Facing the verbal abuse, I curled my lips, good advice can't reach those doomed to perish, and silently watched the live stream. Old Wang was overjoyed to see the rising popularity and said to the livestream, enough talk, my friends, let's get straight to it. He climbed onto the bike, finished the quiz game, and boastfully said to the crowd, bring it on, showtime. 3. I exited the livestream and began searching for the next target. 2, 1. Before the countdown finished, Lao Wang was the first to twist the throttle and dash forward. The others swiftly overtook him. Old Wang was utterly bewildered. To boost his popularity, he recalled a winding shortcut on the elevated highway and confidently turned the car around to take it. He turned into the auxiliary lane, eagerly twisting the throttle as he prepared to overtake on the curve. Just as he was about to charge out of the outer lane, the motorcycle suddenly lost control, its front wheel swaying rapidly side to side while the entire vehicle shook violently. The tires screeched sharply against the pavement. Old Wang's face turned pale, his heart instantly filled with terror as he gripped the brakes tightly. But the motorcycle was like a runaway wild horse, completely uncontrollable. Chapter 3, Reckless Driving, Tears of Loved Ones. The car was getting closer and closer to the guardrail. Old Wang tried to jump out of the car to avoid the collision. But it was already too late. His reaction was too late. Crash. The next second, a deafening roar echoed through the air. The moment this thought crossed his mind, it was already too late to jump from the vehicle. Old Wang slammed into the guardrail at 180 kilometers per hour. Immediately afterward, both man and vehicle plunged from the overpass to the ground below. The deafening crash caught the attention of the rider ahead, who turned to look. But Old Wang was nowhere to be seen behind them. All they saw was a gap torn in the overpass barrier, from which a wisp of flame now flickered. Something's wrong. With lives at stake, the crowd abandoned the race and rushed to investigate. Chaotic voices erupted in the livestream chat. Old Wang isn't breathing. CPR. Quick. It's no use. Old Wang seems dead. Listening to the chaotic sounds coming from the phone, the viewers in the livestream were also completely dumbfounded. After a brief silence, in the livestream, the chat exploded instantly. Guys, Old Wang seems to be dead. What's going on? Is he really dead? Damn, sounds like there's no point in trying to save him now. No way, he didn't even have the skills and still got himself killed. Don't drag other writers down with you. Respect the dead. Enough talk. Let's observe a moment of silence for the deceased. Wait, did someone from the funeral home just ask old Wang if he wanted to make arrangements? Is the funeral home owner still here? Looks like business is coming in. Witnessing the tragedy unfold firsthand, the livestream atmosphere grew somber. After all, a living human life had vanished right before their eyes. As the livestream suddenly went black, everyone realized the official staff must have shut it down. After all, the footage had become rather graphic. However, with the stream having just reached such high viewership, there were bound to be people recording it. Without a doubt, this incident would inevitably spark a massive uproar online. On the overpass, the other riders stared blankly at old Wang, lying mangled and bloody on the ground. They were riders, yes, and they had privately imagined that one day they might end up like this too. But seeing old Wang, one of their own, meet such an end right before their eyes still sent a chill through them. Hospital ambulances and police cars arrived at the scene quickly. But by then, it was already too late. Amidst the chaotic scene, with the help of others, old Wang was painstakingly lifted onto the ambulance. Meanwhile, the detectives who arrived simultaneously began questioning those present at the scene. But this was, after all, a homicide. And the victim was an internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of followers. The police took it very seriously. But time slipped away, its passage unnoticed. In the dead of night, the official account of the North City Police Department finally issued a citywide announcement. On countless roads, safety comes first. Driving recklessly brings tears to loved ones' eyes. Early yesterday morning, Wang and others engaged in illegal street racing on the North City Elevated Highway. Due to excessive speed, the vehicle lost control and crashed into the guardrail. After medical personnel attempted to resuscitate him, he was pronounced dead at 2 a.m. this morning. Based on the on-site investigation, this accident was an unexpected event caused by non-compliant driving. Li Si and others who participated in the activity with him will also bear partial responsibility. Further investigation is ongoing. The police's intent here is clear, to warn the public against speeding. But with fatal accidents happening daily, most netizens merely glanced at the news before swiping past. Compared to the official statement, netizens were far more interested in the live stream recording. If the police announcement had fallen as silently as a stone into water. Meanwhile, the Douyin platform was rocked by a major uproar over the incident. Although the official authorities quickly shut down the livestream, after a night of online buzz, many unaware netizens learned about the incident. More related videos began surfacing online one after another. Accompanying these videos were comments from a user named Yulutong Funeral Services, One-Stop Funeral Solutions. Drive carefully. Our shop has been open for 2.5 years, celebrating with a 50% off promotion. Life is short, don't make the crematorium wait for you. Come see us ahead of time. It turned out this user had warned old Wang earlier to drive carefully. Under normal circumstances, a funeral home owner actively seeking business would inevitably be cursed by netizens. It's precisely because it's considered bad luck who in their right mind wants to be targeted by a funeral home owner? Approaching a living person to sell funeral services even with discounts is practically inviting criticism. But the problem was, old Wang was now truly dead. That changes everything. All sorts of marketing accounts jumped on the bandwagon. Look closely, this man is about to speed off when suddenly, a mysterious funeral home owner appears. Another netizen revealed that old Wang had been kindly warned about speeding before, but he ignored it, leading to his tragic death. Reckless driving leaves loved ones in tears. Always watch your speed when driving, safety comes first. After being covered by various media outlets, the video quickly gained widespread attention. Li Yu's original comment even made it to the trending topics. It even outranked the trending topic about old Wang's fatal accident. Many netizens followed the trail to find Li Yu's account, followed him, and left comments under his first video. Holy crap, is this guy the Grim Reaper? How the hell did he predict this? This is way too fake. If you're not in the next episode of Death Comes Calling, I'm not watching. Sharp as a tack. When it comes to business, you're the only one I respect. Bad luck. It's your jinx that sent old Wang to his grave. Spot on, right to the point. This is just blind luck. Why can't I believe it? The next day at noon. After further fermentation, the incident's heat level had risen another notch, quietly climbing to the top of the trending list. After all, the scene of a funeral home owner catching a streamer following him and then inviting him to book services there was inherently dramatic. Add to that the fact that old Wang had actually died unexpectedly, and the topic exploded. As one of the central figures, Li Yuza only sat up in bed now. Last night, he'd been kept awake by the noise of that group of rowdy individuals. He'd finally managed to fall asleep after waiting until the middle of the night for their competition to end. Still half asleep, I stretched lazily and rubbed my eyes. Just as he was about to check the time on his phone, he grew angry at the thought of being kept up so late by that bunch of jerks. But who knew the moment he unlocked his phone, countless notifications flooded his screen. His Douyin inbox exploded. Chapter 4, His death has nothing to do with me, trust science. Li Yusa hurriedly opened Douyin. Seeing the 99 plus messages, Lee Yuza was also quite curious. What's going on? Did something weird happen? Normally, his Douyin account didn't even get 99 plus messages, he barely got any at all. At that moment, Lee Yuza finally saw the private messages in his inbox. Bro, you're seriously awesome. Holy crap, no way, sir, you're that fierce? Skipping over these mostly repetitive messages, he glanced again at his follower count, which had skyrocketed by tens of thousands. Only then did Lee Yuza finally snap back to reality. Damn, no wonder last night ended earlier than usual, turns out he was cycling straight to heaven. It was rare for him to finally get a decent night's sleep, but he couldn't help but think this guy. He'd been ranting wildly before it started. I thought he was something special, but then he just turned around and died. He didn't even manage to overtake on the curve, and then. I wonder if he ever figured out the streaming game, but he certainly figured out life. Leaving early or late, it's all leaving anyway, he just took an early exit. The bigger the show he put on, the more pathetic his exit was. But Lee Yuza felt little emotion over old Wang's death. This world isn't short on people courting death, one more or less makes no difference. What surprised him, though, was that this incident caused his video views and follower count to keep climbing. For a funeral home barely scraping by with one job a month, on the brink of closing, this was undoubtedly a huge wave of positive traffic. Though most visitors were just here for the spectacle, Lee Yuza didn't mind. If they weren't buying coffins, maybe they'd at least buy some joss paper. Besides, yesterday's incident wasn't over yet. More netizens kept tagging him. Before long, his one-stop funeral services would be famous throughout North City. And as the chosen one, he would ascend to the pinnacle of life, marrying. The thought filled Lee Yuza with excitement. A better life beckoned once more. Though he still didn't hold much hope for closing this deal, Lee Yuza felt a twinge of regret. It seemed he needed to be more proactive in finding clients. He wondered what kind of reward the system would give him. Surely there had to be some kind of reward. Just as he was about to browse some official news again, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. The sound piqued his curiosity. His shop had once employed staff, but with business remaining dismal month after month, he had no choice but to lay off all his staff, leaving only himself to live here and tend to the business. So who could be knocking at the door now? Could it be that business had finally come knocking? He set down his phone, rubbed his hands together excitedly, and hurried toward the door. But the moment he opened the door, Lee Yuza's expression froze. Standing at the doorway were several police detectives. Leading them was a woman with a slender, graceful figure. Her arms were as soft and delicate as snow lotus roots, her waist supple and narrow. Even in uniform, her shapely legs couldn't be concealed. As the door swung open, Lu Zixuan saw Lee Yuza standing before her, his expression slightly awkward. She addressed him in a very official tone. Hello, my name is Lu Zixuan. We're from the North City Police Department. Did you see the news that trended on social media today? Lee Yuza nodded, glancing toward the room where his phone lay on the table, currently playing that very story. Seeing his acknowledgement, Lu Zixuan continued. Our investigation revealed that before Wang's accident, you sent several comments in his livestream. Do you recall that? We now suspect you may be connected to this incident. Was this intentional? Hearing this, Lee Yuza shuddered in fright. He was a model citizen of the new century. How could he possibly do such a thing? He shook his head hastily. I'm innocent, officer. It was pure coincidence. You have to believe me. Coincidences happen all the time in this world. We can't base a case on that alone. We must trust science. Mysticism is unacceptable. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance footage or search my phone. Listening to Lee Yuza's explanation, Lu Zixuan didn't doubt him, as they had already thoroughly investigated the entire incident before arriving. This incident was indeed an accident, but the routine questioning process still had to be followed. She simply nodded and added, all right, we're familiar with the details. But should any new developments arise, we'll need your continued cooperation with the investigation. Yes, sir. Lee Yuza awkwardly saluted Lu Zixuan and the other detectives. Lu Zixuan ignored him, turning to lead the others away. Watching the detectives depart, Lee Yuza exhaled. They finished the investigation ages ago, yet they come here to ask me all over again. If they don't find it troublesome, I certainly do. He turned away, leaving the door open. It was time to open for business. Back in the lobby, he crossed his legs on a chair and resumed scrolling through videos. Because it was the top trending topic and his account was also involved, Lee Yuza kept scrolling through several such videos. And beneath these videos, there were always a few conspicuous comments repeating the same phrase. Just stumbled upon this. Sorry to interrupt. Got business? Find my bro, not me. Naturally, Lee Yuza paid no attention to such meaningless comments. Ignoring the comments, he kept swiping through his feed. His funeral home wasn't exactly bustling with business, so he passed the time by scrolling through videos. Just as he swiped to the next video, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Suitable customer detected. Name, Su Yuntian. Occupation, delivery rider. Cause of death, sudden heart attack. Death countdown, 10 hours. Heart attack recurrence, 99% accidental death rate, 1% survival rate. High priority client alert host, please monitor immediately. Huh? What's going on? I was just thinking about killing time watching videos since there were no clients, and now one shows up? Another client? So I stared at the screen. Huh? This person looks kinda familiar. Meanwhile, inside the room, as one of the individuals who had raced alongside old Wang the previous night, Su Yuntian knew everything there was to know about this accident. Even the details not broadcast online were crystal clear to him. It was precisely because of that accident that the incident remained a hot topic. Su Yuntian planned to go live at home to attract attention. Since he was one of the people present, most netizens who came across it clicked into his livestream to watch. Watching the thousands of viewers steadily increasing in his livestream, Su Yuntian spoke eloquently. Old Wang crashed into the guardrail because his driving skills weren't up to par, and his car hadn't been replaced in years. See? I'm perfectly fine. Not a scratch on me. Chapter 5, Li Yuza, death is not the end, but the beginning. Su Yuntian felt. This whole thing was just an accident. It wasn't anything as mysterious as what people were saying online. It's the 21st century, for heaven's sake. The comments section erupted with discussion upon hearing Su Yuntian's words. I told you that funeral home owner last night just got lucky. How could anyone predict something like this? And people actually believe that marketing nonsense? Hilarious. Su Yuntian was actually involved himself, yet nothing happened to him. It was just old Wang's poor driving skills that caused the accident. Just watch for the entertainment value. Anyone who believes this is a fool. Trust science. Outside the livestream, Li Yuza finally realized who this person was. It was that other writer who had appeared twice before in old Wang's livestream. He never expected to encounter this group again, especially with the system assigning them such a high mortality rate. What had these people done? But, a heart attack? That's far more terrifying than dying in a crash. But there were still 10 hours left. He could still warn this person and perhaps prevent this tragedy. With that thought, Li Yuza clicked to enter the livestream. Yilotong Funeral Services entering the livestream. Hey, everyone. Inside the livestream, Su Yuntian continued chatting animatedly with viewers. He seemed completely unfazed by last night's events. But now, some viewers were startled to notice an unexpected guest had entered the stream. At Yilotong Funeral Services. Holy crap, how did this guy get in here? Who tipped them off? Host, the funeral home owner is here. I told you to trust science, he's just here for the buzz. The moment Li Yuza entered, numerous netizens flooded the chat with messages while simultaneously alerting Su Yuntian. Su Yuntian noticed the viewers' comments flooding the screen. He didn't believe in mystical nonsense, but he felt it was incredibly unlucky for a funeral home owner to appear in his livestream. But upon seeing that familiar username, he couldn't help but freeze. Su Yuntian was utterly bewildered. Wait, how did this bad luck find its way into my stream? Su Yuntian felt utterly cursed. Just as he was about to curse the pest, Li Yuza spoke up first. Exactly. The streamer is absolutely right. Everyone, please believe in science. This is all just coincidence. Who says clicking on someone makes them die? That's ridiculous. Since the founding of the nation, no one's been allowed to become a spirit. Hearing this, Su Yuntian was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Li Yuja to play along with him instead of coming to disrupt the event. He was about to respond when. But immediately, Li Yuza shifted his tone again. But you know, host, I see your forehead is dark, your eyes lackluster, your lips are cracked, your tongue is parched, and your spirit is scattered. Su Yuntian had thought the funeral shop owner had reformed, but it seemed. Viewers in the livestream chat quickly typed their reactions. Bro, isn't this turnaround a bit too sudden? Just a moment ago you were telling us to trust science, and now. Su Yuntian, hearing Li Yuza suddenly switch gears and start cursing at him, cut him off immediately. Are you out of your mind? He dismissed his earlier thoughts. Seeing this charlatan actually dare to curse him, he immediately realized the man was about to die. He prepared to kick him out of the livestream, out of sight, out of mind. But then he saw Li Yuza continue speaking. Hold on. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. It won't help. You know about the 4 diagnostic methods in traditional Chinese medicine: observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation? Su Yuntian raised an eyebrow at this. Thinking he might actually know something, he paused his motion to kick him out. But unfortunately, I don't know it. What the hell are you talking about then? Su Yuntian's forehead veins bulged, his mouth twitching. He'd genuinely been eager to hear what Li Yuza had to say, and this was it? Su Yuntian wasn't alone in feeling like a fool. Many viewers in the livestream chat felt like they were being played for fools by this funeral home owner. They were all ready to unleash a torrent of verbal abuse on Li Yuza. Yilotong Funeral Home. Sitting in the lobby, Li Yuza watched the reactions of Su Yuntian on his phone and the viewers in the livestream. He grinned. He was quite happy to tease this crowd, indulging his twisted sense of humor. After all, sitting alone in this shabby shop was incredibly boring. But seeing that an enraged Su Yuntian was about to kick him out, he quickly typed again. But, streamer, I think you might be in for some bloody trouble today. Probably something to do with your heart. I suggest you head to the hospital immediately. It'd be best to stay there all day today. Of course. If you don't believe me, feel free to ignore this. After all, death isn't the end, it's just another beginning. We'll provide you with a ceremony to usher in your rebirth. Book with us in advance for the lowest price. Enjoy our store's promotional event at half price. North City one-stop funeral services serving you wholeheartedly. Li Yuza rattled off a string of messages before Su Yuntian could react, but the livestream viewers were already commenting in the chat. Holy crap, this is hilarious. The owner's such a goofball, haha. Death isn't the end, it's just another beginning, haha. Wait, what happened to trust in science? Damn it, after all that build-up, I thought you had something real, turns out it's just a tease? No problem if you don't believe it. Half price full service, even cheaper than last time's 50% off. The streamer should seriously consider hiring this boss for their own funeral arrangements. Su Yuntian sighed. He'd actually been hoping this funeral home owner might come up with something decent to say, but instead, the first thing out of his mouth was wishing him dead. He immediately erupted in a torrent of curses. You bastard. I thought you might spout some bull, but you just start cursing me to death, huh? I'm perfectly healthy, what the hell are you talking about? Damn it. Seeing Su Yuntian's reaction, Li Yuza said no more. Whatever. He'd said what he needed to say anyway. Talking too much wouldn't do him any good. He didn't want to end up looking like a complete fool. Judging by his expression, he clearly had no intention of believing him. Persuading him further would be futile. So, before Su Yuntian could kick him out, he gracefully exited the livestream room himself. He swiped away and continued scrolling through videos to kill time. Meanwhile, inside the livestream room, watching Li Yuza make a hasty exit, Su Yuntian gritted his teeth in fury. He was streaming perfectly fine when this funeral home owner suddenly barged in to curse him out. What the hell was his problem? Just to advertise your crappy funeral home? What a clown. Get lost. He then turned to his viewers and boasted. I'm perfectly healthy. I can stand firm for 3 days straight, how could anything possibly go wrong? That charlatan barged into my stream, and I thought he had something important to say. Turns out he was just full of hot air? That shady shop owner's just playing tricks. I'll find a chance to wreck his place, damn it. Chapter 6, Another Unexpected Death. Inside the livestream, Su Yuntian spoke with bold confidence, his gaze unwavering. He never paid the slightest attention to such charlatan-like rhetoric. The viewers, upon hearing Su Yuntian's explanation, didn't think much of it either. They had witnessed the entire farce unfold. Indeed, Su Yuntian looked perfectly healthy. There was absolutely no way he'd have an accident just because of that funeral home owner's words. Most people were just looking for a laugh, and they all considered old Wang's car accident last night a mere coincidence. How could that be? Could this funeral home owner really have foresight? If he had that kind of power, why would he be running a funeral home? He'd have already reached the pinnacle of success. Most people dismissed it. But some netizens still voiced concerns. The streamer should get checked out, just in case. Treated like a routine checkup, better safe than sorry. How many coincidences can there be? If it's really that coincidental, why doesn't it happen when I buy lottery tickets? Seeing that some viewers remained deeply concerned, Su Yuntian continued to explain. There's absolutely no need. That charlatan was just here to ride the hype. Yesterday's incident gave him a lucky break, he got a taste of success and now he's riding that wave everywhere. And he specifically targets us? Why wouldn't he go after others? Don't I know my own body? He promptly raised his arm to flex his muscles. See? Pure muscle. I'm perfectly healthy. That funeral home owner from earlier? Forget one, bring 10 of him and I could take them all down with one punch. Hearing this, the concerned viewers in the livestream chat gradually calmed down. The discussion on the matter died down. Su Yuntian raised his watch to check the time. Realizing it was nearly time, he addressed the stream. Alright, that's all for today's livestream. I'm heading off to the banquet now. You guys just wait and see. I'll be back on stream tomorrow sharp to expose that charlatan's lies. Evening. The weather outside remained scorching hot. Su Yuntian was indeed heading to a banquet. Old Wang's banquet. He mounted his motorcycle, heading toward a hotel on the 3rd Ring Road in North City. The location was somewhat remote, but that's where Old Wang's funeral banquet was being held. On the way, he rode his motorcycle with a certain caution. Although Su Yuntian believed Old Wang's death was an accident, he couldn't help but feel a touch of superstition at that moment. Thus, he rode with extreme caution, doing his utmost to avoid any mishaps. Nothing happened along the way, and Su Yuntian arrived safely at the hotel. He let out a long sigh of relief, feeling even more dismissive of the shop owner, whom he considered a complete charlatan. He turned and pushed open the door. In a corner of the hotel, a group of writers sat together, deep in conversation about something. One of them spotted Su Yuntian entering and stood up, waving at him. "Old Su, over here." Hearing the call, Su Yuntian walked toward them. Upon entering, he overheard them discussing the funeral shop owner. After listening for a moment, Su Yuntian spoke up to them. "Talking about that funeral home owner again?" He then sat down, picked up a cup, poured himself a drink, and downed it in one gulp. Noticing everyone's eyes on him, Su Yuntian continued. "I went live this afternoon, and this guy showed up in my stream. And spouted some nonsense." Su Yuntian poured himself another glass of liquor and took a small sip. But suddenly, darkness flooded his vision, and he gently shook his head. He seemed to have blacked out for a moment. Su Yuntian didn't think much of it, attributing it to poor sleep the night before and feeling off. "Then what? Did he say anything else?" Everyone stared at Su Yuntian, hoping he would reveal more. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Su Yuntian continued speaking. "He even said in my livestream that I might not make it through the day, then proceeded to advertise his crappy coffins and worthless joss paper. Isn't that just plain insane? Why did nothing happen to me on my bike ride here just now? Old Wang's incident was nothing more than a coincidence. I'm perfectly fine right now. It's not nearly as mysterious as he makes it out to be." Though the writers didn't believe the funeral shop owner's claims either, they still scrutinized Su Yuntian closely. He really didn't seem to have any issues. Meanwhile, the funeral banquet had officially begun, and the guests stopped discussing the matter. As somber music filled the air, Old Wang's family appeared at the front of the banquet hall, weeping before the gathered guests. "Old Wang." A brief memorial service commenced. The crowd below the stage listened with heavy hearts. Though they'd often disliked Old Wang and exchanged taunts about wishing him dead so they could feast at his funeral banquet. But now, with Old Wang truly gone before their eyes, those words no longer crossed their lips. Instead, a profound sadness filled their hearts. Old Wang had suffered a tragic accident, falling from an elevated structure and landing in a mangled state. Despite immediate medical intervention, he ultimately passed away. His family, believing the deceased had passed on, didn't want to prolong the process. They cremated him that same day and held the funeral banquet the next. "Everyone, please begin." After hastily concluding the memorial service, Old Wang's family announced the banquet would commence. At this moment, the table where Su Yuntian sat once again turned to discussing Li Yuza. That funeral home owner on Yilotong Road was pretty mean. If it weren't for his rotten jinx, Old Wang wouldn't have. Can't really blame the owner, though it was just bad luck. Still, he really is a jerk. Should we find a chance to teach him a lesson? Hearing this, Su Yuntian felt a surge of desire. He genuinely wanted to beat Li Yuza up. The reason was simple: that clown had come into his livestream to curse him to death, and he wouldn't forget it. After finishing the banquet, he'd find an opportunity to beat the hell out of that owner. He'd smash his sign to pieces and see if he dared to spout nonsense around him again. Just as Su Yuntian was about to address the group of writers to discuss when to act, suddenly, he felt a sharp, piercing pain, accompanied by palpitations and a burning, constricting sensation behind his sternum. Su Yuntian clutched his throat with both hands, his entire body instantly drenched in sweat. The words he had intended to speak were choked off in his throat. At that moment, he felt only icy coldness and pain throughout his entire body. As if an invisible beast had sunk its teeth into him, every bone and joint endured unbearable agony. Immediately, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, his limbs convulsing as agonized moans escaped his lips. The other writers quickly noticed the alarming scene. They rushed forward to help Su Yuntian up. But he curled up in agony, his entire body crashing toward the ground as his mouth twisted into a grimace. His teeth were bared in a grimace, clenched tightly as he gasped for fresh air through the narrow gap between them. Unable to speak or breathe, he could only gulp in the outside air relentlessly. Even so, his hands remained clenched around his throat, his face flushed crimson from the struggle. The commotion drew not only the attention of nearby writers but also startled everyone else in the hotel. People rose to their feet, rushing to see what had happened. "Something's wrong." The entire hotel was instantly engulfed in a cacophony of noise, punctuated by the occasional shriek. Old Su, what's wrong? Old Su's in trouble. Call 120. Get an ambulance. Get the hell out of my way." Seeing this, a writer furiously cleared a path. The others around him quickly stepped back, frantically dialing emergency services. The writer then prepared to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on Old Su. After several cycles of mouth-to-mouth, Old Su suddenly foamed at the mouth and collapsed outward, limp and lifeless. "Damn it, where's the ambulance? Why hasn't it arrived yet?" The writer knelt on the ground in anguish, shouting at the crowd around him. No one answered, their expressions growing even more sorrowful. The nearest hospital was at least a 15-minute drive from the hotel. Judging by the situation, Old Su seemed to. The atmosphere grew heavier. No one had expected such a tragedy to occur at this funeral banquet. At that moment, Su Yuntian had never felt the world so utterly silent. He thought he was dreaming, but the relentless pain throughout his body constantly reminded him this was no dream. Sounds gradually reached his ears. He thought he heard people talking. "Where's the ambulance? Has it arrived yet? It's here. It's here. The ambulance's siren grew louder and louder as Su Yuntian was carried aboard by the arriving paramedics. He felt like he was about to die. In a hazy state, he felt as if he had returned to this afternoon, seeing what Li Yuza had said. Those words echoed relentlessly in his mind. You'd better stay in the hospital today. Be careful, you might not make it through the night. Chapter 7. This guy's definitely got something going on. Su Yuntian is dead. The news hit the internet the next day. If it had been a simple accidental death from heart disease, this incident wouldn't have made it online or caught anyone's attention. But the buzz surrounding old Wang's accident hadn't even died down yet, and now another member of their group had died unexpectedly. Instantly, it sent shockwaves rippling through the online community. This guy. I remember him being part of old Wang's group. No way? How did he die too? Seems like a sudden heart attack. Is this also an accidental death? Within 3 days, 2 racers both died unexpectedly. Just then, more netizens came forward with revelations. The funeral home owner who had appeared in old Wang's livestream before Su Yuntian's accident had also made an appearance. He even advertised in Su Yuntian's livestream. What a coincidence! Could both racers' deaths be connected to this funeral home owner? The moment this was said, netizens who had remained silent until then sprang into action, instantly igniting a fierce online debate. No way! This is way too eerie. How come whoever that funeral home owner points at ends up dead? Could it be that this owner just happened to be there again? Coincidence my ass. One time could be a fluke, but this is the second time. 2 lives lost. I was there during old Su's livestream yesterday, I can vouch for it. Old Su was perfectly fine then. But the moment that owner warned him to be careful, to stay in the hospital all day today or else something bad might happen, guess what? Old Su died that very night. And people still say the owner's innocent? He's definitely up to something. Yesterday he was still typing in the livestream telling us to believe in science. Now old Su's been cursed to death by him. How the hell are we supposed to believe in science? This is mysticism. But they never even came into contact, right? How could this? Countless netizens flooded the comments section with reactions. Meanwhile, a significant number flocked to the comments section under the account Yilotong Funeral Services, One-Stop Funeral Solutions. The modern Grim Reaper? Our very own Chinese Grim Reaper. A murderer? What appeared to be an ordinary cardiac accident took a dramatic turn after Li Yuza's involvement. It drew increasing attention and skyrocketed in popularity, even overshadowing the buzz around old Wang's incident. Yet the top trending topic remained Yilotong Funeral Services. The reason was simple, he had once again spoken out, predicting someone's death in advance. The funeral home's sudden popularity stemmed entirely from Li Yuza's eerie attention. He was like a grim reaper descended upon the mortal world, whosever name he uttered, that person would meet their end. Meanwhile, on the other side, North City Police Station. Today, the station had no cases to handle. But Lu Zixuan sat at her computer desk with a grave expression. Other detectives had also heard the constant rustling sounds coming from Lu Zixuan's desk. But they didn't interfere. With North City finally peaceful today and no incidents occurring, these detectives were able to enjoy a rare moment of downtime amidst their busy schedules. Most of them pulled out their phones and started chatting with colleagues around the station. You know, that incident a few days ago felt kinda spooky, right? Not long after that boss said those words, that group of motorcycle riders had an accident. Don't read too much into it. Didn't they clear it up? Old Juan was speeding and crashed. People these days are all the same, always looking for shortcuts. One slip up, and it's all over. Some colleagues scoffed dismissively, convinced there was nothing unusual about it, just a straightforward accident. Did you guys see the trending topic? Just then, a sudden remark caught everyone off guard. What trending topics? The other detectives asked in confusion as they opened their phones to check. Su Yuntian dies unexpectedly, funeral home owner's prophecy comes true once more. That exact phrase greeted their eyes. Su Yuntian was one of the writers who had been with old Wang. Before his death, the funeral home owner had appeared in his livestream and similarly warned him to be careful. Yet, the accident still happened. Everyone was stunned. A flurry of unanswered questions filled their minds, and for a moment, the entire police station lobby fell silent. Only the occasional clatter of keyboard keys from Lu Zixuan's corner sounded somewhat jarring. Zixuan, what do you think? Someone called out in her direction upon seeing this. Yet Lu Zixuan sat with her brow furrowed, seemingly oblivious to the other detectives' calls. The others were even more curious. Last time, Lu Zixuan had led the team handling this case. Why was she so silent and disinterested this time? Someone stepped forward to see what she was looking at. Peering closer, they saw the screen displayed the same information visible on their own phones. It turned out Lu Zixuan had already been examining this information. Lu Zixuan finally snapped back to attention, looking at the others with a puzzled expression. The group breathed a sigh of relief and turned to her again. Zixuan, what are your thoughts on this matter? Lu Zixuan didn't respond immediately upon hearing this, merely furrowing her brow. Her expression grew increasingly serious and gloomy. Before this, she hadn't fully believed the eerie rumors circulating online. But now, another accidental death case, and it was connected to that funeral home owner again. This forced her to suspect that the owner was deeply involved. After a brief silence, she replied, "If this hadn't happened, I would have thought old Wang's case was just an accident. But now, another accidental death has occurred at the scene, and it's connected to that funeral home owner. This makes me suspect that this owner has serious issues. At the very least, he's somehow involved." Ignoring the others, Lu Zixuan turned to seek the detective chief's approval in the office before rushing to the records room. She intended to access Su Yuntian's detailed pre-death records within the fullest scope of her authorized permissions. But what she discovered next left her even more stunned. Su Yuntian had been in excellent health during his lifetime, with no known illnesses or harmful habits. Su Yuntian had died from a sudden heart attack. Moreover, the funeral home owner had specifically warned him about potential heart issues. Yet prior to this, even Su Yuntian himself had been unaware of any heart condition. So why did this funeral home owner know so precisely? Putting away the files, Lu Zixuan returned to the detective chief's office and looked up at him. "I think we should investigate that funeral home owner again. There are too many questions surrounding him." Chapter 8, Business Knocks on the Door? Northern City Suburbs. Inside the Yellowtone funeral parlor, Li Yuza was still lying in bed. Ever since the incident involving Old Wang's crew a couple days ago, detectives in North City had launched a crackdown on motorcycle gangs racing on the elevated highways. Consequently, the number of street racers had dwindled significantly over the past few days, with many not daring to show their faces at all. Finally, Li Yuza had enjoyed a peaceful, uninterrupted night's sleep. He stretched lazily upon waking, his voice hoarse as he opened his mouth. "Damn, that was blissful. The first time I've slept this soundly since arriving in this world. The last time I slept this well was in my previous life." Feeling his phone vibrate, he opened it to find the screen flooded with notifications. And new ones kept popping up non-stop. "Honey sweetie, followed you. My pup did a backflip and sent you a message." For a moment, Li Yuza was utterly baffled. Logically speaking, Old Wang's incident had happened days ago, and the buzz should have died down by now. In this internet age, nothing stays trending forever. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Yuza suddenly seemed to remember something and muttered to himself. Could it be that Su Yuntian got into trouble? Li Yuza opened his phone to check the details. But before he could find out what had happened to Su Yuntian, he noticed his follower count had surged significantly again. The play count on his pinned video had also surpassed 1 million. All sorts of chaotic comments flooded the video section. "Holy crap. Bro, you don't actually possess some kind of power that us regular folks don't have, do you? Boss, what's your take on Su Yuntian's death? He got taken out after you warned him. Boss, did you secretly take Su Yuntian out? Damn it. Boss, do you know some kind of great psychic power? What psychic arts? Boss, this is the great prophecy art." Reading through these ridiculous comments from netizens, Li Yuza was at a loss for words. Of course he used his phone to watch it. Besides, countless people die every day in this world, he just happened to witness a few of them. Besides, what was this about him secretly going to take them out? Was he really that bloody and violent? If he really had killed them, he wouldn't have bothered warning them. That would be like shooting himself in the foot. He closed the video, no longer bothering to read the comments from this bunch of idiots. But when he opened his private messages, holy crap, he was completely stunned. A deluge of private messages nearly drowned him. The content was all over the place. Some even wanted to learn the great prophecy art from him. Boss, can you take me as your disciple? In this law-abiding society, I know you wouldn't harm anyone, so you must know the great prophecy art. Can you teach me? No, dude, turn yourself in. Stop hiding. Who could be this outrageous? Unheard of. Are you poisonous? Whoever you cursed eyes? Big brother, where's your shop? I want to bring some local specialties to pay you a visit. Li Yuza never expected it. The private messages were even more outrageous than the comments from that bunch of idiots. He was the chosen one. Though he hadn't ascended yet, he was far beyond the reach of these ordinary mortals. He had the system others didn't. Just as he was about to clear all the private messages, suddenly, he spotted a familiar name. Su Yuntian. Li Yuza raised an eyebrow. Wasn't he dead? Why would he send me a private message? He cleared all other private messages, leaving only Su Yuntian's. Then, out of curiosity, he tapped open Su Yuntian's chat window. "Hello, you're the boss of Yellowtone, right? Full service package, can you handle it?" Seeing this message, Li Yuza felt a surge of curiosity. A puzzled thought crossed his mind. Wait, what's going on here? Is this person Su Yuntian's family? But wait, most people online were cursing him for being unlucky, saying he'd jinxed someone to death. So why is Su Yuntian's family doing the opposite? Why are they actually messaging me out of the blue, asking me to handle their funeral arrangements? Whoa! Li Yuza sucked in a sharp breath. There's a trick here. They want to see me so they can beat me up? A bold thought flashed through Li Yuza's mind. No, something doesn't feel right. He hadn't even met Su Yuntian, and his family should know that. So there's no way I could have killed Su Yuntian. Why are they looking for me then? Could it really be about business? After pondering it, Li Yuza still couldn't quite figure it out. In a society governed by the rule of law, they couldn't possibly beat him up just because of those 2 sentences, could they? Besides, his warning had been well-intentioned. He hadn't deliberately cursed Su Yuntian to death. At this point, Li Yuza couldn't figure out what they were up to, so he stopped dwelling on it. But this business opportunity had practically walked through the door. He couldn't pass it up. If he didn't get an order soon, he'd starve to death. So he replied very briefly. Hello, I can do it. Still at the price I quoted him earlier, half off. To his surprise, Su Yuntian's account replied instantly. Alright, let's set a time. We can discuss the details when we meet. Sure, no problem. When are you planning to come over? Later today. We'll come find you. Alright. The brief conversation ended. This mysterious account had arranged a time with Li Yuza to pay him a visit. After finishing the conversation, though he still felt something was off, he didn't dwell on it further. Business was business. Even if they came with ulterior motives, what harm could a few choice words do if they actually showed up? He certainly wasn't going to turn down money. Young people shouldn't sacrifice money for the sake of pride. He closed the short video app. He glanced at the time and realized it was almost noon. Since he'd taken this job, it was time to consider other options. I can't handle everything on my own. Li Yuza pulled a packet of instant noodles from the drawer. While preparing the noodles, he pondered his next steps. First off, there's no way I can handle a full-service job all by myself. Even if he could, who knows how long it would take. He couldn't risk finishing his part only to find Su Yuntian's side had gone sour. That would ruin his reputation. Before this, my funeral home was obscure and had never even opened its doors. But after all this online promotion I've done, even if not nationwide, at the very least, it's become quite the talk of the town in North City. Though the promotion was a bit out there, it had at least gotten his name out there. Thus, the idea of recruiting new employees quietly surfaced in his mind. Then he saw Li Yuza furrow his brow, as if making a momentous decision. He let out a long sigh and muttered to himself. Damn it, I'm barely scraping by myself, rent's overdue, and now I have to find new employees. Whatever. I'll just rely on landing one big deal a year to sustain me. It was a bit of an exaggeration, but if this deal went through smoothly, he'd have enough to cover the rent and pay the new employee's salary. At that thought, Li Yuza felt a wave of clarity wash over him. Perfect. That's exactly what I'll do. Hire employees. Chapter 9, Get the hell out, coffin and all. North City. Inside the one-stop funeral services shop. It was now midday, and the weather in North City was gradually warming up. A ray of sunlight streamed through the window onto the shop floor. It snapped Li Yuza out of his daze. How to recruit people? The question surfaced in his mind. He remembered he was new here, unfamiliar with the people and the place, having barely even stepped outside a few times. He had no idea where to find people. Post a job listing at the funeral home's entrance? But who would see it? His shop was already in a remote location. It was fortunate enough to have customers at all. How could he expect anyone to come here and see a job posting? Before this, the shop had employees, but due to the shop's poor finances and inability to pay wages, they had long since disappeared. There was no way to contact them now. Where there's a will, there's a way. I refuse to believe I can't find someone. Li Yuza slurped down a bowl of instant noodles, then prepared to head out for a stroll. Even if it was just aimless wandering, it was better than staying cooped up at home. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Recalling the previous unexpected visit, and the detective who showed up the very next day, Li Yuza couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Though he hadn't caused either incident. But with both happening so conveniently, he feared the detectives might not believe him. But if he really got taken away and placed under strict surveillance, would that mean free room and board? He quickly shook his head. He was the chosen one who had traveled through time. Why was he dwelling on such trivial matters? He nervously opened the door. Li Yuza. You owe me 3 months' rent. The week I gave you is almost up. Got your money ready? If not, pack your crap and get the hell out of here with your broken down junk. I'm not afraid of your junk either. You're all half buried already. Pay up. Outside the door, no detective was in sight. Instead, an old man in a white vest stood there. He wasn't particularly tall, but his gaze was piercingly sharp. He appeared to be around 50, with a head full of white hair, yet this little old man radiated an energy that belied his age. Seeing the visitor, Li Yuza breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a detective. But then he thought to himself. This is worse than that beautiful policewoman last time. At least, when she came, he could admire her figure, a feast for the eyes. But this old man. He's just his landlord Lin Zhong. What else could he be here for? Just to hound me for rent. Mr. Lin, it's only been 3 days. There are still 4 days left, right? Lin Zhong's beard bristled and his eyes narrowed as he glared at Li Yuza. Who are you calling uncle? Stop trying to cozy up to me. You still haven't prepared the rent, have you? If I hadn't come today, how much longer did you plan to drag this out? This is the final deadline, pay up or get out. Seeing Lin Zhong getting angry, Li Yuza finally explained. It's not, old man. Just give me a few more days, okay? I've got a deal coming in. Once I close this one, I'll pay the rent full payment right then and there, no hesitation. Hearing Li Yuza mention he'd secured a deal, Lin Zhong's temper cooled slightly. He looked at him and teased. Finally landed a deal? Hope it's not just another customer buying joss paper again? Lin Zhong knew that some people had come to him before just to buy a small plate of joss paper. But how much could he possibly make from just a few stacks of joss paper? Forget paying rent, he'd barely be able to afford food. Li Yuza could easily discern the hidden meaning behind these words. He immediately put on a smile. Not at all. This time it's a big one, someone booked my full service package. I'm just waiting for them to hand over the cash. When that happens, forget 3 months, I could pay off a year's rent in one go without batting an eye. As he spoke, Li Yuza poured a pot of tea for Lin Zhong. Seeing this first deal about to close felt like witnessing his own ascent to the pinnacle of life. Indeed, how could someone who traveled through time with a system ever starve to death? How could I possibly starve to death? If it ever came to that, he wouldn't need to keep going anyway, he'd just find a rock and smash his head open. He'd be the most pathetic time traveler in history. Lin Zhong stared at Li Yuza's face, which was practically cracking open with laughter, and said no more. Still, he offered a reminder. Money will do. It's only a few more days anyway. You'll have to pay the rent then. He paused, then accepted the tea Li Yuza offered. After blowing on it lightly and taking a few sips, he seemed to recall something. He then asked Li Yuza with a hint of curiosity in his voice. By the way, have you heard about that funeral parlor that's been trending lately? I think it's also in our North City. I saw the name mentioned online, and it sounds a bit like your shop's name. As he spoke, Lin Zhong pushed aside Li Yuza, who was standing in front of him. He looked up at the sign hanging in the lobby. You're not the owner of that funeral home everyone's talking about online, the one cursing people to death, are you? Your shop name sounds just like theirs. He supposedly curses whoever he follows, and 2 people have already died. Is that you? Seeing Lin Zhong's curious expression, Li Yuza hastily denied it. Hey, Lin, don't go spreading rumors like that. How could it be me? Absolutely not. There's no way it's me. If I really had that kind of power. Noticing Li Yuza's unnatural reaction, Lin Zhong looked at him with some suspicion and interrupted. Are you feeling unwell? Your complexion just changed. Before Li Yuza could answer, he continued speaking to himself. Come to think of it, it probably wasn't you. If it were, you wouldn't be stuck in this dump, unable to even afford the rent. If he could really predict when people would die, he'd be rolling in money by now. Not like you. TSK tisk. With that, he shot Li Yuza a look of utter contempt. Seeing old man Lin like this, Li Yuza shrugged, then turned and returned to the living room to sit down. He scrolled through videos while half-heartedly listening to Lin Zhong's chatter. After all, listening to him say a few words wouldn't hurt him. Seeing Li Yuza's attitude, Lin Zhong thought to himself. Even if he were the funeral home owner, Li Yuza wouldn't be. That's just how realistic he was. Seeing that Li Yuza remained silent, Lin Zhong didn't feel like saying more. He glanced out the window and saw it was getting late. Turning back to Li Yuza, he said. It's getting late. I need to go home for dinner. You've got a few days left. Keep that in mind. Next time you come, you must pay the rent in full and on time. Seeing the old man finally ready to leave, Li Yuza put on a show of enthusiasm. He felt uncomfortable with every extra second this man lingered in his presence. Alright, take care, old man. Lin Zhong opened the door and walked out without looking back. But just then, Li Yuza suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called out to the old man. Hey, old man, wait up. Hearing Li Yuza call out behind him, the man turned to look. Damn it! Don't call me old man. Call me that again and I'll double your rent. Why are you calling me? You want to treat me to a meal? The old man was thoroughly annoyed, his tone turning distinctly irritated. No, old man. I just got a new order, but my little shop is empty, it's just me here. I can't handle this full funeral service on my own. If things go wrong and the client doesn't pay, I won't have the money to cover your rent either, right? Li Yuza quickly explained to Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. What? You want this old man to help you carry the coffin? No, of course not. I was just wondering where around here can I find someone to help. You know me, old man, I'm a homebody. I never go out. That's it? Though teasing, Lin Zhong still gave Li Yuza some advice. There's a job market under the North City overpass. It's pretty crowded there. Go check it out yourself. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Chapter 10, I'm innocent, officer. After seeing off old man Lin, turning back into the coffin shop, Li Yuza finally breathed a sigh of relief. He planned to tidy up and then head to the job market under the North City overpass that the old man had mentioned, hoping to find some suitable candidates. See if he could find any suitable candidates. Just as he finished packing and was about to head out, a knock sounded at the door once more. Mr. Lin, stop knocking. I'm not refusing to pay you. Are you that afraid I'll run off? If it really doesn't work out, just pick a few coffins from the shop and take them with you. The knocking persisted. Li Yuza felt a bit annoyed. The old man had just been yapping on for ages. Now he was knocking again? Never ending? Once I have money, I'll buy this whole shabby place off your hands. He thought this, but when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. So he hurried over and opened the door. The door swung open. The visitor, however, was not the expected old man Lin. Outside stood only a group of detectives. And leading them was none other than the petite Lu Zixuan. Damn it! Li Yuza felt his vision go black. These people had arrived far too quickly. But the door was already open. Running back inside to pretend the shop was empty was clearly out of the question. He could only manage an awkward smile as he tentatively asked. Well, if it isn't our detective lady. What brings you to our humble shop? Looking to buy something? We're celebrating our 2.5-year anniversary with a big sale. I'll give you 20% off. Seeing his obnoxious expression, Lu Zixuan's face shifted slightly, her brows furrowing ever so slightly. But she was here on official business. She merely frowned and inquired. I told you before when we came looking for you if there are any issues, we'll return at any time. You need to cooperate with our work. Yes, ma'am. I'm always ready. Li Yuza responded with a smile, then shifted the conversation. Oh, and about old Wang's case, haven't you guys figured it out yet? You're taking way too long. Ah, it's fine. Chivalry, you know. Old Wang died doing what he loved. The main thing was that no one was disturbing his sleep lately, he thought to himself. Lu Zixuan stared at him speechless for a moment, unsure whether he was feigning ignorance or what. After a moment of silence, she asked. Su Yuntian is dead. Did you do it? Hearing Lu Zixuan's words, Li Yuza froze. Damn it, she really did come to ask about Su Yuntian's death. But the truth was, Su Yuntian's death had absolutely nothing to do with him. Thinking this, Li Yuza hurriedly explained. I didn't. I had nothing to do with it. Leave me out of this. If it wasn't you, why are you so nervous? Anyway, it wasn't me. I've never even met the guy. What does his death have to do with me? Then just cooperate with us for now. Lu Zixuan's frown deepened. No way, I've got stuff to do. I'm not going. Li Yuza shook his head flatly in refusal. Seeing Li Yuza's complete refusal to cooperate, Lu Zixuan gave him a cold stare. We now have reason to suspect you're involved. Come with us. Upon hearing this, Li Yuza's expression changed. Holy. I'm not going. I've never been to a police station in my life, and I'm not going now. And do you even have a warrant? Just arresting me like this? Damn it, I'm warning you, this is illegal. He remained stubbornly resistant and unwilling to cooperate. Lu Zixuan's expression darkened further, and she shot Li Yuza a glare. She then waved to her colleagues behind her and started walking out. Li Yuza witnessed this scene. He was still dazed. But it didn't take long for him to snap out of it. Holy. What the hell are you doing? Hey, hold up, not like that. Whoa, easy there, easy. Time ticked by, second by second. In the blink of an eye. At that moment, in North City. Inside the police station. Li Yuza sat on the chair of regret, wearing an innocent expression. No way, this is outrageous. I'm reporting you arresting me without a warrant. Lu Zixuan, sitting across from him, casually tossed a detention warrant his way without a word. She just pressed it down on him silently. Li Yuza touched the still warm detention notice in his hand, utterly speechless. He muttered under his breath. Who do you think you're fooling with this freshly printed piece of paper? Once I get out, I'm reporting you to this girl. Arbitrary arrest, huh? It was clearly an accident, but these people won't believe it. If you're not fit for the job, don't blame the road for being rough. Why arrest me for no reason? The interrogation room was spacious and empty, with only the two of them present. His grumbling echoed distinctly through the room. Just as Li Yuza was about to vent further, Lu Zixuan across from him tapped the table and raised an eyebrow, fixing him with a stare. No way, officer, I didn't say anything. And I really didn't do anything. You have to believe me. Li Yuza looked at her with an innocent expression, protesting his innocence. Shut up. Now, you answer my questions. Did you know old Wang before this? Lu Zixuan held a pen and paper in her hand, jotting down notes while occasionally glancing up at Li Yuza. No, I didn't. Never even met him. How did you know old Wang would die? I didn't know. I just happened to guess? Li Yuza answered truthfully, without even a moment's hesitation. Otherwise, if he stayed locked up here for days, not to mention anything else, his landlord would definitely throw out all his belongings for unpaid rent. He was truly homeless now. If it came to that, he'd have to sleep under a bridge with his coffin. Besides, he never actually met them in person. He had no grudge against them, why would he harm them? Quiet. Do you know Su Yuntian? Lu Zixuan tapped the table again, glaring at Li Yuza, who was still shouting. No, I don't. Li Yuza looked utterly innocent. How did you know Su Yuntian was ill? I saw his forehead was dark, his eyes lacked luster, his lips were cracked and his tongue parched, his spirit scattered. Lu Zixuan slammed her hand hard on the table in front of her, her expression growing increasingly grim. She warned him sternly. Pay attention. I'll ask you one more time, how did you know Su Yuntian was ill? Fine, I guessed. Lu Zixuan. Li Yuza had no choice but to admit it. If he didn't want to get himself tangled up, he could only say it was pure luck that he'd blurted it out. Who could have guessed that would turn out to be prophetic? At least, that's how he saw it. Was old Wang's accident caused by you? I swear, officer, why bring up old Wang again? He was asking for it, racing around without proper gear, wearing a beat-up helmet, and driving recklessly with his terrible skills. Who else would get killed if not him? Lu Zixuan nodded. Old Wang did seem to have a death wish. But the main thing was that the person in front of her had correctly named 2 people in a row. That alone demanded her attention. Li Yuza clearly noticed this too. This detective girl wasn't going to let it go until she got something out of him today. She probably wouldn't let it go. He thought. Li Yuza leaned back abruptly. He slumped back in his chair as if reclining, raising his voice to shout. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want, officer. Don't make things up. I had nothing to do with these 2 deaths. I didn't even know them. Why would I kill them for no reason? Oh, come on, officer, their deaths really have absolutely nothing to do with me. It was just a coincidence. Everyone has coincidences, right, officer? You agree, don't you? Facing Li Yuza's shameless antics, Lu Zixuan was beyond furious. She'd never seen anyone come to the police station looking so relaxed. Just as she was about to explode, the interrogation room door suddenly rattled with a knock. Chapter 11, it feels like it ended before it even began? North City Police Station. Inside the interrogation room. Hearing the knock outside, both men froze simultaneously. Li Yuza raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with surprise as he addressed Lu Zixuan. Looks like something unexpected happened. Did your superiors find out about what you did? He immediately sat up straight and smiled at Lu Zixuan again. Seems like it ended before it even began? Lu Zixuan was also taken aback. She had clearly signaled to the people outside just moments ago. No one was supposed to interrupt her interrogation. So what was the sudden knock about? Seeing Lu Zixuan's puzzled expression, Li Yuza confirmed that someone outside must have ordered his release. Surely the entire police station wasn't going to indulge her tantrum. So, with a hint of provocation, he continued addressing Lu Zixuan. I advise you to release me now. I've got a new employee to hire. Otherwise, when my time's up, I'll report you too. She quickly tidied up the desk. Just as Lu Zixuan was about to open the door to investigate, she hadn't expected Li Yuza to suddenly snap. She frowned and glared at him. Shut up. Lu Zixuan felt a bit stumped at that moment. She wasn't entirely sure if the person who had come was here to have her release someone. She rose, opened the door, and stepped out, leaving Li Yuza alone inside to continue his fantasies. Outside the interrogation room, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back in the corridor. Dressed in a police uniform, he stood tall and straight. Outwardly, he appeared to be around 50 years old, with a square jawline and an extremely stern and solemn expression. His eyes and brows radiated authority. 3 deep wrinkles were etched clearly across his forehead, as if they concealed a lifetime of harsh experiences and the torment of enduring countless trials. The moment he saw Lu Zixuan emerge from the interrogation room, he roared at her. Lu Zixuan. Leading a team to arrest someone without a warrant. Well done. Do you even acknowledge me as deputy chief anymore? Do you even acknowledge this police station? Do you realize this is illegal? Facing the furious deputy chief, Lu Zixuan shrugged her shoulders without responding. With a stubborn look, she took a step back. She hadn't expected him to be the one who showed up. If it had been just an ordinary detective, she could have dismissed him with a few casual words. But facing the deputy director now, she couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. After all, she had indeed acted first and asked questions later, without even informing the deputy director. Seeing Lu Zixuan retreat slightly, Zhao Jiangwo cut to the chase. Release the person immediately. I won't. ? Zhao Jiangwo stared at her, his brows furrowed, his expression turning stern as he barked in a sharp tone. Release him. Now. I won't release them. This person is seriously troubled. Lu Zixuan stubbornly held her ground. At that moment, Zhao Jiangwo felt both furious and helpless. He knew Lu Zixuan's temperament. Once she set her mind on something, she would see it through. If asked who was the most difficult person to deal with in this police station for Zhao Jiangwo, the deputy chief of police, it would undoubtedly be Lu Zixuan standing before him now. Not only because her father was the chief of police, but also because he had watched this girl grow up. Sometimes he couldn't bring himself to punish her. But he repeated himself once more. You must release them. Normally, I might overlook it, but this time you brought them in without any evidence. What if they file a complaint? How will the public view our police department? Lawless and arbitrary arrests? Release them immediately, or I'll call your father right now and have you transferred out of here. Zhao Jiangmo spoke with unwavering seriousness, pulling out his phone to call Lu Zixuan's father. Seeing Zhao Jiangmo's action, Lu Zixuan's expression stiffened slightly. She hurried forward and grabbed his hand holding the phone. The usually decisive and stern Lu Zixuan now adopted the mannerisms of a spoiled little girl, acting coyly toward Zhao Jiangmo. The reason was simple: Lu Zixuan's father was the kind of man who would actually lay hands on her. Please don't, Uncle Zhao. Let me keep investigating. I'm certain there's something fishy about this guy. Just give me one more chance, I swear I can figure it out. Watching Lu Zixuan tug at his hand and act so childishly, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This kid had always been like this since she was little. Whenever something happened, he was the one who had to clean up the mess. But he couldn't bring himself to scold Lu Zixuan. Even when her father tried to discipline her, he'd always step in to stop him. Finally, gazing at Lu Zixuan as she looked up at him with a subdued, pitiful expression, he sighed and said, "You? Sigh, fine. This is the last time. There won't be a next time. If there's a next time, I won't be able to protect you. You'll have to face your father's punishment." Lu Zixuan had done this sort of thing many times before. She was always impulsive, acting on her whims without hesitation. But this was the first time she'd gone to arrest someone in broad daylight without any evidence. Hearing Zhao Jiangmo concede, she felt immensely pleased and immediately saluted in response. "I absolutely won't do it again." Seeing Lu Zixuan agree, Zhao Jiangmo didn't press the matter further. He was about to turn and leave. At that moment, Lu Zixuan suddenly grabbed Zhao Jiangmo's arm and asked, "Oh, Uncle Zhao, where has my dad been lately? I haven't seen him in days, and he never tells me where he goes." Hearing Lu Zixuan's question, Zhao Jiangmo paused his review of the statements and looked at her with puzzlement. "Didn't old Zhao tell you?" After a pause, he continued. "Your dad went to the provincial bureau for a meeting. I heard there's a case they need to handle over there. But it seems like a complicated case, so your dad won't be back anytime soon." Hearing Zhao Jiangmo's explanation, she felt puzzled. Normally, meetings shouldn't take too long. It's been days now. What kind of case is so complicated? That it still wasn't finished? So Lu Zixuan pressed him further. "Uncle Zhao, do you know what kind of case it is?" "I'm not entirely sure about that. I haven't been involved. Your father's handling everything. Besides, you shouldn't meddle in this matter. Just focus on the cases you're handling." After speaking, he handed back the statement he had finished reading. Lu Zixuan reached out to take it, hearing Zhao Jiangmo's reply. Slightly disappointed, she still replied, "Oh. All right." Just as she was about to return to interrogate Li Yuza, Zhao Jiangmo spoke again. "Let me see the information from the statement you just recorded." Hearing the deputy director mention this, Lu Zixuan pulled the freshly recorded statement from her pocket and handed it over. No further words were spoken. The corridor fell silent except for the sound of Zhao Jiangmo flipping through the pages. Soon, Zhao Jiangmo frowned slightly and asked Lu Zixuan, "What kind of nonsense is this? It's all over the place. Is he playing dumb or is he genuinely clueless?" Before Lu Zixuan could answer, he handed the statement back to her and pressed on. "How's your investigation going? Share your thoughts." Chapter 12, The Junior Detective with Some Connections. Inside the North City Police Station. Outside the interrogation room. "You want my take?" Hearing Zhao Jiangmo's puzzled question, Lu Zixuan paused. After sorting through the thoughts in her mind, she finally replied. "What I've uncovered so far is that Li Yuza appeared in both Lao Wang and Su Yuntian's live stream rooms before their deaths. He also warned them to be careful and avoid accidents. But neither of them heeded the warning, and both died in accidents on the very day they were warned." Zhao Jiangmo motioned for her to continue. After a pause, Lu Zixuan shared her perspective. "I believe old Wang's accident was most likely self-inflicted. He was always so reckless. But Su Yuntian's sudden accident seems highly suspicious." Hearing Lu Zixuan's words, Zhao Jiangmo propped his chin on one hand while pacing in place, deep in thought. With 2 deaths occurring recently, he, in his position, had naturally heard about the matter. The case was indeed riddled with inconsistencies, and he too was pondering where to begin unraveling the mystery. He wondered if he could uncover some useful information that Lu Zixuan hadn't noticed. Seeing Zhao Jiangmo deep in thought after hearing her analysis, Lu Zixuan took another step forward. She spoke again. Even Su Yuntian himself was unaware of his heart condition. "Moreover, I looked into some records and found that Su Yuntian was in excellent physical condition with no known illnesses. So how did Li Yuza know about his heart condition? Could he really tell just by watching the live stream? Moreover, old Wang and Su Yuntian were both involved in that night's illegal street racing. I suspect that if these two incidents weren't accidents, then this motorcycle gang is very likely Li Yu's next target. Zhao Jiangwo frowned deeply upon hearing her words. Li Yu's motive for the crimes remains unknown at this stage. The case seemed riddled with inconsistencies, yet it couldn't be ruled out that Li Yu had merely stumbled upon these incidents by chance. It was unclear whether this was good luck or bad luck. But if he did it intentionally, then I'll take action to bring him to justice. In any case, this matter was far from straightforward. No wonder Lu Zixuan disregarded the rules to bring him back. He then addressed Lu Zixuan with his instructions. Continue your investigation, but take note. Without evidence, you can only detain him for 24 hours. Release him immediately after that time. Yes, sir. After giving his orders, Zhao Jiangwo prepared to leave. But he was stopped by Lu Zixuan standing before him. Confused, he asked again. Is there anything else you need to report? Lu Zixuan replied immediately. Nothing. Well, Uncle Zhao, I'd like to directly access all the information on this person. Could you grant me permission? After speaking, she tugged at Zhao Jiangwo's hand again, continuing to act coy. Watching the female detective who was always decisive and efficient in public now acting so affectionately toward him, Zhao Jiangwo felt more like a headache than anything else. But since he'd been the one to ask her to investigate this, he couldn't just ignore it. Besides, if he didn't grant her access, he genuinely feared Lu Zixuan might secretly beat someone up during interrogation. So he granted her the necessary authority. Only then did he quickly leave the interrogation room. After seeing off the deputy director, Lu Zixuan wiped the smile from her face, turned, and pushed open the interrogation room door to re-enter. Inside the interrogation room, the door creaked open inch by inch. Before Lu Zixuan could step inside, she heard movement from within and frowned slightly. I told you so. Are you going to let me out now? If they'd released me earlier, none of this would have happened. Anyway, I'm definitely reporting you for unlawful detention. Just wait for your punishment. She slammed the door shut, entered the interrogation room, and glared at him. Shut up. Lu Zixuan shot Li Yu, seated in the interrogation chair, a look that was part mockery, part disdain. She ignored his earlier words. Instead, she pulled out a chair and sat across from him, resuming the interrogation. You'd better put away your little schemes. None of that works here. I'm sorry to tell you, but you're staying put. I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me the truth. Did old Wang and Su Yuntian die because of you? How did you know when they'd be in danger? Did you do it yourself? Hearing Lu Zixuan enter and immediately launch into her triple question barrage, Li Yu felt a bit helpless. Officer, I told you it's all guesswork, guesswork, guesswork. Anyway, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. Don't come after me. With that, he shrugged and fell silent. Investigate all you want, but don't come bother me again. I've said everything I needed to say. He spread his hands wide, shifted his body, and slumped back into the chair like a lifeless corpse. Seeing this, even someone as clueless as Li Yu could probably piece together what was going on. This woman could arrest him without a warrant. And after doing so, she could even print one on the spot just to spite him. Any clear-eyed observer could tell this was no ordinary rookie cop. And after stepping out just now, she was now interrogating him again as if nothing had happened. That meant the person outside hadn't come to release him. Even if they had come to release him, this woman had sent them back. Enough. Seems this woman has some clout and it's no small amount. He'd have to spend the night here tonight. Too bad the plan to recruit people is on hold for now. Another day locked up, and the week will soon be over. Ugh, what a nightmare. Lu Zixuan, sitting across from him, sighed and threw her hands up in defeat. He even adopted an attitude of indifference, like a dead pig fearing no boiling water. It infuriated her, but she said no more. Another interrogator took over questioning Li Yu. As for her, she simply walked away. Now that she had the authority. If he didn't speak up, it didn't really matter. If I were to uncover it myself, you'd be in for a world of trouble. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a small courtyard in North City, killing demands retribution, it's only natural. I'll make that brat pay with his blood. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, as if it had been uninhabited for some time. Yet in the center of the courtyard, a patch of cleared ground stood out abruptly, as if deliberately cleared by someone. A crowd had gathered in this clearing, and the words above had originated from within them. You're right. Murder demands retribution, it's only natural. He must be the one who cursed Yun Tian to death. We must cripple him. At the edge of this clearing stood a young man. A dark figure, his face scarred with knife wounds, his eyes gleaming sharply behind thick black glasses. His gaze lifted slightly, eyes cold and calculating. He radiated an intense, suffocating pressure. An air of arrogant disdain for all humanity radiated from him. He now interrupted the others with utter disdain. Daring to touch someone from the Su family? This brat must be tired of living. If that brat dares come, I'll tear him limb from limb. He won't be coming back alive. Chapter 13, Can he foresee death? North City suburbs. In a dilapidated courtyard. Killing demands retribution. Yun Tian was perfectly fine before, it was only after encountering him that he was cursed to death. Don't tell me Yun Tian's death has nothing to do with him, I won't believe it for a second. Exactly. Yun Tian's death is definitely tied to him. How could someone so healthy be cursed to death by just a few words from him? Chilling words like these echoed from the courtyard. And those inside? Were none other than Su Yuntian's family members. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. Another voice echoed out, trembling slightly. It was Su Yuntian's mother who spoke these words. Her eyes were bloodshot, her gaze fierce as she spoke. The loss of her son had left her utterly devastated and consumed by rage. At this moment, she only wanted the murderer to pay with his life to appease her child's spirit in heaven. To this day, Mrs. Su refuses to believe her child died of a sudden heart attack. Her child had always been perfectly healthy. It must have been that funeral home owner's doing. It was precisely because that man had posted online that her child would die that her child met with misfortune and passed away. It must be him. Her child had visited her just days ago, clearly in perfect health. How could he have suddenly fallen ill? That man must have cursed Yun Tian to death. Yun Tian's death is undoubtedly intertwined with him in countless ways. In that moment, she could barely contain her rage, wishing she could tear the funeral home owner limb from limb and shred him to pieces. Seeing Su's mother in such profound grief, the youth standing in the corner, his face scarred, eyes dark behind black sunglasses. Yun Tian had no health issues whatsoever. How could something happen just because that person? Yun Tian never had any problems before. How could something happen just because that man said it? He must be behind this. We've already prepared a grand gift for him. Once he shows up, he won't be leaving alive. He was the boss of a gang in North City, a figure long entrenched in the underworld. He was also Su Yuntian's cousin. And he was on very good terms with Su Yuntian. In fact, it was he who had contacted Li Yuza using Su Yuntian's account earlier. He asked him to arrange a full-service setup. I've done this kind of thing countless times. Just watch how I crush him. Su Li held a dagger in his hand. Under the bright moonlight, the blade reflected a blinding glare. Traces of crimson blood still clung to its surface. Blood that hadn't been washed off completely. Su Li's body radiated malevolence as he snarled with a hideous expression. Don't worry, I've got this. This man won't escape even if he grew wings. Time passed swiftly. Evening. It was also the peak traffic period for short video platforms. The buzz surrounding Su Yuntian's incident continued to grow. Meanwhile, the follower count for Li Yuza's funeral home account continued to surge. Meanwhile, Li Yuza, one of the individuals involved, was currently behind bars at the North City police station. Short video platforms. Some netizens noticed that the funeral home owner, who usually appeared in videos at this time, had vanished. Speculation erupted. Online sentiment grew increasingly heated. Even official authorities got involved, but to no avail. Where did the funeral home owner go? Why isn't he around anymore? Could it be that Su Yuntian's death really had something to do with him, so now he's been arrested? Do you have any idea how valuable the owner of the 100% win rate funeral home is? Is he hunting for his next client, or has he gone into hiding to evade justice? He can't have been arrested, right? With all this commotion, someone's bound to track him down. Hey, you know what? You're not wrong. That's actually a possibility. Li Yuza had only vanished for a short while, yet all manner of rumors began circulating online. Some claimed he'd fled to evade justice, others said he'd been arrested, while a few still chose to believe him. Some dismissed it as mere coincidence, a fluke of luck. But more people still believed that this funeral home owner was definitely up to something. As for what exactly was wrong with him, they don't know either. Meanwhile, in the other courtyard, Su Yuntian's family members, still discussing the matter, also saw the news on their phones. Could he have discovered something and fled? Impossible. How could he possibly know about our plan? Su Li dismissed the idea outright. As the mastermind behind the operation, he felt the funeral home owner hadn't been gone long. Besides, no one else knew about this matter except those present. There was simply no way the funeral home owner could have been aware of it, so he didn't think much of it. But after pondering for a moment, he decided to postpone Su Yuntian's funeral for a while. Meanwhile, North City Police Station. 24 hours had passed. Lu Zixuan sat in the deputy chief's office, briefing him on the information she had gathered the previous day. Deputy Director Zhao, I looked into Li Yuza's background yesterday. Li Yuza's background appears perfectly normal. On the surface, he seems like an ordinary person. I wonder if he can foresee others' deaths. She then reached out and handed the collected materials to Zhao Jiangwo. After hearing her words, Zhao Jiangwo frowned but did not respond. He simply rose from his chair to take the documents. He then carefully examined the documents. Watching Zhao Jiangwo read the documents, Lu Zixuan felt deeply conflicted inside. According to her investigation, neither case had any connection to Li Yuza. If there was any connection at all, it could only be that the two had once raced their cars late at night in the area where Li Yuza lived. It might have disturbed him. But the facts proved that Li Yuza hadn't been present at the time and had no other motive to kill these two individuals. Moreover, she now firmly believed Li Yuza was completely innocent. She couldn't help but wonder if she had overthought things. Doubts began to surface in Lu Zixuan's mind. Perhaps it really was just a coincidence. If that was the case, then how did Li Yuza know something would happen to these two? And how did he know Su Yuntian was ill? Was there something about him that set him apart from ordinary people? Having finished reviewing the documents, Zhao Jiangwo noticed the shifting expressions on Lu Zixuan's face, but he said nothing more. He merely raised his hand to glance at his watch. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. I've reviewed the files. There's no evidence proving Li Yuza killed the two victims. Moreover, he has a solid alibi. It's all just coincidence. Besides, the 24 hours are up. Release him. With that, he stood up and looked at Lu Zixuan, gesturing for her to accompany him to release Li Yuza. What era are we living in? We should trust science. You're a top graduate from the police academy, don't indulge in this superstitious nonsense. Hearing Zhao Jiangwo's words, Lu Zixuan felt a slight dip in her spirits. Even she couldn't explain why she felt this way. Was it really just because things hadn't turned out the way she'd hoped? Perhaps it was just a coincidence after all. It seemed she'd overthought it. How could anyone in this world possibly foresee death? Moreover, he also had a solid alibi. Seeing Lu Zixuan looking a bit downcast at that moment, Zhao Jiangwo didn't offer much consolation. He simply felt she was inexperienced and eager to do good, hence her impatience. Come on, let's go see that young man together. Upon hearing Zhao Jiangwo's words, Lu Zixuan composed herself. She rose from her seat and led Zhao Jiangwo toward the interrogation room. Chapter 14, New Client, the Deputy Chief of Police? North City Police Station. Inside the interrogation room. This guy is so unreasonable. Just arresting people like that, wait till I get out and see if I report you. Li Yuza muttered to himself, his face twisted with resentment. He'd been locked up for a full day, and Grandpa Lin had given him only 2 days. The thought of failing to pay the rent and being thrown out by Old Man Lin, coffin and wreath included. He couldn't help but shudder. So you really want me to wander the world, huh? He let out a long sigh, lamenting the unpredictability of life and the twists and turns it took. Another thought struck him. Could he ask Su Yuntian's family for a deposit first? After much deliberation, he clapped his hands in satisfaction, convinced it was perfectly reasonable. He resolved to proceed accordingly. But just as he was lost in his rambling thoughts, the door to the interrogation room was suddenly knocked upon. Li Yuza froze, then murmured in surprise. Damn! Finally getting out? The door swung open, revealing Lu Zixuan and an unfamiliar elderly man standing outside. Judging by the old man's attire, he seemed to hold quite a high position. But he didn't dwell on it. All he wanted now was to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Whoever had arrived was none of his concern. Seeing Li Yuza's face light up with surprise, Lu Zixuan said nothing. Instead, she led Zhao Jiangwo into the interrogation room. Just as the two were about to sit down, an unexpected incident occurred. Zhao Jiangwo stumbled, nearly falling. Fortunately, Lu Zixuan, standing beside him, reacted swiftly and reached out to steady him, preventing the fall. Are you all right? I'm fine, just lost my balance. Despite Zhao Jiangwo's reassurance, Lu Zixuan sensed something was off. Had he not rested well last night? Li Yuza watched the sudden commotion unfold before him, raising an eyebrow in puzzlement. What's going on here? Was he putting on a show for her the moment he walked in? As she helped Zhao Jiangwo sit down, Lu Zixuan's cold voice echoed. Get yourself together. You can leave now, but you'll still need to cooperate with us regarding follow-up matters. After settling into his seat, Zhao Jiangwo smiled and nodded at him. After all, it was his grandniece who'd forcibly dragged him away. He had to make an appearance to smooth things over. Finally, he could leave. Li Yuza wanted to shout at the top of his lungs. He couldn't care less about the details. After being locked up all day, all he heard were those 4 words, you can go. As for the rest of the sentence, he pretended not to hear it. He immediately stood up, gathered the few belongings he had, and headed for the door. But just as he passed by Zhao Jiangwo's position, the system suddenly spoke up, interrupting his movement. Ding! Suitable client detected. Name, Zhao Jiangwo. Occupation, Deputy Chief of Police. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhage. Death countdown, unknown. Caused by excessive fatigue leading to cerebral hemorrhage. Accidental death rate, 60%. Ordinary client host may choose to monitor or ignore. Ha! He's actually a deputy police chief. Li Yuza halted his stride, turned back, and looked at Zhao Jiangwo with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected this man, who appeared reasonably healthy, to be on the verge of dying from a cerebral hemorrhage. He stared at Li Yuza, who was frowning and glaring back at him. Zhao Jiangwo paused, puzzled, unsure what Li Yuza intended. Just as he was about to ask what was wrong, Lu Zixuan noticed Li Yuza halting mid-step. Spoke up first. If you don't want to leave, then stay here. Why did you stop? But Li Yuza ignored Lu Zixuan's words. Instead, he continued to stare at Zhao Jiangwo, his words delivered with shocking intensity. You're sick. Instantly, the interrogation room fell deathly silent. All movement vanished under Li Yuza's single phrase, you're sick. No one had expected Li Yuza to point at a deputy chief in the police station and call him crazy. Zhao Jiangwo stared at Li Yuza, who had been silent moments before, suddenly pointing at him and speaking thus. For a moment, he froze. Then his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Yuza. Who could have imagined someone pointing at the deputy chief in an interrogation room and calling him crazy? Yet at the same time, he felt somewhat at a loss. He had assumed Li Yuza might be venting frustration after being detained for a day, perhaps complaining to him about Lu Zixuan. Instead, when Lu Zixuan heard Li Yuza not only stop walking but actually turn around and curse at the deputy chief of police, she stared at him in utter disbelief before yelling at him. Do you even know what you're saying? But Li Yuza still ignored Lu Zixuan. He turned to Zhao Jiangwo and asked, have you experienced dizziness, headaches, or weakness in your limbs recently? Lu Zixuan was momentarily bewildered, but Zhao Jiangwo raised an eyebrow before furrowing his brow slightly. He remained silent. Seeing the unnatural expression on Zhao Jiangwo's face, Li Yuza knew he was on the right track. He continued. Have you recently experienced sudden numbness or weakness in your face, arms, or legs, often occurring on one side of your body? Have you experienced sudden blurred or darkened vision in one or both eyes, or seeing double? Have you ever stumbled suddenly, felt dizzy, or lost your balance or coordination? He fired off a barrage of questions. With each question Li Yuza asked, Zhao Jiangwo's expression grew more grim. By the end, his expression was pure shock. He never imagined that this seemingly ordinary funeral home owner, because he had hit the nail on the head every single time. Indeed, he had been burning the midnight oil every night lately, feeling quite exhausted. He had assumed these symptoms were simply due to lack of rest. He hadn't paid them much mind. But I never expected this person right in front of me to say it all and with such precision. The last point was just proven. I nearly fell over. Let me think if there are any other symptoms. Lu Zixuan didn't notice the change in Zhao Jiangwo's expression beside her. She dismissed him as spouting nonsense, only to see Li Yuza preparing to speak further. She was furious and spoke to him coldly. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any idea what the consequences are for cursing a public official? Looks like you don't want to leave. Miss this place, do you? With that, Lu Zixuan moved to grab Li Yuza again. But Zhao Jiangwo pulled her back at that moment. He shook his head gently at her. Only then did Lu Zixuan turn to see Zhao Jiangwo's face frozen in shock. Everything he said is true. Zhao Jiangwo explained softly. The interrogation room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a long silence, Lu Zixuan finally opened her mouth slightly, looking at Li Yuza with disbelief. Simultaneously, she turned to Zhao Jiangwo with a look of utter astonishment. Her gaze darted back and forth between the two men before she abruptly stood up. Could it be that everything he said was actually true? Chapter 15. You send someone? No, you go yourself and keep an eye on him. North City Police Station. Interrogation room. Watching as Lu Zixuan, who was about to rise and grab him, was pulled back by someone, Li Yuza finally patted his chest in relief. Young man, I know you're anxious, but don't rush things. Anxiety won't help. He then sat back down on the chair where he'd spent the past day filled with regret, continuing his conversation with Zhao Jiangwo. The direct cause of a cerebral hemorrhage is the rupture of blood vessels in the brain, with blood leaking out from the rupture site. But clearly, you haven't reached that stage yet. Most patients with cerebral hemorrhage have hypertension. The most common cause is hypertension combined with arteriosclerosis of small arteries. He paused, took a sip of the water Lu Zixuan had just poured for him, and continued. Looking at your situation, the triggering factors could be poor sleep patterns, high cholesterol, and excessive alcohol consumption or smoking could all be contributing factors. At that moment, Li Yuza leaned back in his chair with a satisfied smile, showing no hurry to leave. Sipping his tea, his gaze kept shifting between Zhao Jiangwo and Lu Zixuan. Seeing this, Lu Zixuan suddenly froze, then furrowed her brow. It seemed as though something had occurred to her. Su Yuntian. Earlier, when Li Yuza visited Su Yuntian's livestream, he had said something similar. And after he said it, Su Yuntian died unexpectedly that very day. Now he was saying the exact same thing to Zhao Jiangwo. Could it be? She felt a surge of panic. Just as she was about to say something to Li Yuza, he spoke first. He shifted his tone and said, "But there's still hope. You'd better go to the hospital right away. Otherwise, if I tell you to go and you don't, you'll be the one who ends up dead. Am I going to get arrested and interrogated again?" After hearing Li Yuza's words, Lu Zixuan felt a bit at a loss. A thin layer of sweat beaded on her forehead. She knew Li Yuza was openly and subtly mocking her for making arbitrary arrests. But right now, she was more concerned about Zhao Jiangwo's condition. Simultaneously, she turned to look at Zhao Jiangwo. She couldn't help but feel stunned. This was too similar to what had been said in Su Yuntian's livestream. It wasn't just similar, it was identical. But at least now, there was still time to go to the hospital for a checkup. At this moment, Lu Zixuan chose to believe Li Yu's words. Meanwhile, on Zhao Jiangluo's side, he remained silent at first but soon grew visibly shocked. His gaze toward Li Yuza grew increasingly unsettling. He had reviewed all the relevant records. He was well aware that Old Wang and Su Yuntian had both died unexpectedly after Li Yuza had made similar remarks. The only difference was that they hadn't heeded Li Yuza's advice. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I'll go to the hospital. These triggering factors were mostly things he had to do in formal settings out of necessity. He had experienced these symptoms before, but they had only recently become increasingly severe. He'd been overwhelmed with cases lately, leaving him no time to rest. He never imagined what he thought was a minor ailment would turn out to be a cerebral hemorrhage. Fortunately, it was caught in time. Seeing Zhao Jiangluo finally heed his advice, Li Yuza felt deeply gratified. Finally, someone was willing to heed his well-intentioned advice. It made sense. Those who ignored my warnings ended up in the ground. If your condition worsens, remember to come find me. After all, your mortality rate is quite high. I can handle it for you. Zhao Jiangluo raised an eyebrow again at those words. What did that mean? He couldn't quite process it at first. He instinctively assumed Li Yuza knew some medical skills. Otherwise, how could he have spotted all his ailments at a glance? Could he also treat these problems? But Zhao Jiangluo had momentarily forgotten Li Yuza's true identity, that he was the owner of a funeral home. But unexpectedly, Li Yuza's response was the complete opposite of what he had imagined. At the very least, I run a funeral home. I can handle your final arrangements. Book now and get 50% off. Oh, and I can throw in a wreath for free. Even if you don't need it now, it might come in handy someday, right? Or you could save it for later. There'll always be a time when it comes in handy, right? Li Yuza suddenly started promoting his funeral home. Passing up business would be a disservice to himself. No one turns down money, and besides, he was kindly reminding the man. He wouldn't arrest me again just for talking about selling coffins, would he? Zhao Jiangluo heard Li Yuza's words. His expression froze, and he seemed at a loss. Then he remembered the man across from him wasn't a doctor. He was merely the owner of a funeral home. But how had he seen through him at a glance? While Zhao Jiangluo was still deep in thought, Lu Zixuan shot Li Yuza a glare, her face still frozen in shock. With just one glance, he'd identified Zhao Jiangluo's condition. Combined with the earlier incident involving Su Yuntian, it was as if she had suddenly grasped something. She composed herself, then looked at him with a questioning gaze. Do you know traditional Chinese medicine? Hearing her question, Li Yuza shook his head hastily. I'm just a coffin seller. How could I possibly know anything about traditional Chinese medicine? I was just making stuff up. If I guessed right, it was pure coincidence. Alright then. I'm outta here. After saying that, Li Yuza rose from his seat and headed toward the door, leaving behind a dashing silhouette. Lu Zixuan and Zhao Jiangluo made no attempt to stop him. For a moment, the interrogation room fell silent once more. Only the sound of their breathing filled the empty room. Lu Zixuan remained utterly stunned. Watching Li Yuza walk away, her mind raced with questions. What kind of person was he, really? Could it be just another coincidence? Absolutely impossible. She believed Li Yuza when he said Zhao Jiangluo had health issues, but she didn't believe he'd just made it up on a whim. Pushing the thoughts aside, she turned her gaze back to Zhao Jiangluo. At that moment, Zhao Jiangluo's face had somehow taken on a new look of bewilderment. Beneath the surface shock lay a thread of disbelief. He had never imagined death could be so close. After a long silence, Lu Zixuan spoke softly to Zhao Jiangluo, finally breaking the silence. Last time, he also mentioned that Su Yuntian had heart disease. But Su Yuntian ignored it and passed away that very night. Old Wang's case was pretty much the same. Zhao Jiangluo's face was now a mask of bewilderment, a mix of shock and helplessness, every emotion visible. He wasn't afraid of death itself, but he dreaded the suddenness of it, the complete absence of warning. He knew full well about Li Yuza's prophecy. He had already looked into all these matters after Lu Zixuan showed him the documents. He also knew that those who ignored his warnings met with accidents the very same day. Still, at least there was still a chance. Yet he recalled how, not long ago, he had told Lu Zixuan to trust science and reject superstition. No one could possibly foresee death. Yet in less than 10 minutes, Li Yuza had once again demonstrated this ability beyond human comprehension. Thinking of this, Zhao Jiangluo glanced back at Lu Zixuan. For a moment, he was utterly bewildered. Was this traditional Chinese medicine? Or did he truly possess the ability to foresee death? Director Zhao, you should go take a look. And, is what this man says true or false? Without immediate reply, Zhao Jiangluo rose and headed toward the door. Only as he was about to leave did he turn back to Lu Zixuan and say, I'm not entirely sure either, but every symptom he described was spot on. He paused before adding, I'll go to the hospital for a checkup. Also, send someone you personally to keep an eye on him. This guy. I get the feeling he's got some tricks up his sleeve. With that, Zhao Jiangwo walked straight out. Understood. Now, only Lu Zixuan remained in the interrogation room. The interrogation room fell silent once more. Her brows furrowed deeply, as if she couldn't fathom it. How had this man been able to spot Zhao Jiangwo's flaws with just a glance? And earlier, Su Yuntian had also. In fact, she sensed that even regarding old Wang's case, Li Yuza must know some deeper truths. Chapter 16, Fate Targets the Suffering. Northern City Suburbs. Outside the Yiluton funeral home. Seeing the familiar shop, Li Yuza felt a pang of emotion. Though he'd only been detained for a day, it felt like an eternity had passed. Now, finally released from the police station and back home. Breathing in the fresh air outside, Li Yuza felt a wonderful sense of relief. But the landlord had given him only 2 days left. He had no idea what to do. Could he really keep putting this off? He still hadn't started recruiting staff, and the matter with Su Yuntian remained unresolved. Suddenly, Li Yuza felt overwhelmed. Sighing, he realized he'd just returned to face a mountain of problems. This was worse than staying at the police station. Shaking his head slightly, he admonished himself not to overthink it as he opened the shop door. Returning to his room, he collapsed onto his familiar bed and finally let out a long sigh. Home is still the most comfortable place. After a moment's rest, he finally unlocked his phone. But he was immediately startled by the screen flooded with notifications. He hadn't expected so many messages to pile up in just one day. And there was an especially large pile of WeChat messages. And they were all from Su Yuntian's family. It was true these days, only clients remembered him. When Su Yuntian's account had contacted him last time, they had already added each other on WeChat. It was for discussing funeral arrangements and keeping in touch. Li Yuza opened WeChat and took a closer look. Boss, when can we meet? Have you finalized the arrangements? We're still waiting for you to handle the funeral arrangements. When can you come over? What's going on over there? The other party has transferred 10,000 yuan to you. This is the deposit. Just come over first. Staring at the messages popping up one after another, Li Yuza froze for a moment. But then his eyebrows lifted slightly. Talk is cheap. Why are you sending the money over right away? Just to get me to come over faster? Li Yuza sensed something was off. What's going on here? They'd never even met face to face. How could they just transfer money like that? Did they really trust him that much? This kid's definitely up to no good. Li Yuza sat in his chair, pursing his lips. But at the same time, he rubbed his chin, pondering at his desk what exactly the Su family was up to. Why? What had he done to them? Just because he'd mentioned Su Yuntian was dying in his livestream? But he had meant it as a well-intentioned warning. Surely his family wouldn't confuse right and wrong? The more Li Yuza thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. He ran his fingers through his messy hair again, no chance to wash it at the station. He had a bad feeling about this. And the way his family was so anxious for him to come over. He couldn't shake the feeling something was amiss. But he hadn't had any contact with Su Yuntian. Surely they wouldn't do anything to him? For a moment, Li Yuza couldn't figure out what this family was really up to. What a mess. Running a funeral home must be tough. Not only do you have to deal with the dead, but the living are no easier. Li Yuza trailed off, a hint of resignation in his voice. So he let it go. Dumplings when you get in the car, noodles when you get out fresh from the police station. He needed a bowl of noodles. First, let's grab some noodles. Then, he pulled a bucket of instant noodles from the cupboard, boiled water, and prepared them. Well, whatever else it was, instant noodles were still noodles. No choice, that's all we've got. While waiting for the noodles to cook, he scrolled through videos. He opened Douyin and watched his follower count rise visibly. He already had 500,000 followers. At this rate, hitting 1 million followers feels like it's only a matter of time. But most of these people are just here to troll me, few genuinely follow my content. No big deal, haters are still fans. When they come looking for me to buy coffins, I'll charge them double. Li Yuza muttered to himself. He glanced at the trending topics again. 3 of the top 10 were about him. The top spot even featured his shop's name. Too bad none of this really matters. Li Yuza spread his hands helplessly. He had over 500,000 followers and so many trending topics. But no one was reaching out to him for advertising. He didn't have time to post videos. With all these followers, he couldn't monetize them. Not getting paid? That ing sucks. He sighed. Pushing those thoughts aside, he slurped down a bowl of freshly brewed instant noodles while scrolling through videos on his phone. Scrolling through, another video popped up. When Li Yuza saw this video, his expression froze. The video showed an elderly woman with graying hair. Her eyes were red and swollen, as if she hadn't rested in days. Her body was hunched over, leaning on a cane. She bent over the screen, pleading incessantly. Please, I beg you, save my child. My son has been missing for 3 days. The police station has searched but found nothing. Please, I beg you. A missing person case? Seeing this, Lee Yuza paused mid-bite. His brows furrowed as he stared at his phone. A missing person case? He murmured softly, replaying the video over and over. He also noticed the video's dismal view count, with only a handful of likes and not a single comment. The elderly mother's plea for help had fallen on deaf ears, like a stone sinking into the sea. In her hands, she held a photo frame displaying the very child who had been missing for days. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lee Yuza had expected his heart to be stronger. But now, seeing these images still felt unbearably painful. A flood of emotions washed over him as he murmured softly to himself. Fate is cruel, singling out the suffering for its blows. Ah! He then zoomed in on the screen, scrutinizing the photo in the frame several times. Lee Yuza knew he couldn't do much to help. So he could only memorize the photos this way, hoping that if he ever encountered her, he might be able to help this mother. Just as Lee Yuza was about to swipe to the next video, suddenly, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Suitable client detected. Names, Jotsuilan, female Jogwawei, male Zhouwen, male. Occupation, Jotsuilan and Jogwawei, laborers Zhouwen, student. Cause of Zhouwen's death, excessive blood loss. Cause of Jotsuilan's death, homicide. Cause of Jogwawei's death, homicide. Death countdown, 50 days. Zhouwen, excessive blood loss, 90% mortality rate. Jotsuilan, murdered by another person, 90% mortality rate. Jogwawei, murdered by another person, 90% mortality rate. High precision target. Host may proceed with surveillance. Lee Yuza looked utterly incredulous. He leapt from his chair, staring at the video still looping before him. Aren't these missing persons cases? A flood of questions surged through his mind. He had assumed this was just an ordinary missing person case, but then the system suddenly appeared. Moreover, the cause of death was different from all the others before. It wasn't accidental death. But Lee Yuza was utterly bewildered, momentarily unable to process it. Whoa! Chapter 17, New Clues. 3 death lists in a row. Inside the funeral home at that moment. At the large wooden table. Whoa! Lee Yuza sucked in a sharp breath, staring at his phone screen in confusion. He couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Why, when it was clearly just a video clip featuring only one person? Yet the death list the system gave him showed 3 people? This didn't make sense. Moreover, judging by the names, they seemed to be a family of 3. Jotsuilan, Jogwawei, Zhouwen. Lee Yuza frowned slightly. Barring any surprises, the person before him was likely the Jotsuilan indicated by the system. But what trouble could an old woman whose body was half buried in the earth possibly cause? Unless the problem lies with the other 2? A sharp gleam flashed in Lee Yuza's eyes. He had initially thought this was just an ordinary missing persons case, merely something to observe more closely. But what he hadn't anticipated was the system suddenly beeping at that moment. Moreover, the prompt it delivered was different from previous ones. Previous alerts mostly indicated accidents caused by personal issues, but this time, it suggested deliberate murder. This was a bit out of the ordinary. Now that he understood the situation, Lee Yuza found himself unable to continue playing. At the same time, he felt utterly at a loss. After all, this was his first encounter with a murder case. After repeatedly watching the video and clicking through to the account's homepage, Lee Yuza discovered it currently held only this single video, posted just around this time. Something that happened recently. Resting his chin in his hand, he pondered whether he could contribute to solving this case. But after much deliberation, he still couldn't come up with an effective solution. There are too few clues. He didn't even know where the old lady lived. How could he possibly help her under these circumstances? Lee Yuza felt a mix of emotions. He let out a soft sigh and leaned back in his chair. All he knew for certain was that this family was highly likely to perish. Beyond that, he had no other information. But how could he possibly help the old woman with just that? Was he supposed to just blurt out 2 pieces of news to her face? The good news is your family will be reunited soon. The bad news is it'll be in heaven. This is hell, isn't it? He muttered a helpless complaint, then after a moment's hesitation, clicked to follow the account anyway. Unlike when he'd followed those cattle and horses before, his reason for following this old woman now was simply to be the first to see any new videos she might post. After hitting follow, Lee Yuza felt that wasn't enough. He opened the comments section of the video and left a message of his own. Don't worry, I believe your son is still alive. There's definitely a chance to find him. With that, he exited Douyin. After all, this was all he could do. I hope this family stays safe. Sigh. Little did Lee Yuza know at that moment that his single follow would trigger a chain reaction of events. At that moment. Meanwhile, online. A whole day had passed, yet netizens still hadn't discovered Lee Yuza's whereabouts. Just as most of them began to assume. These 2 incidents were mere coincidences, or that the shop owner had indeed been arrested. A small group of curious onlookers clicked into his homepage and suddenly discovered the Ilu Tong by Sure account had gained 1 more follower. Netizens who noticed this quickly flooded the comments sections of various videos. The account, already trending on the hot search list, naturally drew everyone's attention in an instant. In no time, netizens were buzzing with excitement, flooding the comments section of his pinned video. Holy crap, did the boss escape? Where'd the boss go? Haven't seen him in a day? Was he really arrested? Who did the boss follow? Is he planning to curse someone else to death? Something's off, really off. Despite this, netizens still had no clue who Lee Yuza had followed. They could only wander aimlessly through the comments section asking questions. But resourceful netizens, as always, managed to trace the extra follow. The account Save My Child was instantly exposed by netizens. Seeing this name left many netizens puzzled. This name, something's off. This name. Who in their right mind would name themselves that? Something just feels off about this name. Did something happen? Seeing this peculiar name, netizens buzzed with speculation. But they didn't dwell on it. A flood of people rushed to this account. Clicking on the sole video, they were stunned by the scene that greeted them. A hunched-over elderly woman pleaded desperately at the screen. Save my son, he's been missing for 3 days. The police station can't find him either. Seeing the pitiful old woman on the screen, the crowd of netizens fell silent for a moment. Then they remembered that the funeral home owner had already taken notice of this person. His reputation for whomever he points at dies had yet to fade. And now, this old woman had also been targeted, and it was likely she would. Yet many still cursed the funeral home owner. The reason was simple: since the first incident, the funeral home owner had only targeted 3 people. Unsurprisingly, the first 2 had died. And she is the third. Netizens never imagined that the funeral home's third target would be such an elderly woman. Moreover, her son had already gone missing, yet the owner still targeted her. Countless netizens were seething with rage, wishing they could track down the funeral home owner and beat him senseless. Some even suspected Lee Yuza was behind the old woman's son's disappearance too. In an instant, the comments section of this video erupted with netizens' righteous indignation, all directing their accusations at Lee Yuza. The video, which Lee Yuza had liked and followed, exploded with traffic. It shot straight to the top of Douyin's trending list. More netizens flooded the comments section. Holy crap, funeral home owner, you're not fit to be a son. Seriously? The old lady's already so pitiful, and you still won't let her be? What era is this? Why are people still going missing? Look at this grandmother in the video, her son went missing, and the police haven't found him after all these days? Something's off, something's really off. Given her age, her child can't be that young. Missing for 3 days? Whoa. Could something have happened? Could it be that the funeral home owner is using this to draw attention to the case? All sorts of comments appeared beneath this video, discussing not only the footage itself but also Lee Yuza. Chapter 18, Death Rate on the Rise? Votes needed. Inside the funeral home. At this moment, Lee Yuza had no idea that his casual follow had sparked such a heated discussion. He finished the bowl of cold instant noodles, which served as a makeshift welcome back meal for himself. Lee Yuza reached out and pulled 2 tissues to wipe his mouth. Just as he was pondering whether to find something to do, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Annoyed, Lee Yuza pulled out his phone and opened it. Honey sweetie, followed you. Wild Boar Knight commented on your post. What the hell is going on? Did Oatmeal Guy start stalking me? Staring at the sudden surge of new followers and comments on Douyin, Lee Yuza froze in surprise. Especially those usernames, it was hard not to get the wrong idea. But what the hell was going on now? He'd only slurped down a couple bites of instant noodles before getting hounded by a mob. He hadn't done anything truly heinous. Could it be that the last group hadn't finished yet and they'd come knocking again? How come I'm soul transferred to another world and still have Oatmeal Guy? Before he could finish, an aged figure suddenly reappeared in his mind. Could it be that old lady? Did those nosy netizens dig it up? Damn, speed is everything, huh? How long has it even been? They're staying up all night just to dig into my private life? Fanatics are terrifying. After muttering this complaint, Lee Yuza knew it was indeed a possibility, and a significant one at that. With that thought, he opened Douyin. But what he never expected was that the moment he opened Douyin, he was immediately flooded with videos about that old woman. Moreover, it had already climbed to 10th place on the trending list, drawing the attention of millions. Well, the more people who see it, the greater the chance she can get help. After a moment of stunned silence, Lee Yuza exhaled deeply. At that moment, he felt pure satisfaction knowing he could help someone. The funeral home owner could not only bury the dead but also save lives. Watching the comments pile up and the likes climb steadily, he understood clearly. All of this was because of him. But then he remembered how deeply malicious these ridiculous netizens could be toward him. He feared that some of the inappropriate remarks might cause Zhou Zuelan to misunderstand. So he posted another comment in the discussion section. I have no ill will whatsoever. He offered a brief explanation. This explanation wasn't just for Zhou Zuelan, but for the netizens as well. He wanted them to know he wasn't here to seek revenge on this elderly woman, that he wasn't as evil as they imagined. Auntie, with so many people paying attention to your situation now, the chances of finding your son will definitely be much greater. Rest assured. Netizens across the country have seen this now. Your son will be fine. After explaining to the elderly woman, he shifted his tone and appealed to the netizens. Please pay close attention to these details and help this auntie out. After sharing all the details, he seemed to remember something and turned back to the elderly woman with another reminder. Also, auntie, you must prioritize your own safety during this time. Keep an eye on the people around you. If you can avoid going out, try to stay indoors as much as possible. Your safety comes first. As soon as he posted this, a flood of netizens poured in, leaving frantic comments beneath his post. Instantly, his comment shot to the top of the thread. Here it comes the classic line. Funeral director, you really don't know what your words imply? Every time you say something like this, the person involved ends up in trouble that very day. Oh no, the funeral director has finally made his move. Poor old woman, her son's gone missing, and now she's being watched by the funeral home owner. Even though Lee Yuza had explicitly stated he meant no harm, netizens had their own opinions. Aside from a few exceptions, not many were willing to believe him. He didn't dwell on the mounting comments. Only after typing out a few words did Lee Yuza feel slightly reassured. At least, with the case gaining so much attention, the killer probably wouldn't make a move now. Then another thought struck him. This was definitely not an ordinary missing person case. In the internet age, it was simply impossible for someone to be completely unreachable. Moreover, according to the system's prompts, Zhou Zuilan and Zhou Guowei, this Zhou Guowei was most likely her husband. The system made it clear that these two had been murdered by someone else. As for Zhou Wen, their son, he died from excessive blood loss. Something feels off, he should have been captured instead. So, was the blood loss an accident or? In any case, this is most likely a premeditated homicide. Lee Yuza thought calmly, leaning back in his chair. His gaze drifted toward the window. Gazing at the azure sky outside, who could have imagined so much darkness lurking beneath it? Pulling his gaze back, Lee Yuza stared at his phone screen. Now that this video had trended, then, can the killer see it too? Lee Yuza murmured softly. If it's trending, that means the killer is likely seeing it too. Moreover, the system had suddenly listed the names of all three family members. That means this incident absolutely wasn't just targeting their son. Zhou Wen's parents would be killed too. With that realization, Lee Yuza posted another comment. You absolutely must ensure your own safety. After typing that, Lee Yuza lost all interest in reading further comments and immediately logged out of Douyin. He could only hope the platform would take notice of this incident, and that Zhou Zuilan and her husband would at least be a little more cautious. Stay safe and avoid any mishaps. Lee Yuza felt a bit down now, never expecting to stumble upon a murder case. He didn't know if it could be prevented. After all, the mortality rate was so high. This was also the first time he'd encountered a high-precision client and didn't want to do business. Because this family of three was likely destined for a brutal end. Having stumbled upon this situation, he wanted to help but didn't know where to begin. All he could do was sigh softly. The only thing he could offer was to give this video some visibility. He hoped it might somehow benefit the family. As for the ever-growing comments, Lee Yuza didn't need to guess what they were about. They'd inevitably accuse him of cursing someone to death again, of premeditated murder. In short, most of them were cursing him. But it was just criticism. He didn't believe it would affect his life in any way. It didn't matter. Right now, all that mattered was helping this family of three. Lee Yuza thought to himself. He was just about to get up to pack his things. Unexpectedly. At that very moment, the system alert sounded once more. Ding! Suitable user detected. Names: Zhou Zuilan, Zhou Guowei, Zhou Wen. Cause of death: Zhou Zuilan and Zhou Guowei murdered by others. Both mortality rates increased from 90% to 93%. Zhou Wen died from excessive blood loss. Mortality rate increased from 90% to 93%. Host, please pay immediate attention. Lee Yuza's foot, poised to step forward, abruptly retracted. He heard the system's voice. In that instant, he froze in place, utterly stunned, his face etched with disbelief. This death rate is actually increasing? What he feared most has come to pass. The killer noticed this video. Just as Lee Yuza was still reeling in shock. With a loud bang, the funeral home's front door was kicked open. Chapter 19, How could you make me sound like the devil himself? Outside the funeral home. With a loud bang, the wooden door was kicked open. One of the dilapidated doors was instantly kicked inward, leaving only a hole where the foot had pierced through. The other door, now unbraced, swayed back and forth with a creaking sound. Lee Yuza, startled by the commotion, turned to look outside. Apparently not expecting anyone to kick down the door in broad daylight, he snapped to attention and shouted. Holy crap, whose henchmen are this aggressive? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pair of beautifully rounded legs came into view. As Li Yuza watched in curiosity, the figure's head poked through the doorway. Who else could it be? None other than Lu Zixuan, who had been following Li Yuza. And right now, she was glaring at Li Yuza with fury. She withdrew the leg that had kicked open the door and strode quickly into the funeral home. Simultaneously, she pointed at Li Yuza and shouted, "Don't you have any conscience? That old lady is already so pitiful, and you're still paying attention to her?" Li Yuza stared blankly at Lu Zixuan as she stormed toward him in fury. His head was filled with question marks, utterly baffled by Lu Zixuan's sudden outburst. "Damn it! Stop kicking my door. Wait, I misspoke. Stop." Seeing Lu Zixuan frowning, wiping her fists, and looking ready to fight, he wisely changed his tone. Only after Lu Zixuan had calmed down a bit did he continue speaking. "Why the hell did you come over here kicking my door?" Lu Zixuan ignored Li Yuza's words and addressed him again. "That old lady is already so pitiful, why are you still paying attention to her?" Startled, Li Yuza finally realized. So that's what she was talking about. He hadn't realized she'd been watching his account the whole time. "Wait, what's wrong with me following the old lady? Isn't it good to attract attention and help her find her son?" Lu Zixuan shot back immediately. "Whoever you follow will die." Hearing Lu Zixuan's words, Li Yuza raised an eyebrow. "Holy crap? Why are you making me sound like some kind of living demon? Isn't that exactly what I'm saying?" Upon hearing Lu Zixuan's reply, the room fell silent. Damn it, she actually had a point. It was logical and convincing. After a long while, Li Yuza snapped out of it. He chuckled to himself. This female detective seemed like she hadn't taken her medication today. "Well then, come on, give me your Douyin account. I'll follow you right now and see if you'll die." Hearing Li Yuza's words, Lu Zixuan froze. Instantly, fire flared in her heart. How dare this guy curse her to death? She never imagined he'd say something like that, yet she couldn't think of a rebuttal in the moment. After a long pause, she finally managed to spit out two words. "Get lost." Li Yuza sighed softly, somewhat speechless. He looked up at the female detective standing before him. To his surprise, Lu Zixuan merely glared at him, and Li Yuza immediately averted his gaze. She won't even let me look. At the same time, he remembered. She was the one who had stormed into his home and arrested him earlier. Now, she was the one who had inexplicably kicked open his front door. And she was the one who'd accused him of being heartless. Did he have some grudge against her? But, alright, what she just said, well, it wasn't entirely without merit. Looking at it now, he really did care about who died. Scratching his head, he decided not to dwell on it. Seeing that Li Yuza hadn't taken her words seriously, Lu Zixuan stared straight at him and blurted out, "Unfollow them right now." Before he could even respond, she lunged forward, ready to snatch his phone and unfollow for him. Startled by her sudden move, Li Yuza quickly dodged backward. "What are you doing? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Watch out, or I'll kick you out." Lu Zixuan paid no heed to his warning. All she could think about was snatching his phone. Unfollow him now. Li Yuza was utterly baffled. She came all the way to his house just for this? Are you kidding me? But he still shook his head, clutching his phone tightly to keep Lu Zixuan from snatching it, while adding, "Seriously, officer? You're gonna get involved in this? I'm not unfollowing her. What are you gonna do about it?" It wasn't that Li Yuza deliberately wanted to follow this elderly woman. Seeing her condition, he genuinely felt sympathy for her. It was just. The system's prompt regarding the elderly woman felt too peculiar. A single video providing 3 death lists left him utterly perplexed. He didn't want to discuss it with others for now, especially since it involved the system's secrets. That made it even more imperative not to share it with anyone. Moreover, given Lu Zixuan's attitude. Thinking of this, Li Yuza stole a glance at the detective glaring at him through clenched teeth. He sighed. If he could, he wouldn't have clicked follow either. He knew exactly what that click meant. Ignoring Lu Zixuan's antics, Li Yuza flopped back onto the bed and resumed scrolling through videos. Upon hearing his words, Lu Zixuan felt both furious and helpless. Indeed. She really couldn't do anything to him. Seeing Lu Zixuan still standing there frozen in place after her failed attempt, Li Yuza looked puzzled. "Stop it. I'm not unfollowing you. And why aren't you leaving?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing Li Yuza's words, Lu Zixuan actually found a chair in the living room and sat down. She positioned herself directly facing Li Yuza, ready to keep a close watch on him. "Wait, what are you doing? Why aren't you leaving yet?" Lu Zixuan, who had just sat down, glanced at Li Yuza, who was making a big fuss. Then she pulled out her phone and started scrolling through videos right beside him, casually remarking as she did so, "I'll keep an eye on you, just in case you get up to no good." Though she had accepted reality, a sliver of doubt lingered until she saw the outcome. She feared Li Yuza might harm the old woman, so she sat in his home keeping a close watch on him. Besides, that was her assignment. Li Yuza was instantly speechless. He pursed his lips, staring at her, momentarily at a loss for words. He never imagined there could be such a stubborn female detective. He sighed softly. After staring at her for a while longer, he finally spoke. Fine, whatever. I'm not afraid of bad luck. Do whatever you want. Hearing the words whispered in her ear, Lu Zixuan paid him no mind. She kept scrolling through videos, but her eyes kept darting back to him, afraid he might slip away. Seeing Lu Zixuan's complete lack of reaction, seemed genuinely unfazed, he gave up. Whatever. He flopped back onto the bed, scrolling through videos to kill time. The room was filled only with the sound of both of them scrolling through videos. But then, a ringtone shattered the atmosphere. Li Yu's phone rang. He opened WeChat to see it was a call from Su Yuntian's cousin. Lu Zixuan heard the ringtone too, raising an eyebrow. She suspected Li Yuza was up to something shady. She quietly paused the video call, preparing to eavesdrop on his conversation. Chapter 20, New Client? Am I digging my own grave? North City. Inside the funeral home. Li Yuza and Lu Zixuan were locked in a tense stare-down. The incessant ringing of a WeChat call interrupted their standoff. Ignoring Lu Zixuan, who seemed unusually off, Li Yuza grabbed his phone, jumped off the bed, and walked to the window. Only after confirming Lu Zixuan couldn't hear him did he answer the call. Su Yuntian's cousin's voice came through immediately. Finally got through. A slightly surprised voice came from the other end. This puzzled Li Yuza. Wow. Someone died in the family, and they're this happy? Before he could finish his thought, Su Li's voice cut in again. Hello? I see you've read all my messages but haven't replied. Are you still hesitating about something? That line somehow felt familiar. In my past life, I seem to hear it all the time. Li Yu's mouth twitched. He rolled his eyes and stared out the window in exasperation. Lu Zixuan noticed Li Yu's peculiar reaction and felt curious. Just as she was about to sneak closer to eavesdrop, movement stirred on his end. Pulling his thoughts back, he sighed inwardly. Business opportunities didn't come knocking twice. Just as Li Yuza was about to speak, the system alert suddenly chimed in. Ding. Suitable client detected. Name, Li Yuza. Ha? Who the hell is dying? I'm going to die? Hearing the system's alert tone, he froze in place, even letting out a cry. Pointing at himself with his finger, his mouth agape, his face was utterly incredulous. He was going to die? But before Li Yuza could process it further, the system alert sounded again. Cause of death, beaten to death by a mob. Death was gruesome, comparable to being torn apart by 5 horses. Body parts scattered everywhere. Hint, collect all 5 pieces to reassemble the host. Host may prepare a coffin in advance. You now have a 60% chance of being beaten to death. Friendly reminder, as your personal system, my advice is to stay away. If you don't go, you won't get beaten to death. What the hell, bury myself? Li Yuza was momentarily stunned, even forgetting that Lu Zixuan was right beside him. Lu Zixuan noticed his unusual state and stared at him curiously. She couldn't make out what he was muttering about. She felt like the secrets surrounding him were multiplying, and she was finding it harder and harder to figure him out. Glancing at Lu Zixuan, who was staring at him with curiosity, Li Yuza composed himself outwardly, though inwardly he was still utterly shocked. This system could actually tell fortunes for him? No. That's not the point at all. The point is, he was about to die? Li Yuza sucked in a sharp breath. Damn it! This was definitely a trap. I had a bad feeling about this from the start. I knew this family had ulterior motives. Now, Li Yuza frowned, unsure what to do. Could it really be true that if he didn't go, he wouldn't die? How could that be possible? He understood the principle, it's not the thief stealing that you fear, but the thief keeping you in mind. He had to find a way to deal with these people. Just then, Li Yuza caught sight of Lu Zixuan lurking nearby, her gaze fixed on him like a predator eyeing its prey. His expression instantly lit up with surprise. He'd almost forgotten he seemed to have outside help. Maybe, yes. Just then, Su Li's voice came through the phone again. When are you coming over? We're just waiting for you here. Wait for me to do what? To come and get myself killed. Thankfully, he had the system, allowing him to instantly discern the other party's intentions. After a moment's thought, Li Yuza seemed to have figured something out. He replied to the other end via his phone. Report your location. I'll be right over. Without waiting for a reply, he hung up immediately. The moment he hung up, Su Li swiftly sent him a location. A secluded courtyard on the outskirts of North City. Seeing the isolated location on the map, Li Yuza became even more certain. These people were up to no good. He had sincerely offered them a full funeral service package, yet they wanted to kill him. Before he could even handle their funeral arrangements, he nearly ended up reincarnated. And he suspected the system's 60% mortality rate warning was a conservative estimate, likely due to his status as the host. If I were to die out here in the wilderness, it'll probably take at least 10 days or half a month before anyone notices, right? He stole another glance at Lu Zixuan, then his mind raced. It seemed like he'd thought of a good plan. He climbed out of bed. After packing a few things, Li Yuza prepared to head to the location Su Li had given him. He knew that if he told Lu Zixuan directly, she would definitely become suspicious. So he didn't plan to ask her to come along, he figured she'd follow him anyway. Sure enough. Seeing Li Yuza move, Lu Zixuan also stood up and followed behind him. Though she had no idea what he was up to. She sensed it couldn't be anything good. Could it be he was planning to harm that old woman? Lu Zixuan's mind raced with thoughts, her beautiful brows furrowing tightly. Li Yuza turned back and saw Lu Zixuan following behind him, lost in her own thoughts. He feigned confusion as he looked at her. What are you doing? You're following me just because I'm running an errand? She wondered if this was a good or bad thing. The thought flashed through Lu Zixuan's mind as she shot Li Yuza a slightly disapproving glance. But she continued to trail behind him regardless. It seemed no matter what he said, she wasn't going anywhere. What? I'm following you because I'm afraid you'll harm that old woman. Don't even think about hurting anyone under my watch. If you make a single wrong move, you can kiss your life goodbye, you'll be rotting in prison for the rest of your days. Li Yuza didn't bother trying to figure out what this woman was scheming now. Whatever it was, it couldn't be anything good. So he pushed open the door first and walked out. Lu Zixuan followed closely behind. But after walking for a while, she finally sensed something was off. Which way was this? Why did it feel like we were heading back to the police station? Li Yuza stole a glance at her, then suddenly turned to Lu Zixuan with a playful grin. Zixuan. Hearing Li Yuza speak, Lu Zixuan, who had been deep in thought, jumped reflexively. Just as she was about to scold him, Li Yuza spoke again. Zixuan, you want a third-class merit award? If you want one, I'll get you one. Lu Zixuan froze in place, momentarily unable to process it. What third-class merit? Could this kind of thing just be handed out like that? Her face was etched with shock, her brows furrowed as she looked at him in confusion. Li Yuza merely smiled and nodded at her. Only then did Lu Zixuan snap back to reality. And what the hell was with calling her Zixuan? When did he become so close to her that he could use that nickname? Chapter 21, You're fighting, and you call yourself a detective? Meanwhile, on the other side, in the dilapidated courtyard, the funeral director picked up. He said he'll be here soon. Su Li stared at the phone he'd just hung up, his face aglow with excitement. He turned to the crowd in the courtyard and announced. Finally got through. The funeral home owner had been unreachable for a day and night, and Su Li couldn't shake the feeling something was off. He'd even suspected the owner had caught on to something and was preparing to pack up and flee. But unexpectedly, the funeral director had picked up the phone. It seemed he'd been delayed by something earlier. Still, it was good to finally get in touch. The mere thought of the funeral home owner cursing his cousin to death filled Su Li with a sinister grimace. Now, the vengeance for his cousin's death at the hands of that curse could finally be exacted. Don't blame me, blame him. Had he not cursed my cousin to death, I would never have laid a finger on him. Life for life, it was all predestined. Now, if this funeral parlor owner dared to show his face, his crew would make sure he never returned. In the corner of the courtyard, a couple supported each other. Hearing Su Li's words, Su Gao and Su Ru snapped back to reality. These two were none other than Su Yuntian's parents. He must pay with his blood for this. Avenge my son. Su Ru snarled viciously. That brat is finally coming. If not for that brat, they wouldn't have ended up like this, burying their own child while still in their prime. That funeral home owner brought this upon himself. Their son had been such a healthy young man. It was all because of this funeral home owner, because of what he said. Their child ended up like this, he must have cursed their child to death. The couple simply couldn't believe it. A young man with no illnesses whatsoever, perfectly healthy. How could he suddenly collapse before his own parents' eyes? It could only be that the funeral home owner had killed him. This grief was overwhelming. Gazing at Su Li, who now stood in the courtyard clutching a dagger, Su Ru cried out in anguish. Li, you must avenge your cousin. It's all his fault. Because of him, Yun Tian met his end. It's all his fault. The moment she imagined her son being killed by such a child and the imminent chance for vengeance, all the sorrow on Su Ru's face transformed into pure rage. At that moment, she wanted nothing more than to see the Undertaker dead. She had lost all reason. Don't worry. We've planned this for so long, there won't be any mishaps. When he arrives, make him pay with his blood. Su Ru glared at Su Li, her eyes bulging with fury as she issued the command. Auntie, Yun Tian had always been by my side. His death has left me, his cousin, deeply distressed. After a pause, a meaningful smile flashed across her face before she continued. But it's okay. We'll get our revenge on him soon. I've already hidden over a dozen men in this courtyard. This is the surprise we've prepared for him. I'm sure he'll love it. The moment he shows up, we'll charge straight at him and beat him to death. As evening fell, outside the courtyard, the sound of rustling footsteps approached. Su Li raised an eyebrow, glancing at the people inside the courtyard. Finally, they've arrived. Su Gao and Su Ru, too, felt a surge of excitement at the thought of vengeance being served soon. At last. Bang bang bang. The knocking sounded. In this quiet courtyard, it seemed incredibly clear. "He's here," Suli whispered into the courtyard. At that moment, the dozen or so people hiding in the courtyard emerged silently. Each held a baseball bat in their hands, the massive club stained with blood. It seemed they were no strangers to such deeds. The front few carried several burlap sacks. It seemed they intended to act on my command. Suli whispered again, giving his orders. "Get your gear ready. When the outsiders come in, don't hesitate, just slip the sack over their heads. Once they're on, beat them to death. Got it?" Hearing Suli's orders, the group of enforcers responded in hushed tones. "Understood." The courtyard was now packed with people, no longer the empty space it had been earlier. Surveying the prepared thugs, Suli finally rose, dagger in hand, and strode toward the gate, issuing his command. "Follow my command." Two thugs carrying sacks followed closely behind. Suli slowly opened the gate. The instant it swung open, he roared furiously. "You vile undertaker! Return Yun Tianming to me." As Suli spoke, the dozen or so men behind him echoed his demand in unison. "You vile undertaker! Return Yun Tianming to us." The commotion within the courtyard echoed for hundreds of meters around. "Brothers! Charge!" "Ah!" Suli raised his hand and shouted. But before he could finish, his voice was abruptly cut off, as if fate itself had seized his throat. The dagger in his hand fell to the ground. He froze by the gate, arms raised, utterly motionless. The thugs behind him, however, remained oblivious to the commotion outside. Hearing only Suli's voice, the two thugs beside him, each carrying a sack, immediately rushed out. But the instant they dashed out, they too let out a strange cry before freezing in place. The others in the courtyard also rushed out. Chaos erupted throughout the courtyard. But soon, it fell silent. Because outside the gate, at this very moment, a row of police detectives stood. Suli stood frozen at the doorway, his mouth slightly agape in shock. His hand slowly dropped, the weapon in his grasp having long since fallen to the floor. Now, he could only stare blankly outside, at the detectives pointing their loaded guns at them. Unable to fight back. He couldn't fathom how things had come to this. Amidst his shock, a young man who looked remarkably youthful emerged from among the detectives. He was grinning at them, even waving a greeting his way. And wasn't this very man the funeral home owner he'd been desperately searching for? Beside him stood a tall female detective, none other than Lu Zixuan. Suli's mind was reeling. Staring at Liuza, who kept grinning at him, he could even clearly see the wrinkles forming on Liuza's face from laughing too wildly. He never imagined things would turn out like this. How did he find out? Why did he find out? How the hell did he find out? A whirlwind of thoughts surged through his mind. His inner self seemed to be roaring. His entire body trembled, as if unable to accept this situation. He had prepared so meticulously. How on earth had he been discovered? Gazing at the sea of police officers outside, Suli finally understood. These detectives were all summoned by him. Suli's inner world shattered completely. This wasn't fair. A rematch. If we're going to fight, then fight. What's the point of calling the cops? Chapter 22, I Hear Destiny Calling Me. Northern city suburbs. Outside a secluded courtyard. Two groups of people stared each other down. For a moment, the entire area was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Except for Liuza, of course. He was grinning broadly at the Su family members, occasionally waving greetings their way. The Su family members gritted their teeth in fury at him, yet could do nothing about it. Arrest them all. Not a single one should be spared. On the scene, Lu Zixuan cared little for the grudges involved. She issued the order directly. The detectives behind her swarmed forward like a swarm of bees, preparing to apprehend them all. Split into two teams. Secure the perimeter and conduct a thorough search. Make sure no one slips through. Lu Zixuan barked another order at the detectives. Immediately, a small contingent split off from the main force and began searching the surrounding area. At that moment, watching the detectives swarm in, the Su family members standing opposite them were overcome with despair. They were frozen in place, momentarily forgetting even to flee. Suli never imagined. How on earth had they been discovered? The plan had been flawless. No one outside his own clan knew about it. Could there be a traitor within the clan? The thought made Suli whip his head around to look behind him. But to his surprise, all the clan members involved in the plot were present. Not a single one was missing. Which meant, no one had leaked the secret. Then how did the funeral home owner know? Did he possess some kind of supernatural ability? Watching the unfolding scene before him, Suli felt his world crumbling. Who the hell could have predicted this whole bunch of detectives would show up? And they even had time to round up a whole squad of detectives. What a brilliant scheme. Both witnesses and evidence were in place. They'd completely cornered his entire group, leaving them utterly helpless. He feared that once arrested, it would be a long time before he could walk free again. Suli sighed deeply as he looked at the detectives before him. His gaze swept past them, fixating instead on Liuza, who now stood surrounded by several detectives. Noticing Su Li's gaze, Li Yuza smiled, waved at him, and greeted him. Hey, I heard destiny calling. Did you summon me here? Hearing Li Yuza mock him even now, Lu Zixuan shot him a disdainful glance but said nothing, letting him taunt him. Su Li, however, heard him greet him in a leisurely tone, even mocking him. He barely caught his breath. But at this moment, he didn't feel like responding either. His composure had completely shattered. The plan he'd spent days preparing vanished into thin air amidst Li Yuza's string of smiles. As for Li Yuza, his mood was actually quite good at the moment. He'd managed to save his own skin. Thankfully, this system had proven somewhat useful, at least in alerting him. Otherwise, he might have been beaten to death and buried himself. A lingering fear still gripped Li Yuza. Death hadn't seemed so distant after all. Lifting his head, he saw the others still glaring at him with clenched teeth. Li Yuza shrugged indifferently. Reporting, 22 individuals in total, armed with dozens of clubs and weapons. Bloodstains appear to be present on them. A detective returned from the courtyard and reported to Lu Zixuan. Good. Clean up the scene and report back to headquarters afterward. Lu Zixuan responded to the detective. Then, she furrowed her brow and shifted her gaze to Li Yuza, who had been standing quietly to the side. Once again, he had shattered her understanding of him. How many secrets did he harbor? Her brow furrowed as she stared silently at Li Yuza, saying nothing. Why are you staring at me like that? I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to do this in public. If it's really that bad, we can do it privately. Li Yuza glanced around nervously while whispering to Lu Zixuan. Get lost. Lu Zixuan snapped back, still struggling to believe it. Li Yuza felt hurt that she dared tell him to get lost. Great. He brought her here to earn a third-class merit award, and not only did she not thank him, she actually cursed at him. Guess I wasted my time on her after all. Sigh. Seeing his slightly whiny tone, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. But soon, she put on a serious face and asked him earnestly. What's going on here? Seeing Lu Zixuan suddenly turn serious, Li Yuza raised an eyebrow. He'd been teasing her earlier precisely to avoid this topic, though he didn't really believe he could escape it. But it didn't cost anything to try. I don't know. Lu Zixuan desperately wanted to punch him right then and there. And now he claimed ignorance? If she asked again, would he start guessing? How did you know these people were gathering here to cause trouble? I guessed. Just as she suspected. Lu Zixuan stood rooted to the spot, staring at him while carefully piecing things together in her mind. She asked again. Did you set this up? Li Yuza halted in his tracks, returning Lu Zixuan's gaze. The two locked eyes. No way, officer. I really just guessed. I have no idea. Don't you know where I've been these past 2 days? I was locked up the day before. I finally got back, only to be followed by you, tracked by you. Then we went to the police station together to get backup. What else could I have done? I'm innocent. Completely innocent. Lu Zixuan's brows furrowed tightly as she bit her lower lip, her expression shifting between anger and frustration. She clearly didn't believe Li Yuza's explanation. How could anyone guess so accurately? It was utterly impossible. Something she didn't know about must have happened. But for now, she couldn't fathom how he'd managed to pull this off right under her nose. As he said, she had been following him closely these past 2 days, and he'd been perfectly calm under her watch. Could it be that phone call? The thought made Lu Zixuan raise an eyebrow as she suddenly leaned in to stare at Li Yuza. Startled by her sudden movement, Li Yuza pushed her away. But she didn't speak. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Li Yuza hadn't done anything wrong this time. On the contrary, he'd done something commendable. She had no reason to blame him. Reporting, everything is packed up. At that moment, a detective's voice interrupted her thoughts. He then addressed all the detectives. Back to the station. As the team prepared to leave, Lu Zixuan turned to Li Yuza and invited him. Come on, hop in the car and let's go back together. But Li Yuza gently shook his head, declining Lu Zixuan's offer. What are you up to? Are you planning to secretly harm that old woman? Don't even think about doing anything bad while I'm gone. Come with me right now. Don't jump to conclusions. I'm just staying here to look around. I don't even know where that old woman is. How could I harm her? Besides, I have absolutely no intention of hurting anyone, okay? Chapter 23, One Road Leads to White Affairs, serving you wholeheartedly. That night. The courtyard, which had been bustling moments ago, now fell silent. Those who should leave had departed, and those who refused were taken away. Seeing Li Yuza's reluctance to return with her, Lu Zixuan said no more. Through her observations over the past few days, she had come to understand that this incident had nothing to do with Li Yuza. After all, everything had been under her watchful eye. First, he simply hadn't had the opportunity to commit the crime. Moreover, there was no connection between the two of them, and indeed, no motive for the crime existed. Thus, his involvement in this matter had been ruled out. With that thought, Lu Zixuan nodded slightly and did not insist that Li Yuza accompany her back. Moreover, as the lead investigator for this operation, she needed to return promptly to report the specifics of the case. This included interrogating these individuals and uncovering why Li Yuza knew about this matter. She wouldn't believe another word of Li Yuza's nonsense. There was no time to waste on him now. She would continue following him only after resolving the matters at hand. In any case, she would continue investigating the secrets surrounding Li Yuza. Only after everything was taken care of did Lu Zixuan get into her car and head toward the police station. The roar of engines echoed in succession. Outside the small courtyard at that moment, Li Yuza stood alone once more. Turning his head, he could still see the taillights of Lu Zixuan's car fading into the distance. Turning back, Li Yuza gazed at the dilapidated courtyard before him and let out a soft sigh. Sigh, why? Why do people keep trying to harm me? I'm the chosen one with a built-in system. How dare you mere mortals covet me? A mere ambush? I saw right through it. Li Yuza knew full well himself. His online reputation wasn't exactly stellar. The reason was simple, he happened to follow a few people online, and unfortunately, those individuals all met untimely deaths. Add to that his role as a funeral home owner, and it was precisely these factors that made him a target of resentment. But most of the uninformed onlookers were just here for the spectacle, only a small minority took it seriously. That's why they cursed him. An even smaller number actually think he's pretty impressive. This is pretty absurd, huh? But what he never expected was that someone could actually take it to such extremes. They actually harbored murderous intent. They even gathered a group to ambush him, demanding he pay with his blood. This was utterly unacceptable. Back then, the cause of Su Yuntian's death had been crystal clear, and the hospital had already issued a certificate confirming it. Diagnosed with sudden cardiac arrest, he missed the golden window for treatment, leading to his death. No matter what, it couldn't possibly be because of something I said that caused him to die for no apparent reason. I'm a good person, after all. I even offered a well-meaning warning. How could they possibly blame me for this? What utter ignorance! At that moment, Li Yuza felt like they were all sharks. If I were really that powerful, he wouldn't need to call the detectives for help. He'd just open his phone, tap the follow button on their profiles, and be done with it. After all, according to their logic, one tap kills one of them. So he'd just tap them to their faces. His current actions were merely a desperate move. No choice, forced to fight back. Shaking his head, Li Yuza walked from the courtyard to the gate. Surveying the chaotic, dilapidated yard, he murmured softly, "Don't blame me. I'm not about to bite the dust so soon after arriving. My wonderful life in this other world hasn't even begun yet. This is entirely your own doing, or rather, your stupidity." Since they were all trying to kill him, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He wasn't about to walk into a trap like some fool, was he? The system had warned him to prepare his coffin first, because he'd be beaten to death by a mob, ending up torn to shreds. Then, suddenly, he recalled a cold joke from his past life, one also about dismemberment. I'll be the head. Oh no. The thought sent a chill down Li Yuza's spine. He nearly turned into a Transformers robot himself, gathering enough pieces to summon a dragon, or rather, summon Li Yuza. He shook his head, refusing to dwell on how these cattle and horses wanted to kill him. Instead, thoughts suddenly turned to Su Yuntian's funeral arrangements. Right now, Li Yuza was torn. Should Su Yuntian's funeral still be held? Most of his family had been arrested. They probably wouldn't be out for months, right? Since he'd taken the job, he might as well show mercy and help them see it through. What can I do? They treat me with malice, but I cannot treat them in kind. After all, I am a good person. He would be a funeral director who feared no hardship or danger. Whoever books with me, I'll make sure they're properly laid to rest. Yilatong Funeral Services, serving you with utmost dedication. Even if you're not dead yet, I'll bury you. At this thought, Li Yuza suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. He quickly stopped thinking, halting this dangerous train of thought. Wait, why do I feel like I've been thinking about burying people so much lately? Is it because of the system? Or because I'm broke? Li Yuza muttered to himself in confusion, then opened his phone again. He found the chat with Su Li and accepted the deposit he hadn't claimed yet. Surely not every member of the Su family is this stupid? There must be a few sane ones, right? If the whole clan is made up of cattle and horses, I'll bury them all for you. Li Yuza muttered doubtfully. But regardless, he had to collect this money. Even though most of the Su family seemed to have gone down the drain, running a full funeral service wasn't impossible. His business wouldn't grind to a halt over a few oxen and horses. Not a single penny of the money he was owed would be forfeited. He'd find time to visit Su Yuntian's home and handle the funeral arrangements properly before moving on. With that thought, Li Yuza clapped his hands together. Alright, that's settled then. With his mind made up, Li Yuza walked onto an unnamed street, hailed a taxi, and got in, ready to head home. On the way home, his thoughts continued to wander. Now that he had money, though not a fortune, it was enough to avoid being evicted by his landlord. Moreover, his recruitment plan could finally be put into action. A wonderful life was beckoning him. Li Yuza grinned widely. The journey home was long, so he decided to open Douyin and scroll through videos to pass the time. But just as he was about to open it, he suddenly furrowed his brow, as if something had occurred to him. That old woman. After that video was posted, the account vanished without a trace. He had no leads on the matter either, only knowing the time of their family's death. And now, a whole day had passed. How could he possibly help her? Chapter 24, The True Target is Liuza. North City. Beiqing City People's Hospital. Zhao Jiangwo had heeded Liuza's advice and come to the hospital for a physical examination. Although he had already disclosed every detail of his recent physical issues during the interrogation, he remained skeptical. After all, his life was at stake and he needed concrete confirmation. A soft click. The door to the diagnosis room opened and Zhao Jiangwo emerged holding a report. His expression was grave, his brow furrowed, his hands clenched tightly around the report. His gaze remained fixed on the paper, his expression growing increasingly grim and shocked. Suddenly, a hand tapped his shoulder. A voice, equally solemn, spoke up. Is it all exactly as he said? Zhao Jiangwo didn't look up at the sound, but the hands clutching the report seemed to tremble slightly. After a moment of silence, Zhao Jiangwo spoke in a low voice. Yes. Exactly as he said. The other person asked urgently upon hearing this. Is there still hope? If caught early, there's still hope. Upon hearing Zhao Jiangwo's reply, the visitor remained silent. Only now, in the hospital corridor, you could hear a pin drop. After a long pause, Zhao Jiangwo spoke again. Never mind me for now. The meeting at the provincial bureau won't wrap up that quickly, will it? What are you doing back here now? Hearing Zhao Jiangwo's question, Lu Zhenhua looked at him and replied. It's true, it's not over yet. It'll take some more time to wrap up. My main reason for coming back is because of you, and also because of Zishuan. Hearing this, Zhao Jiangwo finally lifted his head to look at the man before him. He too was dressed in a police uniform, standing tall and straight as a wall. His gaze was sharp and piercing, every movement radiating the authority of a superior. This man was none other than the chief of the North City Police Department. He was also Lu Zishuan's father. Because of me and Zishuan? Zhao Jiangwo looked at him in surprise, and the latter simply gave him an affirmative nod. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhenhua frowned and slowly began explaining to his longtime partner. I came back to see you guys and handle this matter. The case at the provincial bureau has become far too complicated. Some truly baffling things have come to light. It could be described as something science can't explain. Hearing Lu Zhenhua's words, Zhao Jiangwo felt puzzled, unsure what he was talking about. But suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. Things beyond scientific explanation he himself had encountered a few recently. As the deputy chief of a city police bureau, he had a relatively high tolerance for all sorts of strange occurrences. So he didn't interrupt Lu Zhenhua, waiting for him to continue. Recently, disappearance cases have been occurring all over the country. Adults, mostly between 20 and 30 years old, have vanished without a trace. Initially, the provincial bureau treated them as routine cases. But as more people in the same age group vanished without a trace, it finally caught the attention of higher-ups, who decided to convene a meeting to address the matter. He paused, then continued walking forward as he spoke. The place where these cases have occurred most frequently is our North City. Precisely because North City has the highest concentration of such cases, higher-ups summoned Lu Zhenhua to attend the provincial bureau meeting. Hearing his explanation, Zhao Jiangwo frowned and nodded. He had heard rumors about these missing persons cases. They had mentioned it before, but he hadn't paid much attention at the time. He then followed Lu forward. It wasn't until the higher-ups convened a meeting to discuss this matter that we realized something was amiss. Something's off. Things that only exist in books and novels have actually appeared in real life. At this point, Lu Zhenhua abruptly turned to look at Zhao Jiangwo following behind him and said, And these people, there are no leads whatsoever. Even if there were, they vanished suddenly and quickly. Then, just days ago, we discovered that the mother of one of the victims had actually stepped forward and posted a video. This immediately caught the attention of higher-ups, which is why I'm back. After hearing his words, Zhao Jiangwo was even more baffled. He hadn't been involved in this matter and was only now hearing Lu Zhenhua explain it in detail. But how come he hadn't heard about the victim's mother posting a video? Seeing Zhao Jiangwo's puzzled expression, Lu Zhenhua explained. This matter involves a person someone you've likely come into contact with. Encountered? Zhao Jiangwo grew even more puzzled. How could he not recall encountering such an incident? Just as he was about to ask who it was, a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. He spoke with a hint of surprise. Could it be? Before he could finish, Lu Zhenhua cut him off. Yes, the funeral home owner. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhao Jiangwo stared at him in utter shock. So it was him. If he had to name any strange incidents he'd encountered lately, it would undoubtedly be the recent events involving Liuza. The phenomenon where whoever he focused on died, and the ability to instantly discern health issues at a glance. Now, hearing Lu Zhenhua mention this man again, and linking it to the strange events he described. Could it be? Bold thoughts began to surface in Zhao Jiangwo's mind. For a moment, he stood frozen in place, unable to calm himself for a long time. Before coming, I briefly looked into this person's background. He seemed perfectly ordinary until recently, when he suddenly got entangled in some strange affairs and started acting eerily. Also, that old woman our target this time, Lee Yuza, left a comment on her post. Specifically, he warned her to be careful. I suspect he might know something or possess some kind of special ability. Special abilities? Does knowing who's about to die count? Zhao Jiangwo pondered. He too felt something was off about Lee Yuza, but never imagined he harbored such a profound secret. His brow furrowed deeply as thoughts churned violently within him. A bold thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that Lee Yuza had captured these people? The moment the thought surfaced, he shook his head in denial. Then he reconsidered. Lee Yuza had been under their watch the entire time and wouldn't have had the opportunity to orchestrate this. The likelihood was slim, yet it couldn't be entirely ruled out. Zhao Jiangwo stopped in his tracks, resting his chin on his hand as he pondered. If not this, then could he still be somehow connected to the matter? If that were the case, he would certainly be hiding it very deeply. Then sending Lu Zixuan to follow him for investigation would have been a waste of effort. Worse still, Lu Zixuan might be completely manipulated by him. He slipped the report into his pocket and glanced at Lu Genua, whose face was equally grim and furrowed. He finally realized that Lu Genua's true purpose for returning wasn't to visit him and Lu Zixuan at all. The real target was Lee Yuza. Chapter 25, Who's Spreading Rumors About Me? North City People's Hospital. Outside the diagnosis room in the corridor. Zhao Jiangwo hadn't realized Lee Yuza's case had escalated this far. Even Lu Genua had returned specially from the provincial bureau just to investigate him. After a moment of stunned silence, he immediately unlocked his phone and, prompted by Lu Genua, located the elderly woman's account. At the same time, he saw Lee Yuza's message. Try not to go out during this period. Be mindful of those around you and protect yourself. The comments below this post were all cursing him. But at that moment, Zhao Jiangwo didn't bother reading the comments. He just stared at Lu Genua in utter shock. He never imagined that during the brief time he'd been at the hospital for his checkup, something like this would happen. Lee Yuza must know something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have warned the old woman like that. After a moment, seeing Zhao Jiangwo's stunned expression, Lu Genua waited for him to compose himself before continuing his explanation. Initially, such cases were rare and normal occurrence. But then, this situation spread across the entire country. It also drew widespread attention. Moreover, the families of these missing individuals. He paused, then looked at Zhao Jiangwo intently, enunciating each word. After their loved ones vanished, the families themselves disappeared too, and quickly. I suspect they were murdered. After another pause, he continued. No matter how the provincial bureau investigated, they found no leads whatsoever. Some even wondered if these people had vanished into thin air. How else could they leave not a single trace behind? Hearing Lu Genua's words, Zhao Jiangwo froze in place, utterly bewildered. His brows knitted together as he stared at him in disbelief. In all his years as a police officer, he'd handled countless cases, but the one Lu Genua described just didn't add up no matter how he thought about it. Not a single clue? How could that be possible? But then Lu Genua continued. But now, this elderly woman is still alive, and Lee Yuza somehow knew exactly when she would be in danger. Perhaps the funeral home owner could be a breakthrough. Moreover, this Lee Yuza has generated significant attention for the old woman. Higher-ups are now paying close attention to this matter and have instructed us to manage the public discourse. Naturally, while doing so, we must also ensure the elderly woman's safety. Zhao Jiangwo suppressed his shock, listening intently as Lu Genua spoke, carefully analyzing his words. He was well aware of Lee Yuza's recent actions. He also sensed there were more secrets surrounding him. The test results on his own body were the clearest proof. Moreover, this funeral home owner was a natural magnet for attention. With so many eyes on him, if he commented on the old woman's post, the killer would surely take notice. In that case, it might stir up some unnecessary trouble. But the deed was done, and there was no turning back. A perfect solution must be found. With that thought in mind, Zhao Jiangwo looked up at Lu Genua standing in front of him. The latter nodded, signaling him to speak. Earlier you mentioned that the victims' families would also be targeted. Yet Lee Yuza's comment specifically warned this elderly woman to stay safe and be mindful of those around her. So, does that mean Lee Yuza knew who was responsible? And by telling the elderly woman to be mindful of those around her, could it be that these family members weren't killed by those strange deaths, but by someone else? Hearing Zhao Jiangwo's analysis, Lu Genua found it not without merit. In fact, it seemed highly plausible. Moreover, we must now protect this elderly woman's safety. Otherwise, she could become the next person cursed to death by Lee Yuza. Netizens won't care about such matters. If that actually happens, the public backlash over this incident, we won't be able to contain it. For a moment, the hospital corridor grew heavy with tension. Indeed, ensuring the elderly woman's safety was paramount. Zhao Jiangwo's words carried weight. But these matters couldn't be discussed at length in the hospital. Moreover, the clues they sought weren't to be found here. Thus, the two prepared to return to the police station to continue discussing the matter. North City Police Station. As soon as Lu Genoa and Zhao Jiangwo arrived at the station, they saw police cars returning one after another in the distance. Seeing this, they too halted their steps. The doors opened. Lu Zixuan stepped out and spotted Lu and Zhao standing nearby. "Dad, why are you back?" Seeing that it was Lu Zixuan and that she had returned in a police car, Zhao Jiangwo felt puzzled. Wasn't she supposed to be watching over Li Yuza? What was going on here? He remained silent, waiting until the father and daughter had exchanged greetings before asking. "I came back to see you." Lu Genoa smiled as he addressed his daughter, who had approached him. After they finished their greetings, Zhao Jiangwo suddenly spoke up. "What's going on over there? And wasn't your assignment to keep an eye on Li Yuza?" Hearing his voice, Lu Zixuan recounted everything that had happened today. "I was supposed to follow Li Yuza to investigate him, but shortly after arriving at the funeral home, he suddenly left saying he had business to attend to. So I followed him. He didn't tell me to leave." Lu Zixuan paused briefly before continuing. "After that, he actually brought me back to the police station and asked if I wanted a third-class merit award. I thought he was acting crazy again. Then he told me there was a small courtyard in the northern suburbs where someone was planning a murder. I was really curious how he knew about it. He'd been under my watch these past few days. He simply wouldn't have had time to find out about this." At this point, a hint of astonishment flashed across Lu Zixuan's face, as if she still couldn't fathom how he'd possibly known. But then I remembered what Li Yuza had said earlier. Though it didn't make sense either, it all added up. So I led the team to go with him and make the arrest. To my surprise, a group of people were indeed lying in wait there. I suspect he must have anticipated trouble here long ago and simply used me to handle it for him. As Lu Zixuan finished recounting the entire sequence of events, a momentary silence fell over the room. Lu Genoa and Zhao Jiangwo both frowned deeply, heads bowed and thought, too stunned for words. They had just been discussing what secrets Li Yuza might be hiding, but now, his extraordinary abilities had once again been laid bare before them. He seemed capable of foreseeing such events. It seemed absolutely necessary to meet with Li Yuza again. The thought occurred to both men simultaneously. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the funeral home, Li Yuza, who had just arrived home, suddenly sneezed without warning. "Who's talking behind my back?" Chapter 26, Cause of Death, Murder by Blunt Force? Night. Itong Funeral Home. Li Yuza rubbed his nose and pulled out a tissue to wipe it. He felt puzzled. Why had he suddenly sneezed several times in a row? Could it be that Lu Zixuan was cursing him behind his back? The thought vanished as quickly as it came. If she were cursing him, she'd do it to his face. He shook his head and muttered under his breath. "Who's talking behind my back? Better not let me catch you, or you'll be sorry." He didn't dwell on it. After speaking, he turned and walked back into the room. But strangely enough, inside this coffin shop, he sensed as if someone had their eyes on him. He scanned the shop left and right, frowning. Yet he found nothing. Why do I keep getting this ominous feeling? What's going on? Seeing nothing unusual in the room, he shook his head and dismissed the thought. He decided to take things one step at a time. The immediate priority was to get himself a bowl of instant noodles. With that thought, Li Yuza immediately pulled another cup noodle from under the table and prepared it. While waiting for the noodles to finish steeping, his mind wandered. So many things had happened recently, he needed to sort them out properly. First was the matter with Su Yuntian. The rest weren't major issues. The main thing was accepting money from Su Yuntian's side. The rest didn't concern him for now, so he'd let it go. But the funeral that absolutely needs to be arranged. Also, Su Yuntian's family shouldn't be pressuring me anymore now, right? The ones who were pressuring me are already behind bars. Now I have plenty of time to help handle the funeral arrangements. Li Yuza stroked his chin thoughtfully. After all, he'd only do as much as he was paid for. Anything beyond that? No way. Unless, of course, they paid more. Money makes the funeral director grind the mill. Honesty is the best policy. With that thought, Li Yuza nodded contentedly to himself, opening a packet of instant noodles and slurping a mouthful. Only instant noodles truly understand me. Never mind. Let's just go with this. The recruitment plan must proceed as scheduled. His recruitment plan had been ready to launch days ago. But due to the various chaotic events that had unfolded over the past 2 days, it had been repeatedly delayed. Now, most of those matters had been largely resolved, and he no longer needed to expend energy on other issues. All that remained was to focus on hiring and growing his funeral home. Grow bigger and stronger and achieve new heights of success. At this thought, Li Yuza grinned excitedly. At the same time, he finished off the rest of his instant noodles in one go. As for hiring people, forget it. Tomorrow. Tonight, he deserved to relax properly. So Li Yuza flopped onto his bed, turned on Douyin, and kept scrolling through videos. Meanwhile, online, the buzz surrounding the funeral home owner's ability to cause anyone he points at to die has gradually died down. After all, the internet is full of bizarre stories these days. For a trending topic to stay on the charts for 3 days is already considered widely known. So it's only natural that the buzz has died down now. Lee Yuza paid it no mind after all. His original intention wasn't to gain online fame. It was merely a case of backfiring. That said, after opening his Douyin account, he continued to receive private messages and new followers. He opened his phone, glanced at the 99 plus notifications, and ignored them. He kept scrolling through videos. But then, a sudden figure appeared, causing Lee Yuza's eyebrows to arch again. He stared at his phone, spotting another streamer. And this video was also prominently featured on the trending list. That funeral home owner in North City is nothing but a clown, a complete buffoon. It's all just a show, all staged. In the video, a streamer whose face was obscured was criticizing Lee Yuza. He believed everything Lee Yuza did was nothing but a publicity stunt. As for the earlier whomever you point to dies thing, it was either because he knew in advance or just got lucky by guessing correctly. He just couldn't believe it, convinced the funeral home owner was nothing but a clown seeking attention. Hearing the person in the video berating him, Lee Yuza didn't get angry. He just kept listening. The incident with Old Wang, anyone could see trouble brewing. As for Su Yuntian, he must have investigated him beforehand and uncovered something, which is why he guessed correctly again. He uses this to attract traffic and make money. Those in the know get it, and I won't explain further to those who don't. Hearing the streamer's words in the video, Lee Yuza found himself unexpectedly amused. Making money off this? Ever since these events unfolded, the most he'd earned from Douyin was a barrage of insults, and he'd nearly been sent packing by Su Yuntian's family. As for money? He hadn't seen a dime. But that incident with Su Yuntian? He was actually half right about that one. His system did give him advance warnings. So this streamer is just spouting pure nonsense, right? Enough. Looks like he's the one trying to grab attention. Lee Yuza murmured softly upon reading this. But this video sparked a heated debate. More and more netizens gathered here, and the video even made it into the top 10 trending topics. The comments section was a veritable melting pot of opinions. The streamer's right, I support him. I've been annoyed with that funeral home owner for ages. I always said, how could it be such a coincidence? I'm confused, does this mean I'm not normal? With Old Wang's situation, how come I couldn't tell he was about to die? I was at Su Yuntian's livestream. Didn't he say he had no issues? How could the funeral home owner know? They've never even met. Announcements? I never read them. Words? Just random nonsense. Turns out the streamer is the real clown. I think that owner was just trying to stir up a fuss. There's no such thing as that kind of coincidence in the world. Definitely attention seeking. Otherwise, the detectives would have arrested him long ago. It's all an act. The detectives know the score, that's why they let him off. People actually took this seriously? I thought everyone was just here for the entertainment. In the comments section, some believe Lee Yuza, while others didn't. In any case, the North City funeral home, whose heat had just started to cool down a bit, was now trending again because of this incident. Watching the heated debate in the comments, Lee Yuza felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Couldn't things just stay quiet? Why did they have to stir things up? Shaking his head, he decided to ignore these attention seekers and prepared to swipe to the next video. But the moment his hand touched the screen, the system suddenly chimed again. Ding! Suitable client detected. Name, Pan Yen. Occupation, expert. Death countdown, unknown. Cause of death, stabbed to death. Killed by a fed-up young man who couldn't stand his endless nonsense, unrealistic advice, and toxic motivational drivel online. 90% fatality rate. High precision target. Host, please monitor immediately. Ha! Lee Yuza froze, surprised the system prompt had reappeared. His hand, poised to swipe away, froze mid-motion. Chapter 27, I suggest you don't suggest. Inside the funeral home. Lee Yuza stared blankly at his phone, the system's prompt echoing in his mind. Being hacked to death with a knife, this was his first encounter with intentional homicide. After hearing the system's explanation, Lee Yuza felt a wave of confusion wash over him. His finger, poised to swipe the screen, froze mid-motion. But once he processed it, only shock remained. Who on earth was this guy's subordinate to be so ruthless? Was this fate? Had the system punished someone for insulting him online? Lee Yuza rubbed his chin, staring at the so-called expert on the screen as he pondered. Who would have thought that ranting online could actually get someone tracked down and beaten to death? While the fatality rate wasn't 100%, it was pretty close. With that thought, he clicked on the person's homepage again. What met his eyes was a long string of titles and honors. North City financial commentator, financial columnist. Economist, recipient of the 2030 Economics Third Prize. North City's top headline account. But as Lee Yuza stared at them, he couldn't help but wonder. Why did these titles and honors feel utterly unfamiliar to him? With lingering doubts, he clicked through more of this person's videos. Low-income households can rent out their unused properties. Who doesn't have 100,000 or so nowadays? As for those professional petitioners, I can say with certainty that if not 100%, then at least over 99% of them have mental issues, all suffering from paranoid psychosis. After some time, I suggest everyone consider selective retirement, and young people should be prepared to endure hardship. I advise young people seeking jobs to abandon high-paying or welfare-oriented positions. Don't shy away from hardship, and don't complain about low earnings. Your suggestions are excellent. I suggest you stop offering advice for now and save them for next time. Listening to the so-called expert continuing to offer advice in the video, Lee Yuza felt speechless. You so-called experts are all too comfortable in your offices, spouting theories on paper without a clue about the daily struggles of ordinary people. These so-called suggestions either stem from experts jumping to conclusions without grasping the essence of the matter, or from making sweeping definitions without conducting market research. Without investigation, there is no right to speak. We cannot cling to dogmatism by rigidly adhering to established rules. This is pure empty talk, so these so-called reasonable suggestions are actually futile efforts. After watching over a dozen videos, Lee Yuza finally understood. So they're just online experts, no wonder. No wonder those titles struck him as peculiar earlier. Indeed, the authenticity of these honorary titles remains questionable. As for the so-called self-media marketing accounts? Well, they're experts, the experts who supposedly understand young people best. Nothing more than attention-grabbing gimmicks. So you're the one who made all this up, you wise guy. Lee Yuza muttered to himself in frustration. Though he was still grumbling, his hands never stopped moving. He clicked back to the original video, where at the end, Pan Yen declared with utter arrogance, "That funeral director is nothing but a clown. If he's really that tough, he should just follow me and come kill me already. Stop all this flashy nonsense. I'm standing right here, let's see what he can do. Also, young people, don't get cocky or impatient. Don't follow this funeral director's example. Taking shortcuts like this is unacceptable. Young people should be hardworking and endure hardships." Watching the online expert still performing in the video, Lee Yuza merely smiled. Some so-called experts spout off their opinions without ever experiencing grassroots realities, misleading the public's thinking it was quite despicable. Shaking his head at the thought, he mused. This is interesting. Pan Yan's voice could still be heard intermittently from his phone, but Lee Yuza didn't bother to look at it. His death rate was a staggering 90%. He had no one to blame but himself. All this carnage was brought upon him by his reckless online ramblings. Another reckless warrior courting death. Look at you, man. If you just wanted to spout off a few random comments, that'd be one thing, no one would really care. But you? You post dozens of videos daily trying to motivate young people, mostly about things you've never done or even experienced yourself. Why don't you eat meat porridge? Alas. Lee Yuza sighed deeply, thinking once more. All this empty talk online, and worse, it actually influences some people. Isn't that just pure self-destruction? No wonder they get beaten to death. If you don't court death, you won't die, it's all self-inflicted. Even the system offered little explanation. It had simply marked Pan Yen as a high-value target. So, if he didn't hit that follow button now, it wouldn't just be a disservice to the system, it'd be a disservice to his own big mouth. With that thought, Lee Yuza shrugged. Then he picked up his phone and followed this so-called expert. After hitting follow, he didn't dwell on it further, continuing to scroll through videos to pass the night. Suddenly, another streamer popped up. And this streamer? A paranormal investigator. I suppose that gives us a tiny bit of a connection. Today, at the request of my fans, I'm challenging a forgotten ancient tower in the northern suburbs. Rumor has it that this ancient tower, neglected for years, now harbors spirits once sealed beneath its foundations. Some have dared to explore it, but after returning, they became completely different people. After a brief pause, movement could be heard in the video. As righteous young people of the new era, how could we possibly believe such nonsense? Today, I'll thoroughly search every nook and cranny of this ancient tower. Lee Yuza watched the video, seeing a tall young man holding up his phone, groping his way toward the ancient tower in the pitch-black darkness. These kinds of streamers essentially aim to debunk superstitions and the like. This sliver of connection meant the two were in opposing positions. One believed that whoever was pointed at would die, while the other insisted that such eerie phenomena simply didn't exist in this world. As for the content of these streamers' videos, it basically involves fans challenging them to explore eerie, unknown, deeply superstitious phenomena. For instance, they might be asked to climb mountains at midnight or explore abandoned mansions rumored to be haunted. Their goal is to debunk these supernatural phenomena, proving to viewers that such impossible entities do not exist in the real world. Their primary goal is to debunk and disparage superstition, persuading viewers to embrace science. Secondly, it's about cashing in on the hype. Whether viewers believe it or not, they're willing to watch for entertainment, which is why they keep tuning into these channels. Lee Yuza stared at his phone, watching a blogger's eerie video. Seems pretty interesting. In the late-night funeral parlor, Lee Yuza murmured to himself. At the same time, he thought of Pan Yen and shrugged helplessly. These days, there are still plenty of people courting disaster. These things? You can choose not to believe them, but you can't afford to disregard them. In his previous life, he probably wouldn't have believed in such things either. But now that he had actually traveled through time, there was nothing left he couldn't believe. As the video ended, Lee Yuza prepared to swipe the screen and watch the next one. But just then, the system's voice suddenly chimed in again. Lee Yuza stared wide-eyed, listening in disbelief as the system's voice continued to echo in his ears. Chapter 28, Cause of Death Suicide? North City at night. Inside the Yellowtone funeral parlor. Lee Yuza listened in disbelief as the system's announcement echoed once more. Ding! Suitable client detected. Damn, 2 alerts in one day? Lee Yuza froze for a moment. Could it be that the system was annoyed he hadn't found a single customer in days? After all, he'd only secured 1 client so far. Even Su Yuntian's deposit came only because his family wanted revenge against him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the system interrupted his train of thought once more. Name, Wu Yun. Occupation, paranormal streamer. Death countdown, unknown. Cause of death, suicide. Perpetually challenges paranormal events. Next challenge, sleeping in a graveyard at midnight. Mortality rate, 100% fatality. Extremely high-risk individual hosts must monitor immediately. Holy crap? After hearing the system's announcement, Lee Yuza was utterly stunned. He couldn't help but exclaim aloud. A 100% fatality rate, ultra-high precision client. Money to be made? Follow. Must follow. And leave a comment. From the very first time the system spoke, he had never heard it report a 100% fatality case. Who would have thought he'd encounter one now? What's wrong with this society? Why do so many people go out of their way to court death? Isn't living a good life much better? They just have to go looking for trouble. Sigh. Lee Yuza tapped the follow button. His words, whether venting frustration or resigned acceptance, hung in the air. A 100% fatality rate, guess that'll finally put our funeral home's full service package to use, huh? He immediately opened the comments section of the video and left a message. Blogger, I've gazed at the night sky, not a cloud in sight. But seeing the dark aura around your forehead startled me. I calculated with my fingers, you're headed for a major disaster soon. Deepest condolences. Heaven mourns. But. Lee Yuza abruptly changed tack and continued typing. Book now for our North City one-stop funeral services full funeral package and enjoy a 12% discount. Contact us immediately to place your order, no delays. He had intended to advise Wu Yun to stay home and avoid going anywhere, but then he recalled the system's stated mortality rate, 100%. This seemed like certain death. So whether he said anything or not, it made no difference. After finishing his sentence, he suddenly recalled the system's notification sound. Frowning, he propped his head up with one hand and leaned against the desk. This matter seems a bit suspicious? Lee Yuza pondered, murmuring softly to himself. Something doesn't add up. How could the cause of death be suicide? The system later indicated his next challenge would result in certain death. So how does this suicide fit into the picture? Lee Yuza scratched his head while staring intently at Wu Yun's footage on the screen. This guy seemed pretty honest, and he was a streamer who debunked paranormal hoaxes. He just didn't look like the type to suddenly kill himself. How could he have died by suicide? And wait, doesn't this 100% fatal challenge contradict suicide? Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Yun was packing up his things in his room. And he was the streamer Lee Yuza had just targeted. He had just accepted a challenge from a fan during his livestream. He was preparing to head out. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside his room. Turning around, he saw his little assistant from the livestream. Seeing the assistant rush in frantically, Wu Yun looked at him with confusion. Wu Yun, the funeral boss has his sights set on you. Wu Yun stared blankly at the assistant. Who was targeting him? And who was this funeral home owner? Once the assistant regained his composure, Wu Yun looked at him with genuine curiosity and asked. Who's the funeral home owner? What's the big deal about him targeting me? Wu Yun looked at his assistant in confusion. He'd been busy filming videos outside lately and hadn't had time to keep up with the recent explosive news. Therefore, he had no idea who Lee Yuza was, nor did he understand why someone would be watching him. Hearing Wu Yun's question, the young assistant hesitated. Seeing that he genuinely didn't know, he finally began to explain. That funeral home owner in North City, he's downright creepy. A while back, he followed someone, and that person died that very night. Just when everyone thought it was just a lucky guess. He followed another person, and that person died the very same day. The young assistant now looked at Wu Yun with a horrified expression, covering her mouth. Hearing the assistant's words, Wu Yun frowned. Could it really be that eerie? After a moment's thought, he still opened his phone to check. After unlocking his phone, he scrolled through videos about Lee Yuza. It was exactly as his assistant had described. Whoever you follow, they die. At the same time, he spotted his comment in the comments section. Deepest condolences. Heaven mourns. In an instant, Wu Yun's brow furrowed deeply. His entire expression grew increasingly grim. Has he got it out for me? No, I haven't provoked him at all. Woo Yun froze in shock. But then, he swiped through to another video that had also shot up the trending charts of fake busting expose. The video's uploader was none other than Pan Yen. Using every possible angle, front, back, side, he proved beyond doubt that this funeral parlor owner was nothing but a showman, a complete clown. Whoa. After watching the video, Woo Yun clicked on the comments section. Holy crap. This funeral home owner is nothing but a fraud, right? Seriously, people actually believe this? I told you it was all fake, but no one listened back then. Now that some big influencer speaks up, you suddenly buy it? Anyone who believes this is just as dumb as that funeral home owner. What he didn't expect was this. The comments section was filled with nothing but people cursing that funeral home owner. They didn't buy into any of that following someone will make them die nonsense. Seeing this, Woo Yun composed himself. His heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled a little. He turned to his assistant and said, "He's just a performer, a clown putting on a show to grab attention. What's there to fear?" After all, he specialized in paranormal challenges. He'd seen countless streamers and bloggers like this one putting on shows. They were all in the same line of work. Second, if he let this scare him, he might as well quit being a content creator altogether and just delete his account to avoid trouble. The thought that he'd actually been afraid of this stuff before watching the video. He felt a wave of shame wash over him. A clown putting on a show had actually scared him. But his assistant was different. Seeing Woo Yun's calm expression, she grew anxious. She looked at Woo Yun with concern and urged, "Why don't we pause this challenge for now? I still feel like this boss is a bit." She didn't finish her sentence. But anyone with eyes could hear what she meant. Why pause? I'm not scared of ghosts, why would I be scared of him? Woo Yun remained unconcerned. He handed his phone to his assistant, gesturing for her to watch the fake busting video. "So should we continue with this challenge?" Despite this, the assistant remained uneasy and cautiously asked Woo Yun. "Of course we continue. Why wouldn't we? If we don't continue, who's going to fill up my BMW? Who'll pay your salary?" Hearing the assistant's lingering hesitation, Woo Yun immediately shot back. Seeing that Woo Yun remained determined to take on the challenge, the assistant could do nothing but resign herself. She could only silently pray for Woo Yun's safety, otherwise, her own paycheck would truly be in jeopardy. Despite witnessing two unexpected incidents, the funeral director's warnings still felt distant to them. At this moment, the young assistant clung to a sliver of hope that nothing would go wrong. "If he really manages to kill me, I'll be his slave for the rest of my life." At this point, Woo Yun seemed embarrassed by how easily he'd been intimidated moments ago. He then instructed his assistant again. "Alright, go contact this funeral director. Book a full-service funeral package. I'll see if he can actually kill me." Chapter 29, Brothers, were sleeping in the graveyard tonight. At that moment. Late night, North City. Inside the funeral home. Lee Yuza kept scrolling through videos. Suddenly, a mutual follow notification popped up. It was the paranormal streamer he had just followed. He sent a private message. "Hello, may I request a full-service package?" Lee Yuza froze upon reading this. He hadn't expected the streamer to be so direct. Conversation. He actually went ahead and booked it. I never imagined a deal could be this easy to close. With that thought, Lee Yuza wasted no time. A deal that practically walked through the door couldn't be passed up. He quickly replied. "Sure, what kind of booking are you looking for?" This was his first real order. Su Yuntian's had been nothing but a dirty trick to lure him out and finish him off. He promptly replied, instructing the other party to send a deposit up front before he could provide the full service. The other party seemed to be monitoring Lee Yuza's every move. Upon seeing the reply, they promptly transferred the deposit. Lee Yuza grew even more puzzled. Didn't they even ask any questions? Watching the money transfer into his account, he thought to himself, "Is this business really this easy?" But after receiving the deposit, Lee Yuza didn't reply further. He just sighed silently. "Well, I'll have to make sure this person goes out with a bang." There was no way around it. That 100% fatality rate left him completely at a loss. Meanwhile, on the other side, in an apartment in downtown Beicheng, he took the money. The young assistant looked at the person standing before him with deep concern. Woo Yun nodded in response. "Fine. I'll see for myself what's so sinister about this funeral director. Does he think he can take me down?" Seeming to notice the assistant's lingering worry, Woo Yun explained further. "Those earlier stunts were just his cheap tricks to grab attention. I'm not some actor he hired. Why would I be afraid of him?" Hearing his words, the assistant felt slightly reassured. She nodded and turned her gaze forward. A tall young man appeared inside the apartment. He looked somewhat earnest and unassuming, but who could have imagined that the things he did were beyond the reach of ordinary people, things they wouldn't even dare to think about. After finishing his explanation, Woo Yun suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned back to the young assistant and said, "Wait a minute. I need to post a video calling out that funeral director. This seems like a big opportunity. Perfect timing to cash in, and it fits my niche perfectly. Talk about divine intervention." As a streamer dedicated to debunking superstitions and exposing paranormal fraud? Wasn't Wu Yun's mission to debunk precisely these kinds of charlatans who peddle supernatural nonsense? Now, he stood to gain both fame and fortune. First, he could rake in views and make a quick buck. Second, he could ride the coattails of this funeral director who'd been dominating the trending charts for ages to climb the ranks, greatly boosting his own reputation. What era are we living in, still believing in feudal superstitions? Science is what deserves our trust. Wu Yun sneered disdainfully, then prepared to deliver a scathing mockery of the funeral director. So, with his assistant's help, he recorded several videos, directly mocking the funeral director by name. The process didn't take long, roughly half an hour later. The videos were recorded and edited. Wu Yun logged into his Douyin account and posted the freshly made video online. He also tagged the account Yilotong Funeral Services. The video's content was utterly brazen. Heard you're pretty sinister whomever you pointed dies, right? I'm not like those actors you hired before, buddy. Tonight, I'm going live streaming while sleeping in a graveyard. I've already booked your so-called one-stop service. At this point, Wu Yun paused briefly before flashing a grin at the camera. Can't wait for you to come collect my body. Wish me luck. The video ended there. Immediately afterward, Wu Yun's account went live. He was preparing to head to the cemetery. With his existing million-strong fan base and the recent video release, within mere minutes, the situation escalated to an absurdly exaggerated level. Moreover, Wu Yun specifically called out the funeral home owner, causing the buzz to explode instantly. Before long, a flood of clueless netizens swarmed into Wu Yun's livestream. Holy crap! One word, brave. Doesn't the streamer fear being taken away by the funeral home owner? That funeral director is a clown. Didn't you hear the other experts say he just hires actors to pull off these supernatural stunts for attention? I kinda feel like that online expert is a clown too, but he and the funeral director are pretty evenly matched. Trust the streamer, he's taking on these charlatans. Brothers, believe in science. There's no such thing as weird stuff. Wu Yun noticed the viewers' discussions in the livestream chat. Perfect. Everything was unfolding exactly as he'd planned. With that thought, Wu Yun addressed the viewers in the livestream once more. Guys, just wait and see, tonight I'm going to bust this guy's lies. The silly netizens in the livestream chat chimed in agreement. Just as he was about to move forward, Wu Yun's eyes darted to the side, seemingly catching sight of a familiar figure. He looked closer. North City expert Pan Yan has entered the livestream. Upon finally spotting the newcomer, Wu Yun raised an eyebrow. Wait, wasn't that the same expert we just saw? His lips immediately stretched into a grin as he exclaimed to the viewers in the live stream room. Look, the expert is here today too. Today, we're going to expose the owner of this cattle and horse funeral shop. Inside the live stream, the silly netizens also spotted the latter and started discussing among themselves. An expert? I told you that funeral shop owner is just a clown trying to get attention. Support the expose. Can't stand these people exploiting lives for clicks. As Pan Yan entered the stream, the calls for debunking grew even more intense. Chapter 30, Bottom Line Trust Science. The night in North City was anything but peaceful. In a downtown apartment, Pan Yan sat on the sofa, a broad smile on his face. He chuckled heartily while staring intently at the screen, seemingly unwilling to miss a single notification that might vanish. Ha ha ha, another 10,000 followers gained. His laughter echoed distinctly through the nighttime apartment. Watching the relentless climb in follower count, Pan Yan's joy was beyond words. Though his account drew constant criticism, with private messages flooding in even at midnight. But Pan Yan didn't care. All he cared about was traffic. As long as the views were high enough, the money would flow in. So what if these people criticize him? Who cares? What harm is there in bearing a little criticism? What's wrong with being a beast of burden? Who would ever quarrel with money? Those who resent money are the beasts of burden. Pan Yan thought this, feeling quite pleased with his own foresight. While the entire internet still trembled at the funeral home owner's curse, he had already discovered a path to profit. It was all thanks to the traffic Li Yuza brought. And it was precisely because Pan Yan rode this wave of traffic that he attracted so many people, his follower count rising like a ship on a rising tide. Hitching a ride on this traffic, riding the wave. Ha 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 ha. I can't even imagine. Pan Yan crossed his legs, his brow relaxed, eyes fixed on his phone screen. Recalling how the money he'd earned these past 2 days equaled several months' worth of previous income, it felt like a dream. But this was real, it had truly happened to him. He felt like a better life was already beckoning. Just as he was about to check how many more followers he'd gained. At that very moment, Pan Yan suddenly noticed an unexpected visitor had appeared in his follower list. Ha! Pan Yan suddenly realized that the funeral home owner had actually followed him. He dares to follow me. He must be eager to see how I expose his fraud, right? Pan Yan sneered in utter contempt. What's this death follow? It's nothing but fake hype to ride the trend. Just like me, trying to grab attention, right? As for the rumors circulating online, Pan Yan paid them no mind. As a materialist, he had no faith whatsoever in things that never existed. He simply saw it as someone making a fuss just to grab attention. Making such a big deal out of it, what a clown! Pan Yan scoffed again. He seemed utterly indifferent at that moment, paying no heed to Li Yu's attention. Not only did he reject such so-called feudal superstitions, even if he did, nothing bad would happen to him. The two men ahead, those two so-called victims he'd supposedly cursed to death. One died in a car accident, the other from a sudden heart attack. Such things would never happen to him. I get regular checkups every month. My health is rock solid. Let's see if you, Mr. Funeral Director, can curse me to death? Oomph. Recalling those two actors, Pan Yan sneered with utter disdain. Besides, he rarely went out anyway, he could handle all his work from home. Even when he did go out, he never rode a bike, just walked. So how could anything happen to him? Accidents don't just happen that easily. All those rumors were just self-staged nonsense. Pan Yan didn't just think the funeral home owner was a piece of work, he also considered the gullible netizens who believed his nonsense to be complete idiots. Shrugging his shoulders, he felt completely untroubled at that moment. Watching the video's views keep climbing, Pan Yan decided to capitalize on the momentum and record another clip. He pulled out his script, ready to fabricate some excuse to pin on the funeral home owner. But before he could finish recording, he noticed something else. It seemed the funeral home owner wasn't just following him. There was another person. Curious, he clicked on the profile of this other person who had also been followed. Watching the video that had just been posted and listening to what he said, Pan Yan finally understood. I'll be damned if he dares come collect my body. Unexpectedly, this person was also someone who exposed the fraudulent practices of this funeral director just like himself. A kindred spirit. I never imagined I'd find a companion on this path. Pan Yan was somewhat surprised. He then immediately opened the live stream. North City expert Pan Yan has entered the live stream. The moment he entered, Wu Yun noticed him too. Look, the expert's here too. I told you guys earlier that funeral boss nonsense about who dies when someone points at them? It's all a self-staged superstitious charade. Brothers, believe in science. I'll work with expert Pan to expose that funeral boss's fraud. Rest assured. Hearing Wu Yun's words echoing his own stance, Pan Yan paused, then smiled. He also typed in the livestream chat. Indeed, that funeral parlor is just trying to attract attention. We must firmly oppose such unscrupulous behavior. I urge the new generation of youth to stay grounded and take things one step at a time. I suggest. Watching Pan Yan ramble on endlessly in the livestream, Wu Yun was growing impatient. Seeing Pan Yan still wanting to speak, he finally interrupted. Just one thing, don't be afraid. We must trust science. Chapter 31, leave the body out in the open for a few days before collecting it. A dark and windy night. Outside a remote cemetery in North City. Inside a room. As Pan Yan sent out those few words, the livestream's viewership skyrocketed. As the heat continued to rise, the livestream was quickly pushed to the homepage, drawing an ever-growing crowd of netizens flooding in. GG, hope the host doesn't cross paths with the funeral directors, it'll be brutal. Azu, back off. The place is swarming with funeral directors. Support the fight against scams. I've had it with that guy for ages. His place isn't far from mine, I'll pay him a visit soon and bring some special treats. You funeral home owner, come curse me to death right now. Looks like the funeral boss followed both of them? Could it be they both got taken down? In the livestream chat, more people sided with Wu Yun. After all, most hadn't actually witnessed how that funeral boss cursed people to death. Most were just hearsay. At that moment, Wu Yun watched the livestream chat with a broad smile. The viewer count had just hit 50,000 and was still climbing. He was confident tonight's broadcast would surpass 100,000 viewers. Compared to his previous streams with only a few thousand viewers, this one was 10 times larger, perhaps even more. Although the funeral director's popularity, which had been waning, had surged again because of this incident, it was of little consequence. Wu Yun never imagined exposing a funeral home owner could attract so much traffic. Smiling, he chatted with viewers in the chat, planning to spend the night in the cemetery. Yet, the graveyard in the dead of night was eerily silent and foreboding. Wild grasses rustled with a sha-sha sound as the chilling wind swept through. In the thick shadows, only Wu Yun remained, laughing alone inside the building. His laughter felt utterly out of place in this graveyard. At that moment, inside the funeral home. It's best not to go, if possible. I've already gone. Book the top-tier service. Li Yu had just hung up the phone, feeling dazed and at a loss. He couldn't even pinpoint his own emotions at that moment. Was it joy? Or sorrow? He sighed, recalling the call he'd just received. It was his young assistant calling, who immediately booked a full service package without any further ado. And it was the highest tier package, with the payment already transferred. Ah! Li Yu sighed deeply once more. After a moment of silence, he murmured to himself. Guess it's a good thing. The publicity is working. But I still couldn't talk this young man out of it. Even though the system had already flagged it as a 100% fatality rate, Lee Yuza still wanted to try and convince the streamer not to throw the game. But the other side remained stubbornly set on their course. Forget it. You can't reason with a fool. I tried to warn him out of kindness, but since he wouldn't listen, then I'll bury every last one of you. With that thought, Lee Yuza finally exhaled deeply, putting an end to further contemplation. Instead, his thoughts turned to recruiting new players. With Su Yuntian's case added, he now had 2 more jobs lined up. As for why it was 2 jobs, it was because the streamer had been directly flagged by the system as having a 100% mortality rate. No further thought was needed. Su Yuntian's needs to be handled first. If I don't arrange it soon, it'll start stinking. Lee Yuza paced back and forth where he stood, pondering when to handle the aftermath. He also needed to start preparing for Wu Yun's side. Get everything ready in advance so that once he dies, he can be sent off immediately. Perfect. The main thing was that Wu Yun's mortality rate was still 100%. The system hadn't given any indication it would decrease, meaning he was getting deeper and deeper into trouble. After sorting through his thoughts, Lee Yuza shrugged. At that moment, he couldn't shake the feeling that these people had discovered something. Why were they all so eager to die? Could it be that the underworld actually existed? Could it really grant you reincarnation? How absurd. He quickly dismissed this wildly imaginative notion. Just then, his phone vibrated with a new message. Wu Yun is live streaming, challenging a night's sleep in a graveyard. Exposing the fraudulent funeral boss. At Yilotong Funeral Services. Big pot, come out now. At Yilotong, come out and die. His eyebrow arched in confusion. It took a moment for Lee Yuza to finally piece it together. Damn it, so this Nyoma guy came here to mess with me? I actually thought they trusted me enough to buy a coffin from me. Who knew they were just trying to expose me as a fraud? Realizing the truth, Lee Yuza froze, his eyebrows shooting back before he erupted into a torrent of curses. Damn it! I treated you like a god, and you treat me like a loser? And I actually thought you were a customer? This is what I get. You're stealing my traffic. When you die, I'll leave your corpse exposed in the wilderness for days before collecting it. After cursing for a while, Lee Yuza finally managed to control his emotions. After a moment's pause, he unlocked his phone and prepared to check the livestream. After all, if he didn't look now, it would be too late. His final glimpse before death. Outside the livestream room. Seeing Wu Yun sitting on the grave at that moment, Lee Yuza felt a sense of eeriness. It felt like something bad was bound to happen in a scene like this. It would be a shame if it didn't. Why do young people these days love courting death so much? Isn't life good enough? He murmured softly before opening the livestream and entering. Yilotong Funeral Services. Entering the livestream. Upon entering, he saw over 100,000 viewers online, with likes breaking the million mark. Wow, this popularity is pretty intense, huh? Lee Yuza muttered a couple of complaints under his breath. But with so many viewers and his own account lacking any special privileges, only a handful noticed him. Most eyes remained fixed on Wu Yun, waiting to see his next move. Just then, the live stream's view shifted. The scene was no longer inside a room, but had shifted to a desolate wilderness. The surroundings were cold and desolate, utterly devoid of life. Only the moon hung overhead. A sliver of moonlight streamed down from the sky, illuminating a small hill. The hill stood solitary, with sparse vegetation covering its surface. Through the moonlight, one could make out the tangled weeds scattered around. An old tree, yet to sprout new buds, stood alone atop the hill. Scattered among the weeds were several small mounds. What they were remained unknown. Wu Yun held his phone and continued walking forward. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through under the bright moonlight. The weeds rustled wildly, and those small mounds came into view. Graves. This was a graveyard. Eerie and terrifying. A dark and windy night. Watching Wu Yun on the screen, who had already entered the graveyard, Lee Yuza raised an eyebrow, a strong premonition stirring within him. Something felt off about this graveyard. Wu Yun might encounter danger. Chapter 32, Host Zinfly. If something happens, Mom won't be there. A pitch-black night. Quiet and gloomy, the wind howled coldly outside. Gnarled trees in the shadows emitted chilling laughter. Deep within the jungle, rustling sounds echoed. The forest, shrouded in darkness, sent shivers down one's spine. A gust of wind swept through the weeds, leaving only the faint outlines of tombstones visible. Wu Yun stood alone at the edge of the darkness, his pupils seeming to contract slightly. Find a good spot. Hey, that grave over there looks perfect. How about we sleep there tonight? At that moment, Wu Yun was chatting with his viewers in the livestream chat. Completely unaware that Lee Yuza had already entered the livestream. At Yilotong. I've tagged you, streamer. The funeral director's here. Despite the large crowd in the livestream room, some viewers spotted Lee Yuza's presence. Word spread like wildfire. Wu Yun finally spotted the uninvited guest in the stream. Seeing the familiar ID, he froze for a moment, then felt a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the funeral director to actually show up in his stream. Perfect timing exposing this fraud in front of tens of thousands of viewers. After composing himself slightly, he smiled and spoke up. So, you're the funeral home owner, right? Forget about those actors you hired to play along with you. I'm not one of them. Drop those unnecessary thoughts. After a brief pause, Wu Yun exclaimed with delight. Like I said before, I'm not afraid of ghosts. Why would I be scared of some clown who puts on a show? Stop trying to impress people here. With that, he pointed the camera toward the graveyard. A faint white mist began to rise around the eerie graveyard, carrying an inexplicable aura of dread through the air. Chilling gusts swept through, whipping up dead leaves, twigs, and scraps of paper from the ground. They swirled through the air alongside swirling dust, blurring the vision and stirring waves of despair and helplessness. Inside the live stream, Pan Yen noticed the newcomer too, his brow furrowing in obvious surprise. He seemed surprised that this person dared to show up in the live stream room. Wasn't he afraid of being criticized? He typed in the chat again. Young man, what else could you possibly be doing that's worse than this kind of dirty business? Earlier, he had glanced at Li Yu's profile page and noticed the age listed as in his 20s. Pan Yen had assumed such work was typically done by elderly men. But this one was so young. Putting it all together, Pan Yen seemed to understand. Funeral homes as a side business, hype as the main focus. This person just wants to scam traffic. Damn it. Pan Yen fumed at home. This guy is even better at pretending than I am. He immediately typed in the livestream chat. Friends in the livestream, trust science. These nonsensical, irrational cult practices simply cannot happen. Avoid superstitious beliefs. Look, he's following me too, and so far, nothing's happened to me, right? Soon, Pan Yen unleashed a lengthy tirade, simultaneously disparaging Li Yuza while self-righteously lecturing the livestream audience. Li Yuza ignored the so-called expert's rant, watching Wu Yun walk further away. Still feeling reluctant, he continued to urge him. You should still be careful, streamer. Even if you don't believe it, it never hurts to be cautious. Meanwhile, the chat room exploded with excitement. With so much drama unfolding tonight, they flooded the chat with responses. Here it comes, the funeral director's death warning. Feels like every time the funeral boss kindly warns someone, that person bites the dust soon after. Could it be? The comments streamed in, but few truly heeded Li Yuza's warning. At that moment, Pan Yen stepped forward again. First, he disparaged Li Yuza, then turned to encourage Wu Yun. Support Wu Yun in exposing fakes. We play for authenticity, we fight against counterfeits. Practice makes perfect, right? Let's see this guy's true colors. What dirty tricks does this boss have up his sleeve? Does he think he can just come here and kill Wu Yun? Wu Yun chimed in repeatedly. Expert Pan is spot on. I refuse to believe he can actually curse someone to death. Impossible. Watch me conquer this graveyard tonight. Hearing the voices blaring from his phone and watching the two of them cheer each other on, Li Yuza let out a long, helpless sigh. Wu Yun won't get stabbed to death. But you, Pan Yen, have a very high chance of actually getting hacked to death. The two were walking further and further down the path of self-destruction. And his warnings were falling on deaf ears. It felt like he was being treated like a clown. With that thought, he stopped typing his warnings. Fine then, you two just wait for me to come collect your bodies. Seeing Li Yuza stop typing, Wu Yun jumped in again, sneering. I've already booked your full service package. What more do you want? I'm adding more, can you just shut up? The silly netizens in the livestream chat, hearing Wu Yun's fearless words, chimed in with comments of their own. The streamer's so brave. I wouldn't dare take that graveyard challenge anyway. I kinda feel like this might actually expose the scam. Were those two guys just acting with funeral brother? NB666, give your bro some follows and gifts. Seeing the flood of comments echoing his own thoughts, Wu Yun felt his ego swell even more, completely ignoring Li Yuza's warnings. Alright, funeral director Joker, what else do you have to say? Even if I had something to say. Forget it. Just watch tonight and see if I'm real or not, that'll settle it. What's the point of all this talk about following or not? It's all nonsense. At this moment, even if there really were ghosts here, Wu Yun didn't want to go back. He'd finally broken 100,000 live viewers, he was going to milk this for all it was worth. Seeing no response from Li Yuza, Wu Yun ignored him and turned the camera on himself, beginning to introduce today's livestream content. Guys, you probably already know what we're challenging ourselves to do tonight. That's right, sleeping in a graveyard overnight. Hearing Wu Yun's words, the viewers in the livestream chat were taken aback. Huh? You're actually sleeping in a graveyard? I thought staying here for half an hour would be enough. You're something else, man. Sleeping in a graveyard? This graveyard looks kinda creepy, but with hundreds of thousands of us watching, what could possibly go wrong? Streamer, go ahead and take a leap of faith, no one's holding your hand if something happens. Get that guy out of here. Seeing the comments drifting further off topic, Wu Yun quickly steered the conversation back. As for this graveyard? He wasn't scared at all. Absolutely. Whatever challenge you guys suggest, I'm all in. Chapter 33, what the hell? Baby cries in the damn wilderness? Inside the graveyard. Wu Yun had now reached the center of the cemetery. The cemetery sat atop a small hill. Weeds grew thickly around it, with several withered trees standing tall along the perimeter. The once still, water-like silence of the graveyard shattered by Wu Yun's intrusion. It seemed as though no one had visited in years, and Wu Yun was the first to set foot in this cemetery once more. Night had fallen, and a chilling wind howled coldly, occasionally accompanied by the rustling of leaves. The sound of his footsteps crunching on branches was eerily distinct in the stillness. But Wu Yun paid no heed to any of this, nor did the viewers in his livestream. At that moment, Wu Yun was searching for a suitable spot to lie down for the night. Though spring had arrived, a chill still lingered in the night air. After circling around a few times, he finally found a small clearing just the right size for him to lie down. Surrounding this clearing stood several gravestones. Seemingly untended for years, some of the headstones were even cracked and broken. Dry branches and fallen leaves littered the ground haphazardly. In the distance, the chirping of birds echoed faintly, as if startled by the disturbance. His gaze shifted. He saw the graves lined up in a row, with the clearing positioned right in the middle. But Wu Yun didn't dwell on it, or perhaps he simply didn't notice the unusual sounds. He casually propped his phone nearby and placed his personal belongings on a nearby tombstone. He aimed the phone at himself, live streaming as he cleared the space and prepared a sleeping area. Inside the livestream, most viewers had never heard of Wu Yun before this moment, drawn in primarily by the buzz. They were unaware he'd undertaken similar challenges before. Holy, this place is giving me the creeps. Those things beside it, if I'm not mistaken, they're graves, right? No way, dude, you're actually doing this? Maybe we should bail, bro. No joke, this is seriously creepy. Seeing Wu Yun still packing his things, most viewers in the livestream were utterly shocked. They hadn't expected the streamer to be this genuine. On screen, Wu Yun was packing up to go to sleep, oblivious to the viewers' comments. Pan Yan, however, saw the viewers' anxious reactions and typed a message. Everyone, don't panic. There are no ghosts or monsters in this world, it's all just superstition. Nothing bad will happen. If anything does, just come find me. Though most viewers in the livestream didn't believe in such superstitions, some remained concerned and sent comments like, "Better be careful. Out here in the deep mountains and wilderness, even if it's not ghosts, what if you run into wild beasts? That'd be trouble. This place feels like the perfect hideout for a murderer. Be careful, streamer. I don't want to miss your next broadcast. Better be careful. It won't hurt." More and more viewers in the livestream began urging Wu Yun to prioritize caution. By then, he had finished organizing his things and spread out a blanket on the empty patch of ground. He then turned back, picked up his phone, and lay down on the blanket, chatting with his online friends. Relax, it's totally fine. Haven't you noticed how long I've been here since I walked in? Nothing's happened to me yet, right? Honestly, you guys are way too superstitious. There's no such thing as all that nonsense. Just as Wu Yun was about to continue speaking, suddenly, Li Yuza sent another comment. I suggest you move somewhere else. Don't lie here. Someone's sleeping here. Seeing Li Yuza's words, Wu Yun froze, turning to look around. All he saw was a sea of darkness. Aside from a few leaves stirred by the wind and drifting down, only the graves remained standing. He shone his flashlight around but found no sign of anyone present. His expression darkened instantly. Find another spot? Someone sleeping here? He scanned the area thoroughly, but there was no sign of the person he mentioned. Only those small mounds remained. Damn it, was he even talking about a person? Could it be a ghost? Not only did he not believe in such nonsense, but if ghosts really existed, he'd have died countless times already doing these dares. How could ghosts possibly exist? And here we are, and this funeral home owner is still trying to scare me. What the hell? Wu Yun's face darkened as he hurled curses at Li Yuza through the phone. Damn it! If you can't see straight, shut the hell up. What the hell are you doing, a funeral home owner, trying to scare people in the middle of the night? One more word and I'll kick you out. Watching the livestream at home, Li Yuza shrugged and continued typing. I never said what it was here. Seeing that Li Yuza dared to keep typing, Wu Yun's face darkened even further. He then proceeded to block him outright. What kind of clown are you? Coming out in the middle of the night just to disgust me? You wouldn't say anything earlier, and now that I've sorted things out, you come back to play ghost tricks? Pure nonsense. Blocking him didn't seem to satisfy his rage. Wu Yun now bellowed curses at Li Yuza in the live chat. Pan Yan followed suit, joining the verbal assault by typing in the chat. I told you this guy was a clown. Can't believe you just blocked him now. Trust science, there's nothing supernatural about this. Ignore the clown boss. Also, did this funeral boss go dumb from selling too many wreaths? His brain must be fried. The two traded barbs about Li Yuza. But then, at that very moment, tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream suddenly sensed something amiss. Though not present at the scene, that eerie feeling seemed to pierce through the screen and settle upon them. Wah, wah. The viewers in the livestream suddenly began to faintly hear some eerie sounds drifting in. Though faint, it seemed everyone heard it. The live stream room, filled with tens of thousands of people, fell into an eerie silence that stretched on for a long time. Did you guys hear that sound? Finally, someone broke the silence. Holy crap, is my house haunted? Why did I hear that weird sound? Did you guys hear it too, like a child crying? Yeah, I think so too. It sounds like it's coming from the graveyard. There really seems to be something unclean over there. Streamer in danger. The live chat exploded with even more comments, though Pan Yen was still typing to reassure viewers it was just the wind. But at this very moment, the netizens simply refused to believe it. Whose wind sounds like a baby crying? Staring at the hundreds of comments flooding in per second, Wu Yun froze in shock, then fear crept in. He forced himself to sound calm, though his voice trembled slightly. Wait, that coffin seller is just talking nonsense. Don't get carried away or stir things up. What babies cry? I don't hear anything. Before he could finish, a chilling wind swept over him. His hair stood on end. Instantly, cold sweat drenched his entire body. Wu Yun trembled violently. It seemed something was truly approaching. Chapter 34, Call the police immediately. Something's wrong. The biting wind howled. At that moment. The graveyard in the dead of night. Wu Yun couldn't believe it really sounded like an infant's cry. Summoning his courage, he looked up again and scanned his surroundings, only to find that it was merely the withered leaves left on the dead trees being whipped up by the wind. It was just a cold gust stirring the leaves. He felt a mix of disdain and embarrassment. A gust of wind and that remark from the owner of the cattle and horse funeral home had managed to scare him for the second time. He glanced around once more. Apart from the persistent, chilly wind, he still detected nothing unusual. What he failed to notice, however, was that this wind seemed strangely peculiar. He then vented to his live stream audience. It's just a gust of wind, look how scared you all got. Seeing this, the viewers realized it was likely just the sound of the wind and chimed in agreement. The streamer is so brave, truly a pro. Streamer 666. Seeing netizens constantly praising him, Wu Yun's vanity was greatly satisfied. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt an eerie chill, not like the cold wind, but bone-chillingly cold. At that moment, a violent wind erupted, sweeping countless fallen leaves toward him. In the distance, a faint, flickering light danced on and off. Wu Yun clutched his phone tightly in one hand while the other dug deep into the carpet, his knuckles turning white as veins bulged. Nearby, skeletal, decaying trees stood like decapitated corpses, their broken branches pointing skyward in silent accusation. And now, the sound of a baby's wail echoed from all around, growing louder and closer with each passing moment. Wu Yun's nerves were on edge, his hair standing on end, his entire body trembling as if electrified. Suddenly, as if commanded, these things all hurled themselves at him. Holy? Watching the falling leaves draw ever closer, Wu Yun finally couldn't hold back a startled cry. A shriek escaped his lips, followed by cold sweat dripping down his face. He collapsed, pale and utterly drained of strength. It felt like being blown over by the wind, or attacked by some invisible force, as if someone was pulling him down. Someone. No, a ghost. A ghost is grabbing me. Save me, guys, save. But before he could finish, Wu Yun crashed to the ground. At that moment, tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream heard Wu Yun's terrified shouts and witnessed the scene unfolding before them, erupting into chaos. Holy, holy. The streamer's in danger. There really is a ghost here, run. Run, streamer. Don't just stand there. Holy, holy, a ghost is here. So scary, help me. Run now or it'll be too late. Not only was Wu Yun stunned by the scene before him, but countless viewers in the livestream were equally speechless with shock. After the leaves were swept away by the wind, the scene fell into an eerie silence. An eerie silence. Wu Yun looked up and found everything seemed to have settled back into stillness. Seeing the surroundings grow quiet, he climbed to his feet and sat back down, trying to steady his now pounding heart. Then, he picked up his phone, now slightly dented from his tight grip, and saw the comments flooding in from viewers. Streamer, seriously, don't continue this challenge. Get out of there now. This place is creepy. Wu Yun, come back now. This comment was sent by his assistant. Despite this, Wu Yun refused to give up. He convinced himself he'd been overly sensitive, it was probably just the wind rustling things. He took a deep breath, about to speak up and explain, but before he could utter a word, the howling wind suddenly swept in once more. Even more violent than the last. Countless fallen leaves pelted him once more, and amidst them, it felt as though an invisible hand was gently caressing his face. Wu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he leaped to his feet. Holy ghosts! I'm outta here. Wu Yun, who moments ago had dismissed his fears as overthinking, now wished he had extra legs to flee this eerie place as fast as possible. At that very moment, the nearby withered trees began to wail mournfully, while the sound of a baby's cry echoed simultaneously within his mind. By now, Wu Yun could no longer distinguish reality from illusion. What the hell is this thing? If the earlier sounds were merely wind, then he had no idea what was happening now. Something was seriously wrong here. His breathing grew ragged, his face drained of color, and his heart pounded like a pendulum swinging wildly within his chest. It felt as though he was the only one in this world, yet he wasn't alone. It felt like some strange presence was truly here. Don't come any closer. Suddenly, something appeared behind him, accompanied by faint, almost imperceptible breaths brushing against his ear. Countless fallen leaves swirled through the air, once again sweeping toward Wu Yun in the dead of night at the graveyard. Holy! Just as he tried to dodge, a sudden wave of warmth washed over him from behind, accompanied by an eerie sensation on his back. Wu Yun's blood froze in his veins. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. His mental defenses shattered instantly, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling violently. Help me! Ghosts! At that moment, only this thought remained in his mind. In this terrifying environment, he had no room for anything else. He dragged his lifeless body to his feet, only to nearly faint again as his vision blurred. Then, the Undertaker's words finally came back to him. Someone sleeps here. I suggest you find another place. Wu Yun finally lost his nerve. There really was something sinister here. Fighting off the urge to faint again, he abandoned his belongings and crawled away from the place, trembling violently. Though utterly drained, the threat of death spurred him into a stumbling, frantic run. In his panic, the phone he'd been holding slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. As the camera went dark, the live stream cut off. Only intermittent, chaotic sounds continued to transmit. Soon, the sounds ceased entirely. The live stream ended. The tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream room heard only one final scream from the other end of the phone. It seemed Wu Yun had encountered something else. The streamer's in trouble? What's going on? Why did the stream cut out? Where is this? Call the police immediately and check it out. Midnight. An apartment in the city of Beicheng. Pan Yan was also watching the livestream and heard that final scream. His previously smiling expression froze on his face, his complexion turning slightly pale. He sat frozen on the sofa, utterly motionless. He had thought tonight would be the two of them teaming up to expose the fraudulent funeral home owner, but who could have imagined? It seemed something truly terrible had happened. After a long moment, he finally managed to utter a trembling sentence. There's a ghost? What the hell was going on? Has something really happened to Wu Yun? And now I'm being watched too. That means. Chapter 35, My closet moved, I quit. Late at night. A cemetery on the northern outskirts of the city. With Wu Yun's scream, the feed cut out, and the live stream fell silent. But the viewers across the nation watching the live stream couldn't stay quiet. Hundreds of thousands of viewers had witnessed this scene. What happened? A supernatural event had occurred. No one in the live stream could remain calm. Tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful. Holy, my cabinet moved. I'm outta here. There really is a ghost. I heard noises, everyone in the live stream heard it. Wu Yun still hasn't come back, and there's not even a single message. Something terrible happened. Did you see that cold wind? So terrifying. Looks like Wu Yun's in big trouble. Did you hear his last shout? Like he hit something. The internet erupted with speculation. Despite the late hour, many remained awake. More and more people were taking notice of this incident. Even the late-night cemetery livestream shot up the trending topics. But then, another trending topic surged to the top. It was about the funeral home owner. You must have noticed what that funeral home owner said, right? He warned Wu Yun that people were sleeping here and told him to leave immediately. We even mocked him back then. Who was he talking about? Now it seems, it wasn't a person. It seems like every time the funeral home owner gives a well-meaning warning, the person ignores it, and then something bad happens soon after. Heed advice and you'll be well fed. For a moment, the story took on an even more chilling tone. Wu Yun was originally a streamer dedicated to debunking superstitions, and the matters he dealt with often had a touch of the supernatural. But none of his previous challenges had ever resulted in anything unusual. Unexpectedly, this time he went to take on the challenge and never returned. During Wu Yun's livestream, the funeral director was present in his chat room the entire time. He disappeared later because Wu Yun kicked him out. Some netizens pointed out what they believed was the key detail of the night. In fact, Li Yuza had warned him multiple times until Wu Yun impatiently kicked him out. Could there be a connection here? This thought crossed the minds of many netizens. Could it be that the funeral home owner truly is the messenger of death? Whoever he points at dies? Now, Wu Yun was the third one. Some time had passed, yet there was still no word from Wu Yun. Even his studio and his assistant have issued a notice. Wu Yun is missing. The police have been notified. After all, this happened in front of hundreds of thousands of people. This was serious business. There's no way to spin this. We can only state the facts as they are. If this were just about him, it might be different. We could explain it away as an accidental fall, and perhaps he'd return the next day. But a strange person has appeared. The funeral home owner got involved. It was precisely his involvement that made the whole affair even more baffling. Recalling how just recently, two unlucky souls ignored the funeral director's warnings and met with trouble the very same day they paid their respects. Now, Wu Yun seems to have met with misfortune the very day he followed suit. If there's no story behind this, even ghosts wouldn't believe it. At this very moment, following the announcement released by Wu Yun's assistant, online viewers were buzzing with speculation. That funeral boss seems to have some real insight. This has happened multiple times, it can't just be luck, right? He warned Wu Yun, but Wu Yun didn't listen. Honestly, if it were me, I probably wouldn't have listened either. This seems to be the third person the funeral director has warned about who ended up in trouble. The old woman and Pan Yan haven't had any incidents yet. Does that mean something will happen to them next? He seems to have booked the funeral director for a full funeral package. Wonder if they can even find the body now. More people joined the discussion, and countless social media platforms were buzzing with talk about this incident. Look closely, this man before us is Xiao Sang, owner of a funeral home. A netizen claims that during a live-streamed expose challenge, a paranormal streamer was warned by a funeral director. The blogger ignored the warning and later went missing. What are your thoughts on this? Yeah, I was there. But I never expected Wu Yun to meet with an accident. Various video accounts, each with their own signature BGM, quickly amplified the video's popularity to a whole new level. And this late-night cemetery livestream shot straight to the top of the trending charts. It wasn't just the inherent supernatural elements, but also Li Yu's involvement. Meanwhile, on the other side, North City Police Station. Lu Zixuan had just stepped out of the interrogation room. She massaged her temples, stretched her arms wide to ease her body, and murmured to herself, "This bunch is such a hassle. But how did Li Yuza know these people would do such things? It's baffling. Could he really have the ability to foresee the future?" She had just finished interrogating Su Li and the others and was feeling utterly exhausted. Just then, the vibration of her phone interrupted Lu Zixuan's muttering. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the persistently vibrating phone. Puzzled, she unlocked the screen. News alerts pushed 2 breaking stories. Both had occurred today. And these 2 news stories. One was about Li Yuza. The other was also about Li Yuza. Lu Zixuan stood frozen in place. First came confusion, then a startled exclamation. Damn it, what the hell did Li Yuza do now? She'd only left him for a moment, and he'd already caused another major incident? Even as a public servant, she couldn't help but let loose with a string of expletives. She finally calmed herself down. Then, he clicked on the news, carefully watching to see what had actually happened. Outside the police station in the dead of night. The light from her phone illuminated Lu Zixuan's face, revealing her expression shifting constantly. Her mouth gaped wider and wider, her expression growing increasingly stunned and incredulous. What can I say? How the hell did he manage to bring out every ghost imaginable? After a long moment, she screamed in disbelief. At that moment, Lu Zixuan lost her composure. She immediately wanted to rush to Li Yuza's side. She had to find out what the hell was going on. Why, after leaving for just a moment, had such a nationwide sensation erupted? Exhaustion vanished instantly. She hurriedly gathered her things, determined to confront Li Yuza. But just as she was about to drive away, a detective emerged from the police station and called out to her. Sister Zixuan, the deputy chief wants to see you. In that instant, Lu Zixuan's footsteps halted, and her hand paused midway to open the car door. She turned to look at the detective behind her, a look of confusion on her face. Chapter 36, Unexplained Paranormal Events. Until midnight. The lights outside the police station flickered on and off. Lu Zixuan turned to look at the detective standing in the distance, her expression filled with confusion. She couldn't help but ask. Chief Zhao called for me? Receiving his affirmative response only deepened her confusion. Why summon her in the dead of night? Had something happened? Or did they know about it too? With that thought, Lu Zixuan picked up her phone and glanced at the trending topics again. The news story had surged even higher in popularity. Seeing this, she still felt conflicted. She hesitated, torn between going to see the deputy director or steel herself to continue pursuing Li Yuza. After a moment of indecision, she sighed. She opened the car door, stowed some items inside, and turned back toward the police station. At that moment, outside the chief's office. Bang bang bang. The knocking echoed through the hallway. After hearing a response from inside, Lu Zixuan pushed open the door and stepped inside, saying as she entered. So late, and you call me over to do? The office was brightly lit, with 2 people seated on the sofa. None other than Zhao Jiangwo and Lu Zhenhua. Before Lu Zixuan could finish her sentence, she hadn't expected her father to be inside too, and was somewhat surprised. She had assumed her father had only returned briefly before leaving again, but unexpectedly, he hadn't departed yet. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Zixuan continued to ask. What brings you calling me over so late? She then turned to her father and asked. Dad, didn't you go back to the provincial bureau for a meeting? Seeing Lu Zixuan's surprised expression, Zhao Jiangwo cut straight to the point. Something has happened recently, specifically, the matter of your father going to the provincial bureau for a meeting. Hearing Zhao Jiangwo's words, Lu Zixuan grew even more puzzled. She had assumed he was here to discuss Li Yuza's latest misdeed, but it turned out to be about her father instead. But even Zhao Jiangwo, the deputy director, hadn't been involved in this matter. How could a lowly detective like her possibly get involved? Zhao Jiangwo continued speaking. That kid Li Yuza has some secrets. He mentioned my health issues earlier, and when I got checked, everything he said turned out to be true. Lu Zixuan was even more astonished by Zhao Jiangwo's words, yet she listened intently as he continued. Your father's trip to the provincial bureau meeting might be connected to Li Yuza. Recently, there have been missing persons cases all over the country, mostly involving young people in their 20s and 30s. And after these people vanish, their parents and relatives disappear too. The only clues left behind are scattered bits and pieces it's impossible to investigate. A long silence fell over the room before Lu Genoa finally spoke up again. The provincial bureau suspects supernatural elements are involved. Yes, don't doubt it. Seeing Lu Zixuan about to speak, Lu Genoa quickly interjected. There truly are strange things in this world. And with Li Yuza, given the recent events, we suspect he might possess some kind of special ability. He might even be connected to these cases. After a pause, Lu Genoa turned to his daughter and asked. I heard from old Zhao that you've been spending quite a bit of time with him lately. What's your take on Li Yuza? Hearing her father direct the question at her, Lu Zixuan felt momentarily stunned. One bombshell after another was relentlessly shattering her worldview. What had she just heard? The news had come too fast, all at once. She couldn't process it all at once. Could this world truly harbor such bizarre entities? She couldn't accept it. Lu Zixuan stood frozen in place. Her brows furrowed as she continued to ponder. She needed time to process all this information. The two bureau chiefs didn't interrupt her. After all, such a sudden revelation was impossible for anyone to accept immediately. After a long while, Lu Zixuan, having regained her composure, looked up at the two men before her, her thoughts drifting to Li Yuza. She had foolishly believed he merely harbored some secrets. Little did she know he was actually. Though he was a bit of a jerk and acted recklessly without much thought. He shouldn't be capable of breaking the law, right? Moreover, based on her investigations over the past period, Lu Zixuan knew clearly that none of those people had been killed by Li Yuza. In fact, he had even warned them to be careful. So, he must be a good person? It didn't feel like it. Nevertheless, Lu Zixuan was utterly shocked. She never imagined her father's trip to the provincial bureau for a meeting would take on such supernatural overtones. At the same time, she thought of the elderly woman Li Yuza had been watching. That old woman, her son seemed to have gone missing. With that thought, Lu Zixuan immediately briefed the two on all the findings she had uncovered during her recent investigations. After receiving their nods of acknowledgement, she suddenly recalled the recent incident and continued her report. Also, something major just happened, it's already trending nationwide. Hearing her words, Lu Genoa and the other turned to look at her, waiting for her to continue. Li Yuza has started following another paranormal streamer named Wu Yun. This streamer specializes in confronting terrifying phenomena. Tonight, he's live streaming a challenge to spend the night in that long-abandoned cemetery on the northern outskirts. Then Li Yuza warned him to run, but he didn't listen. After that, something happened. Their expressions hardened. Something felt off the moment they heard Li Yuza had followed this streamer. Lu Zixuan continued. Something fishy is going on here. At those words, Zhao Jiangwo jumped to his feet, staring at Lu Zixuan in disbelief. He never imagined such bizarre events could unfold here. Ghosts had even appeared. He immediately began pacing back and forth, his brow furrowed. The incident had already spread nationwide, and as deputy chief of the North City Police Department, he had to take charge of handling it. Moreover, this incident was connected to Li Yuza. With that thought, Zhao Jiangwo immediately addressed Lu Zixuan. I've changed my mind. Cease your investigation into Li Yuza immediately. There are things about him you must not touch. I'll assign a senior detective to handle it. You don't need to concern yourself with this matter anymore. Hearing Zhao Jiangwo's words, Lu Zixuan responded with unwavering resolve. No way. I've been investigating this for so long, I'm not just going to drop it. Seeing Lu Zixuan defy him, Zhao Jiangwo froze momentarily before turning to Lu Genoa beside him. Lu Genoa spoke up. Zixuan, this case is dangerous. You shouldn't investigate it. Just listen to me. No way. I know exactly what kind of person Li Yuza is. I'm determined to get to the bottom of this. You. Seeing Lu Zixuan's unwavering resolve, Lu Genoa frowned, puzzled by her insistence on pursuing the investigation. Inside the office at that moment, a long silence fell. Fine. Finally, Lu Genoa spoke, breaking the silence. But you must be careful. Hearing her father finally concede, Lu Zixuan's furrowed brows finally relaxed. Immediately after, Lu Genoa assigned her a task. Regarding Wu Yun's case, take some people to investigate. Use this as your entry point. You must uncover Li Yuza's background. Yes, sir. Lu Zixuan saluted the two men with a raised hand, her tone resolute. She then stepped out of the office. Chapter 37, The Hidden Dragons and Phoenixes Return to the Mountain? Late at night. North City. An event occurred that sent shockwaves across the entire nation. Upon receiving her assignment, Lu Zixuan drove away. Only Lu and Zhao remained in the office. Watching Lu Zixuan rush off in a flurry while recalling her resolute tone moments before, both of them sighed deeply. This child. Meanwhile, on the other side. Unlike the online frenzy, the night in North City was eerily quiet. Inside the funeral home, darkness reigned. As the culprit behind this whole affair, Li Yuza was now fast asleep in bed. The night passed without incident. Li Yuza stretched dramatically, letting out a few ghostly howls. Opening his sleepy eyes, he casually scratched his messy hair and glanced out the window, still half asleep. It was already noon. Buzz buzz. Li Yuza turned his head and picked up the phone still vibrating on his pillow. Damn phone, ringing like crazy first thing in the morning. Still groggy from sleep, he muttered angrily at the device. He opened the phone. Holy crap! All traces of sleep vanished instantly as Li Yuza was stunned by the message before him. Holy crap, he's gone already? The news article was about Wu Yun. And the incident had already surpassed his own to become the top trending topic. Though it had overtaken him, this trending topic was still mostly about him. Is it the collapse of morality or the distortion of humanity? This funeral home owner is terrifying. Something's off, something's definitely wrong with this shop owner. Without lingering on the sensationalist posts from marketing accounts, Li Yuza clicked on the replay of the trending livestream and watched it with confidence. Sure enough, something had gone terribly wrong. Though he had warned Wu Yun long ago, it was too late now. The moment Wu Yun went missing last night, his assistant had immediately contacted detectives to assist in the search. Yet after searching all night, not even a trace of Wu Yun had been found. Seeing this, Li Yuza had a pretty good idea of what had happened. Wu Yun probably won't be coming back. He murmured to himself. He hadn't listened to warnings earlier, and now they couldn't even find his body. They'd have to use his photo as a substitute. Still, they could wait a few more days. Perhaps they might find some severed arm or other remains soon? With that thought, Li Yuza snapped back to reality. He thought Wu Yun could hold out for a few days. Little did he expect his luck to be so rotten he bit the dust almost the same day. What a joke, considering his name even had the character for luck in it. Now he had to hurry and collect the final payment. Though, it felt a bit inopportune. But surely this deal can be closed now? Muttering to himself, Li Yuza got out of bed. After all, it was going to be buried anyway. The deposit had already been paid. It definitely made more sense for them to stick with him. So, still lying in bed, he opened the contact for his assistant. He inquired about the matter. The message sent successfully, but she hadn't replied yet. Li Yuza didn't think much of it, assuming she was busy. He figured he might as well help arrange Wu Yun's funeral while he was at it. No video scrolling today. So far, he'd already secured 2 business deals. Still the same old story. Going it alone just won't cut it. The hiring process had been delayed for far too long and now needed to be restarted. Wanting to take this place forward, Li Yuza got up, packed his things, freshened up, and decided to head out to recruit new employees. At the same time, he realized that even though he needed to hire, he didn't have much spare cash to hire too many people. He'd just paid the landlord the rent he owed for the past few months, leaving him even poorer than before. Now he was down and out. Then it occurred to him, once he buried Su Yuntian and Wu Yun and received the final payment, he could live it up again for a while. Lost in these sweet fantasies of a brighter future, Li Yuza arrived at the funeral home's entrance. However, the moment he pushed open the door, 2 figures stood outside. Though he couldn't make out who they were, Li Yuza jumped in fright. He scrambled backward, grabbing whatever was within reach and pointing it toward the entrance. After all, he had already been targeted for murder by Su Li and his crew. Now, he had no idea what kind of trouble was knocking at his door. As the door swung open, a blinding ray of sunlight poured in, illuminating both the coffin shop and the 2 figures standing outside. Brotherly, we heard the coffin shop's business is booming again. We figured you couldn't handle it all alone, so we came back to lend a hand. Li Yuza was utterly baffled. Before hearing their voices, he feared they'd come to harm him. It was only then that Li Yuza stepped out from behind the counter and got a clear look at the visitors. There they stood, one tall, one short, one plump, one thin, rubbing their hands together with broad smiles as they looked at Li Yuza. Zhang Hao, Zhang Huai, what brings you back? Seeing this, he didn't know whether to feel helpless or speechless. These 2 were none other than the former employees of this funeral home. But with the coffin shop's business in the dumps, they couldn't afford to pay wages, so the pair had bolted overnight. Still, these 2 were quite the characters. Neither had even finished elementary school. One could only describe them as hidden talents. It seemed they'd hit a wall in society. No wonder they're back now. They must have been unable to find other jobs. Watching the 2 men still staring at him with bewildered expressions, Li Yuza pursed his lips. He kept sizing them up, and the latter, feeling a bit embarrassed under his gaze, scratched his neck. Li Yuza didn't continue staring, thinking to himself. Though they looked dumbstruck, they seemed like geniuses. With that thought, he glanced up at them again, though they didn't notice. Alright, same as always. They might be talented, but right now, he was in desperate need of manpower. He was worried about not having enough hands. Thinking about it this way, having his former assistants return wasn't so bad. It would save him the trouble of wasting time recruiting new people, and these two had some experience. After pondering for a moment, Lee Yuza looked at them with a kindly smile. Only, this smile seemed a bit insincere? Was it genuinely kind, or was it a sinister smile? He turned to address them. Come on in. No need to stand out there. We've got a few jobs coming up soon. Ha ha ha. By the way, let's discuss your wages. At this thought, Lee Yuza stifled a chuckle. If these two dared to run away before, would they dare tear down his funeral home next? Deduct wages. He absolutely had to dock their pay. Lee Yuza turned and headed back into the funeral home. Only Zhang Hao and Zhang Huai remained outside the door. They exchanged glances, each looking at the other before fixing their eyes on Lee Yuza's retreating figure. Somehow, that smile of his felt downright sinister. Chapter 38. Did I really encounter a ghost? North City. A remote graveyard. The very place where Wu Yun met his fate. Last night, after Wu Yun's startled scream, his phone shattered. The live stream viewers never saw what happened next. After that, Wu Yun staggered alone toward the cemetery's exit. During his escape, he felt an invisible hand constantly caressing him, sending shivers down his spine. Simultaneously, the infant's wails echoed ever louder within his mind. Terrified, Wu Yun wept uncontrollably, his clothes torn to shreds. In the dead of night, under the moonlight, within this graveyard, only a figure remained, screaming and running frantically. Wu Yun felt as though someone was watching him every moment. It was utterly bone-chilling. It felt as though, the moment he stopped, he would be killed instantly. He dared not linger for a moment, yet ultimately, he tripped over a stone that appeared from nowhere, crashing to the ground with his head split open, blood streaming down. Wah, wah. At that moment, the infant's wails finally exploded in Wu Yun's mind. He collapsed suddenly, his eyes closing unconsciously. The sunlight was blinding. The sun rose as usual. The next day had arrived. Ugh. His head felt like it was splitting open. It felt as though he'd been struck by a heavy object. Wu Yun's face was streaked with blood, the vicious gash on his forehead already crusted over. He rubbed his temples relentlessly while watching the sun gradually rise, a flicker of joy lighting up his heart. Could it be he had survived? Had he escaped? Had the ghost spared him? But just as he was basking in that joy, suddenly, Wu Yun's entire body shuddered violently, and cold sweat instantly drenched him. No! It hadn't spared him. That feeling was still there. Someone was still watching him. Before Wu Yun could recover from the shock, that gust of wind seemed to sweep over him once more. His feet stumbled, and he fell to the ground once more. Now, beyond sheer terror, only Lee Yuza's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. They echoed relentlessly in his mind. Someone's here. Wu Yun gasped for breath, his eyes bulging as blood filled his sockets, turning them crimson. In this moment, he seemed to have lost his mind, repeatedly clutching his head while emitting a shrill scream. Ah! Help! Let me go! But his cries fell on deaf ears, only deepening his agony. He clutched his head relentlessly, the pain splitting his skull. Wu Yun sensed the infant's wails returning, echoing relentlessly within his mind. Moreover, right beside him, a figure was watching him intently, every single moment. The Undertaker's words had come true. Someone was here, no, a ghost existed here. He was haunted by a ghost. His days were numbered. It's all Pan Yan's fault. It's all his fault. It's all his fault. Wu Yun's eyes were bloodshot and his mind was dazed. His clothes had been torn to shreds during his frantic escape. In a state of utter disarray, he roared these words while struggling to suppress his terror. It's all because of that so-called expert. Wu Yun's mind was consumed by this single thought. If that expert hadn't assured him it was safe, he never would have dared to go in. And he wouldn't be possessed by a ghost right now. They had both gone to expose the fraud Lee Yuza, so why was he the one left injured in the end? Why? It's all his fault. Didn't he say to come find him if anything went wrong? The last shreds of Wu Yun's sanity kept warning him. As he fought back the fear, another thought surfaced. If it weren't for the confidence he instilled in me, I wouldn't have courted death. Then none of this would have happened, he wouldn't be possessed by a ghost. This absolutely couldn't end like this. Misfortune couldn't possibly be mine alone. Wu Yun forced himself to endure the torment of the wailing cries in his ears and returned to the clearing. But to his shock, everything on the clearing had vanished without a trace. The ghost had taken it all. After a moment of stunned silence, he tore open his torn clothes, wiped the blood from his forehead, and fished out the last bit of cash he had on him. He hailed a cab back to the city, but on the way, he stopped to buy a fruit knife. Meanwhile, in an apartment in North City, Pan Yan was hiding here, trembling. His hands clutched his phone as he kept scrolling through yesterday's trending topics about streamer Wu Yun. But the more he looked, the more terror washed over his face. His face was deathly pale, drained of all color. Wu Yun, could something really have happened to him? He muttered to himself in terror. In truth, Pan Yan already knew that the dreaded Wu Yun was likely in grave danger. Yet he kept reassuring himself precisely because Wu Yun was in trouble that he felt even more terrified. Because Li Yu's attention wasn't solely on Wu Yun. In fact, he had been under scrutiny even earlier. Was he next? A barrage of unsettling thoughts relentlessly battered his mental defenses. Then he recalled that all these people had died because they ignored warnings and ventured out. Therefore, as long as he stayed hidden at home, nothing bad would happen to him. As long as he avoided any risky activities and weathered this period, he would be fine. Pan Yan kept reassuring himself while continuing to review last night's consultations. Suddenly, Pan Yan, who was reviewing the information, looked up and furrowed his brow. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed at his door. The only sounds left in the room were the knocking and Pan Yan's heavy breathing. Who would be knocking on his door? Pan Yan hadn't arranged for anyone to visit today. Then, who could it be outside? Chapter 39, Unnerving. North City. An apartment. Bang bang bang. The knocking persisted relentlessly, as if it wouldn't cease until he answered. Pan Yan was thoroughly puzzled. Who on earth would be knocking at his door at this hour? He rose, frowned, and walked toward the front door. Outside, the person seemed to hear his footsteps and stopped knocking. Inside the room, only the distinct sound of footsteps echoed, clack, clack, clack. The door slowly swung open. The moment the door swung open, Pan Yan's legs gave way, and he stumbled backward, crashing to the floor. At the same time, he stared in utter disbelief at the figure outside. Pan Yan could never have imagined it would be him. You're dead? Pan Yan stammered, his voice thick with shock as he stared at Wu Yun. Outside the house came a figure none other than Wu Yun, whom everyone had assumed was dead. He wasn't dead. He was still alive. The realization slammed into Pan Yan's mind. Ignoring Pan Yan's words for the moment, Wu Yun strode into the apartment and casually closed the door behind him. Standing before Pan Yan, he shed his disguise. His face was now covered in blood, and a horrifying wound gouged into his forehead. It appeared as though he'd been struck by a blunt object, making it difficult to look directly at him. Pan Yan, frozen in shock on the floor, tried to speak but could only manage a few gasps from his throat. Wu Yun looked down at Pan Yan, who seemed as insignificant as an ant. He yanked him up from the floor, glaring at him with eyes wide with fury. I'm not dead. It's all your fault. That funeral parlor owner's got his eye on me, and you egged me on? You just wanted me dead, didn't you? Pan Yan, still being held aloft, tried to struggle but was slapped across the face by Wu Yun. At that moment, he realized Wu Yun's mental state might be unstable. Simultaneously, he caught a glimpse of Wu Yun's other hand hidden behind his back. It seemed to be holding something. How the hell should I know? Besides, you're not dead yet, are you? But what he didn't know was that Wu Yun was now living a life worse than death. That voice in his mind tormented him every single moment. Some people live, yet they are already dead. Seeing Pan Yan dare to bring this up again, the already mentally unstable Wu Yun could no longer contain himself. His other hand reached behind him. In his hand was a dagger. Before Pan Yan could react, the blade plunged into his lower abdomen. Blood spurted out, splattering onto Wu Yun's face. His expression was now hideously distorted, utterly deranged. Pain-stricken, Pan Yan stared at him in terror, straining every muscle to break free. But how could a reclusive expert possibly withstand Wu Yun, whose entire body was pure muscle? He could only turn and scream at the top of his lungs. Help me! As he screamed, he desperately hoped Wu Yun could regain control. Listen to me. I suggest you. Save me. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the building. Wu Yun didn't hear the latter's explanation. He only felt that invisible figure still watching him, and he couldn't escape. His arms moved like a machine, stabbing the dagger into his body again and again. Blood splattered across the floor, its pungent stench filling the entire apartment. This apartment was located in the city center. It was midday, and people returning from work were gradually coming back. Suddenly, deafening cries for help echoed throughout the neighborhood. Everyone froze, searching frantically for the source of the cries. Before they could listen carefully, the sound vanished abruptly. After that, there was complete silence, leaving everyone puzzled. However, several neighbors living next to Pan Yan had heard everything clearly. Though unsure of what had transpired, they immediately dialed the North City police station. Near the residential complex, the wail of police sirens grew louder as they approached. Soon, a group of detectives arrived at the apartment building. The team was led by one of Lu Zixuan's colleagues. Guided by the neighbors, they located the apartment where the cries for help had originated. It was Pan Yan's home. A group of detectives arrived at the scene, followed by a crowd of onlookers drawn to the commotion. At that moment, the detectives approached the door and knocked. Knock knock knock. After waiting a moment, there was still no response from inside. Realizing something was amiss, the captain's expression hardened as he ordered his team to break down the door. As the door burst open, a foul, fishy stench wafted out. It permeated the entire floor. Onlookers recoiled, covering their noses and furrowing their brows in puzzlement. What had this family been doing? What on earth could smell this awful? But when they saw the scene inside, they instantly fell silent, staring in disbelief. Mouths covered, the area fell deathly quiet. Even the detectives were stunned by the sight inside. They never imagined such a thing could happen in the city center. After a moment of stunned silence, the detective captain swiftly directed his team to cordon off the area. He then led his team into the apartment, closing the door behind them. Inside, 2 bodies lay exposed. One lay on the floor, its face contorted in a grimace of pain, yet its brows were tightly furrowed as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. His abdomen had been sliced open by a sharp weapon, and blood continued to flow freely from the wound. Vaguely visible were what appeared to be internal organs, shredded by the blade. The other body lay slumped across the sofa, appearing somewhat better off, though a knife wound marked its neck. A dagger lay clutched in the limp hand of the fallen man. Had he taken his own life? Yet his expression bore a hint of relief and a trace of terror. What could possibly cause such fear amidst relief? The detective captain made a call, requesting backup. Simultaneously, he ordered the accompanying forensic team to begin their examination. Some time passed. Preliminary examination indicates one body is a suicide, the other a homicide. It appears the former killed the latter before taking their own life. The medical examiner reported to the police captain. However, I noticed that these two. After a pause, the forensic pathologist continued. They appear to be Wu Yun and Pan Yen. Hearing this, the detective captain immediately turned his head, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the 2 bodies. The longer he looked, the more grave his expression became. These, really are the 2 of them. Yet another doubt surfaced in his mind and in the minds of every detective present. Wu Yun's disappearance had caused a nationwide sensation, and they were naturally aware of it. But hadn't Wu Yun been preliminarily confirmed dead in that cemetery? How could he be here? Simultaneously, their gazes shifted to Pan Yan's corpse, and the image of one person slowly crystallized in their minds. The funeral parlor owner. At that moment, they finally noticed a crucial detail. Both Wu Yun and Pan Yan seemed to have been targeted by that sinister funeral parlor owner. But weren't these 2 working together to expose the fake funeral director? How could this be? Doubts began to surface in the minds of everyone present. This matter was utterly bizarre. So, while securing the scene, the detective captain dialed the chief's phone. He intended to report the matter up the chain of command. This was far beyond the scope of a mere squad leader to handle. Chapter 40, recommend a thorough investigation of the funeral parlor owner. The sunlight was blinding. Outside the apartment building, chaos reigned. A foul, fishy stench assaulted their nostrils, causing everyone present to pinch their noses, frown, and step back. Meanwhile, people kept murmuring about what exactly was happening inside. Someone who had just glimpsed inside let out a startled scream. Inside Pan Yan's apartment. Faced with this bizarre scene, the detectives froze, exchanging bewildered glances. The detective captain, recognizing the unusual nature of the situation, ordered his men to warn nearby residents not to leak any information. He also directed officers to cordon off the area around the apartment, awaiting backup from headquarters. Meanwhile, elsewhere. On the Douyin platform. A news story rapidly climbed the trending charts. It was about the deaths of Wu Yun and Pan Yen. Despite prompt action to contain the situation, no secret stays hidden forever. Somehow, the news had been leaked. In an instant, online discourse erupted once more. Who died? Really dead? And both of them at the same time? What's going on? Didn't Wu Yun die at the North City Cemetery? Why would he be here? Both of them were under the funeral boss's surveillance, and they died together. Why were these 2 people in the same place? It's so eerie? Wu Yun's encounter with ghosts at the cemetery had already drawn nationwide attention from netizens. Now, this sudden turn of events. It turned an already trending story into an explosive sensation, drawing countless people into the frenzy. At the same time, netizens finally began to notice all the oddities surrounding this incident. Something was seriously off about this. Both Pan Yen and Wu Yun had been targeted by the funeral home owner, and during his livestream, Wu Yun had even been warned by the owner to be careful. Counting this latest case, it was already the 3rd incident where someone had been cursed to death by the funeral home owner. And this case involved the deaths of 2 people at once. Netizens are now flooding online platforms with their opinions. This funeral home owner is definitely up to no good. We demand a thorough investigation. At North City Police Station. I suspect this funeral home owner is responsible for their deaths. Earlier, these 2 teamed up to expose the funeral home owner's fraud. They must have threatened his interests, so he killed them outright. It's because they knew the funeral director was staging the whole thing, and when they were exposed, he flew into a rage. We can't let murderers walk free. At North City Police Station. The live comments, usually filled with playful banter, had turned serious as everyone voiced their opinions. If these incidents had only happened once or twice, people might have dismissed them as coincidences, even cracking a few jokes. But with 4 lives lost now, no matter what, netizens wouldn't believe this was another coincidence. How could this be? How could someone just click and someone dies? Does this funeral director have the power to see through people's lifespans? At this moment, everyone believed Lee Yuza had murdered these people, driven solely by his obsession with traffic. Who would have thought he brutally murdered 4 people just for this traffic? The entire internet is boycotting Lee Yuza, condemning his crimes. Who would have thought this funeral director was such a heartless bastard? He treats human life like grass. The internet erupted with condemnation, with some netizens even threatening to storm the funeral home and beat the owner himself. But then, one netizen suddenly posted a message. The instant it went out, it shot straight to the top of the trending topics. Funeral home owner, Lee Yuza, age 25, address, Tongbei Funeral Services, North 4th Ring Road, 1st Avenue. Business had been slow at the shop, with not a single order in a month. Unexpectedly, someone had dug up all of Lee Yuza's personal information. And beneath this comment, netizens' replies were remarkably unified. His Thai shop couldn't stay afloat, so he killed someone just to get attention. Lee Yuza, right? North 4th Ring Road? I'm heading over to wreck his Thai shop and call the cops to have him arrested. Count me in. We need to give those brothers and netizens across the country some answers. Let's organize and go arrest this guy together. Meanwhile, North City Police Station. Lu Zixuan also saw the news. She froze in place, her face frozen in disbelief. She never imagined that within just a few hours, another piece of news about Lee Yuza would be trending again. What on earth has this man done? Why did he always stir up an even bigger scandal whenever she tried to investigate him? As news reports kept pouring in, Lu Zixuan's expression kept shifting. Was Wu Yunpanyan's death really caused by Lee Yuza? Murder. Lee Yuza, just for views? News reports poured in one after another. Lu Zixuan's brows furrowed tightly. Her mouth opened involuntarily as her fingers kept swiping across the screen. Nan muttered to herself. 2 more dead? These 2 individuals were precisely the ones Lee Yuza had started following yesterday. Within less than a day, they too had met bizarre deaths. At that moment, a knock sounded at her office door. A detective entered from outside. Captain Lu. Lu Zixuan, hearing the voice, looked up and gestured for him to continue. The funeral home owner got doxxed. He's being cyberbullied all over the internet right now. Also, I heard people are organizing to tear down that funeral home. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan immediately stood up from her seat. This is bad, Lee Yuza might be in trouble. Lu Zixuan thought to herself. The look on her face now was even more shocked than when she'd heard about the deaths of those 2. Without hesitation, she furrowed her brow and swiftly commanded the other person. Gather personnel immediately. Destination, Yilotong Funeral Home. Ensure Lee Yuza's safety at all costs. With that, Lu Zixuan dashed toward the door. Chapter 41, My Dad Told Us to Beat You Up and Run. Online. A mob had already organized to smash the shop. Police station. Lu Zixuan had already led her team out to protect Lee Yuza. But on the other side at that moment, unlike the commotion outside, the funeral home remained eerily quiet, untouched by the chaos outside. Why did you 2 suddenly come back? A voice broke the stillness. Lee Yuza calmly observed the 2 individuals standing before him, who appeared slightly tense, and inquired. He was genuinely curious why they'd returned so abruptly. Didn't they fear he might not be able to pay their wages again? Hearing this, Zheng Huai and Zhang Hao exchanged glances for a moment. After a brief pause, they turned to Lee Yuza simultaneously and replied. We saw what's been happening online lately. Isn't that all about you, boss? We never planned to come back, but when we thought about our former boss all alone, with no one to rely on, how could one person possibly keep this funeral home running? And there's no way you could handle all this work by yourself. So we rushed back to help you. After hearing this, Lee Yuza immediately curled his lip. He didn't buy it for a second. Seeing his reaction, the 2 men scratched their heads awkwardly before speaking again. The main thing is, we couldn't find jobs. Lee Yuza snapped back to attention at their words, chuckling inwardly at their bluntness. He scrutinized them closely before continuing. I can tell you 2 aren't stupid at all, right? After speaking, he didn't look at them again. Instead, he turned his gaze to the table, reached for a cup, and brewed himself a cup of tea. While waiting for the tea to steep, he turned his gaze back to them and remarked casually. Since you 2 found me online, you must know what people say about me. They call me a plague god. I'm the kind of person who can kill anyone I point at. Aren't you 2 afraid? Aren't you afraid I'll take you both away too? After speaking, he picked up the brewed tea, blew on it, took a small sip, and waited for their response. A brief silence fell over the funeral parlor. After a moment, Zhang Huai cautiously replied. Not scared. My dad told me to work hard here. He said none of this is your doing. You must have some secret, though what it is, who knows? But one thing's for sure, you're no ordinary person. Working for you means a bright future. Though Zhang Huai didn't know what his father meant either, he repeated the words to the other man. Hearing this, Lee Yuza froze, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He wondered if his father had somehow sensed something extraordinary about him, or if it was just a lucky guess. Or was it just nonsense, a ploy to get his unemployed son back on track? But if he really was a psychopathic killer using murder to gain attention, wouldn't he be afraid his son might end up as his next victim? Li Yuza felt a pang of curiosity, but Zhang Huai didn't notice his unease. He continued speaking as if to himself. Also, he said you look different. Also, he told us too to be careful. If we run into trouble, just pin you down, beat you up, and run away fast. And... Li Yuza's face darkened as he listened. Damn it, that old man has no sense of filial piety. Is he here to work or to beat up the boss? Watching Zhang Huai still droning on like a chanting monk, Li Yuza finally cut him off. Stop. I know your dad's awesome, we'll talk about that later. Now that you've got no further questions, let's discuss the salary and benefits. He set down his tea, leaned back, crossed one leg over the other, folded his arms, and looked at the two men, uttering only a single sentence. 2,000 a month. Take it or leave it. He expected some fierce resistance. After all, their pay before running away had been far more than this. We'll take it. 2,000 a month is way too much. With the money we save, we can get foot massages, go for massages, and even save up to buy a big villa. We won't be able to spend it all, not a single penny. The two exclaimed in unison. What geniuses. Li Yuza muttered under his breath, completely unnoticed by the pair. Who knew these two looked so smart? Ah, never mind. He sighed softly. Only then did the two finally notice Li Yuza's movement, looking at him with a hint of confusion. Li Yuza shook his head without offering an explanation. Even though these two did seem somewhat like the dragon and the phoenix, the advantage was that he already had assistants and they were all familiar faces. Plus, they had prior experience and knew the ropes. No need to waste more time and money recruiting new people. After all, new hires would require training. Besides, if they ever discovered he was the funeral home owner, he genuinely feared they might trash his shop. With that thought, Li Yuza finally addressed the pair with his instructions. Nothing much. I have a task for you now. Zhang Huai and Zhang Hao stood at attention, awaiting their assignment. Su Yuntian's funeral arrangements, you two handle it. Prepare everything necessary for the trade. Once you've taken care of his final arrangements in due time, this job will be complete. Consider it your first case. Upon hearing this, the two immediately responded. Don't worry, brother Li. We've heard about it. Leave it to us. You just sit back and wait for the payment. With your approval, one call from us and we'll handle everything perfectly. No surprises guaranteed. This is a piece of cake for us. With that, the pair made a flamboyant finger gesture. Li Yuza watched their exaggerated performance, pursing his lips in disbelief. Before they'd gone on the run, their work had been mediocre at best, even a bit clumsy. What? After just a few days on the run, they've come back evolved and now they're even making bold promises to me? Were they really that considerate? Chapter 42. Someday, these idiots will beg me to bury them. North City. Inside the funeral home. Li Yuza stared at the two people before him, utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Huai pulled out a phone and gave instructions to someone on the other end. We'll discuss specifics later. Make sure everything on your end is prepared. At that moment, Zhang Huai paced back and forth in the lobby. Li Yuza could only watch helplessly as he made all the arrangements over the phone. Brother Li, I checked the almanac before coming. The day after tomorrow is auspicious. How about scheduling Su Yuntian's funeral for then? Zhang Hao, who had stood silently nearby, finally spoke up to Li Yuza. The latter slightly restrained the expression on his face, merely nodding and replying. Yes, that's fine. You go ahead and make the arrangements. Hearing Li Yuza's affirmative response, Zhang Huai, who had been waiting nearby for the reply, continued his conversation on the other end of the line. Observing the two seemingly highly competent geniuses before him, Li Yuza felt a slight sense of awe. Professionals were truly different. As a time traveler, he was genuinely unfamiliar with such matters. If he had handled it himself, he would have surely botched it. He couldn't risk stepping in and messing things up at the last minute, ruining all the reputation he'd worked so hard to build. Though, to be honest, that reputation wasn't exactly stellar. But someday, these idiotic netizens would be begging him to bury them. Yeah, exactly. Begging me to bury them, all these idiotic netizens. Li Yuza fantasized, feeling he was one step closer to building something big and powerful, to achieving glory once more. He snapped back to reality. Watching the two busy figures, he felt a little reassured, but mostly relieved. Now he wouldn't have to lift a finger. As things stood, these two might just be enough. All he needed to do was focus on attracting clients. And collect payments. After handling Su Yuntian's affairs, he still had to collect a batch of final payments. As this thought crossed his mind, another figure flashed through Li Yuza's thoughts. He immediately turned to give instructions to the two men. That Wu Yun, well, it's about time. You two start making arrangements for him too. Li Yuza rubbed his chin, frowning as he pondered. This Wu Yun, it was almost certain he'd met with an accident. Suicide? Who knew what the real story was? The system's current prompts were remarkably accurate. By the time news of Wu Yun's death surfaced online, they'd already prepared everything here. Then it would just be a matter of going over and burying him. Saves the hassle of redoing everything later and wasting time. Perfect. Li Yuza thought to himself. Standing opposite him were Zhang Huai and Zhang Hao. Upon hearing his repeated instructions, their expressions suddenly darkened. Noticing the change in their expressions, Li Yuza assumed they were concerned about the workload and was about to speak. But the latter spoke first, informing Li Yuza. Wu Yun is dead. The moment the words left his mouth, the former's expression changed. Dead? When did this happen? How could he not know? No, how did these two find out? Noticing the change on Li Yuza's face, Zhang Huai explained. This guy died with some resentment, so it'll take a bit longer to prepare. Oh, and the news about his death is trending. Also, a group might come to trash the place later. Should we lie low for a bit? Hearing the latter remark, Li Yuza's face twitched. He stared at Zhang Huai in surprise. People are coming to smash the place up? Li Yuza didn't doubt a word of it. The reason was simple, there were genuinely a lot of people online who disliked him. If they found out where he was, some paranoid fanatics would definitely show up. Damn it, why didn't you say someone was coming to wreck the place sooner? But he didn't catch Zhang Huai mentioning that resentment takes time to build, nor did he notice why these two could tell Wu Yun died harboring resentment. Right now, his focus was entirely on the impending attack on his shop. Looking at Li Yuza, who seemed equally terrified of getting beaten up and having his shop destroyed, Zhang Huai whispered. You didn't ask either. Hearing Zhang Huai's whisper, Li Yuza slapped his forehead and stared speechlessly at the two men before him. Great, they really are two idiots. He'd just started to think they might be somewhat useful, he'd overestimated them. Then came a long sigh. After pondering for a while, Li Yuza simply waved his hand, signaling the two to get back to work. He'd handled these matters himself. Once they had moved aside, he finally opened the newsfeed. Sure enough, someone had actually organized a group to vandalize his store. Li Yuza was startled for a moment before continuing to read the news. North City funeral director commits murder to grab attention. Killing deserves death, it's only natural. That phrase sounded strangely familiar. Shaking his head vigorously, Li Yuza finally snapped out of it. Damn it, someone actually wants to come after me? Damn it, I didn't kill those people. Why are they after me? Li Yuza couldn't help but curse aloud, utterly baffled by how utterly stupid these idiotic netizens could be. At the same time, he glanced at the time in the upper right corner. It was already too late. He saw online that this bunch of idiots was already on their way. He tossed his phone aside. He was scratching his head in frustration. Could it be that he really had to flee to lie low? He hadn't killed anyone, why should he run? But after just a moment's hesitation, he gave up. Forget it. My life comes first. Better get moving. Better safe than sorry. Worst case, I'll just find more clients and charge them more to make up for it. Just as anxiety began to creep in, his phone rang. Who the hell was calling him at a time like this? Li Yuza snatched his phone in irritation, but his expression shifted to confusion upon seeing the caller ID. It was Lu Zixuan calling. It turned out she was worried she wouldn't make it in time, so she called ahead to have him wait at the shop for her support. Unaware of this, Li Yuza answered the call with a grim expression. The moment the call connected, Lu Zixuan's shouts erupted. What the hell is going on with Wu Yun and Pan Yen? What kind of trouble are you stirring up now? Don't you think I have enough on my plate? Hearing her furious roar, Li Yuza covered his ears and leaned back before finally responding. I didn't. It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it. I'm recruiting new staff. How the hell would I know about this nonsense? Hearing Li Yuza's triple denial, Lu Zixuan felt helpless. These were his usual excuses. Though it never seemed to be his fault, it was precisely because he was always spouting nonsense online that he was now facing backlash. Sigh, whatever. Oh, and I heard a group of people are coming to trash your coffin shop. I'm on my way. But before she could finish, Li Yuza cut her off. I know. Just saw the news. I'm packing up to get out of here right now. Oh, so that's why you called? Hearing the clatter of things being packed on the other end, Lu Zixuan was utterly baffled. She was here to help him, yet this guy was packing his bags and running away before she could even finish speaking? Chapter 43, I'll lead the charge. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a room somewhere in Beicheng City, Wu Zheqi was fuming with righteous indignation, lashing out at Li Yuza under the Douyin account Ilu Tong by Sure. This guy is a murderer. Why hasn't he been arrested yet? At Beicheng police station. What are you even doing? Why are you letting a murderer walk free? Since you won't act, I'll take matters into my own hands. This young man, who appeared to have just turned 18, sat at his computer desk, passionately denouncing Li Yuza's various crimes. His name was Wu Zheqi, a high school student who had just celebrated his 18th birthday last month. During his time at school, Wu Zheqi witnessed various injustices in the outside world and believed this world lacked justice. He saw himself as the world's enforcer of justice, determined to shatter all the injustices and darkness once he entered society. Yet he couldn't quite grasp why, despite doing what he believed to be righteous, he had no friends at school. What he didn't realize was that to remain pure and untouched by the mud, one must not dance with it. No one actively isolated him, they simply kept their distance out of respect. Wu Zheqi remained utterly oblivious. Only online did his actions earn him countless admirers. This brought him immense satisfaction. The comments he had just posted now drew waves of likes, comments, and support from all corners. This surge of righteous indignation emboldened him further, solidifying his conviction that Li Yuza was a despicable criminal. At the same time, he was itching to teach the funeral home owner a lesson. Just as he was searching for more evidence of Li Yuza's crimes, he suddenly saw someone online exposing the funeral home owner. In that small room, Wu Zheqi murmured to herself, "Li Yuza? You're the murderer." Seeing the information revealed in this comment, Wu Zheqi wore a look of satisfaction. But at the same time, he left a comment beneath it. "Opening the box is illegal. I'm satisfied with your approach, but your actions still violate the law. I'm still reporting you." With that, he opened the official reporting platform and filed a complaint against the individual who opened the box, Li Yuza. Simultaneously, he raised his voice online. "Murderer Li Yuza. Let's all go smash up his store. I'll lead the charge." Some netizens, noticing such blatant double standards, flooded the comments with criticism. But Wu Zheqi brushed it off, convinced that obstacles were inevitable on his path to justice. Those obstructing him were no different from Li Yuza potential murderers, all cattle and horses. Yet, the majority of netizens still supported him, eager to join him in smashing the store. Satisfied by these responses, Wu Zheqi swiftly prepared the supplies needed for the next phase. First, he printed several placards. The content on them read, "Murderer Li Yuza is immoral and unprincipled," and so on. The main message was to destroy Li Yuza's funeral home to prevent him from committing more crimes in the future. Wu Zheqi believed that destroying his shop would bring justice. While printing these signs, he simultaneously continued posting his statements online. "Guys, I'm heading out first. Everyone follow me." As his comment concluded, a wave of online supporters flooded in, replying beneath his post. "The general strikes first, we'll be right behind you. We're on our way, let's smash that bastard Li Yuza's tie shop to pieces. Murderer. Blood debt must be repaid with blood." Seeing these comments, Wu Zheqi felt a surge of blood rush straight to his heart. This feeling filled him with immense satisfaction, making him feel like the very embodiment of justice and its enforcer. Without hesitation, he flung open the door, dashed to the neighborhood entrance, hailed a taxi, and sped toward the exposed address. His blood was boiling with fervor. He felt as though he was participating in a major case destined to be recorded in the annals of North City's history. He was filled with immense pride, surrounded by an overwhelming sense of justice. He was now the enforcer of justice. A murderer like Li Yuza must be brought to justice. Otherwise, how could he face the public? How could he account for the deaths of these 4 innocent victims? Seated in the taxi, Wu Zheqi lowered his head in deep thought. At least 100 people would come to smash up the shop over this incident, and that was the most conservative estimate. The number could even exceed 1,000. Moreover, from the very first day this rotten establishment appeared online, a fatal incident occurred. Now, it was the 4th life lost. Every time Li Yuza took an interest in someone, that person met with disaster. Of the 5 people involved, 4 had already met with disaster, leaving only one pitiful old woman remaining. This thought filled Wu Zheqi with even greater fury. He never imagined this beast would even brutally murder a lonely old woman who had lost her child. And it's all his doing. It must be connected to Li Yuza, that murderer. Wu Zheqi couldn't hold back, muttering under her breath with righteous indignation. This time, she would make sure Li Yuza ended up behind bars. He must face the full force of the law. Lost in thought, the taxi had already arrived near Yilotong Funeral Services. Wu Zheqi peered out the window and found the area eerily quiet. She felt puzzled. Where were the others who had smashed the shop with her? Strange. Where is everyone? Could I be the first one here? Through the window, the street was deserted. Only 2 rows of straight trees stood tall along the wide road. The sky was cloudless, with only the rustling of leaves and the wind breaking the silence. Wu Zheqi rubbed her eyes, glancing again in disbelief. Holy crap! Not a soul in sight, not even a dog. Wu Zheqi felt a pang of unease. Stepping out of the car with lingering doubts, she tried to reassure herself. Maybe everyone just hasn't arrived yet. Or maybe everyone was waiting for the organizer of this event, someone who must possess unwavering righteousness. And that person. That must be me. Wu Zheqi blurted out to himself. He opened his phone and began posting messages across various social media platforms. Guys, I'm already here. I'm the one holding the sign by the roadside. When you arrive, just come straight over once you spot me. Let's strike down evil together and execute this funeral parlor owner. Unlike before, when he posted such messages, many would usually echo his sentiments. But now, aside from those still protesting online, no one who actually knew Li Yuza in person had responded. This piqued his curiosity, but he didn't dwell on it. After posting the message, he pulled out the pre-prepared protest sign from his backpack. But just as he raised the sign, a chorus of police sirens suddenly echoed from the distance. Wu Jiachi. Chapter 44. Liuza, has this kid broken the rules? North City 4th Ring Road. On the tree-lined boulevard. Beep boop, beep boop. The wail of sirens grew louder as they approached, the sound becoming increasingly distinct. Gazing down the flat, tree-lined avenue, several police cars suddenly emerged from some hidden corner, their sirens blaring. They grew larger and larger in his field of vision. Seeing the police cars heading straight for him, he looked around in confusion. But the more he looked, the more puzzled he became. There was no one else on this road. What were these police cars doing here? Could they be here to arrest Liuza? Wu Jiachi ventured a bold guess. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the police cars came to a halt. Before he could react, a large group of detectives burst out. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as immense force slammed into him. The next second, he was lying on the ground. His thoughts were abruptly halted, and he was plunged into utter disbelief. Then, a pair of leather shoes came into view. A female officer stepped out of the police car. It was Lu Zixuan. She was frowning, her expression unfriendly as she stared at Wu Jiachi. She didn't wait long. She issued orders to her deputy beside her. Search the suspect for dangerous items. Upon hearing the command, the detectives below immediately stepped forward and removed the backpack from Wu Jiachi's body. They meticulously searched its contents for any prohibited items. Wu Jiachi stared at the group surrounding her in utter terror, utterly bewildered as to why they had suddenly pounced and detained her. She turned to watch the detectives still rummaging through her backpack. Finally snapping out of her daze, Wu Jiachi's emotions erupted as she confronted this group of strangers. What the hell are you doing? Let me go. Are you out of your minds? What suspect am I? Why are detectives here? Where are you cops from? Searching people's belongings without permission? I'm reporting you. The detectives searching for dangerous items heard him clearly, but ignored him and kept searching. At that moment, Wu Jiachi felt both flustered and helpless. He had no idea what was happening, just staring blankly as these people pulled out one item after another from his backpack, items meant to confront Liuza. He was utterly bewildered. Why had this group suddenly rushed in to arrest him? This was supposed to be a joint effort to take down the murderer Liuza. Why were detectives here? Where were the people who claimed to be on his side? Could it be that these detectives were all called in by that bastard Liuza who was turning the tables on us? But he was the murderer. Couldn't they see that? Wu Jiachi stared at the detectives surrounding him, feeling both furious and utterly defeated. Watching Wu Jiachi now, abandoned like a discarded pet, she waited for him to vent his fury. Only then did Lu Zixuan slowly approach him, gazing at him without speaking. After being fixed with that gaze for a long moment, he grew flustered. Finally, trembling with fear, he stammered. What? Why are you arresting me? Hearing his question, Lu Zixuan still remained silent, instead turning her back to him. After a moment, realizing he could no longer bear the pressure, she finally spoke in an interrogative tone. Where are your accomplices? Tell me the truth. Hearing Lu Zixuan's demand, Wu Jiachi stared blankly at her back, replying with confusion. Accomplices? What accomplices? I don't have any accomplices. Seeing that the latter seemed unwilling to admit it, Lu Zixuan turned back, frowned deeply at him, and spoke slowly. Wu Jiachi, you just turned 18 not long ago, right? At your age, committing crimes means you can be sent to jail, you know? Watching the teenager before her grow visibly terrified, Lu Zixuan coldly recited his entire personal information. She continued. We've already uncovered it. You organized store vandalism, disrupted public order, and endangered people's lives. Hurry up and tell us about your accomplices. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. You're an adult now. Her tone grew increasingly stern and uncompromising. Hearing Lu Zixuan's relentless interrogation, the youth finally snapped out of his daze. Simultaneously, he was plunged into a deep state of disbelief, frustration, and regret. Accomplices? Where would I even have an accomplice? There was no accomplice at all. Wu Jiachi's face was etched with utter despair. He never imagined he was the one playing the fool. Everyone said smashing the store was just for fun, but he was the only one dumb enough to take it seriously. Damn it, you can't trust those people online. They promised they'd be right over, but not a single one showed up. No wonder no one responded when he posted that video asking them to come over. Wu Jiachi sat on the ground in frustration, hands clutching his head as he stared at the floor. But right now, the most critical thing was that the female officer standing before him kept pressing him with questions. Damn it, I don't have any accomplices. They clearly said they'd be here soon. Wu Jiachi whined, muttering to himself with a mournful expression. That bunch of jerks never showed up. I got tricked. I'm the only one here. And now I'm getting arrested. Wah! At this point, Wu Jiachi couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. Lu Zixuan, standing nearby, fell silent. Completely stunned by his behavior. Staring speechlessly at Wu Jiachi crouched on the ground sobbing, she truly hadn't expected anyone to be so easily deceived. At the same time, she felt a silent pity for him, believing even what netizens said. At that thought, Lu Zixuan suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait, hadn't she believed the netizens' words too? That's why she'd brought so many detectives here. Damn it! These idiotic netizens. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy Lu Zixuan felt. She forced herself to suppress her impulse, steady her nerves, and try to look on the bright side. At least no one was here to trash the place that wasn't entirely bad. At least it saved her the trouble of dealing with a mess later. She sighed deeply and glanced again at the foolish child still crouched there. She decided not to ask any more questions. She ordered her deputies on either side to pack up and take the young man back with them. But just as she was about to speak, the door of the loan shop remaining on the tree-lined avenue suddenly swung open. And this was none other than the one-stop funeral services funeral home. The uniformed door swung open a crack and a head poked out from within. What's going on? Why's it so lively out here today? I didn't say the coffins were on sale. What's all the commotion about? There was no one else. That head, who else could it be but Li Yu's? He twisted his head, scanning the surroundings. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. He practically leaped out of the house. Outside his shop door, a dozen police officers were pinning down a young man. Li Yuza was utterly bewildered. What the hell is going on? Did this kid break some divine law or something? Chapter 45. I was thinking you could start a live stream. Tree-lined avenue. Outside the Yitong funeral home. Seeing over a dozen armed detectives pinning down a boy who looked barely legal, Li Yuza was utterly dumbfounded. He leapt out of the house, finally catching sight of Lu Zixuan, who had been obscured moments before. He gasped and asked her, "Did this kid break some divine law? You have a whole squad of detectives pinning down just one person?" Lu Zixuan was talking to her deputy beside her and hadn't noticed him at first. Hearing Li Yu's words, she turned to look at him. Just as he was about to explain, he saw the man emerge wearing nothing but a pair of boxer shorts and couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted. She was about to seriously address his impulsiveness and offer an explanation. But then her phone suddenly rang. She gave Li Yuza a look that said hold on and pulled her phone from her pocket to answer it. The moment she answered, a voice came through. "Zixuan, where are you right now?" Zhao Jiangwo asked, his tone tinged with urgency. Lu Zixuan was puzzled. She had already reported this operation. Had they not noticed? Still, she quickly replied, though puzzled by the sudden question. "I'm outside Li Yu's shop." "What's up?" Noise crackled through the phone line. Zhao Jiangwo seemed to be dealing with something. "Forget about Li Yuza for now. That old woman's in trouble." Lu Zixuan froze for a moment, but quickly recalled that the elderly woman Zhao Jiangwo mentioned was the very one Li Yuza had been keeping tabs on. She pressed urgently. "What happened to her? Could she be dead too?" "She's not in immediate danger, but her home has been vandalized." "Forget about Li Yuza for now. Come to my place immediately." The clamor abruptly ceased. Lu Zixuan, her mouth agape as if to speak, stood rooted to the spot in disbelief. Her hand holding the phone froze mid-air. Another incident. She absent-mindedly tucked her phone away, but quickly regained her composure. She had no time to explain further to Li Yuza. She immediately issued several orders to her deputy standing beside her, then turned on her heel, leading a group of detectives to the car. They sped off toward Zhao Jiangwo's location. Another team took Wu Zheqi back to the police station. Meanwhile, watching the detectives come and go in a flurry, Li Yuza was utterly bewildered. "What's going on? What's happening?" he muttered to himself, utterly bewildered. He'd only asked a question, hadn't he? Was it really necessary for everyone to scatter the moment he spoke? Am I that intimidating? One sentence. Scared off a whole bunch of detectives? The thought that popped into his head was voiced aloud. Staring at the street that had instantly emptied again, Li Yuza scratched his head. But he didn't dwell on it. He'd just call Lu Zixuan later to ask. With that thought, he returned to the shop and closed the door. Time passed in the blink of an eye. With the assistance of brothers Zhang Huai and Zhang Hao, the funeral arrangements for Wu Yun and Su Yuntian proceeded smoothly. Cremation, burial, and the memorial banquet were all handled efficiently in one go. With the final payment received, these two incidents were finally concluded. Throughout the process, Li Yuza had only made occasional appearances, fulfilling a few formalities. Observing these two sleeping dragons and phoenix chicks, Li Yuza felt deeply gratified. Now that he had helpers, he finally wouldn't have to handle everything himself. With these two brothers by his side, his future would be much easier. The sky was clear and blue. Inside the funeral home at that moment, with nothing to do, Li Yuza lay on his bed scrolling through videos to kill time. Half a month had passed since the last incident. For the past fortnight, he'd done nothing but lie around at home, resting. This place is in such a crappy location. Once I have money, I'm moving out of here. I'll move downtown. Occasionally, when he came across live streamers raking in huge profits, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. During this time, the system hadn't sent any further notifications. Just as Li Yuza was watching a pretty girl dance, a voice broke the silence. Brotherly, this can't go on. We haven't made a single sale in half a month. The brothers Zhang Huai and Zhang Hao approached him, their faces clouded with worry as they voiced their complaints. If business stays this slow, the three of us will be eating again. Li Yuza climbed off the bed, raising an eyebrow at the pair. What's with these two? Are they planning to run away again? Why can't they just rest properly? They insist on working? Damn it, if you dare run away again, don't come back. But while that was his inner monologue, his words took a different turn. What's the deal with you two? Why are you fretting over this? Forget everything else, the money from just these 2 jobs is more than enough to cover your wages. Looking at the two before him, he still felt puzzled. After a moment's pause, he finally spoke up. What? Think the pay's too low and planning to ditch us again? Li Yuza blurted out, unsure what these two were up to. But the Zhang brothers seemed terrified that this was exactly what he was thinking. They shook their heads frantically, insisting they weren't planning to run away. Of course not. We're not that kind of people. Hearing this, Li Yuza found it utterly unbelievable. He couldn't shake the feeling that these brothers were acting strangely. So he cut straight to the chase. Honestly, you two seem pretty similar to me. Seeing them shake their heads like rattles again, he finally couldn't hold back and asked. Seriously, what's going on with you two? Spit it out already. Hearing this, the two stopped stammering and spoke directly. That Douyin account we're running together has hit 1 million followers, right? We could improve our meals by selling stuff through live streams. The food's been kinda. Damn it. You think my cooking isn't good enough, huh? Li Yuza, sitting on the bed, shot the two a glance before rubbing his chin thoughtfully. After a long pause, he murmured softly. Live streaming? That's pretty novel. It'll be a good chance to explain things, so those idiots online stop bashing me. Even though it had been a long time since the incident, people still kept sending him private messages to berate him. And honestly, it was a good chance to promote his stuff. He'd just seen those little Douyin streamers raking in the cash selling stuff live, and here he was, a blogger with 1 million followers. Earning enough for a few houses shouldn't be too much to ask, right? With that thought, he still asked with some concern. I don't think I'm cut out for streaming, and what could we possibly sell from a coffin shop? The two of them rubbed their hands together slyly and chuckled. Of course you are. We think, brotherly, you were born to be a streamer. You can advertise the coffin shop too. With 1 million followers, surely some clueless folks will place orders? Hearing their enthusiasm, Li Yuza no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. Alright, let's do it your way. Chapter 46, The Murderer Goes Live. The next day. With all equipment prepared, Li Yuza opened Douyin and started his livestream. His follower count had suddenly hit 1 million and was still growing by 10,000 daily. Even he couldn't fathom why so many people were following him. He had assumed that after days of agonizing wait, the buzz and events surrounding him would fade away. But he never imagined he'd underestimated the determination of these netizens to blow him up. The moment Li Yuza went live, countless viewers flooded into his stream. Simultaneously, comments began appearing beneath various videos. Stop watching here, the Southeast Asian witch doctor is live. Who? Murderer Li Yuza is live streaming. As the news spread, more and more people noticed that the funeral home owner had actually started streaming at this very moment. Soon, the number of viewers in the livestream reached an astonishing 50,000. And it kept climbing relentlessly. Seeing that enough people had gathered, Li Yuza finally sat down in front of the screen. The moment he sat down, a flood of comments poured in. Damn it! You actually dared to go live? Aren't you afraid of dying? Just arrived, and this is the infamous Southeast Asian witch doctor? Heard that whoever you follow dies, is that true? Everyone, hit the report button on this stream. I see most people in the chat are cursing the streamer. What about the rest? Don't they have keyboards? Wait, why hasn't this account been banned yet? Seeing the screen flooded with accusations that he was a murderer, Li Yuza explained helplessly. I'm not a murderer, you idiots. Get a grip. If I really were a killer, how could I still be streaming here? Don't listen to those bull marketing accounts. Trust science. Where did all this nonsense about dark arts come from? After silently mourning for a moment over this brainless, gullible crowd of idiots, he continued. I wasn't even there when those people died. That's a solid alibi, got it? Plus, I actually warned each of them before their accidents. They ignored me and died, yet they blame me? That's ridiculous. Anyway, I didn't kill any of them. Their deaths were just coincidences, pure accidents. Li Yuza concluded bluntly. But the netizens didn't buy a word of it. The barrage of comments on the screen only grew more intense. Guys, do you believe I'm Qin Shi Huang, or that this bastard didn't kill anyone? Emperor Qin, I'd gladly follow you to invade that island nation living the good life. Bull Li Yuza, get off the stream now, or I'll trash talk you every time you go live. And you claim you're not the killer? 4 people dead already, how coincidental can it get? Li Yuza felt utterly helpless and didn't want to explain anything further. If that's what you say, fine. Whatever. Anyway, no matter how much I explain, these idiots won't believe me. Why waste my time? Ignoring the comments, he instead took some samples from the two brothers beside him. Then he addressed the livestream audience. Ahem, everyone, Tongi Funeral Services is running a special today. Anyone booking our full funeral package through this livestream gets 50% off everything, absolutely everything. Don't miss this chance, it won't come again. Look at this coffin, big and round, a double coffin. You deserve it. Then you can be buried together with someone you can't bear to part with. How romantic is that? Lee Yuzit exaggeratedly pitched his products to the livestream audience, completely oblivious to the flood of insults filling the chat. Bad luck. Bad luck. +1. Damn it, just as I thought. Killing people to ride the hype, then jumping on stream to sell stuff once it's trending. I knew it all along, you scumbag. Fast forward to the Don't Laugh challenge. The evidence is irrefutable. Lee Yuza, what excuse do you have now? What irrefutable evidence? Is selling stuff a crime now? Leaning back in his chair with resignation, the live stream had now reached 100,000 viewers, yet he hadn't sold a single thing. Bored, Lee Yuza turned to his two brothers beside him and said, "This live streaming thing is kinda pointless, huh?" Seeing this, the Zhang brothers grew anxious. If the boss doesn't work hard, how will the employees eat, live, or keep their cars running? Right now, they were counting on Lee Yuza's livestream to make money. So they hurriedly chimed in. "Brotherly, we could team up with other streamers. With so many fans, we shouldn't waste this resource." Lee Yuza was intrigued and decided to follow their advice. He activated the duet feature, ready to challenge a few other streamers to a PK. Soon, one streamer successfully connected with him. Lee Yuza raised an eyebrow, surprised it happened so fast. Before the other could speak, he took the initiative. "Hello." On the other end, the streamer who heard the voice responded in kind. "Hello. What should we PK? Huh?" The streamer's expression suddenly stiffened, the smile frozen on his face. As the PK screen appeared, he recognized who his opponent was and noticed their name. Ilu Tong Funeral Parlor. "Holy, it's you, you plague of a person. I'm outta here." The streamer, startled by the name, was so shaken that the words he'd been about to say caught in his throat. Then, before Lee Yuza could react, he quickly disconnected the call. Over here, Lee Yuza was still smiling as he waited for a response, only to have the other party hang up the PK call immediately. His smile froze on his face. What the hell? Seeing the PK end screen pop up, Lee Yuza was speechless. Did these people have such a rigid impression of him? He wasn't that terrifying. He composed himself, clicked to connect again, and waited while glancing at the chat stream. Before long, he connected with a second streamer. But this time, before Lee Yuza could even speak, the other party let out a startled yelp. "You? Holy, how did this ghost army start streaming? Accidentally clicked this. Bad luck, be gone. Goodbye, no, never see you again." The same ending, the same shock. The word stuck in his throat as the other party hung up immediately. Lee Yuza's face darkened. Damn it, they didn't give me the slightest bit of face. But he quickly regained his composure and connected with the next streamer for a live battle. But he was hung up on instantly again. The chat was filled with relentless mockery. "LOL, everyone knows you're a nobody. No one wants to deal with you. Please, have some self-awareness, okay?" Refusing to believe it, Lee Yuza immediately connected with another streamer. But one after another, everyone he connected with instantly disconnected. He wasn't some bloodthirsty serial killer. Was it really necessary to run away at the sight of him? All because of those useless marketing accounts? How did these people even get through 9 years of compulsory education? They must not have read a single book. Damn it, I keep saying believe in science, why does it feel like no one actually does? He thought about doing something, but stopped himself. He just sighed, turned to the two of them, spread his hands helplessly, and said again. "These people unfollow me the second they see me. What can I do? I told you I'm not cut out for streaming." Zhang and Hui didn't know how to console him either, falling into an awkward silence. They'd witnessed the entire scene from the sidelines. They'd expected at most some light teasing, but never imagined it would be this extreme. Not a single person was willing to connect with him. Just as he was about to end the stream abruptly, Lee Yuza connected with a female streamer. And just when everyone thought she'd get instantly killed, to their utter surprise, the streamer didn't die instantly. Lee Yuza froze, unable to believe it. Someone had actually seen the ID he was using without muting the mic and recognized the name on the other side. Kong Xin. A pretty name. It seemed like she was using her real name. He thought, feeling a bit dazed. But just then, Kong Xin smiled at him first, waving a greeting. "Hey there." Lee Yuza snapped out of his daze and stared at her blankly. A very pretty young lady. While patting his two brothers beside him, he blurted out involuntarily, forgetting to even respond to her greeting. "This is good, even this. Chapter 47, you're actually pretty nice." At that moment, seeing Kong Xin didn't instantly die in the PK. Not only was Lee Yuza surprised, but the viewers in the livestream chat were even more stunned. Everyone assumed that seeing the ID funeral parlor would cause nearly everyone to disconnect instantly. But who could have imagined someone would actually be fearless enough to connect their mic? Inside Kong XIN's livestream, a flood of viewers who had migrated over from Lee Yuza's stream. Bullets flew wildly across the screen as viewers desperately tried to stop the impending disaster. Streamer, run. Oh no, this streamer looks pretty, but I just feel like she's gonna get screwed after going live. Don't connect. Get out of there fast. Everyone who connected before got wiped out instantly. Too late, something's about to happen. Inside the live stream room, Kong XIN crouched on her chair, glancing at the chat while curiously observing Lee Yuza. Seeing him, Kong XIN didn't react with the same terror as the others before. As for the comments flying by, she didn't pay them much mind either. She waited with a smile for his reply. Hello? Now it was Lee Yuza who felt a bit awkward. He hadn't expected anyone would actually dare to connect with him. The livestream was buzzing with commotion, but the two engaged in conversation remained oblivious. Netizens couldn't help but admire Kong XIN's courage. Over here, Lee Yuza and Kong XIN were staring at each other like two deer caught in headlights, looking utterly ridiculous. After exchanging simple greetings, a brief silence fell. Coming back to his senses, Lee Yuza asked her, "Haven't you heard about how whoever I pointed dies? Aren't you afraid? Everyone else runs away the moment they see me. Why are you?" Hearing his question, Kong XIN covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, replying with a hint of indifference. "Of course I've heard about it. It caused quite a stir back then. But it's fine. There's really nothing to be afraid of. I'm not even in the same city as you. Can you really come kill me through the internet?" True. Just as he was about to respond, the live chat erupted as viewers heard Kong XIN's response. Lee Yuza stopped speaking too, wanting to see what these outrageous viewers would say next. "Sis, run. He knows Japanese curses. He'll kill you wherever you are." Exactly. Run now. But he wasn't even there when those others died. After glancing at the comments, Kong XIN looked at Lee Yuza on the other side of the screen and asked him with a hint of confusion. These people say whoever you follow will die. Is that true?" Hearing this, Lee Yuza widened his eyes, raised an eyebrow, and waved his hands emphatically as he explained. "No way. Don't listen to what these idiots are saying. So did you kill anyone? No. Then are you connected to this somehow? No way. We gotta trust science. What era are we in? These idiots online are even saying I practice Japanese curses." As the two exchanged questions and answers, the initial tension gradually dissipated. The conversation flowed freely. Over the next while, they covered everything from astronomy to geography, from the origins of life to the Big Bang. After selectively ignoring the absurd comments from netizens, they found themselves enjoying the conversation. Then, Lee Yuza suddenly said, "You're actually pretty nice. I'll give you a follow. Let's continue this chat next time." Just as Kong XIN was about to agree, the viewers in the livestream chat couldn't sit still. The place was erupting once again. They rushed from Lee Yuza's stream to Kong XIN's to warn her. "Sis, you're so naive. You want to be friends with him, but he wants your life. Oh no, just thinking about such a young and beautiful girl meeting her end breaks my heart. Hey, upstairs, what's it to you? Don't die, streamer. I'm your level 15 fan badge. What would I do if you passed away?" Kong XIN paid no mind to the sudden flood of new viewers in the livestream chat. Instead, she smiled playfully at the screen and said, "Relax, it's nothing serious. Besides, he wouldn't have the heart to kill me, right?" The last sentence was directed at Lee Yuza. Before the viewers could type a response, she continued. "Besides, I told you all to trust science. There's nothing strange going on here, so stop making up nonsense." Hearing Kong XIN explain to the viewers in the livestream chat, Lee Yuza chimed in. 9494. Stop talking nonsense. But most of the people in the chat were there to berate him. Why would they listen? The chat erupted once more. "Killer, shut up. I want to hear Kong XIN speak more before she dies." "What? Lee Yuza, shut up. Owner of the Cow and Horse Funeral Home, give Kong back." Seeing this crowd attacking him again, Lee Yuza felt a surge of anger. Damn it, these idiots aren't even listening to a word I'm saying. But soon, he shook his head and stopped paying attention to them, instead deep in thought in front of the screen. This time, the system hadn't issued any alerts when he focused his attention, so Kong XIN couldn't possibly be in danger. Moreover, this incident would serve as perfect proof of his absolute innocence. Perfect. That's how it would be done. As this thought formed, he addressed the livestream audience once more. "It's not as mysterious as you make it out to be. How could it be? Just wait and see." With that, he clicked the follow button. The PK time was almost up. The two bid each other farewell and disconnected the livestream. But the viewers in the livestream chat weren't convinced. They kept bombarding the screen with comments. "He really followed her. We're screwed, it's too late to save him now. Kong XIN is doomed. Such a lovely young lady was so cruelly murdered by Lee Yuza. Damn it, she just disconnected the livestream, and already these idiotic netizens are treating her like she's dead." Li Yuza, his face darkening as he saw the netizens in the livestream chat still relentlessly questioning him, confidently guaranteed. Relax, this girl isn't dead. I have no beef with her, why would I kill her? Seriously, damn it, these idiots are twisting my words. I've never killed anyone, okay? At that moment, reminded by Zhang Huai and Zhang Hao who had been standing beside him all along, Li Yuza noticed the time it was almost time to end the stream. He turned back to the chat and said, Alright. I promise this lady won't die. If anything really happens, you can hold me solely responsible, okay? At this point, Li Yuza wore a look of utter indifference. After all, the system hadn't given him any warnings. What was there to fear? If there were no warnings, that meant this lady was definitely not going to die. He could say whatever he wanted, she wasn't going to die anyway. With that thought, he stretched lazily, about to stand up. But at that very moment, a jarring sound rang out. Ding! Suitable client detected. Li Yuza? Chapter 48, Give it up, UJ. The place is swarming with detectives. North City. Inside the funeral home. Li Yuza sat dumbfounded at the computer desk, wide-eyed and speechless as the system's voice echoed relentlessly in his mind. Ding! Suitable client detected. Name, Kong Xin. Occupation, streamer. Time of death, unknown. Cause of death, accidental death by vehicle collision. Struck and killed by a vehicle while grocery shopping. Accidental death rate, 90%. High precision client. Host, please pay immediate attention. High precision client. After hearing the system's announcement, he froze in his chair. His mind was filled with nothing but disbelief. Under normal circumstances, encountering a high precision client would mean he'd immediately start advertising, no questions asked. But now this. Thinking this, Li Yuza pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed to himself. Damn it, what kind of crappy system is this? Are you deliberately messing with me? He felt a bit helpless, having just made that bold claim. Why did it have to pop up now, of all times? He thought nothing would happen, but the system came out swinging, cutting him down without a shred of mercy. Then he remembered the boast he'd just made. Talk about a slap in the face. He'd already promised these netizens that if anything went wrong, he'd take full responsibility. Little did he expect that in just 1 minute, he'd dug himself a hole to jump into. Li Yuza's expression darkened slightly. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream noticed his uneasy expression and began murmuring among themselves. We'll go along with you for now. But if something happens again and Kong Xin dies, you'll have to admit you did it all before. Exactly. If Kong Xin meets with an accident this time, it'll definitely be your doing. Stop it. I'll buy the coffin myself, just stop, man. Your expression is off. Could it be? I suggest you lay down your sword and become enlightened immediately. Stop it, A's. The place is swarming with detectives. Seeing what these netizens were saying, he recalled the bold promise he'd just made. Kong Xin absolutely won't come to harm. Seeing such a lovely young lady about to be killed off, he couldn't bear it either. But all he could do was close his eyes and think about how to help her get through this danger. It was also for his own sake, otherwise, he'd truly earned the title of murderer. His face turned as grim as if he'd just failed an exam, and he felt a pang of regret. Who could have predicted that this useless system, silent for days, wouldn't warn him during casual chats or when he was paying attention, but chose to speak up precisely when he'd made a bold promise? Wasn't this pure sabotage? Blame the system. He was blameless. Seeing the netizens still questioning him relentlessly, Li Yuza felt a headache coming on. Just as he was thinking of making up some excuse to explain himself, his mouth opened slightly, ready to speak. He suddenly recalled her staggering mortality rate, and the words he'd been about to say were forced back into his throat. Sighing deeply, he finally spoke to himself. This won't do. It won't make sense. I need to figure something out. With that, he ignored the netizens entirely, leaning back and sprawling sideways in his chair as his mind replayed the system's earlier announcement. A 90% chance of being hit by a car and dying? That probability was practically a death sentence. Seeing Li Yuza sprawled in his chair, the silly netizens in the livestream chat typed curiously. What's up with the streamer? Planning another murder or something? Is the streamer dying? Scratching his messy hair, Li Yuza sat up again at his brother's prompting and addressed the screen. That's all for today. Next time I stream, those who want to buy a coffin can DM me. Those who don't want to buy a coffin, don't bother me. With that, he ended the stream. He didn't care if his tone had annoyed them, his reputation with this crowd was already in the gutter. A few more or fewer didn't matter. He dismissed the matter, opened his phone, found Kong Xin's account he just followed, and tapped into the private message interface. His fingers danced across the screen as he edited the message, unsure how to begin. After endless revisions, he finally sent her a message. But after the message sent successfully and a moment passed, there was no reply. Are you busy? Why haven't you replied yet? Li Yuza frowned, muttering to himself with a long face. At the same time, he let out a long sigh, thinking about the flag he'd just raised. He deeply regretted it, he shouldn't have said that. Now, seeing the message still unanswered, he fell silent. This was starting to feel uncomfortable. What if she really was dead? Not only would it be a shame to lose such a lovely girl, but if Kong Xin really died, he felt his shop would be torn apart. Casting spells to harm someone in front of tens of thousands of viewers? Those silly netizens would definitely jump to that conclusion. And he was the one who said Kong Xin wouldn't be harmed. He rubbed his temples wearily and closed the private message window. But the moment he did, his hand paused mid-rub. Li Yuza stared at his phone with a mix of surprise and resignation. Holy crap, in just a moment, he was trending again. Shocking. Is it the extinction of humanity or a murderous addiction? A blossoming, adorable young girl brutally murdered? Is it a moral dilemma or a distortion of humanity? Funeral home owner renews interest in a young woman after days of silence. Is he about to strike again? Stay tuned to North City Evening News for the latest updates. Welcome to North City Legal Affairs. Previously, the controversy surrounding Li Yuza's murder case has been all over the news. What are your thoughts on this? Marketing accounts proliferated relentlessly. No sooner had he signed off than the trending topic surged back to the top. Amidst the comments sections of these videos, remarks like these lingered. Damn it, it's only been a few days, and this guy can't resist trying to harm people again? This guy's out to get me. Good thing I'm smart, I cut off the PK as soon as I saw him. I was genuinely feared that if I'd exited a second later, he'd see my name and hit follow. Who'd have thought someone would actually dare to voice chat with him? And apparently it was a girl. The comments section echoed with spectators chiming in. These commenters were none other than the streamers who had instantly disconnected the moment they saw Li Yuza during his call-in. This group was now tearing him apart in the comments section. Seeing this, Li Yuza felt both furious and helpless. He was furious that these gullible netizens believed everything they heard, and helpless that he couldn't change their fixed impression of him anytime soon. In the eyes of most of them, he was nothing but a murderer, though they couldn't explain why the police hadn't come to arrest him yet. After holding his breath for a long moment, he finally let out a sigh and muttered under his breath. Damn it, nothing I do is right, is it? Chapter 49, Investigation Halted? Why? Meanwhile, far away in the northern suburbs, in a remote village, countless police cars had completely surrounded the place. Lu Zhenhua and Zhao Jiangwo frowned as they watched the unfolding scene. At the village entrance stood a burned-out house, with several unfortunate villagers nearby who had suffered minor injuries. Beyond the police tape, many villagers gathered, murmuring among themselves. Not far away, several witnesses were giving statements with the help of detectives. The burned-out house had been extinguished in time, though thick smoke still billowed from within. It looked utterly destroyed beyond repair. Apart from the occasional murmurs drifting from the crowd, the scene felt eerily quiet. An elderly woman sat crouched on the ground, staring at the scene before her, silent for a long time. Yet the light seemed to have gone out of her eyes. This elderly woman was none other than Zhou Zuelan. Earlier, Li Yuza had reminded her family to be cautious of those around them. But the elderly woman, having grown old, hadn't logged into Douyin since posting that video. She hadn't noticed the warning. Gazing at her home still billowing thick smoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Her lips moved in a constant murmur, though no one could make out her words. Zhao Jiangwo approached the elderly woman, crouching beside her as he offered words of comfort. Don't worry, the North City Police Station has already taken this case. Ma'am, you can stay at the station for now. We'll handle everything and give you a proper explanation. But Zhou Zuelan couldn't hear a word he said. She kept muttering to herself, her eyes fixed on the house. In the distance, several police cars approached with sirens blaring. Soon, they reached the open space at the village entrance. They came to a halt outside the charred ruins of the house. The door swung open, and Lu Zixuan leaped out, frowning as she surveyed the scene. The charred house, the noisy crowd beyond the police tape, detectives recording statements in the corner. Something felt off. After scanning the area, she spotted Lu Zhenhua and Zhao Jiangwo in the distance. Furrowing her brow, she walked straight toward them. Only when she reached Lu Zhenhua did she finally speak. Chief Lu. Lu Zixuan didn't press for answers, waiting for him to explain. Seeing the serious expression on Lu Zixuan's face, Lu Zhenhua sighed and explained to her. Someone burned down Zhou Zuelan's family home. Not only that, but her husband, Zhou Guowei, has been taken away. Her son had already been missing for days, and now her husband has been abducted, his whereabouts unknown. It's only because the old woman happened to be out that she escaped this tragedy. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have a lead to follow. Zhou Zuelan is the only one left in that family now. After finishing, he sighed again. He turned his gaze toward Zhao Jiangwo, who was crouched nearby, still comforting the elderly woman. Following Lu Zhenhua's gaze, Lu Zixuan also saw Zhou Zuelan, partially obscured by his body. Her expression instantly hardened, a mix of distress and disbelief washing over her. At the same time, she recalled her father mentioning something earlier that might be connected to Li Yuza. Their son, Zhou, hasn't been found yet, but we've uncovered some leads. Based on these leads, we've uncovered intelligence suggesting this case may be connected to organ trafficking. Seeing the shifting expressions on Lu Zixuan's face, Lu Genoa guessed what she was thinking and explained. Organ trafficking? Hearing this, Lu Zixuan flew into a rage. Human organ trafficking was always severely cracked down on. Who would dare commit such a heinous act right under their noses? Moreover, Beicheng had enjoyed years of stability, never had such a major incident occurred. Who would have thought? Who on earth could commit such a heinous crime? And against this old woman's family? Don't they fear retribution? Damn it! Is this connected to Li Yuza? Though Lu Zixuan found it hard to believe Li Yuza would do such a thing, she voiced the question anyway. Lu Genoa looked at his daughter, knowing her temperament well. He gently restrained the impulsive Lu Zixuan and continued. Calm down. We had Zhangwo call you earlier just to let you know. We've already confirmed it. This has nothing to do with Li Yuza. You don't need to investigate him anymore. Hearing her father's words, Lu Zixuan exhaled deeply, though she couldn't quite explain why. She seemed afraid that this matter might actually involve Li Yuza. If it did, she would see to it that he faced justice. Yet confusion lingered. If Li Yuza was innocent, then who could be so cruel to this family? Had they done something? Or was it because of their son? Or perhaps it was that video that enraged the killer, driving the mastermind to murder this family. Watching Lu Zixuan's shifting expressions, Lu Zhenhua added. Forget about Li Yuza for now. Follow Uncle Zhao and focus on solving this case first. This matter is of immense importance, even tied to nationwide missing persons cases. If we crack it. Lu Zixuan, who had just caught her breath, was momentarily stunned, not even fully registering the latter part of her father's statement. Because the tone in her father's voice seemed to imply. Tell her to stop investigating altogether? Anxiously, she began explaining to her father. Director Lu, I know this case has nothing to do with Li Yuza, but he's connected to other cases. Besides, didn't you say yourselves that there's something supernatural about him? Hearing his daughter's words, Lu Genoa raised a hand to interrupt, shaking his head slightly. Leave it alone. This matter ends here. Just follow old Zhao and handle this case. This matter is far more important. Hearing his words, Lu Zixuan stubbornly lifted her head to look at him. Though she understood the urgency of the matter at hand, she still protested reluctantly. I won't. Chief Lu, even if this isn't directly related to Li Yuza, he still holds many secrets. Why can't we continue investigating? Besides, I've been investigating this for so long. I can handle this matter first and then investigate Li Yuza. Looking at his stubborn daughter standing before him, Lu Genoa chose not to relent this time. Instead, his brow furrowed. He summoned the two detectives ahead and declared with unwavering resolve. Cut off Lu Zixuan's access privileges. The two detectives who had rushed over from the front received the order and saluted Lu Genoa in response. Yes, sir. The detectives paid no attention to Lu Zixuan standing nearby, immediately pulling out a tablet. After a series of fluid operations on the device, they reported back to Lu Genoa. Commissioner Lu, access revoked. He waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Watching this, Lu Zixuan froze in place, feeling both furious and utterly helpless. She never imagined that all her investigative work over the past days would vanish into thin air with a single word from her father, rendered utterly worthless. What had all her hard work been for? At that moment, Lu Zixuan bit her lip, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. She said nothing more, only glaring stubbornly at Lu Genoa, who stood before her, his expression unchanged. A long silence passed. Finally, she flung her hands away and turned, running straight toward the police car. Chapter 50, I met that young man you mentioned. North City. A remote village. Watching his daughter's departing figure, Lu Genoa couldn't help but sigh softly before turning away. Meanwhile, Lu Zixuan drove along North City Boulevard, heading home. Her thoughts tangled into a chaotic web, her dazed eyes betraying utter bewilderment. She couldn't understand, nor did she know, why her father had suddenly revoked her privileges even if this matter might have nothing to do with Li Yuza. Yet his presence seemed woven into every other incident that had unfolded these past days. The old woman's case had nothing to do with him, so he didn't need to investigate it. Then why couldn't she investigate the others? Was there some connection between them? Moreover, she had already nearly completed her investigation. To have her access cut off at this critical moment. All her hard work wasted, all her progress undone. Lu Zixuan felt wronged, unable to comprehend her father's motives. The police car sped down the road. Soon, she was back at her home. Her phone kept vibrating in her pocket, calls from her father and Zhao Jiangwo. But she didn't answer any of them. She returned to her room in a daze, locking the door behind her and shutting herself inside. Gazing at the slightly empty room, her heart felt hollow too. It seemed she couldn't grasp what her efforts over the past few days had amounted to. What was the point of all this? She lay on the bed, burying herself beneath the pillow. The room was quiet now, save for the persistent ringing of the phone. After a long while, Lu Zixuan finally sat up, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. She reached for her phone beside the pillow, declined a few more calls, then found a familiar name in her WeChat contacts. I was investigating that Lee Yuza guy, but then my dad suddenly cut off my access. I can't continue the investigation now. I was so close to figuring it out. The other person seemed to be online and replied quickly after seeing the message. It's okay. Maybe Uncle Lou has other plans, right? And coincidentally, I've made contact with that guy you mentioned. Seeing the reply, Lu Zixuan froze, her expression stiffening. She'd been feeling down after losing access to certain privileges, which is why she'd turned to her best friend for comfort. But who would have thought that her best friend had already made contact with Lee Yuza without her knowing? Shocked, she momentarily forgot all her earlier worries. Kong Xin, what did you say? When did you meet Lee Yuza? On the other end, Kong Xin sat on the sofa, her snow-white legs dangling in the air. Upon seeing Lu Zixuan's message, she tilted her head in thought before replying. Well, just the other day. Oh, and he followed me on social media. Kong Xin's lips curved into a slight smile. Just as she finished sending the message, her phone rang. She frowned slightly, only to see it was Lu Zixuan calling. The moment she answered, Lu Zixuan's furious voice erupted. Kong Xin. Are you out of your mind? Don't you value your life? Unfollow him immediately. Don't you know who Lee Yuza is? Don't you know how creepy he is? Hearing her best friend's voice, Kong Xin merely shrugged and replied with a playful smile. Of course I know him. Then why did you? The two exchanged questions and answers. Then Kong Xin spoke into the phone with great confidence. What's the big deal, Zixuan? You're a police detective, for crying out loud. How could you possibly believe in this stuff? Besides, he doesn't even know who I am or where I am. How could he possibly cast spells from afar? That's just too far-fetched. Lu Zixuan froze, her mouth slightly agape, momentarily at a loss for words. If someone had told her about this kind of thing just a few days ago, she definitely wouldn't have believed it. But after personally investigating Lee Yuza these past few days, she discovered he seemed to harbor many secrets. Moreover, Lee Yuza genuinely appeared capable of discerning whether someone was about to encounter misfortune. Furthermore, she had already heard from her father that supernatural phenomena truly existed in this world. So now, whether she wanted to or not, she had to believe. A momentary silence fell on both ends of the line. You'd better be careful. Try to avoid contact with Lee Yuza. Lu Zixuan broke the silence. Upon hearing her words, the latter explained. It's fine, I'll be careful. I've read all those news reports. Didn't that guy warn everyone before they got into trouble? Looking at it that way, it seems like he can predict things in advance. That is a bit strange. Kong Xin propped her face up with one hand, furrowing her brow slightly as if deep in thought. But he never told me anything bad would happen to me, or warned me. Besides, that guy even said in the livestream that he guarantees I won't die. Relax, I'm heading back to Beijing tomorrow anyway. We'll see then. Seeing Kong Xin still unconcerned, Lu Zixuan's brows knotted tightly, unsure what to do. Even though she claimed Lee Yuza had assured her nothing bad would happen, Lu Zixuan couldn't shake the feeling that trouble was brewing like a death flag. After all, every single one of the 5 people he'd taken an interest in so far had met with disaster. Without exception, all dead. The only one still alive was Zhou Zuilan, now under the protection of her father and others. But Zhou Zuilan's situation wasn't much better now. Had she not left home early, she too would have been abducted. Lu Zixuan felt a heavy weight in her chest, suffocating her. Everyone else had already suffered misfortune, her best friend absolutely couldn't meet the same fate. Especially not right under her nose. The ringing persisted, Kong Xion's voice echoing in her mind. Oh, it's fine. If anything really happens, I'll definitely investigate that guy thoroughly. Alright, see you tomorrow, Zixuan. With that reassuring promise, the call ended abruptly. Staring at the ended call log, Lu Zixuan felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Her heart pounded violently, a wave of anxiety washing over her entire body. Better left unsaid. Now that you mention it, I can't shake this feeling of impending doom. Something about this situation feels off. It can't just pass by without a trace. Something unexpected is bound to happen. The thought made Lu Zixuan feel angry all over again. Kong Xian is just being reckless. Why won't she listen to reason? How many people has Lee Yuza already destroyed? Even if the final investigation clears him of any involvement. But, it's just bad luck. Or maybe it was fate. Accidents happen precisely because he took an interest? Lu Zixuan scratched her head, feeling increasingly uneasy. If something really happened, then, where would you even find the chance to investigate him? By then, it might be Lee Yuza arranging your funeral. No way. I have to get to the bottom of this bastard. Lu Zixuan muttered to herself. Even though she no longer had the authority, she still wanted to continue investigating Lee Yuza. Not only that, she needed to look into the old woman's case again. Although her father had stated Lee Yuza had nothing to do with it, she sensed something fishy about the whole affair. It's still connected to Lee Yuza. She set her phone down and leaned back on the bed, eyes closed, pondering the connections. Lost in thought, she gradually lost all awareness of her surroundings. Slowly, she drifted off to sleep. Chapter 51, Tricking Fans into Kidnapping? The next day. Meanwhile, inside the funeral home. Achoo! Lee Yuza sneezed several times in a row, rolling off the bed. Wiping his nose in confusion, he muttered angrily. Damn it, who's trying to trick me? Just wait till I catch you. Shaking his head, he dismissed the petty annoyance and climbed out of bed. After a quick wash, he headed to the hall to tidy up. Having been woken by a series of sneezes, he stumbled out, his head heavy with sleep. But upon reaching the hall, he froze. Standing at the doorway, he was astonished to find the place already tidied up. The entire floor was clean and polished. Just as he stood there dumbfounded, a voice drifted over. Brotherly, breakfast is ready. Zhang Hao, who was crouched in the living room eating breakfast, called out to him. Hearing the voice, Li Yuza realized the brothers had arrived at the shop long ago. He realized they had tidied everything up. They'd even thoughtfully bought him breakfast. He felt a bit confused. Was he still half asleep, or had he woken up too abruptly and was hallucinating? How come these two suddenly became so diligent? He hadn't seen them cleaning up around the place before. What was going on today? After a quick greeting, he sat down at the table and devoured the breakfast the brothers had prepared for him. Once the food settled in his stomach, he rubbed his eyes again, realizing this wasn't a dream. He then asked, "What's up with you two? Why all the sudden busyness? And buying me breakfast? No good deed goes unpunished. What trouble have you two gotten into that you need me to clean up after you?" Hearing his words, brothers Zhang Hao and Zhang Hui finally put away their things and rubbed their hands nervously as they looked at him. After a moment, they spoke in unison, looking somewhat embarrassed. Heh, brotherly, nothing much. We just felt like working and wanted to buy you breakfast. Labor is glorious. Li Yuza, still chewing on a fried dough stick, glanced up at the brothers, took another sip of soy milk and then said, "Do you two think I'm a fool? Do you two even believe what you're saying?" The two exchanged a glance. Though the first question made them want to nod, they managed to restrain themselves and instead offered an explanation. Brotherly, why don't you go livestream again? Yesterday's session actually went pretty well, over 100,000 people watched. Do it a few more times, and we could renovate the whole shop. Honestly, getting negative attention is still attention, right? Hearing these two finally speak up, Li Yuza's expression darkened instantly. Damn it, they were waiting for me here. He snapped back immediately. Go screw yourselves. If you want to stream, go stream yourselves. I don't want to get cursed at, and streaming is boring anyway. After saying that, he shot them another glance. No wonder he'd felt something was off since waking up this morning. So that's it, these two were still scheming against him. Ignoring them, Li Yuza kept his head down, working hard, one hand holding a fried dough stick, the other a soy milk. Only after finishing his meal did he wipe his mouth and look up at them. The latter stared at him expectantly, only to hear Li Yuza continue. No deal. Not a chance. He crossed his arms, glancing sideways at the pair. He'd known these two were up to something. He hadn't expected it to be about live streaming. Yesterday's livestream wore me out. Over 10,000 people watched and not a single one bought a coffin. They just kept cursing at me. No way. Watching videos is way more relaxing, at least I get to see some pretty girls. After that, Li Yuza tidied up a bit and flopped back into his chair. He opened Douyin and kept scrolling through videos. Seeing this, Zhang and Hui were momentarily at a loss for how to persuade him further. They decided to drop the subject for now, waiting for a better opportunity to bring it up again. Li Yuza lay back in his chair, legs propped up, grinning as he scrolled through videos. As he scrolled, he suddenly came across a video from a content creator deep in a remote mountain forest. Intrigued, he'd never seen anything like this before, he tapped in to watch closely. We don't rule over nature, nature is our good friend. The voice in the video piqued Li Yuza's interest. He also opened the blogger's personal page and discovered he was a forest blogger. He lived in the forest, capturing nature photographs and educating viewers about rare plants. He clicked through several other videos, flipping back and forth. He noticed this blogger lived each day in perfect contentment. He tended flowers and fish while carving out a cave to live in. He seemed completely at home in the forest, living a carefree and joyful life. Now that's what life should be like. Seeing this, Li Yuza sighed deeply with profound emotion. Reflecting on his own journey of crossing over, he realized that compared to this person, his own experience felt like heaven versus hell. As he pondered this, he noticed the blogger in the video cutting down trees and murmured curiously to himself. But I wonder, isn't cutting down trees everywhere like that illegal? Doesn't our country have forest protection laws? He's cut down so many trees that's enough to get him sentenced, right? Isn't anyone going to stop him? Hearing this, the two brothers who had been secretly watching Li Yuza approached. They looked at the blogger in the video, then glanced at Li Yuza before explaining to him. Brotherly, this is a foreign streamer. Look at the location, he's in the United States. Since he's from another country, our laws can't reach him. Upon hearing the explanation, Li Yuza finally noticed. He had assumed this might be happening somewhere within China, but it turned out to be overseas. Without another word, he merely nodded and continued watching. Seeing this, the brothers thought the moment was ripe to persuade Lee Yuza to keep streaming. Brotherly, look at how much joy this blogger brings to people by sharing beautiful things. We suggest you start streaming too. With all the followers we already have, you could definitely bring joy to even more people. Joy? More like fear. Rolling his eyes at the two scoundrels trying to trick him again, Lee Yuza thought to himself that he wasn't nearly as brilliant as these two. Getting him to stream? Not a chance. Just as he was about to refuse, the system's voice suddenly chimed in again. Ding. Suitable client detected. Name, Chen Xiu. Occupation, video blogger. Cause of death, fatal gunshot wound. Death countdown, 5 days. Deceived others through online promotions with promises of high-paying jobs in Electric Nation, but actually scammed fans out of money. Arrested by police for telecommunications fraud, ultimately sentenced to death and killed by gunshot. 95% mortality rate. High precision target. Host, please monitor immediately. Lee Yuza? Chapter 52, 3 days there means 9 meals of hunger. North City. Inside the funeral home. The system's announcement still echoed in his mind. Hearing it, Lee Yuza jumped up from the sofa. He scrutinized the video footage once more. In the footage, Chen Xiu still appeared utterly carefree. He certainly didn't look like someone involved in telecom fraud or organ harvesting, yet that was precisely what the system had indicated. Holy crap! This is ridiculous. Take him down immediately. Lee Yuza couldn't help but exclaim aloud. He'd never dealt with telecom fraud before, but he'd heard about it here and there. These scammers lure young people with high salaries and promise all sorts of benefits, but only after they actually show up do they realize. Only then did they realize the stark contrast between the promises and the reality a world apart. Here, going hungry 9 times in 3 days was commonplace. These people would squeeze every last drop of value out of the deceived victims. Once they were no longer useful, they would simply kill them and harvest their organs for sale. It's utterly inhumane. However, this individual was soon apprehended and executed by detectives, a fitting resolution for those who suffered such brutal deaths. Lee Yuza's brow furrowed deeply as he stared intently at his phone screen. Zhang Huai and Zhang Hao exchanged another glance, suspecting their boss was losing his mind. After a moment's hesitation, they cautiously asked, "What kind of strike?" But before they could finish, Lee Yuza waved them off. Lee Yuza had no time for idle chatter with these two right now. He held his phone aloft with both hands, his brow slightly furrowed as if deep in thought. A shooting incident. Though it happened overseas, it wasn't something he couldn't pay attention to. Let's follow it. He muttered to himself, his thoughts racing. Telecom fraud? Organ trafficking? Damn it. Follow up. Absolutely follow up. When I get in touch with her, I'll pull a scam on him too. He had to make a killing off these scoundrels. After fleecing them thoroughly, report them, at least that's my small contribution. With that thought, Lee Yuza clicked follow on Chen Xiu's profile. The moment he clicked follow, the door to his funeral home swung open. The 3 men, hearing the commotion, simultaneously turned their heads toward the doorway. A blinding light streamed in from outside, momentarily stinging their eyes. As the visitor stepped inside, they finally saw who it was. It was Lu Zixuan. Seeing her, Lee Yuza startled and quickly stowed his phone away. He pushed aside the 2 people sitting next to him, jumped off the sofa, and hurried over to greet her. Hey, beautiful detective? What a rare guest. Long time no see. What brings you here? Looking to buy a coffin? We've known each other for a few days now. Here's the deal, buy a coffin from me, and I'll give you a 50% discount as a favor. What do you say? He addressed her with unabashed familiarity. Hearing his words, Lu Zixuan glanced at him dismissively, ignoring him as she walked straight into the store. Seeing this, Lee Yuza immediately pulled out a chair, poured Lu Zixuan a cup of tea, and gestured for her to sit down. Once everything was ready, Lee Yuza looked at her. There was no way she was here to buy a coffin. Something must have happened, and she was here to interrogate him. Lee Yuza pursed his lips before asking more seriously. Officer, what brings you here? What's the matter this time? But before he could finish, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Suitable customer detected. Lee Yuza's expression froze instantly, the words he'd been about to speak stuck in his throat. His hand holding the teacup froze mid-air as he stared at her, shoulders slumped. After scanning her body once more until she finally snapped at him, Lee Yuza still couldn't help but mutter in disbelief. No way? You? Just as he was about to say something, the system's continued broadcast interrupted his thoughts. Name, Lu Zixuan. Position, detective. Death countdown, ominous. Cause of death, hit by a vehicle. Accidental death by vehicle collision, 90% fatality rate. High precision client. Host advised to prioritize attention immediately. System notification complete. Lee Yuza stared at Lu Zixuan in utter shock. He never imagined this system could actually deliver alerts in person. And that Lu Zixuan would be involved in an incident? This was completely beyond his imagination, a detective dying in a car accident? With such a high fatality rate, something felt terribly off about this. Li Yuza set down his teacup, scratched his head vigorously, and opened his mouth as if to speak. Yet, all that came out was a stammering mumble. He couldn't form a coherent word. Noticing his unusual behavior, Lu Zixuan frowned and looked at him with a hint of disdain. What are you up to now? But after speaking, she dismissed his earlier behavior, wondering if spending too much time in a coffin shop had driven him off his rocker. She hadn't come here for anything else, it was mainly for her silly best friend. Once Li Yuza seemed slightly calmer, she continued. I came here for a reason. Do you know my best friend? Li Yuza was still pondering why Lu Zixuan had been killed in that car accident when he heard her words. He looked up at her, puzzled. What do you mean, your best friend? Why would I know your best friend? Lu Zixuan took a sip of tea, stood up, and glared at Li Yuza as she demanded. Did you follow someone else yesterday? A girl. Unfollow her right this instant. Li Yuza watched Lu Zixuan suddenly jump to her feet and heard her words, momentarily baffled. Is this woman a little off? He muttered under his breath. When she shot him another glare, he finally spoke up. Yeah, but why unfollow? Seeing Li Yuza still not getting it, Lu Zixuan pointed at him angrily. She's my sister. Unfollow her right now. If anything happens to her, I won't let you off the hook. Lu Zixuan was slightly out of breath, glaring at Li Yuza while simultaneously contemplating snatching his phone to unfollow her herself. Her decision to come here today had been carefully considered. If not for what had happened before, Li Yuza could follow whoever he wanted. She wouldn't have bothered coming to confront him. But after tossing and turning all night, she still couldn't shake her worry. At the same time, she found it utterly unbelievable. Every single person he followed had ended up in trouble. If last night's incident hadn't occurred, perhaps she wouldn't feel this way. But yesterday, the very last person Li Yuza had followed also suffered an accident. Though nothing major had happened yet and it was still within manageable limits, it was enough to make her afraid. She absolutely couldn't gamble with her sister's lives, even if Kang Xian herself insisted she was fine. But she had no idea just how unlucky Li Yuza was. Across the table, Li Yuza stared blankly at Lu Zixuan standing before him, momentarily unable to process the situation. Sis, you're about to die, you know that? And you still have time to worry about others? As he processed the shock, Li Yuza felt a wave of surprise wash over him. He never expected that beautiful girl from yesterday to be Lu Zixuan's best friend. With that thought, he gave her another thorough once-over. Unfollow them immediately. Don't you realize that someone always gets into trouble whenever you follow someone? How many times has this happened already? Hearing Lu Zixuan's words, Li Yuza couldn't really argue back. Mainly, the system had actually alerted him, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. So he shifted his gaze and abruptly changed the subject. Zixuan, are you planning to go somewhere soon? Like, somewhere pretty far away? Really? Lu Zixuan froze, her eyebrows twitching slightly as she pressed her lips together in surprise. Li Yuza had hit the nail on the head. She was about to accompany Zhao Jiangwo to investigate that case involving the elderly woman, which would take them to numerous remote locations. She might be gone for quite a while. But how did he know? She looked at him with a puzzled expression, unable to figure it out, but still replied. No, mind your own business. Just unfollow my sister right now. Watching her clumsy attempt at acting, Li Yuza was about to say something else when a sudden thought flashed through his mind. It seemed he had overlooked some crucial details. Kang Xian and Lu Zixuan were sisters, and both had died under identical circumstances. Even their mortality rates matched. Could that mean? They were. Li Yuza stared at Lu Zixuan, his brows furrowed. This is a double kill. Chapter 53. Did you take the wrong medicine today? North City. Inside the funeral home. Double whammy? Li Yuza stared at Lu Zixuan in utter disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. The latter, observing his unusual demeanor today, asked curiously. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Why are you acting so weird? Hearing Lu Zixuan's voice, Li Yuza remained momentarily dazed. After a moment, he finally snapped out of it, shaking his head to signal it was nothing serious. Yet he continued to look at her with a troubled expression, torn between telling her about the matter and keeping it to himself. Yet he also felt that saying anything might not make much difference. First, there was no guarantee she'd believe his warning. Second, even he didn't know exactly when the accident might strike. It wasn't possible to stay constantly vigilant. There would inevitably be moments of carelessness. Telling her would only add to her burden. After pondering, he decided it was best to remain silent. At this thought, his head began to ache again. Why did all these things have to pile up one after another? Seeing Lu Zixuan looking at him with some confusion, Li Yuza waved his hand again. Simultaneously, he changed the subject. Never mind me for now. What new case have you got on your hands? He didn't buy Lu Zixuan's earlier explanation for a second, so he cut straight to the chase. Hearing him ask that question again, Lu Zixuan frowned. She shot Li Yuza a sideways glare but repeated her earlier response. Didn't I tell you? Mind your own business. Li Yuza sat back down, sipping his tea with his legs crossed, his face full of disbelief as he looked at her and asked doubtfully. Really? You didn't? No. Stop asking me. The two exchanged questions and answers. Hearing that she still refused to speak up, Li Yuza decided to change his approach. Pretending to scratch his head in thought, he addressed Lu Zixuan again. Hey, what happened after you left that day when you caught that boy outside my shop? What crime did he commit? What did you go do after leaving? Li Yuza speculated that, barring any surprises, Lu Zixuan's hurried departure last time must have been related to this mission. What do you mean, what happened? That guy was trying to vandalize your shop. Hearing Li Yuza question her again, Lu Zixuan fixed her gaze on him, her brow furrowing slightly. Why was this guy asking so many questions today? Had he slept his brain foggy? But seeing the hint of hope in his eyes, she couldn't bring herself to refuse and answered. It's about that old woman. This time too. Before she could finish, Lu Zixuan suddenly snapped to attention, glaring at Li Yuza with fury. This bastard was trying to get her to spill the beans. She stopped herself from continuing. Upon hearing her words, Li Yuza wore an expression that said, I knew it, yet he still asked with a hint of confusion. What happened to that old woman? Did something happen to her? The moment the words left his mouth, he realized. If something had happened to the old woman, Lu Zixuan wouldn't have come here today just to ask about her best friend. She would have mentioned the old woman. Her failure to bring it up now suggested. Zhou Zuilan was likely fine. I told you, stay out of my business. Unfollow my best friend right now. After enduring Li Yuza's relentless questioning, Lu Zixuan finally snapped. She stood up, pointed her finger at him, and roared. Seeing Lu Zixuan like this, Li Yuza scratched his head in confusion. What's the big deal? Does unfollowing your best friend make everything okay? With such a high mortality rate, unfollowing won't do much good. And you're barely hanging on yourself still thinking about your bestie? But when he looked up, Lu Zixuan was still sitting there, unchanged. As if she wouldn't leave unless he unfollowed her. Li Yuza felt helpless, but conceded anyway. Unfollow. Fine, I'll unfollow her. I'm so scared of you. Saying this, he pulled out his phone and unfollowed Kong Xian right in front of Lu Zixuan. At the same time, he muttered a quiet complaint under his breath. Like unfollowing your bestie is gonna kill her or something. But she clearly hadn't heard him. She only noticed that Li Yuza had indeed unfollowed Kong Xian, and finally nodded in satisfaction. Though he seemed a bit off today, it was surprising how cooperative he'd been. Without giving it another thought, she shot Li Yuza another glare. Then, she rose and walked away gracefully. Watching Lu Zixuan's retreating figure, Li Yuza pursed his lips and frowned in thought. A moment later, he stood up and called out loudly into the living room. Wulong and Fengchuno, Zhenghuai and Zhanghao, you two come here. Hearing the call, the two men Wulong Fengchu rose from the sofa and approached Li Yuza. They looked at him, somewhat puzzled, waiting for him to continue. You two stay at the shop. I need to step out for a bit. After giving the simple order, he paid no attention to the two who hadn't fully processed it. He grabbed his clothes from the sofa and quietly followed Lu Zixuan's figure. Just moments ago, as he frowned in thought, a sense of foreboding had washed over him. He had a strong, almost overwhelming feeling that something bad was about to happen. Both Lu Zixuan and Kong Xian were in danger, and he feared something might happen to them today. So he decided to go out and investigate alongside them. This was mainly, but if they died unexpectedly, he couldn't account for that. A detective died shortly after leaving his own shop. This, even if it wasn't his doing, it would be pinned on him. At that moment. On the other side. Power Free Nation. Chen Xiu watched the screen with a smile. Once the video recording ended, he transformed completely. His dyed golden hair was combed meticulously, and his expression turned ruthless. Gold-rimmed glasses sat upon his nose, his eyes dark and shadowy, the unfathomable depths of his gaze swirling with a sinister gleam. He pushed open the door in front of the camera and ordered his henchman behind him to bring him a chair. Leaning back in the chair, Chen Xiu pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected quickly. He spoke calmly into the phone. How's the job coming along? A voice came through quickly, though it trembled slightly. We only captured Zhou Guowei. Zhou Zuilan got away, but we torched their family's house. As he listened to the voice on the other end, Chen Xiu's expression grew increasingly grim. Before the other could finish, Chen Xiu cut him off with a furious shout. Damn it! Can't you guys get your together? You can't even catch an old woman? What the hell are you good for? What the hell good are you if I can't even keep you around? Useless pieces of. Chen Xiu rose from his chair, unleashing a torrent of curses. His entire being radiated a menacing aura, his tone growing even colder. The others, hearing his voice, dared not speak, waiting only for him to continue. A moment passed. Having regained his composure slightly, Chen Xiu pressed on. Where's the intel? Anything else? Spit it out. Hearing Chen Xiu's cold, sharp tone on the other end, the person stammered before continuing their reply. On the North City front. The detectives have already moved in. Hearing the news, Chen Xiu's expression instantly darkened. Chapter 54. Here, I am the king. Electricity-free nation. Deep within a forest. Chen Xiu stiffened upon hearing the voice on the phone. He hadn't expected the North City police station to move so quickly. He'd assumed they were a bunch of useless fools, but it seemed they actually had some skill after all. At that moment, he sat in a chair. Several attractive women stood nearby, holding umbrellas for him. His expression was dark as he stared ahead. His appearance was completely different from his video persona. They were two entirely different people. Chen Xiu was using this very method to lure young people from Huaxia to work in Dian Nation, promising high salaries or the chance to experience forest life. Experience a different way of life. Little did they know. Arriving here meant entering hell or something even more terrifying. A moment of silence. Seeing Chen Xiu hadn't responded, a cautious voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Chen, there's also, our base here seems to be on the verge of being discovered. Almost exposed? Hearing their words, Chen Xiu's voice rose sharply, his expression darkening further. His eyes narrowed slightly, his brow furrowed deeply, and his clenched fists betrayed his struggle to maintain control. After a long moment of contemplation, he finally issued his orders over the phone, his voice low and grave. You lot give the North City police station a warning. No matter what it takes, make sure a few of them die. From what I understand, their chief has a daughter. Make sure she gets killed. If you pull this off, it'll be considered atonement for your past sins. If you fail again, don't bother coming back. You're all as good as dead. Bunch of useless trash. With that, Chen Xiu slammed the phone to the ground, his entire being consumed by fury. He didn't hear nor did he want to hear what the incompetents said afterward. All he wanted to hear was news of someone dying in North City. Damn it! It's just some small-time crook we lured over. Why is this causing such a huge commotion? He slammed his fist onto the table, growling through gritted teeth with a dark glare. Meanwhile, back in Huaxia, countless netizens were scrolling through Chen Xiu's videos. They marveled at the beauty of this place while yearning for it. Leisurely and carefree, this was the life they yearned for. To netizens, Chen Xiu was just a forest blogger posting videos on Douyin. Living a carefree life in the forest, he appeared kind and harmless. But in reality, he was the ruthless crime boss of this region in the Miandian kingdom. He was ruthless beyond measure, having claimed countless lives. His domestic videos were merely a ruse to lure young people to his base, a sizable stronghold he maintains in North City. This stronghold is precisely the main means of luring those young people here. Here. Miandian. Chen Xiu regained his composure. During the recent call, he learned that his meticulously planned base was about to be discovered. It was through this very base that he transported these people to Powerland, exploiting them for scams and even organ trafficking, reaping enormous profits for himself. Now, this group is actually trying to cut off his vital source of income. They'd even uncovered some information and were preparing to wipe out his stronghold. This thought only fueled Chen Xiu's rage. Therefore, to prevent his business from facing danger, he must teach these overconfident detectives a lesson. His expression turned icy cold, as if he wanted to tear the person who uncovered this matter limb from limb. Damn it! Another angry growl escaped him. Before this, he hadn't quite understood why luring over a young man with no apparent background would cause such a commotion in North City. He'd lured all sorts of people before, many far more valuable than Zhou Wenjin, yet none had caused such a commotion. Even if there had been some commotion, it certainly wouldn't have escalated to this. He'd assumed some unexpected complication had arisen, a situation he wasn't privy to. Or perhaps there was a problem on his end. But later, he understood exactly why things had escalated to this point. Zhou Wen's mother posted a video that initially garnered little attention. But by sheer coincidence, it was discovered by someone. It was a funeral service blogger named Yilotong Funeral Services who took notice, turning the incident into a public spectacle. Li Yuza? He murmured, narrowing his eyes. According to Chen Xiu's own intelligence, whoever this funeral home owner followed would inevitably run into trouble. And so far, the fatality rate was 100%. Precisely because of this, the funeral home owner's interest in the matter had prompted North City to take it extremely seriously. Thus, they followed the trail and uncovered some evidence against him. That was why he was now wanted by North City. He felt a mix of sudden realization and anger. All because of this bastard, he was now in a very passive position. Even his businesses in North City were now under investigation. If uncovered, all his years of hard work in North City would be destroyed in an instant. All because of that bastard. Chen Xiu's face darkened as he muttered under his breath. So it's in North City too, huh? Once I've dealt with all this, you worthless piece of trash can just wait to die. With that thought, he rose to his feet, his expression fierce. Narrowing his eyes, he waited for a long time. He finally led his men away from the area. They're closing in on me. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Bunch of useless trash. Chen Xiu's face darkened as he cursed under his breath while walking. Soon, he arrived at a factory complex with several men in tow. This factory complex was precisely where they imprisoned those captured from China. They were forced to work here, drained of every last ounce of value. Once they were completely drained of worth, they would be dragged to the back of the factory, their organs harvested and sold. Here, he was king. No one dared defy his will. All who had resisted had been brutally killed. The group approached the entrance. A cluster of small rectangular buildings in red and blue came into view. The entire factory grounds felt eerily quiet, the streets deserted. Dust swirled in the wind, settling on their faces. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the factory building, face contorted with terror. Chen Xiu watched the person, saying nothing. Another one trying to escape. Soon, a gunshot rang out, and the ragged figure collapsed to the ground. Then, a group of people poured out of the factory area and dragged him back inside. The once quiet street grew chaotic. Simultaneously, several screams could be heard coming from behind the factory building. Chen Xiu watched the entire scene unfold with a blank expression. Here, such incidents occurred daily, long since becoming routine. The factory grounds were surrounded by high walls topped with barbed wire. And nearby, numerous armed guards patrolled the area. Chen Xiu approached one of the factory gates. Soon, someone emerged from inside and called out to him. "Brother Chen, what brings you here?" Hearing the voice, Chen Xiu didn't respond. He led a group of subordinates into the factory grounds. Only then did he turn to ask, "Is Zhou Wen dead? Where is he?" The underling quickly answered, "Not yet. We've locked him up in the water dungeon." Chen Xiu raised an eyebrow and continued, "Take me there." Chapter 55 Heaven's path lies open, yet you turn away. Hell's gate is closed, yet you force your way in. Electricity-free nation. Inside a factory complex. Upon hearing Chen Xiu's request, the subordinate led the way ahead. Soon, the group arrived at a water prison. Beneath a grove of trees, a dark, foul-smelling pool came into view. Along the edge of the pool, several iron chains secured the area tightly. Several armed guards stood watch nearby. Following the henchman's pointing gesture, Chen Xiu spotted Zhou Wen standing within the water prison. Zhou Wen's face was drained of color, his entire body swollen. He seemed to be floating yet standing on the water's surface. Beside him were many other figures, the others imprisoned in the water cell with him. They too were pale as ghosts, some with missing limbs still bleeding. The most significant difference from ordinary cells was that this water dungeon was filled with water up to chest level. Yet this did not seem to be pond water, it was filthy and foul. Everyone here endured inhuman torment. The water in the dungeon was never changed, and the prisoners' waste accumulated within it. By now, the stench was unbearable, and maggots crawled everywhere. Due to prolonged standing in the water, many could not endure it and were unable to sit down. If they did sit down, the water would rise above their heads. Gazing at that murky pool of foul water, tinged with a sickly crimson hue, no one dared to sit down. Now, everyone in the water prison was shackled, unable to sit or lie down, forced to remain standing. In the pool, several corpses swollen and rotting from prolonged immersion floated around them. "Hey, you there!" Hearing the voice, Zhou Wen, covered in blood and pale as death, lifted his head, his expression dazed. At this moment, he could no longer distinguish reality from dream, his entire being plunged into a state of utter disorientation. Chen Xiu frowned as he strode before Zhou Wen, looking down on him with utter contempt. "Who'd have thought a lowlife like you could actually give me a run for my money?" Zhou Wen, dazed and confused, lifted his head to look at the approaching figure. Seeing that Zhou Wen still had the strength to look at him, Chen Xiu immediately stomped his foot down on Zhou Wen's head, growling menacingly with a twisted expression. "Here's some more good news, I've already captured your parents. Just wait, you'll be reunited with them soon. Hope you live to see your parents." With that, he delivered another brutal kick to Zhou Wen's head. Zhou Wen spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact, nearly being kicked into the water. His hands clenched the shackles tightly, the chains clanking loudly in the still waters of the pond, preventing him from being submerged. The commotion finally snapped Zhou Wen out of his daze. But then he heard the man mention his parents. With great effort, he lifted his head to look at the attacker. "You, what did you say?" A weak voice emerged. Zhou Wen stared at the crowd surrounding him with hatred etched across his face. His eyes fell upon Chen Xiu, who was speaking at the entrance. Raging with fury, he struggled against the ropes binding his body. He writhed in the water. However, after being locked in the dark, sunless water dungeon for days without any food, he had long since lost his strength. Now utterly weakened, his struggle caused the scabbed wounds on his body to break open, spilling fresh blood in trickles. The crimson blood mingled with the now pitch-black pool. Zhou Wen froze, nearly fainting. What tormented him more than fainting was a profound sense of helplessness. His eyes burned crimson as he stared at Chen Xiu. Seeing the contempt in Chen Xiu's eyes, as if he were looking at an insect, Zhou Wen was filled with regret. If only he hadn't been deceived, then his parents wouldn't be in such a... Nor would they be in danger now. It was all his fault. Crimson tears streamed from Zhou Wen's eyes as he finally mustered every ounce of strength left within him. His eyes bulged with fury as he roared, though his voice remained faint. "You beast! What have you done to my parents? You will die, cough." His words were cut short by a violent coughing fit. He had no strength left to continue speaking. His back pressed against the wall of the pool, his eyes, now filled with blood, glared viciously at Chen Xiu. He wanted nothing more than to tear him limb from limb. TSK TSK TSK. Your parents probably didn't die as quickly as you will. Rest assured. Chen Xiu spoke coldly, paying no heed to the empty threats of this insignificant insect before him. A dying man posed no threat to him. Even if he were dangerous, how formidable could he possibly be? But the sight of him now was simply revolting. With that thought, Chen Xiu pinched his nose and delivered another vicious kick to Zhou Wen's body, his expression darkening as he continued. Don't blame me. Blame that Li Yuza. If not for him, I wouldn't be like this. Wait for death. You all deserve to die. Zhou Wen struggled to speak again, his body twisting and churning in the water. Chen Xiu watched Zhou Wen, who was as insignificant as an ant yet still tried to struggle to his feet, his brow slightly furrowed. He turned away without another glance, issuing a simple order to his henchman beside him. Kick him back in. Don't kill him yet. With that, he walked away. Behind him. Inside the water prison. The sound of splashing water echoed, mingled with Zhou Wen's feeble cries. But the sound grew fainter and fainter. Stepping out of the water cell, Chen Xiu gasped for breath, his brow furrowing slightly. The stench inside that water cell had been truly overpowering. Just as he was about to investigate the other side, a subordinate hurriedly ran up from afar. Chen Xiu halted, watching the arrival. Brother Chen, Li Yuza is watching you. The subordinate strode forward, panting slightly before speaking. Hearing his subordinate's words, Chen Xiu froze, momentarily unable to process the information. A moment later, he hooked one hand over his gold-rimmed glasses and repeated the question. You're saying that Li Yuza is following me? Hearing his boss's question, the subordinate hurriedly replied. Yes, boss. He's following you. I hear this guy's a bit shady. After speaking, the subordinate dared not meet Chen Xiu's gaze directly, only stealing a quick glance upward. Seeing no sign of blame in the other man's eyes, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Over here. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Chen Xiu grew even more puzzled. He was being watched too? He was well aware of Li Yuza's reputation and knew the man was genuinely unsettling. He'd heard rumors that whoever Li Yuza focused on would die, but he himself was the Grim Reaper here. He didn't take those claims seriously at all. Still, he couldn't shake his doubts. With one hand resting on his chin and a frown etched on his face, he paced back and forth. If that was the case, why would he follow me? Could it be he'd detected something unusual? Or had he already gathered some evidence? Chen Xiu rubbed his temples, feeling that this line of thought seemed plausible. Otherwise, why would Li Yuza be monitoring Zhou Wen and now incidentally keeping tabs on him too? He must know something. Looking for trouble. Chen Xiu narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and sharp. You chose the path to hell when paradise was within reach. Since that's the case, don't blame me for taking your head. Chapter 56, tonight's target Li Yuza. Mian domestic. In a remote small town. Chen Xiu's eyes darkened, the words his subordinate had spoken still echoing in his ears. Li Yuza has followed me. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the man had actually figured something out or was just taking another shot in the dark. But after a moment's thought, he quickly reached a conclusion. Li Yuza must have learned something, otherwise he wouldn't have followed him out of the blue. After all, prior to this, aside from the matter concerning Zhou Wen, they had no connection whatsoever. Moreover, regarding Zhou Wen's incident, he was certain that Li Yujie didn't know he was the mastermind behind it. He pondered it over and over. Moments later, Chen Xiu pulled another phone from his pocket and dialed the same number as before. The call connected quickly. Before the other party could speak, Chen Xiu barked his order. You're in North City now. Find Li Yuza immediately and kill him for me. By tomorrow at the latest, I want to see news of Li Yuza's accidental death pop up on my phone. On the other end. North City. A gang of 5 crouched inside a dilapidated factory, listening together to the voice coming from a phone. They were the ones who burned down Zhou Tsuilan's house and kidnapped Zhou Guowei. Behind them on the ground lay a burlap sack containing the unconscious Zhou Guowei. After the truth came out, the North City police station had sealed off the entire city. The 5 of them couldn't leave for the time being and had no choice but to stay put. Light rain began to fall from the sky. It fell sporadically onto the factory sheds. The factory walls were already dilapidated, riddled with cracks and peeling paint everywhere. Rust-stained machinery and debris littered the floor, lending the entire factory an eerie, foreboding atmosphere. The air was thick with the pungent smell of paint and heavy dust, a testament to the factory's long abandonment. A sliver of light filtered through the torn ceiling and shattered windows. In the empty factory hall, aside from the occasional whistling wind and the lingering echoes of machinery, only the breathing of the 5 people remained. After a brief exchange, the call ended. Brother Knife, what's Brother Chen planning this time? A greenhorn approached and asked. He'd been left outside earlier and hadn't heard the orders coming from Chen Xiu on the other end. Brother Chen wants us to take out a funeral director named Li Yuza. The man called Brother Knife bore a long scar across his face, earning him the nickname Hearing the question, he turned his head and glanced at the other three brothers, voicing his confusion. This Li Yuza, do you guys know him? At this, the other four exchanged glances, momentarily dumbfounded. None of them seemed to know Li Yuza. But one of them quickly snapped out of it and replied. The funeral home owner? There's been this weird guy popping up online lately, the funeral home owner. I don't know his real name, though. After speaking, he opened his phone and displayed all the information he had on Li Yuza for everyone to see. The group gathered around, murmuring among themselves. Holy crap, this guy's got some weird vibes. How come everyone he follows ends up dead? Pretty creepy. Could he be one of those witch doctors from our southeast region? After reviewing the information about him, they all found Li Yuza rather unsettling. But they couldn't figure out why Chen Xiu had ordered them to kill this man. Was there some connection between the two? Could it be this guy had crossed Brother Chen? For a moment, this thought flashed through everyone's minds. But soon, as Brother Knife scrolled through the man's information, he spotted a familiar name in his follow list. It was Chen Xiu. He gasped aloud. Holy, he seems to be following Brother Chen. The words barely left his mouth before everyone froze in shock. But they quickly snapped out of it. No wonder Brother Chen wanted to kill Li Yuza. But merely following him shouldn't warrant Chen Xiu specifically calling the five of them to kill him. Could there be something else they didn't know? As they pondered this, a balding man stepped forward and ventured a bold guess. Could it be that this Li Yuza knows something? Otherwise, Brother Chen wouldn't have gone to such lengths to send us after him. His words fell, plunging the already dim-witted group back into deep contemplation. They huddled together to deliberate once more, and soon reached a conclusion. It's definitely because Li Yuza knows something that he's been keeping an eye on Brother Chen. And Brother Chen must know that Li Yujie is watching him because he's uncovered some inside information. This guy, he absolutely can't be left alive. Overhearing the discussion, the balding man cautiously inquired. With nearly all North City detectives already deployed, isn't it risky for us to go kill Li Yuza now? After hearing his words, Brother Knife explained. Brother Pao, we have to do it. No matter how great the risk, we have to do it. Otherwise, staying here is just slow death. Unless you're waiting for the detectives to come arrest you. Hearing this, Brother Kenan furrowed his brow. After a moment's thought, he seemed to see the logic in it. He said no more. Soon, the group gathered once more to deliberate. So, do we kill him or not? Kill. Kill and run. With just a few simple words, they sealed Li Yuza's fate. As the discussion concluded, Pao Ge suddenly jolted awake, as if struck by another thought, and spoke again. Li Yuza seems pretty close with that Lu Zixuan. We can take them both out. And Lu Zixuan was precisely their target. Earlier, Chen Xiu had ordered them to kill Lu Zixuan because she was the daughter of the North City Police Bureau chief. They intended to go big. They'd deliver a brutal warning shot to North City. But as luck would have it, these two were out together. This spared them the trouble of killing one target only to have to hunt down another afterward. At the same time, they grew increasingly certain that Li Yuza absolutely knew something. In a suburban area. Inside this abandoned factory complex. The surroundings were silent and deserted. Only the sound of rustling leaves echoed through the air. An hour later. A voice echoed from within. Tonight's the night. Success is mandatory, failure is not an option. Failure means you'll have to take your own life. Brother Knife said coldly. Chapter 57, doesn't Li Yuza look like a freak? North City. Inside the funeral home. The door swung open, a breeze gently blowing through, causing the door to creak and groan. Inside, the dragon and phoenix duo stared dumbfounded at the entrance. They had been planning to keep tricking Li Yuza into streaming. But Lu Zixuan's sudden arrival interrupted their thoughts. They had assumed that after a brief exchange, Lu Zixuan would leave and the matter would be settled. But then Li Yuza called them both over to issue orders. After that, as if struck by some sudden impulse, he quietly followed Lu Zixuan out. Left alone to guard the place, they scratched their heads and exchanged bewildered glances. You know, isn't Brother Li kinda creepy? Following someone like that. Kind of. Brother Li must have lost his mind. Meanwhile, Li Yuza was secretly tailing Lu Zixuan. His appearance was somewhat comical at the moment. Wearing a simple mask, he walked casually several dozen meters behind Lu Zixuan. He wasn't some creep, of course he had to do this for Lu Zixuan's safety. Adjusting his mask slightly, he genuinely feared something might happen to Lu Zixuan the moment she stepped outside. If anything happened to her? The police station wouldn't listen to that. They only cared that trouble struck after she arrived at their premises. Not only would he be taken away for questioning, but his funeral home would be thoroughly searched by the North City Police Station. By then, I'll have given up my own business. But he needn't worry about going hungry either. The North City Police Department would take care of everything for him. Li Yuza sighed helplessly, watching Lu Zixuan not far ahead while rubbing his forehead and muttering to himself. Who did I offend to deserve running errands for you, you little brat? After another soft sigh, he added. Please don't get into trouble today. Any other day is fine. Just as Li Yuza was about to say more, Lu Zixuan suddenly turned her head. She kept feeling like someone was watching her. Now standing still, she frowned and scanned her surroundings repeatedly. Finding nothing amiss, she focused her attention and continued walking forward. Behind her, Li Yuza, who had seen Lu Zixuan turn her head, was hiding inside a shop. He patted his chest, feeling a bit shaken. Damn it, I'm supposed to keep an eye on this chick to make sure nothing happens to her, and now I have to hide from her too. Li Yuza muttered under his breath. He certainly didn't want her to spot him, or else she'd definitely labeled him a creepy stalker. Peering out from the storefront, he could no longer see Lu Zixuan. He took a step forward, ready to exit and continue following her. But then, that jarring voice interrupted his movement once more. Ding! Suitable customer detected. Hearing the sound, Li Yuza's footsteps halted abruptly, and he froze in place. He glanced around the shop. He already knew this system could provide details about people in his immediate vicinity. Just as he was about to see who the lucky one was, the system's announcement sounded again in his mind. Name, Li Yuza. The word stuck in his throat as Li Yuza froze in place, utterly flustered. Occupation, funeral home owner. Death countdown, tonight at 9:10 p.m. Cause of death, hit by a car. Death by vehicle collision, 90% fatality rate. Friendly reminder, as the host, it's advised you stay home. Hiding might just save your life. Otherwise, you'll be buried on the spot immediately. Li Yuza froze in place, his face frozen in disbelief. Just moments ago, he thought some lucky soul was nearby, offering a chance for a free ride. But who could have imagined he'd be singled out by the system again? Last time, it was when Su Li and the others were trying to kill him. But this time, it seemed like an accident. Li Yuza stood frozen at the doorway, unable to move forward or back. He wasn't sure if he should continue following Lu Zixuan. After a moment's thought, just as he was considering his next move, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Suitable client detected. Information updated. Name, Lu Zixuan, Kong Xin. Cause of death, hit by a vehicle. Death countdown, tonight at 2100 hours. Killed by vehicle collision, 90% mortality rate. High precision target host, please monitor immediately. Pay attention my ass. Li Yuza snapped. He was already on the death list himself and had no time to worry about others. Just as he pondered how to handle the situation, the system chimed in again. Damn it, is this never ending? Li Yuza felt both annoyed and puzzled. The system had glitched today, blasting out 3 consecutive alerts. But there was nothing he could do. He could only listen as the system's voice echoed in his mind. He'd expected another death list, but this time it was different. System upgrade imminent. The announcement left Li Yuza utterly bewildered, freezing him in place. What upgrade? The system? He seemed to have misheard, repeating the words instinctively. His eyes were filled with confusion, his brow deeply furrowed. The situation before him had far exceeded his expectations. He then sat down on a nearby seat, chin resting on one hand, replaying the system's announcement in his mind. After a long while. So it is upgrading. Mid-sentence, Li Yuza froze abruptly as a flash of insight erupted in his mind. As if he'd grasped something, he exclaimed in utter shock. Holy crap, an upgrade? I thought this crappy system was useless, but it can actually upgrade? Turns out, those novels didn't lie to me. As he processed the realization, shock gave way to overwhelming excitement. Others who traveled through time didn't have to worry about food or clothing, but he had to work to pay off debts. Now, finally, it was his turn to live the good life. Li Yuza beamed with delight, his excitement palpable as he clenched his fists tightly. A system upgrade, did that mean all sorts of rewards would follow? Could he soon reach the pinnacle of life and dominate this foreign world? His imagination ran wild with fantastical scenarios. While Li Yuza continued to fantasize, the system, regardless of his wishes, began upgrading automatically. Simultaneously, a progress bar appeared in his mind. At this point, Li Yuza decided not to follow Lu Zixuan any further. He remained seated in the shop, waiting for the system upgrade to complete. He was now intensely curious about what form the system would take after this upgrade. Soon, the upgrade completed. A high-definition holographic 3D image filled his vision, startling Li Yuza. Looking around, he realized only he could see this image, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The interface currently displayed only 3 options: missions, rewards, and store. It seemed all features would unlock in the near future. Li Yuza was still pondering this. But then, the system's voice sounded again. Mission 1, prevent Lu Zixuan's death and find a way to save yourself. Quest reward, Eagle Eyes. Eagle's eyes, see farther and observe with meticulous detail. Hearing the system's task and reward, he was momentarily stunned. But he quickly regained his composure. The Li Yuza of now was a different man from the one just minutes ago. At this moment, the system's voice sounded like heavenly music to his ears. Mainly because there were mission rewards. He carefully pondered the specific clues for this mission. Since completing the task meant earning rewards, he definitely needed to prepare thoroughly. Lu Zixuan, Kong Xin. And me, we all died in car accidents? Li Yuza slumped in his chair, pondering the system prompt that had appeared before the meeting. But this death countdown. At this point, Li Yuza narrowed his eyes slightly. He sprang to his feet from the chair, his voice tinged with shock. How could it be just 10 minutes apart? Chapter 58. You know what? I really can predict the future. North City. Inside a shopping mall. Li Yuza leapt from his seat, his face frozen in shock. How could it be off by only 10 minutes? Noticing the stares from those around him, he nodded apologetically. He then sat back down, chin in hand, continuing to ponder. At the same time, it finally dawned on him. Lu Zixuan, Kang Xian, and himself, all three had been killed in car accidents. And even the probability of their deaths was identical. Li Yuza found it hard to believe. He lowered his head, pressing one hand against his temples. Thoughts swirled relentlessly in his mind. This absolutely cannot be a coincidence. Finally, the words escaped his lips. This was definitely not an accidental car death. Someone had deliberately done this. Yet even as this thought formed, a lingering doubt remained. Why were all three of them killed by cars? And since they all died in car accidents, why did their deaths all occur at 9 p.m. tonight, while his own death was 10 minutes later? Was there some conspiracy at play? Had Lu Zixuan or Kang Xian crossed someone? He couldn't fathom it. He could only carefully retrace everything that had happened before. But suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. Zhou Zuelan. Li Yuza exclaimed. A person he had completely forgotten about. Not long ago, Lu Zixuan had come to his shop, and he had tricked her into revealing that she was about to investigate this old woman. And it was precisely during that period that the system's announcement sounded. Zhou Zuelan reappeared before his eyes. So, this matter was most likely connected to her. At present, the only person he could think of was this elderly woman. He fell into deep thought once more, and the entire mall grew quiet. It felt as though he was the only one left in this world. But soon, his voice echoed through the space. This is the case. Recalling the recent events, Li Yuza declared with absolute certainty. He recalled the earlier incident involving Zhou Zuelan. Earlier, Zhou Zuelan had posted a video online about her son's disappearance. He had paid attention to it at the time, but with all the recent events unfolding and the system failing to provide further updates, he had completely forgotten about it. He recalled that previous case. After she had followed the account, the death rate among that family had mysteriously surged, something she hadn't anticipated at the time. Perhaps it was precisely because I clicked follow that the video, which had previously received no views, gained traction, instantly drawing countless viewers. And the mastermind behind it all must have noticed. So, it all happened here. Lu Zixuan suddenly left. Li Yuza kept thinking, various clues churning and connecting in his mind. That day, she answered a call at her doorstep before abruptly walking away. Could it be the mastermind behind it all had made their move? It must be. Li Yuza kept posing questions to himself, simultaneously answering them aloud. I'm paying attention, the killer is paying attention. Lu Zixuan left. Looks like the mastermind has already made their move. As he pieced things together, it suddenly clicked for him. These murderers wanted revenge. Then, Lu Zixuan's death by car accident wasn't an accident. Someone deliberately did it. Li Yuza couldn't believe this possibility, yet it was the only explanation that made sense of everything. But then his brow furrowed again. There was one thing he still couldn't figure out. Why would he also be killed by a car? He hadn't been involved in this incident at all. Why would he die too and 10 minutes later? No way. Am I really that unlucky? Could it be because I followed Zhou Zuelan? After much pondering, he could only come up with this one possibility, muttering a helpless complaint. There are bad people among the crowd. He never imagined such a criminal gang existed within Beicheng, and that they'd be so brazen. They actually planned to harm a detective from the North City police station. I have to stop Lu Zixuan. He immediately stood up from his seat and dialed Lu Zixuan's number. The phone rang. Before Lu Zixuan could speak, he blurted out first. Something's happened. Come to my shop immediately. It's a homicide. After saying that, he hung up without waiting for her reply and prepared to head home. It was impossible to explain over the phone, and Lu Zixuan wouldn't believe him so easily anyway. On the other end, what kind of murder? Staring at the disconnected call, Lu Zixuan was utterly bewildered. After standing there in a daze for a while, she stomped her foot, frowned, but still headed back the way she came. At that moment, inside the funeral home, Li Yuza had returned. Ignoring the puzzled looks from Wulong Fengzhou and the others, he spoke to himself. The system says tonight. If we make it through tonight, none of this will ever happen again. Soon. The funeral home's door swung open once more. Before the person arrived, their voice preceded them. Li Yuza, what murder case? Explain yourself. Lu Zixuan stormed in, pointing an accusing finger at him. Seeing Lu Zixuan's furious expression, Li Yuza hurried over, grabbed her arm, and pulled her toward the room. Just as she was about to speak, she heard him whisper. This is serious. Let's talk inside. Seeing the weight on his face, Lu Zixuan held back whatever else she wanted to say and followed Li Yuza into the room. Outside, the two strategists, Wulong and Fengchu, witnessed the scene and were utterly bewildered. Inside the room. After Li Yuza closed the door, Lu Zixuan spoke up. You better explain this clearly. But what Li Yuza said next left her stunned, her face darkening by the second. Your best friend is going to die tonight. I've observed the night sky and calculated the stars Kong Xin is about to face an unexpected calamity. I'm afraid, her days are numbered. Hearing his words, Lu Zixuan froze, her expression stiffening before she burst into laughter. Poof. She pulled back the curtains with one hand, pointing at the blinding sunlight outside. Look outside. Why don't you show me your night sky reading skills? Are you cursing my best friend? Seeing the blinding sunlight streaming in, Li Yuza felt a moment of awkwardness and could only explain. It's not my fault. Didn't you say whoever I follow is doomed? But you unfollowed her, didn't you? Unfollowing doesn't work. Karma, you know? It's already bound. The two traded questions and answers. Lu Zixuan grew visibly annoyed and snapped back. Nothing bad could happen. It's all coincidence, it's all fake. You're not a fortune teller. What era are we in? I'm not a 5-year-old kid. Believe in science, stop spouting nonsense here. Li Yuza heard this, held up 3 fingers, shook them, and said. You're mistaken. Don't say that. You know what? I really can predict the future. If I couldn't, how did I know the Su family was coming after me? And how did you get that 3rd-class merit award? No sooner had the words left her mouth than Lu Zixuan abruptly turned, fixing Li Yuza with an unblinking stare, her expression utterly convinced. Yet beneath that disbelief, there seemed to be a faint hint of I knew it all along, so subtle even she wasn't fully aware of it. Earlier that night. During her interrogation of Su Li and the others, no matter how she pressed them, they all claimed ignorance about how Li Yuza had discovered their plans. Now, hearing his words, Lu Zixuan froze in place, unable to recover for a long time. Chapter 59, I foretold that both of you would face a fateful calamity. North City. Inside the funeral home. The two spies, Dragon and Phoenix, eavesdropping outside the room, couldn't make out the conversation inside. They only heard Lu Zixuan's startled cry. Both froze, then exchanged a knowing smile before quietly slipping away. Inside the room. After hearing Li Yuza's words, Lu Zixuan fell into a prolonged silence. At that moment, the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, filled only with the sound of their breathing. She found it hard to believe, yet the truth stood before her. Lu Zixuan was puzzled. How had Li Yuza learned all this? Previously, no matter how she interrogated Su Li and the others, their responses had consistently been that they knew nothing. And from her observations, she had concluded they weren't lying. Which meant they genuinely had no knowledge of it. She couldn't fathom how Li Yuza had seen through their scheme. It had been a flawless plan, yet it had been exposed in such a bizarre manner. Not only were Su Li and the others baffled, but Lu Zixuan remained utterly perplexed to this day. Could Li Yuza truly harbor some secret? This thought led her to recall how Zhao Jianghuo's physical condition had been instantly discerned by him. Her bewilderment deepened into shock. Her brows furrowed deeply, forming a character between them, her small mouth slightly agape. She stared at Li Yuza in utter disbelief. Across from her. Seeing Lu Zixuan rendered speechless by shock, Li Yuza spoke again. Actually, it's not just your best friend who will face trouble, you will too. I foresee a calamity in both your destinies. His words sent a wave of shock through Lu Zixuan, who was already too stunned to speak. Me? I'll be in danger too? She asked again, barely able to believe what she was hearing. What could happen to us? When will it happen? Is there a high chance we'll die? Hearing this, Li Yuza glanced at her. He observed her expression, a mix of belief and disbelief. He sighed. He was this close to telling her about his own time travel, why didn't she believe him? But then he walked over to the bedside and finally spoke. It's happening today. If you want to stay alive, you'd better have more people around you and avoid riding in cars. Also, you and Kong Xin should never ride in the same vehicle. After a brief pause, he continued. I've divined that you two will be involved in an accident at the same time. Both in car accidents. Let me think how to handle this. After speaking, Li Yuza once again fell deep into thought, paying no attention to Lu Zixuan, who stood frozen in place after hearing his words. He too was pondering how to break this deadlock. If the mission only required him to break through the deadlock, that would be manageable. He could simply endure the night by hiding in the funeral home. But the system's mission also required saving Lu Zixuan. This forced him to consider how he could save both of them. Unlike him, they knew nothing of this situation. If he didn't bring it up, there was a high chance they'd meet their end. Li Yuza frowned in deep thought. This situation was growing increasingly complicated. It was no longer just about breaking the deadlock, he now had to rescue both Lu Zixuan and Kong Xin. Moreover, at least 3 reasons compelled him to act. First, the online wager. He had made bold claims during his livestream, so Kong Xin absolutely couldn't come to harm. Otherwise, if he were truly branded a murderer, that would be the least of his problems. The North City Police Department would definitely investigate. But his shop would be finished irretrievably ruined. The thought made him pinch the bridge of his nose, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Damn it, I should have kept my mouth shut. He sighed softly. This second point. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Yuza glanced up at Lu Zixuan sitting in the chair before him. She was deep in thought and hadn't noticed his gaze. He withdrew his gaze and continued his thoughts. This second point was also for this girl. Beyond the system tasks, chatting with her when bored was a decent way to pass the time. Besides, she was a detective after all. Building a good rapport with her could never hurt. Third, the primary reason for his actions was the system quest. This system update had assigned him tasks and rewards even if the matter had nothing to do with him. I'd still get involved. Therefore, this matter must be done. With these points in mind, Li Yuza snapped back to reality. Across from him, Lu Zixuan still frowned, muttering to herself. Moments later, she too snapped back to reality, her expression twisted with conflict as she looked at Li Yuza. She couldn't believe it, or rather, before witnessing Li Yuza's abilities firsthand. She had been unwilling to believe that anyone in this world could truly be different from ordinary people. Though her father had hinted at his potential special abilities, she had remained skeptical. But now, reality struck her like a heavy hammer. Moreover, this man had revealed everything that was about to happen, along with the puzzling events from before. Leaving her no choice but to believe. Li Yuza actually possessed extraordinary abilities unknown to ordinary people. What shocked her even more was, isn't Li Yuza only capable of predicting when others will die? Does he have any other abilities? Her brows furrowed deeply, her expression grave and hesitant. But soon, Lu Zixuan pressed on with a firm tone. Though her voice trembled slightly, a tremor she herself didn't notice. How did you know my best friend was coming to North City this afternoon? Were you spying on her? And how did you know I was going to pick her up again? Hearing Lu Zixuan's words, Li Yuza froze, somewhat taken aback. But he quickly understood. No wonder. No wonder something always fell off. No wonder both of them died tonight. So that's how it is. He murmured, slightly speechless. Noticing Lu Zixuan's gaze, Li Yuza waved his hand dismissively, signaling that nothing was amiss. At the same time, he leaned back against the bed. So this criminal gang in Beicheng had set their sights on Lu Zixuan. He must have been secretly following her when those thugs mistook him for an accomplice and killed him too. That explained why he'd died 10 minutes later than the others. Damn it! What the hell does this have to do with me? They dragged me into this too, didn't they? Li Yuza couldn't help but curse. What the hell had he done to deserve such rotten luck? He instinctively pinched the bridge of his nose again, pondering how to break through tonight's deadlock. But no matter how he tossed and turned, no good solution came to mind. The information he had was still too limited. In the end, he could only follow the system's earlier gentle reminder and come up with the most conservative plan. With that thought, he replied to Lu Zixuan's earlier question. Don't ask how I know this. Now, do as I say. Bring more people, take fewer vehicles. That's the only way to maximize your safety. Otherwise, if something happens, don't blame me. Chapter 60, you mean she's been brainwashed by Li Yuza? North City. Inside the funeral home. Lu Zixuan's expression darkened upon hearing Li Yuza's reply. She dared not gamble with Kang Xian's life on whether this would actually happen. Everything had unfolded so suddenly and unexpectedly, leaving her utterly unprepared. After a long pause, Lu Zixuan took a deep breath before slowly nodding. I'll go call for backup. With that, she walked out of the room without looking back. Yet the furrowed brow that never left her face constantly reminded her how strange it all felt. Even she didn't know why. Why did she trust Li Yuza so completely? Perhaps, as he claimed, he truly possessed some extraordinary abilities beyond ordinary people. Perhaps it was because this matter concerned the safety of both her and Kang Xian's lives she dared not take any chances. Or perhaps it was something else entirely. Outside the door, on the sofa. Watching Lu Zixuan walk out the door, brothers Zhang Huai and Zhang Hao naturally noticed the expression on her face. Scratching his head, he murmured in confusion. Brother Li and her had an argument, but we didn't hear any noise? The two exchanged glances. At that moment. On the other side. North City Police Station. Zhao Jiangwo and Lu Genoa sat in the office discussing the case involving Zhou Tsuelan. Old Lu, aren't you being a bit too harsh on Zixian? You know Zixian's temperament. Before he could finish. A knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Hearing the knock, both men looked up. Dad, Uncle Zhao. The door swung open, revealing none other than Lu Zixuan. Upon seeing her, Zhao Jiangwo and Lu Genoa exchanged glances before Zhao Jiangwo spoke up. Zixuan, what brings you here? After entering, Lu Zixuan nodded to both men before replying. Uncle Zhao, I've received a lead. Tonight, a murder will occur at North City Airport. I'm requesting a team to accompany me for backup. Here, she withheld the intelligence that she herself would be in danger. After Lu Zixuan finished speaking, the office fell silent for a moment. Before long, Lu and Zhao, staring at Lu Zixuan standing before them, grew solemn and demanded, "Where did you get this information? Is it reliable?" Hearing the first question, Lu Zixuan hesitated, a hint of conflict flickering in her eyes. After a moment, her gaze hardened with resolve as she spoke. "Li Yuza told me." "Li Yuza? Nonsense." The moment that name left her lips, Lu and Zhao froze in shock. Then they erupted in furious curses. But after the outburst, silence fell, a long, heavy silence. Both men rose from their chairs, glaring at Lu Zixuan. "That guy again. Lu Zixuan, have you lost your mind? You're a police detective, for heaven's sake. Why do you keep believing in this feudal superstition? Believe in science. And stay away from that Li Yuza." Lu Genoa looked at his daughter with a stern expression, his words carrying a weight of earnestness. At first, he had genuinely believed there was intelligence indicating danger at the airport. But then, he sighed. He looked at Lu Zixuan, who was staring back at him with a puzzled expression. At that moment, Zhao Jiangwo stepped forward to explain to her. "Zixuan, didn't I make it clear to you during the Zhoutsuelan incident? Our investigation found that Li Yuza wasn't involved in this incident, and there's nothing unusual about him at all. In other words, he doesn't possess any special abilities. Everything that happened before was just coincidence." After a brief pause, observing the gradual shift in Lu Zixuan's expression, he continued. "Therefore, what he's saying now holds no credibility. Listen to your father, we civil servants believe in science." Yet despite this, Lu Zixuan stubbornly remained rooted to the spot. Though their arguments seemed reasonable, after spending time with Li Yuza, she had discovered something truly peculiar about him. And some of those cases had even passed through her hands. That was a huge problem. Therefore, she believed what Li Yuza said. No, it wasn't so much belief as she dared not risk taking that chance. What if Li Yuza was telling the truth? Lu Zixuan. Seeing his daughter's state, Lu Genoa shouted immediately, knowing exactly what his daughter was about to do. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Genoa's voice echoed out, Lu Zixuan stubbornly declared, her tone unyielding. "I'm only here to inform you. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you." With that, she flung her sleeves and walked away without looking back. The two people in the office were left staring at each other in silence. Outside the office, a group of detectives stood outside. They had heard the commotion coming from inside. Now, seeing Lu Zixuan emerge with a deeply somber expression, they couldn't help but ask, "Zixuan, what happened? What happened?" Feeling the gazes around her, Lu Zixuan first let out a long sigh, calming herself slightly. Only then did she address the group. "There's been an unexpected incident. You'll accompany me on the mission." As she spoke, she pointed her finger at everyone present. Simultaneously, she began walking toward the exit without looking back at the group. Now, only a group of detectives remained behind. For a moment, they exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. They watched Lu Zixuan walk out the door while also glancing back at the office. It seemed the two bureau chiefs inside were still fuming. After a long moment of deliberation, finally, everyone steeled themselves, gritted their teeth, and stamped their feet. They all followed Lu Zixuan out the door. Now, only Lu and Zhao remained in the office, watching the detectives openly defy their superiors and be led away by her. Lu Genoa was furious beyond words. His eyes widened, the veins on his temples throbbing with each heavy breath. "This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Has it been too long since I disciplined that Lu Zixuan? Has she gone mad? Now she dares to defy her superiors? Given time, will she turn this entire police station upside down?" Lu Genoa panted heavily, his gaze fixed on the doorway. Simultaneously, he turned to Zhao Jiangwo and said, "Old Zhao, when she gets back, lock her up in detention immediately. Disorderly conduct and lack of discipline utterly unacceptable." Hearing Lu Genoa's words, Zhao Jiangwo nodded, then sighed softly in agreement. Before this, he had met Li Yuza once, and it was during that meeting that Li Yuza had informed him about his health issues. Later, Lu Genoa had mentioned that Li Yuza might possess some special abilities. At first, he had been somewhat inclined to believe it. But later, while investigating alongside Lu Genoa, he discovered that Li Yuza was just an ordinary person. He possessed no remarkable talents whatsoever, and the events that had transpired earlier were indeed mere coincidences that had happened to involve him. Regardless, he no longer believed Li Yuza possessed any so-called special abilities. Thinking this, he spoke up to Lu Genoa. "Do you think Zixuan has been brainwashed by Li Yuza?" Chapter 61, The Dead Can't Be Brought Back to Life. Outside the police station. Inside a police vehicle. Lu Zixuan sat in the driver's seat, turning to look at the team members in the car. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense as everyone exchanged glances. Silence hung heavy, broken only by the steady rumble of the engine filling the empty lot. The detectives had no idea what Lu Zixuan had discussed with the two chiefs. They had only heard the sound of an argument coming from inside. It seemed, the outcome of their discussion wasn't exactly amicable. But upon hearing Lu Zixuan's orders, they followed her out. Though they hadn't overheard the specifics of their conversation. They all knew Lu Zixuan's character well enough to understand she wouldn't act without certainty. Precisely for this reason, they boarded the vehicle alongside Lu Zixuan. Though it might defy superior orders, having chosen to follow her, they were prepared to face punishment alongside Lu Zixuan. Inside the vehicle now. A detective spoke up. Captain Lu, where are we headed? Hearing the voice, Lu Zixuan turned her head, her expression complex. After a moment's silence, she replied softly. To the airport. Without further explanation, and without looking back at her teammates, Lu Zixuan drove off. She dared not take any chances. She understood her father's words all too well. Likewise, she understood what disobeying orders and leading the team without authorization meant. Once this operation concluded, she would face severe punishment regardless. But given the chance again, Lu Zixuan would still make the same choice. Because she couldn't afford to lose. She dared not gamble with her best friend's life or her own safety. If something truly went wrong, no amount of regret would change anything. Once someone was dead, they couldn't be brought back to life. Lu Zixuan was momentarily lost in thought, but she pushed those thoughts aside and continued driving. At that moment, in the passenger seat, Wang Wenhua observed Lu Zixuan's troubled expression with curiosity. He was somewhat aware of the situation and knew about Zhou Zuilan's case. Hearing the argument coming from the office earlier, he had assumed Lu Zixuan and the two bureau chiefs were fighting over this matter. But now it seemed. At that thought, Wang Wenhua turned to glance at Lu Zixuan, who was driving. It seems that's not the case after all. Wang Wenhua gazed out the window, murmuring to himself in a voice only he could hear. Still, even if that weren't the case, as members of the same squad, Lu Zixuan had already taken action, so as the deputy captain, he had no choice but to follow her lead. The vehicle sped along the road as night had long since fallen. At the same time, a figure reappeared in Wang Wenhua's mind. Li Yuza. But Wang Wenhua propped one hand against the window, his eyes narrowing slightly as his brow furrowed deeply. This was precisely what intrigued him most. Recently, Lu Zixuan had gone to that funeral home. Wang Wenhua had heard rumors about it. Not only because Lu Zixuan had grown uncomfortably close to Li Yuza, but also because Li Yuza had previously been identified as a possible suspect in the Zhou Zuilan case. So, Wang Wenhua had once investigated Li Yuza. But the results he obtained were quite unexpected. Li Yuza was just an ordinary person, as ordinary as they come. The only noteworthy aspect was that, over this period, he had coincidentally predicted several times that others would encounter misfortune. Beyond that, he had no notable qualities whatsoever. Then, why did Lu Zixuan place such unwavering trust in Li Yuza? Wang Wenhua couldn't quite grasp it. He hesitated before glancing again at Lu Zixuan, who was driving. Noticing the gaze from the passenger seat, Lu Zixuan turned her head in confusion to look at Wang Wenhua. Wang Wenhua shook his head, signaling that everything was fine, then fell back into thought. He couldn't shake the feeling. Lu Zixuan had been acting strangely lately. That was the conclusion he'd reached. He couldn't think of any other suspicious points. Still, since they were already here, as the deputy captain, he had no choice but to lend Lu Zixuan a hand. With that thought, Wang Wenhua ceased his pondering. Simultaneously, he leaned back and closed his eyes to rest. Night fell. The night in North City was bustling with activity as countless residents poured into the streets. The surrounding lights shone brightly, and the ceaseless flow of vehicles surged like a tide. On the elevated highway, a convoy of police cars sped toward the airport. Soon, Lu Zixuan and her group arrived at the airport. Glancing at the flight information in the terminal, she noticed Kong Xian's flight had already landed. Lu Zixuan pulled out her phone and called Kong Xian. Before long, the call connected, filled with the sound of noise. Kong Xian's sweet voice followed shortly after. Hello, what's up, Zixuan? Miss me already? I'm here. Hearing her voice, Lu Zixuan nodded instinctively before saying, I'm waiting for you at the door. Come out quickly. Ha? On the other end of the line, Lu Zixuan dragged a suitcase while listening to the voice on the phone, her face filled with surprise. Why are you here? Just come out first. After a few brief pleasantries, Lu Zixuan hung up the phone. She waited quietly at the airport exit with a group of detectives. She paid no mind to the curious stares from those around her. Before long, a passenger emerged from inside. More passengers followed behind him, and gradually, the crowd grew larger. Finally, Lu Zixuan spotted Kong Xian in the crowd. Kong Xian was clutching a suitcase, flustered as she followed the flow of people out. The murmurs of the surrounding passengers reached her ears, and Kong Xian looked up in confusion. Just then, she spotted a group of heavily armed detectives standing outside the door. And among them, a figure she recognized immediately appeared. It was Lu Zixuan. Kong Xian's footsteps halted abruptly as she froze in place. But she quickly regained her composure and headed toward them. Upon reaching them, Kong Xian stared at the heavily armed detectives, utterly bewildered and incredulous. After a moment, her gaze shifted to Lu Zixuan. Wait, Zixuan, isn't this a bit overkill? All these people coming to pick me up? Someone might think I'm some kind of major fugitive. Hearing her words, Lu Zixuan first picked up her luggage and placed it in the car. Then, with a serious expression, she looked at her and said firmly, Kang Xin, this isn't a trivial matter. You're someone Li Yuza has targeted. You know how twisted he is. Even though I've made him stop following you, for your own safety, I had to do this. I couldn't gamble with your life. Facing Lu Zixuan's solemn expression, Kang Xin found it difficult to refuse. Still, he couldn't help but voice his skepticism. What danger could there possibly be, Zixuan? I think you're overreacting a bit. Before she could finish. At that very moment. Behind them, a commotion erupted. Chapter 62, Sudden Attack. Is it really happening? North City Airport. Zixuan, you're overreacting. Just as Kang Xin was about to say more, a commotion erupted behind them, cutting her off. Both looked at each other in confusion. Then they turned their heads to look behind them. They saw passengers scattering in all directions, some screaming. Behind them, it seemed a disturbance had erupted. The entire airport terminal descended into chaos. A vehicle has lost control and crashed into the airport. A voice rang out, causing everyone present to stiffen. Help! Holy crap, how did a car get in here? Move aside, don't block the way. The car's coming, don't get in the way. A cacophony of shouts erupted continuously, as if a car had crashed into the airport. It had even injured some passengers. Hearing this, Lu Zixuan's expression darkened. Her brows furrowed as she stared intently ahead. A SUV charged through the crowd like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, and their target seemed to be right here. Lu Zixuan instantly went on high alert. She recalled Li Yuza's words. Shock and utter disbelief washed over her face. It happened. Li Yuza had actually been right. She had come here determined not to gamble with her best friend's life. As for what Li Yuza claimed to have calculated, she had merely approached it with a skeptical attitude. She hadn't taken it entirely seriously. But now, staring at the out-of-control car ahead, Lu Zixuan froze in place, her face frozen in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. Li Yuza's words echoed repeatedly in her mind. He had guessed right again. Did he truly possess some extraordinary ability beyond ordinary people? Watching the SUV still careening wildly through the crowd, Lu Zixuan's brows knotted tightly. She resolved to have a proper talk with Li Yuza once she dealt with the immediate situation. Shaking her head, she snapped back to reality and pushed the thoughts aside. She quickly pulled Kang Xin toward the other side to hide. While dodging, she barked orders to the other team members. Intercept that out-of-control vehicle and ensure the safety of nearby civilians. Thoroughly investigate the vehicle owner's information. While issuing orders, she kept her eyes fixed on the road ahead. Upon hearing her orders, the other detectives rushed into their patrol cars, preparing to force the two out-of-control SUVs to a halt. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside one of the out-of-control SUVs, Brother Knife was driving the vehicle, his eyes bloodshot and his expression maniacal. For others, including Brother Cannon, were in the vehicle, their faces equally twisted with madness. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. For them now, only successfully killing Lu Zixuan could save their own lives. Otherwise, it was merely a matter of dying sooner or later. Shen Xiu had given them only until tonight. Flashback to a few minutes earlier. At the plaza in front of the airport, Brother Knife and his 4 henchmen were plotting how to eliminate Lu Zixuan. They'd received word that her best friend was returning to Beijing today, and she would definitely come to pick her up. So they planned to wait for Lu Zixuan, force her into a car, and take her to a deserted spot to kill her. This would throw the North City Police Department into chaos, allowing them to complete their mission and escape the city amid the turmoil. The plan seemed foolproof, but little did they know. Gazing at the heavily armed detectives ahead, Brother Knife and the others wore grim expressions. As expected, Lu Zixuan did arrive at the airport. But unexpectedly, she brought a large contingent of detectives with her. Had they gotten wind of the plan? How did they find out? For a moment, the group couldn't believe it and hesitated to act. Their original plan had been ruined by the sudden appearance of these officers. Brother Knife, what do we do now? Seeing the situation turn sour, the underling below hurriedly asked. Hearing the question, Brother Knife was also at a loss. After a long pause, his expression darkened, a fierce look suddenly appearing between his brows. His teeth clenched, an unmistakable glint of ruthlessness flashing across his face as he growled lowly. The original plan is scrapped. Now, our only options are to pull off one big heist and then head back to the land of no electricity. Otherwise, we'll be caught sooner or later. Once we are, death is all that awaits us. The group huddled together, discussing their next move. Before long, Brother Knife spoke again. Sink or swim. Let's take a gamble and strike now. If we're going to do it, we go all out. Brother Knife narrowed his eyes slightly, making a throat-slitting gesture with his hand. His gaze darkened as he fixed it on Lu Zixuan, who stood ahead preparing to receive the plane. Back to the present. Watching the panicked passengers scattering in all directions, Brother Knife's face twisted into a savage, crazed expression. The entire vehicle, under his control, raced down the flat airport road like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. It bounced violently up and down, plowing into crowds of people, growing increasingly uncontrollable. Brother Knife gripped the steering wheel tightly, scanning the area frantically for Lu Zixuan's figure. "Brother Knife, over there!" A henchman pointed ahead and shouted. Hearing the voice, Brother Knife followed the direction of the finger. Finally, he spotted Lu Zixuan and the other person hiding behind a car. Without hesitation, he slammed his foot on the accelerator. The entire vehicle shot forward like a rocket, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Only the roar of the engine echoed in the air. The scene was filled with wails and screams intertwined. Staring at the horrific scene, Kang Xian froze, too terrified to move. Before she could react, Lu Zixuan pulled her behind the police car. Seeing Lu Zixuan's face, now solemn and alert, Kang Xian felt panic surge through her. She never imagined that an accident would actually happen. She had dismissed Li Yuza's attention as a trivial matter, never taking it seriously. She never imagined. How foolish of her to doubt Lu Zixuan earlier, thinking she was overreacting. But the next moment, disaster struck. Hearing the intermittent screech of tires against the pavement outside, Kang Xian cowered fearfully in the back seat. Standing opposite them, Wang Wenhua stared at the sudden accident unfolding before his eyes. Wang Wenhua's face was frozen in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had assumed Lu Zixuan was just throwing a tantrum by leading the team out, or perhaps had been brainwashed and manipulated by Li Yuza. But he never imagined. Watching the SUV still careening wildly ahead, Wang Wenhua climbed into the police car, preparing to force it to a halt. Yet his brow furrowed slightly, still unable to fully believe it. Someone was actually trying to harm Lu Zixuan and her best friend. Chapter 63, Judging by your condition, you probably won't die. What a pity. North City Police Station. Inside the office. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. That Lu Zixuan, how long has it been since I last disciplined her? She's gone completely rogue. Lu Genoa's face darkened as his brows knitted together. His eyes flashed with razor-sharp glints as he paced the office, shouting his reproaches. Seeing this, Zhao Jiangwo spoke up, trying to calm his anger. Old Lu, calm down first. Before he could finish, the office door burst open. Both men froze, then gasped in surprise. Their gazes turned toward the doorway. A detective rushed in from outside. Without pausing to salute the two men before him, he blurted out urgently. Chief Lu, Chief Zhao, something's happened to Lu Zixuan. At North City Airport, someone's going to attack them. Hearing the news, Lu Genoa, who had been seething with anger, froze in place. His foot, poised to step forward, remained suspended in midair. He froze in place. He stared at the man in disbelief and repeated the question. Lu Zixuan's in trouble? The messenger nodded firmly and continued. Yes, the news came from the airport police station. Hearing the confirmation, Zhao Jiangwo abruptly stood up, his brow furrowed as he exchanged a glance with Lu Genoa. Shock flickered in both their eyes, but disbelief dominated their expressions. This sudden intelligence left them speechless, momentarily unable to react. They never imagined someone would actually try to harm them. They felt somewhat at a loss. Yet at the same time, they felt a slight sense of relief. They were grateful Lu Zixuan had brought some people with her to the airport. Otherwise, facing a premeditated criminal gang, their situation would have been dire. Lu and Zhao frowned, carefully piecing together the events that had just unfolded. From the moment Lu Zixuan shared the intelligence until she left. At that moment, a figure emerged simultaneously in both their minds. Li Yuza. Moreover, the information that a murder would occur at the airport, as mentioned by Lu Zixuan, was precisely what he had revealed. Why? After a brief silence, Zhao Jiangwo turned to Lu Genoa. Shock was unmistakable in both their eyes. Why would Li Yuza know about this? This was beyond their comprehension. Could it be that he truly possessed some extraordinary ability unknown to ordinary people? But regarding Zhou Cuelan's case earlier, Zhao Jiangwo and Lu Genoa had already thoroughly investigated and confirmed that Li Yuza had no connection to that incident. They also confirmed he possessed no so-called special ability to cause someone's death by merely pointing at them. The previous incidents had all been mere coincidences. But just now, when they thought Li Yuza had merely stumbled upon a lucky break and nothing would come of it, this new incident had suddenly emerged. Just a moment ago, both of them were adamantly proclaiming their belief in science and rejecting superstition. The very next moment, another bizarre incident unfolded right before their eyes. The office fell silent. Before long, another theory began forming in their minds. Old Zhao. Lu Genoa's face darkened like storm clouds as he pulled Zhao Jiangwo aside. Yet his trembling hand betrayed the turmoil within. After all, Lu Zixuan was his daughter. I have two suspicions. First, this Li Yuza is genuinely peculiar. He claims to be a fortune teller. The other is that I suspect he might be in cahoots with that criminal gang. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jiangwo's face clouded with doubt, but he quickly nodded in agreement. But what's their motive for doing this? This point perplexed Zhao Jiangwo. If Li Yuza was indeed part of the criminal gang, then their objective was to kill Lu Zixuan. But why kill Lu Zixuan? Is it because of the Zhou Cuilan incident? He asked aloud. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenhuo also fell deep in thought. This incident was highly likely connected to the Zhou Cuilan case. By now, the investigation into Zhou Cuilan's organ trafficking operation was nearly complete, with only the final sweep operation remaining. Now, with Lu Zixuan being hunted down inexplicably, the only explanation they could think of was that this criminal gang was making a desperate last stand. Or perhaps to send a warning to the police? Then why did Li Yuza tell her that, to make Lu Zixuan more vigilant and increase the difficulty for himself? But for now, these were the only two possibilities. Otherwise, they couldn't fathom how else Li Yuza could have foreknowledge of this group's devious schemes. After a brief exchange, Lu Zhenhuo turned around. He looked at the detective still standing a short distance away and asked, "How is she doing now?" This she, without a doubt, could only refer to Lu Zixuan. At that moment, Lu Zhenhuo's expression was tense, fearing the detective might say something that would make him regret his decision. If only he had trusted Lu Zixuan back then, perhaps this whole incident could have been avoided. Upon hearing his words, the detective responded. "We've lost contact with Lu Zixuan. It's unclear whether they're in danger at this time." Upon hearing this, both Zhao Jiangwo and Lu Zhenhuo's expressions darkened. A sense of foreboding washed over them. Exchanging another glance, they immediately issued orders to the detective. Immediately dispatch additional personnel to the airport. Rescue Lu Zixuan and the others at all costs. Simultaneously, gather your team and apprehend Li Yuza immediately. At this moment, they had reason to suspect Li Yuza was behind it all. Why would Li Yuza know the criminal gang's plans? Aside from the uncertain factor of fortune-telling, there was only one other possibility. Lu Zhenhuo strongly suspected Li Yuza was a member of the criminal gang. As for why he had warned Lu Zixuan in advance, that remained unknown. But all that mattered now was apprehending him first, otherwise, everything would be mere talk. After issuing a brief order, Lu and Zhao prepared to personally go arrest Li Yuza. After a quick tidy-up, they pushed open the door and strode straight out of the office. But just as they stepped outside, a figure suddenly appeared before them. "Hey, old Zhao, how's your health? Got checked out? Judging by your condition, you're probably not going to die anytime soon." Hearing that familiar voice, Zhao Jiangwo looked up. Wasn't this the very person they were going to find Li Yuza? Seeing Zhao Jiangwo looking somewhat more spirited, Li Yuza poked him with his finger and said again, "Looks like you're holding up okay. You must have had that checkup. All clear now, right?" Just as Zhao Jiangwo was about to respond, Li Yuza changed the subject abruptly. "Too bad. Another job lost. No worries. Remember to call me next time you need something." Watching Li Yuza walk into the police station as casually as if he were returning home, Lu Zhenhuo and Zhao Jiangwo were so stunned they couldn't speak. They froze in place. At that moment, only one thought occupied their minds. Why was Li Yuza here? Chapter 64. Do you want that second-class merit? North City Police Station. Outside the office. "Next time you need something, come find me. I'll give you a 20% discount." Li Yuza said casually, then brushed aside the crowd in front of him and walked into the police station, ignoring the strange looks from everyone. He looked as though he were returning to his own home. Lu and Zhao, who had arrived at some unknown point, were taken aback by his sudden appearance and demeanor. Good heavens! He really treats the police station like his own home? And what the hell did he mean earlier about it being a shame he wouldn't die? Does a human life mean less to you than a single business deal? Zhao Jiangwo and Lu Zhenhuo's faces darkened instantly. Just as they were about to confront him, Zhao Jiangwo signaled with his eyes to assess the situation first before making a decision. So Lu Zhenhuo held his tongue. Both men followed Li Yuza, somewhat bewildered. Back in the office, everyone wanted to know why he had come. Once everyone had gathered in the office, Zhao Jiangwo had no time to dwell on Li Yuza's earlier words. He cut straight to the chase. "Why are you here? And what about Zi Xian?" Hearing Zhao Jiangwo speak, Li Yuza raised an eyebrow but remained unconcerned. He walked inside. He first found a seat and settled comfortably before finally turning to address the two bureau chiefs. "Never mind. I'm here now, anyway. Also, you're going to see Lu Zixuan, right? Rest assured, barring any unexpected issues, she should be fine." Having said that, he proceeded to pick up his cup of tea and down it in one gulp, utterly oblivious to the feelings of those around him. In stark contrast to his nonchalance, Lu and Zhao were so astonished their jaws nearly dropped. What did he mean, nothing to worry about unless something unexpected happens? They couldn't fathom why Li Yuza was here, nor did they understand his audacious confidence in declaring Lu Zixuan was out of danger. Both of them now frowned at Li Yuza, their faces filled with confusion. They wanted to say something, but hesitated. Meanwhile, Li Yuza paid no mind to their thoughts. He sipped his tea, then picked a piece of fruit from the nearby basket and ate it. Only then did he finally notice the expressions on their faces. He saw each of them staring at him, their faces still filled with confusion. Li Yuza shook his head, but didn't offer further explanation. Don't worry, Lu Zixuan is fine. I promise, okay? He offered a brief reassurance, hoping to ease their minds a little. As for why he was so confident? It was mainly because the system had already alerted him before he left. This was the system giving him the courage, otherwise, he'd never have dared act so brazenly in the police station. Without that information, acting so brazenly in the police station would likely have earned him a brutal beating from these two old men right here. The thought sent a slight shiver down Li Yuza's spine. At the same time, he recalled the system's prompt. Lu Zixuan and Kang Xian had both avoided any mishaps and should have escaped their predicaments by now. Moreover, the system's reward had already been credited to his account. Eagle's Eyes. True to its name, this mission reward affected the eyes. Specifically, it enabled observation of everything within a 200-meter radius, including a single strand of hair on the ground far away. Nothing could escape the scrutiny of these eyes, every detail would be meticulously observed. At the time, Li Yuza wasn't quite sure what it would actually do. But when the system reward activated directly on him, he finally grasped just how powerful this reward truly was. On his journey here, he had already experienced the eagle's vision. These eyes had greatly heightened his vigilance, and it was precisely because of this heightened awareness that he had discovered some unexpected yet somehow expected entities along the way. At the same time, he wondered if he completed more missions, would the system grant even greater rewards? If so, becoming a Super Saiyan would be within reach. Reaching the pinnacle of life. Ha ha ha. Li Yuza couldn't help but laugh aloud. But then, as if recalling the unpleasant experiences along the way, his smile quickly froze on his face. Because, for now, the eagle's eye had its flaws too. Damn it! The thought made him mutter under his breath. The reason was simple. Though the eagle's eyes were excellent, they couldn't compensate for the fact that the cattle-horse system had only granted him one. Only half of the ox-horse system. Now he had uneven eyesight, one eye was exceptionally sharp, while the other. The extreme disparity between the two eyes caused him significant visual fatigue. His judgment had slightly deteriorated, and he nearly stumbled a few times on his way here. Regarding this matter, Li Yuza's visit to the police station wasn't solely to inform everyone that Lu Zixuan was unharmed. More importantly, the bull and horse system indicated that the mission on Lu Zixuan's end was complete. His own mission, however, was still ongoing. His own death rate remained a staggering 90%. When he saw that notification, he couldn't believe his eyes. As for Zhao Jiangwo asking him why he was here earlier, that was utterly pointless. He was here seeking protection, obviously. Thinking this, another thought struck him. Those people couldn't possibly storm the police station to get him, could they? Li Yuza felt uneasy. Before this, he'd been utterly baffled as to why his danger alert hadn't been lifted yet. It wasn't until he stepped out toward the police station just now that it finally clicked. He finally understood why. What surprised him, however, was that the system rewarded him even for completing only half the task. But precisely because of this, he found himself torn. For a moment, Li Yuza couldn't tell whether he should be happy or sad. Happy because he'd received a reward for completing half the task, but sad because, shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and let out a long sigh. Over here. Lu and Zhao, seated across from him. Watching Li Yuza, who seemed to have just performed some kind of behavioral art, they were even more baffled. They thought he must have lost his mind. But then, the two exchanged glances, each seeing a flash of shock in the other's eyes. After a moment, Lu Genhua spoke first, his words deliberate. How did you know? Hearing this, Li Yuza turned to face the tall, imposing bureau chief. At that moment, he still didn't realize the man before him was Lu Zixuan's father. Do you believe I can predict the future? He suddenly asked. Hearing his words, Lu Genhua was even more shocked, while Zhao Jiangwo beside him also showed a thoughtful look in his eyes. Just as they had suspected moments ago. Li Yuza was either an accomplice to the crime or he genuinely possessed something. Seeing the wide-eyed expressions of the two men before him, Li Yuza didn't have time to let them ponder further. He cut straight to the point. Alright, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here to deliver something to you. Li Yuza's words snapped them out of their thoughts. They both looked up at him, their expressions filled with confusion. What is it? Scratching his head and furrowing his brow in thought for a moment, Li Yuza finally replied. It should be, probably, maybe, a second-class merit medal? Let's be blunt, do you want a second-class merit medal? If you do, it's yours. Chapter 65, Are you treating second-class merits like cabbages at the market? North City Police Station. Inside the office. It's almost worthy of a second-class merit. Watching Li Yuza stroll into the police station with leisurely ease, now sitting at his desk sipping tea as if he'd just come home. Lu and Zhao found it hard to believe what he was saying. Just like that? Without presenting any evidence, who would believe him? But if he had no solid proof, why would he dare come to the police station and spout such nonsense? Wasn't he aware of the gravity of this matter? If it truly warranted a second-class merit award, then this operation would require massive manpower and resources, and even then, success wasn't guaranteed. The two exchanged glances, convinced Li Yuza had come to make a fool of himself. With that thought, Zhao Jiangwo looked straight at Li Yuza and said, "Second-class merit?" His tone rose slightly with surprise. "You think a second-class merit is something you can just hand out like third-class merits?" Before he could finish, he seemed to recall something, his eyes widening in disbelief. The words he had been about to say were abruptly caught in his throat. Lu Genua, noticing Zhao Jiangwo's peculiar expression, froze. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Jiangwo suddenly turned to look at him, deepening his confusion. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with Zhao Jiangwo. But soon, a flash of shock crossed Lu Genua's eyes as well. Just then, Zhao Jiangwo pulled him aside and whispered, "Zishuan's third-class merit certificate is still on its way, and now this." Lu Genua looked at Zhao Jiangwo, his expression saying, "I knew it." Both of them had arrived at the same conclusion. Earlier, due to the Suli case, Lu Zishuan had been awarded a third-class merit. In fact, her certificate was already on its way and would soon arrive in Beicheng. Yet both remained puzzled, unsure how Lu Zishuan had earned this honor. Later, however, according to her account, this third-class merit award was essentially all thanks to Li Yuza's efforts, while she could only be considered a beneficiary by default. As they probed further, even Lu Zishuan herself couldn't explain how he had dared to assume she would receive the third-class merit. Even during that period, she had been following Li Yuza around. Even then, they couldn't figure out how he had been so certain it was guaranteed. And it had only been mentioned casually by him on the way over. Yet somehow, that single remark led to him securing a third-class merit. At this thought, both of them glanced at Li Yuza again. The shock in their eyes surged forth unreservedly. How could the current situation resemble the past so closely? But the gap between a second-class merit award and a third-class merit award is like night and day. Lu Genua frowned, still finding it hard to believe Li Yuza's words. Last time, they could barely brush it off as coincidence, but now he'd brought it up again. Or did he not know the difference? A second-class merit medal was significantly more prestigious than a third-class merit medal. A simple saying circulated among their circle. A third-class merit is earned standing up. A second-class merit award is received lying down. As for the first-class merit, the family receives it. Though the summary is simple, the gap between them cannot be bridged with a few words. Sitting across from them, watching the two men across from him, stunned and even wearing expressions of doubt, Li Yuza shrugged indifferently, adopting a take-it-or-leave-it attitude as he casually remarked, "Anyway, you should be able to get it." Seeing his calm demeanor, Lu and Zhao's emotions were beyond words. They couldn't fathom why this man remained so composed. What gave him the courage? Or did he truly possess solid evidence, but simply choose not to reveal it yet? Simultaneously, Lu and Zhao recalled the eerie predictions that had recently befallen him. Whoever you focus on will die. Negative news about him was circulating online. As public servants, they had never considered supernatural explanations for these events, however implausible they might seem. But lately, these incidents had been happening again and again. His body began exhibiting strange discolorations, forcing them to take these issues seriously. They couldn't help but consider the worst possibilities. The two exchanged a glance and temporarily set aside Lu Zishuan's matter. Then, Zhao Jiangwo spoke up, his tone no longer tinged with doubt. His voice was simply filled with confusion. "What the hell is going on? What's going on with Zishuan?" Seeing that they were finally getting to the point, he no longer needed to expend energy explaining matters concerning himself. Li Yuza was relieved to be spared the trouble of explaining his own situation. "In North City, there's a criminal gang. My guess is they're connected to the country of Miandian." Hearing this, Lu Genua and Zhao Jiangwo were stunned once more. In the brief time since Li Yuza entered the police station, they had been stunned more times than in months of ordinary days. At this moment, they felt as though Li Yuza was shrouded in countless secrets, utterly unfathomable. Meanwhile, Li Yuza remained unfazed. He paid no attention to the stunned pair, instead pulling out his phone and opening Douyin. He scrolled through his follow list, found Shinxiu, tapped on a video, and handed his phone to Lu and Zhao to watch. The two looked puzzled. Why was he suddenly opening a short video app to watch videos? But seeing that he had selected someone from his follow list, they swallowed the words on the tip of their tongues. Li Yuza merely glanced up at them briefly. Soon, the video began playing. Li Yuza immediately turned the volume all the way up and asked them, "Did you hear that?" Lu and Zhao took a step back, looking utterly bewildered at Li Yuza. They couldn't fathom why he'd suddenly ask that. "Did you hear the screams? Listen carefully." Seeing the two staring at him blankly, Li Yuza asked directly. But Lu and Zhao were still a bit dazed, not quite grasping the meaning. Still, they followed his instructions, leaning closer without watching the video, instead straining to hear the sounds coming from it. With every passing second, the expressions on their faces grew heavier. The entire office atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Faintly, Lu and Zhao seemed to hear a woman's screams, an old man's wails, and a child's cries. Unable to believe what they were hearing, they glanced at the video. A beautiful forest cabin. Appropriate background music. The video depicted a beautiful and desirable scene, yet upon closer listening, they realized something seemed entirely at odds with the footage. At that moment, both Lu Jianhua and Zhao Jiangwo harbored a bold suspicion in their hearts, yet neither dared to be certain. As they hesitated, Li Yuza cut straight to the chase. "I'll be blunt, this guy is probably the one you've been searching for all along. The electricity fraudster from Power Free Nation." Chapter 66, Why did things turn out this way? Inside the office, the faint screams emanating from the phone grew louder. Lu and Zhao's expressions grew increasingly grim. "They're fraudsters from the No Electricity Nation." Hearing Li Yuza's words, both men turned their heads from their seats to look at him, waiting for him to continue. The man in the video is Chen Xiu. On the surface, he appears to be a harmless video blogger, but his real identity is likely the local crime boss. As for their motive, it's simple money. They promote themselves on Douyin like this. Li Yuza raised his hand, waving his phone in front of them before continuing. "They promote this place on Douyin, deceiving people into thinking it's wonderful and the wages are high." Hearing this, Lu and Zhao both nodded instinctively. Had Li Yuza not explicitly pointed it out just now, they too would have assumed he was merely a simple forest content creator. But who could have imagined? Before they could dwell on it further, Li Yuza's voice carried on from where he'd left off. "Many young people are unaware of these things and are easily deceived. Once deceived, what awaits them is a living hell." After he finished speaking, the office fell into a long silence. "How do you know all this?" Lu Jianhua broke the quiet, his resolve beginning to waver. Yet he still harbored doubts. Why did Li Yuza possess such detailed knowledge? Not just him, Zhao Jiangwo was equally puzzled. Both men stared at Li Yuza. Meeting their gazes, Li Yuza shrugged helplessly. "I already told you I can predict the future, so don't ask me about things that follow common sense. I suggest you ask more about the unreasonable things. I might understand those better." With that, he strolled casually back to the table and poured himself a glass of water. After returning to his seat, he continued. "As for why I'm telling you all this, this was precisely what piqued Lu Jianhua and Zhao Jiangwo's curiosity the most. Truthfully, Li Yuza had no obligation to go to such lengths to reveal everything here. This matter had nothing to do with him. They would release him once their interrogation concluded. So why? Why am I telling you all this? Well, it's a long story, but let's make it short. The main thing is, these guys have set their sights on me. If I don't make my move, wouldn't that make me look like a complete fool?" Silence. A prolonged silence fell over the office. Unlike before, Lu and Zhao now felt utterly speechless inside. No wonder Li Yuza had come here to inform them. They had assumed he was fulfilling his civic duty as a model citizen. But now, it all made sense. They concluded it was mainly because those people had set their sights on him. If they hadn't targeted him, would he have even bothered to show up? Seeing the unease on their faces, Li Yuza continued speaking. But what followed left Lu and Zhao even more stunned. Not only that, but the ones who attacked Lu Zixuan and Zhou Zuilan, and the ones who took Zhou Zuilan's son away. It was all this same group. Also, there's a fraud ring's hideout in North City. This should be enough for a second-class merit award, right? With that, the office fell deathly silent. What had they heard? There's actually a fraud operation base in North City? This was a top priority target for crackdowns. They couldn't fathom what extraordinary abilities Li Yuan possessed. If everything was as he claimed, then all their efforts over the past period were less effective than his few simple words. Meanwhile, Li Yuza was carefully piecing together the unexpected events that had unfolded on his journey here. He hadn't known any of this before, and never imagined Zhou Zuilan's son had been taken by Chen Xiu. He'd only learned about it suddenly from Lu Zixuan last time. She had told him that Zhou seemed to have been taken abroad by an organ trafficking ring and had since vanished without a trace. But that alone wasn't enough to prove a connection between the two events. The evidence that made Li Yuza so certain Chen Xiu was the mastermind behind it all was what he discovered when he stepped outside. He hadn't intended to come to the police station. But then the system's voice suddenly alerted him, informing him that Lu Zixuan was out of danger. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet he soon realized the system alert hadn't vanished, it still displayed an alarmingly high mortality rate. That was precisely why he had rushed to the police station overnight, seeking protection. On the way here, his partially awakened eagle eyes noticed someone seemed to be following him. Fortunately, the system offered rewards even at this incomplete stage, otherwise, he might not have noticed these people at all. With that thought, Li Yuza looked up at the two officers and said, "Someone was following me on my way here, and I spotted some familiar markings on them." Hearing this, Lu and Zhao narrowed their eyes slightly but remained silent, continuing to listen. Those people had a distinctive tattoo exactly the same as the one on Chen Xiu's neck. Li Yuza pointed to his phone, urging them to examine Chen Xiu's neck more closely. It was precisely this clue that allowed him to conclude there was definitely a connection between the two. Hearing his words, Lu and Zhao froze. Then they stared intently at the screen once more. Sure enough, there was a tattoo on Chen Xiu's neck, though it was so small it was hard to notice. Now, Lu and Zhao looked at Li Yuza with complex expressions, their eyes filled with nothing but shock. After a long moment, they turned their thoughtful gazes back to him. They were thinking, for now, everything this man had said seemed perfectly reasonable and well-founded. Yet they were back to the original question, should they trust Lee Yuza? Just as they hesitated, Lee Yuza casually flopped onto a bench and declared, "Whatever. Go ahead and investigate. I'm sleeping here tonight anyway. Do as you please." With that, he closed his eyes, seemingly intent on spending the night there. Watching Lee Yuza, who clearly didn't see himself as an outsider, Lu and Zhao fell silent. But then they realized regardless of whether it was true or not, they had to investigate. "Let's check on Zi Xian first. I'm a bit uneasy about her," Lu Zhenhua whispered to Zhao Zhangwo. The latter merely nodded before calling out to the detective by the door. "Assemble the team. We're moving out. Head to North City Airport immediately to support Lu Zixuan." Soon, a team assembled, and Lu and Zhao stepped out of the office to head over together. Meanwhile, Lee Yuza lay on the bench, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opening. Seeing the two depart, he leapt up from the chair. He scampered after them, eager to join the mission. Up ahead, Lu and Zhao naturally noticed Lee Yuza trailing behind them. They froze, furrowing their brows as they turned to look at him. "Didn't you want to sleep at the police station? What, not comfortable enough to want to go home? You haven't been cleared of suspicion yet. Until we return, you're to stay put at the station. I'll have someone keep an eye on you." Seeing Lu Zhenhua shouting at him, Lee Yuza hurriedly explained, "I'm coming with you." Facing their puzzled stares, he repeated, "I'm afraid someone might assassinate me if I'm left alone at the station. I'm really scared." After speaking, he pretended to be terrified, wrapping his arms around his shoulders. Seeing this, the two men felt somewhat helpless. After some back and forth with Lee Yuza, they finally agreed to let him get in the car and come along. Meanwhile, on the other side, North City Airport. Inside the airport, most passengers had already scattered in panic. In the now empty terminal, only a group of detectives remained, facing off against Brother Knife and his men. The sound of sobbing echoed throughout the space. They had been on the verge of apprehending this criminal gang, but during the operation, the man with the knife scar on his face suddenly drew a pistol from his coat and grabbed an unfortunate passenger. At this moment, he was holding a pistol aimed at the passenger's temple. Across from them, Lu Zixuan watched the scene unfold before her, feeling utterly bewildered and at a loss. How did things come to this? Chapter 67, he was right after all. Is he a fortune teller? Votes needed. Beicheng Airport. In the silent airport terminal, only two groups remained facing off, while surrounding passengers had long since fled. Brother Knife held a pistol pressed against the hostage's temple, his eyes bloodshot and his face twisted with ferocity. Surrounded by the sudden chaos unfolding around him, Wang Wenhua felt a wave of disbelief wash over him as he raised his gun to aim at Knife Brother. Had he not witnessed this scene unfolding before his very eyes, he would never have imagined such a situation possible. Someone was actually trying to kill Lu Zixuan. And the funeral home owner had actually been right. He had assumed Lu Zixuan's daily visits to Lee Yuza lately were simply because she'd been brainwashed by him. But now it seemed that funeral home owner truly had something strange about him. "I never imagined." Wang Wenhua murmured softly to himself, then sighed. At least they had followed Lu Zixuan here. Otherwise, who could guarantee what might have happened here tonight? It might have been. As this thought crossed his mind, he kept a close eye on Brother Knife to prevent him from doing anything reckless, while also glancing at the two people beside him. Beside him, behind a police car, Kang Xian stood with her arms crossed over her chest, clearly shaken and hiding there. Her gaze drifted absently to Lu Zixuan beside her, the only source of warmth left in this world. At this moment, Kang Xian couldn't believe what was unfolding before her eyes. She even thought she was dreaming. But after pinching herself, she realized this was all real. Danger was real, this wasn't a dream. Terrified, she curled up against the car door. At the same time, Lu Zixuan's words echoed in her mind. "You're overreacting. If Lee Yuza pays attention to you, trouble will follow." Her words had come true. Lu Zixuan had been right all along. If she hadn't come to pick her up, then. The thought sent shivers down Kang Xian's spine. She never imagined death could be so close. And just moments before, she had brazenly declared that if anything happened, she'd thoroughly investigate Lee Yuza. Given the situation, it seemed that investigation would have to wait until the next life. Seeing Kang Xian in such a state, Lu Zixuan said no more. Her focus had shifted entirely to the hostage in Brother Knife's grasp. She stood facing off against Knife Brother. "Listen up over there. You're cornered now. Don't harm the hostage, and we'll go easy on you. We'll do our best to meet your demands." Faced with such desperate criminals, Lu Zixuan could only offer these words of appeasement. Across from them, Dao Gu and his group were surrounded in the middle of the airport. They had originally planned to charge straight through, run Lu Zixuan over, and make their escape. But unexpectedly, detectives from the nearby precinct arrived with astonishing speed. Before they could make their move, the vehicles were forced to a halt. With no way out, they grabbed a random person nearby. Thus, a standoff ensued. Both sides faced off, neither able to gain the upper hand. Surrounded by detectives pointing guns at him, Brother Knife shouted at Lu Zixuan with rage etched across his face. This is ing hell. You're lucky, you little, or you'd be the one dead today. And where the hell is that Li Yuza? Damn it, I never thought I'd fall into your hands. With that, he rammed the gun forward, causing the hostage in front of him to groan in pain. He hadn't expected it. His plan, which had seemed foolproof, had gone awry. Who the hell leaked the information? Why were there so many detectives here today protecting this Lu Zixuan? Brother Knife glanced at the 4 henchmen behind him, suspecting a mole among them. Narrowing his eyes, his expression darkening, he barked at them. You useless pieces of trash. Did you leak the information? You're useless at getting things done, but you sure know how to screw things up. The 4 henchmen being berated by Brother Knife were at a loss for words. They had no clue how this had happened. The plan was proceeding as usual, but who could have predicted this sudden influx of detectives? This was way too suspicious. How did they find out about our plan? A flood of questions swirled through the minds of the 5. Across from them. Upon hearing Brother Knife's words, Lu Zixuan froze. Li Yuza? She recognized the familiar name, but why would these criminals know about Li Yuza? Could they be planning to assassinate Li Yuza too? Lu Zixuan couldn't make sense of it, but seeing the criminal gang seemingly about to commit another outrageous act, she had no time to ponder further. Quickly aiming her gun at them, she shouted. Calm down. Don't hurt the hostages, it's better for both of us. Drop your guns, and I'll spare your lives. But saying this only made Brother Knife, already in a daze, fly into an even greater rage. Gritting his teeth, his face darkening as he scanned the area, he cut Lu Zixuan off. Too late. It's all too late now. Hearing this, the surrounding detectives all gasped in shock. They watched as Brother Knife pressed the gun against the hostage in his arms, who immediately let out a piercing scream. The shrieks echoed relentlessly through the silent airport. Calm down. Lu Zixuan roared. Calm down? How the hell am I supposed to calm down? Daoj's face twisted with madness, ignoring Lu Zixuan's words entirely. He only stared at the hostage in his arms and whispered into her ear. Don't blame me. Blame that female detective up ahead. We were going to kill her anyway, so blame her. At the same time, he scanned the area once more. Seeing no way to escape, he gritted his teeth and roared. I'll take this little life with me. 1 down, 1 to go. We're all dead anyway. Brother Knife laughed maniacally. Seeing him already gripping the trigger, Lu Zixuan and Wan Wenhua burst out from behind the police car. They tried to calm Brother Knife down. Calm down. If you release the hostage, we can work everything out. If the hostages die, you'll have no room left to negotiate with us. Their words seemed to snap Brother Knife back to his senses. A glimmer of reason flickered in his eyes, which had been filled with rage. His hand hesitated, still not pulling the trigger. As she watched Brother Knife, who seemed somewhat dazed, Lu Zixuan's mind was now churning like a raging tide. A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts surged through her mind. She was utterly bewildered. Li Yuza had told her it was an accident killed by a car. How had things completely changed now? He hadn't mentioned anything about this kind of accident happening. As she and Wang Wenhua moved closer, Brother Knife snapped back to his senses and quickly took 2 steps back, directing his men behind him. He kept the gun aimed at the hostage while threatening the detectives ahead. Don't come any closer. Take 1 more step and you'll all die. The words had barely left his mouth when, outside, the wail of police sirens filled the air. Chapter 68. At a time like this, you're still talking business? North City Airport. The empty terminal hall held only 2 groups facing off against each other. 1 more step closer and you're all dead. Brother Knife aimed his gun at the hostage in front of him, his expression fierce. His gaze kept drifting toward Lu Zixuan. Just then, outside the airport, a cacophony of police sirens erupted. The cacophony interrupted the standoff between Lu Zixuan and Knife Brother. Everyone on the scene tensed, yet their eyes instinctively turned toward the entrance. What met their eyes was the arrival of reinforcements Lu Zhenhua and his team. Seeing the reinforcements, Lu Zixuan and the others lit up with relief. The arriving detectives quickly joined forces with them. In contrast, Brother Knife and his men instantly grew grim. The moment they heard the sirens outside the airport earlier, they had a sense of impending doom. Now, watching the detectives file in one after another, their faces turned ashen. Just as the entire criminal gang had resigned themselves to surrender. Brother Knife suddenly roared in fury, his entire body trembling with rage. His eyes blazed crimson as he fixed his gaze ahead. They recognized a familiar figure, even though the 2 of them had never met him before. Before arriving here, their group had already committed the man's appearance to memory. It was precisely because of him that the 5 of them had ended up in this impossible predicament. Seeing the scarred man roar suddenly, Lu Zixuan followed his gaze out of curiosity. Her gaze landed squarely on Li Yuza amidst the crowd. She froze. She hadn't expected Li Yuza to be here as well. But seeing Brother Knife's fierce glare, she quickly snapped back to reality. Get back in the car immediately. They're after you. Lu Zixuan watched the criminal gang stirring with unease and shouted anxiously at Li Yuza. She feared this gang would risk everything to take Li Yuza with them. All their recent efforts would be wasted. Moreover, Lu Zixuan couldn't bear to see Li Yuza die before her eyes. At that moment, at the airport entrance, following Lu and Zhao, Li Yuza also entered the airport. He glanced at the surrounded criminal gang. Clearly, they intended to kill him. But he didn't care, merely shrugging his shoulders. After scanning the area, he remarked with a sigh. What's all the commotion about? Hearing his words, Lu and Zhao, who were walking ahead, both frowned and turned to look at him. What nonsense is this guy spouting? In such a solemn moment, you actually think it's just lively? As their gazes fell upon him, Li Yuza merely shrugged. At the same time, he noticed Lu Zixuan's slightly unusual behavior just now. Just as he was about to say something else, a voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Suitable client detected. Death unit, Scarface and 4 others. Occupation, criminal gang. Cause of death, all struck and killed by vehicles. Death countdown, unknown. On a moonless, windy night, all 5 were run over by an unidentified vehicle, meeting a gruesome end. Mortality rate, 100%. Ultra-high precision target. Host, please pay immediate attention. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Li Yuza's footsteps halted momentarily as he struggled to process the information. Moments later. Holy crap! He couldn't help but exclaim aloud. He hadn't expected the system to join in on the fun. As for how these people met their end, Li Yuza couldn't care less. It had nothing to do with him. He wasn't going to die. Thinking this, he looked up and noticed Lu Zixuan confronting the criminal gang, along with Kang Xin hiding behind the car. But he ignored Lu Zixuan's warning. Back over here. Seeing Li Yuza's strange reaction just now, Lu and Zhao frowned even deeper. They even suspected he might be having another mental episode. Just as they were about to speak, Li Yuza took the initiative instead. Approaching the pair, he spoke softly to them. Can we talk business? ? Seeing Li Yuza approach them, the two froze in surprise. But as his voice carried over, they stared at him blankly once more. They couldn't fathom why he'd suddenly bring this up now. After a moment's hesitation, they frowned and asked. What are you up to now? Hearing their response, Li Yuza immediately circled around them and whispered. He didn't take the seriousness of the situation before him seriously at all. After these people die, I'll handle their funerals. What do you think? Li Yuza raised his eyebrows, looking at the two while pointing at the figures in the distance, eagerly awaiting their response. But upon hearing his words, the two were even more bewildered, almost unable to believe what they'd heard. At a time like this, he still had the mind to think about such things. He was actually thinking about making money first? Seeing they didn't respond immediately, Li Yuza quickly added. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your agreement. Alright, I'll go make arrangements in the car right now. As if afraid they might try to stop him, he dashed back to the police car the moment he finished speaking. Watching Li Yuza scamper back to the vehicle, the two exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. But what dominated their expressions was bewilderment. ? Is this guy out of his mind? At a time like this, you're still thinking about that? Zhao Jiangwo watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but speak up. But neither of them had the luxury of time to concern themselves with Li Yuza now. The most urgent task now was to rescue the hostages. Soon, under the cover of the police officers, the two approached Lu Zixuan. Across from them stood Brother Knife and his men. Over here, Brother Knife watched the fresh wave of police detectives arrive, his expression growing even more grave. A flicker of panic seemed to pass through his bloodshot eyes. This was a stark contrast to his earlier ruthless, death-defying demeanor. Even though he had been so ferocious moments ago, given the chance, he still wanted to leave this place safely. But at present, the odds were stacked against him. Brother Knife pulled the hostage back a step, shielded by several henchmen. At that moment, Lu Genua, standing opposite him, shouted through a megaphone that had appeared from nowhere. You over there, you're surrounded now. Look at the situation you're in. You have absolutely no chance of escaping from here. Release the hostage, and you might still have a way out. Otherwise, death is the only path awaiting you. Hearing the police's voice, the 5 men already as skittish as birds startled by a bowstring grew even more uneasy. But they understood all too well. Their only leverage now was the hostage in their hands. Once they handed the hostage over, they would truly be at a disadvantage. Without further hesitation, Brother Knife roared with the last shred of his sanity. Get us a car right now, and then all of you get out of here. Once we're safe, we'll release this person. Veins bulged on Brother Knife's forehead as his bloodshot eyes scanned the surrounding detectives. Otherwise, I'll take one with me even if it kills me. The negotiation had not only failed but backfired. As Brother Knife prepared to pull the trigger again, Lu and Zhao found themselves in a dilemma. They certainly couldn't agree to Brother Knife's demands. Once released, who knew what even more outrageous acts they might commit? Moreover, they didn't believe Knife Brother would honor his promise to release the hostage. But, if they refused his demands, the hostage would undoubtedly be killed. The hostage was innocent. In fact, she had been captured because of them. After all, Lu Zixuan had been the criminal gang's target from the very beginning. This realization gave both of them a headache. What could they possibly do in this predicament? Chapter 69, Good or Bad. In the end, we're all just dust. North City Airport. Inside a police car. Unlike the tense standoff outside. Inside the patrol car, it was as if all hostilities had been laid to rest. Li Yuza even dialed the funeral home with a hint of satisfaction. For he was about to secure the largest order since the shop's opening. Such a substantial deal naturally required advance preparation. Why pass up money when you can earn it? Who cares if they're good or bad? In the end, they're all just dust. He muttered to himself. The phone rang persistently. Soon, the call connected, and the voices of Zhang Hui and Zhang Hao came through. After briefly instructing them to get ready, Li Yuza held the phone in one hand while turning his head to look out the window. Seeing that Brother Knife and the others were nearly cornered, he spoke again. Proceed as planned. It looks like things are wrapping up over here. On the other end of the line, Wulong and Fengshu quickly gathered their gear upon receiving Li Yuza's instructions. Got it, brotherly. Everything's ready. Despite the affirmative response, Li Yuza feared the two might have misunderstood. After briefly reiterating the necessary preparations, he finally hung up. At the same time, he fantasized about how, if this deal went through, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for months. With that thought, Li Yuza continued peering out the window with a satisfied smile. After all, it wasn't him facing the trouble now, so he couldn't care less. Making money made him happy. He wasn't going to die, so what was there to fear? Just as he was about to continue watching, something suddenly occurred to him. Then, something he seemed to have forgotten resurfaced in his mind. He hurriedly opened the system to check. What he saw shocked him. Things didn't seem to be improving. Li Yuza, who had been beaming with joy moments ago, froze in place. As time passed, his expression grew heavy and somber. He had thought he was out of danger, but who could have imagined? Staring at the system prompt, Li Yuza furrowed his brow in deep thought. His mortality rate hadn't changed at all. It remained a staggering 90%. Confused, he stared at the criminal gang surrounded on all sides ahead, knowing everything was about to be sealed. At this moment, nothing unexpected should have happened. Yet the system alert remained unchanged. Why? Could there be something else threatening him? Li Yuza was deeply puzzled. But then, as if suddenly remembering something, his body trembled involuntarily, and he leaned back against the wheelchair. A gasp of disbelief escaped his lips. Holy! Are these people seriously planning to take me down with them? This is insane? Surrounded on all sides, Li Yuza frowned deeply, utterly baffled. What the hell could possibly be a way to take me down with them? After frowning and thinking for a while, he couldn't come up with any solutions. Li Yuza activated Eagle Vision to scan the surroundings. By now, the crowd surrounding the airport had been dispersed by the detectives. The entire airport was now completely surrounded not only by the officers inside the terminal, but also by countless more outside. Unless these people possessed teleportation abilities, no matter how extraordinary the criminal gang's methods might be, there was no way they could escape from this sea of police officers. Inside the airport, Brother Knife and the other four had been cornered by Lu Genoa and his men. Lu Zixuan advanced step by step toward Brother Knife, but he spotted her immediately. One of his henchmen fired a warning shot into the air, signaling for her to stop advancing. Don't come any closer. One more step and we all go down together. We're all doomed anyway, so what's the difference? Despite their defiant words, their trembling voices betrayed them. They were merely bluffing under the protection of their boss. They'd never truly faced a situation like this before. For a moment, all of them seemed to lose their bearings. Behind them, Brother Knife was surrounded. He gripped the gun in his hand, hiding behind the hostage. He pressed the muzzle hard against the hostage's temple, yet hesitated to pull the trigger. For he knew that once the trigger was pulled, the lives of all five would end right then and there. From Li Yuza's perspective, this was indeed the case. In every corner and nook of the airport, countless snipers lay in wait, their sights fixed on Brother Knife. The moment an opportunity arose, they would pull the trigger without hesitation and shoot him dead. But the difficulty lay in the fact that Brother Knife was shielded by several henchmen and was also hiding behind hostages. It was extremely difficult to eliminate him. Unless they killed the hostages too, there was no chance. This is getting tough. Watching the scene unfold, Li Yuza couldn't help but mutter. He then scanned the surroundings again, searching for any overlooked details that might break the current stalemate. But at that very moment, through Eagle's eyes, Li Yuza detected something unusual. Why, was there a car in the corner he'd never seen before? Just as he was puzzling over it, the vehicle started up. The roar of the engine mingled with the screech of tires. By now, the SUV had already accelerated past 100 km/h, hurtling straight toward the crowd. But its target didn't seem to be the crowd, it appeared to be him? What the hell? Staring at the SUV hurtling toward him, Li Yuza had no time to drive away. He flung open the door and leaped out of the vehicle. And in that very instant he leapt out. The heavily modified SUV slammed into the police car he had just been sitting in, sending it flying. Without slowing down, it barreled straight toward the crowd. Even though the police car he'd been in was old, beat up, and small, it shouldn't have been instantly sent flying like that. Staring at the vehicle now parked off to the side, Liuza was utterly dumbfounded. Before he could continue his stunned silence, the next second, the vehicle plowed directly into the crowd. Those nearby who heard the noise turned to look, but it was already too late. In an instant, the scene descended into utter chaos. Many people let out horrifying screams as they were run over by the vehicle. Faced with this sudden accident, no one could react in time. Even the criminal gang lurking in the corner was momentarily stunned. All they could do was stare at the two SUVs charging toward them, their minds racing with speculation. Could this vehicle be reinforcements for them? But they didn't recall having any allies. Weren't they the only ones left in North City? What was this vehicle doing here? Had Brother Chen sent it at the last minute to rescue them? Just as everyone froze in confusion. Fortunately, Lu Zixuan reacted swiftly. While the criminal gang was still lost in fantasy, she leapt forward with lightning speed, snatching the hostage from before him. Simultaneously, she aimed her gun at the gang members and backed away step by step with the hostage. Only Brother Knife and the others remained frozen in shock. Chapter 70, Silencing Witnesses. North City Airport. Amidst the roar of engines, a SUV suddenly burst onto the scene, interrupting everyone's next move. All eyes present were instantly drawn to the two vehicles that had appeared out of nowhere. Only Lu Zixuan reacted swiftly. Seizing the moment while they were stunned, she charged into the criminal gang and snatched the hostage back with lightning speed. She pointed her gun at them while slowly backing away. The moment passed in an instant, and everyone snapped back to reality. Seeing the hostage vanish from his grasp, Brother Knife felt his heart sink. His face turned ashen, his only hope now gone. They now had no bargaining chips left to negotiate with Luan Zhao, nor even the right to fight to the death. Countless red dots were trained on their foreheads. On the other side, across from them, watching Lu Zixuan risk her life to rescue the hostage, Lu and Zhao snapped out of their daze. They barked orders into the walkie-talkies pressed against their chests. Aim at the suspects. Shoot to kill if they make a move. They swiftly pulled Lu Zixuan and the other person into the back of the vehicle to take cover. Simultaneously, he bellowed orders to the officers behind him. Assemble the police vehicles. Quickly take control of that out-of-control SUV. Ensure the safety of bystanders. At Lu Genoa's command, surrounding detectives scrambled into their vehicles to execute the mission and force the SUV to stop. But the SUV was simply too fast. Before they could act, it sped off. After failing to kill Liuza on the first attempt, it abruptly swerved and charged toward Brother Knife and the others. Seeing the SUV hurtling toward them, Brother Knife and the others clung to it like drowning men grasping at a lifeline. Ignoring the red light flashing on their faces, they scrambled and crawled toward the vehicle. As the vehicle closed in on them, just as it seemed poised to stop. What Brother Knife and the others never expected was that even as the vehicle reached their very front, it didn't slow down at all, instead barreling straight toward the five of them. The distance between them was too short. Before they could react, they were instantly knocked flying. The immense impact sent all five crashing to the ground, unable to rise. To ensure their deaths, the SUV repeatedly ran over their bodies, until they were left a bloody mess. Chaos erupted. By the time detectives had assembled and several police cars surrounded the scene, the officers finally arrived. They raised their guns, aiming at the vehicle. But through the windows, they were shocked to discover the driver inside had closed his eyes and was unresponsive, a trickle of dark blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. It seemed he had committed suicide by poisoning himself. Staring at the driver who couldn't be any more dead, Lu Genoa and Zhao Jiangwo, who had rushed over, looked extremely grim. It all happened so suddenly they hadn't even had time to react before it was over. From the moment they entered and confronted Brother Knife and his men, to this SUV, its origin unknown, crashing into the airport. From the driver's cold-blooded act of running over 5 people to his own suicide by poison, everything seemed to unfold in the blink of an eye. So fast that none of the witnesses could comprehend it. A long moment passed. Lu Zhao's brows were tightly furrowed. His eyelids were still twitching violently. Fortunately, no one outside the criminal gang had been killed. Then, Zhao Jiangwo ordered Wang Wenhua standing beside him. Secure the scene. See if you can gather any useful evidence. Investigate the identities of these individuals, as well as those vehicles. Find out who the owners are. Get everything sorted out. Report any developments immediately. Upon receiving his superior's orders, Wang Wenhua saluted and replied, "Yes, sir." He then led several men upstairs to inspect the scene, preparing to collect evidence samples for further investigation. Behind them, Lu Zixuan clutched her injured arm, staring blankly ahead, momentarily dazed. None of this had ever crossed her mind. Nor had she imagined it would turn out this way. Kang Xian, still hiding behind the car, was even more terrified. Tonight's encounter left her deeply unsettled. Her entire face had turned pale with fear, drained of all color. Now she was curled up in a corner, trembling as she watched everything unfold before her. She only wished this ordeal would end quickly. So far, among the 3 people who had been warned by the system about impending accidental death, only Li Yuza had managed to escape unscathed. The other 2, Lu Zixuan was injured, and Kang Xian was overcome with fright. Only he had managed to jump off the vehicle and land with a fall, but he was unharmed. Not far away. Watching the accomplice who, failing to strike once, ended up running over his own partner instead, Li Yuza couldn't help but sigh. Silencing witnesses, huh? He had also noticed the driver who had poisoned himself. After all, he had eyes like an eagle. Only now did he realize that this gang of thugs had targeted him from the start, not Lu Zixuan and the others. Now that he, the primary target, remained unharmed, the 2 who had been caught in the crossfire because of him were badly injured instead. Li Yuza scratched his head awkwardly, his mind racing with speculation. When had he crossed this group of thugs, prompting them to orchestrate such a massive assassination attempt out of nowhere? Just as he was pondering this, the system prompt appeared once more. Ding! You have completed all tasks. Remaining rewards being distributed. Eagle eyes both eyes, 100 points. System store now open. Use points to purchase special features, items, etc. As the system announcement sounded, Li Yuza's other eye, the one with normal vision, also gained enhanced capabilities. He froze in place but quickly regained his senses, scanning his surroundings with his eyes. Under the gaze of these eyes, nothing in the vicinity could escape detection. Only now did he truly possess the eyes of an eagle. As his vision sharpened, Li Yuza suppressed his excitement and clenched his fist tightly. He then glanced at the 100 points the system had just credited him. Just as he hesitated over what use these points might serve, the system store automatically opened. Even with his newly acquired eagle-like vision, the moment the store appeared, Li Yuza felt as though his eyes had been blinded by a flash of light. In the display visible only to him, the store offered a dazzling array of extraordinary abilities. Abilities like breathing fire, spraying water, and even brief flight. Not only that, but all sorts of cultivation techniques and tools he'd never seen before were displayed within the store. All of these could be exchanged for points. Gazing at the dazzling array of items, Li Yuza couldn't hold back any longer and let out a startled cry. Holy crap! This is awesome! From this moment on, the path to the pinnacle of life felt one step closer. Overwhelmed with excitement, he took a moment to compose himself. He mused with a touch of emotion. Now this feels like a proper cheat code system. What the hell was that previous one? Comparing the 2, it was like night and day. But Li Yuza noticed the clearly marked point values on every item, and confusion washed over him. A new question arose in his mind. So, how exactly do you earn these points? Just as he stood there bewildered, trying to figure out how to earn points, the system's voice chimed in once more. Notice, complete tasks to earn points. New quests are now available. Please check promptly. Chapter 71, Mission Assigned, King of Hell summons his army, vote sought. North City Airport. In a small corner, Li Yuza stared at the rewards issued by the system, his face aglow with excitement. Meanwhile, the system's announcement continued. Notice, complete the mission to earn points. New mission has been activated. Please check promptly. Expansion mission, successfully complete 5 business deals within 10 days. Mission reward, 10,000 points. Confirm whether to accept the mission within 1 day. System announcement ended. Li Yuza's smile slowly froze on his face. How much? 5 orders? Or 10 days? Are you kidding me? This system must be glitching like hell? What the hell does 10 days, 5 orders even mean? Does it even know how overpriced my shop is? How can it trust itself like this? Li Yuza looked utterly uncertain. If he could still browse the system normally, he'd seriously doubt if this thing was malfunctioning. 10 days, 5 orders? That's way too optimistic about me. Back in the day, he was barely scraping by month after month. This crappy shop couldn't even manage 5 orders in 100 days, let alone 10. Still, he sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. The only thing that brought him some comfort was the 10,000 point reward for completing this task. Then he thought about how most items in the system store didn't require that many points to redeem, and he felt a surge of desire. If he actually completed the task, those 10,000 points alone, he could indulge himself for quite a while. After wrestling with the decision for a while, Li Yuza finally clicked confirm in the task acceptance section. With that action, the system voice sounded again. Quest accepted successfully. Please complete within 10 days. Countdown, 9 days 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. It's starting already? He was still a bit dazed at that moment, but quickly regained his composure. He hadn't expected it to come so soon. Staring at the taskbar already counting down, Li Yuza rubbed his temples. Moments later, he glared and declared. Damn it, I'm going home to start grinding Douyin right now. Just you wait, I'll binge watch it until you drop dead. But despite his bravado, he still felt a weight on his shoulders. Previously, to avoid the abuse from idiotic netizens, he had deliberately limited his Douyin usage. He tried his best to avoid seeing any more unlucky souls. But now, With the system-assigned task, he had to face the dilemma, scroll or not scroll? Though the answer had been obvious the moment he clicked confirm. At this moment, to complete the task, Lee Yuza must maintain an intense online browsing schedule to find clients. Only then could he achieve 5 orders in 10 days and earn the extraordinary task rewards. But if that's truly the case, the title of China's Grim Reaper might just be permanently branded on my forehead? Without much hesitation, Lee Yuza muttered to himself, somewhat reassured. Anyway, it wasn't me who killed these people. What's there to worry about? Death is inevitable for all since ancient times, whether early or late, it comes to everyone. Why not let me reap all the benefits? I'll take it all and offer a discount too. I suppose these folks will probably hold their funerals here too. While Lee Yuza was still agonizing over the task, on the other side, the unexpected arrived with such suddenness. The detectives were momentarily stunned. As they snapped out of it, they pulled the driver from the vehicle to see if he could be saved. If he could be saved, it would be crucial evidence. While waiting for the ambulance to arrive, the detectives methodically secured the scene. Preserve the scene as is. Have the coroner examine it later. Check if anyone else is hiding, and move the injured to the side. Zhao Jiangwo issued his orders methodically. At the same time, he frowned and exchanged glances with Lu Zhenhua. A familiar figure flashed through their minds. He was right after all. Lu Zhenhua found it utterly unbelievable. But how did Lee Yuza know? That point had always puzzled both of them. If Lee Yuza was part of the criminal gang, why would he frame his own accomplices? What was the purpose of such an act? Moreover, he had no motive, it was completely unnecessary. Therefore, the possibility of Lee Yuza being an accomplice to this group was virtually zero. Lu and Zhao stared at the mangled corpses, speechless for a long time. Clearly, they too did not believe Lee Yuza was part of this group. But if that wasn't the case, the only remaining possibility they could conceive was what he had claimed himself, that he could tell fortunes. But this, as police detectives, they found it hard to believe such a thing could be true. Yet the events unfolding before their eyes left them no choice but to believe. Lee Yuza might truly possess abilities unknown to ordinary people. He looked toward the distance once more. They watched Lee Yuza's ever-shifting expression. Though they both suspected this man might be a bit off his rocker, the facts spoke louder than words. Everything that had transpired here had been predicted by him. And this wasn't the first time it had happened. Lu and Zhao exchanged glances, both letting out a long sigh. Just then, Lu Zixuan pulled Kang Xian toward them. Dad, Uncle Zhao. Hearing the voices, Lu and Zhao snapped back to reality and nodded at her. Kang Xian's a bit shaken. I'll take her aside to calm down. Afterward, I'll bring her back to the station to give her statement. Be careful. Do you need some backup? Lu Zhenhua nodded, but recalling the recent danger, he asked with concern. No need. We'll just be nearby. Hearing this, Lu Zhenhua said no more. Lu Zixuan also led Kang Xian to the side, softly comforting her. After they left, Zhao Jiangwo turned to Lu Zhenhua. What about Lee Yuza? What should we do about him now? Watching Lee Yuza crouched in the corner, seemingly lost in thought, Lu Zhenhua felt a headache coming on. Logically speaking, all the intelligence tonight came from him. Not only was he blameless, but he'd also earned major credit. Without him, they wouldn't have reacted so swiftly. Without that phone call, tonight could have resulted in major losses here, perhaps even affecting the entire nation. Yet, they couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Lee Yuza, something they couldn't quite put their finger on. Arresting him seemed unjustified, yet letting him go felt incomplete. After a moment of deep contemplation, Lu Zhenhua finally spoke up. Forget about Lee Yuza for now. Let him do whatever he wants. First, secure the scene. In a corner of the airport, Lee Yuza sat there for a long while, but no one came to find him. He felt puzzled. Logically, now that this matter was settled, shouldn't they have come looking for him immediately? After all, every piece of intelligence he'd provided had proven completely accurate. Aren't they curious? Even Lee Yuza found himself voicing his confusion aloud. But since they weren't coming for him, he was happy to enjoy the peace and quiet. With that thought, Lee Yuza stopped worrying. If not now, then when? With that, he slipped out of the airport and headed straight for home. No other reason, just one phrase. The order had been given. The King of Hell was mustering his troops. Chapter 72, at the scene, disaster nearly strikes. North City Airport. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him, Lee Yuza decisively slipped out of the airport. He hailed a driver nearby who was watching the commotion and prepared to head home. He was about to begin his roll call. As for who would be selected, that depended entirely on which unlucky souls Douyin would push his live stream to. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside a police car at the airport. After exchanging greetings with Lu and Zhao, Lu Zixuan pulled Kang Xian into the vehicle. The incident was over. Aside from a few injured personnel, no one else was seriously hurt. But Kang Xian was clearly shaken to the core. She clung tightly to Lu Zixuan, trembling uncontrollably. Her voice trembled as she kept murmuring, Lee Yuza. Does he really kill anyone he points at? Is he truly that eerie? Seeing Kang Xian's terrified state, Lu Zixuan momentarily didn't know how to respond. True, she had warned Kang Xian multiple times before this not to associate with Li Yuza. But tonight's incident revealed, through the criminal gang's own words, that their primary targets had actually been herself and Li Yuza. Kang Xian was just an unfortunate bystander. So perhaps tonight was also an accident, at least for her? The thought crossed her mind, and Lu Zixuan shook her head vigorously. Clearly, even she didn't quite believe it herself. Could Li Yuza have gotten the information from somewhere? Frowning, Lu Zixuan held Kang Xian close while her mind raced. She didn't reply to Kang Xian's words just yet, instead carefully recalling everything that had happened recently. Ever since the incident with Old Wang, Li Yuza's pattern of trouble following anyone he focused on seemed to hold true without fail. Though strange, it wasn't particularly eerie. The main thing was Kang Xian, trembling like a frightened bird in his arms at that moment. If I were to say anything else unscientific, it might. He sighed softly, patting Kang Xian's shoulder as he spoke to comfort her. Nothing like that. There aren't that many strange things in the world. It was just an accident, a mere coincidence. But as soon as she finished speaking, Kang Xian burst into tears in her arms. But I'm still so scared, sniffle sniffle. Despite Lu Zixuan's reassurances, Kang Xian remained deeply frightened. She had never experienced anything like this before, nor had she ever imagined death could feel so close. Her mood was also rather low. And precisely because of everything that had happened tonight, she clearly didn't believe Lu Zixuan's explanation. How could such coincidences exist? Not long ago, she had told herself that whoever Li Yuza followed would end up in trouble. She'd urged her to unfollow immediately. And now this. Recalling how naive she'd been before, thinking she'd wait until something actually happened before confronting Li Yuza. Kang Xian was overcome with regret, burying her face in Lu Zixuan's embrace and weeping. Seeing Kang Xian trembling helplessly in her arms, Lu Zixuan's expression darkened slightly. She gritted her teeth and muttered under her breath. Damn Li Yuza. Why did he have to scare her best friend of all people? Watching Kang Xian still sobbing uncontrollably, Lu Zixuan paused for a moment before speaking softly to her. She said softly to her. If it really doesn't work out, I'll take you to see him tomorrow. Let Li Yuza explain it to you himself. It's not that complicated. Time passed quickly. The issues at North City Airport were nearing resolution. Chief Lu, Chief Zhao, we've identified these individuals. However, the driver couldn't be saved. We haven't been able to identify him yet. Wang Wenhua held a stack of documents and handed them to the two men before him. Across from him, Lu and Zhao reached out to take the documents. Their expressions changed upon seeing the contents. But then, they both wore expressions that said, just as we suspected. It was confirmed that Brother Knife and his 4 accomplices were indeed part of a telecommunications fraud ring. They even had a hideout in North City. Everything matched exactly what Li Yuza had told them. According to the documents in their hands, it seemed their superiors weren't even in the country. Instead, they communicated with them via phone calls from abroad. Daoj's crew in Beicheng is responsible for transporting the young victims they defraud to the country where phone fraud is exempt from prosecution. As for what awaited them there, that remained unknown. In any case, it certainly wouldn't be a good outcome. Reading this, the two men narrowed their eyes slightly. They recalled Chen Xiu, the individual Li Yuza had mentioned to them. Barring any surprises, Chen Xiu was the leader of this group. But why was he so determined to kill Li Yuza? Had Li Yuza crossed him? Piecing together everything that had transpired, the pivotal point seemed to lie in that case involving Zhou Zuelan. The two exchanged a glance, their understanding implicit. Shaking their heads, they decided to set the matter aside for now and refocused on the report in their hands. Yet, the more they read the report, the more grim Lu and Zhao's expressions grew. It's exactly as Li Yuza said, not a single discrepancy. Lu Genhua stared at Zhao Jiangwo in utter shock. The latter nodded in agreement. Even before the investigation was complete, Li Yuza had already mentioned these details to them. But now that the results were in, every single point he mentioned had been proven correct, leaving them stunned. After briefly composing himself, Lu Genhua addressed Wang Wenhua. Proceed with investigating this hideout. Report any intelligence to us immediately. Yes, sir. After saluting, Wang Wenhua departed immediately. In stark contrast to the calm here. On the other side, the internet was erupting in a storm of controversy. Despite prompt damage control efforts, the incident had already gone viral. Moreover, netizens at the scene recognized both Li Yuza and Kang Xian. They recorded the scene and uploaded it to Douyin. In the footage, 2 figures appeared distinctly. None other than Kang Xian and Li Yuza. What's going on? Did they meet up? My goddess. I'm on the scene. There's been a terrorist attack at North City Airport, and Kang Xian nearly got caught up in it. Didn't Li Yuza promise Kang Xian would be safe? Li Yuza is still making excuses. Kang Xian almost died. That bastard must be cursing her. The owner of the cow and horse funeral home. A torrent of online abuse instantly flooded toward him. Lee Yuza, who had vanished from the internet for a while, was back in the spotlight. Marketing accounts, sensing the buzz, flooded in like a tidal wave. Shocking. A funeral home owner dared to do such things to a young girl in her prime. Is this the extinction of humanity or the collapse of morality? Tune in to today's North City Legal Talk. In no time, Lee Yuza and Kang Xin both shot to the top of Douyin's trending list, claiming the first and second spots. Chapter 73, I told you he was setting himself up for disaster. Beicheng. Online. I told you this funeral director was setting himself up for disaster. Unbreakable character. Standing tall. This is insane. He's got the most fragile character to collapse, yet he's somehow managed to stay strong until now. It's like whoever he points at dies. Kang Xin got lucky this time. How did Lee Yuza guarantee it back then? If anything happens to Kang Xin, I'll wreck your funeral home. As time passed, more and more people became aware of the attack on Lee Yuza and Kang Xin at Beicheng Airport. Meanwhile, some clueless viewers also watched the replay of that day's livestream after being prompted by netizens. They all noticed the promise Lee Yuza had made at the time. In stark contrast to the online chatter. At this moment. On the other side. As soon as the video hit the trending list, Chen Xiu had already taken notice of the situation. That driver was just a backup plan he kept in case of emergencies. He never thought he'd need it, but who knew? Bunch of useless jerks. Good for nothing but causing trouble. Good for nothings. The sound of objects shattering echoed continuously. Smashing everything in sight to pieces, Chen Xiu's furious roar echoed through the room. His eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted with rage. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his chest heaved violently. He cursed furiously, gasping for breath. The failure of Brother Knife and his 4 men felt like a heavy sword thrust deep into his heart, something he could not accept. He had thought the North City Police Department was about to uncover his trail, so he'd sent a few men to deliver a small warning. Then he planned to kill that bastard Lee Yuza. Chen Xiu believed that accomplishing this would at least stir up internal chaos in North City. But he never imagined that in the end, not even a ripple would be made. They couldn't even handle a funeral home owner who couldn't lift a finger. Bunch of useless trash. At this thought, Chen Xiu couldn't hold back his rage and roared again. The plan had been exposed. Though he had long prepared a contingency plan eliminating them all to ensure they wouldn't draw attention to him. But regardless, the network he'd painstakingly built over years in North City was about to be uprooted. Once these bases were destroyed, his business would plummet. Worse still, this incident could even jeopardize his nationwide operations and his standing here. He was filled with bitter resentment, kicking forward with all his might. You're the root cause of all this. To think he'd been pushed into such a passive position, reduced to this state. It was all thanks to Lee Yuza. If it weren't for you, you useless piece of trash. If he hadn't followed that old hag, those detectives in North City wouldn't have noticed him. None of this would have happened. Everything was his fault. Chen Xiu's rage boiled over, his eyes turning bloodshot. His years of hard work destroyed by some low-life funeral home owner? The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. If he didn't avenge this, he might as well quit this business altogether. With that thought, he waved behind him, summoning one of his henchmen. Go find more men, damn it. Make sure you kill that bastard Lee Yuza. If you fail to finish him off this time. Chen Xiu stopped mid-sentence, his face twisted with savage fury as he glared at the subordinate. The henchman he'd summoned trembled at the threat, dared not utter a word, and merely stammered a response before scurrying away. In North City. The incident was entering its final stages. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The personal details of Brother Knife and his 4 men had been uncovered, as had those of the driver who had poisoned himself. He was the backup plan arranged by Chen Xiu. After Brother Knife and his 4 men failed, he was first tasked with killing Lee Yuza. If that failed, he was to eliminate the 5 men. This was to prevent the mastermind's identity from being exposed. Staring at the report in their hands, Lu and Zhao were filled with confusion. Why did the mastermind want to kill Lee Yuza? Was there any connection between them? How did Lee Yuza come to know these details? The secrets surrounding him seemed no less astonishing than the revelation itself. All of this would require further investigation. The airport incident had been wrapped up, and Zhou Zuilan's case showed some progress. Zhou Guowei was rescued by police from an abandoned factory. They also had a lead on their son. From Lee Yuza's account and their own intelligence, they could deduce that Zhou Wen appeared to have been abducted by Chen Xiu's group and taken to the Republic of No Electricity. The rescue operation for Zhou Wen required careful planning. Reviewing the intelligence reports, the criminal gang's hideout in North City had also been located. With all detectives mobilized simultaneously. Soon, the remaining criminals still hiding in North City, those who hadn't yet managed to escape, were apprehended. Suddenly, the terrorist attack triggered by the North City fraud scheme ignited nationwide debate. Simultaneously, the crackdown on telecom fraud drew attention from police departments across the country. Telecom fraud crackdowns intensified nationwide. Incidents like telecom fraud have far-reaching consequences. Not only in North City, intelligence indicates Chen Xiu has hideouts in multiple locations across the country. Our next step is to launch a nationwide crackdown and eradicate this threat completely. Time passed swiftly. 3 days had elapsed since Lu and Zhao reached their conclusions at the previous meeting. Over these 3 days, authorities nationwide intensified crackdowns on this type of telecommunications fraud. Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside the North City funeral home, Li Yuza lay leisurely on the sofa, scrolling through videos on his phone in search of his next client. If scrolling through videos had previously been a way to kill time, it was now work, a task he had to complete. What surprised him, however, was that during this period, detectives from the North City police station kept showing up every few days to question him. It felt as though they regarded his funeral home as their own personal hangout. Rubbing his temples with a look of worry, Li Yuza sighed. He had thought that since no one had come looking for him on the day of the incident, the matter was no longer his concern and he could finally leave. But who would have thought? In the end, the police station confirmed he had no connection to the incident. They even credited him for providing advance intelligence. But all he wanted was to quietly seek out his next client. He sighed deeply, no longer dwelling on the police station. Li Yuza stared at his phone, scrolling through the follower list on his account. Over this period, the number of followers had long surpassed double digits, with several unlucky souls catching his eye. The task seemed close to completion, but he rubbed his temples, a headache beginning to form. Although the task was nearly complete, he was following so many people, and the mortality rate among them was quite high. Once they all kicked the bucket, his reputation as some kind of death curse, the Grim Reaper's stigma, would be impossible to shake off. Chapter 74, Brotherly, you really. I'm crying my eyes out. North City. Inside the funeral home, Li Yuza sighed, looking at the few lucky ones he was keeping an eye on with a slight headache. Don't blame me, don't blame me. You're gonna die sooner or later anyway. It's not like I killed you. Don't come looking for me when you're dead. At that moment, the two strategists who had been standing beside him overheard his mutterings and leaned in closer. Zhang Huai, glancing at his phone screen, spoke up. Brotherly, you're truly brave. Facing adversity head-on, I'm impressed, really impressed. Clearly, they've all noticed the several people Li Yuza has been following recently. The number of people he's followed in just the past few days exceeds the total number he'd followed before. Zhang Hao chimed in with his brother. Yeah, brotherly, with so many people bashing you, you still have to go find business just so we don't starve. Seriously, I'm gonna cry. He said, on the verge of tears. Seeing his two subordinates acting so pathetic, Li Yuza quickly waved his hand to interrupt. His face wore a look of utter disgust. Damn it, you two oxen, shut the hell up. You think it's not you two getting yelled at, huh? You think I won't dock your pay? Hearing Li Yuza's words, the two men gave a nervous chuckle and dared not say another word. Seated in his chair, Li Yuza didn't spare them another glance. His gaze returned to his phone, his brow furrowing slightly. The task count was about to hit the target, but the number of people cursing him was also growing. He just didn't know if he could hold out. At that thought, he couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for completing this damn system task, who the hell would willingly take on this dirty, grueling work? It was only those 10,000 points that had deeply captivated him. Just as Li Yuza was about to say something else, a soft knock sounded at the door, signaling someone's arrival. Hearing the knock, the two of them hurried to open the door. The door swung open to reveal none other than Lu Zixuan standing outside, with another figure seemingly behind her. Staring at the visitors, the dragon and phoenix were momentarily stunned. They recognized Lu Zixuan, but the figure hiding behind her was completely unfamiliar. The two exchanged glances, but quickly ushered them inside. After all, if Lu Zixuan had brought them, they likely posed no threat. So they politely greeted them and withdrew. Inside the room, Li Yuza, still engrossed in his phone, naturally noticed the commotion outside. Seeing the two open the door, he said nothing. He assumed it was just another detective coming to question him and paid it little mind. But when they didn't return for a long time, he frowned slightly. Just as he was about to go out and check, he heard the greetings of the dragon and phoenix again. He was somewhat surprised, as these two never acted this way when detectives came for questioning. Moreover, from their conversation, it seemed Lu Zixuan had arrived. With this thought, he rose to his feet, puzzled, and lifted his head to look ahead. Through the doorway, a figure came into view. Sure enough, it was Lu Zixuan. Well, what brings the police detective to our humble shop today? Buying a coffin? I'll give you a super low discount. Li Yuza smiled and said casually as he watched the visitor outside. But Lu Zixuan merely glanced at him, said nothing, and walked straight into the house. Li Yuza didn't mind. Just as he was about to speak again, his eyes darted to the side, and he suddenly froze in place. Behind Lu Zixuan, he thought he caught sight of another figure? He squinted, and the figure seemed vaguely familiar. Just as he was about to ask, a head timidly peeked out from behind Lu Zixuan. Seeing that exquisitely carved face, Li Yuza was taken aback. Good heavens, wasn't that Kong Xian, the one who'd piked with him online earlier? What was she doing here? As he observed Kang Xin, she was also watching him. As Li Yu's gaze fell upon her, she quickly ducked back behind Lu Zixuan. Her eyes darted back and forth between him and the funeral shop, as if everything here held immense curiosity for her. She even started poking around here and there. Across from them, he watched this somewhat surreal scene unfold. And then at Kang Xin, who seemed too afraid to even look at him. Li Yuza felt utterly baffled, unable to make sense of the situation unfolding before him. But seeing Kang Xin clearly avoiding him, he took a deep breath and muttered under his breath, loud enough only for himself to hear. Damn it, what the hell are these two doing? And am I some kind of plague that they're avoiding me like this? Yet despite the whisper, Kang Xin seemed to hear it. She suddenly emerged from behind Lu Zixuan and nodded at him. Seeing Kang Xin's innocent expression, Li Yu's mouth twitched. But then he remembered how this woman had been calling him little brother just moments ago, and now. Damn it, she changes her tune faster than you can blink. Wait, what the hell is going on? I didn't do anything to you. Li Yuza said to Kang Xin, who was hiding behind Lu Zixuan, his face darkening. Hearing his words, Kang Xin remained terrified, clutching Lu Zixuan's sleeve tightly as she hid behind her, unable to look at Li Yuza. Just then, Lu Zixuan suddenly interjected. You scared my bestie. How are we gonna fix this? Hearing this, Li Yuza raised an eyebrow and took a step back. I didn't. It wasn't me. I didn't. His triple denial created distance between them. He frowned, pondering for a moment before speaking in disbelief. Lu Zixuan, you're not trying to extort me, are you? Don't even think about it, I didn't do anything. Hearing his words and watching his exaggerated gestures, Lu Zixuan could only feel speechless inside. She sighed helplessly, but then remembered why she was here in the first place, to address Kang Xin's fears. So she addressed him once more. Whether I believe you or not isn't important. What matters is whether my best friend believes you. How are you going to handle this? Plus, the whole thing between you two is blown up online. Netizens don't believe it either. Hearing Lu Zixuan's words, Li Yuza froze. Exactly. Exactly. He recalled the relentless online attacks from countless netizens over the past period and immediately vented his frustrations to the two. Those netizens are at it again, bashing me online. What did I ever do to deserve this daily abuse? At this point, he turned his gaze toward Kang Xin, who was hiding behind Lu Zixuan. And hey, what's your take on this, sis? I mean, you're not dead or anything. Why not come out and explain things for me? You have no idea how miserable I am, having to endure all this online abuse while also scrambling to find ads and business deals. My life is so miserable. Watching Li Yu's exaggerated performance, teary-eyed yet unable to cry, Lu Zixuan and Kang Xin both froze in place. What the hell is this guy up to now? Chapter 75. You're just looking for trouble, aren't you? North City. Inside the funeral home. Li Yuza stared at Kang Xin with exasperation. I thought you weren't dead. I'm perfectly fine now, aren't I? You didn't even bother to explain. Hurry up and log in to tell those idiotic netizens they're about to think I killed you. Saying this, he opened Douyin, ready to show Lu Zixuan and the others his recent miserable state. Getting trolled online by this bunch of idiots day in and day out, even the toughest guy can't take it forever. Forget looking out for you, my bestie, I'm on the verge of depression myself. No sooner had he finished speaking than Douyin opened, and a video appeared. Just as he was about to tap his follow list, suddenly. Ding! Suitable customer detected. Host, please follow promptly. To complete the mission. Li Yuza had been scouring Douyin daily for lucky candidates, hearing the system's notifications countless times. Hearing the voice again now. He had already developed a habit, even while clearly being scolded. He instinctively tapped the follow button. He didn't even notice that he was simultaneously saying aloud. I'm too scared to follow anyone. The moment I follow someone, those idiotic netizens will spot me and start berating me. Look at this 99 plus unread messages. I'm so miserable. But Lu Zixuan and Kang Xin didn't see it that way. Watching his practiced following technique, both of them were utterly dumbfounded. They stared wide-eyed at Li Yuza in utter disbelief. This level of skill must come from following hundreds or even thousands of people. And seriously, how could someone say one thing and do another like this? He claimed following people would get him cursed at, yet here he was hitting the follow button. Aren't you afraid of getting cursed at? Yet you didn't hesitate at all. Across from them. Seeing both of them staring at him in utter shock, Li Yuza felt a bit embarrassed. He had indeed been following others quite a bit lately, so the system's voice triggered an instinctive reaction. But he couldn't possibly explain that to them. So he awkwardly scratched his head and began to make excuses. I was just thinking the more people I pay attention to, the better my business will be, right? Otherwise, no business means no food. What if I starve to death? Am I supposed to go beg for food at your police station? How embarrassing would that be? Hearing his obvious evasion, Lu Zixuan just pursed her lips and stared at him speechlessly. Moreover, looking at him like this, she didn't sense any embarrassment from him at all. If anything, he seemed eager for more. She waved him off, no longer bothering with his preoccupation with others. Lu Zixuan said sternly. What the hell are you doing? Ha? Hearing Lu Zixuan's accusatory tone, Li Yuza was momentarily confused. What do you mean, what am I doing? He hadn't done anything, had he? He was about to explain, but then it hit him. This is my turf, right? Why am I acting so passive, like it's their home court? After composing himself slightly, Li Yuza raised an eyebrow and sat back down in his chair. Looking at the two standing opposite him, he said nonchalantly, Didn't you come looking for me? I should be the one asking what you want. Hearing his words, Lu Zixuan froze, staring at him as if he were an idiot. Sometimes she genuinely wondered if this guy had sold his brain along with the coffins. One moment he was human, the next he was a ghost, or did he have a split personality? Now, she glared at Li Yuza with irritation, her original train of thought completely derailed by him. She took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to punch Li Yuza. Her expression turned serious as she addressed Li Yuza again with a stern tone. I'm not here for anything else. I just want you to explain to my best friend Kong Xian that your so-called whoever you follow will die nonsense is all fake. As the words fell, Kong Xian, who had been hiding behind her, poked her head out. Though she was still trembling with fear. She furrowed her brow and nodded earnestly at Li Yuza. She waited expectantly for him to give her a reassuring answer. Across from them, Li Yuza was taken aback by their actions. What was this all about? He wondered, did you two come all this way just for this? Just to hear me say one sentence? Staring at the two women before him, whose personalities seemed like polar opposites, Li Yuza momentarily didn't know what to do. But seeing Kong Xian so visibly distressed, he feared she wouldn't sleep a wink tonight if he didn't offer an explanation. Without further thought, he began to explain, though his voice carried a hint of resignation. After all, this could have been resolved with a phone call, but these two sisters insisted on coming all the way here to interrupt his search for clients. Trust in science. After a brief explanation, Li Yuza turned to look at Lu Zixuan. His eyes seemed to say, is that satisfactory? As for Lu Zixuan, upon hearing his response, she furrowed her brow. Clearly, she was dissatisfied with such a perfunctory answer. Damn it, take this seriously. But I am being serious. Damn it, say that again. I will next time. Back and forth they went, all while Li Yuza maintained his innocent facade. A vein throbbed on Lu Zixuan's forehead. At that moment, she desperately wanted to punch the person in front of her. But behind them, Kong Xian had been listening to their endless, pointless conversation. And hearing Li Yuza's dismissive tone, Kong Xian suddenly grew impatient. She leapt out from behind Lu Zixuan, no longer caring about hiding her fear, and spoke urgently. See? I told you so. He's paying attention to me now, I'm definitely going to die. It's over. Whether it's today or tomorrow. Kong Xian sat crouched on the spot, her face twisted with hurt. It's okay. Nothing bad will happen to you. You're definitely not going to die. Lu Zixuan crouched beside her, offering comforting words. Just then, a discordant voice cut through the air. That's not right. That's not right at all. Hearing the voice, Lu Zixuan looked up, frowning at him with a fierce glare. It seemed to tell Li Yuza, dare utter another untimely word, and you're dead. But since Li Yuza had spoken, he certainly wouldn't stop halfway. Ignoring Lu Zixuan's threatening glare, he smiled at Kong Xian. Since ancient times, who has escaped death? Whether early or late, death comes to all. Shao Kong, I'll sell you a coffin at 20% off. Li Yuza's smile spread across his face as he looked at Kong Xian, but to her, that smile felt like the face of a demon. At that moment, she lay pitifully in Lu Zixuan's arms, on the verge of tears. Holding Kong Xian, who had once again burrowed into her embrace, Lu Zixuan glared at Li Yuza with a look of displeasure. She thought her warning would work, but never expected him to be so brazen. Pointing at him, she immediately shouted angrily. Li Yuza, you deliberately looking for trouble, aren't you? Chapter 76, This is how the poor live. Inside the funeral home. Seeing Lu Zixuan about to explode, Li Yuza quickly reined in his attitude. He couldn't be sure if the woman sitting across from him would actually beat him up if she lost her temper. He'd just heard from Lu and Zhao that Lu Zixuan had dared to openly defy orders. The thought sent a chill down his spine. No longer thinking of intimidating Kong Xian, he now explained earnestly. Relax, it's all good now. Your sister came to me earlier and had me unfollow you. You're not going to die now, it's not like it's some kind of supernatural thing. Glancing at Lu Zixuan, who was itching to jump in, he felt compelled to elaborate further. Relax. Hearing his words, Kong Xian froze. Then she looked at him with pleading eyes and said, Not dying now, does that mean I'm still going to die? Why? Watching Kong Xian throw herself at Lu Zixuan in distress again, Li Yuza was at a loss for words. Is this kid even human? Would punching her make her cry even longer? Sighing, he wouldn't have bothered talking to Kong Xian if Lu Zixuan hadn't been here. Damn it, what I mean is, you're gonna die someday, right? Dying after 70 or 80 is still dying, isn't it? You actually want to live forever, huh? Kang Xin, who had been feeling wronged and scared, froze upon hearing Li Yu's words. Her brow furrowed as if deep in thought. Moments later, she abandoned her attempt to burrow into Lu Zixuan's embrace. She tapped her chin thoughtfully and said, that actually makes sense. The more she thought about it, the more she felt Li Yuza was right. At that moment, Kang Xian's face lit up with delight, all traces of fear vanished. She wouldn't die after all? Yay! Seeing her like this, Lu Zixuan, who was being hugged by her, pressed her hand to her forehead. She felt both amused and concerned for Kang Xian's mental state. This Kang Xin. She sighed. But then again, she was her best friend. Looking at her dear friend now, Lu Zixuan said with a hint of exasperation, I told you so much before, and you didn't believe me. Now you believe every word Li Yuza says? Are you even my best friend anymore? Whose side are you on? Blinking sheepishly, Kang Xin smiled sweetly at her and explained nervously. No, you don't get it. It's called the one who tied the bell must untie it. Hearing Kang Xion's words, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but press her forehead again. You? What kind of logic is that? She really is my best friend. Too exhausted to argue with Kang Xian anymore, she sometimes genuinely fretted over her bestie's intelligence. But there was nothing she could do about it. Seeing Kang Xian no longer as scared as before, even leisurely wandering around the funeral home, Lu Zixuan knew she was probably fine now. Calming herself slightly, she turned to look at Li Yuza. Now that Kang Xian's matter was settled, it was time to discuss serious business. She hadn't forgotten about investigating Li Yuza, and naturally, she'd noticed his recent actions. Furrowing her brow slightly, she asked in puzzlement. What's gotten into you lately? Why are you following so many people? Aren't people criticizing you? Why follow them? Shouldn't you lie low for a while? Across from him, Li Yuza was still scrolling through Douyin, searching for clients. Hearing Lu Zixuan speak, he looked up and explained with a hint of resignation. What can I do, officer? This is just how life is for the poor. If I don't reach out to clients, do you expect them to come to me? If I don't make the effort, I won't eat. But I have an idea, why don't you apply for some living assistance for me? As he spoke, he shot Lu Zixuan a sidelong glance before continuing. And hey, why are you peeping at me again? Creep. Why does this girl care so much about everything I do? Li Yuza pondered this, chin in hand, about to say something, but shook his head instead. He decided it was better to avoid trouble and let it go. At the same time, he brought his phone back to his face, holding it at an angle where Lu Zixuan could see it too. Look, there's even a live streamer lurking outside my shop right now. He casually tapped the nearby tab and randomly entered a live stream. These little punks are raking in traffic and making money off me. I figure, charging them a little interest to earn some cash is no different, right? Lu Zixuan stared at the phone Li Yuza handed her, her eyes fixed on the screen. Lu Zixuan froze, somewhat taken aback. Holy crap! It really was like this. Staring at the familiar scene before her, she was taken aback. Wasn't that the alleyway right outside the shop entrance? In fact, she had just walked through this very spot with Kang Xin moments ago. Seeing this, she glanced at Li Yuza again. Li Yuza seemed utterly unfazed, as if he'd grown accustomed to such occurrences, likely encountering many like this recently. Seeing his indifferent expression, Lu Zixuan's emotions became complicated. Thoughts swirled through her mind, and she couldn't think of what to say. After a long pause, she finally spoke softly. 6. Truthfully, she thought she might be able to help resolve the situation, but seeing Li Yuza's expression, the words she'd intended to say just wouldn't come out. In the end, all that came out was a single 6. Wait, what the hell does that mean? So I'm the only one suffering while you guys just sit back and watch the show? These jerks can spy on me, but I can't give someone else a little attention? Hearing Lu Zixuan come up with such a lame excuse after all that thinking, Li Yuza retorted with a hint of irritation. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze inadvertently fell upon his phone once more. That single glance made Lu Zixuan feel like she'd spotted a familiar figure. Her brows furrowed tightly, ignoring Li Yuza's words entirely. She grabbed her phone and stared intently at the screen. This person. Why did she feel like she'd seen him somewhere before? The figure looked so familiar, yet Lu Zixuan couldn't place where she had seen him before. Hey, what are you doing? Li Yuza snapped out of it and waved his hand in front of her face. He also noticed Lu Zixuan's change in expression and curiously leaned in to watch the livestream content together. On the screen, a boy of average height sat in a narrow alleyway, gesturing awkwardly. Just as he was about to speak, the streamer's voice came through the phone. Guys, why didn't you come help me smash the place up earlier? Now I'm stuck in the station with free room and board. But I don't blame you. This time, I'm going to livestream the entire process of exposing that bull funeral shop owner's black magic. You guys helped me out by sharing this widely, that shouldn't be a problem, right? In the livestream chat, viewers flooded the screen with supportive comments. Inside the funeral home. After hearing the streamer's words, a figure slowly emerged in Lu Zixuan's mind. Chapter 77, Guess I can't be the good guy, right? Inside the funeral home. Lu Zixuan and Li Yuza huddled together, staring at the phone screen, oblivious to the mere inches between them. That figure seems familiar. Lu Zixuan murmured to herself. Li Yuza, sitting beside her, heard it clearly and turned to ask. What? You know him? Her train of thought abruptly interrupted. Lu Zixuan snapped. Shut up. Pfft, like I care. Li Yuza puckered his lips, speaking as quietly as possible so Lu Zixuan wouldn't hear. But they were standing so close together that Lu Zixuan couldn't help but overhear. She frowned, about to snap at him. At that moment, the streamer in the live room turned around too. Isn't that Wu Jiachi? Staring at the figure, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but blurt out. This was none other than the gullible fool who'd been tricked by some idiotic netizen into trying to wreckly use his shop all by himself. Frowning, she pondered for a moment. She finally recalled that this young man had been released yesterday. Who would have thought he'd come here to cause trouble again so soon after being released? He really has no fear of death. Last time, considering it was his first offense, they just locked him up for a few days as a token punishment. Now he's back at it again? Does he think he's a child? Even a child who acts this recklessly deserves a stern talking to. This time, he'll definitely get locked up for 10 days to a fortnight. Thinking this, she glanced at Li Yuza beside her with a hint of sympathy. Having been seated beside her all along, Li Yuza naturally noticed Lu Zixuan's expression had shifted slightly. Curious, he asked. What's up? Is it a relative? Noticing Lu Zixuan's expression change again, he hurriedly added. I don't care. Even if this little punk is your relative, he still gets punished. Unless, you guys want to help out my business. Hearing his words, Lu Zixuan felt her face flush with embarrassment. If she could, she'd rather not deal with him at all, let him suffer the consequences. But what could she do? She was the people's good detective. Sighing deeply, she explained anyway. Well, it's definitely not a relative of mine. Don't even think about it. Seeing Li Yuza's hopeful expression, she hurriedly added, afraid he'd pester her further. Ignoring his slightly disappointed expression, she continued. This person is named Wu Jiachi, the one who tried to vandalize your shop earlier. Ha? Li Yuza let out a startled cry, then scrutinized the screen again before exclaiming. This is the kid who broke the rules before. Staring at Li Yuza in utter disbelief, he still managed to say. I'll find him again and make sure he stops streaming. Li Yuza seemed rather indifferent. Honestly, as long as he doesn't interfere with my business, it's fine. As for the rest, he can do whatever he wants. Saying this, he was about to shut down the stream and continue searching for the next client. But just then, a voice echoed through the live stream once more. Guys, I just got out yesterday. See, I told you something was off about this Li Yuza. Look at Kong Xin, he'd been following her all along. Now there's no trace of that person online. Maybe Li Yuza got rid of the body. And he's been following so many new people lately. I wonder if he's cooking up something big. Could be he's raising an army of zombies. Wu Jiachi's words interrupted Li Yuza's movements. Hearing this, both Lu Zixuan and Li Yuza froze momentarily. After a moment, they exchanged glances before simultaneously turning their eyes back to the screen. A single voice escaped both their lips. This kid must have gone crazy being locked up, right? What the hell, a zombie horde is coming. Ignoring the twitching in his brow, he forced back the urge to storm out and beat the crap out of that bastard Wu Jiachi. Li Yuza snapped back to reality. Wait a minute. Kong Xin is fine, isn't she? How could this jerk claim he killed Kong Xin? Confused, he glanced back at the livestream. Just then, as soon as Wu Jiachi spoke, the viewers in the livestream chat began chiming in. Yeah. Ever since we saw them together at the airport that day, there's been no news about them lately. Kong Xin's account hasn't been updated at all. Li Yuza must have killed her. If nothing happened, there wouldn't be zero updates. Li Yuza must have killed Kong Xin. Damn it, my level 15 badge. Support the streamer. Support the zombie army. Spread the word, Li Yuza is going to attack the whole world. Glancing at the chaotic barrage of comments, Li Yuza was utterly speechless. Damn it. They might as well just say they want to rule the earth. But right now, what troubled him most was Kong Xin. He immediately called out to Kong Xin, who was still looking around restlessly nearby. Damn it, Kong Xin, what the hell is wrong with you? Why are they all saying I killed you? Kong Xin, summoned by the shout, naturally saw the comments flooding the phone screen. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she scratched her head awkwardly and explained to Li Yuza. I was just scared. That's why I stayed offline. Looking at Kong Xin, Li Yuza felt like 10,000 llamas were stampeding through his mind. No wonder that bunch of idiots kept hounding me online. Your silence is deafening, huh? After staring at Kong Xin for a long while, he finally spoke. Sis, now that you're okay, can't you just pop online and prove you're still alive and kicking? Otherwise, these idiotic netizens are really unfairly bashing me. Li Yuza felt like crying, staring at Kong Xin tapping her fingers before him. Alright. No, next time do it today. Make it clear to that jerk. Go explain yourself on that goofball's livestream. Seeing Li Yuza in such a state, Kong Xin weakly nodded in agreement. Oh. She then opened her phone, logged into her Douyin account, and entered Wu Zheqi's livestream. Watching the barrage of comments still lambasting Li Yuza, she sent a message explaining, "I'm not dead, everyone. Stop making wild guesses." This comment quickly caught Wu Zheqi's attention, but it was clear his mind worked differently from most people's. Seeing this comment, he muttered skeptically, "How come she just showed up like that? Guys, this can't possibly be Kong Xin herself. That's way too coincidental. Li Yuza must have killed her, stolen her phone, and posted this message here. It has to be." He had assumed that once Kong Xin sent her a message, this farce would finally end. But he never imagined Wu Zheqi could twist things around like this. Is she out of her mind? Just for the sake of smearing her, huh? All three people present were utterly baffled. So basically, he has to be a monster, right? Chapter 78, isn't this exactly what you guys are supposed to do? North City. Inside the funeral home. Hearing the voice from the video, Li Yuza and the others were undoubtedly stunned. Did you guys lock him up in the station and drive him insane? What kind of twisted logic could possibly come up with such inhumane words? Hearing Li Yuza's words, Lu Zixuan was momentarily speechless. At that moment, inside the funeral home, except for the continuous sound emanating from the phone, everything else fell silent. Several people stared at the screen, unable to snap out of their daze for a long time. Just then, the live stream's footage began to shift. Wu Zheqi moved away from her original spot, seemingly walking forward. Outside the funeral home. In the narrow alleyway. Wu Zheqi frowned as she read the comments sent by this so-called Kong Xin, her face twisted with disdain. Could this acting get any more amateurish? Couldn't they have waited a bit longer? How could someone come out to deny it the moment I mentioned it? How coincidental is that? Even a fool could tell it was that bastard Li Yuza using a fake account to spy on me. It's definitely Li Yuza's doing. Thinking this, he glanced up toward the funeral home. But he couldn't see anything. Wu Zheqi felt puzzled. Why were the curtains drawn in broad daylight? Could it be they were hiding something? So he decided to quietly observe. As for why he was live streaming here, it all started with Li Yuza. If it weren't for all the evil he'd done, a good guy like me wouldn't have come all this way to deal with him. And it was all because of him that he ended up behind bars. The mere thought of Li Yuza filled Wu Zheqi with fury. After that incident last time, he'd been dragged to the police station and given a stern lecture by the detective. So he resolved to learn his lesson. He resolved never to break the law again. But then he remembered that Li Yuza was definitely up to no good. As a righteous person, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He was determined to expose his wicked deeds. After much deliberation, he could only think of one way to expose Li Yuza's crimes, through live streaming. On one hand, live streaming itself wasn't illegal. On the other hand, if anything unexpected happened during the livestream, viewers could notice it immediately. This was an excellent choice. Back to the present. Wu Zheqi had arrived at the funeral home's entrance. Gazing at the familiar entrance, he couldn't help but sigh. Damn it, this was the very spot where he'd been pinned to the ground by a dozen burly men. That was some intense pleasure, some profound satisfaction. She shook her head vigorously, banishing those untimely thoughts. Wu Zheqi waved his flag again, cheering to the livestream audience. Wait, you just say you're Kong Xin and that makes it true? Then if I say I'm Qin Shi Huang, does that make me him too? Wu Zheqi looked utterly skeptical, sneering with disdain. Same as before, I won't believe it unless you go live. Until I see Kong Xin herself appear, I'll keep my doubts. Go live so we can all see if it's really you. Otherwise, I seriously suspect Li Yuza killed her to silence her and is now using Kong Xin's account to muddy the waters. Prove it by going live now. As he spoke, Wu Zheqi's expression grew increasingly solemn, his face set in earnestness. He looked every bit the righteous crusader. Hearing his impassioned words, the crowd in the livestream, whether they knew what was going on or were just here for the drama, began to echo his sentiments. Support the streamer. Hurry up and go live to prove it, or who knows if it's even real. You better do it. Murderer Li Yuza, hurry up and go live to prove it. Wah, did Kong Xin really die? Does my level 15 badge still work? Hurry up and go live to prove it. More and more voices filled the livestream chat. At this moment, it seemed only Kong Xin going live and showing her face could truly prove she was still alive and well. To prove that Li Yuza hadn't silenced her by killing her. As long as Kong Xin appeared, it seemed all problems would be resolved. Meanwhile, inside the funeral home. Hearing Wu Zheqi's rousing cheers and the echoing support from the silly netizens in the livestream chat, Li Yuza frowned, puzzled. What grudge or grievance could these jerks possibly have against me? Was it sheer recklessness, or was there something else at play? After all, someone had been targeting him lately. Could it be? But the moment that thought surfaced in his mind, he ruthlessly dismissed it. First off, the system had already sent notifications and dispersed the mission rewards. Moreover, last time at his own doorstep, Wu Zheqi still remembers the sight of himself pinned to the ground by over a dozen detectives. Him? What could he possibly do? Just a dumb goose. But, seeing more and more people flooding into this dimwit's livestream, Lee Yuza couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. It wasn't because he feared Wu Jiechi. The only thing he feared was that this bunch of idiotic netizens would believe the nonsense spouted by this dimwit, only to end up spreading rumors about him online again. After all, his online reputation was already tarnished. If Wu Jiechi added a few more comments online. At this thought, Lee Yuza let out a long sigh. How did I end up caught between a rock and a hard place? Damn it. So many damn problems. Hearing his words, Lu Zixuan raised an eyebrow and retorted. Sort out your own damn mess. Who told you to stir up trouble all over the internet? Now look at you unpopular online and getting played in real life. TSK TSK. With that, she stood up. She shot Lee Yuza a pitying glance before pulling Kong Xin, who was still fiddling with something nearby, along with her. She added. Alright, I've asked everything I needed to ask and handled everything that needed handling. You'll have to figure things out on your own from here. I'm taking Kong Xin home. With that, he headed toward the door, preparing to leave. Seeing Lu Zixuan and the others trying to slip away, Lee Yuza immediately stood up and hurriedly said. Hold on. Think you can just slip out of here now that you've got your pants on? And what business is Lu Zixuan any of yours? I came for Kong Xin. He then pushed Lu Zixuan aside and addressed Kong Xin, who stood behind her looking dazed. Hey, sis, could you do me a little favor? You'll help me, right? Seeing Lee Yuza beaming at her with a smile, Kong Xin snapped back to reality. She glanced at Lu Zixuan beside her, who looked utterly indifferent, and without much hesitation, nodded her agreement. See that? Now that's what I call sticking together through thick and thin. She exclaimed triumphantly to Lu Zixuan, no longer caring about the latter's indifferent expression. Just as Lee Yuza was about to say something else, his brow suddenly furrowed. He slowly turned to face the two of them, speaking deliberately. Wait, I just remembered. Damn it, isn't this exactly what you're supposed to prove? What's with all this fuss, making it seem like I'm begging you? Hearing this, Lu Zixuan continued pulling Kong Xin along, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. What's the matter? Not happy? Just say it, are you begging or not? Seeing Lu Zixuan deliberately giving him a hard time, how could he, a man of 5 feet tall, just give in like that? After hesitating for a while, he said seriously. No, stop it. What's the harm in going live? It won't hurt you guys. If you don't do it soon, the kid will be cyberbullied to death. Only then did Lu Zixuan nod with a mischievous grin. She finally released Kong Xin's hand, signaling her best friend to prepare for the live stream that would prove everything. Chapter 79, back then, hands in pockets, pinned down by over a dozen people. North City. Inside the funeral home. After a burst of playful laughter and roughhousing. Soon, Kong Xin also began her livestream under the watchful eyes of Lee Yuza and the others. Meanwhile, Wu Jiechi crouched at the entrance of the funeral home. While discussing Lee Yuza's motives with viewers online, he also debated whether to go inside and investigate. But at that thought, he shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to go in. He desperately wanted to see what Lee Yuza was up to. But every time he saw the funeral home's entrance, it brought back memories. Those years when he'd been pinned to the ground by dozens of detectives. Besides, he had just left the police station and had resolved not to break the law again. So the urge to investigate was quashed. Shaking his head, he pushed the thought aside and returned to chatting with viewers in the livestream. Host Shinfei will never follow you. Go in. Why aren't you going in? Let's have a terrifying haunted house adventure. Watching the viewers in the livestream room still urging him to go in, Wu Jiechi cursed. Damn it, if you're so brave, why don't you go in yourselves? Last time, I came here because you guys were all hyping it up online. Turns out, who the hell knew you're all just big talkers? In the end, I remember standing there with my hands in my pockets, pinned to the ground by a dozen detectives. Wu Jiechi, who never intended to go in the first place, grew even more furious seeing this bunch of idiots still trying to egg him on. He decided he could never trust these idiots again. Whoever believes them is just asking to get locked up. As he continued staring at the screen, still pondering what to say next, another comment shot to the top of the chat. Kong Xin is live. Switch to the live stream. As the comment appeared, viewers in the chat room voiced their confusion and disbelief. But upon receiving confirmation, they all vanished in a flash, leaving Wu Jiechi sitting there dumbfounded. Watching the online audience vanish as if they'd never been there, he finally snapped out of it. Did it really go live? He murmured to himself, still in disbelief. At that moment, he couldn't care less about those fickle netizens. He sheepishly followed them to Kong Xin's livestream. They quickly located Kong Xin's account. He'd initially assumed it was just another troll spreading fake news, but seeing Kong Xin actually streaming live sent a jolt through Wu Jiechi. He'd just dismissed it as impossible, only to be proven wrong so quickly. Still, refusing to give up until he saw it with his own eyes, Wu Jiechi clicked into the livestream. What greeted him was a viewership exceeding 10,000, most of whom had migrated from his own stream. Having never encountered this group of wild netizens before, Wu Jiaqi frowned as he scrutinized the scene unfolding before him. Kang Xin sat upright on a worn-out chair, facing the camera. She glanced up at the sky before returning her gaze to the stream. Despite it being daytime, the room Kang Xin occupied felt strangely gloomy to Wu Jiaqi. An indescribable feeling crept into his heart. His brow furrowed deeply, and his expression grew tense. At the same time, he caught sight of the half-open door behind Kang Xin. Unlike the scene before him, the space beyond the door was pitch black, as if concealing endless darkness. It felt eerie. Wu Jiaqi felt a chill run down his spine. But just then, another figure appeared beside Kang Xin. Gazing at this figure, all the terror from moments before vanished like smoke. It's not quite like that, but I just feel like everything makes sense now that this person has appeared. I thought Kang Xin was streaming somewhere else, but it turns out it was right here in this funeral home. And the person beside her was none other than Li Yuza. Seeing that familiar figure, Wu Jiaqi froze for a moment, about to type something on the screen. But Kang Xin spoke first. Hey everyone, it was me talking in the livestream just now. I am indeed at the Yilotong funeral home, but I'm perfectly fine and alive. With that, she flashed another smile. Beside her, Li Yuza chimed in. Who's slandering me now? Viewers watching the sudden appearance of the two were momentarily stunned. But soon, the silly netizens in the livestream responded. I knew it. Kang Xin couldn't possibly be in trouble. Hey girl, just so you know, some clown just claimed you died. Dude, are you out of your mind? That's exactly where she came from. Kill Li Yuza. Kill Li Yuza. Hey, you over there, yeah, you. You jinxed shop owner, get out of my way so I can see Kang Xin. Kang Xin covered her mouth and chuckled softly, saying nothing more. She simply watched the netizens typing away in their heated discussions. Then why have you been following a bunch of new people lately? Just then, a lone voice cut through the noise. Seeing this comment, Li Yuza frowned in confusion. Then it hit him this was none other than Wu Jiaqi, who was still lurking outside the door right now. But upon reading his question, Li Yuza frowned. He genuinely didn't know how to answer this one. He couldn't exactly say he was following them to reap the rewards when they were all about to die, could he? That would definitely make him the scapegoat. I just love watching this stuff. Besides, I follow whoever I want. What business is it of yours? Do you live on the other side of the world? Seeing that Kang Xin had already proven she wasn't dead, the task was complete, and he didn't need to explain himself further. After muttering a vague excuse, he hurriedly exited the frame. Wu Jiaqi, who had already typed out her question and was about to send it, froze at Li Yuza's sudden departure. She recalled his evasive manner moments ago. Her brow furrowed. Without further thought, she immediately opened Li Yuza's follower list. Holy crap! She hadn't realized until she looked, and now she was shocked. What the hell was he following? Homeless people, old men. He says he likes watching this stuff? Wu Jiaqi stared at the screen in utter disbelief, eyes wide with shock. He actually likes watching this stuff? How twisted does one have to be to like this stuff? Wu Jiaqi suppressed the wild twitching of his eyebrows. Having finished scrolling through Li Yuza's follow list, he had a bold theory. Could Li Yuza be into guys? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Speaking to himself, Li Yuza's earlier evasive demeanor flashed back into his mind. Now, Wu Jiaqi addressed the few remaining viewers in his livestream with righteous indignation. Li Yuza must be up to something shady again. But rest assured, I'll get to the bottom of this. With that, she casually closed the livestream and signed off. Unlike the various speculations circulating outside. Inside the funeral home at that moment. Wow, isn't that superstar Li Yuza? Seeing the closed livestream and people still gathered around Li Yuza, Lu Zixuan turned to him with a teasing look on her face. Now you're the target everyone wants to take down. No wonder netizens are attacking you. Who told you to get involved in all this mess? Hearing Lu Zixuan's words, Li Yuza considered trying to wriggle out of it. Just as he was about to speak, the phone suddenly rang. Chapter 80, Terminal Cancer, 100% mortality rate votes needed. North City. Inside the funeral home. Isn't this the big star Li Yuza? Everyone wants to see you dead these days. Lu Zixuan covered her mouth and giggled, teasing Li Yuza with a playful expression. Across from her, the subject of her teasing was about to open his mouth to explain. The words were on the tip of his tongue when suddenly, a ringing phone interrupted him. Li Yuza froze, grabbing his phone to check. Few people knew his number, and his online reputation had taken a nosedive lately. Who would be calling him at this hour? Another scam call? He stared at the caller ID with confusion. Oh, from out of province? Li Yuza muttered under his breath, but after a moment's hesitation, he frowned and answered the call. The call connected quickly, and the other person's voice came through. Hello, is this the owner of Yilotong Funeral Services? I saw the message you left me on the back end. If I book a funeral with you now, can I get a 20% discount? Hearing the question, Li Yuza froze again. He'd assumed it was just another sales call, but unexpectedly. From the sound of it, this seemed to be a potential client? Could his recent broad outreach finally be paying off? Li Yuza raised an eyebrow, recalling how he'd spent every day lately either following people or on his way to follow them. And every time he followed someone, he left them a message with his phone number attached so they could reach out to him. Whether it would pay off remained uncertain, but he was relentlessly following these people, hoping sheer volume would win them over. But aside from this call, no one had reached out to him yet. He'd almost forgotten he'd left his number online. What's more, most of the people he'd followed had blocked him. This situation was giving him a headache. Now, hearing that voice on the phone again, it sounded like music to his ears. He never expected it to be someone reaching out for business. This was the first time a client had ever proactively reached out to him. Moreover, judging by the other party's tone, this deal was practically a sure thing. With that thought, Li Yuza hurriedly replied to the caller. Right. This is North City First Road Funeral Services. What services are you looking to book? After speaking, Li Yuza moved the phone slightly away from his ear. At that moment, he couldn't spare the time to explain anything further to Lu Zixuan. After a brief exchange, he turned and headed for the door. I'm stepping out to take a call. Once outside, Li Yuza continued his reply to the caller. Hello, this is the owner of Yilotong Funeral Services. We've had an overwhelming number of clients lately. Could you please tell me your Douyin account and describe your symptoms? On the other end of the line, the voice on the phone recognized Li Yuza's tone. The other person gave a somewhat helpless smile before introducing themselves. My name is Su Fu, same as my Douyin handle. I'm in the terminal stages of cancer now. I didn't take care of my health when I was young, and now I'm only 30 and already in the terminal stage of cancer. I don't have much time left. As the man's rambling words drifted over, Li Yuza froze. This person seemed vaguely familiar. Moreover, the system's alert confirmed it was indeed terminal cancer, with a 100% mortality rate. His time was running out. There was no possibility of saving him. Barring any surprises, he would depart within the coming days. At this thought, Li Yuza felt a deep sense of gloom, unsure how to offer comfort. His mouth opened and closed, but the words stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. A brief silence fell over the phone. But the other party wasn't overly pessimistic. He just sighed softly and continued. After working my ass off for over 20 years, it all boils down to a handful of dust. I've come to terms with it. But I don't want to die so carelessly. Life hasn't been easy, so at least I should go out with some dignity, right? That's why I want to pre-order a full funeral package to ensure my departure is complete. At this point, the caller asked again, as if seeking confirmation. It's still 20% off, right? Li Yuza froze upon hearing the question, furrowing his brow in hesitation before finally replying. Yes, 20% off. Upon hearing this, the other person seemed to smile slightly with satisfaction before asking again. So, can you handle it for out-of-towners? I'm not in Beicheng. Yes, we can. Just provide me with an address when the time comes. All right. The two chatted, quickly finalizing the details that could be handled over the phone. Li Yuza then asked him to add him on WeChat for future contact. There were still many details to discuss. A funeral couldn't be arranged so casually. I've added you on WeChat. After Li Yuza accepted the request, a message popped up on WeChat almost immediately. The other party had sent his exact address. I've sent you the address. As for the time, let's say in about 2 weeks. By then, I'll be gone. I'll transfer the deposit to you shortly, and the remaining payment will be given to you in full when you arrive here. Hearing this, Li Yuza simply nodded, murmuring a quiet acknowledgement. All right. The other party remained silent. After a faint click, the call ended, and the entire lobby fell silent. After a long while, Li Yuza sighed deeply and shook his head. Ever since he'd come to this world and taken over the funeral home, it had been inevitable that he'd encounter such matters. And such incidents would only increase, not decrease, in the days ahead. With that thought, he exhaled deeply once more and pushed the matter from his mind. Still, money was money, but if he could choose, Li Yuza wouldn't wish for Su Fu to have died so young. Putting his phone away, he walked back into the room with his hands behind his back. In the bedroom, Lu Zixuan and Kang Xian sat together. Seeing Li Yuza enter with a heavy expression, they asked in confusion. What's up? Did something happen? Hearing Lu Zixuan's words, Li Yuza lifted his head. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed them. I've got a job. I'll be heading out of town for a while. That's all? Yeah. Clearly, Lu Zixuan didn't quite buy that answer. But seeing Li Yuza's expression, she didn't feel comfortable pressing further. Across from her, Li Yuza returned to his seat after speaking. Just as he was about to open Douyin to scroll through videos and shift his mindset, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Suitable client detected. Name, Kang Xian. Hearing the sound, Li Yuza whipped his head around, staring at Kang Xian with utter shock, who was still completely bewildered. Chapter 81, Kidnapped and Killed for Ransom. North City. Inside the funeral home. Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Yuza didn't continue listening. Instead, he looked up in utter disbelief at Kang Xin, who was still streaming beside him. What the hell was going on? Why was she about to die again? He had just distanced himself from Kang Xin, and now he was stuck with her again? Li Yuza's emotions were beyond words. He could only feel that this system was deliberately trying to disgust him. Across from him, Kang Xin smiled sweetly at the camera. Don't worry, I'll be absolutely fine. I'm staying with brother Li Yuza, so I'm definitely safe. My life will be guaranteed safe too. Hearing Kang Xin's words to the live stream audience, Li Yuza froze. His expression grew complex, but before he could dwell on it, Kang Xin covered her mouth and giggled softly before continuing to address the live stream audience. It's okay, my brother will definitely keep me safe. Besides, my sister's a detective in North City. If anything really happens, she'll be the first to go after Li Yuza. At this point, Kang Xin finally turned to smile at Li Yuza. But she didn't notice the change in his expression. Right, little brother? You can definitely keep me safe, right? Across from her, Li Yuza's face darkened slightly. Meeting Kang Xin's gaze, he momentarily lost his words. Who could have imagined? Her words felt like interrogation, leaving him speechless and frozen in place. Li Yuza looked at her with an unnatural expression, his mind echoing Kang Xin's words over and over. Nothing bad will happen? His emotions were tangled in a complex knot. What kind of situation is this? You really are going to die. Do you even realize? Looking at Kang Xin's innocent face, Li Yuza's expression twisted with conflict. He desperately wanted to tell Kang Xin, you're about to die again. But he felt helpless. Forget whether Kang Xin would panic and jump around if she heard that. Moreover, he couldn't possibly say in front of a crowd of netizens that Kang Xin would be hacked to death. If he actually said that, this bunch of idiots would surely blast him again, accusing him of spreading false alarms and causing panic. Li Yuza rubbed his temples, feeling utterly stuck between a rock and a hard place. But the live stream is still on, and if I don't make a statement, I'll get slammed by this bunch of idiots anyway. After all, his online reputation was already in tatters. At that moment, Li Yuza's face turned as dark as liver from the situation. He stared at Kang Xin, who kept smiling and nodding at him. After a moment's hesitation, he forced himself to suppress his impulse and reluctantly nodded with a grimace. Yes, that's right. I can guarantee Kang Xin's safety. She'll be fine, you can rest assured. Speaking the most resolute words with the weakest conviction, Li Yuza felt utterly helpless. What the hell was this? Damn it, his own mindset was falling apart. He just distanced himself from Kang Xin, and now he was entangled with her again. With that thought, Li Yuza walked to the side, frowned, and opened the system, wanting to know exactly why Kang Xin had died again. See if there was any way to prevent it. As he tapped the system, its announcement sounded once more. Ding! Suitable client detected. Name, Kang Xin. Occupation, streamer. Cause of death, kidnapped by an unidentified criminal gang and ultimately killed after ransom demands were met. 80% probability of death. High precision client. Host, please pay immediate attention. Li Yuza was at a loss for words. What could he possibly do now? Damn it! He'd thought it was another accident, but it turned out to be a kidnapping gone wrong. And damn it, the kidnapper's identity is unknown? Might as well just say Chin Shou did it. Why are they back in contact with that gang? Like a persistent ghost, huh? That bastard Chen Shou still wants revenge on me? Gotta find a chance to wipe the whole lot of you out. Damn it! He sighed deeply, feeling utterly helpless. At the same time, Kang Xin's words echoed in his mind once more. Staying by my little brother's side will definitely keep me safe. Li Yuza closed his eyes and pressed his temples. At this moment, even he couldn't fathom what he was feeling. What kind of talk was that? What did she mean by saying she'd be safe with him? If something really happened to her later, would that automatically mean he was responsible? For a moment, Li Yuza felt a headache coming on. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing Li Yuza's assurance, Kang Xin finally smiled at the camera and addressed the viewers. Alright, you all heard that, right? I'm fine. She paused briefly before continuing. Also, I'm signing off now. As you can see, I'm out and about, so it's not very convenient. I'll send out a notice when I get back and have time to let you know when I'll be streaming again. Alright, that's all for now. Bye. With that, Kang Xin closed the livestream. A brief silence fell over the room. Then she turned to look at Li Yuza, her expression full of curiosity. Having been seated right beside them, she had naturally overheard every word of his earlier conversation with Lu Zixuan. Now, she asked with a hint of confusion. Little brother, are you going out of town for business? Just as Li Yuza was about to respond, Kang Xin blurted out again, her words as startling as ever. I want to go too. I want to go too. I've never seen how people are buried before, and I'm super curious. Hearing Kang Xin's words, the words stuck in Li Yuza's throat vanished instantly. Staring at Kang Xin in disbelief, he couldn't help but blurt out in shock. Huh? Why are you tagging along on my business trip? Go home and stay put, or I'll bury you too. Seeing Kang Xian's eager expression, Lee Yuza was utterly baffled. Sis, do you realize you were nearly hacked to death? And you still have the nerve to tag along everywhere I go? Who knows if this whole mess happened just because you tagged along? Even if it wasn't, if anything happened to you along the way, those idiotic netizens won't come after you. I'll be the one left holding the bag. No way am I taking you. Absolutely not. Staring at Kang Xian's face full of anticipation, Lee Yuza repeated himself firmly. Now be a good girl and go home to play. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kang Xian, sitting across from him, stared at Lee Yuza, who had just refused her. For a moment, she felt at a loss. Pouting, she hesitated whether to beg him again to take her along. Her eyes twinkled as if she'd thought of something. With a sly smile, she said, "Come on, big brother, take me with you. I've been stuck at home for days. I'm just curious. I promise I won't get in your way." After speaking, Kang Xian looked up at Lee Yuza's face. The latter, hearing Kang Xian still wanted to tag along, frowned slightly, about to refuse. But Kang Xian, noticing the change in his expression, knew he was about to refuse her again. She quickly interjected. "You just said you'd protect me. I'm going, take me with you." Kang Xian looked at Lee Yuza with pitiful eyes. Watching this scene, the words he'd intended to tell her to go home and play in the mud got stuck in his throat. For a moment, even he felt at a loss. What kind of situation was this? He was going to bury someone, not attend a banquet. Well, fine, he might eat at the banquet too, but bringing Kang Xian along was clearly unreasonable. Chapter 82, You said you'd protect me. North City. Inside the funeral home. Even though Lee Yuza had already refused Kang Xian's request, it clearly couldn't deter her determination to accompany him. She persisted stubbornly. "You promised to protect me. I'm going. Take me with you." Kang Xian looked at Lee Yuza with a pitiful expression, hoping he would take her out to see things. Hearing her words again, Lee Yuza felt a headache coming on. Logically, he really couldn't take her along under these circumstances, but no way. Get lost. Facing Lee Yuza, who remained unmoved, Kang Xian felt torn. Part of her didn't want to trouble Lee Yuza, yet another part was simply curious and wanted to see for herself. Truthfully, she harbored a bit of ulterior motive. After all, she'd just endured that incident at the airport and still felt uneasy. She hoped to stay by Lee Yuza's side to uncover the truth. Thus, Kang Xian could only turn her attention to Lu Zixuan. At that moment, she was tugging at the latter's arm as she spoke. She begged her to intercede on her behalf, pleading for Lee Yuza to take her along. "Sister Zixuan, I want to go. I'm just so curious. You know I hardly ever go out. Just this once, just this once. Please talk to Brother Lee for me. Please, pretty please?" Watching Kang Xian clinging to her, her eyes pleading pitifully, Lu Zixuan sighed helplessly, pressing her hand to her forehead. Here we go again. Kang Xian always pulled this routine. But she just couldn't resist this routine. She couldn't bring herself to refuse. After hesitating for a long while, she finally agreed. "Fine, but you have to promise me you'll stay safe. After all, once we're out of the province, I won't be able to protect you." Hearing this, Kang Xian's face lit up with a radiant smile as she nodded vigorously and squealed. Sure. Of course it's no problem. I'll go with you, big brother." Lu Zixuan gently ruffled Kang Xian's hair before turning to Lee Yuza, raising an eyebrow as she spoke. What do you say? Any objections?" Watching the two of them decide everything right in front of him, Lee Yuza was utterly speechless. Given the situation, how could he possibly refuse? Seeing Lu Zixuan's expression, he feared that if he refused, the two of them would find some new way to prank him. With that thought, Lee Yuza glanced at them once more. He caught a glimpse of the expression on Lu Zixuan's face. He knew that if he refused, he'd be in for a world of trouble later. So, with a long face, he nodded. "Fine, go ahead. But once you're there, you're under my command. Stay safe if anything happens, don't come crying to me." Though he had agreed to let Kang Xian accompany him, he still felt compelled to issue a warning. He couldn't keep an eye on her every single moment. Across from him, Kang Xian, satisfied with the answer, beamed with delight and immediately replied. "Of course. I'll definitely listen to you, big brother." Nevertheless, watching the two of them, Lee Yuza couldn't help but sigh. Then, frowning slightly, he thought to himself, this matter wasn't really that big of a deal, was it? After all, the system had only issued a death warning for Kang Xian. So far his own danger alert hadn't appeared yet. This meant that staying with him was actually the safest option for Kang Xian. Perhaps that remaining 20% survival rate was precisely because she'd stayed with him? But it was fine. With Kang Xian by his side, if anything unexpected happened, he could handle it. After all, he possessed eagle-like eyes that could promptly detect any developments around him. Besides, even if I fail to notice any dangers, I still have the system. If danger approached, the system would alert him immediately. With that thought, Lee Yuza stopped dwelling on Kang Xian. But because of Kang Xian, something else came to mind. Shan Xiao. This Chen Xiu still hadn't been apprehended. Turning to Lu Zixuan beside him, Li Yuza spoke with a serious tone. That Chen Xiu, how's the investigation going? We need to resolve this as soon as possible. There's something off about this guy. Hearing this, Lu Zixuan looked up at him and nodded. After this period of adjustment, she had naturally learned about this man from Luan Zhao. She also knew that the airport incident last time had been entirely orchestrated by Chen Xiu. Hearing Li Yuza's question now, she replied with a serious expression. We'll do our utmost to resolve this matter as swiftly as possible. Moreover, as a detective, these were duties she was obligated to fulfill. At this point, Lu Zixuan paused briefly before continuing. We've already had his account banned through Douyin's official channels to prevent him from scamming more people. Simultaneously, the police department has established contact with the Republic of Mian. Within this month, we should be able to take down the entire organization. Upon hearing this, Li Yuza slowly nodded. If that was the case, then it didn't matter. As long as the North City Police Department had plans in place, he was relieved they wouldn't stand idly by just because it involved a foreign country. Sighing in relief, he added. Alright, as long as arrangements are in place. As for us, we'll depart in 2 weeks. Just come straight to the shop to find me then. Seeing that everything was nearly settled, Li Yuza confirmed the departure date with the two women, planning to travel together to the out-of-town location. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zixuan and Kang Xian both nodded in agreement. After exchanging farewells, they left the room. After seeing them off, Li Yuza stood alone in the room, lost in thought for a moment. Not long after, he called out toward the door again. Zhang Hui and Zhang Hao, you two, come here. The moment the words left his mouth, two heads suddenly poked out from the room opposite Li Yuza's. It was none other than the dragon and phoenix duo. Hearing his call, they immediately scampered over from the other room. Upon entering the room and seeing Li Yuza seated with his back to them, the two spoke. What are your orders, brother Li? We'd climb mountains of knives and plunge into seas of fire for you. Hearing their voices, Li Yuza turned to face them, ignoring their earlier pledge. There's a job in another province. Pack your things in advance. We'll head there together in about half a month. Oh, and Kang Xian is coming with us too, that girl who was following Lu Zixuan earlier. After briefly explaining the situation to the two, Li Yuza fell back into deep thought. Across from him. Upon hearing Li Yuza's words, Zhang Hui and Zhang Hao exchanged glances. Simultaneously, they asked with some confusion. So what should we prepare? Prepare what exactly? Li Yuza rubbed his chin, frowning in thought. Soon, his voice came again. First, go contact our colleagues over there and arrange to borrow their venue for the event. Second, the banquet, get that arranged too. Make it grand. The client doesn't want to leave things so abrupt. After briefly outlining a few points, he looked at the two people across from him. Can you handle this? Across from him, the dragon and phoenix heard Li Yuza's words and nodded in response. Don't worry, brother Li, simple or elaborate, we can handle it all. Alright then. Chapter 83, What North City Grim Reaper? You think you're Li Yuza? North City. Inside the funeral home. Rest easy, brother Li. This is a piece of cake. With an exaggerated fist-pumping gesture toward Li Yuza, the dragon and phoenix duo stepped out of the room. He then pulled out his phone, contacting his contacts in Yangcheng to begin handling this business deal. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. It vanished amidst Li Yuza's daily grind of seeking out clients. At this moment, in Guangzhou, a certain live streaming platform, Dai Xiaomei sat at her desk, intently focused on the computer screen before her. On the screen, she was controlling a character to gather various items. Just as she rounded a corner, another figure appeared behind her character without her noticing. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. After Dai Xiaomei let out a scream, her character collapsed to the ground. The computer screen dimmed. Why is it always old 6? I'm done with this. This game sucks. Whoever wants to play it can play it. Playing this again makes you a dog. After a brief moment of shock, dumb little sister flung her mouse aside and threw her hands up in the air. She slumped into her gaming chair, blaring furiously at her character's fallen form on the screen. This was already her 10th parachute drop in an hour. Without fail, every single one ended with her character getting killed the moment she landed. She was so furious she was this close to smashing the table. But to the many viewers still hanging around in the livestream chat, this kind of outburst from her was nothing new. They were now typing away, discussing her recent actions. Another instant death, what a noob. Lasted a few seconds longer than the last round. Impressive progress. Dumb little sister, if you can't handle it, let's switch games. Take my advice, you just can't handle this gun. This North City Reaper predicts, dumb little sister will go down the moment she lands next round. It's so obvious, what's there to predict? Who do you think you are, North City Reaper? Do you think you're Li Yuza? Why are all these people in the group chat? Do I know them all? I came over from Douyin specifically to avoid Li Yuza, but why is he everywhere? But just as everyone was still discussing dumb little sister's kindergarten-level antics, suddenly, someone mentioned Li Yuza, and the once lively and harmonious livestream atmosphere shifted abruptly. Soon, the silly netizens' target shifted from dumb little sister to Li Yuza. As everyone knows, those who've been predicted by Li Yuza's attention have, without exception, all gathered together. Apart from a handful who barely managed to survive, the rest have either already departed or are on their way out. I was there. I can vouch for the post above. Still lamenting her recent actions, dumb little sister now noticed the absurd comments flooding the livestream chat. Facing the sudden shift in the chat's tone, dumb little sister frowned slightly. That name seemed vaguely familiar. She felt like she'd seen it somewhere before. Do you know him, streamer? What's your take? Is the streamer scared of getting noticed by Li Yuza? But just as she was still puzzling over where she'd seen it before, several bullet comments drifted across the screen once more. Seems like I saw her on Douyin, but I'm not entirely sure. Now that you mention it, it sounds pretty mysterious. Seeing the viewer's attention turn to her, dazed little sister paused in surprise before replying. But this has nothing to do with me, right? I'm not even a Douyin streamer. Besides, why would he follow me? I haven't done anything to him. And anyway, he couldn't even follow me, I'm out of town. What does he care? You guys are making this sound so mysterious. Isn't he just some paid troll he bought to advertise? Talking about it like it's supernatural? How could such a thing possibly exist in this world? Ridiculous. Hearing her words, some viewers in the livestream room chuckled, feeling a sense of familiarity. It seemed like everyone Li Yuza had followed before had said the same thing. Now, they flooded the chat with teasing comments. Don't be so stubborn, streamer. The last person like you is already overgrown with weeds. Stubbornness always gets you into trouble. Best to take it back, streamer. We'll pretend we never heard it. Followers don't care about platforms, though the funeral shop owner seems only active on Douyin so far. There was another out-of-towner who refused to believe it, and right after getting off the plane, they nearly met their end. Science ends at mysticism. Seeing the screen flooded with notifications about herself, Dai Xiaomei didn't take it seriously. Some netizens just love a good spectacle. She recalled seeing news about Li Yuza while scrolling through Douyin before, but she mostly swiped past it. It was only now, through the chatter of netizens, that she truly grasped the series of incidents he'd recently stirred up. No wonder so many people knew him, he'd been dominating the top trending topics for weeks. Whoever he points at dies sounded pretty mystical. But she didn't care. Unless something unexpected happened, she and Li Yuza would never cross paths in this lifetime. They weren't even on the same platform, and they didn't know each other. With that thought, Dai Xiaomei merely curled her lip in disdain and retorted. I'm perfectly healthy. Even if I did run into him, nothing bad could happen. I said it. And that simple sentence ignited a wave of discussion in the livestream chat room even more intense than all the previous debates combined. More spectators, eager for drama, chimed in with their opinions. Streamer. Danger. That familiar death flag. Can't even count how many times I've heard this, but every single person who said it ended up. I'll bet 200 I'm sitting at the kids' table. But those two probably don't have any connection. No need. A few dissenting voices appeared in the comments, but they were few and far between. Staring at the stream of comments still popping up, dumb little sister didn't give it a second thought. After all, in her streaming career, what kind of drama hadn't she weathered? So, she grabbed her mouse again and clicked to start the game. Completely forgetting what she had just said. Unlike the commotion in the livestream room. At that moment, on the other side, Guangzhou railway station. Li Yuza and his group stepped off the train, arriving in a new city. This is the big city, huh? As soon as they stepped out of the station, gazing at the towering skyscrapers before them. While the two of them looked around in wonder, touching everything in sight, they exclaimed in awe. They looked every bit like country bumpkins visiting the Grand View Garden. Behind them, Li Yuza emerged from the station with Kang Xin in tow. Gazing at the bustling metropolis before them, the two couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. But Li Yuza didn't forget the purpose of their journey here. He quickly pulled the two, who were walking farther and farther ahead, back. He addressed the group at the same time. Don't forget why we're here. Everyone stay safe and don't wander too far. After issuing these brief instructions, Li Yuza turned to Kang Xin behind him and said, Kang Xin, you stay right behind me. If they can get into trouble, why can't you? If something happens to you, my good days will be over. Lu Zixuan would definitely send hundreds of people after me. Hearing Li Yuza's words from behind, Kang Xin obediently nodded. He temporarily wrapped up the task at hand. Only then did Li Yuza pull out his phone, ready to contact his client. Chapter 84, What's the difference between having no principles and being helpful? Yangcheng Railway Station. As the group of four stepped out from inside, he briefly gave a few instructions to the other three. Li Yuza pulled out his phone and dialed the client's number. Hello, this is North City One-Stop Funeral Services. We've arrived in Yangcheng. Where are you? We'll come find you. After a single ring, the call connected. Li Yuza spoke naturally into the receiver. Meanwhile, on the other end. As the voice came through the phone, Su Fu paused for a moment before recognizing the caller's identity. Hello, I'm at the Momo Hotel. Just come straight over. Got it. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries and confirming the address, Li Yuza was about to hang up. But just then, Su Fu, who had fallen silent, spoke again. Can you help me fulfill a dream? Ha? Li Yuza furrowed his brow. He couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind the other man's words. Fulfill a dream? What dream? Isn't there a show called China's Got Talent? Go show off there, kid. Li Yuza scratched his head and moved his phone away. Is he talking to me? He asked the three, looking at them in confusion. But before Kang Xian and the others could reply, Su Fu's voice came through again. Yes, can you help me fulfill a dream? No, sir. This is North City Funeral Home, not China's dream show. Li Yuza stared at the caller ID. The number was correct. Had the guy lost his mind? This falls outside my scope of services. As if anticipating Li Yuza's refusal, at that moment, in a suite at the Silent Hotel, Su Fu casually picked up a glass of wine from the table, savored it slowly, then spoke with deliberate calm. I'm booking the top-tier, all-inclusive funeral package for 500,000. Even after the discount, that's still 400,000. Should be enough, right? Whoa. What a big spender. On the other end of the line, Li Yuza sucked in a sharp breath upon hearing the figure. 400,000? That's more than all the money I've made since opening my shop combined. Are you sure you got that right? Li Yuza swallowed hard. The words of refusal he'd prepared stuck in his throat, unable to escape. Yes, 400,000. So, can you help me fulfill a dream? Taking advantage of Li Yuza's stunned silence, Su Fu spoke again, calmly and deliberately. Unlike before. Hearing those words now, Li Yuza felt a surge of elation. A dream? Wouldn't that be a piece of cake? As long as the money's right. He could blow the neighboring island nation to smithereens. He knew his previous deals had only ever brought in tens of thousands at most. Never did he imagine this current deal. Li Yuza's smile spread across his face, impossible to contain. It's my pleasure to serve you. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the other party's agreement, Su Fu responded with a hearty laugh. After a few more brief pleasantries, they hung up. Yang Chang. At the station entrance, the four stood by the roadside, looking every bit the part of country bumpkins in the city. Let's go, heading for the cash. Li Yuza rubbed his hands together excitedly. The thought of completing this deal and receiving the final payment of 400,000 yuan. He couldn't help but grin. This really was one deal a year, one deal to sustain him for a whole year. Seeing the lecherous look on his face, Kang Xian couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted. You have no principles. Hearing this, Li Yuza's expression tightened as he offered a solemn explanation. What do you mean, no principles? I'm just helping people. While collecting payment, I occasionally assist clients in fulfilling small wishes based on the situation. That's all. Besides, I'm doing this for the funeral home too. If I don't charge, the place will be so broke it can't even afford to buy rice. I'm thinking about my two hard-working employees. Oomph. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Xian let out a light laugh. She clearly didn't believe a word Li Yuza had said. If she remembered correctly, hadn't he handled the funeral arrangements for that group at the airport? He must have charged a hefty sum for that. How could he be broke now? How could that be? With that thought, Kang Xian pursed her lips and shrugged, staring at Li Yuza with utter disbelief. Seeing the expression on her face, the two strategists seated beside her chimed in with Li Yuza. Exactly. Exactly. If there's no money, we won't have food to eat. No food means no strength to work, and no strength to work means no money. So money comes first. Seeing the two employees stand up for him, Li Yuza felt deeply gratified. My employees, indeed. It seemed his investment in these two hadn't been wasted. Watching the three of them stick together like glue to counter her, Kang Xian was utterly speechless. But she didn't actually dislike this kind of behavior. Flipping Li Yuza a dismissive look, she said nothing more. Let's go. Momo Hotel, to meet our client. Seeing that Kang Xian had no strength left to argue, Li Yuza declared triumphantly to the group. Then, the group headed outside. Walking down the street, they hailed a taxi and headed toward the address Su Fu had provided. Time flew by. Half an hour passed. After waving goodbye to the departing taxi, the group turned to face the towering building before them. Gazing at the towering structure stretching endlessly into the distance, and noticing the lavishly decorated reception hall, the two of them couldn't help but exclaim. Is this the hotel where Brother Fu was staying? Turning to Li Yuza, they asked. Brother Li, why not stay here tonight? Behind them, Li Yuza emerged slowly, backpack slung over his shoulder. He glanced at the pair but ignored their words, speaking to himself instead. Let's go upstairs. Brother Fu is waiting for us in 808. The group took the elevator to the door of room 808. After a moment of preparation, Li Yuza knocked lightly on the door. Moments later, the door opened. You're here? A faint, raspy voice echoed as a middle-aged man appeared before them, his steps unsteady. It was Su Fu. His face was gaunt, and his weary eyes betrayed endless suffering and a hint of despair. His body had visibly wasted away, his skin yellowed and parched by illness. He was constantly tormented by illness, his fingers shriveled and pale from cancer. His life was like a candle about to be extinguished. Though it still burned, life was steadily draining from his body. His mental state was not good. At that moment, Su Fu gazed at Li Yuza and his companions with a sense of melancholy. He wasn't much older than them, though he had prepared himself for death. But the thought of his own impending extinction, of soon departing this world, drew an uncontrollable sigh from him. With that, he turned and led Li Yuza and the others into the room. Once everyone had entered the room, Su Fu handed Li Yuza a contract from his desk and said, "This is the contract for my all-inclusive package. Take a look. If everything's in order, sign it. Then, we'll go fulfill some dreams I've always wanted to achieve." Chapter 85, As long as you pay attention to her, it'll definitely work. Yangcheng. Inside the silent hotel, Su Fu looked at everyone and handed Li Yuza a contract he had prepared earlier. "This is the all-inclusive contract I arranged. Take a look. If everything's in order, sign it. Then, we'll set out to fulfill some dreams I've been wanting to pursue." Across from him, Li Yuza reached out to take the contract, looking somewhat surprised. Just moments ago, he'd been contemplating drafting a contract on the spot. But judging by this setup, it seemed unnecessary for him to prepare one. With that thought, Li Yuza carefully examined the contract. After all, it involved 40,000 yuan. There was no room for carelessness. At the same time, he frowned slightly and glanced at Su Fu again. The man before him seemed to have prepared everything well in advance. It appeared his current physical condition was far from optimistic, perhaps even nearing the point of being on his last legs. With that thought, Li Yuza sighed softly but said nothing more, focusing intently on the contract. After all, he had long steeled himself for this. Such matters would only grow more frequent in the days ahead. All he could do was fulfill their wishes and send them off peacefully. Across from Li Yuza, Su Fu sat at the table, lifting the glass of baijiu with a little left inside. He took a small sip, savoring what might be his last moments of solitude. After the sip, his complexion seemed to flush with color. Turning to the others, he introduced himself once more. "I was the owner of Makabaka Company, but later, I was unfortunately diagnosed with cancer. At first, I thought I could fight it, but as time passed, my health deteriorated. I couldn't keep up with work anymore, lost all motivation, so I dissolved the company. Now I'm alone." At this point, Su Fu let out a bitter laugh and drained the remaining liquor in his cup. Watching this, Li Yuza made no move to stop him. After all, this was the final chapter of his life. No chains should bind him now. After Su Fu regained his composure, he continued. "I'm an orphan, with no parents. After dissolving the company, I kept 50,000 yuan for myself and donated the rest. After subtracting the 400,000 spent on funeral arrangements, that leaves 100,000. I don't have many days left to live, so I'll keep that for myself." Li Yuza listened with a complex expression, handing the contract to the two strategists beside him for review while addressing Su Fu. "What exactly is your condition? There might still be hope." Before Li Yuza could finish, Su Fu raised his hand to interrupt. He himself was constantly tormented by illness and knew his situation all too well. There was no possibility of survival. "There's no hope. I have late-stage pancreatic cancer." As Su Fu's words fell, the entire room fell briefly silent. Pancreatic cancer is known as the king of cancers, and now it was in its terminal stage. There was nothing that could be done. No amount of money can withstand the ravages of disease. No wonder some people would trade all their wealth just for a healthy body free from disease. "It's my own fault for neglecting my health when I was young. Never mind, it's all in the past." Su Fu shook his head, seemingly unwilling to dwell on the subject. At this moment, he only wished to savor the little time he had left. Seeing that the other party didn't want to continue on this topic, Li Yuza didn't press further. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, "So what is this dream you want us to help you fulfill?" At this point, Su Fu lifted his gaze toward Li Yuza, a flicker of light seeming to pass through his eyes. This spark was not lost on Li Yuza, whose eagle-like eyes were keenly attuned to such nuances. Yet he couldn't help but wonder, what dream could hold such power over a man on the brink of death? He frowned, choosing not to dwell on the question. At that moment, Li Yuza spoke again. "Let me make this clear first. How long will this dream of yours take? I'm a man of principle. If it takes too long, I won't be able to do it." Across from him, Su Fu's expression turned slightly peculiar upon hearing Li Yuza's words, but he still replied. "My dream is to meet someone. She's a streamer, just like you. But..." He paused here, his expression growing even more peculiar. He furrowed his brow, pursed his lips, and looked at Li Yuza with utter skepticism. "But she's far more principled than you are. I haven't seen any principles in you yet." The moment the words left his mouth, Li Yuza froze in place. Damn it, when had he ever been unprincipled? Like you'd know anything. Just as he was about to retort, Li Yuza suddenly remembered something, and his spirits sank. Alright, he did have a point. Scratching his head awkwardly, he didn't want to delve deeper into the topic. Li Yuza quickly changed the subject. "Who is that streamer?" At the same time, he hadn't expected Su Fu's dream to be as simple as meeting a streamer. It didn't sound like an impossible task. If possible, he could help Su Fu fulfill this dream in just a few days. Dai Xiaomei. Su Fu exclaimed, his voice slightly trembling with excitement. Hearing that name, Li Yuza froze for a moment. He frowned, racking his brain to recall any streamers he'd come across on Douyin lately. But after searching for a while, he still couldn't recall a single one. Just as he was about to ask, Kang Xian, who had remained silent beside him, explained. Dai Xiaomei is a streamer on the Douyin platform with over 10 million followers. As Kang Xian finished speaking, Li Yuza finally nodded. Only then did he finally grasp who dumb little sister was. No wonder he had no recollection she wasn't even on the same platform. He jumped to conclusions earlier, assuming she was also from Douyin. Even though he now knew who dumb little sister was, Li Yuza still looked at Su Fu with some curiosity. He took a glass of water and asked, his face full of confusion. If this is your dream, you didn't really need to spend a fortune hiring me, did you? With 50,000 yuan to throw around, what streamer couldn't you get to see? Across from him, Su Fu shook his head upon hearing Li Yuza's rather ignorant remark. You won't see it. You don't understand. For a top-tier streamer like that, 500,000 is just a drop in the bucket, utterly insignificant. As Su Fu finished speaking, Li Yuza abruptly stood up from his seat, staring at him in utter shock. He didn't even notice the water from his cup spilling onto his clothes. What the hell? 50,000 won't even get you a meeting? His face was now frozen in utter disbelief, even questioning whether the streamers he knew were the same species as the one Su Fu was talking about. Seeing the genuine look of disbelief on Su Fu's face only deepened his sense of utter bewilderment. Damn! Streaming really makes money. 50 grand isn't even worth looking at. With that thought, Li Yuza let out a long sigh. But then, his brows furrowed as he pressed on. But if that's the case, how am I supposed to make your dream come true? How am I supposed to meet someone like you, rich guy, when you can't even see 500,000? Su Fu merely smiled faintly, clearly having a plan all along. Go follow her. You'll definitely see her. Hearing this, Li Yuza was left utterly baffled, staring at him with wide eyes. Chapter 86, If you can get that verification, I'll shave my head. Inside a hotel in Yangcheng. At that moment, Su Fu gazed at Li Yuza with eager anticipation. Go follow her account. That way, we can finally meet little Dumby. Across from him, Li Yuza froze upon hearing this, his face filled with confusion. He frowned at Su Fu, pointing at himself in disbelief and asked. So I'm just a tool, huh? Show some respect for my profession. I bury people, I don't follow them. Besides, she should know I exist, right? Hearing this, Su Fu tapped his chin thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on Li Yuza. I respect your profession, which is precisely why I called you. I wouldn't bother anyone else. Besides, barring any surprises, she should know who you are. Before Li Yuza could retort. But at that very moment, Kang Xian, who had been sitting quietly on the sidelines, suddenly spoke up. Her tone carried a hint of mockery as she called out to Li Yuza. Big star, look at the question you're asking. You're a household name now. Who doesn't know you online? I've been streaming for years and still haven't achieved your level of fame. Hearing Kang Xian's words, Li Yuza swallowed the words he'd been about to say. Instead, he gave a dry chuckle and turned to look at Kang Xian. Though her words seemed like a compliment, something about them felt off. It felt like mockery, though he had no proof. Clearing his throat, just as he was about to say something else, Su Fu spoke up first. What do you mean? Dumbfounded little sister definitely knows you. Are you still thinking about making off with my 400,000 yuan? If you want it, hurry up and follow her. Hearing this, Li Yuza was filled with confusion, even more certain that he was nothing more than a tool dragged along by Su Fu. In fact, if money could guarantee a meeting, Su Fu might not even have sought him out in the first place. So he was actually benefiting from Dai Xiaomei's influence? Just as Li Yuza was still frowning in deep thought. At that moment, Wulong and Fengshu finished reading the contract in their hands. Naturally, they had overheard the entire conversation. Now, watching Li Yuza still wrestling with his doubts, they were all anxious for him, wishing they could jump in and agree for him. Brotherly, you absolutely must seize this major business opportunity. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come back. How long would it take us to earn 400,000? This single deal would cover it. Li Yuza felt somewhat helpless. From the start, he'd wanted to shed this label quickly to avoid being constantly trolled by those ridiculous netizens. But as time passed, the label only grew more deeply rooted. Still, he clung to a sliver of hope until recently, when a task forced him to binge follow others on Douyin. This only made him more passive, as he was already under the spotlight of countless people. The nickname was now firmly attached to him. Still, even then, it was confined solely to Douyin. Now he's even moving to other platforms as if he's afraid there aren't enough people criticizing him already. Glancing at the people around him. On one side, two people kept urging him on, while on the other, Su Fu stared at him with eager anticipation. In the end, Li Yuza sighed helplessly and nodded in agreement. Fine. That said, Li Yuza wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. The main reason was the 40,000 yuan. Who would turn down 40,000? If anyone did, they'd better add a little more. Soon, with Su Fu's help, Li Yuza registered an account on the Battlefish live streaming platform. He found dumb little sister and entered her live stream room. At this very moment. On the other side. Dai Xiaomei sat hugging her knees on a chair, staring at the darkened screen. She was speechless. She'd lost count of how many times she'd parachuted down already. Feeling a bit worn out now, she decided to stop playing the game and instead chat with the viewers through the bullet comments. That funeral home owner in North City sounds kinda shady. Has anyone from North City been there? I'm from North City. I knew about this place before it got popular. I even bought a wreath from him once. But business is slow, and the location's kinda remote with hardly anyone around. Could it be? How many followers does Li Yuza have now? I saw on the other platform that he's already following over 20 people. Insane. Absolutely insane. Who knows if it's even real? Inside the livestream, Xiaomei had assumed that once she resumed playing games, the flood of comments about Li Yuza would subside. But when she glanced at the comments again, Day's little sister was shocked to find that not only had these remarks not diminished, but the heated discussions had actually drawn even more people into the conversation. Even her stream's viewership had jumped to a whole new level. Watching the viewers still chattering incessantly about Li Yuza, Dai Xiaomei frowned slightly. She had heard of Li Yuza before and was vaguely aware of some of his actions. Now, hearing the netizens' ongoing discussions, she had gained a rough understanding of him. But she remained indifferent, even dismissive. The audience, ever perceptive, picked up on this and turned their attention to her. Yuan Feng, what's your take? What's there to see? Just look with your eyes. Does the streamer think this is weird? Hearing this, the streamer fell into deep thought. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about all this. Could it really be true, as netizens claimed, that following someone online could lead to their death? That was just too unscientific. With that thought, she spoke directly into the camera lens. I think most of what happened with Li Yuza was just a coincidence, maybe even a publicity stunt to grab attention. Who knows if those previous accidents were actually orchestrated by Li Yuza? After all, we only know bits and pieces of these incidents. So while a few coincidences can't be ruled out, I think his main goal is still to grab attention and boost his traffic. As Dai Xiaomei finished speaking, the livestream erupted in commotion. Voices of agreement and dissent erupted simultaneously. I support the streamer, I agree. Host. Danger. All the previous debunkers have met their end. There was this guy named Wu Yun who got followed by Li Yuza but still didn't believe in superstition. He died the next day, though. Watch your words, watch your words. Doesn't little sister worry about getting targeted too? Staring at the screen, dumb little sister frowned slightly. Deep down, she was actually a bit scared too. But the words were out now, and there was no taking them back. All she could do now was keep up the tough act. Whatever. He's not even on our platform, so he can't follow me anyway. Then, at that very moment, a notification flashed across the livestream. Welcome Super Emperor Beiqing Funeral Services to the livestream. The name shimmered in golden letters, accompanied by a pinned notification impossible to miss. Staring at the system banner, Day's little sister was completely dumbfounded. She felt a bit at a loss. But she quickly snapped back to reality, then thought to herself. How did this just happen? Cross-platform capture, right? This must be some prank the netizens pulled on me. Don't think I don't know what's going on. And there's not even a verification badge. Is that it? And you expect this to scare me? Naive. After all, there were plenty of super emperors in her stream. Just as she wondered which viewer was playing a prank. At that moment, a comment popped up from North City Funeral Services. Hold on, I'll verify this. The chat erupted with excitement as the message appeared, leaving dumb little sister momentarily stunned. Got a problem with that? Without hesitation, she pointed at the screen and declared. If you can actually get verified, I'll do a headstand and wash my hair right here. Chapter 87. Thankfully, this guy isn't a user of our platform. Downtown Yangcheng City. Inside a luxury apartment. Dai Xiaomei shifted her posture in the chair, her eyes glued to the computer screen before her. Inside the live stream room. The moment Li Yuza's message went out, the chat exploded with chaos. Holy, is this for real? Funeral brother is here? He just showed up out of nowhere? Which troll is impersonating him? A high-quality fake account? Staring at the screen filled with comments, little sister frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. When that comment first popped up, she was genuinely startled. She'd assumed it was just some troll changing their name to prank her, but she never expected someone using a funeral home's name to speak like this. So he's getting defensive about being called fat? Dumbfounded little sister refused to believe this was Li Yuza himself, speaking with utter disdain. If you can get verified today, I'll drop dead on the spot and wash my hair. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the hotel room, Li Yuza and the others were watching the livestream. Naturally, they heard what dumb little sister said. This woman's got some attitude. Li Yuza rubbed his chin, the words slipping out unconsciously. Beside him, Sufu was also watching Dumb Little Sister's livestream. Hearing Li Yuza's offhand remark, he chuckled without giving it much thought, simply explaining. That's just how she is. It's also why I like her. Lately, only when watching Dumb Little Sister's livestreams. Sufu's face showed a hint of liveliness. But the moment he finished speaking, Li Yuza's eyebrows visibly furrowed. He turned to look at Sufu sitting beside him, his tone tinged with surprise and doubt. You like this kind of thing? His voice rose as he pointed at Dai Xiaomei on the screen. Her? That's a bit out of line. Li Yuza hadn't expected Sufu to have such tastes. Watching the clumsy girl on the screen still babbling about how she was putting on a show, he was utterly baffled. How could he have fallen for her? Li Yuza frowned, puzzled. It wasn't that Dumb Little Sister was unsuitable, but mainly, she was actually quite nice. It was just a shame she had such a big mouth. Different strokes for different folks. Sufu shrugged it off with a simple explanation. But just as he was about to speak again, thinking of something else to say. At that moment, Dai Xiaomei's voice echoed through the livestream again. Is that it? Just vanished? Where's your verification badge? Show it. No way, no way. It can't be fake, right? Seeing the so-called owner of Beiqing Funeral Home send a message after posting a segment, Dai Xiaomei's expression of contempt grew even more pronounced. She scrolled through the comments with a dismissive curl of her lip, muttering to her viewers. Man, some people these days just love riding the high train. Can't be helped. That's just how it is. Attention equals traffic, and traffic equals money. This is obviously fake. Even if it's real, it's just a publicity stunt. Just watch it. Anyone who takes it seriously gets laughed at. Dai Xiaomei kept muttering to herself. Inside the room, Sufu's words, still forming on his lips, were abruptly cut off by her sudden outburst. Now, hearing her speak again, the two exchanged a look. This is a bit awkward. Li Yuza's voice broke the brief silence that had settled over the room. At the same time, he watched the video of Dumb Little Sister still relentlessly criticizing him, feeling utterly speechless. Did he really have that many flaws? She hadn't finished listing them after all this time. If she kept going like this, would she start personally attacking him next? However, Li Yuza felt a bit annoyed that Dumb Little Sister didn't believe this was actually him. You can question who I am, but you can't question my identity. Besides, who in their right mind would impersonate me online? Don't they realize the relentless cyberbullying I endure every single day? Not everyone possesses such inner strength. As this thought crossed his mind, Kenzexa suddenly spoke up, his tone tinged with a hint of desperation. So, how do I get platform certification? Upon hearing Li Yuza's words, Sufu froze for a moment. But he quickly replied. Hold on, I'm a senior user on this platform. I have the platform operator's contact info. With that, he picked up his phone and began searching for the platform operator on WeChat. He wasn't worried that helping Li Yuza get verified would embarrass little sister. Because if he didn't help him get verified, Dai Xiaomei would only think he was a fake. Only by completing the verification could he meet her and fulfill his dream. Sufu was still striving for his dream. Meanwhile, on the other side, a skyscraper, which also served as the headquarters of the Battlefish live streaming platform. Luigi idly scrolled through live streams, slumped in his chair. Beside him, a colleague noticed his state and shot him a puzzled look, asking, "What's up with you? You look so gloomy. Didn't win the lottery?" Hearing this, Luigi lay back in his chair, tilted his head up to look at his colleague, shook his head, and complained. Nope. There was this big shot under me before. He was crazy generous with gifts on live streams. But lately, for some reason, he hasn't logged in for ages. He sighed and leaned back again. You see, this guy was a big spender, but that wasn't even the most important part. What mattered was that his commissions were directly tied to the gifts he sent. With him gone, that money was slipping away too. It's fine, he probably just has things going on lately. Maybe he'll be back in a while? Seeing his dejected state, his co-worker beside him offered some consolation. That's really the only possibility left. The previous big spender never disappeared for this long. Just then, the colleague suddenly changed the subject and brought up something else. Forget about that for now. I heard there's this big shot on Douyin lately. Whomever he follows ends up dead. Not sure if it's true, but it sounds pretty spooky. Anyway, at least it's not on our platform. Hearing this, Luigi rose from his chair and nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's because of this guy that I'm scared to even open Douyin anymore, terrified he'll follow me next. His tone carried a hint of inexplicable dread, even though they had no connection whatsoever to that funeral home. Didn't he follow another streamer recently? I heard the guy got caught in a terrorist attack right after landing at the airport in North City. Luckily, he didn't die. But who knows if he's gone after Li Yuza for revenge now. After all, it was because of that follow. Pretty terrifying. Bad luck. The two chatted casually in the office, well aware of most things concerning Li Yuza. They also knew that anyone who caught his attention rarely ended up well. Even if they survived, they'd likely suffer some kind of mental breakdown. After a brief silence, Lu Shi sighed again, muttering to himself. At least he's not on our platform. Otherwise, who knows how many more people would suffer at his hands. Just as he was about to continue, the WeChat notification sound suddenly interrupted him. Lu Shi froze, staring at the message from his WeChat contact as he murmured to himself. Big Brother's looking for me? Chapter 88. What? Death God is coming to our platform? Inside Zhanyu Tower. In a certain office. Lu Shi was about to say something else when his computer WeChat emitted a notification sound. His words were cut short. Are you there? Staring at the message, Lu Shi froze, taken aback. The sender was none other than Su Fu, the very man he had just referred to as his big brother. He had just mentioned that Su Fu had been out of touch and nowhere to be found lately, yet now he was reaching out to him. At the same time, Lu Shi felt a twinge of confusion, muttering to himself. What a coincidence he shows up right after I mentioned him. Must be done with his work? His colleague, sitting nearby, watched Lu Shi's sentence trail off mid-sentence and felt a pang of curiosity. Finished what? Startled by the question, Lu Shi snapped back to reality. Regaining his composure, he frowned and stared at the screen, gesturing for his colleague to look over. Here, this is the guy I was telling you about earlier. He just messaged me. Following Lu Shi's gaze, the colleague saw the message from Su Fu. Well, isn't that great? He's back now that he's finished up? But Lu Shi sensed something was off. Su Fu's tone was completely different from how he'd interacted before. Something feels off about this "are you there" bit. Could this guy be bankrupt and trying to borrow money from me? It probably isn't that bad. The two chatted sporadically. Staring at the message on his screen, Lu Shi found himself curious about Su Fu's recent whereabouts. Why? It was because he hadn't been able to reach Su Fu lately, and Su Fu hadn't been tipping streamers either. His own performance had consequently taken a dip. Consequently, the small amount of money in his pocket had also dwindled. So, losing such a big spender during this period had been nothing short of painful for Lu Shi. Though he still wanted to know, out of courtesy he refrained from asking about Su Fu's whereabouts. He simply typed a reply. I'm here. What can I do for you, Brother Su? After sending the message, he expected the usual wait half a day before Su Fu would reply. As far as he knew, Su was the boss of Bara Company and always swamped with work. Even when he had free time offline, he'd spend it watching dumb little sister's live streams. His replies were typically slow, requiring a considerable wait. But now, to his surprise, staring at the typing indicator in the WeChat chat window, he grew even more puzzled. What was going on today? He just sent a message and received a reply immediately that wasn't how it usually went. Could it be that his company really went bankrupt and he was coming to borrow money from him? Before he could dwell on it, Su Fu's message arrived again. Need a favor, can you get me verified on the Zhanyu platform? The message arrived, and while Lu Shi breathed a sigh of relief, his face was filled with question marks. Question mark. Verification? What kind of verification? Wasn't Su Fu's own account already a super emperor? Why would he need verification? Just as he was puzzling over it, Su Fu sent another message. I brought Li Yuza onto our platform. Need a verification. The one on the neighboring platform. As the message went out, Lu Shi's gasp echoed through the room. No way, holy crap, what the hell? His face was a sea of question marks as he sprang up from his seat, eyes wide with disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard in disbelief, convinced he must be seeing things. But no matter how hard he rubbed his eyes or how many times he looked, the message remained fixed in his WeChat chat window, refusing to vanish as he'd hoped. Coming back to his senses, Lu Shi slumped back into his seat, his face frozen in disbelief. Recalling the words he'd spoken earlier that day, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. What was going on today? Was he some kind of jinx? Why did everything he said come true? First Su Fu, then Li Yuza. At the same time, he remembered saying that Li Yuza wouldn't follow him. Could it really happen again, just like he'd predicted that Li Yuza would actually pay attention to him? At this thought, a flicker of panic crossed his face once more. Then his brow furrowed slightly. Why had Su Fu suddenly contacted him to help verify Li Yuza? Was his recent disappearance also connected to Li Yuza? What exactly was the relationship between those two? For a moment, Lu Shi felt his head spinning. His commotion had also drawn the attention of several colleagues. Now, all eyes were on him. What's up with you? Acting all weird? Having a breakdown? Hearing the voices, Lu Shi turned his head from his seat and addressed them. Damn it, one of our platform's big shots went and called over the big shot from the neighboring platform to make me do some verification. Hearing this, everyone except the colleague who had been chatting with Lu Shi earlier looked puzzled. That sounds great. Which big shot from next door? Seeing his colleagues seem to have misunderstood, he grew a bit flustered. No, not some random big shot, it's Li Yuza. They dragged Li Yuza over here. As soon as the words left his mouth, the smiles on the other colleagues' faces froze. The office fell into a brief silence. A moment later. Wait, who? Li Yuza? That funeral streamer from Douyin? Holy, no way, what's going on? Is he expanding his business? Douyin's such a huge platform, isn't that enough for him to mess around with? Now he's coming to our platform? We're screwed. He's got his sights set on us, right? They were well aware of Li Yu's death-themed content, after all, it had caused quite a stir earlier. Even if they tried to ignore it, they couldn't help but notice. Now, hearing he was coming to their platform, colleagues couldn't help but frown. Previously, they'd maintained a hands-off attitude, but who knew that the very next moment, this guy would be running straight to their platform? Lu Shi's expression turned uneasy, and just as he was about to say something. At that moment, another WeChat message popped up. He hurried over to check. Can you get it verified or not? Su Fu kept pressing, as this matter directly affected whether he could fulfill his dream of meeting Dai Xiaomei. But on the other end, Lu Shi felt a headache coming on upon seeing the message. If it were just any ordinary person, he would have helped them get verified without hesitation. But this funeral home owner? He just didn't look like an ordinary person at all. After wrestling with the decision for a while, Lu Shi finally typed out a reply with tears in his eyes. Bro, it's not that I don't want to help you, but hold on a moment. I need to check with my supervisor first. After sending the message, the other party didn't reply immediately. Lu Shi rose from his seat. After all, if Li Yuza really joined their platform, the impact would be enormous. This guy was Death God after all. If word got out, the entire platform would be thrown into panic. Who could handle that? Approving his verification wasn't something he could decide on his own, so he turned to find his supervisor. He arrived at the supervisor's office door, skipping the courtesy of knocking, and barged right in, shouting, "Manager, a death god from Douyin has joined our platform. He's asking if we can give him verification." Chapter 89, North City Road Funeral enters the livestream. Zhanyu Tower. Inside the office. Seeing the message from Su Fu, Lu Shi felt a moment of hesitation. Help someone get verified? If it were an ordinary person, that would be fine, he could handle it himself. But Li Yuza. He's clearly no ordinary person, right? He genuinely feared that if he took it upon himself to verify Li Yuza, he might stir up some major trouble. He might even go on a rampage across the Zhanyu platform. Douyin next door was the perfect example. He'd already thrown the entire platform into chaos. His own platform. At this thought, Lu Shi realized this matter was beyond his control. Without further hesitation, he immediately stood up and dashed toward the manager's office. Manager, a death god from Douyin has come to our platform. He's asking if we can give him an official verification? His words preceded his arrival. As the voice echoed through the hallway, the supervisor's office door swung open. Gazing at Lu Ji, who was still panting heavily before him, Gao Fei frowned slightly, feeling both baffled and confused. What's the rush bringing you here? And what's this about the Grim Reaper? Who is this Grim Reaper? Did you lose your mind? Seeing the supervisor's displeasure, Lu Ji hurriedly explained after catching his breath. The Grim Reaper is a streamer from the neighboring platform named Li Yuza. He has millions of followers. Gao Fei, who had been about to lose his temper, froze upon hearing this. After a moment's thought, he shot Lu Ji another puzzled look. 1 million followers? That's pretty good, right? Just give him the verification. Why does his tone sound like the world is ending? His mouth slightly agape. Gao Fei was about to ask for clarification. But then he heard Lu Ji continue speaking. If it were an ordinary person with 1 million followers, I'd verify them right away. But this guy is super creepy apparently, whoever he follows ends up dead. So far, except for a few exceptions, everyone else he's followed has died without exception. And those who survived have all suffered horrific attacks, or at least developed serious mental issues. As Lu Ji finished speaking, the entire office fell into a deathly silence. Whoever he follows dies? Gao Fei's brows furrowed deeply. You're not joking? He repeated the accusation. He had initially thought this was good news, but hearing it put that way. At that thought, Gao Fei looked up again at Lu Ji standing before him. His confusion deepened. What era is this, still clinging to feudal superstitions? He'd rather believe he'd win 1 million in the lottery tomorrow than trust that whoever Li Yuza focused on would die. This must be some new gimmick to grab attention. Gao Fei looked skeptical, hesitating only briefly. He was about to refuse. But then, Lu Ji, standing across from him, saw his expression and knew he was about to refuse. He then explained further. While helping him get verified might cause some users on the platform to panic. But if we do grant him verification, it won't be entirely detrimental. At the very least, he can bring in a lot of traffic. He's been dominating the top spot on Douyin's trending list for quite some time now. Hearing Lu Ji's reasoning, Gao Fei frowned again, his words of refusal catching in his throat. The top of the trending charts, ha! Indeed, it was just as Lu Ji had said. Verifying Li Yuza had both advantages and disadvantages. Before this, he hadn't known this so-called Li Yuza, nor was he aware of his so-called premonition ability where whoever he followed would die. But now, the reason Gao Fei hesitated to refuse immediately was simply because he valued the traffic Li Yuza could bring. In this age of advanced information and communication, the value of someone who could consistently dominate the top of the trending charts was undeniable. What is traffic in this era? Traffic is money. Inside the office, only Gao Fei and Lu Ji remained. At this moment, he no longer bothered with Lu Ji. He slumped back in his chair, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He weighed the pros and cons of helping Li Yuza get verified. Would it bring more benefits or drawbacks to their platform? Would it drive some users away from the platform? After a long pause, as if he had reached a significant conclusion, he finally spoke. We can grant Li Yuza certification. But you need to keep a close eye on him. See who he follows. As long as it's not a major streamer, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. At this point, he added with a hint of disdain. Besides, it's unlikely to be a major streamer anyway. Across from him, Lu Ji, who had been waiting for his decision, nodded in agreement. Got it. I'll handle it immediately. With that, he turned and left the office, preparing to give Su Fu, who was still waiting for him, an answer. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a luxurious apartment, Dai Xiaomei sat cross-legged on a chair, watching the live stream's chat. It's definitely a high-quality fake account. No one just shows up like that. Wonder which troll is behind this. Friend or foe, let's just throw him in with the enemy and execute him. LOL. Even though the person had already left the livestream, the viewers in Dai Xiaomei kept ranting about the fake Li Yuza. Another attention seeker trying to scare people. Some viewers have no boundaries anymore. As Dai Xiaomei finished speaking, the livestream erupted in an uproar once more. Stop it, stop it. Host, if you keep scolding, I'll cry. Feels like I'm the one being called out. Mouse got called out. Well deserved. Seeing these comments, Dai Xiaomei didn't think much of it. These silly netizens are just like that. If they were more normal, she might not be used to it. At that moment, she shrugged and changed the subject. Why did he have to pretend to be a funeral home owner putting on a show? He could have pretended to be anyone else. But hey, that's exactly why I love the internet. You know what? I actually enjoy watching clowns like this. Just wait till he gets called out for faking a tisk tsk. At that point, dumb little sister let out a sharp gasp. She didn't continue. Instead, she stretched lazily and glanced at the time in the bottom right corner of the screen. Can't be bothered to argue. There's no way that guy will get verified. Same deal as before. If he gets verified, I'll wash my hair upside down. Alright, I'm streaming now. Dai Xiaomei yawned as she logged into her game account. Guys, I'm feeling a bit tired today. One more round, then I'm logging off for a break. Also, I've got some personal stuff coming up in a few days, so I'll be taking 2 days off. After she finished speaking, seeing the screen flooded with comments begging her to open an account, Dai Xiaomei explained again. I'll make up the hours when I get back, don't worry. With that, she was about to start a new game. But the next second, a user bearing the official verification badge entered the livestream once more. Welcome verified account North City one-way pass white affairs to the livestream. Chapter 90, I got verified. When are you getting a haircut? Yang Cheng. Inside a luxury apartment. A figure sat at the computer desk. Finished for today. Got stuff to do these next couple days, so I'll take a break. Back in a few days. Dai Xiaomei muttered absent-mindedly, about to start a new game. But at that very moment, a figure bearing the system's official verification badge re-entered the livestream. Welcome verified user North City one-way pass white affairs to the livestream. The system notification popped up, interrupting dumb little sister's next move. Staring at the notification, she froze for a moment. A soft gasp escaped her lips, surprise evident in her voice. Her hand gripping the mouse froze in place. Screen focus. The viewers in the livestream naturally noticed Dai Xiaomei's reaction. What's up, dumbass? Performance art? What kind of show effect is she pulling now? Playing with abstract concepts, you're the master of showmanship. Staring at the scrolling bullet comments, Dai Xiaomei frowned deeply. But she paid them no mind. Instead, she leaned in close, staring intently at the screen as she examined the message. Did he actually get verified? Staring at the message, dumb little sister couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out in shock. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream room, who had been joking around nonstop, finally noticed her unusual reaction. They typed questions, but dumb little sister didn't respond. They began searching for the source of the problem. Just then, a comment slowly drifted across the screen. Li Yuza verified? As the comment appeared, the chat fell into a brief silence. But soon, a new wave of commotion erupted. Frog fun, it really is you, duck. Hey, you little black guy upstairs, verification complete. So what's the verdict? Verification successful. When's Boss Dumbass gonna do a headstand shampoo? I wanna see it. Count me in too. Take back what I said earlier, I spoke too soon. Who knew it was actually him? When's the upside down hair washing livestream? A constant stream of comments flooded in. Dai Xiaomei's expression darkened. At the same time, she recalled how she'd just been telling her viewers that this person absolutely couldn't have gotten verified. Little did she know how quickly things had changed. At that thought, she stared once more at the dazzling golden light. At that moment, she felt utterly humiliated. She never imagined he'd actually get verified. For a moment, Dai Xiaomei was utterly speechless. But just then, as if something suddenly occurred to her, she shook her head and shouted. Something's wrong. This is all wrong. It might be fake. She desperately tried to explain. It must be fake. Someone's impersonating him. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? And even if it were real and this coincidental, how could he have gotten verified so quickly? It should take some time, right? Even as she thought this, the stubborn girl refused to believe it, stubbornly insisting. How could it be that coincidental? Though her words carried a hint of unease. The audience, however, couldn't care less. Whether this person was Li Yuza or not didn't concern them. What they really wanted to see was dumb little sister doing a headstand while washing her hair. So they piled on with their comments. Thanks for the plane, still being stubborn. Thanks for the big plane you just sent while still talking tough. Thanks to the one whose only tough part is his mouth for sending a rocket. The messages kept popping up like a tidal wave, flooding toward her. Thinking back to the flag she'd planted earlier, little dumb girl's face flushed slightly. After all, this account had indeed been verified. Little did she know she'd become the clown herself. Even though the outcome was certain, dumb little sister still tried to argue back. This could totally be fake. It's too coincidental, let me call and check. Having said that, she couldn't bring herself to look at the comments anymore. She pulled out her phone to contact someone on the platform for clarification. But just then, the system notification chimed again. Beicheng Yilotong Funeral Services has followed you. The moment the notification appeared, sharp-eyed netizens spotted it. Li Yuza followed dumb little sister? Instantly, the entire livestream exploded with reactions. Holy crap, is this real? Li Yuza followed dumb boss? Is this guy the real deal or a knockoff? Streamer. Danger. Seriously, is this even for show? Inside the room at that moment, Dai Xiaomei, who was about to send a message, saw the screen flooded with bullet comments again. She felt puzzled. Hesitating, she scrolled through the messages to see what they were saying. But what she saw? When she saw the system notification, she froze solid in place, her phone slipping from her grasp. After a brief moment of shock, she stared wide-eyed, shouting in utter disbelief. Holy, I'm not sick or anything, why the hell are you following me? Don't follow me. Even though she'd just been stubbornly insisting it wasn't her real account. Seeing this account actually follow her sent a wave of dread through her. After all, his reputation was notorious. Who didn't know that whoever he targeted was doomed? If given the choice, who would willingly have anything to do with him? Dai Xiaomei frowned deeply. If earlier she'd nearly been flustered over the verification issue. But now. Upon seeing the notification that Li Yuza had followed her, Dai Xiaomei's face gradually drained of color. Just moments ago, she'd stubbornly insisted it was a fake. But after seeing this notification, everything vanished into thin air. He followed me. The news struck like a bolt from the blue, shattering all hope and crashing violently into her heart. Dazed little sister slumped back into her chair in utter shock, her eyes staring blankly ahead, mouth slightly agape. She remained speechless for a long time. Why would he follow her? She wasn't sick or in trouble, so why? Recalling the events that had just unfolded, Dai Xiaomei couldn't understand. She couldn't understand why Li Yuza would pay attention to her. Was it just revenge? But that didn't make sense either. People had accused him of putting on a show before, why should she be the one to suffer now? Dai Xiaomei curled up in her chair, constantly tugging at her hair. Slowly, the news began to push her toward the brink of collapse. She recalled what netizens had said, whoever Li Yuza followed would die. Every single person he'd ever followed had, without exception, met with disaster. Wu Yun, who died tragically at home after exploring a graveyard. The sole survivor had immediately unfollowed him after being on his radar. Even then, that person still suffered a horrific attack. As images of the misfortunes befalling those Li Yuza had followed recently flooded her mind, dumb little sister felt utterly shattered. Because next, it would be her turn. The thought sent her crashing into her chair in utter despair. And right then, Li Yuza sent a comment. Performing for me right after arriving? Oh, and didn't you just say that after I get verified, I'd perform a headstand hair wash? Well, I'm verified now. When are you washing your hair? Chapter 91, UING followed a big streamer right off the bat? Yangcheng City. Inside a luxurious apartment. Dumbfounded little sister collapsed onto a chair in utter despair. Just then, Li Yuza sent another message. Did I just hear you say you're going to wash your hair upside down? When are you doing that? I'd love to see it. Seeing the comments flooding in, Dai Xiaomei looked up, her expression turning incredibly complex. It wasn't disbelief, it wasn't the broken flag, it wasn't that system prompt. But what dominated her face was fear and shock. Upside down hair wash? Staring at the message Li Yuza sent, the dazed girl pressed her lips together. She repeated the words in disbelief. She hadn't expected that even at this moment. He still had the nerve to ask when she'd wash her hair upside down? Bro, don't you know who you are? Don't you know that whoever you focus on dies, without exception? I'm practically dying here and you want me to wash my hair upside down? Who has the energy to put on a show for you? Seeing Lee Yuza's message, little sister's mind raged incessantly. The more she read, the more agitated she became, until her expression twisted into something almost grotesque. And beyond the sheer terror of this sudden turn of events, she felt utterly absurd. She never imagined. Why did this account get verified so easily? And even if it had been verified, why the hell did it follow her? She was perfectly healthy and trouble-free. How had she managed to attract this disaster magnet? The young woman's face drained of color, her mouth gaping open in shock. Now she sat on the chair, uneasy and anxious, her heart pounding wildly. The light fell on her face, revealing a thin layer of sweat glistening on her forehead. Reading Lee Yuza's message sent her panic into overdrive. As Lee Yuza's message appeared, viewers in the comment stream rushed to comfort dumb little sister. Lee Yuza is watching you, Dumby. This is bad news. Is she really screwed? Don't panic, streamer. It hasn't been confirmed yet. Double check if it's really him. Could be an imposter. No way, could it really be over? Feels dangerous. Witnessing Lee Yuza casting his spell in real time. Maybe a miracle could happen? Stay safe, boss. Maybe we can avoid it? Dai Xiaomei pursed her lips, looking a bit aggrieved. Though she was reluctant to accept this reality, she couldn't help but stare at the figure in the VIP section. Gazing at his gleaming certification emblem. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This has to be fake. He's from Douyin. How could he possibly be on our platform? Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Dazed little sister, hair disheveled, kept roaring. Her words sounded more like she was trying to convince herself she refused to accept the truth. Guys, hold on. I'll call our operations team right now. I need to see if he's legit. Her voice trembled as she spoke, then she pulled out her phone to contact the platform's operations team. But trembling along with it were her hands. Dai Xiaomei tremblingly sent a message. Just as she was about to continue, fear made her lose her grip and the phone slipped straight out of her hands and onto the floor. Staring at the phone lying on the floor, dumb little sister couldn't help but shudder all over. Her heart pounded like a drum, her lips turning pale. Her entire body slumped back into the chair, shaking like a sieve. The message she had just sent vanished without a trace, leaving no ripple in the vast sea. After a moment, Dai Xiaomei forced herself to ignore the physical discomfort. She reached out to pick up the phone from the floor. Yet even this simple action felt impossibly difficult for her at that moment. She grabbed the phone several times only to drop it again, until finally, she stumbled and fell to the ground. But Dai Xiaomei couldn't afford to think about that now. With great effort, she picked up the phone, clutching it tightly with both hands. She tremblingly dialed the operator's number. Soon enough, the call connected. Dai Xiaomei fought back her emotions, staring at the scrolling comments. Just as she was about to speak, the other end spoke first. I'm right here in the live stream. I saw everything that happened in the livestream. His verification. There was a pause on the other end of the line, and Dazaomi froze. She held her breath, hoping for a definitive answer. But no miracle occurred. His verification is real. Bang! As the words fell, another sound echoed. Dumbfounded, the girl's phone slipped from her palm once more, crashing heavily onto the floor. It's all real. At that moment, her eyes stared blankly ahead, her arms hanging limply at her sides. The apartment fell into a brief silence. Everything seemed to freeze, save for the endless stream of comments scrolling across the computer screen. Moments later, a single tear slid down the corner of her eye. Her eyes were bloodshot and her head drooped slightly. Her lips moved in a constant murmur, growing louder with each passing moment. It's all true. I'm going to die. I'm only 22, in the prime of my youth. How could this happen? Why? Why must I die? Finally, she broke down and burst into tears. Her head buried in her hands, shoulders heaving with sobs. I don't want to. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Why? Why are you watching me? Under the camera's gaze, the young girl hugged her legs, her head buried in her chest, her entire body trembling uncontrollably from her sobs. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside Zhanyu Tower, Lu and Gao, who had just granted authorization to Lee Yuza, were also closely monitoring his movements. Now, they too witnessed the scene unfolding before them. Both were stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. The shock in each other's eyes was plain to see. Just moments ago, they'd been saying that as long as it wasn't about major streamers, they could pretend nothing had happened. Little did they expect that now. Watching the little girl on the phone screen still sobbing uncontrollably. What neither of them could have imagined was that he'd come out swinging with a royal flush right off the bat. Who exactly was dumb little sister? She's the top-tier streamer on their platform. Not only that, she was the top among the top, a super-tier streamer ranked in the platform's top 10. And yet, Lee Yuza had gone and followed dumb little sister right off the bat. Not only that, but the number of online viewers in the livestream is also substantial. What consequences will Lee Yuza's actions bring to the audience? What impact would it have on other streamers on the platform? They couldn't even imagine. In an instant, the supervisor's mind exploded with a buzzing roar. He slumped uncontrollably into his chair. It's over. Everything is over. The two watched the scene unfold before them, utterly devastated. Chapter 92. The family grave's on fire, but 911 has no signal. Zhanyu Tower. Manager's office. Gao Fei and Lu Ji stared at the scene before them in utter disbelief. They never imagined that certifying Li Yuza would lead to such consequences. They'd thought it would attract a huge wave of traffic, but instead, they'd been dealt a royal flush right off the bat. Now, staring at the scene before them, both of them slumped helplessly in their chairs, muttering to themselves. It's over. Everything's over. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the silent hotel in Yanqing City, the scene here was quite different. Watching the stunned young woman on the screen break down instantly, Li Yuza raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but sigh. A top streamer is a top streamer, truly in a league of her own. The show's production values are top-notch. Truly a top-tier streamer. No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Fu beside him burst into laughter too. Big streamers and small streamers are naturally different. You absolutely have to create that show effect. That's my man, the boss. He sure knows how to run a show. Hearing the voices, Li Yuza turned his head and shot Su Fu a puzzled sideways glance before muttering with a hint of sarcasm. Your favorite streamer's going through hell, and you're still laughing your ass off? Li Yuza had assumed Su Fu was sitting right beside him, knowing the reason behind his following dumb little sister, which is why he wasn't worried. But Su Fu's response caught him off guard. He turned to face him and said, "It's fine. We viewers just love seeing dumb little sister like this. It's so entertaining. We even want to see it again." Holy crap! Hearing Su Fu's words, Li Yuza froze, a look of surprise spreading across his face. He hadn't expected things could be played like this. What an eye-opener. He finally understood. Poor little sister must often feel helpless. As a streamer, having so many eccentric fans is absolutely incredible. It was like thunder cracking across the sky. A bolt of lightning strikes. Crack. It hits your family's ancestral grave and catches fire. Then you realize. You call 911. But there's no signal. What the hell is this? It's like rain falling from the sky or a mother marrying off her daughter. You just can't stop it. It's that kind of helpless feeling. Talk about coincidence. At the same time, Li Yuza couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for the clueless little sister. After all, having fans like this is truly an 8-lifetime curse. Even having ancestors' graves spewing green smoke wouldn't compare to this situation. He shook his head, refusing to dwell on it too long. After a moment of surprise, he asked curiously, "Alright, I'm following her now too. What should I do next?" Seeing Li Yuza turn his gaze toward him, Su Fu shrugged indifferently. "What should we do? Just let loose and have fun." "Ha?" Li Yuza couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his eyes widening. Looking at Su Fu's expression, he didn't seem like someone who just misspoke. Besides, even if he did slip up, it couldn't have been that bad. Beside him, Su Fu finally explained to Li Yuza, who was staring at him with utter confusion. "It doesn't matter. She'll definitely contact you eventually. Trust me, I've watched his live streams for years. I know her personality. She'll definitely come find you." Hearing this, Li Yuza frowned slightly and nodded. But he didn't say anything more. After all, it was all about helping him fulfill his dream. Just follow his lead and do as he says. Thinking this, he glanced at his phone again, still intending to check the livestream. But to his surprise, he discovered something unexpected. The livestream had been shut down at some point. Su Fu, who had also noticed the closed stream, said, "Well, that's all for today. We'll just wait for Daisa's update. Also, go ahead and book a few rooms. I'll cover it after all, I invited you all here." As the words fell, the two figures who had been quietly waiting in the background, the dragon and Phoenix, suddenly burst out cheering. "Woohoo, take off. This is the life." Ever since arriving here, the two had been hoping they could stay for a few days. Now, with someone even covering their lodging expenses, their delight knew no bounds. Sitting at the table, Li Yuza turned to glance at the dragon and Phoenix, signaling them to quiet down. At least they had to save face. Li Yuza shrugged. But since they were already at the hotel, they might as well settle in properly. Besides, it was close by, making it convenient for future discussions. Mainly, someone else was covering the bill. Free stuff always tastes sweet. With that thought, he nodded to Su Fu and accepted his suggestion. In stark contrast to the quiet here. Outside, the atmosphere had grown incredibly chaotic. A single piece of news, under the intense scrutiny of countless netizens, instantly shot to the top of every platform's trending charts. Shocking. A funeral director commits such an unspeakable act against a female streamer? In broad daylight, a man dared to do this to Dai Xiaomei. The love-hate saga of dumb little sister Li Yuza? Li Yuza suddenly barged into the livestream and followed dumb little sister without explanation. What's the reason behind this? Tune in to today's North City Legal Talk. Marketing accounts swiftly broadcast the entire incident, drawing more unaware netizens to watch. Initially, these rumors were deliberately contained by the Zhanyu platform, limiting their circulation to a relatively small circle. The traffic wasn't particularly high. But soon enough, the incident came to light. After all, it happened in Daixiomi's livestream room, and it all unfolded in plain sight. No matter how they tried to cover it up. Fueled by Dai Xiaomei's massive fanbase and countless promotional accounts, the news swiftly spread across the entire internet. The incident even shot straight to the top of Weibo's trending topics. In an instant, panic gripped the public. The entire internet was abuzz with discussions about the incident. Netizens feared Li Yuza might follow them next. Now, they were all taking turns to criticize Li Yuza on their respective platforms. Holy crap! I thought he was just tormenting people on Douyin, but now he's going after streamers on other platforms too? Is this business expansion? Li Yuza, die. Where are the cops? Why haven't they arrested him yet? This is a public menace. How many people has he targeted now? Probably a lot, I don't know. My condolences to everyone he's singled out. Dumbfounded little sister, danger. Does Li Yuza even realize how twisted he is? Why won't he listen to reason? What Li Yuza does isn't something a human being would do. Chapter 93, How to Survive Being Targeted by Li Yuza. Yangchang. Inside a hotel. Li Yuza and his group had already checked into their rooms and were preparing to rest. What they didn't know was that Li Yuza's active following had set off a massive uproar online. Countless people were relentlessly attacking him. Another unlucky soul, such a shame. What Li Yuza did is beyond the pale. We strongly demand the police arrest him. Li Yuza remained utterly oblivious to all this, and even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside a luxurious apartment. As the other protagonist in this affair. After a whirlwind of internal turmoil, dumb little sister finally regained her composure. With great effort, she climbed to her feet and walked over to the desk to end the livestream. After such a major incident, she had no heart to continue broadcasting and hurriedly signed off. Now, in the empty room, Dai Xiaomei hugged her legs, crouched on the chair. Her eyes were vacant as she stared straight ahead. Her mind kept replaying the experiences of her life. She thought about how she was currently at the peak of her career, in the prime of her life. She thought about how now was the time to fulfill her ambitions. She thought about. But in the end, she inevitably thought about how Li Yuza had noticed her today. She was about to die. Why? The young girl sighed sadly, unable to hold back her grief at the impending loss of her life. But just as she was lost in her sorrowful sighs, a flash of light flickered in her mind. Hadn't someone else survived his attention? Then why couldn't she do the same? I can't just sit here and wait for death. Dumbfounded little sister rallied herself. She had to think of a way to avoid meeting the same fate. The moment this thought emerged, it felt like a lifeline. It gave dumb little sister a glimmer of hope. In that moment, she turned and sat at her computer desk, booting up the machine and relentlessly searching through relevant data, analyzing every detail. She examined the recent activities of those Li Yuza had been following, as well as Li Yuza's own movements. Everyone Li Yuza has followed has died? How do you save yourself if Li Yuza follows you? Is there really someone who can make anyone die? Dumbfounded, she kept searching online, trying to figure out if Li Yuza's following was real. Is it truly a case of whoever gets tagged dies, or is there a way to avoid the danger? If it truly meant whoever was tagged would die, it couldn't possibly be due to physical causes. Recalling her habit of regular health checkups, dumb little sister breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was nothing wrong with her health. So the possibility of dying from physical causes could be ruled out. The most likely cause of death then would be an accident. Dai Xiaomei frowned, deep in thought. But dwelling on it was useless. She kept searching through the data. Yet as time passed, with each new piece of information uncovered, her expression grew heavier and heavier. Gradually, her expression crumbled. She had reached a conclusion she found unbearable. No matter how she analyzed it, no matter how she sought answers. In the end, she couldn't change the outcome. She would still die. It was unavoidable. Dazed and despairing, she slumped back in her chair, staring at the computer screen. And just then, the phone that had fallen to the floor earlier began emitting strange sounds, vibrating wildly. Dai Xiaomei frowned slightly. Right now, she didn't want any connection to the outside world. She just wanted to sit quietly alone for a while, waiting to see when death would come. But the phone wouldn't stop ringing, its incessant echoes reverberating through the bedroom. Finally, unable to bear the disturbance any longer, Dai Xiaomei bent down to pick up the phone from the floor and opened it. She discovered that several fellow streamers from the same platform had formed a group chat without her knowing. They were now frantically calling her. After a moment's hesitation, dumb little sister answered the call. As soon as the call connected, several voices came through from the other end, somewhat chaotic. But dumb little sister could still make them out. Dai Xiaomei, what's wrong? Are you okay? What's wrong? Why did you suddenly say you were dying? Can you hold on? Is something wrong with your body? Sister Joe and PBB asked in unison, their faces now filled with anxiety. Hearing her friends' concerned calls, dumb little sister felt a warm surge in her heart. Just as she was about to reply, another voice cut in. "Die boss, are you okay? Are you still alive? You haven't died, have you?" Hearing that voice, even at this moment when she was about to vanish, Dai Xiaomei couldn't help but snort in exasperation. "I'm not gonna die that fast, damn it. I just went offline, not to the grave. You bastards are going around saying I'm dead?" Hearing this, the streamers on the other end of the line who had called to check in shared an awkward laugh. Seems like he got a bit worked up. It's fine, it's about time anyway. After Dai Xiaomei finished speaking, a heavy silence fell on the other end of the line. At that moment, no one knew how to comfort her. As for dumb little sister, she didn't take their earlier words to heart. Worry clouds judgment. She understood these friends were only concerned for her, so she didn't dwell on it too much. Besides, she didn't have the energy to dwell on it anyway. She was about to die. At this thought, dumb little sister sighed again, feeling a pang of sadness. There's still hope. At that moment, a voice came through the phone again. "I've heard a bit about that Li Yuze, he seems a bit mysterious. I've followed quite a few people on Douyin lately, but it's not like there's no hope at all. It's best to get checked out at the hospital." Xiao Sima's voice chimed in. PBB and Sister Joe chimed in agreement. Yeah, go get checked out. Don't you dare die on us. We're waiting for you to come back, bro." Listening to everyone chatter on, little sister felt a bit annoyed. She had already checked everything thoroughly earlier. Hearing it all again now, her already foul mood pushed her to snap. "I'm perfectly healthy, damn it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with my body." As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted yelling at her friends who had come to check on her. Just as she was thinking of apologizing, the phone rang again. "It's okay, little sister, you won't be in danger." Yeah. Didn't someone else survive before? It'll be fine, don't worry. If there's nothing physically wrong with you, then maybe it was just an accident. Worst case, we can hide out at the police station, nothing bad could possibly happen there, right? The little sister curled up into a ball, listening to Sister Joe and the others try to comfort her. But she still looked a bit glum. "Seriously, I just don't get it, why is that jerk Li Yuze paying attention to me?" Chapter 94, not because she figured it out, but because dawn broke. Yangcheng City. Inside a luxury apartment. "It'll be okay. You won't get hurt. There's still hope." Right. Didn't someone survive before? Why don't we try contacting that person? On the other end of the line, Sister Joe and the others kept trying to comfort little sister. But no matter how much they tried to console her, dumb little sister remained tearful and despondent. She curled up into a ball, huddled in her chair, feeling both unlucky and confused. "Seriously, I just don't get it. Why would this guy, Li Yuze, even bother paying attention to me? What did I do?" Time slipped away silently. Night fell, and moonlight spilled into the room. The clueless girl still sat quietly on her chair. She stared at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, pondering all night long. Not because she had figured it out, but because dawn had broken. The next day, the news that Li Yuze was paying attention to dumb little sister sparked heated discussions across the entire internet. This led to netizens once again unleashing a torrent of criticism against Li Yuze just days later. As more netizens became aware of the situation, they joined the chorus of condemnation. The online abuse directed at Li Yuze grew even more intense. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the silent hotel, as a blinding ray of sunlight streamed into the room, Li Yuze, who had once again caused a huge stir online, he awoke from his sleep as if nothing had happened. He stirred from sleep, his eyes still heavy with drowsiness. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and habitually reached for his phone beside the pillow. He intended to check the time, but instead discovered something unexpected. Following his gaze, a notification from the Zhanyu platform caught his eye. "What are my chances of survival?" Li Yuze froze, puzzled. But then, as if remembering something, he tapped the app to check. Sure enough, the message was indeed from dumb little sister. Staring at the unexpected yet somehow predictable message on the screen, Li Yuze felt both amused and exasperated. Just as Su Fu had predicted, dumb little sister would definitely come looking for him the next day. At first, he hadn't quite believed it, but now, shrugging his shoulders, Li Yuze felt rather indifferent. He didn't plan to reply to dumb little sister right away. He planned to wait until he saw Su Fu before making a decision. After all, he was helping her fulfill her dream. With that thought, sleepiness vanished from Li Yuze. He sprang out of bed, tidied himself up a bit. He took the elevator down to the restaurant for breakfast. Arriving at the dining hall, his hair was a mess, and he simply grabbed a few pastries. He prepared to find a seat. But then, Li Yuze's gaze shifted slightly, as if he had noticed a familiar figure. He turned his head to look. Sure enough, it was Kong Xin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kong Xin, who had been sitting at the table eating breakfast, had already spotted the newcomer. Now that he had finally spotted her, she greeted him and motioned for him to come sit down. After Lee Yuza carried his breakfast over and sat down in front of her, Kang Xin teased him playfully. You're all fired up again. Do you know that all the streamers online are looking for you right now, telling you to log off immediately? Lee Yuza, who had just sat down to eat breakfast, froze upon hearing this. But then he shrugged indifferently. He knew exactly why this was happening. Ever since he followed dumb little sister in front of his entire audience, he'd already anticipated it. He knew another wave of trolls would inevitably come after him. What was bound to happen would happen sooner or later, and there was no escaping it. Well, might as well pretend nothing happened. Lee Yuza paid no mind, continuing to eat his breakfast. Across from him, Kang Xin watched him with curiosity. With so many people criticizing him, wasn't he afraid at all? But Lee Yuza wasn't thinking that deeply. He casually grabbed another bun and took a bite. Ah, that hit the spot. With each bite, he couldn't help but let out a satisfied cry. In that moment, Lee Yuza felt instantly revitalized. His drowsiness vanished completely. After devouring another bun, he turned to Kang Xin and complained. What good does knowing do? Nasser doesn't believe in science anyway, bro. There's no point in saying more. Besides, aren't you the best proof? Look at you, you're alive and kicking. All this nonsense about pointing at someone and they die is complete bull. Lee Yuza scrutinized Kang Xin from head to toe. But his words only served to ignite Kang Xin's anger. Her cheeks puffed out in anger as she glared at him. How dare you say that? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had to go through all that hell. I couldn't even sleep properly during that time. Hearing Kang Xin's complaints, Lee Yuza pursed his lips and lowered his voice. At least you didn't die, right? Though his voice was barely audible, Kang Xin caught it and was about to launch into another round of complaints. Just then, another figure approached from the distance. It was Su Fu. His face lit up with a smile as he teased Lee Yuza. Seems like I've made your reputation a bit worse. But it's okay, dumbfounded little sister is already on her way. Hearing this, Lee Yuza, who was still eating breakfast, froze. He looked up at Su Fu, utterly bewildered. What's going on? I haven't even replied yet. She's waiting for me? At that moment, Su Fu brought over a stack of breakfast and sat across from him, explaining. Last night, while you guys were heading back, the Zhanyu operations team reached out to me. Dai Xiaomei used that connection to reach me directly. Barring any surprises, they should be on their way here now. Su Fu took a bite of his bun, then seemed to remember something else and added to Lee Yuza. Oh, right, some other major streamers are coming along too. Looks like they're serious this time. Hearing Su Fu's words, Lee Yuza fell silent. What the hell? He wasn't even prepared yet, and they were already meeting up in person so soon? He genuinely feared that little sister might do something reckless, coming over to take him down with her. Lee Yuza looked at Su Fu with a complex expression. The latter noticed his gaze and looked puzzled, about to say something. After a moment of silence, Lee Yuza spoke with solemn gravity. This situation has escalated to the point where it's threatening my life now. He didn't finish his sentence. But the implication was crystal clear. Su Fu froze, staring at him strangely. What? You're not taking this case? No. Lee Yuza replied quickly. You'll have to pay more. Watching Lee Yuza straighten his posture and adopt such a serious demeanor, Su Fu had assumed he was wrestling with something or had a question to ask. But this? All that talk just to ask for more money? Watching him nod earnestly, Su Fu felt both amused and exasperated. Shrugging, he offered an explanation anyway. Money. I don't have any left. This is all I have. Not a single penny left. Across from him, upon hearing Su Fu's words and catching the fleeting, sly look that flashed across his face, Lee Yuza's expression hardened, the smile vanishing instantly from his face. In that moment, he felt utterly duped. With a hint of reluctance, he shouted. Damn it! At that very moment, a row of vehicles pulled up neatly outside the hotel. Chapter 95, listen to my. No, my explanation votes needed. Outside the Yongqing Silent Hotel, row upon row of vehicles arrived in perfect formation. Among them were even top-tier sports cars and luxury vehicles. Lee Yuza and the others turned to look. By now, a crowd of onlookers had gathered outside the hotel. However, this was not what they needed to focus on. Lee Yuza's gaze remained fixed on the vehicles themselves. Could this be the arrival of the little sister and her crew? Such a big scene? This is going to cost me an arm and a leg, isn't it? Just as he was pondering this, the vehicles came to a complete stop. A door swung open on one vehicle. A pair of legs emerged first, followed by the entire body. The person wore sunglasses and looked somewhat haggard. This person was none other than dumb little sister. Seeing her, Lee Yuza's lips twitched slightly. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not, there's no escaping it. Unlike the relaxed atmosphere on Lee Yuza's side. Even though she had arrived at the hotel, dumb little sister still felt extremely nervous. She also had no idea what Lee Yuza was thinking. His sudden attention yesterday had kept her awake all night. If she knew Li Yuza was so carefree and indifferent now, she might have charged straight at him to fight to the death. Now, gazing at the towering building before her, Dai Xiaomei couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. After contacting Su Fu last night, she immediately rallied Xiao Sima and the others. Today, they drove here together to see if they could still survive. But the clumsy girl glanced back, taking in the row of perfectly aligned vehicles behind her. They were all the rescue vehicles she had called for. They had arrived, but now, aside from her getting out, everyone else remained hidden inside their vehicles. Their eyes were fixed on her, as if offering her mental support. Seeing this scene, Dai Xiaomei rolled her eyes. Inside the hotel. Hearing the roar of the car engine fade, Li Yuza casually grabbed a steamed bun and ate while watching outside. He'd expected a whole group to come in one after another to confront him, but it turned out only dumb little sister was left. They really made me out to be some kind of Grim Reaper. Those people are too scared to even come out now. Hearing Li Yuza's complaint, the other two at the table merely smiled without responding. Just then, dumbfounded little sister arrived at the hotel entrance. She paused briefly at the doorway, seeming hesitant, but finally pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was only then that Li Yuza got a clearer look at her condition. Her complexion was waxy and sallow, her eyes bloodshot, and her hair, tousled by the wind, looked disheveled. It seemed as though a gust of wind could knock her over. It was obvious that dumb little sister hadn't slept a wink all night. But then again, who could sleep? Who could possibly sleep soundly when their very life hung in the balance? If there is, then consider this never said. Li Yuza looked at dumb little sister with curiosity. Just then, dumb little sister walked in from outside and caught his gaze. She saw Li Yuza, Kang Xin, and the others. Her eyes lingered on Kang Xin with particular surprise. Her eyes gleamed like a drowning person clutching at a lifeline. Aren't you under observation too? You're not dead? Before the girl arrived, her voice echoed through the room. She knew full well Kang Xin had been under scrutiny too. Now, seeing Kang Xin standing before her alive and well, the despair that had weighed on her heart suddenly gave way to hope. Could she be saved? A look of delight spread across dumb little sister's face. It's the big streamer. But I'm totally fine, of course. Li Yuza said I absolutely couldn't die, so what's there to worry about? Kang Xin seemed rather unconcerned, as she was no longer in any danger. Yet upon hearing her words, it wasn't dumb little sister who felt uneasy, it was Li Yuza sitting beside her. He shot Kang Xin a complicated look, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the bull and horse system had just sent Kang Xin another death warning. Yet at the same time, he felt a hint of surprise, looking at Dai Xiaomei with puzzlement. He was sitting right here with her, wasn't she afraid of him? Why did she go ask Kang Xin first? Just as he pondered this, Dai Xiaomei suddenly turned her head toward Li Yuza. If she's still alive, does that mean I can live too? Her heart stirred with hope, and a flicker of delight crossed her face as she pointed at Kang Xin. She sought confirmation from Li Yuza. But Li Yuza was distracted. Dai Xiaomei's other hand was hidden behind her back, seemingly fiddling with something. Could it be a knife? Was she really planning to take him down with her? Yet her demeanor didn't quite suggest it. Li Yuza furrowed his brow slightly. Little sister, however, remained unaware. At that moment, she was overjoyed. She had glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival. After all, right before her eyes stood the best example of someone who had survived after catching Li Yuza's attention. In an instant, her anxious and tense expression vanished. Seeing this, Li Yuza confirmed that dumb little sister didn't seem intent on taking him down with her. He quietly activated his eagle eyes to take a closer look at her. But what he saw left him stunned. This dumb little sister. Li Yuza's face darkened. Hidden behind dumb little sister wasn't a dagger, as he'd imagined. It was a cell phone. If that was the case, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if he wasn't mistaken, the lit-up phone screen seemed to have a constant stream of comments scrolling across it. She was live streaming. Li Yuza's lips twitched slightly. Was she that afraid of him? Seeing this, he tapped it open without hesitation. What are you secretly live streaming for? Are you that scared of me? But he didn't ask her to turn it off, she probably wouldn't anyway. Shrugging, he said no more. Across from Li Yuza. Seeing him cut straight to the chase, Dai Xiaomei froze. She hadn't expected her carefully hidden secret to be exposed like this. Damn it. With that thought, she took a step back, maintaining a safe distance from Li Yuza. I'm just gathering evidence, just in case. I'm afraid you might attack me. Even now, she stubbornly insisted. Across from her. Upon hearing her words, Li Yuza was utterly speechless. He wasn't sure what expression he should wear. At that moment, the clueless girl continued her questioning. Regardless, what are my chances of survival now? Hearing this, Li Yuza turned to look at Su Fu, who was still watching the scene unfold. But the latter, upon catching his gaze, promptly turned his head away, clearly signaling that he didn't know. Li Yuza's expression stiffened as he faced the furious, glaring dumb little sister. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and speak. Maybe, roughly, possibly. A 100% survival rate? Wasn't that obvious? The system hadn't given any death warnings, so how could he possibly die? Wasn't it partly his fault for paying attention to that clueless girl? Thinking this, he glanced at Su Fu again. But Su Fu kept his gaze averted, even whistling to himself. Li Yuza sighed in resignation, then turned back to dumb little sister and continued. I can explain. Following you was just a prank. You won't die, I swear. All we did this for was to see you once. Chapter 96, My mission is complete. Yangcheng City. Inside the silent hotel. Li Yuza's gaze kept shifting between Su Hufu and the little sister. When he heard Dai Xiaomei's question again, he could only grit his teeth and answer her. A 100% survival rate, I suppose? Hearing this, the dazed girl froze, her expression filled with disbelief. Just as she opened her mouth to say something, Li Yuza cut her off. I can explain. Following you was just a prank. You won't die, I swear. We did all this just to see you once. These words struck her like a bolt from the blue, catching dumb little sister completely off guard. For a moment, she stood frozen in place, her expression complex, unable to recover for a long time. After a long while, dazed Xiaomei snapped back to reality and stared intently at Li Yuza. As if unable to believe what she'd heard, she repeated the words once more. Meet me? But before Li Yuza could respond, the dazed girl erupted in a frenzied roar. Just to see me? As the words echoed through the room, the entire restaurant fell into an eerie silence. You followed me just to see me? Do you even know what following me means? Don't you know? The young woman roared in fury, then collapsed to the floor, clutching her head. Her eyes fixed on the ground, her expression was complex. She had thought that coming here might not change the outcome of death, but perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope for life, however small. But she never imagined things would end up like this. Didn't he realize how much this affected her? Because of his attention, she'd been sleepless all night, her expression haggard. Dai Xiaomei felt deeply wronged. Across from her, Li Yuza scratched his head awkwardly. But he didn't know what to say to comfort her. So he remained silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dai Xiaomei had started her livestream early, and the viewers in her chat naturally noticed the scene unfolding before them. But they sensed something wasn't quite right. After some quick analysis, they began sharing their thoughts in the chat stream. That bastard Li Yuza is lying again. I can't even tell what's real and what's fake from him anymore. Maybe he's just trying to comfort Dumby? Didn't he say something similar when he followed someone else before? Something's off. Don't die, dumbass. If all else fails, let's just trash Li Yuza's store and teach him a lesson for being so arrogant. I just feel like Li Yuza is scamming dumb boss again. +1. The comments were a chaotic mess, but after analyzing everything, they all agreed on one thing. Li Yuza seems to be scamming people again. This wasn't a prank. Die Zone really could die. Witnessing this scene. Outside the hotel. Sister Joe and the others, still hiding in the car, frowned deeply. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, they remained seated in the car, watching the live stream. Simultaneously, they peered through the windows to monitor the situation on the hotel's first floor, guarding against any mishaps caused by delays. Naturally, they had heard every word Li Yuza had just spoken. He's lying? Did I hear that right? Just to catch a glimpse of that silly little girl? Sister Joe was both surprised and puzzled by Li Yuza's words. If he only wanted to see dumb little sister, he wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures, would he? She sensed something was off, but couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Across from him, PBB was equally perplexed, even tinged with anger. If it was truly as he claimed, the consequences of his single follow could be devastating. Doesn't he realize how much buzz his single follow has sparked across the entire internet? Does he not care? Because of him, all of our schedules got messed up. He had us all running around like crazy, and in the end, he says it's fake? What a joke. PBB glared out the window, watching Li Yuza and Dai Xiaomei face off. Both of them were clearly annoyed. At that moment, they both noticed that Xiao Sima hadn't spoken yet. Their gazes shifted toward him. Old Ma, why aren't you saying anything? You must agree that Li Yuza is a jerk, right? Hearing this, Xiao Sima shook his head. Running his fingers along his chin, he delivered a statement that was nothing short of shocking. I have a feeling little sister Dai will still die. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire car fell silent. PBB and Sister Joe exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of shock in the other's eyes. They couldn't believe it, but they didn't interrupt little Sima. Instead, they listened as he continued. As far as I know, something similar happened to Li Yuza before. So, is it possible he lured dumb little sister here to kill her, or was he just trying to comfort her? But I lean more toward the latter. He probably couldn't bear to see her suffer, so he comforted her, telling her she wouldn't die. The two grew even more stunned, yet Xiao Sima's words weren't entirely without merit. Everyone pondered this. In the end, they all came to accept Xiao Sima's interpretation. Perhaps it was exactly as Xiao Sima suggested, he was merely comforting the girl. So that means little sister Dai is really going to die? Sister Joe and the others wore expressions of sorrow, sighing with reluctance. The car fell silent once more. But eventually, they spoke to dumb little sister through their Bluetooth headsets. Lee Yuza is most likely just trying to comfort you. Dumby. You're really going to die. The words echoed out. At that moment, inside the hotel, dumbfounded little sister crouched on the floor, staring blankly at the ground. She didn't know how she should feel. The good news was she wouldn't die after all. The bad news was that because of a false report, she'd stayed up all night and cancelled numerous events. So much time wasted. Just then, the voices of Sister Joe and the others came through her Bluetooth earpiece again. You really were going to die. Dazed, the girl froze. Her eyes went blank as she stared straight ahead. The successive pieces of news struck her heart like a bolt from the blue. She felt utterly overwhelmed, collapsing instantly. The pressure of the past 2 days had left her too drained to argue with Lee Yuza now. She could only keep murmuring to herself. I'm going to die soon, right? You're just trying to comfort me. Seeing her little sister in such a state, Lee Yuza felt a pang of helplessness. Why didn't she believe him? When had he ever lied to anyone? But helplessness aside, his mission wasn't to break her down. For now, he had no choice but to bring up Su Fu. Look, over there, that guy. His name is Su Fu. Lee Yuza pointed at Su Fu. He's my client, really. He's following you because he wants to meet you. You won't die. If you still don't believe me, I could unfollow you right now, couldn't I? My task is already done anyway. Chapter 97. No worries, I'll cover the losses if you die. Yangcheng City. Inside the silent hotel, Lee Yuza sighed helplessly at the distraught little Dai. He pointed at Su Fu while trying to comfort her. That guy over there is my client. I only started following you because he wanted to meet you. You won't die. If you don't believe me, I can unfollow you right now, can't I? My task is done anyway. With that, Lee Yuza opened his phone and unfollowed her right in front of her. It's fine. If you die, I'll cover it. ? Across from him. Though still under threat of death, hearing those words made little sister feel something was off. If I'm dead, what kind of accompanying do you need? Die with me? But seeing that Lee Yuza had indeed unfollowed her, her heart settled slightly. Are you really not going to die? Dai Xiaomei looked at Lee Yuza with a mournful expression, yet her eyes held a glimmer of hope. Hoping for an answer that would satisfy her. He really won't die. Don't worry. Hearing Lee Yuza's words, she received the reassurance she'd hoped for. At that moment, the little girl finally felt a bit reassured. She felt her emotions had been on a roller coaster these past 2 days, soaring high one moment, plummeting low the next. And now, just as she felt she was about to hit rock bottom, Lee Yuza's words instantly pulled her back up. Even though he was the very cause of all this. Dai Xiaomei shot him a reproachful glare, about to press further with questions. But just then, before she could speak, Su Fu, who had remained silent all along, finally stepped forward. With an apologetic look in his eyes, he spoke softly to dumb little sister. I'm a fan of yours. I've been following you for a long time. Due to some special circumstances, I wanted to invite you out for a meal. But I couldn't get in touch with you through normal means, so I had no choice but to resort to this method. I'm sorry. The words had barely left his mouth. Dai Xiaomei's words, which she had been about to say to Lee Yuza, caught in her throat. She turned to look at Su Fu. Her expression was complex. Does this mean she really doesn't have to die? Everything was a lie. Is this ordeal finally over? The little girl choked back tears, feeling moisture welling up in the corners of her eyes. In the end, she broke down and burst into tears. The emotions she'd suppressed for 2 days finally poured out. Watching the scene unfold before him, Lee Yuza merely shrugged. His task was complete. All that remained was to collect his payment. From here on out, it was up to Su Fu himself. After one last glance at Su Fu, he departed with Kang Xan and the 2 prodigies who had just come downstairs and hadn't had breakfast yet. They planned to go for a casual stroll. But when they reached the hotel entrance and pushed open the doors, instead of the blinding sunlight, 3 figures stood before them. Standing directly opposite them were Sister Joe and the others. Having witnessed the recent events firsthand, they had already learned the outcome. Now, seeing Lee Yuza appear outside the hotel, they instantly rushed forward, surrounding him in a tight circle. Voices chimed in all at once. Master, is little sister really not going to die? Lee Yuza raised his hand to shield his eyes, looking somewhat bewildered at the trio who seemed to have materialized out of nowhere. Who clearly weren't up to any good. Since Lee Yuza rarely watched live streams and all 3 were streamers on the Zhanyu platform, he naturally had no idea who these 3 were. But behind him, Kang Xian let out a startled gasp. As a professional streamer herself, she naturally recognized some of the faces in the industry. And what's more, Kang Xian stared at the trio before her. What's more, these 3 were the top streamers on the Zhanyu platform. In fact, they were even more popular than Dai Xiaomei. She couldn't help but recognize them. Kang Xian was practically bubbling with excitement after all, she'd suddenly come into contact with 3 heavyweights in her own circle. Hearing their questions, Kang Xin patiently explained to them. Dai Zong is fine now. I was just being followed by Li Yuza, but as long as he unfollows me, everything will be fine. See? I'm perfectly fine now, aren't I? Kang Xin kept talking, leaving Xiao Sima and the other two staring blankly. But they caught the key phrase. As long as he unfollows me, everything will be fine. Earlier, they'd seen Li Yuza unfollow Dai Xiaomei during the livestream. So now, did that mean Dai Xiaomei was definitely safe? At this realization, the three finally exhaled in relief. They felt relieved that dumb little sister was out of danger. But unlike them, behind Kang Xin, Li Yuza stared at Kang Xin with a look of utter exasperation. Damn it, doesn't that make me sound like some kind of Grim Reaper? What the hell does unfollowing her will fix everything even mean? Clearly, trouble would have found her regardless of whether she unfollowed him or not. He looked at Kang Xin with a hint of dark amusement. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. She had even made a bold promise in her livestream earlier, vowing to ensure Kang Xin's safety at all costs. Now, recalling the system's second prompt to her, she couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This unlucky kid. Right in front of him, taking advantage of the brief moment Li Yuza paused to think. Kang Xin had already mingled with PBB and the others, chatting non-stop. Suddenly, she dashed in front of Li Yuza, grabbed his hand, and raised it toward Sister Zhou and the others. She introduced each person to him one by one. The pretty lady with glasses is Sister Zhou, the chubby one is PBB. As for the last one, Kang Xin paused here, pointing her finger at the figure standing furthest away. That tall, skinny guy who looks like a goofball is Xiao Sima. Hearing Kang Xin's introduction, Xiao Sima graciously lifted his head to glance over, then chuckled again. What's up, kid? I am indeed Xiao Sima, nicknamed the Hanging One. As Kang Xin introduced each person one by one, Li Yuza felt a bit awkward. He hadn't even heard of any of them. Still, he greeted each of them in turn as they were introduced. Once the introductions concluded, Sister Zhou's eyes lit up as she addressed Li Yuza first. Death God. I mean, Master, are you really that amazing? Can you tell me how much longer I have to live? I'm still so young, surely I can live a long time, right? Hearing this, PBB and Xiao Sima inwardly cursed Sister Zhou for breaking the rules. They had clearly agreed in the car to take turns from tallest to shortest. But now that she'd spoken, they all rushed forward, each addressing Li Yuza with their own questions. Master, what about me? Master, how long will I live? Master. Seeing the three crowding around him, Li Yuza felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. His mouth twitched uncontrollably as he prepared to speak. At that very moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Suitable client detected nearby. Host, please pay attention promptly. Li Yuza? Chapter 98. I know you're in a rush, but hold your horses. Yangcheng City. Outside the silent hotel. As three people surrounded him, demanding he predict their futures, Li Yuza felt his temples throb. He was about to refuse when. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Suitable client detected nearby. Host, please pay attention. Damn it! He muttered under his breath. What the hell was this now? He'd barely dodged the curse, and now his trip felt like a vacation. Now another notification pops up. Who the hell is this? Li Yuza's nerves were fraying. But before the system could continue its upgrade, he unexpectedly opened the system interface visible only to himself. With a what the hell attitude, he checked the notification. Come on. Let me see what the hell this is. As Li Yuza began to look, the system's prompt appeared before his eyes. Ding! Suitable client detected. Name, Dumb Little Sister. Occupation, Streamer. Death countdown, unknown. Probability of death, 80%. Abducted by a gang of kidnappers and killed for ransom. High priority target host, monitor immediately. ING hell. Damn it. Seeing the system alert, Li Yuza couldn't hold back any longer and cursed. His face instantly darkened. Darker than a black person. Fine. So this is how you play, you damn system? Just you wait, I'm heading straight to the kitchen to get you your money. You want US dollars or Chinese yuan? Li Yuza thought, utterly baffled. He couldn't shake the feeling that this cattle and horse system was deliberately picking on him. He'd just promised that nothing would happen to little sister, and if it did, he'd cover the costs. And now you throw this at me, you bastard. For a moment, Li Yuza didn't know how to vent his frustration at the system. The words stuck in his throat, unable to form sound, his face flushing bright red. He felt more uncomfortable than someone suffering from constipation. Glancing at the prompt once more, he fell deep in thought. Unlike Li Yuza, across from him, Xiao Sima and the others froze. They stared curiously at his constipated expression, exchanging glances. Then, another wave of surprise washed over them. They could see a hint of worry in each other's eyes. They felt a sense of dread. Because from their perspective, Li Yuza's expression had darkened abruptly only after hearing their words. Now, seeing Li Yuza lost in thought, they grew anxious and addressed him once more. What's wrong, Master? Your face looks. Are we going to have an accident too? Master, please say something. We're all panicking without your words. As the words fell, the three looked up, eager to see how Lee Yuza would react. After all, they had witnessed Lee Yuza's peculiar nature firsthand. This matter concerned their very lives, and they dared not take it lightly. Yet across from them, after hearing their words, Lee Yuza remained utterly motionless. His expression only grew increasingly somber, his brows furrowed tightly. He showed no intention of responding. Sister Joe and the others exchanged anxious glances, their panic deepening. Could something truly happen to them? The moment this thought surfaced, it flooded their minds like a raging torrent. They were terrified, dreading that something truly terrible might happen to them. So they repeated their plea once more. Master, if you could just tell us how much longer we have to live, money won't be a problem. Yes, yes, yes. Just tell us, and I'll go get checked immediately. Master, please don't frighten us like this. That's pretty sketchy. Sister Joe and the others looked at Lee Yuza with trepidation. They were terrified he might say something they couldn't bear to hear. But across from them, even after repeating themselves once more, Lee Yuza remained silent, rooted to the spot. It wasn't because Sister Joe and the others truly had physical issues, but because of the ox-horse system. At that moment, the ox-horse system's announcement sounded once more. Lee Yuza felt utterly speechless, a wave of headache washing over him. According to the system's prompt, the cause of death for the little sister was also kidnapping and murder. Kidnapping and murder again. And the fatality rate was still 80%. Lee Yuza frowned, clutching his temples. These two conditions instantly reminded him of Kang Xin, who had also been kidnapped and murdered. Her death prompt was almost identical to dumb little sister's. Unless something unexpected happened. Could it be that the two of them were kidnapped together? As this thought struck him, Lee Yuza began speculating relentlessly about the reasons behind their abductions. He frowned, staring intently ahead. But after much deliberation, only one possibility remained. They were kidnapped by Qin Xiu and his gang of thugs who were tougher than bulls and horses. This theory seemed highly plausible. After all, he couldn't think of anyone else who would target both of them at the same time. Shaking his head, he snapped back to reality. He looked at the three people before him, who were also listening to their relentless questioning. Lee Yuza felt a bit helpless. You two won't die. At that thought, he glanced back once more at the dazed girl still inside the hotel and let out a long sigh. You won't die, but someone inside is about to. Damn system, I'll be damned. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and cursed aloud. Across from him, seeing Lee Yuza, who had been silent for so long, suddenly let out a low growl. Xiao Sima and the others froze, puzzled. But seeing Lee Yuza seemingly come back to life, they hurriedly asked again. Master, what about us? Is something going to happen after all? Hearing this, Lee Yuza frowned slightly, noticing the confusion on their faces. Without much hesitation, he casually dismissed them with a few words. Regardless, go get a full physical examination. With that, Lee Yuza took a step back. Damn it, he was already annoyed enough as it was. Why did these people have to keep pestering him with questions? But unlike him, upon hearing Lee Yuza's words, Sister Joe froze. But she quickly snapped out of it. The implication was, there really was something wrong with her body? The thought struck her. Without another word, Sister Joe turned and sprinted toward the sports car still parked outside. Simultaneously, she kept shouting at the driver inside the car. Hurry! To the hospital! To the hospital! Get me to the hospital now! Seeing Sister Joe frantically running off, PBB finally snapped into action. He shot over to his own car, shouting the same thing. Holy damn it, something's definitely wrong with my body. Hurry up, get me to the hospital. Watching the two scramble away, Xiao Sima finally came to his senses, albeit slowly. I know you're in a hurry, but hold on a second. Wait for me. With that, Xiao Sima quickly jumped into his car and sped off toward the hospital as well. But, behind them, Lee Yuza seemed to hear a strange sound. Ghostblade glances over, positioning. Watching all three of them drive off, Lee Yuza finally shrugged. Meanwhile, Kang Xin, who had been watching the whole time, was utterly bewildered. It was the first time she'd seen these big streamers so flustered. She murmured in disbelief. Wait, are these big streamers really this shameless? Chapter 99, are these big streamers really this shameless? Yangcheng City. Outside the silent hotel. Ghost knife activates, time to make a run for it. After Lee Yuza dismissed the three men, Kang Xin watched the group of top streamers in disbelief. In her experience, she'd never seen them act this way before. Wait, are all these big streamers this shameless? Hearing the voice, Lee Yuza turned to look at her, his tone indifferent. They're human too. It's only natural. When they hear they're in danger, of course they'll bolt to get checked out first. But, do these people really think I'm the Grim Reaper or something? At this point, Lee Yuza pursed his lips, his face clouded with exasperation. Hearing his words, Kang Xin nodded in agreement. It was exactly as he said when it came to life and death, everyone was equal, and their reaction was perfectly normal. At the same time, she couldn't help but recall her own experience. Her own reaction back then, after Lee Yuza started paying attention to her, wasn't much better than theirs and had even been a bit embarrassing. The thought made Kong Xin blush slightly. She scratched her head awkwardly before turning her gaze back to Lee Yuza. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, the hotel door behind them swung open once more. Dai Xiaomei emerged. But her expression didn't look good. Unlike her tearful state earlier, her face was now filled with gloom and disappointment. After stepping out, she walked straight over to Lee Yuza. She patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Su Fu wants to discuss something with you. Go on in." Hearing this, Lee Yuza froze. Hearing her words, he glanced at the dazed girl with surprise. Wait, what's going on here? She was crying and trembling with fear just moments ago. How could she be so despondent now? A sudden change in temperament? But what he didn't know was that Dai Xiaomei's side. Her sudden despondency had a reason. Just moments ago, during her conversation with Su Fu, Dai Xiaomei learned that this devoted fan who had loved her for 2.5 years was about to leave this world due to cancer. Seeing someone barely older than herself, whose body had been ravaged by work-related exhaustion, ultimately succumbing to illness and facing death, the thought made her ache inside. But what made her feel even more miserable and despondent were the words Su Fu had just spoken to her, words that still echoed relentlessly in her mind. "My days are numbered. I'd like to ask you to donate all my remaining assets to those in need. I don't trust those people at the charity organizations." Dai Xiaomei knew he could have squandered every penny, yet he had given it all away without hesitation. But Lee Yuza knew none of this. He'd only heard Su Fu mention the donation. He had no idea how it would be carried out. Now, looking at dumb little sister, he felt a pang of doubt. Had dumb little sister been hit too hard? Had it caused such a drastic change in her personality? The thought crossed his mind as he glanced up at the hotel interior, then back down at the girl before him. He frowned and pondered for a moment. But then he recalled the system's prompt, and his gaze drifted back and forth between dumb little sister and Kong Xin. Could something happen to both of them? Lee Yuza pressed his chin thoughtfully, his gaze returning to Kong Xin. Noticing Lee Yuza looking at her repeatedly, Kong Xin tilted her head, curiosity evident as she prepared to speak. At that moment, Lee Yuza shifted his gaze away. Kong Xin's words caught in her throat. Then, Lee Yuza turned his gaze toward the two figures crouched nearby, fiddling with something on the ground. He then walked over to them and gave them an order. "Zhang Huai and Zhang Hao, keep an eye on those two behind you. Don't let them leave until I come out. Get the job done, or I'll break your legs." Hearing this, the two men still busy with whatever they were doing looked up and responded. "User, mission guaranteed." Nodding, Lee Yuza paid them no further mind. Though these two seemed unreliable, in truth, they were pretty unreliable after all. Wait, maybe they were actually pretty dependable? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Then he turned back to face the dazed girl and said, "I need to discuss something with you later. Wait for me at the entrance for now. We'll talk once I come out." After seeing her nod in agreement, Lee Yuza turned and pushed open the hotel doors, heading toward the first floor lobby. Inside the hotel, Lee Yuza had already approached Su Fu. He raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at Su Fu. He noticed the latter's mental state seemed much better than before. At that moment, Su Fu spoke first. "All right, my dream has been fulfilled. Now we can discuss the funeral arrangements. What exactly does that full service package entail?" At this point, Su Fu rolled his eyes, paused to think, then continued. "In short, for my final farewell, I want a funeral that's different, preferably something creative. After all, life was pretty ordinary. When I die, it should be something special, right? I don't need any banquets or anything like that. All I want is for you to give me a funeral that's different." Hearing this, Lee Yuza nodded in agreement. This was something they had already agreed upon, to arrange an extraordinary funeral for him. Time passed quickly. Half an hour had passed since Lee Yuza entered the hotel to speak with Su Fu. Outside the hotel at that moment, Kong Xin and Dai Xiaomei were chatting live on their phone screens. This live stream had been running continuously since Dai Xiaomei first entered the hotel. Taking advantage of Lee Yuza's absence, the two were now killing time by watching the simple live stream together. What a beautiful lady! Wow, who is this? Never seen her before. So cute. Countless repetitive comments floated across the live stream chat. Seeing these messages, Kong Xin merely covered her mouth and giggled softly, saying nothing. But dumb little sister was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected Kong Xin to become so familiar with the viewers in such a short time. Moreover, the viewers in the livestream seemed to genuinely like this suddenly appearing young lady. Thinking of this, and recalling how smoothly things had gone with Kong Xin just now, Dai Xiaomei hesitated for a moment before extending an invitation to Kong Xin. "Would you like to join me for a live stream? I feel like we'd make a great team on camera." Hearing this, Kong Xin turned to look at her. After a moment's thought, she declined. How about I think about it some more next time?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Dai Xiaomei merely shrugged indifferently. After all, this response was exactly what she'd expected. But she genuinely wanted to stream with Kong Xin, and hearing the refusal, she couldn't help but say with a hint of regret, "Alright then. If you change your mind later, feel free to reach out." Hearing this, Kong Xin nodded obediently. Just then, Dai Xiaomei noticed the time on her phone screen and frowned. She turned back to Kong Xin and complained, "Damn it, why is he taking so long? It's been half an hour and he still hasn't come out." After saying that, she turned her head to glance at the hotel again. Hearing her words, Kong Xin realized they had been waiting outside for half an hour. But just then, the hotel doors swung open. A figure emerged from within, none other than Li Yuze. Upon exiting, he didn't glance at dazed little sister or Kong Xin. Instead, he looked toward the pair of Wulong and Fengqiu standing nearby and spoke. "Zhang Huai, Zheng Hao, check your phones. I've sent you a list. Go buy these items immediately." After he finished speaking, the two men acknowledged him with a nod and promptly left the hotel, watching them depart until they were out of sight. Only then did Li Yuze turn his attention to Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xin. "You two, stay here for a moment. I need to talk to you." Chapter 100. Kong Xin and Dai Xiaomei have been kidnapped. Outside the silent hotel. After watching the Dragon and Phoenix duo depart, Li Yuze finally turned to face Kong Xin and Dai Xiaomei. Seeing them, he frowned slightly. The system's warning kept echoing in his mind. Both had been kidnapped and killed, with even their mortality rates matching perfectly. But why would they be kidnapped and killed? This was the very point that had been tormenting Li Yuze. At this moment, the only explanation he could think of was a retaliatory attack by Qin Xiu's gang. But why kidnap dumb little sister? That part he couldn't figure out. Yet, looking at the identical information prompts from the system, he was certain both had been abducted together. Then why? Li Yuze stroked his chin, frowning in deep thought. But after much deliberation, he finally concluded that little sister Dai was completely innocent. She must have been caught up in it all by accident. He cast a pitying glance at the innocent girl before shaking his head again. At least for now, they were relatively safe in the hotel. Nothing had happened yet. With that thought, he stopped dwelling on the possibility of their abduction. Right now, he was more curious about how Lu Zixuan was handling this case. So far, he hadn't uncovered any leads on his end. But he wasn't sure if Kong Xin, as Lu Zixuan's close friend, had mentioned this case to her. With that thought, he turned to Kong Xin and asked, "Kong Xin, has Lu Zixuan mentioned anything to you about the follow-up to that airport case?" Kong Xin looked up as Li Yuze turned to face her. Kong Xin looked up at him, pausing in surprise. She was a bit puzzled, unsure why he was suddenly asking about this. Still, she quickly replied, "No, I haven't. I'm not really sure. Zixuan didn't tell me." Hearing this, Li Yuze frowned deeply, lowering his head to rest his chin in his hand as he fell into deep thought. This matter. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what was off, just a strange gut feeling. Moreover, before this, when he was watching little sister's livestream, the system hadn't prompted him. Yet just now, when he encountered the three idiots outside, the system alert suddenly appeared. He'd assumed it would be one of the three, but it turned out to be dumb little sister. And the cause of death was exactly the same as Kong Xion's. Could this mean? At this thought, Li Yuze looked up again at Kong Xian and Dai Xiaomei and said, "I'll make a quick call to check with Lu Zixuan. Wait here for me. I'll be right back." Without waiting for their response, he turned and walked back the way he came. He intended to call Lu Zixuan to inquire about the current situation. At that moment, the unease within him grew increasingly intense. Just as he turned to leave and entered the hotel to make the call, what he didn't know was a van had silently pulled up behind Kong Xian and Dai Xiaomei. Inside the hotel, Li Yuze dialed Lu Zixuan's number. The ringtone echoed repeatedly. Before long, the call was answered. "Hello, this is Li Yuze. How's the case against Chen Xiu progressing on your end? Any developments on their end?" The call had barely connected when a barrage of questions came pouring out. At that moment, at the North City police station, Lu Zixuan frowned, momentarily startled by Li Yuze's words. At the same time, she felt a pang of curiosity about why he would call her at this hour to ask such questions. But without much hesitation, she quickly informed him. "We've completed our investigation into Chen Xiu. We plan to move tomorrow. This joint operation with the Republic of Miandian will absolutely apprehend him and bring him to justice. As for any unusual activity, we haven't detected anything yet. Is something wrong?" Hearing this, Li Yuze's previously restless heart finally calmed slightly. No movement is good news. Gazing at the persistent death warnings for Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xian still flickering in his mind, Li Yuze exhaled deeply. No movement was good news. Otherwise, he feared those people would risk everything to replace a few members even as death approached. Although the two outside were marked by the system, at least his own warning hadn't appeared yet. That meant they were safe as long as they stayed by his side. With that thought, Li Yuze continued speaking into the phone. "Got it. Stay safe. Let me know if you hear anything." He was about to hang up. But just then, Lu Zixuan suddenly interrupted and asked him. "Oh, right, how's Kong Xin? Is she okay? I'm telling you, she can't get hurt. If anything happens to her, you're going down too, just wait till I get my hands on you." Hearing Lu Zixuan's threat, Li Yuza merely shrugged indifferently. "She's doing just fine. I'm here. Nothing unexpected will happen. Who do you think I am?" As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the hotel entrance. The two figures were already out of sight. "Don't worry. With me around, how could anything happen to Kong Xin? Eh?" His voice rose involuntarily as he spoke the last words. Something was off. Very off. Li Yuza sensed something was off. He glanced toward the doorway once more. But now, all he could see were the figures of Kong Xin and dumb little sister. "Where are they?" Li Yuza blurted out instinctively. Where did they go? Two people that big? How could they vanish? He had told them to wait for him at the entrance, so why were they gone? Li Yuza's commotion naturally caught Lu Zixuan's attention on the other end of the phone. "What's wrong? What happened?" Hearing Lu Zixuan's words, Li Yuza's face turned ashen. He had just assured Lu Zixuan nothing would go wrong, and the moment he turned his back, she vanished? Why did everything seem to be targeting him these past few days? Why does everything I say come true? Li Yuza was utterly bewildered. But he didn't respond. Instead, he instantly charged toward the door. Recalling the system's prompt, he still clung to a sliver of hope. He assumed the two were just wandering around nearby. But no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find their figures anywhere. In his panic, he remembered his skill. He activated the Eagle's Eye ability granted by the system. And under the gaze of Eagle Eyes, he finally spotted the figures of Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xin. Through the rear window of a speeding van, he saw Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xin shouting for help. Holy! Something's wrong. They've been kidnapped. At that moment, only this thought remained in Li Yuza's mind. He slammed the phone down and charged toward the car that had rammed into the little sister. He slammed the gas pedal and charged forward. Chapter 101: Mobilize every single police car available. Dai Xiaomei has been kidnapped. And it happened during a live stream. Don't forget, dumb little sister's live stream has never been interrupted. Before this happened, Li Yuza exchanged greetings with the two girls before heading into the hotel to contact Lu Zixuan for details. But the moment he stepped inside the hotel, at that moment, unnoticed by anyone, on the street, a dilapidated van slowly pulled up behind dumb little sister and Kong Xin. Watching Li Yuza's retreating figure just as the two were about to resume their livestream, two large hands suddenly covered their mouths. Before Kong Xin and Dai Xiaomei could react, their pupils dilated in shock as they tried to scream. But their mouths were tightly covered, leaving only muffled sounds. They couldn't make a single noise. Next, hoods were pulled over their heads, plunging them into complete darkness. Several figures emerged from the van in quick succession, lifting the two women into the vehicle. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, a seamless, fluid operation. In an instant, the two vanished from the spot. Only now did Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xin finally comprehend what had happened. They had been kidnapped. Yet, in a corner where no one was paying attention, dumb little sister forced herself to suppress her terror. Taking advantage of their distraction, she secretly tucked the still streaming phone close to her body. The kidnappers truly didn't notice her action. What they also didn't anticipate was that one of the two abducted individuals was actually a professional streamer. Not just any streamer, but a major one, and crucially, she was still broadcasting live. Which meant everything they had just done was being broadcast live to tens of thousands of viewers. At that moment, in dumb little sister's livestream room, the sudden turn of events caused the chat to explode instantly. What the hell am I seeing? Dai Xiaomei got kidnapped? In broad daylight, under the clear sky, dumb little sister and the girl next to her got kidnapped? What the hell is going on? What just happened? Did I see that right? She really got kidnapped? It must be kidnapping. I've been kidnapped before. It's exactly like this. Call the police immediately. Call the police, call the police. As a streamer who was already quite popular in the live streaming world, there were naturally quite a few people still watching in dumb little sister's livestream room at that moment. Thus, they all witnessed this sudden kidnapping unfold before their eyes. While feeling shocked and utterly bewildered, countless viewers immediately dialed the emergency number. In broad daylight, not in some deserted alleyway. Two living people were snatched away so effortlessly. The impact of this incident was immense, rivaling even Li Yuza's viral moment. After all, in their understanding, kidnappings were already extremely rare in this era. And to top it off, Dai Xiaomei and the other girl were abducted live on stream, something no one could have ever imagined. As time passed, more and more people flooded into Dai Xiaomei's livestream. Live-streamed kidnapping? Guangzhou kidnapping case unfolding live? Breaking news alert, popular streamer Dai Xiaomei has been kidnapped. Outside the Momo Hotel in Yangchang, two female streamers have been abducted. Not only that, but various marketing accounts and official news channels flooded into the livestream, broadcasting updates in real time. As a result, the incident instantly captured the attention of the entire internet. At that moment, another figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. Inside the livestream. Damn it! Didn't he say the fake followers tricked stupid boss into coming here just for a meeting? He just said nothing bad would happen, that no one would die. But look, barely an hour later and he's already been kidnapped. This is bad. Whoever he tags ends up dead or severely injured. It's irreversible. This is intentional, right? He just said it'd be fine and then this happens? While netizens anxiously waited for updates after reporting the incident, they naturally turned their attention to another key figure in the matter. Lee Yuza. If it weren't for that unlucky funeral director's attention, how could little sister have been kidnapped? And he claims he doesn't dabble in the occult? How could that be? It must be because of Lee Yuza. Damn it! Online, the criticism against Lee Yuza erupted once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Yangcheng City Police suddenly received hundreds of emergency calls. Outside the Momo Hotel, a major streamer has been kidnapped. Someone got kidnapped in broad daylight? What's wrong with Yangcheng's public safety? Someone's been kidnapped. Are you going to do anything about it? Hearing the relentless stream of emergency calls, the detective answering the phone was momentarily stunned. But he quickly snapped out of it and reported the incident to his superiors. Through the emergency calls and the news that instantly shot to the top of the trending topics, the Yangcheng police learned a major live streamer had been kidnapped right in their jurisdiction. And it happened while the stream was still live. Detectives throughout the police station were utterly shocked. They immediately mobilized personnel to handle the case. They must rescue the two kidnapped individuals. Not only that, but mere minutes had passed since the incident began. It had already surged to the top of trending charts across major platforms, sparking heated discussions among countless netizens. The reason was simple: Dai Xiaomei's livestream was still ongoing. At this moment, the eyes of the outside world were fixed on this city. Lock down the entire city. Immediately dispatch 5 squadrons, all units mobilized to investigate this incident. Mobilize every single police vehicle available. By any means necessary, apprehend those kidnappers and rescue those two female comrades. The chief of the Yangcheng Police Department barked orders at his subordinates, demanding they stop at nothing to apprehend these kidnappers. For the repercussions of this incident would be devastating for Yangcheng. If Yangcheng failed to handle this properly, how would higher-ups view Yangcheng's police force? How would the public perceive them? Forget whether people from other cities would dare to visit Yangcheng, even the city's own residents would be thrown into panic. And the city's economy would plunge into a freefall. They dared not think. At that very moment, far away in North City, Lu Zixuan stared blankly, listening to the disconnected call. Faintly, she seemed to catch Li Yu's final words. Something's happened. Just as she considered calling back, the line went dead. Lu Zixuan frowned slightly and dialed Kang Xian's number instead. But as the phone rang, the other party hung up instantly. A terrible feeling washed over her. Something's wrong. What happened? Chapter 102. One glance at the frame, immediately identified as fake. North City Police Station. The composed expression that had been on Lu Zixuan's face froze instantly. Her composed smile froze on her face. Staring at the disconnected call, she felt a vague sense of dread. She thought she heard Li Yu's final words? Something happened? She murmured, her tone tinged with disbelief. Lu Zixuan couldn't believe it. Just a moment ago, Li Yuza had assured her repeatedly that nothing unexpected would happen. Yet the next instant, frowning, she hoped it wasn't anything serious. She kept dialing both their numbers repeatedly, but no matter what she tried, the call just wouldn't go through. Just as her anxiety peaked, a knock sounded at her office door. A detective entered with a voice. Captain Lu, something's happened to Li Yuza and Kang Xian. In an instant, Lu Zixuan sprang to her feet and turned to face the detective. What happened? She shouted, her voice filled with alarm and confusion. Across from her, upon hearing the commotion, the detective, without pausing for breath, immediately replied. Kang Xian has been kidnapped. No word yet from Li Yu's side. The Yangcheng detectives are already on the case. The news delivered by the latter struck Lu Zixuan like a bolt from the blue, as if someone had doused her from head to toe with a bucket of ice-cold water, leaving her body numb. At that moment, she felt as tense as a stone, her heart sinking as if filled with cold lead. It really had happened. The worst possible news had come to pass. Lu Zixuan stumbled back in shock, frozen in place. At that moment, the detective across from her took a breath, pulled out his phone, and shifted his tone as he addressed Lu Zixuan once more. But, Captain Lu, Kang Xian is safe for now. Don't worry too much. Hearing this, Lu Zixuan froze again. What was going on? Was this good news or bad? Seeing her astonished expression, the detective offered no further explanation. Instead, he handed his phone directly to Lu Zixuan. Captain Lu, this is Dumb Little Sister's livestream channel. She's a streamer. The words left Lu Zixuan utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? She was utterly perplexed. At that moment, the detective pointed at the screen while explaining to her. She's a streamer on Zhanyu. It seems she was looking for Lee Yuza. Then she happened to run into Kong Xin, and the kidnappers took both of them hostage. But she's not in immediate danger. She secretly started a live stream, and this is the feed. As the detective spelled it out word by word, Lu Zixuan froze, finally grasping the situation. At that moment, she couldn't be bothered to ask where that bastard Lee Yuza had gone. The moment she processed the information, she snatched her phone and stared intently at the screen. On the phone screen, from an odd angle, it appeared the two were tied to the back row seats of the van. She could see Kong Xin and Dai Xiaomei huddled together for warmth. Lu Zixuan's heart clenched at the sight of Kong Xin's terrified expression. She was deeply worried about Kong Xin's safety. At the same time, she felt a pang of guilt. If she had insisted on not letting Kong Xin go with Lee Yuza back then, perhaps today's incident could have been avoided. This accident wouldn't have happened. Lu Zixuan's expression was complex, a mix of self-reproach and fear. She feared Kong Xin might truly meet with an accident and die. At that moment, through the live stream, though the image was somewhat blurry and partially obstructed, she could still make out three figures in the foreground, a driver and two kidnappers. No other individuals were visible. Lu Zixuan frowned, pinching her chin to steady her nerves. Simultaneously, she tried to analyze who this group could be and why they had suddenly attacked Kong Xin and the other person. Back to the live stream. Kong Xin and Dai Xiaomei were still temporarily safe, huddled in the back row of the van. However, through the camera angle, Kong Xin's expression grew increasingly terrified. The kidnappers before them didn't seem to think the two girls posed any threat. They merely tied them up without keeping a constant watch. Naturally, they didn't notice the phone seemingly hidden against dumb little sister's chest. They only glanced back occasionally to prevent any unexpected incidents. At that moment, Lu Zixuan noticed something else, a peculiar mark, seemingly identical, on each of the kidnappers' necks. A peculiar tattoo, faintly visible. Although Kong Xin and the others didn't appear to be in immediate danger, Lu Zixuan couldn't guarantee these men wouldn't do something extreme if the situation dragged on. She returned the phone to the detective. Simultaneously, she picked up the desk phone to report the situation. Soon, the phone rang and was answered. This is bad. Kong Xin and the others have been kidnapped. Meanwhile, on the other side. Inside the live stream room. Call the police. Where are the detectives? Holy crap, Kong Xin is about to pass out. Is this for real? It kinda feels staged. Oh no, why hasn't any detective noticed yet? One glance at the frame rate, definitely fake. The bullet comments kept pouring in, but some viewers were also questioning the authenticity of the whole thing. Back to the live stream. Despite the constant shaking and blurred vision, viewers remained fixated on the scene unfolding on screen. Both Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xin had their hoods removed. 2 paper balls were stuffed into their mouths to prevent them from screaming. Their bodies were bound with several ropes and restrained at the rear of the van. Ahead of them, several robbers were conversing, but their voices were too soft and they were slightly too far away. Netizens who had been closely following the situation were left helpless, unable to obtain any information. At that moment, the kidnappers still talking ahead seemed to hear the commotion behind them. His face twisted with malice as he turned to glare at Kong Xin and the young girl. His eyes blazed with savagery, and in his hand gleamed a razor-sharp dagger. Behave yourselves, or I'll kill you both. He swung the dagger forcefully in their direction, his gaze hardening as he fixed it upon them. Facing the vicious kidnapper, Kong Xin and Dai Xiaomei's faces once again contorted with terror. They huddled together on the chair, cowering and trembling. Seeing this, the kidnapper turned away once more. But inside the live stream room, watching the shaky live feed and hearing the murderous voice of the kidnappers in the car, even the skeptics among the viewers finally realized. Real kidnappers. Holy, real kidnappers. We're screwed, those two are definitely going to die. Oh no, what should we do? How long has this been going on? What are the Guangzhou police doing? Haven't they found them yet? Where's Lee Yuza? Wasn't he following dumb little sister? Where is he? At that moment, netizens once again noticed the long-absent Lee Yuza. Where is he? Did he run away? It's true, whoever you follow ends up dead. This time it's a double whammy. Way too creepy. Didn't he just go to the hotel to make a call? While viewers in the livestream chat were still debating Lee Yuza's whereabouts. At that moment, the driver who had been driving the whole time turned his head to look at the 2 kidnappers beside him. There's a sports car tailing us. Chapter 103, The Ghostly Sports Car. Yangcheng City. On a deserted stretch of highway. A van sped along. Inside, faintly visible, 2 girls seemed to be pounding on the window, pleading for help. Behave yourselves, or I'll kill you both. A kidnapper, his face twisted with malice, whipped his head around and brandished a dagger at Kong Xin and Dai Xiaomei. After issuing the warning, he turned away upon seeing the 2 cowering in the corner of the vehicle. At that moment, the driver, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly turned to the 2 kidnappers beside him and said, There's a sports car tailing us. The moment the words left his mouth, the other two kidnappers froze in surprise. A sports car? What sports car? The two kidnappers leaned out the window to look behind them. After forcibly snatching the two girls from the hotel entrance, they had immediately jumped into the van. The entire operation had gone off without a hitch. They were certain no one had noticed. After the abduction, they sped away without detecting any pursuit. Now, hearing the driver's words, both men froze, simultaneously glancing toward the rear of the vehicle. But all they saw was the dust kicked up by the speeding vehicle, no sports car in sight. They were puzzled. Just as they were about to turn back and confront the driver, a sleek sports car burst through the dust cloud, appearing directly behind the van and tailing it closely. Damn it, someone actually dares to follow us? The sudden appearance of the sports car startled the two kidnappers. They were certain no one had noticed their abduction of Kong Xin and the other person. But now, even they couldn't fathom why a sports car was tailing them so persistently. They were utterly baffled, but as the sports car closed in, they couldn't help but wonder surely it couldn't just be someone going the same way? Just as they were pondering who this could be, at that moment, the driver behind the wheel let out a low growl. His hands gripped the wheel as he slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The van surged forward under his control. Instantly, they pulled away from the sports car behind them. Then, executing a Thomas spin, he steered the van around a corner. We've been spotted. Get back here. Hearing the driver's words, the two kidnappers quickly ducked back inside. Damn it, who the hell is following us? The two kidnappers cursed angrily, glancing back with fierce expressions fixed on Kong Xin and the others. It must be these two chicks who did something to get us spotted. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in the kidnappers' eyes. They were desperate criminals. But with the situation behind them still unresolved, the two kidnappers merely shot a fierce glance backward before turning their attention back to the road. Now, the empty highway held only the minivan and the sports car. The two vehicles weaved through city streets and highways, the chase growing increasingly intense. They were like mirror images of each other, each striving desperately to overtake the other. The screech of tires echoed through the howling wind. The kidnappers' driver attempted to shake off the sports car tailing them, preparing to exit at the next intersection. He aimed for the busiest area, hoping to shake off the sports car that had been tailing them. He watched the sports car clinging to his rear bumper in the rearview mirror. Then, the driver slammed the accelerator to the floor, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he strained to pull the van slightly ahead of the sports car once more. The two vehicles chased each other relentlessly. They raced down the highway like a hunter and its prey locked in a life or death struggle. Countless sudden brakes and accelerations kept the gap between them at its narrowest. They were locked in a tight embrace, time seemingly frozen. Only the relentless flashing of taillights accentuated the tense, thrilling atmosphere. Only the screech of tires against the asphalt and the roar of engines filled the air. On the highway, one car streaked past at astonishing speed, like an arrow released from its bow. The other followed close behind, refusing to be outdone, roaring along the highway. Yet they maintained a certain distance between them. At that very moment, the steering wheel, gripped tightly by the hijacker driver, seemed to possess a life of its own, spinning relentlessly under his control. The van suddenly veered off the highway at high speed, plunging from the service road into the city. Plunging into crowds and the thickest traffic, attempting to shake off the sports car in pursuit. Inside the van, another life or death chase ensued. This only intensified the terror already gripping the frightened little sister and Kong Xin, who were already shaken by the kidnapping. He paid no attention to the state of the two passengers in the back seat. Just then, the kidnapper leaned out the window again to look behind. To his shock, the sports car was still hot on their tail. The kidnappers were stunned, once again steering the car into crowds and heavy traffic. But no matter what they did, the sports car refused to drop back, even briefly pulling alongside them. The kidnappers were growing increasingly furious. Meanwhile, in Dumb Little Sister's live stream room, viewers watched Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xin, both visibly weakened, their hearts sinking. Just as they feared the worst and began silently mourning for the two, a sports car suddenly burst onto the scene, bringing a glimmer of hope. Watching the sports car keep pace and even occasionally pull ahead, netizens couldn't stop discussing it. Isn't that dumb blonde sports car? Who's driving it? Holy crap, real-life Fast Furious? Dumb fell is about to pass out. Those kidnappers kept glancing back at Dumb Girl. I swear he almost spotted the camera. Thankfully, he never noticed. Good thing he didn't. If he had, it would have been trouble. But who the hell is chasing them? They can't even shake them off? At this point, the viewers in the livestream were feeling tense, deeply moved, and utterly shocked. They had witnessed the entire ordeal from Dai Xiaomei's abduction to the present moment. They'd seen the knife-wielding kidnappers threatening Dumb Little Sister and Kong Xin retreating in fear. Later, they naturally noticed the sports car that had suddenly appeared and kept pursuing them. Seriously, who the hell is following these kidnappers? No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't shake it off. Thanks to that sports car behind us, we managed to buy so much time. The viewers in the livestream were stunned, but the kidnappers inside the van were even more shocked. Glancing through the rearview mirror at the sports car still tailing them, the driver cursed under his breath. Damn it, what the hell is that car behind us? Stuck to us like a damn leech, can't shake it off. He was puzzled. After all, he had carried out similar missions before. No matter what car followed him, he was supremely confident his exceptional driving skills could shake them all off. But now, he began to doubt himself. Watching the sports car closing in relentlessly, the three kidnappers were growing anxious too. Pull into the alley. Shake him off, quick. Hearing the voices of the other kidnappers behind him, the driver's expression hardened as he steeled himself. He steered the car directly into the narrow alleyway. But even so, the silhouette of that sports car still lingered in his rearview mirror. Both cars deftly dodged obstacles from every direction, ruthlessly squeezing through the already narrow space. Each lane change was fraught with danger and risk, yet they showed no sign of retreat. Instead, they relentlessly crushed any obstacles that appeared, pressing forward. The driver stared at the ghostly sports car, impossible to shake off, a fine sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. No matter how he maneuvered or drove, he couldn't shake the ghostly sports car trailing behind him. Chapter 104, 100-mile pursuit, nowhere to run, votes needed. Yangcheng City. Two cars raced each other through the bustling streets. Turn into the alley. As the sports car closed in, one of the robbers roared the command. Beside him, in the driver's seat, the driver also spotted the sports car closing in. Hearing his partner's command, he slammed the accelerator to the floor, yanking the steering wheel hard. He executed a sharp turn, steering the van directly toward the alleyway. But even so, in his rearview mirror, the sports car's silhouette remained unshaken, as if permanently etched onto the glass. Both vehicles careened recklessly through the narrow alley, mercilessly crushing every obstacle in their path beneath their wheels. Inside the van, the driver grew increasingly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. No matter how he maneuvered or drove, he couldn't shake off the ghostly sports car trailing behind him. Meanwhile, behind them, inside the sports car, Li Yu's expression was stern, his eyes gleaming. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, relentlessly tailing the speeding van ahead. He wasn't afraid of losing track of this group, because he simply wouldn't lose them. Li Yu's eyes remained fixed on the road ahead. Through the live stream, he knew that the two girls were currently out of danger. So he wasn't overly tense at the moment, even muttering complaints under his breath. Even though this damn system keeps screwing me over, it sure comes in handy when it matters. The reason he could effortlessly keep pace with the hijacker's van ahead was largely thanks to the system's reward eagle eyes. The gleam in his eyes stemmed precisely from his continuous use of this skill. As he pursued deeper into the labyrinth of streets and alleys, Li Yu marveled at how much more useful this vision proved than he'd ever imagined. Before this, he hadn't fully unlocked its potential. He'd assumed it was merely an optional visual enhancement. Little did he know. What he never anticipated was that these eyes could effortlessly locate anyone he sought within a kilometer. No detail could escape the scrutiny of these eyes. This was the source of his courage to keep tailing that van ahead. Moreover, throughout the entire pursuit, Li Yu never attempted to overtake and intercept the minivan ahead. After all, if he had wanted to intercept it, with his sports car's superior performance, overtaking a dilapidated van would have been a breeze. The reason he hadn't intercepted it was twofold. First, through the livestream, Li Yu had learned there were 3 kidnappers in the van ahead, and he wasn't their match. Forcing it to stop might just get him captured too, beaten up, and tied up just like the others. He certainly didn't want to end up like the two with the dumb girl, tied up and paraded in front of a national audience. Another reason was that during the chase, Li Yu had also called the Yangcheng Police Department, clearly informing them of his location and urging them to prepare immediately. The moment any opportunity arose, they would immediately surround these robbers. As for why Li Yu risked his life to save dumb little sister in Kong Xin, the reason was simple. These two were kidnapped right in front of him. He couldn't just stand by and watch them die, could he? Besides, Kong Xin was someone he had brought alone. If something happened to her, the thought sent a shiver down Li Yu's spine. If something really did happen to her, wouldn't Lu Zixuan skin him alive? But there was another, more important reason. Back to earlier. Li Yu, still on the phone in the hotel, spotted Kong Xin and the other person being abducted and rushed out immediately. Under the eagle's watchful gaze, he spotted the bound pair and was about to give chase. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Temporary mission issued. Rescue Kong Xin and Dai Xiamei. Reward for completion, bears strength and 3,000 points. Back in the present, watching the van still speeding away, Li Yu slammed the gas pedal and gave chase once more. He'd been so focused on catching up to the two vehicles that he hadn't paid close attention to the system's announcement. Now, recalling it, he muttered to himself. Bear power? Sounds pretty good, huh? As he spoke, Li Yu seemed to remember something else, and a frustrated curse escaped his lips. This is ing bull. I'm a damn funeral streamer. I should be handling dead people's affairs. What's with all this day in, day out business of saving people? Though still grumbling, Li Yu shot a dismissive glance at the van ahead that was still trying to shake him off. He slammed the accelerator again and gave chase. Time passed quickly. More and more people were paying attention to this incident. The internet was already in an uproar. What the hell is the Guangzhou police doing? Why haven't they shown up yet? If it weren't for that sports car in the back, I don't know what would have happened to Dai Xiaomei and the others. Hold your horses, maybe the police are already on it? Don't put pressure on them. What action? We haven't seen a single soul. Just wait for updates. Time ticked by second. The number of viewers in the livestream kept growing. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of netizens gathered in Dai Xiaomei's livestream room, collectively watching this perilous kidnapping case unfold. The Zhanyu platform had also noticed the situation early on. However, they did not shut down Dumb Little Sister's stream, as it provided a crucial way to monitor the hostages' safety in real time. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Guangzhou detectives, criticized by netizens, had actually begun their operation the moment they received the emergency call. They deployed numerous police vehicles to immediately seal off Yangcheng. Similarly, it wasn't just the netizens' calls. They had also received a call from Li Yuza, confirming that it was he who had been tailing the van all along, buying them time to prepare. Moreover, through the intelligence relayed via Li Yuza's phone and the continuous location data transmitted from his vehicle, the Yangcheng Police Department had also identified the movement patterns of both the hijacker's vehicle and Li Yuza's car. After pinpointing their approximate location, Yangcheng detectives first set up roadblocks along their inevitable route. Simultaneously, they gradually advanced the encirclement toward their target area. After meticulously completing these preparations, it could be said that Yangcheng police had now confined the kidnapper's vehicle to a suitable area. They were now completely surrounded. Yet they still couldn't make the arrest, because the two vehicles continued to chase each other relentlessly, racing onward. Li Yuza was still tracking the kidnappers. As the sun neared its descent, this chase had already lasted 5 or 6 hours. Chapter 105, he flees, he pursues, he can't escape. Yangcheng City. After the detectives had meticulously laid out their plans, it could be said that they had now confined the kidnapper's vehicle to a suitable area. They had him surrounded. Yet they still couldn't make the arrest, because the two vehicles continued to chase each other relentlessly, never stopping. Therefore, at this moment, the detectives could only control the encirclement and slowly advance it. At the same time, they harbored some apprehension, fearing that their intervention might provoke these desperate fugitives into a reckless last stand, slaughtering both Dai Xiaomei and Kang Xian in a frenzied attack. As everyone focused on this incident, time slipped away unnoticed. 5 or 6 hours later, as the sun set, the two vehicles continued their relentless chase, racing onward. At this moment, online discourse erupted once more. Netizens had all noticed this protracted battle. Though 5 or 6 hours had passed, the two vehicles maintained a steady distance, chasing and pulling away from each other. Meanwhile, beneath videos of the incident across major platforms, countless netizens repeated their astonished comments. Holy crap, what's going on here? I've eaten 2 meals already, and they're still chasing each other? No way, it's been 5 or 6 hours and they still haven't lost each other? Who the hell is that guy behind? Where are the Guangzhou cops? Shame on them. Getting kidnapped in broad daylight is bad enough, but now they're not doing their job? He runs, he chases, he can't escape. At this rate, they'll be chasing each other for another 5 hours. Did Kang Xian and the others pass out? At that moment, some netizens noticed the condition of the two kidnapped victims through the slightly shaky camera feed. Looks like it. Danger. Dai Xiaomei and Kang Xian have actually passed out. Oh no, what do we do now? On a street in Yangcheng City. Although Li Yuza was still relentlessly tracking the kidnappers, the situation for the two girls in the backseat of the van ahead of him was far from optimistic. The prolonged high-speed standoff between Li Yuza and the kidnappers had plunged the already terrified Dumb Little Sister and Kang Xian into even deeper panic. Simultaneously, as both vehicles weaved through the streets and alleys, the constant jolts and impacts reverberating through the van left them dizzy, nauseous, vomiting and diarrhea. Finally, they passed out. Inside the van, hearing the commotion from the back, one of the kidnappers turned around. Seeing Kang Xian and Dumb Little Sister vomiting and cursing non-stop, he shouted angrily, "Damn it, you two useless pieces of trash. Kidnapping these two feels like nothing but dead weight." But soon, the two in the back gradually slipped into unconsciousness, their minds completely gone. The kidnapper refocused his attention back on the ongoing chase. The 3 kidnappers in the car were now on the verge of collapse. At the same time, they were stunned. Who the hell is that idiot back there? Damn it, we've been driving for 5 hours and still can't shake this bastard? Is he even human? No normal person could do this. The knife-wielding kidnapper glared through the rearview mirror at the sports car closing in relentlessly behind them, cursing furiously. Meanwhile, beside him, the driver, who had been focused solely on driving, suddenly spoke up. Now for the bad news, we're almost out of gas. We've got maybe 10 minutes left. Unless we can shake him off within 10 minutes, then. The driver trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. At this moment, all three of them understood their predicament and suspected that police had already surrounded them outside. Otherwise, the thought made the driver glance back at the sports car still chasing them. Otherwise, why would that sports car keep circling around them like this? Even the worst sports car shouldn't be slower than a van. Why not just ram them to a stop? It was simply refusing to let them escape. Beside him, he heard the driver's words. The two kidnappers exchanged glances, their faces clouding over with a look of gravity. Watching the sports car behind them cling to their tail like a stubborn snake, their resolve began to crumble. Originally, they had received orders and assumed kidnapping these two defenseless girls would be a piece of cake. But none of them could have anticipated that a spoiler would suddenly appear out of nowhere. If not for that car, they would have long since left Yangcheng. Why else would they still be tangled up with him here? Everything was because of that car behind them. Now they were stuck, unable to move forward or retreat. This thought sent the three kidnappers in the car into a state of utter collapse and despair. Staring at the dwindling fuel gauge, the knife-wielding kidnapper finally snapped. "Stop the car. I'm done playing games with you. I'm killing the hostage right now." He ordered the driver to stop immediately while striding toward the back of the vehicle. The other two kidnappers violently dragged Kong Xin and Dai Xiaomei out. Once the car came to a complete stop, they flung the unconscious pair out of the vehicle. At that very moment, the camera hidden in dumb little sister's chest flew out along with her. Finally, it appeared before the kidnappers. Behind her, the kidnappers leaped out of the vehicle. Noticing the camera springing from her chest, their expressions darkened. When he picked it up and looked, he saw his own face staring back at him on the screen. Only then did he realize what had happened, cursing furiously. "You bastard. And you've got a live broadcast? Die." Inside the live stream room, seeing the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar face and the words coming from his mouth, viewers were all startled. "We're screwed. The kidnappers found out it's being streamed. It's over danger. Kong Xin and dumb little sister are really going to die. Where are the detectives? This is bad. Someone's gonna die." The live stream chat exploded with messages. This only infuriated the already frantic kidnappers further, their faces flushing crimson with rage. Fine. Think you can treat us like pigs? No wonder that beat-up car kept tailing me. You're the one behind it all, you?" Seeing his face appear on the live stream, the kidnapper knew escape was impossible. But at this moment, he no longer cared. Since he was going to be caught anyway, he might as well take two with him before going down. With that thought, the kidnapper flung the phone to the ground and stomped on the camera lens with all his might. Instantly, the entire livestream plunged into darkness before ending abruptly. On the kidnapper's end. After crushing the phone with his foot, they turned to face the unconscious bodies of Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xin lying on the floor, their eyes glinting with a hint of bloodlust. "Since that's the case, you'll both die." The kidnappers then dragged the two women off the ground, immediately drawing knives and pressing them against their necks. At the same time, they roared with savage fury. "I'll be damned if I don't see what good your damn tracking skills are now. See if you'll stop to save them or just plow right through." With that, one held the dazed girl and Kong Xin in front of him while the other turned to watch the sports car barreling straight toward them. He waited for his decision. Chapter 106, Are You Poisonous? Yangcheng City. Two cars sped through the city streets and alleys, mercilessly crushing everything in their path. Finally, they arrived at an undeveloped street. The area they were about to pass through had already been cleared of people by detectives. Now, at this very spot, aside from the police officers still surrounding the perimeter, only the two vehicles remained, locked in a standoff. Inside the van, this absurd chase had lasted 5 or 6 hours, but seeing the sports car still relentlessly tailing them in the rearview mirror. Among the three, the knife-wielding kidnapper with the dark, brooding eyes finally couldn't take it anymore. After ordering the driver to stop the vehicle, he violently threw Kong Xin and the other captive out of the van. Then, he drew his dagger and pressed it against their necks. His face twisted into a vicious grimace as he glared back at the rear. "I'll be damned if I don't see whether you're here to save them or kill them." At that moment, not far behind them, the roar of a sports car engine echoed like a beast unleashing its wild energy. Wind swept past both sides, lashing against Li Yu's resolute face. His eyes gleamed as he kept close pursuit behind them. But as the minivan's speed slowed, he felt a twinge of doubt. Just as he was about to activate Eagle Eyes again, the van ahead suddenly slammed on its brakes. The kidnappers then leaped out, carrying the unconscious Kong Xin and another person. Seeing this, warning lights instantly flashed in Li Yu's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaned forward, slammed on the brakes, and frantically turned the steering wheel. He desperately tried to steer the speeding sports car away from the obstacle ahead. Beads of sweat formed on Li Yu's forehead, his face contorting into a grimace. Just as the car seemed poised to crash into the dazed girl ahead, at this critical moment of life and death. Finally, under Li Yu's control, the car narrowly missed the group of kidnappers and came to an abrupt halt on the empty ground beside the road. The screeching of tires pierced the ears of everyone present. The intense friction between the tires and the ground kicked up a cloud of dust that momentarily obscured the view for both sides. Inside the sports car, Lee Yuza wasn't in the best shape. Even with his eagle-like eyes that had spotted the danger early, barely averting the accident. Yet the immense inertia still sent his sports car hurtling forward. Though it appeared harmless, he felt as if his internal organs had shifted out of place. Struggling to sit up, Lee Yuza activated eagle eyes and saw the bandits scrambling to their feet from the ground beside him. Seems like they weren't exactly fearless after all. What a bunch of cowards, hiding like that. Lee Yuza watched the scene through the dust, his gaze also catching the daggers in the robbers' hands. Feels like I'm surrounded. He frowned, staring at the knives glinting in the light. Now, he was facing 3 of them, and they had weapons. This was extremely disadvantageous. Just as he was agonizing over how to buy time, that familiar voice resounded once more. At that moment, Lee Yuza felt the system's voice was like heavenly music. He no longer felt the slightest bit of annoyance he usually did. Ding! Special circumstances detected. To prevent the host from being knocked out with a single punch, mission rewards are being dispersed early. Bear strength, enhanced physical power throughout body, stamina consumption doubled. Mission requirement, safely rescue Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xian. Failure will result in all rewards being revoked. Host, prepare yourself. Upon hearing the system's mechanical announcement, Lee Yuza felt a surge of excitement. This bear's power description is this brief, and it comes with half the side effects. It must be incredibly powerful, right? He should be able to control the situation now. But then he tilted his head back, frowned, and muttered under his breath. Damn it, what kind of system does this? It's normal for tasks to have no rewards if they're not completed, but what kind of system takes back all the rewards from previous tasks after you fail to finish one? That's ridiculous. So stingy. Lee Yuza sighed deeply. But despite his complaints, his top priority remained rescuing the hostages. If he delayed any longer, he feared those idiotic kidnappers might hack the 2 girls to death. Without further thought, he opened the car door and stepped out. Once the dust settled, Lee Yuza finally spotted the 3 kidnappers not far across from him. But their expressions looked even worse than his. Are you poisonous? Chasing me for 5 hours? Are you out of your mind? Spotting Lee Yuza emerge from the dust cloud, the shadowy-eyed leader of the kidnappers couldn't hold back any longer and erupted in a torrent of curses. Across from him, Lee Yuza merely shrugged at the enraged kidnappers. Just let the hostages go, okay? If you release them, I won't chase you anymore. I promise. Hearing this, the kidnappers and their men froze, exchanging bewildered glances. Wasn't this guy chasing them completely out of his mind? Hadn't he grasped the situation? The gang leader looked at the 2 hostages still in his grasp, growing even more perplexed. First off, they had hostages. Moreover, there were 3 of them, all armed. You're alone, unarmed. What gives you the nerve to act so cocky? Is he mentally unstable, or does he have some other trick up his sleeve? The gang leader's eyes darkened as he stared at Lee Yuza, his brow furrowed. He leaned toward the former, convinced Lee Yuza must have a screw loose. How else could he dare confront them like this? Got a knife? Bark again and I'll kill you on the spot. Hearing Lee Yuza's brazen words, the leader didn't indulge him, cursing back immediately. They were all aware that police detectives were undoubtedly lying in wait nearby. But seeing Lee Yuza suddenly stop his car and confront them alone, the kidnappers now glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Ha, come and die. The leader sneered contemptuously. They were confident that before the police could deliver a decisive blow, they could escape with both the hostage and this young man standing before them. Across from them, Lee Yuza's expression darkened as he heard the 3 lowly kidnappers cursing him. So you're saying we can't talk this out peacefully? As the words fell, a savage grin spread across his face. Immediately, a heavy aura suddenly emanated from his body, causing his entire frame to sink slightly. He took another step forward, leaving a deep footprint in a corner unnoticed by everyone. At that moment, Lee Yuza drew a deep breath and unleashed a punch in an instant, followed by a piercing sonic boom. Beside him, the sports car he had driven over was sent flying by that single punch. Chapter 107, Can we still talk now? Vote request. Yangcheng City. An empty lot. Seeing the negotiations collapse, Lee Yuza's expression darkened. So you refuse to negotiate peacefully, huh? As the words fell, his robe stirred without wind, rustling loudly. His entire body sank slightly. Immediately, a heavy aura emanated from him, causing his entire body to sink slightly. Then, in a single swift stride, he launched a punch before anyone could react. A piercing sonic boom echoed through the air. The sports car was crushed inward by the sheer force of that single punch. But it wasn't over yet. The residual force continued to pound relentlessly against the sports car. Under this immense force, the sports car first executed a 720-degree Thomas flip in midair. Then it crashed headlong into the ground not far away, accompanied by a deafening roar and a cloud of dust filling the sky. After delivering the punch, Lee Yuza stood firmly rooted to the spot, as immovable as a towering mountain. He slowed his breathing, gazing at the 3 kidnappers before him. Are you still willing to talk? Across from him, The leader of the kidnappers stared blankly, utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before him. He swallowed hard. He never imagined a scene straight out of a movie would actually unfold before his eyes. The leader froze momentarily. But gazing at the sports car still billowing thick smoke and then at the imposing figure of Lee Yuza emerging from the dissipating haze, he had no choice but to accept that this was reality. A furious scream erupted from deep within him. Who the hell is this guy? Casually punching a car to smithereens? This guy must be Superman. He had assumed the other was just a scrawny youth easily handled by the three of them closing in. But now, an unforeseen situation unfolded. The kidnapper leader stared in disbelief. He turned his head again to look at the sports car not far away, which had been sent flying by a single punch from him. His body trembled uncontrollably. His furrowed brow twitched repeatedly as he remained frozen in shock for a long moment. The words he had intended to speak were now stuck in his throat. He wasn't the only one stunned by the scene before him. The other two kidnappers, behind him, staring at this unprecedented, unheard of scene. For a moment, the two robbers froze in place. They had never seen anyone capable of sending a car flying with a single punch. Beside them, Kong Xin and dumb little sister lay unconscious on the ground. But at that moment, the robbers had no mind to tend to the two of them. In stark contrast to the kidnappers' shock, across from them, seeing the look of utter bewilderment on the faces of the few remaining robbers, Lee Yuza sneered with disdain. Look at them, acting like they've never seen anything like this before. Seriously, knocking a sports car out of the way? Anyone with hands could do that. Shrugging, he repeated his demand. Now, can we talk? Hearing his words, the robbers snapped back to reality, their expressions turning complex. Glancing once more at the sports car lying wrecked nearby, they fell silent. They weren't sure what expression to wear when facing Lee Yuza. But at this moment, watching Lee Yuza persistently tangling with them before their eyes, the kidnappers all understood that their greatest leverage now lay solely in the two hostages behind them. Only by handing over the hostages would they face danger. Yet this troublesome presence before them demanded resolution. For a moment, they found themselves caught between a rock and a hard place. Negotiations. Get the hell out of my way. If it weren't for you, you piece of, would I be in this mess? After a brief silence, the kidnapper leader seemed unwilling to negotiate with Lee Yuza. His eyes darkened as he glared at him and hurled another curse. Having vented his fury on Lee Yuza, he turned his attention back to his two henchmen. You two, go kill him. If you can't take him out, none of us will live. Hearing the order, the two henchmen exchanged glances. Lee Yuza had just sent a car flying moments ago. Now they were being told to go up there. Wasn't that suicide? Caught between a rock and a hard place, the two henchmen froze in place, unable to advance or retreat. Damn it, did he just send us two to our deaths? If you're not scared, why don't you go? Behind them, seeing the two hesitate, the gang leader grabbed the unconscious girl lying on the ground, pressed a knife to her throat, and snarled at his henchmen with a savage expression. Damn it! We've got a hostage, and you've got knives. What the hell are you afraid of? No matter how skilled he is, one slash and he's dead. Underlings. But after a moment's hesitation, they steeled themselves, charged forward with their knives, and shouted as they went. Go to hell. Across from them, Lee Yuza raised an eyebrow, surprised they weren't afraid to die. Watching the knife-wielding robbers charge toward him, he couldn't help but feel a touch of contempt. Every one of their movements played out like slow motion to Lee Yuza, who now possessed the eyes of an eagle and the strength of a bear. He took it all in. With a sudden tremor, Lee Yuza unleashed a colossal surge of power. His right leg swept forward in a whirlwind kick, sending both men tumbling 360 degrees to the ground. Then, grabbing one in each hand, he tossed them both backward as easily as carrying chicks. After dealing with them, Lee Yuza casually brushed the dust off his hands and smiled warmly at the stunned gang leader across from him. For a moment, the atmosphere froze, the silence thickening. The gang leader stared at the scene in utter disbelief, his mind screaming in disbelief. Damn it, had he really encountered a superhero? Who the hell could send a car flying with one punch and kick two people over with one kick? His hand gripping the girl's throat trembled uncontrollably. He dragged the hostage while stumbling backward, his steps unsteady. At that very moment, around the open area, suddenly, flashes of white light erupted, followed by a swarm of police cars rushing in. The Yangcheng detectives had finally arrived. Sure enough, just as he had feared, detectives had surrounded him and his accomplices. The gang leader's face twisted in anguish as he dragged the dazed girl backward until they were pressed against the van. In front of him, after the numerous police cars came to a halt, a flood of detectives poured out of the vehicles. They too noticed the scene unfolding before them, all aiming their guns at the gang leader, awaiting further orders. Behind them, another vehicle arrived belatedly. From this police vehicle, Detective Captain Lu Chang immediately grew alert as he surveyed the chaotic scene. He drew a handgun from his holster while swiftly opening the door and stepping out. Simultaneously, he aimed his weapon at the hostage-taker and warned. You up front, drop your weapons. You're surrounded. Resistance is futile. Drop your weapons immediately for lenient treatment. Otherwise, we will resort to force. Chapter 108, Mission Accomplished, Bears Strength. Yangcheng City. An open field. The two individuals who had been locked in a standoff froze in surprise. As police officers swarmed in and surrounded the area, their mental states shifted slightly. At that moment, behind a police car, Lu Cheng aimed his gun at the kidnapper and warned him sternly. You up front, drop your weapon. You're surrounded. Resistance is futile. Drop your weapon immediately for lenient treatment. Otherwise, we will resort to force. I repeat, drop your weapon. Seeing Lu Cheng's gun pointed at him, the kidnapper leader's face paled. So there really was an ambush. He pulled the dazed girl in front of him while recalling the words he'd just spoken to the hostages. His expression darkened considerably. His entire face flushed crimson, as if he'd just failed an oral exam. Who the hell was using violence? Was it me using violence? Can't you see that massive human weapon standing right there? You just didn't see him punch a car flying across the street a moment ago. His mind raged incessantly, gazing at the car overturned by a single punch, still billowing thick smoke. And then at the two henchmen Li Yuza had tossed aside, barely clinging to life. At that moment, the kidnapper leader's composure finally shattered completely. But even so, facing the numerous detectives surrounding him with guns trained on him, he still refused to lower the dagger in his hand. He pressed the knife against the dazed girl while crouching down in a corner, trying to avoid getting shot in the chaos. His brow furrowed tightly as panic spread across his face, watching the police officers pouring in from all directions. His mind had already shattered. All he could think of now was survival. Before this, he never imagined things would turn out this way. He had assumed that receiving orders to kidnap two girls would be a simple task. But what they never could have imagined was that this incident would escalate to such a massive scale. Even recalling the phone he'd just crushed underfoot, despair washed over him once more. If nothing went wrong, this incident would already be known nationwide. It's all that bastard Chen Xiu's fault. At that thought, the kidnapper couldn't hold back any longer and cursed under his breath. They were undercover agents Chen Xiu had arranged to meet them domestically. The kidnapping wasn't supposed to be their job. But not long ago, Chen Xiu had suddenly called him, ordering him to kill Li Yuza. The kidnapper hadn't understood why at the time, but he'd obeyed the order anyway, taking two henchmen with him to prepare for the kidnapping of Li Yuza. He wasn't present at the scene, though, leaving only Kang Xin and another person standing at the hotel entrance. So, figuring they might as well make the most of it, the three kidnappers ended up taking Kang Xin and Dai Xiaomei hostage together. What no one could have anticipated was that one of them turned out to be a live streamer. Moreover, until just now, they were broadcasting their entire crime live. For a moment, the kidnappers felt a headache coming on. But, watching the young man before him suddenly transform, shifting from a frail, delicate boy to a powerful young warrior capable of sending a car flying with a single punch, the gang leader felt a glimmer of relief amid the misfortune. Thankfully, they had only kidnapped Kang Xin and her companion. If it had been Li Yuza, they probably wouldn't have even started the kidnapping before getting knocked flying with a single punch. At least now he still had hostages in hand, some leverage to fall back on. Thinking this, he glanced once more at Li Yuza watching him from afar. That bastard Chen Xiu. Does he want me dead, sending me to kill such a freak? At that moment, across from him, in stark contrast to his despair, seeing the hostage-takers still refusing to compromise or negotiate, Li Yuza could no longer contain himself and stepped forward once more. How about it? Should I come over and reason with you, or will you lay down your weapon and become enlightened? Choose wisely. If I come over to reason with you and something unexpected happens, I can't guarantee anything. The words had barely left his mouth. In front of the van, the kidnapper, meeting Li Yuza's composed gaze, felt his hand tremble involuntarily. Reason? Recalling the car he'd casually punched into oblivion moments ago, his entire body shuddered. Is this your idea of reason? Yet despite this, he still clutched the dagger tightly, refusing to let go, while simultaneously shouting at the detectives on the other side. Let me go, and I'll release these two. At this moment, their roles had completely reversed. The kidnapper was now completely at a disadvantage. Yet he knew all too well that his only leverage now was the hostage in his grasp. If he listened to Li Yuza and handed her over, then he would face an endless abyss. Across from him, Lu Chang remained unhurried upon hearing the kidnapper's words. He understood that this kidnapper was now a spent force. He first directed his detectives to rescue the unconscious Kang Xin from the ground nearby. Then, taking advantage of the kidnapper's distraction, he made a gesture toward the rear. Only then did he respond to the kidnapper, deliberately stalling for time. You can see the situation clearly now. Drop your weapon immediately, and I guarantee your life will be spared. Perhaps due to sheer tension, at that very moment, in a corner unnoticed by the kidnapper, several detectives who had received Lu Chang's orders had already secretly infiltrated the area. They seemed to be waiting for the right moment to move in, take him down in one fell swoop, and safely rescue the hostage. Watching this unfold, Li Yuza, standing behind the detectives not far away, raised an eyebrow. He intended to coordinate with them. Fixing his gaze on the unyielding hostage-taker before him, he suddenly stepped forward. As he walked, he called out to the hostage-taker. I suggest you release the hostage immediately. There's a difference between surrendering and being captured. Releasing them now might just save your life. But if you don't release them, well, that's another story. As his words trailed off, the kidnapper stared at Lee Yuza, who was walking toward him with a smile, as if he were seeing a demon. This sent the already mentally unstable kidnapper into a complete breakdown. At that very moment, unnoticed by everyone present, Lee Yuza suddenly lunged forward, then stepped back immediately, without any further movement. Yet this single, subtle movement was enough to send a chill through the kidnapper's veins. The dagger slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor as his mind completely shattered. Damn it, I'm out of here. There's a freaking psychopath here. The moment the knife hit the floor, several detectives lying in wait behind the kidnapper leapt into action. One kicked the nearby dagger aside, then another pinned the kidnapper to the ground. Simultaneously, the officers who had followed closely led the dazed girl away. Watching the hostage-taker subdued in an instant, at that moment, Lee Yuza heard the system's notification sound ring out in his mind once more. Ding! Temporary mission complete. System reward issued. Host has obtained the permanent bear strength ability and 3,000 points as reward. Chapter 109, Turning the Tide at the Last Moment, Supporting the Collapsing Edifice. Yangcheng City. An open field. Taking advantage of the robber leader's momentary distraction, detectives who had been lying in wait behind him suddenly rushed forward, pinning him to the ground and making the arrest. As the detectives swarmed in to apprehend the gang leader, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Temporary mission completed. System reward issued. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the power of the bear and 3,000 points. All rewards have been dispersed. Please check your inventory immediately. Upon hearing the sound, Lee Yuza froze for a moment. Then, he instantly snapped to attention. Overjoyed, he tapped open the system interface visible only to him, examining the rewards granted for completing this mission. With a flick of his finger in the air, a scene unfolded before his eyes. Eagle eyes, enhanced vision for greater distance and detail. Mental power increases exponentially over time. Bear strength temporarily enhances overall physical power but doubles stamina consumption. Remaining credits 13,000. Surveying the rewards granted by the system thus far, Lee Yuza frowned, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He murmured to himself. So far, I've gained the eagle's eyes and the bear's strength. And I still have this many points left. Lee Yuza's frown deepened. He agonized over whether to spend some points purchasing items from the system store. Otherwise, it would be like this time. If the system hadn't temporarily granted him the strength of a bear, he wouldn't have dared to get out of the car. After all, the assailant was armed with a knife and holding a hostage. And he certainly wouldn't have been able to intimidate this gang of robbers. In the end, the outcome would have been different. Lee Yuza frowned in deep thought while simultaneously searching the system store for suitable items. But just as he was still agonizing over his choices, Detective Team Captain Liu Chang approached Lee Yuza and saluted him. Hello, thank you very much for your heroic actions. Lee Yuza's train of thought was abruptly interrupted. Seeing Liu Chang's outstretched hand again, he shook it briefly while saying, This isn't an act of bravery. These are all people I know. All I can say is, I was just saving my friends. Besides, I didn't do much. You guys did all the hard work. Hearing Lee Yuza's remarkably humble words, Liu Chang froze for a moment. He stared at him in astonishment. He found it utterly unbelievable. You didn't do anything? He couldn't help but exclaim. You call that doing nothing? First tracking them over 100 miles, then forcing the kidnappers to stop, and finally confronting them. And you call that nothing? Liu Chang stared at Lee Yuza in astonishment, then gave him a thumbs up. That's real courage. Pushing aside thoughts of Lee Yuza's actions, he snapped back to reality and gazed at the unfolding scene before him, feeling a wave of emotion. Thankfully, nothing irreparable had happened. Otherwise, Liu Chang watched as the nurses arrived and carried away Kang Xian and the other person not far away, reflecting on everything that had transpired today. Dai Xiaomei and Kang Xian had been snatched off the streets of Yangcheng in broad daylight by kidnappers, all while the incident was being livestreamed. The incident instantly caused a nationwide sensation. Superiors took the matter extremely seriously. Consequently, the pressure on the Yangcheng Police Department was immense. But just as they were overwhelmed with work, Lee Yuza suddenly appeared. Had he not been tracking the kidnappers all alone? The Yangcheng detectives would never have apprehended the kidnappers so swiftly. If they failed to resolve this matter swiftly, not only pressure from their superiors, but also intense scrutiny from all sectors of society. At this thought, Liu Chang let out another deep sigh. He had averted disaster at the last moment, propping up a collapsing edifice. It could be said that this sudden crisis was entirely averted by his single-handed efforts. Without Lee Yuza, they dared not imagine the consequences this incident might have brought. After marveling at Lee Yuza's actions, what puzzled Liu Chang even more was this. What exactly had transpired here before the detectives arrived? Back to earlier. During the standoff between Li Yuza and the robber, Lu Chang distinctly noticed a flash of fear in the robber's eyes. He had also noticed the other two robbers lying unconscious nearby, not far from Li Yuza. Now, looking at the man before him who calmly smiled and nodded at him, Lu Chang felt even more puzzled. During the time the live stream was disconnected, what unexpected incident had occurred between them? Why did this gang of kidnappers look so terrified when they saw Li Yuza? As detectives gradually surrounded the scene behind him, Lu Chang composed himself and looked up at Li Yuza, continuing, "Anyway, we owe this whole thing to your help. We'll be issuing you a commendation banner later. Also, we'll need you to come to the police station later to give a statement and investigate the details further. What do you think?" After speaking, Lu Chang paused, waiting for Li Yuza's response. "Of course." Across from him, Li Yuza answered without hesitation. "But before that, could you arrange a meal and let me rest for a bit? I'm dead tired and starving right now. If I don't refuel soon, I might end up leaving this world before those robbers do." Li Yuza spread his hands helplessly. He truly was exhausted and famished. After a long chase, during which he'd repeatedly activated eagle eyes, and just now, he'd relied on the bear's strength to burst into action and control the situation. At this moment, Li Yuza's mental energy and stamina were completely depleted. If he didn't replenish his energy soon, he genuinely feared he might meet his end before those bandits did. Across from him, observing the utterly exhausted Li Yuza, Lu Chang suddenly realized this chase had been going on for 6 or 7 hours. Snapping back to reality, he immediately called out to the two detectives behind him. He ordered them to take Li Yuza to replenish his strength. He turned back to Li Yuza and said again, "No problem. Get some rest first. We can take your statement after you've recovered." At his command, the two detectives who had arrived quickly helped Li Yuza downstairs to rest. After waiting for them to escort Li Yuza away, Lu Chang finally turned around, his eyes narrowing with suspicion as he surveyed the crime scene. He stared at the overturned sports car nearby, then at the two robbers lying on the ground not far away, as if someone had picked them up by the arm and slammed them down. Lu Chang fell deep in thought. Doubts. Nothing but questions. At this thought, he spun around abruptly to look behind him, but Li Yuza was already nowhere to be seen. Lu Chang frowned, slowly turning to walk back into the scene. He noticed that the van driven by the kidnappers showed no signs of collision damage, but his gaze fell upon the overturned sports car, and Lu Chang paused. But if there was no collision, how did this sports car end up overturned? And why weren't the two kidnappers lying on the ground over there with their boss? What the hell happened here? Chapter 110, What the hell happened here? Crime scene. Gazing at the overturned car and the half-dead kidnapper nearby, Lu Chang fell deep in thought. Everything here was suspicious. There were no traces on the van. This didn't look like a collision at all. What exactly happened here? Lu Chang's expression grew grave as he surveyed the empty lot with lingering doubt. After scanning the area, he unexpectedly discovered surveillance cameras nearby despite the undeveloped nature of the site. Surveillance cameras? That makes things easier. Since the live stream cut off, no one besides Li Yuza and the robbers knew exactly what had transpired here. Seeing the cameras now, Lu Chang felt a surge of excitement. This would allow them to clearly understand exactly what had transpired here. He immediately called over a detective behind him and issued an order. Retrieve the surveillance footage from this area. At his command, the detective behind him saluted and responded. Yes, sir. After the detective departed, Lu Chang personally joined the search, combing the scene for any overlooked evidence. By now, it had been some time since Li Yuza had left. A veil of night began to descend. After tidying up the scene, they sealed it off once more. Only then did Lu Chang lead his team back to headquarters. Yangcheng Police Headquarters. Outside the chief's office, Lu Chang knocked on the office door. Come in. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Chang stepped inside. Reporting to the chief, the two hostages are currently safe, though still unconscious. The three robbers at the scene have also been apprehended, not a single one escaped. Lu Chang gave the chief a brief salute. He proceeded to report the case details in full. Then, a look of doubt crossed his face as he spoke again. However, I've noticed several discrepancies. Hearing this, the chief furrowed his brow, looked up at Lu Chang, and gestured for him to continue. I discovered that the sports car Li Yuza was driving had actually been flipped over. Based on our on-site investigation, it doesn't appear to have been knocked over by a collision. Lu Chang paused briefly before voicing his second point of confusion. Then there's this, originally, there were 3 kidnappers. But when we arrived. At this point, the chief raised an eyebrow and suddenly interjected. More than 3? Startled by the chief's abrupt interruption, Lu Chang paused before continuing his explanation. No, when we arrived, we discovered the gang wasn't together. 2 of them were lying nearby, disheveled and unconscious. At first, I suspected they might have been fighting amongst themselves, but I quickly dismissed that idea. After all, under these circumstances, they probably wouldn't have. He trailed off, unable to continue. Across from him, Upon hearing Lu Chang's report, the chief was taken aback. What was going on? How could it sound so utterly unbelievable? The bureau chief frowned, a look of bewilderment on his face. Just as he was about to ask more questions, Lu Chang explained further. Fortunately, there are surveillance cameras in that area. I've already dispatched personnel to review the footage. Hearing this, the chief exhaled in relief and nodded. But unlike him, Lu Chang had another bold theory he hadn't voiced. In fact, even he himself found this conjecture absurd. Back to earlier. During his conversation with the gang leader, Li Yuza suddenly interjected. It was precisely at that moment that he had glimpsed a flicker of fear in the leader's eyes. Surveying the few people present besides the hostage who remained unconscious. For a fleeting moment, Lu Chang felt that Li Yuza was responsible for everything. The overturned car and the other two robbers nearby who seemed to have been picked up and thrown to the ground by a single hand. But that thought vanished as quickly as it had appeared. How could that be possible? First off, it was 1 against 3, and the robbers had 3 weapons. Plus, how could Li Yuza possibly flip such a heavy sports car with his bare hands? Shaking his head, he looked at the chief staring at him and still found it absurd. If that was the case, then what exactly had happened at the scene? Why had those kidnappers shown a hint of fear in their eyes when facing Li Yuza? Could something unexpected have happened here during the live stream interruption? Just as the chief was about to respond to Lu Chang's words. At that moment, the office door was knocked upon once more. An investigator entered, saluted, and reported. Commissioner, detectives from North City Police Station have arrived and requested to join our investigation. Also, we've retrieved the surveillance footage, but... At this point, the detective's face twisted into an expression of utter bewilderment. Seeing both men's eyes fixed on him, he continued. But the footage is, well, it's a bit strange. You should see it for yourselves. It's hard to explain otherwise. The sudden interruption by the detective had halted their conversation. Now, hearing his report, both men froze in surprise. The footage is a bit strange? The two exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what he meant. But the chief didn't linger on the matter for long. He turned to the detective and said, "We can review the surveillance footage anytime. First, take me to speak with our comrades in North City." "Yes, sir." With that, the detective led the way out the door, escorting the chief and Lu Chang to the conference room to meet with the North City detectives. Upon reaching the conference room, the chief pushed open the door and entered with several detectives following behind. Inside the room sat a group of detectives who had traveled from North City, led by a woman. It was Lu Zixuan. Upon seeing the visitors in the reception room, Lu Zixuan rose from her seat, saluted, and stated directly, "Chief Wang, I am the detective captain of the North City Police Department. I have been dispatched to collaborate with the Yangcheng Police Department on this investigation." Hearing this, Chief Wang furrowed his brow and countered. "By order? By whose orders? Your North City Police Department has no reason to get involved in this matter. It falls outside your jurisdiction." As if anticipating Yangcheng Bureau Chief's refusal, Lu Zixuan offered no rebuttal. Taking a stack of paper documents from an investigator behind her, she finally spoke. "The North City Police Station has every reason to intervene in this matter. Our investigation reveals that this group of kidnappers has inextricable ties to a gang of overseas telecom fraudsters we're currently pursuing." As she spoke, she handed the documents to the chief for his review. Chapter 111, It's just a surveillance clip. What's so surprising about that? Yangcheng Police Station. In the reception room. Facing the aggressive delegation from Beicheng Police Station, Chief Wang frowned and asked with some confusion. "This matter isn't within your jurisdiction, is it? You have no grounds to interfere." He was about to refuse outright. But at that moment, Lu Zixuan suddenly pulled out a stack of documents from behind and responded. "We have the authority to intervene in this case. Our investigation reveals that this group of kidnappers has inextricable ties to the overseas fraud ring we're currently pursuing. Moreover, this matter has already been approved by higher authorities." As she spoke, she handed the unopened stack of documents to the person across from her. Across from her. Upon hearing Lu Zixuan's words, both the bureau chief and Lu Chang froze, their expressions clouded with confusion. Overseas fraud? They had never imagined this kidnapping case could be connected to overseas fraud. Though deeply puzzled, they did not immediately refuse. After the chief received the documents and opened them, the documents Lu Zixuan had provided indeed contained information about the fraud ring. The two were taken aback. That group of scammers from Free Electricity Nation has been using this operation to continuously lure young people from our country abroad under false pretenses. The recent nationwide disappearances were also caused by that fraud ring in the land of no electricity. This matter is of great importance, so the North City Police Department has every reason to intervene in this case. After the chief and Lu Chang finished reviewing the materials, Lu Zixuan's words continued to echo through the conference room. As they reviewed the files, they listened intently, gradually finding themselves convinced by Lu Zixuan's arguments. Yet several points still left them puzzled. "You haven't even investigated these individuals yet. How can you be so certain they're connected to an overseas fraud ring?
Commissioner Wang looked up at Lu Zixuan, waiting for her explanation.
Across from him, Lu Zixuan, who had been waiting for their questions, immediately explained.
I watched that live stream too. The reason we're so certain is because of a distinctive tattoo mark on the kidnappers' necks. This tattoo is identical to the one found on overseas telecom fraudsters.
If you don't believe me, pay close attention when you interrogate them later.
You'll find identical tattoos on their necks.
As her words fell, the room plunged back into silence. The chief and Lu Chang pondered the connection, their minds racing to recall whether the robbers they just confronted truly bore such tattoos. If that were the case, then this case was far more than just a simple kidnapping.
As they frowned in deep thought, Lu Zixuan delivered another piece of information from across the room.
This information finally convinced both the chief and Lu Chang that the two incidents were connected.
There's one more thing.
I'm sure you've heard about it before. At North City Airport, our North City Police Department was attacked by a group of terrorists. And on their bodies, they had exactly this kind of mark. Our police have already made contact with authorities in the Republic of Mian, preparing to round them all up.
But within our country, this group is too scattered, we can't apprehend them all at once. Now it's not just about them disrupting social order, it's also to prevent more young people from being deceived by them. After Lu Zixuan had explained everything clearly, she added with great solemnity.
This matter falls under the jurisdiction of the North City Police Department to assist in the investigation. Across from her, after listening to Lu Zixuan's lengthy explanation, they heard her words ring out with conviction. The chief and Lu Chang both froze. But they quickly nodded in agreement. They had indeed heard rumors about what Lu Zixuan mentioned, and by now, they fully believed her account. Still, to be on the safe side, the chief explained to Lu Zixuan. Well, I still need to make a call to confirm.
I hope you understand.
After Lu Zixuan nodded in agreement, Director Wang took out his phone, gesturing for Lu Chang to keep an eye on the others.
He turned and walked out alone, dialing the provincial bureau chief's number. The detectives in North City are requesting to join the investigation. Is this accurate? This guy, the robber.
In the corridor, only the voices of the bureau chief and the provincial bureau could be heard.
The report is accurate.
Finally, the voice on the other end of the line delivered the definitive conclusion. The chief put away the phone and turned back toward the reception room. The situation is confirmed. I approve the joint investigation by the North City Police Station and the Yangqing Police Station.
Director Wang looked at Lu Zixuan and issued the final order. As expected, Lu Zixuan felt little emotional turmoil.
After all, her father, the bureau chief, had already handled everything. Returning to the present, she looked at Lu Chang again and inquired. In that case, I'd like to know some specific details about the case.
What is the current status of the two hostages and Li Yuza?
Despite her earlier composure, a flicker of panic inevitably flickered in Lu Zixuan's eyes as she posed this question. After all, her best friend had been kidnapped too, and she was deeply worried about Kong Xian's safety.
Across from her, Lu Chang responded promptly after hearing her words. Don't worry.
The two hostages only sustained minor scrapes and are fine.
And we've apprehended every single one of those kidnappers. Hearing this, Lu Zixuan froze. She stared blankly at Lu Chang, utterly bewildered. Everyone had been rescued safely? What was going on? Could something unexpected have happened here while they were rushing to Yangqing? Everything was resolved so quickly? What exactly happened?
Seeing Lu Zixuan's puzzled gaze turn toward him, Lu Chang gave a wry smile.
The specifics, we're not entirely sure what happened either. By the time we arrived, the matter was already nearing its conclusion.
But we've already retrieved the surveillance footage from the scene. At this point, the detective who had remained silent in the background chimed in. Yes, if we hadn't seen the footage ourselves, we'd never believe such a thing could happen in this world.
It's utterly unbelievable.
The moment the words left his mouth,
the entire room fell into a brief silence.
Everyone stared blankly at the detective who had spoken, utterly bewildered.
After a long pause, the chief broke the silence. What's so unbelievable? It's just a surveillance clip, what could possibly be so unbelievable? With that, he motioned for the detective to lead the way toward the surveillance room. Chapter 112, You Little Bastard, whose side are you on? Yangqing Police Headquarters. Inside an office. Hearing the detective's words, everyone looked utterly perplexed. It's just a surveillance clip. What could possibly be so baffling about it? Look at you, scared out of your wits.
The chief frowned at the detective. He then instructed the detective to lead the way, guiding everyone toward the surveillance room. They were determined to uncover the truth to see what extraordinary thing could have left him in such a state.
Soon, the trio arrived at the surveillance room led by the detective. But as they entered one by one, they made a surprising discovery. The officers who had been reviewing the footage remained silent. They sat motionless, staring intently at the surveillance feed before them, their expressions heavy with gravity. It seemed they had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. What was going on? Facing the scene, Lu Chang, who had just entered from outside, was thoroughly puzzled. Frowning, he spoke up directly. What's going on with you guys? Noticing their collective focus on the surveillance footage, Lu Chang finally caught on and called out again. A surveillance clip has you all freaked out like this? No matter how unbelievable it is, could it really be Superman or some supernatural phenomenon? Hearing Lu Chang's words, every person in the monitoring room couldn't help but reveal a bitter expression. Glancing at the footage before them, they found themselves at a loss for words. Before they could respond, Lu Zixuan walked in from behind. She too had heard Lu Chang's words and paused, momentarily stunned. But then, suddenly, it all clicked into place. The frown that had crept onto her face moments ago instantly smoothed out. She finally remembered someone. Recalling the time before I came here. A hollow ache would stir within her. It felt like she had forgotten something important, yet she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. After wrestling with it for ages without finding the answer, she dismissed the thought. Now, hearing Lu Chang suddenly utter those words, Lu Zixuan finally remembered. There was someone she seemed to have forgotten. It was Li Yuza. Supernatural incident? Hearing Lu Chang's words and thinking of Li Yuza once more, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but repeat the phrase aloud. Though her voice was soft, it still drew everyone's attention in the small surveillance room. Lu Chang and the others all turned to look at Lu Zixuan. But Lu Zixuan, the focal point of their gazes, paid them no mind. She remained deep in thought, head bowed. Her mind drifted back to the supernatural incident that had befallen Li Yuza earlier. Not only that, but whenever supernatural events were mentioned, Lu Zixuan inevitably thought of Li Yuza. During their daily interactions, she had been startled to discover that Li Yuza seemed to possess some strange, special abilities. These abilities seemed impossible to explain through science. At first, she had assumed Li Yuza was just getting lucky. But as time passed, through her persistent investigation and analysis, she came to realize this couldn't possibly be mere luck. Li Yuza must possess extraordinary abilities beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Though he never mentioned it himself, Lu Zixuan sensed that the secrets within him were only growing deeper. At this thought, Lu Zixuan suddenly looked up. Her gaze fell upon the crowd around her, their eyes fixed on her. Even before seeing the surveillance footage, she declared with unwavering certainty. A supernatural incident. If he were here, it wouldn't be impossible. Hearing Lu Zixuan's slow, deliberate words. Across from her, Lu Chang froze, scratched his head, and asked in confusion. He? Who is he? Why would it be possible if it's him? As Lu Chang finished speaking, everyone's gaze once again turned toward Lu Zixuan. They were all deeply curious about who exactly Lu Zixuan was referring to. Why would it be impossible if it were him? At the entrance to the surveillance room. Seeing the puzzled looks directed at her, Lu Zixuan glanced around before explaining. It's Li Yuza. Hearing her words, some frowned and sucked in a sharp breath, clearly recognizing the name. But some remained confused, so Lu Zixuan had to elaborate again. About 180 centimeters tall, 70 kilograms, skinny as if he hadn't eaten his fill in centuries. He looks kind of lazy and spaced out. That's about it. You should have seen him. Lu Zixuan did her best to describe Li Yuza's appearance to the surrounding detectives. Listening to her description, Lu Chang frowned, rubbing his chin as he searched his memory. Before long, Lu Chang clapped his hands together in realization. Wasn't this the very person he'd encountered at the crime scene? Just as he was about to speak, a colleague who had been watching the surveillance footage suddenly spoke up. Yes. It's definitely him, Captain. There really is something supernatural going on here. Hearing this, the chief and Lu Chang frowned and turned to look at the detective. Seriously, where did this subordinate come from? Why is he siding with outsiders? There's no way a paranormal incident could be happening. Seeing everyone's gaze turn toward him, Lu Chang spoke up loudly. Impossible. There's absolutely no way a supernatural event could happen. As for that person you mentioned, I know all about it. It's just some rumor that whoever you focus on will die, right? Lu Chang turned to face Lu Zixuan. It's just coincidence. The world is full of coincidences. In any case, there's no way supernatural events could happen. Hearing Lu Chang's words, Director Wang chimed in with a solemn voice. Yes, there's no way supernatural events could happen. We're all part of the same agency, law enforcement officers. We must believe in science and reject superstition. Watching these two suddenly step forward to contradict her, Lu Zixuan couldn't quite pin down her own emotions at that moment. She recalled earlier. When she first heard about the paranormal incident, her reaction had been even stronger than theirs. She frowned and hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to explain. No amount of explanation could match the reality of seeing it with her own eyes. But unlike Lu Zixuan's silence, the detective watching the surveillance footage beside them spoke up again. Captain Lu, Chief Wang, you really should come see the footage. It really is a paranormal incident. The footage doesn't lie, this isn't superstition. Hearing this, the chief and deputy chief turned their heads toward the detective once more. A hint of irritation flashed across their faces. You little punk, whose side are you on? Chapter 113, I think I can handle 2 more bowls. Yangcheng Police Headquarters. Surveillance Room. We're all part of the same institution, law enforcement officers. We must believe in science, not fall for superstitious nonsense. What supernatural phenomena exist in this world? Commissioner Wang addressed the detectives gathered behind him. Across from him, Lu Zixuan merely shrugged at their objections, saying nothing more. Recalling her own first encounter with the supernatural, her reaction had been even more intense than theirs. Such matters needed no further discussion. No amount of explanation could match the reality of seeing it with one's own eyes. Besides, there's surveillance footage. If it comes down to it, we can all watch it together. Lu Zixuan thought to herself. But unlike her, the detective sitting before the surveillance feed didn't share that view. This isn't superstition, cameras don't lie. Commissioner, you really should come see for yourself. Hearing the detective behind him dare to contradict him, the smile on Chief Wang's face froze. He turned around angrily and shouted at him. You brat, whose side are you on? Across from him, the detective watched the director's rising anger. The detective took a step back, his voice tinged with hurt. Commissioner Wang, I'm on the side of the facts. Just check the surveillance footage. Oomph. Watching the young detective stubbornly stick to his guns, Chief Wang and Lu Chang couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, letting out a soft snort. Fine. I'll see for myself what kind of supernatural incident this is. Making all of you so scared out of your wits. With that, Chief Wang led Lu Chang and Lu Zixuan to a large monitor, addressing the detective who had just spoken. Retrieve it now. Let me see it. As the detective responded, the footage began to play. A frail figure stood facing off against a group of 3 others, appearing rather unremarkable. Seeing this, the chief frowned. This is what you call a paranormal incident? Just as he was about to question them, the frail figure on the screen suddenly sank downward. His robes fluttered without any wind, rustling eerily. Witnessing this, Director Wang's words caught in his throat, unable to escape. His gaze was instantly drawn to the screen. On the screen, the two sides seemed to have conversed for a moment, but it appeared they had failed to reach an agreement. As the negotiations broke down, despite the screen separating them, everyone present sensed a palpable, heavy aura emanating from the figure. In a single swift stride, he lunged forward. Before anyone could react, his fist struck out in an instant. A piercing sonic boom echoed through the air. The sports car behind him was crushed inward by the sheer force of the blow. But it wasn't over yet. The residual force continued to pound relentlessly into the sports car. Under this immense force, the sports car first executed a 720-degree Thomas flip in midair. Then it crashed headlong into the overturned vehicle nearby, accompanied by a deafening roar and a cloud of dust filling the sky. The camera was completely obscured by the dust. Everyone present watched the scene, utterly speechless. A collective gasp filled the surveillance room. In a corner of the monitoring room, Lu Zixuan froze, staring at the figure that felt both familiar and unfamiliar. That frail figure was none other than Li Yuza. She sighed, her expression complex. Whenever she uncovered some secret about Li Yuza, something new and unexpected would surface about him. But unlike Lu Zixuan's mixed feelings, the ones most stunned by the scene before them were Director Wang and Lu Chang. Their faces also wore a mix of emotions as they stared at the figure, an outcome they had never imagined had unfolded. Just as they were about to speak, the video suddenly sped up, and the footage resumed. This matter was far from over. As the camera shifted once more, Li Yuza was shown confronting 2 knife-wielding robbers. Just as everyone anticipated something about to happen, Li Yuza's body trembled violently, unleashing a colossal surge of power. He lunged forward with his right leg, unleashing a whirlwind kick that sent both men tumbling 360 degrees to the ground. Then, grabbing one in each hand, he tossed them backward as easily as carrying chicks. The atmosphere froze, growing even more silent. Is this guy ING Superman? Finally, Lu Chang and Director Wang couldn't contain their shock any longer and shouted. They never imagined such a scenario could unfold, but as the surveillance footage kept streaming in before their eyes, they had no choice but to believe this was actually happening. At that moment, a subordinate stepped forward and said helplessly, "See? It's truly beyond belief, isn't it?" Commissioner Wang and Lu Chang exchanged complex glances, both falling silent. Meanwhile, other colleagues standing behind them, who had also been observing the surveillance footage, stepped forward to speak. We checked the standard weight of sedans 1.5 to 2.0 tons. Even the sports car in the footage weighs at least 1.0 ton. Moreover, after reviewing the footage, we investigated the combined weight of the 2 individuals he knocked flying roughly 300 pounds. At this point, he paused, swallowing hard. His face contorted with horror as he stared at everyone in disbelief. You must understand, the world record for weightlifting is only 360 kilograms. But even that couldn't achieve what we saw in the surveillance footage. Now, consider Li Yuza. He pointed at the screen and continued. And Li Yuza? He made it look effortless. First, he punched a sports car weighing at least a ton right over the hood. Then he lifted 2 robbers weighing over 300 pounds combined with just his bare hands. After he finished speaking, the entire surveillance room fell silent once more. All eyes were fixed on the screen, watching Li Yuza with his effortless composure. Their minds replayed the scenes from moments ago over and over. What the hell is going on here? Is this even human? Who could possibly be this strong? Unlike their shock, Lu Zixuan was far more composed after all, she'd seen it all before. Still, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of surprise. This didn't seem like a supernatural occurrence, but when did Li Yuza become so incredibly strong? What else is this kid hiding? Lu Zixuan frowned, utterly perplexed. As they were all lost in thought. At that moment. On the other side. Yancheng Police Station cafeteria. A group of detectives sat together, staring dumbfounded at Li Yuza, who had already polished off 7 or 8 bowls of noodles and was now digging into his 9th bowl, showing no signs of being full. Noticing the stares around him, Li Yuza lifted his bowl, gulped down another mouthful, then wiped his mouth. He looked around innocently at the detectives and said, "Finished? Any more? I think I can handle 2 more bowls." Chapter 114, Keep an eye on the customer, don't let them escape. Yancheng Police Station cafeteria. A group of detectives sat together, staring dumbfounded at Li Yuza, who had already polished off 7 or 8 bowls of noodles and was now digging into his 9th bowl, showing no signs of being full. "Finished? Any more? I feel like I can eat more, give me 2 more bowls." Noticing the strange looks from those around him, Li Yuza merely shrugged indifferently. He's on his 10th bowl and still not full. One of the onlookers, a detective, muttered in disbelief. Hearing this, Li Yuza wiped his mouth and looked up. "You don't get it, buddy. This guy's burning through energy like crazy. Gotta keep refueling. You wouldn't let me eat my fill after all the help I gave you, would you?" The detective who had spoken earlier waved his hands repeatedly upon hearing this. No, it's not that. It's just. I've never seen." He trailed off, unable to continue. He shot Li Yuza another curious glance before turning back to grab 2 bowls of noodles and hand them over. In the cafeteria. Li Yuza sat in his chair and took 2 bowls of noodles from the detective's hands once more. He pursed his lips, no longer paying attention to the detectives still watching him. As he ate, his mind drifted back to the events that had unfolded not long ago. Eagle's eyes and bear's strength, huh? Li Yuza furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring to himself. These were the rewards for the 2 missions the system had assigned him so far. But what he hadn't anticipated was that using these skills would also drain his stamina. That was a bit absurd. Li Yuza had briefly used Eagle Eyes before under special circumstances, but at the time, he hadn't noticed any consumption. Today, however, after a full day of tracking that required continuous use of Eagle Eyes, he discovered it actually doubled his mental energy expenditure. Li Yuza raised his eyebrows slightly, his mind racing with speculation. Perhaps it was simply because he hadn't used it for long enough before to notice any drain. Or perhaps the drain itself increased over time? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought for now. Li Yuza pushed away the bowl before him, now nearly empty, and accepted the next one from the detective. After taking a big, slurping bite, he finally let out a satisfied sigh. "Ah, that hit the spot. I'm almost 80% full." Nodding contentedly, he thought again. The culprit behind tonight's feast, bear strength. The energy consumption of this bear power was even more outrageous. He'd used the Eagle's Eyes all day and knew he could still hold out for a while longer. But the bear's strength? He'd only used it twice tonight, and already. Li Yuza stared at the dozen bowls before him. Damn it, just 2 uses and it's already drained me this much? Li Yuza couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Fortunately, eating here was free. Otherwise, if he used it a few more times, the cost alone would have bankrupted him. But then again, nothing comes for free. There's always a price to pay. If the price was merely draining his mental and physical energy, he could live with that. Without dwelling further on the matter, Li Yuza gulped down the remaining noodles in his bowl. But just as he finished his 11th bowl and prepared to proceed to the next step, the detective who had been watching him all along spoke up. "Someone wants to see you, Li Yuza." Li Yuza froze at the detective's words. It was dinner time. Who would want to see him instead of eating properly? He frowned slightly and replied. "No. Let me rest first. If I don't sleep soon, I'll explode. I'm dead tired." Seeing Li Yuza's firm stance, the detective couldn't press further. He nodded in resignation. He then led Li Yuza, who had mentioned eating only until 80% full, to rest. Outside the police station cafeteria, on the way to the break room, Li Yuza picked his teeth while pulling out his phone to try contacting Wulong Fengchu. The phone rang, and soon, the other party answered. "Brother Li, are you okay? We saw the news. You can't die. If you die, what about our paychecks?" The moment Li Yuza answered, he heard these ominous words from the pair of Wulong Fengchu, and his face darkened instantly. "Damn it, you two are hoping I die so you can inherit my fortune, aren't you?" Without waiting for a reply, he abruptly changed the subject. "Forget everything else. I'm giving you two a task. Keep a close eye on Su Fu. Don't let him slip away. He's a big client. I'm counting on milking him for all he's worth." At this point, Li Yuza frowned, pausing to consider if he'd left anything unsaid. After a moment, as if remembering something, he added, "Oh, and that little dumpling and the others are free to go." "Ha?" Hearing Li Yuza's words, the dragon and phoenix duo were startled. After all, the livestream had been cut off, leaving them unaware of the subsequent outcome. Moreover, the authorities hadn't released any updates yet, so they had no way of knowing whether dumb little sister and the others were safe. Hearing Li Yu's confirmation now left them utterly stunned. Dai Xiaomei and the others are okay? That's a relief. Everyone saw the news. Su Fu was practically going crazy with worry. At that moment, Li Yuza had followed the detective to the door of the lounge, where he overheard the voices coming from inside. Li Yuza didn't mind. As long as they hadn't escaped, it justified the effort he'd expended tracking them down. They're fine. Tell him so. Without waiting for a reply, he hung up the phone. Simultaneously, he entered the lounge and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep instantly. The detectives trailing behind him exchanged puzzled glances at this display. Eat and then sleep? Seems he's really exhausted. Meanwhile, on the other side, unlike the calm atmosphere among the detectives, the internet was buzzing with excitement. As dumb little sister's friend, PBB had also started her livestream. Oh no, the robbers found the livestream too. I hope they don't silence dumb little sister and the others. It doesn't look good. I wonder if that guy in the sports car managed to catch up. But even if he catches up, what can he do? A sports car only seats a few people, and there are 3 knife-wielding kidnappers over there. It looks grim for dumb little sister and the others. Hope the Guangzhou police step up. Hope they survive safely. In PBB's livestream chat, viewers kept discussing. After all, they still didn't know that Dai Xiaomei and the others had already been rescued. Seeing these comments, PBB frowned. A hint of worry flickered in his eyes, yet amidst that concern, a glimmer of hope shone through. Dai Xiaomei won't be harmed, he declared emphatically to the chat. But as soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of skepticism washed over the chat. Ha! You just say she won't die, and she won't? What makes you so sure? Trust P teacher. Seeing the netizens' skeptical comments, PBB explained once more. I do have a basis for saying nothing will happen to little dumb girl. Li Yuza unfollowed dumb little sister, which led to her accident. But since he unfollowed her, it means nothing bad will happen to her. If you still doubt me, look at Kong Xin. The same thing happened to her before, but after Li Yuza unfollowed her, she avoided a fatal accident. After finishing, PBB glanced at the comments stream once more. Therefore, dumb little sister should be safe. Chapter 115, even the most skilled fear the cleaver. Yangcheng City. Inside an apartment. This definitely spells trouble. Bro, those 3 kidnappers up front are all armed with knives. Even if the guy in the sports car behind us is a badass, it won't make a difference. Even the best fighter fears a kitchen knife. Poor little sister. I'm afraid it's over for her, sigh. Looking at the flood of comments from netizens refusing to believe anything had happened to dumb little sister, PBB sighed. Even though they claimed Daimei was safe, until they actually saw her or received an official announcement, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. But seeing the skepticism in the comments, PBB responded with an explanation. Don't doubt it, trust it first. It was the same with Kong Xin before, didn't she turn out fine in the end? So little Dumby should be safe too. After he finished speaking, Xiao Sima and Zhou Jie emerged from behind him to echo his words. Exactly. Dumb little sister and the others will definitely be fine. They all believed the 2 girls wouldn't meet with any mishap. But despite their reassurances, some viewers in the comments still weren't convinced, voicing their doubts one after another. Seriously? Why do I feel like you 3 are just bull-ting? Frame-by-frame analysis confirms it's fake. This just feels unrealistic. If it's cancelled, does that mean nothing bad will happen? Judging by the kidnapper's demeanor. Watching the relentless stream of skeptical comments, the trio's brows furrowed slightly. Just as PBB was about to speak, Sister Zhou abruptly interrupted. Sister Zhou frowned slightly, propping her chin with one hand while discreetly pulling the other 2 toward the side. Simultaneously, she gestured for the others to carefully recall everything that had happened that morning. Do you remember what Master Li and Kong Xin told us this morning? Hearing her words, the group fell into deep thought, recalling the events of the morning. First, Li Yuza had followed dumb little sister, then unfollowed her right in front of her. Finally, Kong Xin had assured them that nothing bad would happen if they unfollowed. Scene after scene played in their minds as they replayed the details over and over. A brief silence fell over the apartment. When we went over this morning, Li Yuza sent us all away. After a moment, PBB broke the silence. Yes, exactly. Master Li must have foreseen this crisis and sent us away. Truly, he's a master. Behind him, Sister Zhou and little Sima chimed in agreement with PBB. It must be that Li Yuza knew something would happen to little sister, but others couldn't intervene, so he sent the 3 of us to the hospital for checkups. It must be so. Master Li truly possesses divine foresight. He truly is unmatched. At this realization, the trio marveled in awe, growing ever more astonished by Li Yuza's ingenuity. But admiration aside, PBB glanced at the skeptical comments still flooding the screen. PBB briefly summarized before explaining to the audience once more. So, to sum it up, whoever Li Yuza follows ends up dead. It's remarkably accurate. Even if he unfollows someone later, they'll still face some misfortune, though it definitely won't be fatal. Dai Xiaomei and the others are the best proof of that. Rest assured, nothing will happen to either of them. At this point, PBB nodded firmly, reassuring the audience not to worry too much. But just as he opened his mouth to say something else, a bullet screen suddenly flashed across the livestream. Dumbfounded little sister and the others have been safely released. The authorities just issued an official announcement. PBB, who was about to speak, glanced sideways and caught sight of the comment. The words he'd been about to say got stuck in his throat. Shocked, he pulled Sister Joe and little Sima over to look at the comment. After a moment of stunned silence, without much hesitation, the three snapped out of their daze and immediately opened the official Yangcheng Police Department channel. Yangcheng Police Department announcement. Following the kidnapping incident that occurred this morning on the street outside the Momo Hotel, with the assistance of a concerned citizen and Yangcheng Police, resulted in the safe rescue of 2 hostages this evening, with all 3 perpetrators apprehended and brought to justice. Safely rescued. Seeing the blue background white text official announcement, the 3 of them pumped their fists and shouted in triumph. I told you so. As long as we unfollowed, nothing bad would happen. See? They're safe now. PBB declared confidently to the live stream audience. Inside the live stream, while PBB and the others were reviewing the official announcement, the viewers present also noticed the message. Hearing their comments now, despite the safe recovery, many unresolved questions lingered in the viewers' minds. They flooded the chat with questions. Hard to believe, but how exactly were they rescued? As this question was voiced, more and more viewers echoed it in their comments. Yeah, how exactly did they pull it off? Also, the helpful citizen must be the driver of that sports car in the back, right? But who was actually driving that sports car? After that, Days was live streaming when the robbers spotted him, and there's no follow-up. What the heck is going on here? Reading through these comments, it wasn't just the viewers who were curious. Zhou Jie and others, as close friends of Dai Xiaomei, were also deeply puzzled. It all felt utterly baffling. After all, the moment the robbers discovered him and crushed his phone with a kick, the livestream feed abruptly cut off. They had no idea what happened afterward. Just as they were all puzzling over it, another message, standing out from the rest, suddenly caught the trio's attention. I was at the scene of the crime. Teacher Piao, I was right there when it happened. I even filmed it. You'll never believe this is something a human could do. It's absolutely insane. Reading the comments, the PBB trio furrowed their brows and exchanged puzzled glances. Though only cold, lifeless words appeared on the screen, through them, the trio could clearly discern. The person sending these messages on the other side of the screen must be incredibly agitated. But Xiao Sima and the others were still a bit baffled. In the internet age, what haven't they seen? What could possibly make these silly netizens so worked up? Had they spotted aliens? Or Superman? Just as the 3 of them frowned in deep thought, the silly netizen spoke again. Something this insane can't be something only I get to see. Teacher Piao, I've already DM'd you the video. In the coming days, I'm going to spread this video across the entire internet, posting it everywhere anyone can see it. This is definitely Superman. It's a miracle. It's utterly unbelievable. As his words echoed out, PBB's backend received a video message. Inside the apartment. Sitting at the computer desk, the 3 members of PBB exchanged puzzled glances as they read the absurd comments from this netizen. Question mark. Staring at the absurd netizen's comments, the trio could only think of one thing, question marks filling their minds. Chapter 116, I knew he was awesome, but not this awesome. Yangcheng City. Inside a luxury apartment. Something this insane can't be seen by just me. Teacher, I've already sent you the video via private message. In the coming days, I'll spread this video across the entire internet, posting it everywhere anyone can see it. This is beyond human capability, it's a miracle, utterly unbelievable. Watching the relentless stream of comments flooding in, the PBB trio had to admit this had genuinely stunned them. They were stunned, their faces filled with question marks. What on earth could make these silly netizens go so overboard? Or was he just simply unworldly? Had they witnessed something that might be routine to the police but seemed extraordinary to ordinary people? Reading his comments, the trio furrowed their brows. But as the silly netizen finished speaking, PBB's personal livestream backend received a video private message from an unknown sender. Clicking into the backend, they located the message sent by that clueless netizen. The trio stared at the video with puzzled expressions. This looks pretty ordinary, doesn't it? With that, under the watchful eyes of countless viewers and netizens, PBB clicked on the video that would soon send shockwaves around the world. As the video began playing, the footage filled the screen. The audience was startled to realize the footage appeared to be shot from a vantage point in a nearby, not too tall building exactly where the incident had occurred. But before they could ponder further, a shrill sound suddenly pierced the air. As time passed, the screen showed. A van speeding down the street appeared from the end of the road, heading straight for the open area below the camera's position. Following closely behind it was a sleek sports car. It's those girls. Sister Joe couldn't help but exclaim as she watched. Following Sister Zhou's pointing finger, PBB naturally noticed the scene unfolding before them. But he merely frowned, showing no surprise. The reason was that at that moment, dumb little sister's livestream hadn't caught up yet, and everyone present was fully aware of everything happening here. But if this were the only scene, it shouldn't have shocked the silly netizens so much, right? What they really wanted to know was what happened after the livestream feed went dark. Thinking this, PBB glanced at the video's progress bar. Holy crap! Staring at the progress bar showing nearly an hour remaining, PBB couldn't help but exclaim aloud. How could it be this long? Was this what he was supposed to watch? Whoever recorded this video might as well have started recording from the beginning of time. PBB felt like ranting, but didn't know how to vent, so he manually dragged the progress bar to the moment the livestream cut off. As the footage played on, everyone finally witnessed the moment the robber crushed dumb little sister's phone underfoot. This is it. Xiao Sima uttered. Hearing his words, PBB's hand, still dragging the progress bar, froze. On screen, a frail figure stood facing off against another group of three, seemingly in negotiations. In stark contrast to the calmness on screen, inside the apartment. The sight of this frail figure before them sent a chill through PBB and his two companions. They stared in utter disbelief. Their eyes were glued to the screen, afraid to miss any detail. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, viewers noticed the trio's unusual behavior and flooded the comments with questions. What's going on? Why did they suddenly freeze? Could it be that you guys know that man, Teacher Piao? Who the heck is that guy in the sports car? It really is 1 against 3. How did they manage to save him? As the flood of comments poured in, shock spread across their faces. Just as they were about to respond, the frail figure on the screen suddenly sank downward. His robes fluttered wildly, rustling in the wind though no breeze stirred. Their negotiations had failed. Witnessing this scene, the three men's expressions turned solemn. Just as they were pondering the implications, the figure moved. In a single swift stride, he lunged forward. Before anyone could react, his fist struck out in an instant. A piercing sonic boom echoed through the air. The sports car behind him was crushed inward by the sheer force of the blow. But it wasn't over yet. The residual force continued to pound relentlessly against the sports car. Under this immense force, the sports car first executed a 720-degree Thomas flip in midair. Then it crashed headlong into the overturned vehicle nearby, sending a cloud of dust skyward with a thunderous roar. Holy! What the hell is this? Witnessing this scene, all three sucked in sharp breaths, unable to contain their gasps. The spectators who witnessed it were equally stunned. Is that Superman? One punch sent a car flying? What movie is this? Watching the video while scrolling through the comments, PBB and the others wore expressions of utter bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words. But this was far from over. While everyone was still reeling from the previous scene, the video began rolling forward again. The camera shifted, seemingly to a different location, and the image became clearer. Now, that frail figure stood confronting two of the kidnappers. Just as everyone anticipated something about to happen. He shuddered violently, and a colossal force erupted from his body in an instant. With a swift step forward, he delivered a spinning roundhouse kick, sending both men tumbling 360 degrees to the ground. Then, grabbing one in each hand, he tossed them backward as easily as carrying chicks. Watching this scene, Sister Zhou and the other two couldn't help but gasp in unison. They exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. But unlike their solemnity, this video had just caused an uproar in the livestream chat. Holy Superman? Am I seeing this right? Who the hell is this? Is this real? They wouldn't even dare film this in a movie? As the skeptical comments continued to flood the screen, PBB, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke in a low voice. Do you know, this person is Li Yuza? As the words fell, the livestream erupted into an even louder uproar than before. Ha? Is this the damn unlucky boss? Teacher, did you take bribes from him? How could you make stuff like this up? PBB shook his head and sighed deeply. I knew Master Li was skilled, but who the hell thought he'd be this damn awesome? Did you? PBB suddenly erupted in shock, shouting at the two people beside him. At that moment, he couldn't be bothered to explain anything to the netizens. He just yelled at the two of them. I told you Master Li was cultivating immortality. He must know something else too. And you guys didn't believe me. Chapter 117, that bastard Li Yuza is still sleeping? Yangcheng City. Inside an apartment. Is this guy Superman? No normal human could do this. I knew it. I knew it. This is definitely cultivation. Master Li must know something. Watching the footage of Li Yuza first punch a car into oblivion, then effortlessly hoist a robber like a chicken with both hands, PBB couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted at Zhou Jia and the others beside him. As the footage played on, more and more netizens began noticing the incident. Marketing accounts seemed to smell a business opportunity, quickly editing the footage and posting it online. Shocking. Ancient immortal cultivation resurfaces in the world? One Punch Man? Why does a funeral home owner possess such godlike strength? In an instant, videos related to this news went viral across the entire internet. Li Yu's name once again topped the homepages of major platforms, drawing even more attention to his Douyin account. At that moment, on the other side, inside the silent hotel, after receiving news about Li Yuza, the duo of Wulong and Fengshu relayed the information that little sister was safe and alive to Su Fu. Upon receiving the news, Su Fu's previous gloom vanished and he became completely revitalized.
He had been consumed by guilt, fearing his selfish desires might have caused harm to dumb little sister and the others. Across from him, the dragon and phoenix duo shrugged indifferently while scrolling through videos. Seeing Su Fu back to his usual self, they paid it little mind. Their only concern was whether Su Fu might flee. Though the likelihood was slim, they remained glued to his side at all times just in case. They were nothing more than emotionless money-making machines. Shaking their heads, they returned to scrolling through videos. But just then, a trending topic appeared before their eyes. Upon seeing the news, the pair, who had been slumped in their chairs, suddenly sat up straight.
Clutching their phones tightly, they scrutinized the content, their eyes widening in disbelief. What the hell is going on? The two exchanged glances, their voices tinged with shock. Hearing their voices, Su Fu, who had been sitting nearby, turned his curious gaze toward the dragon and phoenix. Seeing no reaction from them, he leaned in to take a look at the video content. But seeing it only made him jump back in shock. Holy crap, what the hell is this? The video before them was none other than the one showing Li Yuza kicking and punching a criminal gang. Seeing their boss send a car flying with a single punch, the dragon and phoenix couldn't help but shiver. When did our boss become this badass? Could it be that burying too many people has caused him to be possessed? But none of the low-level thugs we've dealt with lately should be capable of this. The more they watched, the more stunned they became, not by Li Yuza's extraordinary power, but by the realization that as his subordinates, if they ever failed in their duties, would they end up like those two robbers in the video, knocked flying by a single punch? As the trio stood in stunned silence, time raced by. Hours passed. As the news fermented over time and spread among the Chinese populace, it gradually made its way overseas. Meanwhile, in a park overseas, Jack watched the video on his phone, showing a slender figure punching a car so hard it flew away, then facing several knife-wielding robbers with unwavering composure before swiftly defeating them. Jack pumped his fist in the air and shouted across the park, unconcerned by the strange looks from passers-by. I told you Chinese people all know Kung Fu. Hey, Chinese Kung Fu. He struck a few more poses. As the news spread further and wider, naturally, the manufacturer of the sports car Li Yuza had sent flying caught wind of the incident. Watching their own sports car get knocked flying with a single punch, the company representatives didn't look too pleased. Although the sports car was designed for lightweight performance, it was still impossible for anyone to send it flying with a single punch. With that thought, the automaker stepped forward to post a response. Thank you for the invitation. Our company's professionals have reviewed this video and seriously suspect that our vehicle was made of paper. However, please rest assured that our vehicles undergo rigorous testing. All specifications meet standards, and safety is guaranteed. It's impossible for it to happen like in the video. Our vehicle weighs 1.0 tons, and even so, it's simply not possible for a person to knock it flying with a single punch. No matter what, even the most beat-up car isn't something a person can move. So the authenticity of this video remains questionable. As overseas automakers also stepped forward to post their statements, netizens shared their perspectives in the comments section below. Are you questioning the official statement from the Yancheng Police Department? Don't worry, it's not that your car is junk, it's that the shop owner is, well, let's just say it's complicated. Hard to explain, but basically, it's complicated. Hold your shock, let us be shocked first. I could punch this car right off the road. Once I save up enough money to buy one, I'll see if I can knock it flying too. Stop dreaming, upstairs. Comments kept piling up beneath this post, but the manufacturer never stepped forward to respond again. Meanwhile, across the internet, various prank videos emerged in response to the news. Ip Man of the North City branch. China's very own One Punch Man. The revival of spiritual energy, the rebirth of the immortal cultivation era. Li Yuza is the ultimate proof. All sorts of chaotic and playful videos circulated online. But without exception, everyone who knew Li Yuza gained a completely new understanding of him. Not only his bizarre abilities, but now he'd added terrifying muscular strength to the mix. Who could have imagined that such a frail body could unleash such immense power? Time passed once more. The morning after the incident. Inside the Yangcheng police station, Lu Zixuan sat in a chair, her expression complex as she stared at the information about Li Yuza on her phone. That bastard Li Yuza is really making waves overseas now. At this thought, Lu Zixuan glanced at the time on her phone again, her brows furrowing. She couldn't even remember how many times she'd checked her phone out of sheer curiosity lately. What struck her as utterly absurd at that moment was, Li Yuza had slept for over 10 hours straight. Wasn't that a bit too long? After all, both Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xian had woken up long ago. Is Li Yuza still asleep? Chapter 118, Closing the Net. Chin Show arrested. Yangcheng Police Station. Is Li Yuza still asleep? Glancing at the message and then at the time, what surprised Lu Zixuan most wasn't that Li Yuza had already become a global sensation.
It was the fact that, even now more than 10 hours later, Li Yuza was still lying in bed, not having gotten up.
Meanwhile, in the rest area,
as if he'd heard Lu Zixuan's words, Li Yuza sneezed and groggily climbed out of bed.
Who's cursing me? Getting scolded the moment I wake up? The prolonged sleep left Li Yuza feeling groggy. He rubbed his bleary eyes and rolled out of bed. His movements naturally caught the attention of the detectives stationed outside the door. Hearing the commotion, one detective pushed open the door, catching Li Yuza just as he was about to take the next step. You're up?
Their eyes met, and both paused in surprise. Then the detective continued.
We need to take your statement now. Chief Wang and the others are here too. Upon hearing this, Li Yuza nodded.
After tidying himself up a bit, he replied.
Alright, let's get this over with quickly. I've got a big deal waiting for me. Hearing Li Yuza's words, the detective said no more, turning to walk toward the door. Li Yuza followed behind him.
Guided by the detective, Li Yuza soon arrived outside an office where he would give his statement.
After bringing Li Yuza to this location, the detective departed. Li Yuza stood alone outside the door. Without much hesitation, he knocked lightly on the door. After a voice responded from inside. Only then did Li Yuza step inside. Inside the interrogation room.
Seeing Li Yuza push open the door and walk in, Chief Wang raised his eyebrows slightly.
Simultaneously, he gestured for Li Yuza to take a seat. We reviewed the surveillance footage and confirmed you subdued 2 suspects before our officers arrived. This is commendable civic-mindedness worthy of recognition.
After Li Yuza sat down, Chief Wang took a stack of documents from one of the detectives beside him. Without further ado, he cut straight to the point. However, at this point, Chief Wang seemed somewhat skeptical. He glanced again at the details of the incident in the documents before pausing briefly and continuing.
But at the same time, surveillance footage shows you seemingly knocked a sports car off the road with one hand? You did that, didn't you?
Hearing the words from the man before him, Li Yuza, who had barely settled into his chair, froze. He scratched his head, looking puzzled at the middle-aged man across from him, who was staring at him with genuine curiosity.
This wasn't exactly an unreasonable question. But something felt off.
And he couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly felt off.
While puzzled, Li Yuza also noticed the arm patch on the middle-aged man's shoulder and was taken aback. Holy crap!
As he studied the insignia on the shoulder patch, Li Yuza felt an even stronger sense of unease.
This guy must be pretty high up in the government. Why's he personally questioning me? Surely it couldn't be just to take a statement?
And indeed, the matter had unfolded exactly as Li Yuza had initially suspected.
Director Wang shouldn't have been conducting the interrogation himself. But why was Director Wang personally here now? The reason was simple, he was deeply curious to understand how the man before him had managed to accomplish such feats. Back in reality, Li Yuza frowned, his own curiosity evident as he looked at the detectives before him.
But his gaze lingered most on the middle-aged man who was still staring intently at him.
Seeing there was no avoiding the topic, Li Yuza finally replied. Actually, there's more to this story.
Upon hearing his words, Director Wang abruptly tossed aside the documents in his hand, sat up straight, and fixed his gaze squarely on Li Yuza.
Just as expected.
There was no supernatural incident at all, there had been concealment all along. But just as he was about to assume there must be some special reason behind it,
Li Yuza spoke again. It's mainly because I'm strong. After all, I run a coffin shop. For someone who carries coffins, having more strength is pretty normal, right?
After saying this, seeing the disbelief on the faces of those across from him, Li Yuza merely shrugged indifferently. Back when he first began using these so-called non-human abilities, Li Yuza had already prepared his responses for any future inquiries. Now was the perfect moment to put those words into action. Across from him, Director Wang and the others heard the blatantly false explanation and felt a bit helpless.
They frowned but couldn't really say anything.
After all, from his perspective, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. Shaking his head, Director Wang picked up the file he'd tossed aside earlier and asked again.
Then how were you able to track the robbers for 5 hours without losing them? Did you study surveillance?
Hearing this, Li Yuza raised an eyebrow, his face brimming with curiosity as he stared at the people before him. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally spoke.
Well. Isn't that something any normal person could do? Can't you guys do it?
As the words fell,
a brief silence fell over the interrogation room.
Across from him, after hearing Li Yuza's exaggerated claims, the detectives were all at a loss for words.
For a moment, none knew what to say next. This is bull, right? After a few moments of silence and exchanging glances, they realized they simply couldn't have a normal conversation with Li Yuza. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a park within the Republic of Free Electricity,
Chen Jingxiu lay sprawled across a chair, frowning as he watched the video feed on his phone with a dark, brooding expression. On the screen, a frail-looking figure was currently facing off against a group of 3 men. These 3 were precisely the bandits Chen Xiu had dispatched to kill Li Yuza.
Bunch of useless trash. Chen Xiu's expression darkened at the sight. Even before receiving the video, he had already known this mission had ended in failure. But what puzzled him deeply was how such a flawless plan could be shattered by a mere funeral home owner. Did the bastard have some kind of superpower? This was something Chen Xiu simply couldn't fathom. What a bunch of useless pieces of. After another furious curse, Chen Xiu continued clicking through the video, his face twisted with rage. As the footage played on, the scene showed the situation nearing a stalemate. Suddenly, the frail figure lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent a nearby sports car flying. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xiu abruptly stood up, his face frozen in shock as he stared at the video unfolding before him. What the hell was going on? But before Chen Xiu could process it further, the video resumed. Dust swirled as the camera shifted. The figure swung both arms, then directly grabbed the two robbers charging toward him. With effortless ease, he tossed both men over his shoulder. And those two lay there, their fate unknown beneath that blow light in appearance, yet devastatingly heavy. Is this even human? What the hell kind of god is this? Chen Xiu stared at the scene in utter disbelief. But just then, a gunshot pierced the sky, echoing throughout the entire compound. Hearing the shot, Chen Xiu frowned slightly, wondering what had happened. He didn't pay it much mind, though, since such sounds echoed through their compound almost daily. He was about to resume watching the video when a nagging sense of foreboding crept into his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he frowned, set his phone aside, and prepared to step outside to investigate. But just as he opened the gate to step outside the gate, a group of heavily armed detectives had the entire compound surrounded, their guns trained on it. Chapter 119, No Scoldingly Use It Today. Electricity-free nation. A certain compound. That shark dagger fired a shot? Upon hearing the gunshot from outside, Chen Xiu cursed angrily, rising from his chair with a frown. He prepared to open the door and see what was happening outside. Damn it, those domestic losers failing is one thing. Now they're shooting and disturbing me? Looking for trouble, are they? Chen Xiu pushed open the door with a dark look in his eyes. But just as he opened the gate to investigate, he discovered with horror. Outside, a group of heavily armed detectives had the entire compound surrounded, guns trained on it. As the cold muzzles of their guns locked onto him, a bead of sweat rolled down his temple. All personnel inside, listen up. We are North City detectives. Immediately drop your weapons and come out to surrender. Refuse, and we will eliminate every last one of you without hesitation. Behind the armed detectives, an official shouted into a megaphone toward the compound. Inside the compound. The instant he saw the gun barrels aimed at him, Chen Xiu leapt sideways, dodging the line of fire. Meanwhile, Yu Shi, drawing his pistol from his pocket, bellowed into the compound. The cops are here. Kill them all. Perhaps due to his long history of wicked deeds, even now facing numerous armed detectives, Chen Xiu showed no panic. A crimson glint even flashed in his eyes. Deep within the compound, the other fraudsters who had already heard the gunshot grabbed their weapons upon hearing Chen Xiu's voice, preparing for a desperate fight to the death against the police outside. Such confrontations were far from uncommon for these fraudsters in the Republic of Niandian. They had even driven back local authorities on multiple occasions. Thus, even now, facing this group of detectives who seemed different from any they'd encountered before, they maintained an indifferent demeanor. A hint of bloodlust flickered in their eyes. Before the detectives outside could make their next move, one of the terrorists inside immediately aimed his gun at the doorway and opened fire. Waves of gunfire erupted from within the compound, surging toward the entrance. Outside the compound, an official who had been about to speak was pulled aside by a detective, narrowly avoiding the bullets fired from inside. Facing these reckless criminals who dared to strike first, the detectives knew further words were futile. With a crack of gunfire, the police outside unleashed a torrent of fire from their barrels, overwhelming the attackers and leaving Chen Xiu and the other fraudsters utterly defenseless. Simultaneously, the detectives wielded weapons vastly superior to their opponents, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire to maintain overwhelming suppression. Several teams were dispatched to encircle the entire compound, preventing any criminals from escaping. As bullets relentlessly struck the wooden gates, they were pierced by the torrent of fire. Wispy white smoke even began to rise from the damaged surface. A distinct smell of burning filled the air. Hidden behind the wooden door, Chen Xiu was drenched in cold sweat. His face twisted in terror as he stared at the bullet lodged in the door, one that hadn't fully penetrated the wood. His hand, clutching the pistol, trembled uncontrollably. Facing life or death peril, Chen Xiu's mind began to break down. The people outside were no ordinary local thugs they usually dealt with. Could it be North City detectives? Chen Xiu seemed to recall the words shouted by the men outside moments ago. Damn it, did Li Yuza call them? But before he could think further, seeing the detectives about to burst through the door, Chen Xiu hurriedly dragged his trembling body backward. As the detectives flooded into the compound, a fierce gunfight erupted between the police and the gangsters within the confined space. In an instant, gunfire erupted everywhere. As time passed, the criminals suffered heavy casualties. On the other hand, the detectives, armed with superior equipment and facing opponents with limited firearms, suffered not a single casualty. Under the relentless barrage of police fire, the entire compound fell in an instant. Just then, a figure seemed to lurk in a corner. The detective captain, with keen awareness, immediately noticed it and drew his gun, firing into the distance. The sound of bullets striking flesh echoed as a figure collapsed to the ground, clutching his arm in agony. The detective captain frowned slightly as he watched the figure. He then pulled a photograph from his pocket and compared it briefly. He realized this was their primary target for this Operation Chen Xiu. Bring him in. At the captain's command, several detectives immediately moved forward and seized Chen Xiu. As Chen Xiu was being led away, he endured the excruciating pain while staring at the detectives from North City. His mind replayed everything that had transpired over the past period. I shouldn't have messed with Li Yuza. I shouldn't have gone and tricked that stupid kid. You all deserve to die. After a quick sweep of the scene, the detectives resumed their patrols deep within the compound. Under their concentrated fire, all remaining criminals within the compound were swiftly eliminated. Simultaneously, they rescued countless hostages held captive by the gang, including Zhou Wen. After further securing the scene, the remaining surviving criminals were handed over to the authorities for processing alongside the North City unit. The entire operation was a resounding success. As the team departed, the Beicheng Police Department issued an official announcement. Following a thunderous crackdown by the North City Police Department, a gang of fraudsters operating within the country under the leadership of Chen Xiu has been apprehended in full. The remaining terrorists who attempted to resist in Europe were also eliminated under the Thunderstrike operation. Finally, following a thorough search by North City Police, 300 trapped individuals were successfully rescued. The sudden announcement from the North City Police Department sent the internet into an uproar. Who knew Chen Xiu was actually a fraudster? After watching his videos, I thought he was just a guy who loved life. Who knew? Holy crap, he even DM'd me saying he'd take me on a free trip to the No Scam Nation. Holy crap, it was a scam. But before this announcement could circulate long, the North City Police Department issued another statement. Confirmed by both North City and Yangcheng police departments, Chen Xiu was also the mastermind behind the recent kidnapping case involving Dai Xiaomei and others. The operation was complex but concluded successfully. No police officers were injured throughout the entire case. All criminal gangs were apprehended, and every surviving victim was rescued. Finally, the leader of the fraud ring, Chen Xiu, has been sentenced to death. Death penalty. With the official second announcement from the North City Police Department, the internet erupted once more. Holy crap! This guy's done nothing but cause trouble. I remember now Li Yuza had kept tabs on this guy back then. I thought he'd meet some accidental death, but who knew it'd be a death sentence? Focusing on people like this is the right move. I think Little Stupid and the others were also saved by Li Yuza? Guess I won't curse the unlucky shop owner this time. Chapter 120, he gave me some money. Following the official announcement from the North City Police Department, it instantly sparked heated discussions among netizens. The cases involving the electricity-free nation fraud and the kidnapping of dumb little sister and others simultaneously surged to the top of the trending topics. More and more people began condemning Chen Xiu. Simultaneously, police departments nationwide launched sweeping operations against telecom fraud within their jurisdictions. As the central figure in this affair, Li Yuza had just emerged from the interrogation room. Unlike the online backlash against Chen Xiu, netizens' attitudes and perceptions toward Li Yuza were shifting. Their focus on him was becoming more tolerant. After all, based on the police's implied statements, it seemed the case had largely been solved thanks to the evidence provided by Li Yuza. But Li Yuza remained completely unaware of this. After the incident concluded, he had slept for over 10 hours straight. Upon waking, he had rushed straight to give his statement. All he remembers now is the look that middle-aged man gave him just before he left. He would never forget that look, as if he were staring at someone mentally challenged. At this thought, Li Yuza's face darkened slightly. Then he shook his head. He felt he hadn't done anything wrong. He should have answered just like that. Otherwise, if he hadn't just made up some nonsense, and they had discovered the things on him that didn't belong in this world, who knows, they might have arrested him and dissected him for research. Just as he was lost in thought, the phone rang. Brother Li, Su Fu's condition has worsened. He's in the emergency room now. When can you get here? We're at Yangcheng Hospital. As the call connected, the anxious voice of the Dragon and Phoenix duo came through. Hearing the news, Li Yuza frowned and replied in a grave tone. Hold the fort. I'm on my way. Without waiting for a reply, he hung up and tucked his phone away. He hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed straight for the hospital. Soon, Li Yuza arrived at the hospital and located Su Fu's ward based on the information sent via WeChat by Wulong Fengchu. Seeing Wulong and Fengchu waiting outside the operating room door, Li Yuza approached them, about to ask a question. But the sudden opening of the operating room doors cut him off. Which of you is Su Fu's family member? Please come forward. A doctor stepped out and called to the waiting crowd. That's me. How is Su Fu doing now? Hearing the voice, Li Yuza turned away from the two young men and responded to the doctor. Seeing someone respond, the doctor frowned slightly, his tone growing somber. Su Fu's condition is not looking good. This illness has likely flared up more than once. He's now in the late stages. All we can do is help him gain some time, but ultimately, the doctor paused here. But he probably won't make it. Across from the doctor, Liuza nodded silently after hearing his words. After all, he had long prepared himself for this outcome. He understood all too well that Su Fu's life was nearing its end and that this period marked its final chapter. As the doctor re-entered the operating room, Liuza remained silent for a moment. Only then did he turn to address the two men seated before him. How are the funeral arrangements for Su Fu progressing? Hearing Liuza's question, the two men replied in unison. Brotherly, we've arranged everything for the funeral and subsequent matters. It will be held locally after all, he was from this area, so it's fitting for him to return to his roots. Also, since Su Fu said he didn't want a banquet, we haven't arranged one. Upon hearing this, Liuza merely nodded. As long as everything was taken care of, that was sufficient. With Liuza offering no further response, the hospital corridor fell into a quiet stillness. The three sat quietly on chairs outside the operating room, waiting for news when the doors opened. But before long, the distinct sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed clearly down the corridor. Hearing the sound, Liuza looked up and saw none other than Dai Xiaomei, who had only just regained consciousness. Her expression was complex, but overwhelmingly, it was one of deep sadness. Perhaps it was because one of her fans had passed away prematurely due to illness, or maybe. At this thought, Liuza could only sigh. In the hallway, as the footsteps grew louder, Dai Xiaomei approached Liuza. Staring at the young man before her, Dai Xiaomei's gaze held a mix of emotions before she turned and walked to the side. Seeing this, Liuza rose and followed her to a quiet corner. What is it? Liuza asked, puzzled. Across from him, Dai Xiaomei stopped and replied in a low voice. Su Fu gave me some money. Hearing this, Liuza grew even more curious. Why would he give you money? Wait, didn't he say he was broke? Hearing Liuza's words, Dai Xiaomei merely glanced up at him before continuing to speak to herself. He gave me the money to donate it on his behalf. He just said he doesn't trust those charity organizations. So he hopes I can help him donate this money to those who truly need it. As she finished speaking, Liuza frowned slightly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he looked at Dai Xiaomei with a look of realization. Flashback. When the two had met, they had spent some time talking alone. Liuza had assumed Su Fu was going to confess his feelings to Dai Xiaomei or something similar. But it turned out to be about charitable donations. No wonder Dai Xiaomei seemed so down after stepping out that day. But upon hearing Dai Xiaomei's words relayed to him, Liuza felt a bit puzzled. You don't trust charitable organizations? Why? But Dai Xiaomei, sitting across from him, merely shook her head without responding. However, the two shadowy figures who had been tailing them Wulong Fengshu suddenly spoke up. Because people embezzle donations. There have been countless news reports about it. Donate 100, and who knows if even 20 will reach those who truly need it. Likewise, many have been investigated, but they keep popping up like mushrooms after rain endless. So there's no guarantee it won't happen now either. Startled by the sudden voice, Dai Xiaomei and Liuza jumped. Damn it, how did you two get here? Just passing by. He paid no mind to the two eavesdroppers. At that moment, Liuza frowned deeply, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he pondered their words. Damn it, donating 100 and getting less than 20 back? That's heartless. Back at the scene, as Liuza sank back into deep thought, the hospital corridor fell silent once more. But soon, the operating room doors swung open and a group of doctors and nurses emerged. Meeting the gaze of the four waiting family members, the attending physician delivered the news in a heavy tone. He's no longer breathing. Prepare for the funeral arrangements. Chapter 121, The Eerie Village Where Over 20 People Died. Yangcheng City People's Hospital. As the operating room doors swung open forcefully, a stream of doctors and nurses began exiting. As the four pairs of eyes turned toward him, the attending physician walking at the rear spoke to them in a low voice. He's no longer breathing. Prepare for the funeral arrangements as soon as possible. As the words fell, a hospital corridor once again fell silent. Though they had long known this outcome. A day had passed since Su Fu's passing. The funeral proceeded as planned, arranged by Wulong and Fengshu. In a small garden, Liuza led Wulong and Fengshu in conducting the funeral rites for Su Fu, the final journey they had prepared for him. The garden was filled with blooming flowers, creating an atmosphere that felt less like a final farewell and more like a rebirth. The funeral was not particularly grand, but it was uniquely special. Beside the blooming flowers, two pristine fountains flowed, scattering water droplets around them. The atmosphere wasn't particularly somber, nor were there many people present. This place felt like an island isolated from the rest of the world. At the very center of the garden, a wooden coffin lay quietly, scattered white petals resting upon its planks. There lay Su Fu's final resting place. The entire garden was devoid of human voices, filled only with the rustling of leaves in the wind and the soft patter of falling petals. In short, everything proceeded exactly as Su Fu had requested. Unique, beautiful, and full of vitality. Li Yuza and the two strategists stood before the coffin, each holding a bouquet, offering their quiet condolences. As the mourning concluded, footsteps approached from beyond the garden gates. Dai Xiaomei, accompanied by Zhou Jie and a group of other streamers, had also arrived. Li Yuza and the others were not surprised by this. They handed the bouquets to the arriving group. After receiving them, the women also approached the coffin to offer their quiet condolences for Su Fu. Once the wooden coffin was covered with flowers and everything concluded, Dai Xiaomei started her live stream. To Li Yu's slight surprise, she began recounting Su Fu's life story to her viewers. He entrusted all his assets to me, requesting that I distribute them to those who truly need them. I will honor his final wish and distribute every last bit of his wealth to those in need. Not a single penny will be kept. As more and more people flooded into the livestream, word spread, and increasingly more learned of Su Fu's life story. Meanwhile, compassionate netizens from Yangcheng followed the address shared by Dixie Omiai, bringing bouquets to the garden to pay their respects. Watching this scene, Li Yuza made no attempt to stop them. Perhaps this was the unique funeral Su Fu had envisioned. He shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. Time passed quickly. The wooden coffin was soon covered with more blooming flowers. Finally, the moment of departure arrived. Declining the well-wishers who still wished to watch, Li Yuza and the two dragons carried the coffin together into the deep pit that had been dug earlier. Above it, a tombstone bearing Su Fu's name stood prominently. As the earth closed over him, Su Fu finally returned to a world that belonged only to him. By evening, after a full day of tireless preparations by Li Yuza and his companions, the funeral rites concluded successfully. Seeing the lingering figures of Dai Xiaomei and the others, Li Yuza bid them farewell. We're heading back to North City. Across from him, Dai Xiaomei froze upon hearing Li Yuza's words. She nodded in response. Have a safe trip. As for the money Su Fu entrusted to me, I'll be streaming the entire process of donating it all. After a brief pause, Dai Xiaomei continued. This was also the request my fan made before leaving. I can't let him down. When they met Li Yuza again, night had already fallen. Li Yuza brought Wulong and Fengshu back to the Yangcheng police station, finally reuniting with Lu Zixuan after a long separation. Zixuan, I missed you so much. Wah, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Frowning at Li Yuza's overly dramatic display, Lu Zixuan pushed him away with obvious disgust before turning to Kang Xian beside her. What has he been doing these past few days? Has he lost his mind? Hearing Lu Zixuan's question, Kang Xian glanced at the suddenly deranged Li Yuza before covering her mouth with a soft chuckle, saying nothing. Seeing she wasn't getting an answer, Lu Zixuan pushed Li Yuza away with one hand and continued. Stop acting crazy. Let's talk about serious business. The kidnapping case is completely wrapped up, and we've also taken down that fraud ring in Indian country in one fell swoop. Based on the intel you provided and your actions, the North City Police Department will be awarding you a substantial bonus. Across from her, Li Yuza, hearing Lu Zixuan's words, momentarily forgot his illness. His eyes gleaming, he asked. Holy crap? A reward? How much? Come on, bro, spill the beans, we've been through thick and thin together. But Lu Zixuan remained unmoved. Instead, her tone shifted abruptly as she snapped at Li Yuza. Business is done. Now for personal matters. Before you left, you promised me Kang Xian wouldn't face any danger. What happened? Li Yuza glanced at Kang Xian standing nearby, smirking silently, and scratched his head. Damn it, wasn't it you who told me to bring her along? Besides, didn't I bring her back safely? You two each get a punch from me. With the matter resolved satisfactorily, Lu Zixuan didn't dwell on it further. After all, it wasn't really Li Yuza's fault. After a quick cleanup, he hopped back in the car and drove the whole crew back to the North City. Once the police car pulled up smoothly in front of the funeral home, Li Yuza gave Kang Xian and the others a quick wave before stepping back into the shop he hadn't seen in ages. But the moment he stepped inside, the system prompt popped into his mind again. Relationship host completed one business deal. For more transactions to complete the mission. Time remaining, 8 days. Staring at the system's notification, Li Yuza pressed his hands to his temples in frustration. Damn it all to hell. If I'd known, I never would have taken this mission. It's been over half a month, and I've only completed 1 deal. Where the hell am I supposed to find the remaining 4 deals? Sighing, just as Li Yuza was feeling utterly overwhelmed, the words Dai Xiaomei had spoken to him drifted back into his mind. Don't trust charity organizations. The thought sparked both curiosity and anger within him. Damn it! Embezzling charity donations? They're animals. Lost in thought, he completely forgot about the system tasks countdown. Curiosity overcame his gloom, so he opened Douyin and began searching to see if such scoundrels truly existed. Reports reveal a charity in South City embezzled all donations, totaling tens of millions. They face not only public condemnation but legal consequences. An East City charity embezzled millions in donations. The owner has reportedly absconded with the funds, and East City police are pursuing an arrest. A charity organization defrauded the public's goodwill, disappearing after collecting donations. Shocking. Heartless and ruthless. Staring at the barrage of videos flooding his phone, Li Yuza frowned deeply, utterly stunned. But just then, Wulong Fengchu suddenly rushed over, shouting, "Brother Li, we've got a big order. Over 20 people have died in a village." Chapter 122. Of course we're stealing their business votes needed. North City. Inside the funeral home. Li Yuza frowned deeply as he watched the video about the charity donations on his phone, feeling utterly baffled. Are there really institutions that act like cattle and horses? No wonder Su Fu would rather give money to that dim-witted girl than to these useless organizations. Looking at the so-called charitable organizations on his phone, Li Yuza couldn't help but feel furious. But just as he was still reeling from the shock, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. And along with the voice, two figures burst into the room: Wulong and Fengchu. "Brother Li, we've got a big order. Over 20 people died in a village." As the two hurried into the room, their words reached Li Yuza's ears without missing a syllable. Inside the room, Li Yuza's body stiffened slightly at the words. His hand, still swiping across his phone screen, slowed involuntarily, a flash of shock crossing his face. His brows furrowed, and the indignation that had been building over the Ox and Horse charity organization now shifted. His expression turned grave as he stared at the two men, repeating the words in disbelief. "Over 20 people died?" Li Yuza's voice rose an octave, his disbelief palpable. But given the current situation, he knew full well that the Dragon and Phoenix duo wouldn't casually bring up such a matter to prank him. That meant this incident had indeed happened. What happened? Give me the details. With that thought, Li Yuza frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the two as he waited for their response. "We don't know either. We just saw it on Douyin. It seems like an entire village died overnight. But the police are already on the scene." At this point, the two pointed at Li Yuza's phone and added, "Brother Li, check the trending topics. This incident's already shot to the top of Douyin's hot searches." Across from them, Li Yuza froze upon hearing their words. But he didn't have time to say anything else to them. He immediately grabbed his phone and checked the trending topics list for the news. With a simple swipe of the screen, no manual search required, the news quickly appeared before his eyes. As the video began playing second by second, Li Yuza's expression grew somber. Staring at the unfolding footage, his eyes widened in shock. His expression froze once more, his mouth slightly agape as he stared at the screen in disbelief. Under the bright moonlight, in a small village. Moonlight bathed the houses, lending them an otherworldly beauty that seemed cut off from the rest of the world, enveloped in profound stillness. Yet this very quiet village was no longer peaceful at that moment. As more detectives arrived, the scene underwent preliminary processing. Though the footage was somewhat blurry, it confirmed what the two strategists had predicted. Overnight, over 20 villagers had perished. Eerie. Extremely bizarre. The ground was covered in white cloth, concealing the villagers' bodies from view. Watching the footage, Li Yuza sensed an unusual aura emanating from it, and even the air itself seemed thick with a suffocating oppression. That feeling was suffocating. Though he wasn't present at the scene, watching the footage gave Li Yuza an eerie sense of being there himself. Soon, as the video ended, Li Yuza finally noticed the pinned official statement. Glancing at the publication date, he furrowed his brow again, sensing something was off. According to this, the incident hadn't happened long ago, it occurred last night, before they had even returned. Notice, all 20 residents of Xiaoyu village have died in an accident. The specific circumstances of the case are still under investigation. Please await official updates. Until the case is resolved, all netizens are urged to obey the law and refrain from believing or spreading rumors. The case is undergoing further analysis. Reading the official bulletin, Li Yuza stroked his chin, feeling something was off. Accidental death? He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this. This can't possibly be an accidental death. Honestly, it'd be more believable if someone slaughtered an entire village of old and young. After muttering to himself, Li Yuza opened the comments section beneath the notice. The netizens' comments were all over the place. "I'm a local. I heard there was some kind of supernatural event that caused the entire village to die. It feels haunted. Otherwise, how could an entire village die in one night? That's just too bizarre. There must be some kind of supernatural event. I just visited that village not long ago. The villagers were perfectly fine then. How could this happen now? Lately, it feels like there's been a surge in paranormal cases." Reading through these comments, Li Yuza fell deep in thought. Honestly, he didn't believe this was caused by mere accident either. Perhaps it was intentional murder, or maybe, as some netizens suggested, something truly supernatural was at play. But none of this was his concern. He'd leave the headaches to the authorities. With that thought, Li Yuza relaxed once more. But the two strategists standing opposite him, Wulong and Fengchu, were growing anxious. Seeing Li Yuza settle into his seat, they spoke up. "Brother Li, there's definitely something strange going on here. We need to go check it out." Hearing this, Li Yuza, who had just sat down, froze, looking at the two with confusion. "What are we going there for? To help the detectives bury the bodies?" Across from Li Yuza, the two strategists Wulong and Fengchu seemed undecided. Hearing his question, they too froze momentarily. After a moment, they exchanged a glance, seemingly settling on a reason before continuing. Brotherly, we're going over there to snatch up the business, of course. Watching the two stare at each other blankly, Lee Yuza felt both exasperated and slightly anxious at their clear-cut logic. It's the middle of the night. You two aren't sleeping, and your heads aren't working right either? Are you kidding me? We're going to this weird place? Are you out of your minds? Every moment counts. At that moment, amidst the roar of an engine, under the hazy moonlight, a van emerged from the funeral home, speeding along the highway out of town. No other vehicles were visible on the late-night road. Gazing into the distance, only the distant lights of countless homes could be seen. Remember, we're just going to ask if they need full service. If not, we're out of here immediately. Inside the van, a voice echoed. Chapter 123, I have no idea what their deal is. North City Expressway. Gazing into the distance, watching the lights of countless homes. Inside the van traveling alone on the road, a voice spoke up. We agreed we'd just ask if they needed full service, not that I wanted to steal their business. As the words faded, two distinct voices chimed in. It's tempting. Brotherly, we get you. Under the moonlight, the trio sped along the highway in their van. Soon, Lee Yuza and his companions arrived at the small fishing village. As the van slowly entered, they noticed the entire perimeter outside the village had been cordoned off by police, with barricades and caution tape erected to prevent unauthorized entry. The entire village is cordoned off. Looks like this is no small matter. Lee Yuza frowned slightly at the scene. In the back seat of the van, as his words fell, the two strategists, Wulong and Fengqiu, surprisingly did not echo Lee Yuza's concern. This struck him as odd, but he dismissed it as mere motion sickness. What he failed to notice, however, a faint shift crossed the expressions on the faces of the two in the back seat. It seemed like shock. The dragon and Phoenix exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of bewilderment in the other's eyes. It seemed some uninvited guests had appeared in this village. However, after scanning the area, they failed to locate the source of their attraction and thus ceased their search. As the roar of the engine faded, the trio arrived at the village entrance, where they could observe the scene before them with greater clarity. Beyond the police tape. Despite the late hour, countless onlookers had gathered, murmuring and speculating. In fact, at first glance, the scene before them hardly resembled a crime scene. It looked more like a late-night party. This many people? Feels like even if they were defusing a nuclear bomb, these gawkers would still be here watching. Lee Yuza frowned slightly. He'd come here for work, but what were these idiots doing here? Didn't they fear getting stabbed to death? But hey, why not? Might as well consider it an extra job. With that thought, the three of them stepped out of the car. As their eyes scanned the area, wondering where to start, they spotted two familiar figures in the crowd. It was none other than Lu Zixuan and Zhao Jiangwo, maintaining order at the scene. Feeling eyes on her, Lu Zixuan, who had been searching for clues on the village outskirts, suddenly looked up and scanned her surroundings. What's wrong? Noticing Lu Zixuan's unusual behavior, Zhao Jiangwo asked her. Nothing. It's just that I keep feeling like someone is watching me. Lu Zixuan shook her head lightly, about to resume her investigation when... Then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a familiar figure who shouldn't have been there. Lee Yuza? What are you doing here? Spotting the familiar figure, Lu Zixuan paused her work and walked toward Lee Yuza under Zhao Jiangwo's puzzled gaze. Zhao Jiangwo, hearing the commotion, also turned his gaze toward them. Seeing the person before him, he too looked somewhat surprised. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to be here? Question mark. What do you mean it's perfectly normal? Don't you know what happened here? Hearing Lee Yuza's indifferent tone, Lu Zixuan felt both puzzled and irritated. Just as she was about to ask more questions, Lee Yuza spoke again. Someone died here. I work in funeral services. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to be here? However, contrary to her expectation that he would look enlightened, Lu Zixuan's expression turned serious upon hearing Lee Yuza's words. You'd better not get involved in what's happening here. I'm warning you. But clearly, her warning seemed to have little effect on Lee Yuza. Upon hearing Lu Zixuan's words, Lee Yuza merely shrugged. Relax, I'm just here to ask if anyone needs full service arrangements. I'll give them a 10% discount. These people are dead, so they'll need funeral arrangements, right? My purpose here is simply to see them off on their final journey. That's all. After saying that, he curled his lip again. And by the way, I'm a model citizen, never broken the law. What's with the look? Lee Yuza's purpose for coming here was indeed exactly that. Recalling the system prompt that had just flashed across his mind earlier tonight, he felt a sense of serendipity, like finding something he'd searched high and low for, only to stumble upon it effortlessly. Just moments ago, he'd been pondering how to get started, and the next second, the opportunity came knocking. Since it was going to be buried anyway, why not let someone else benefit? So when he heard the proposal from the two strategists, Lee Yuza only hesitated briefly before agreeing to come here. After all, on one hand, it was to complete the task. Out of the 5 tasks the system had assigned, he still had 4 left unfinished. If he had the chance now, he could complete them all at once. On the other hand, even if he couldn't finish them all at once, he figured he could at least complete one or two if he got lucky. With that thought, he looked at Lu Zixuan, whose expression remained sour, and spoke again. Don't worry, I'm just asking. If there's no business, I'll leave immediately. I promise not to bother you. Besides, this place feels pretty unlucky. I don't even want to stay here. Seeing that Li Yuza didn't seem to be here to cause trouble but simply wanted to pick up a few customers, Lu Zixuan still wanted to shoo him away. Yet she knew that seemed rather unrealistic. After observing him for a few more moments, she reluctantly nodded in concession. Though she permitted Li Yuza to remain, she issued a stern warning. You can stay, but don't cause any trouble. Otherwise, I'll personally escort you back. Absolutely not, Just as he was about to make a promise, before Li Yuza could finish his sentence, the two figures who had been trailing behind him suddenly stepped forward. They were still muttering something under their breath. Corpse energy, very strong. I sense it too, but it's peculiar. It feels like some force is controlling them. Both frowned deeply, exchanging a glance before scanning their surroundings again. What should we do? We must go in and investigate. Otherwise. Their voices trailed off at that point. Yet a flash of solemnity flickered in their eyes. With that thought, disregarding the reactions of those around them, and before Lu Zixuan could even notice, the two pushed through the security cordon and vanished before their eyes in an instant. Li Yuza! A furious shout erupted. Seeing the two bullies already gone, not only was Lu Zixuan caught off guard, but even Li Yuza was utterly bewildered. What the hell were those two up to? He hadn't even finished telling them to keep the peace when, in the next instant. With all this commotion, you're just here to ask a question? Lu Zixuan narrowed her eyes, glaring sternly at Li Yuza. But the latter was utterly helpless at that moment. This wasn't his idea. Even he couldn't fathom why these two usually well-behaved individuals would suddenly charge headlong into danger without a second thought. Moreover, after overhearing their murmured conversation, Li Yuza felt a pang of curiosity. What was this corpse aura? Seeing Lu Zixuan's gaze still fixed on him, Li Yuza could only spread his hands helplessly and look at her. I have no idea what's going on with them either. Chapter 124, Triggered. New mission. Votes needed. North City. Inside the small fishing village. Watching the two prodigies Wulong and Fengshu suddenly push through the police cordon and vanish from sight before anyone could react, Lu Zixuan felt a surge of anger. She hadn't even finished warning them not to cause trouble a second ago, and these two idiots had already charged in. Fine. Looking for trouble, are we? Li Yuza? Across from her, Li Yuza was equally baffled by Lu Zixuan's indignant outburst. He merely scratched his head and replied with a hint of surprise. I have no idea what's going on with those two kids either. Just as he was about to say something else, the system's voice rang out again, cutting him off mid-sentence. Ding! Temporary mission triggered. Mission 1, team up with brothers Zhang Huai and Zhang Hao to resolve the village's troubles. Reward, cheetah speed. Mission 2, locate and properly bury the possessed corpse. Reward, enhanced electric eel shock ability. Complete both tasks simultaneously for an additional reward of 10,000 mission points. Just as Li Yuza was pondering how to explain things to Lu Zixuan, he never expected the system to suddenly speak up. After hearing the system's announcement, Li Yuza froze in place, unable to recover for a long time. Resolve the village's troubles alongside Zhang Huai and Zhang Hao? Controlled corpses? Moments later, Li Yuza snapped back to reality and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Lu Zixuan, who had been about to say something else, noticed Li Yuza's sudden change. Her brows furrowed with concern and confusion. She was about to ask, but then glanced at Li Yuza, who had already fallen deep into thought. In the end, she forced herself to suppress her immediate curiosity and decided not to disturb him for now. She simply watched him quietly. Following Lu Zixuan's gaze beyond the police tape, Li Yuza's brow furrowed deeply. He pinched his chin, pacing back and forth in place as he pondered the clues within the system-assigned mission. No wonder. As the words fell, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed a bit and his thoughts began to clarify. Li Yuza began analyzing the two tasks. First, resolve the village's troubles alongside the brothers, the hidden dragon and the phoenix cub. Li Yuza murmured softly, his gaze drifting toward the direction the two had just departed. This task was intriguing. It was the first time the system had instructed him to collaborate with others to complete a mission. Moreover, it involved working alongside the brothers who had always worked under him. Withdrawing his gaze, Li Yuza paced back and forth in place. He recalled the unusual behavior of the dragon and phoenix brothers and the words they had just spoken. Did they mention something about corpse chi? A look of shock and doubt flashed across Li Yuza's face. Simultaneously, he recalled the words these two had spoken to him when they first arrived. Li Yuza was suddenly startled. These two, they're not ordinary. But based on the system's hints and our interactions so far, they probably don't have any ill intentions toward me. Li Yuza's brow furrowed deeply once more, but he shook his head. Whatever. No matter what these two are up to, they'd better listen to me. With that thought, he stopped dwelling on the matter. Li Yuza believed that when the time was right, the brothers would reveal their true identities to him. With another shrug, he reopened the system interface and scrutinized the second task it had assigned. This was also the first time the system had ever assigned 2 tasks simultaneously. Looks like. Muttering to himself as he studied task 2, Li Yuza lifted his gaze once more toward the small fishing village. Bathed in moonlight, the village exuded an indescribable eeriness. Looks like this village isn't so simple after all. At this point, Li Yuza sighed again and glanced back at the taskbar. But the system prompt told him to find the controlled corpse and bury it? Controlled? Li Yuza narrowed his eyes slightly. The door to a new world seemed to be opening before him, yet he felt only mild surprise. After all, he himself was the prime example. Having already crossed over, what else could possibly be impossible? Without dwelling on it further, Li Yuza noticed the key phrase in the statement. Controlled corpses? These things can be controlled? He frowned, voicing his confusion. But his gaze fell on the final line of the system task. Completing 2 tasks actually comes with an extra 10,000 point bonus. Forget whether he could actually get those 10,000 points, just the reward for completing a single task was incredibly tempting, okay? Even if the task seemed utterly bizarre, who could resist such a generous reward? Who could resist such an enticing reward? Recalling how he'd previously overcome countless crises relying solely on the bear's strength and the eagle's eyesight. Now, seeing the system offer 2 more special abilities, Li Yuza couldn't control himself. Staring at the mission window floating before his eyes, he hesitated no longer. His hand reached out and clicked confirm. Ding! Mission accepted successfully. Host must complete the mission within the specified time frame. Mission countdown, 6 days 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. As Li Yuza finished his analysis, Lu Zixuan across from him noticed the shift in his expression. Seeing that he seemed to have finished thinking, she finally spoke up, pulling him back to reality. Hey! What are you doing? Simultaneously, as Lu Zixuan's words fell, Zhao Jiangwo, who had been investigating alongside her, approached. He too looked at the person before him with a hint of displeasure and said, "Those 2 just now were your people, right? We're police officers conducting an investigation. What do you outsiders think you're doing barging in?" Zhao Jiangwo paused here. If it weren't for Li Yuza having assisted the police department in solving several cases, he would have kicked him out long ago. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been this follow-up. With that thought, Zhao Jiangwo's tone turned stern as he warned Li Yuza again. "You're obstructing a police investigation right now. Do you understand that?" As their voices drifted over, Li Yuza, having finished his own deliberations, heard every word. Hearing their words, he froze for a moment, his mind immediately turning to the task assigned by the system. To accompany the dragon and phoenix. With that thought, Li Yuza suddenly looked up at the 2 men and said to them, feigning embarrassment. All right. I'll definitely warn those 2 troublemakers. I'll go get them out right now." With that, he pulled back the caution tape and entered the village. Lu Zixuan and Zhao Jiangwo watched this unfold without protest, merely urging him. "You better hurry." With that, Li Yuza nodded and walked deeper into the village. Meanwhile, Lu Zixuan watched his receding figure, feeling something was off. Just as she was about to turn back to continue searching for clues, she suddenly seemed to remember something. She whipped her head around to look back. But the figure had already vanished without a trace. Wait. Li Yuza said to call them out? What does that mean? She looked at Zhao Jiangwo, and the 2 exchanged bewildered glances. By the time they snapped back to reality, Li Yuza had already dashed inside. Where was he now? Leaving the 2 of them standing there, utterly flustered in the wind. Chapter 125, Kids Don't Know Better, Just Messing Around. In the small fishing village. I'll definitely warn them. I'm going to drag those 2 jerks out right now. Hearing Zhao Jiangwo's warning, Li Yuza nodded in agreement and immediately assured him he'd bring the ox and horse duo back. After speaking, he pushed aside the police tape and ventured alone into the depths of the village, searching for the figures of the dragon and phoenix. But after Li Yuza departed, Lu Zixuan's expression suddenly grew tense. Something felt off. Just as she was about to return to continue searching for clues, she suddenly seemed to remember something and whipped her head around. But his figure had already vanished without a trace. What does this mean? Outside the small fishing village, only the 2 of them were left standing, their hair whipped wildly by the wind. Gather the men. Staring at the long-vanished figure, Zhao Jiangwo fumed, his beard bristling and eyes bulging. While maintaining control of the scene, he dispatched additional reinforcements via walkie-talkie, preparing to encircle the entire village. Men! Into the village! Li Yuza entered the village with 2 punks. Bring all 3 of them out. As Zhao Jiangwo issued one order after another. Detectives searching for clues in the surrounding area quickly assembled. They then sprinted toward the village interior, preparing to apprehend Li Yuza and his 2 accomplices. Watching his men's retreating figures, Zhao Jiangwo remained furious. Before this incident, no matter how many meritorious deeds Li Yuza had accomplished, that was another matter entirely. But this village before him. At this thought, Zhao Jiangluo's brow furrowed deeply as his mind recalled the words spoken to him by his superiors. The underlying implication of those words was clear: there was indeed something strange about this village. The realization made him stomp his foot in frustration once more. "You're breaking the law. Just you wait till you get out, I'll lock you up for 10 days or half a month." But now, staring at the vanished group, Zhao Jiangluo hesitated briefly before finally leading Lu Zixuan into the heart of the village. But unlike them, at the same time, on the other side, not far outside the village, amidst the crowd of onlookers, several voices began to rise one after another. Then, a sudden commotion erupted. "Isn't that Li Yuza? It certainly looks like him. It is Li Yuza. He knows those detectives from the North City police station. How did he get in too? This? Could there be some kind of conspiracy?" Among the onlookers, more and more people noticed this figure and recognized him as the funeral home owner who had recently trended on social media. But what puzzled everyone was the timing. It was the dead of night. Why would Li Yuza rush all the way from North City to this remote suburb? As more murmurs spread, many onlookers even filmed the entire scene and uploaded it online. After all, who was that man? He was a top Douyin influencer. If they could just get a tiny bit of his heat, they might be the next big thing. Of course, it was also possible that they might become Li Yuza's next target. At that moment, inside the Douyin platform, the case in the fishing village was already trending on the hot search list. Now, with numerous videos surfacing about Li Yuza's appearance there, the internet erupted once more. Yet this left many netizens both astonished and puzzled. Why would Li Yuza go to a small fishing village in the middle of the night? What connection could he possibly have to this? As the video spread, two waves of online traffic collided. Right now, under the related videos, netizens keep speculating. This is weird. Could it be that Li Yuza did it? I suspect Li Yuza is behind this. He must be panicking that his cover is about to blow, so he rushed over to destroy evidence. Otherwise, how else to explain why he was in such a hurry to go there in the middle of the night? Ironclad evidence. After my thorough analysis, this case was definitely orchestrated by Li Yuza. I've been investigating him for days. It started with that incident involving the elderly woman. I strongly suspect this old bastard is behind it all. As time passed, the incident only grew hotter, even in the dead of night. In the blink of an eye, it shot to the top of the charts. After all, this concerns the lives of over 20 innocent souls. Meanwhile, on the other side, in an apartment in downtown Beijing City, watching his recently posted comment steadily gain likes until it reached the top, a satisfied smile spread across his face. This person was none other than Wu Zheqi, the very individual Li Yuza had accused of violating divine law by causing trouble at his doorstep, only to be apprehended and taken away by Lu Zixuan. And among those conspiracy-laden comments flooding the screen, some were actually sent by him. Now, seated in his room, surrounded by countless silly netizens echoing his comments, Wu Zheqi gave an evil grin, then abruptly launched his livestream. He intended to personally recount Li Yuza's alleged crimes to his audience. Since the incident was trending at the top of the hot search list, Wu Zheqi's stream instantly drew countless curious onlookers eager to learn more. They flooded into his live room. Inside the livestream, watching the steadily rising view count, Wu Zheqi cleared her throat before speaking. "I'm the first person to expose Li Yuza's fraud. I was the one who bravely sacrificed myself when we went to smash his store. See? I told you Li Yuza is a murderer. He's involved in the deaths of Kang Xian and that poor old lady his Shadow. Once he sets his sights on you, he'll stop at nothing to eliminate you. The only question is how he managed to whitewash himself." At this point, Wu Zheqi paused, holding her phone directly toward the computer screen. Displayed was a photo of Li Yuza tearing through the police tape and charging into the fishing village. "See? This is the proof. Persistence pays off. I finally caught him in the act." As Wu Zheqi relentlessly attacked Li Yuza in the livestream, even the initially clueless onlookers got swept up in the frenzy. Now they joined in, echoing his accusations. "Disgusting Li Yuza. How can someone be this disgusting? Trust the streamer. Just unfollow me, everything else is up to fate." Watching the flood of supportive comments pouring in, Wu Zheqi felt utterly satisfied. She felt her days of investigation hadn't been in vain. Weren't these people just like her now? Wu Zheqi felt immense pride. But just as he was thinking of saying something else, the very next second, a system notification slowly floated across the livestream. "North City Road Funeral Services has followed you." Wu Zheqi, who had been about to launch into another rambling monologue, caught sight of the comment out of the corner of her eye. Instantly, the words she'd been about to speak got stuck in her throat, unable to escape. She stared at the computer screen in utter disbelief. But just then, a golden comment drifted slowly across the screen. It was none other than Li Yuza, whose verified account had just surpassed 2 million followers. "Talking trash behind my back while I'm gone, huh? Better not sleep too soundly tonight." Seeing the familiar ID behind the comment, Wu Zheqi's face turned ashen. Oh no, she was going to get roasted. But the silly netizens who also spotted the real deal in the livestream had slightly different reactions. Seeing the message Lee Yuza had posted, they all started typing comments. Streamer, you're done for. You're being called out. You're dead meat. Getting caught red-handed after talking trash behind someone's back? Hilarious. Sorry, bro. I was tricked by him. It's not my fault. Don't cut off my kidneys. Bro, don't follow me. That comment was my kid's doing. He's just a kid, messing around. My bad. If you must follow someone, go after that useless streamer, not me. Watching the bullet comments that had just agreed with her turn against her in an instant, Wujuchi, already ashen-faced, felt like she'd been through a defense hearing. Her composure was completely shattered. How could these people change their tune so quickly? Chapter 126, I am the embodiment of justice, who do I fear? Inside an apartment in North City. Seeing the live chat filled with supportive comments, Wujuchi couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Not to brag, but this Lee Yuza is nothing special, right? All those heinous things he's done? Just wait until I expose every single one and he ends up behind bars. At that moment, he was gesturing wildly as he ranted to the viewers about Lee Yuza's crimes. But just as he was about to continue, the corner of his eye caught sight of a familiar ID. Before he could process it, a golden bullet screen appeared on the display. Who the hell are you to talk about me behind my back? You'd better not sleep too soundly tonight, or you won't even know how you died. Staring at the threatening bullet, before he could react, another system notification chimed in the livestream. North City Road 1 Funeral Services has followed you. Ha! Seeing that familiar figure and realizing they'd followed him, Wujuchi's face drained of color. Meanwhile, on the other side, a figure strolled leisurely through a village where over 20 people had perished. Around them, save for a few remaining streetlights, only the bright moonlight remained. The night was deep. Everything felt eerie and terrifying. In stark contrast to the terrifying surroundings, Lee Yuza seemed utterly unconcerned. He watched the livestream still playing on his phone, shrugging his shoulders with a hint of resignation. He had thought that since he was already inside the village, he might search online for clues about this place. But unexpectedly, the very first video that popped up when he opened Douyin was Wujuchi's livestream. Recalling what the ox and horse had said earlier, Lee Yuza couldn't help but mutter a disdainful complaint. Damn it! But seeing Wujuchi still secretly bad-mouthing him in the livestream, Lee Yuza couldn't help but feel his anger rise. How many times had this jerk tried to frame him? What grudge did he hold? Had he stolen rice from his family or something? Why was he so desperate to find evidence to expose him? Besides, even if you did find something, it wouldn't matter. After all, I didn't start this mess. As he pondered this, Wujuchi's voice echoed through the livestream once more. Anyone he targets won't escape, he'll kill them all. That's his motive for murder. Hearing this, Lee Yuza, who had originally just dropped in for a laugh, found himself in a bit of a bind. Fine, you like to frame me, huh? You like to talk trash about me behind my back, huh? Seeing Wujuchi gloating in the livestream chat, Lee Yuza hesitated no longer and clicked the follow button. You chose not to take the path to heaven, huh? Here's a follow for you. I'll make sure you can't sleep a wink tonight. As soon as Lee Yuza hit follow, Wujuchi, who had been rambling on in the livestream, suddenly fell silent. Seeing the sudden betrayal from the ridiculous netizens in the chat, Wujuchi, already ashen-faced, looked like he'd just failed an exam. His composure shattered, his face turning deathly pale from the shock of Lee Yuza's follow. Yet despite this, facing the sea of viewers in the chat and clinging to his perceived sense of righteousness, he still managed to stammer out a defiant retort to Lee Yuza. I am the embodiment of justice. For lawless scum like you, who trample on the law and treat human life as worthless, I will expose you without mercy. Your attention poses no threat to me whatsoever. I'm not afraid at all. If you think you can intimidate me, you can forget it. In the small fishing village. Walking down the dilapidated street, Lee Yuza glanced at Wujuchi, who looked somewhat like a clown. Seeing his trembling yet feigned toughness, Lee Yuza curled his lip. What cattle? Lee Yuza muttered to himself, no longer paying attention to the other man. However, unlike Lee Yuza's indifference, the live chat was buzzing with excitement. Streamers awesome, support soldering iron. But support is support, funeral guy, don't follow me. Justice served. Watching the screen flood with comments echoing Wujuchi's words, Lee Yuza's mouth twitched slightly, his face darkening. They actually bought that? This generation of silly netizens believes everything they hear. Pretty dumb. Seeing this, Lee Yuza lost all desire to keep watching. This bunch of clueless netizens? It seemed unlikely he'd find any information about the village online. With that thought, Lee Yuza shut down the livestream and scanned his surroundings again, watching for any unexpected developments. Although the North City detectives had arrived at the scene shortly after the incident and thoroughly searched the entire village. But even now, standing deep within the village, Lee Yuza could still detect an overwhelmingly strong smell of blood. As the pungent odor assaulted his senses, Lee Yuza furrowed his brow while analyzing the situation. Is this a supernatural occurrence or a murder case? If it is a murder case. At this point, Lee Yuza touched the house beside him and added. Then this murder was brutal. To slaughter an entire village, leaving such a strong smell of blood lingering even now. But if it's a supernatural occurrence. Li Yuza rubbed his chin, about to continue, when suddenly he spotted the two figures Wulong and Fengqiu not far ahead, pausing briefly in front of each house. Every time they stopped at a location, the two would crouch down, conduct a brief inspection, and only then move on to the next spot. Watching this scene, Li Yuza felt deeply curious. No. It should be said that their behavior was downright peculiar. Seeing that they hadn't noticed him and were about to leave, Li Yuza called out to them directly. Zhang Huai, Zhang Hao, what the hell are you two up to? Holy crap! Hearing the voice, the two men, who had been about to move to another location to search, froze in their tracks. They turned around stiffly, staring at him in surprise. After exchanging glances, they scratched their heads, hesitating to meet Li Yuza's gaze. Brotherly, this place is dangerous, there's a murderer here. Leave it to us. We'll make sure the entire order gets delivered safely to the store. Across from the two, upon hearing their exchange. This made Li Yuza, who was already somewhat surprised, even more astonished. Is this really what I should be worried about? At his words, the expressions on their faces froze. As Li Yuza spoke again, he shattered the last shred of hope they clung to. Spill it. What's really going on with you two? What's going on? Why all the secrecy and keeping me in the dark? Got some secret on the back end, huh? Kids grow up and keep passwords from their parents now? Li Yuza's piercing gaze fixed on the two standing before him, awaiting their response. Chapter 127, isn't that my damn line? Votes needed. Inside the small fishing village. Walking along the dilapidated path, Li Yuza had just closed Wu Zheqi's livestream. He spotted the sneaky duo of Wulong and Fengqiu, furtively poking and prodding around. Watching them constantly walk past various houses, touching and poking things, Li Yuza felt quite astonished. What the hell are you two doing? Hearing the voice, the two, still fumbling around, snapped back to attention and saw Li Yuza approaching them. Exchanging a glance, they stammered out an explanation. Brotherly, it's dangerous here, there's a murderer. Just leave it to us. We'll make sure the entire shipment gets to the store safely. But across from them, Li Yuza heard their clearly dismissive words. Li Yuza, having come this far, wasn't about to be fooled so easily. His eyes narrowed as he fixed them with an intense stare, his tone carrying an unmistakable command. What's going on with you two? What secret are you hiding from me? As Li Yuza's words fell, the two brothers Wulong and Fengqiu stared at him in stunned silence. Noticing his piercing gaze, they exchanged a look of mutual unease. Brotherly, don't get upset. Just hear us out, wait, no, let us explain. Though they claimed to want to explain, both pairs of eyes darted nervously toward Li Yuza. We weren't trying to hide from you, we just thought this place was strange, so we wanted to come in and take a look. Exactly. Brotherly, Zhang Hao and I were just curious, we only came in to take a look. The two brothers chimed in unison, trying to explain to Li Yuza. But listening to their stammering words and seeing their evasive glances, Li Yuza pressed his hand to his forehead, feeling utterly speechless. Anyone could tell you two were lying. Can't even lie properly, and you still try to act cool? Sighing, Li Yuza didn't dwell on it further. He glanced with the corner of his eye at the corner the two had been fiddling with earlier and asked again. I don't care why you two came in here. Now I'm asking you, have you discovered anything since you got in here? He frowned, his gaze fixed intently on them. Across from Li Yuza, as his question hung in the air, the two conspirators scratched their heads awkwardly, exchanging embarrassed glances. The tension in the room thickened. Nothing. We just got here ourselves. The two replied stiffly, their words sounding like a half-hearted excuse. Upon hearing their words, Li Yuza's eyes narrowed sharply. Clearly, he didn't believe a word his two brothers were saying. Ignoring them, he scanned the corner they had rummaged through not far away, his mind racing with questions about why these two had suddenly become so peculiar. They'd rather charge into this village right in front of him? But before he could dwell on it, the corner of his eye caught sight of a mark. That mark in the corner, did you two make it? Li Yuza frowned, turning to face them and pointing a finger in their direction. Slander. Brotherly, don't slander us. Yeah. Brotherly, you may be our boss, but you can mess around with your food, but you can't mess around with your words. We didn't do it. We've got nothing to do with it. Don't blame us. Listening to their triple denial, Li Yuza frowned again, his expression turning slightly puzzled. This line felt so familiar, like he'd heard it somewhere before. Brotherly, what are you doing? Across from him, seeing the slight change in Li Yuza's expression, the dragon and Phoenix, who thought they'd brushed him off, now asked curiously. As the words left his lips, Li Yuza finally recalled where he'd heard them before. Damn it, that's my line from before? He was about to confront the two again when, at that very moment, a distant clatter of footsteps approached. It was Lu Zixuan, arriving with her men to apprehend the trio. At the intersection, Lu Zixuan, who had been searching, suddenly spotted the three targets. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately shouted. Li Yuza, you bastard, you dared to lie to me. As her words fell, several detectives behind her instantly surged forward, pinning Li Yuza against the wall and subduing him. And those other two? Ha! After swiftly subduing Li Yuza, Lu Zixuan was about to order her detectives to apprehend the other two. But before she could finish her sentence, the two detectives, alerted by the commotion, instantly vanished in a flash. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from their original positions, leaving only two afterimages behind. Ha! Staring at the scene, Lu Zixuan's eyes widened in disbelief. She froze in place, momentarily stunned and utterly incredulous. After a long moment, two words finally escaped her lips. Where? As Lu Zixuan murmured to herself, Li Yuza, who had been restrained beside her, naturally witnessed the same scene. But unlike Lu Zixuan's simple shock, Li Yuza felt even more stunned at this moment. Just moments ago, as the pair panicked and fled, he had secretly activated Eagle Eyes. While everyone else assumed they were merely running fast, Li Yuza's Eagle Eyes allowed him to see their movements with crystal clarity. Scaling walls and leaping roofs. Li Yuza murmured under his breath involuntarily. Indeed, in Li Yuza's field of vision, the pair had just sprinted away, scaling walls like they were nothing. Recalling the events that had unfolded in the blink of an eye, Li Yuza felt even more astonished. These two were actually faster than him. Even. Li Yuza looked up at the spot where they had vanished, murmuring again. Even, these two bastards might be a bit more skilled than me. What the hell are you muttering about? A sudden voice interrupted Li Yuza's thoughts. Lu Zixuan appeared before him, calling out to him while simultaneously instructing the detectives behind her. You guys go find those two people again. After dispatching some men to conduct another search, Lu Zixuan finally turned her gaze toward Li Yuza, her tone growing increasingly stern. Why did you come in here? Why didn't you follow orders? Hearing the voice, Li Yuza instinctively took a step back. But with his back against the wall, he had nowhere left to retreat. He could only offer an explanation. Hear me out. I came in to talk these two brothers out of it. I was almost successful when you suddenly showed up. Look, you saw the outcome. This wasn't what I wanted either. I'm innocent. Watching Li Yuza still trying to wriggle out of it, Lu Zixuan was at a loss for words. Can't be bothered with your nonsense. Just wait and see. With that, she turned away from Li Yuza. Feeling the gentle breeze stirred by the departing duo of the dragon and phoenix, Lu Zixuan's mood shifted slightly. Judging by the brothers' current situation, there was no way to catch them now. Damn it, they vanished like superheroes gone in an instant, not even a shadow left behind. How the hell was she supposed to track them down? These strange occurrences have been happening more and more lately. After voicing her musings, Lu Zixuan shot another glance at Li Yuza, who seemed lost in thought, then barked orders to the detectives behind her. Take them away immediately. Chapter 128, One face in public, another in private, right? North City Police Station. What a mess. Li Yuza stood on the street, gazing at the place he'd just emerged from, murmuring to himself with a touch of regret. If I'd known, I would have used my skill to escape too. Damn you, Lu Zixuan. Trying to deliberately piss me off? After that, Li Yuza sighed helplessly once more. A full day and night had passed since that night he searched the eerie little village. He'd assumed being dragged in would just mean a quick interrogation like usual before they let him go. But what Li Yuza never expected was being locked up for this long. Are you kidding me? It was just crossing a security perimeter. Was it really that big of a deal? And even if they had to detain him, the real problem was this. Not a single soul had come to interrogate him during this entire time. If it weren't for the fact that they still brought him meals, Li Yuza would have genuinely suspected these people had simply forgotten he existed. Half an hour earlier, back in the dark room. The sound of the door opening made Li Yuza, who had been slumped over the table after a day and night of torment, jump up instantly. He had assumed they were preparing to interrogate him before releasing him. But the outcome was far beyond his expectations. The person who entered wasn't Lu Zixuan, nor was it Zhao Jiangwo or the others. Instead, it was a detective he'd never seen before. Nothing else. You're free to go. Whenever Li Yuza recalled those words spoken by the detective, he couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness. He strongly suspected this was Lu Zixuan deliberately making things difficult for him. The outcome was the same either way. Why lock him up for a whole day and night? This ING thing was nothing but a deliberate attempt to make his life miserable. Rubbing his head, which felt foggy after a day of confinement, Li Yuza revisited his torturous prison experience. During that entire day and night, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of Lu Zixuan, let alone spoken to her. Even just now, when the detective released him, Li Yuza still hadn't laid eyes on Lu Zixuan. I just don't get it, damn it. You're doing this just to screw with me, aren't you? Gazing at the imposing North City Police Station towering before him, Li Yuza sighed once more. Damn it. But his thoughts didn't linger on that for long. He took a sip from the bottle of water he'd just swiped from inside the station, then headed toward home. On the way home, even though he had been released now, the events of that night in the fishing village kept replaying in Li Yuza's mind. He was deeply curious what could possibly have driven those two brothers to suddenly break in, even defying orders to charge inside? Could it be that something more than what met the eye had transpired here? Frowning, Li Yuza replayed their unusual actions that night in his mind, still puzzled. There's definitely something going on here. They've kept it hidden pretty well. If it weren't for what happened that night, I'd never have known these two could hide it so damn well. But I wonder what they're up to now, and how their investigation is progressing. This system-assigned mission might be a real pain in the ass. At that thought, Lee Yuza suddenly lifted his head and shook it. Forget it. I'm heading home first. I refuse to believe those two aren't heading home. Maybe they're already at the shop. After muttering a few words to himself, Lee Yuza hailed a taxi from the roadside. 10 minutes passed. After the taxi came to a stop, Lee Yuza stepped out and returned to the funeral home he hadn't seen in 2 days. Looking at the place that might seem eerie to others but felt like a warm home to him, Lee Yuza couldn't help but sigh. He never imagined that just 2 days after handling Su Fu's affairs, he'd have to leave again that very night. Leaving was one thing, but damn it, he'd been locked up for another 2 months. This left Lee Yuza feeling helpless once more. But what could he do? That damn system's bull tasks still weren't finished. Damn it, screw it, I'm sleeping for a whole day first. With that, Lee Yuza pushed open the funeral home's door and stepped inside. But as he stepped inside, he noticed the two familiar figures that usually greeted him were nowhere to be seen. Gazing at the empty living room, Lee Yuza frowned slightly. These brothers clearly don't trust me. Shaking his head, he closed the door behind him and headed toward the rooms. Simultaneously, he opened the system interface in his mind. As he scanned the tasks displayed there, he muttered to himself. I need to figure out how to complete this task. After all, the rewards offered by this bull and horse system this time are incredibly generous. Lee Yuza sat down in his chair, his brow still furrowed. And those two brothers, they don't trust me. I need to find a way to break through. Otherwise, this task will be nearly impossible to complete on my own. Maybe I should reveal something to them? He leaned back in his chair, weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Perhaps he could use the bear's power in front of them again just this once. Would that prove he was on their side? After all, everyone possessed some special abilities, none of them were ordinary people. Wouldn't that foster some sense of camaraderie? At this moment, Lee Yuza didn't even feel like scrolling through Douyin to kill time. He desperately wanted the reward the system offered. After all, it was offering two special abilities as a reward at once. Who wouldn't be tempted by that? If all else fails, I could threaten to dock their pay. If they don't spill these secrets, I'll take every last penny from their wages? Damned capitalist. Lee Yuza sighed, realizing he'd become the very type of person he despised most. Damn it! I never even planned on earning these two's trust in the first place. Why is gaining trust so damn hard? Just as Lee Yuza was still pondering how to gain the trust of the two strategists. At that moment, a commotion seemed to arise from the entrance of the funeral home. Before Lee Yuza could make out the figure. The next second, the figure knelt before him. Forgive me, sir. I know I've done wrong. Please cut me some slack, big bro. Just unfollow me already. Hearing the familiar voice by his ear, Lee Yuza froze. When the person before him lifted their head, he was even more surprised. Damn it, wasn't that Wu Jiachi? Staring at the familiar figure, Lee Yuza felt even more puzzled. Damn it! One face in public, another behind closed doors, huh? How come you're all talk online, but in real life you're practically groveling? Chapter 129, You can call me a beast of burden, but not unjust. North City. En route to the Baishur funeral parlor. Lee Yuza stared at the figure before him in surprise. Please spare me, big brother. There were too many people outside earlier. Now I'm kneeling before you. I don't want to die yet, wah. Big brother, just unfollow me. Holy crap. Seeing the person before him, Lee Yuza was even more astonished. Wu Jiachi. What's with this kid? Didn't he just slander me online not long ago? How could he switch sides so quickly? He's nothing but a keyboard warrior, right? But seeing Wu Jiachi staring at him with such pitiful eyes, Lee Yuza hesitated for a moment before reaching out to lift him up. He certainly didn't want to be subjected to his kneeling. Once Wu Jiachi was back on his feet, Lee Yuza finally looked him straight in the eye and demanded. How the hell did you find your way here? And didn't I lock the door? His gaze shifted past Wu Jiachi toward the living room door. Opposite him, Wu Jiachi didn't directly answer Lee Yuza's question. Instead, his voice trembling with tears, his face twisted in anguish, he looked at him desperately and pleaded. Wah, I don't want to die. Can you unfollow me? I don't want to die. I'm the embodiment of justice, I don't want to die, wah wah wah. As Wu Jiachi's sobs filled the room, Lee Yuza grimaced in utter exasperation. What the hell was going on? If his shop weren't so remote with no neighbors nearby, people might mistake him for bullying a child. And you cowardly little coward, calling yourself the embodiment of justice? I think you're just a representative of middle school syndrome. Facing Wu Jiachi's unwillingness to cooperate, Lee Yuza had no choice but to continue. Answer me, or start packing your bags and prepare to die. The moment the words left his mouth, Wu Jiachi abruptly stopped crying. Though her face remained grim, a glimmer of hope flickered in her voice as she asked. Really? You'll really unfollow me? I don't want to die young. I still want to save the world. Wah? Seeing the seemingly barely legal young man before him about to burst into tears again, Lee Yuza quickly raised his hand to interrupt. Stop, stop, stop. Answer my question properly first. I'll consider whether to unfollow you. Otherwise, pay me back for the door fee and scram. Lee Yuza frowned, waiting for the other's response. Upon hearing his words, Wu Jechi stopped her tears, scratched her head awkwardly, and said, I saw the news about your arrest on Douyin, so I waited outside the North City police station. When I saw you released today, I came straight here. And by the way, I didn't kick the door in. She pointed to the door, which indeed looked perfectly intact. Alright, let's put that aside for now. You came here just to ask me to unfollow you? You didn't believe me, did you? What if I don't unfollow you? Lee Yuza pressed his chin, firing off 3 questions in rapid succession as he narrowed his eyes at Wu Jechi. Upon hearing his words, her mood, which had just begun to ease, plummeted once more. Her voice trembling with tears, she cried out. You just agreed to unfollow me. Why? I'm the embodiment of justice. I can't just die this early. If I die this quickly, who will champion justice? Rely on those useless netizens? Last time they promised to storm your store, but in the end, I was the only one who showed up. You idiot. Still thinking about trashing your own shop? Watching Wu Jechi still babbling on, Lee Yuza rolled his eyes in exasperation. But this young man who saw himself as the embodiment of justice did have a twisted logic to his arguments. He was so well-reasoned and persuasive that Lee Yuza found himself almost convinced. But just as Lee Yuza was still pondering, Wu Jechi's tearful voice reached him again. Since you believe me now, when are you going to unfollow me? After you unfollow me, I still need to fight for justice. Hearing Wu Jechi's words, Lee Yuza, who was sitting in his chair contemplating whether to unfollow her, couldn't help but chuckle. You? Seriously? What kind of justice are you seeking? Are you going to smash someone else's shop again? Which unlucky soul like me caught your eye this time? At those words, Wu Jechi's sobbing abruptly stopped. Her expression turned serious as she looked at the person before her. Call me a jerk if you want, but don't accuse me of being unjust. He began counting on his fingers, intending to list every righteous deed he'd done lately for Lee Yuza. The other day, someone refused to give up their seat for an old lady on the bus. I gave up my seat for her, then went and judged that person. Also, I saw someone mistreating an animal, so I went and judged them too. And then, helping an old lady cross the street, that counts as upholding justice too. Across from him, Lee Yuza sat in his chair, scratching his ear. He looked at Wu Jechi with a slightly strange expression, asking with a mix of confusion and exaggeration. That's it? That's it. Wu Jechi puffed out her chest, her face beaming with pride. Hearing his words, Lee Yuza's expression darkened, utterly speechless. Yet at the same time, his mischievous streak seemed to stir up by Wu Jechi's antics, tempting him to tease the young man before him. That reason isn't sufficient. Provide more details, or I won't approve the unfollow request. Hearing this, Wu Jechi's eyes narrowed in urgency as she added more. And there's more. I'm currently investigating a charity organization on Douyin. I suspect they're embezzling donors' money. That's good enough, right? Fair enough? After speaking, she even shot Lee Yuza a smug glance. But unlike her reaction, Lee Yuza, who had been leisurely reclining in his chair moments before, visibly stiffened upon hearing her words. He seemed genuinely intrigued by the matter. Alright, tell me all about this charity organization. If you satisfy me, I'll unfollow them. With Lee Yuza's final words, Wu Jechi, who had been reluctant to continue, suddenly found the motivation to go on. She casually found a seat and continued her story. I've been navigating the web for years and am skilled in all kinds of online disguises. With just a little trick, I successfully infiltrated the management group of this charity organization. Then I overheard them discussing how to split the money, like how much they received today and such. And I've gathered enough evidence. Damn impressive. Keep going. Seeing him get to this point, Lee Yuza chimed in at just the right moment to give him a couple of compliments. This also left Wu Jechi feeling quite satisfied, and he continued speaking. Now I make a living by exposing you. Ah, that's not right either. Noticing Lee Yuza's gaze, Wu Jechi quickly stopped himself. Anyway, I'm basically a big influencer now. I plan to use this platform to expose this organization. But who knows? Before, scamming you didn't cause any trouble, but now you're suddenly paying attention to me. At this point, she looked up at Lee Yuza again, her voice trembling with tears as she repeated. Why did you have to pay attention to me, why? But across from him, Lee Yuza remained unmoved by Wu Jechi's tearful plea. Lee Yuza paid him no mind, instead responding thoughtfully with a question of his own. What's the name of this charity organization? West City Charity Organization. Despite this, Wu Jechi responded quickly, simultaneously opening the Douyin app. She found the charity organization's account and handed her phone to Lee Yuza to look at. Chapter 130, what the hell kind of script is this? Did you grab the wrong one? North City. Inside the funeral home. Why the hell did you follow me? Ignoring Wu Jechi, who was still sniffling and crying before him. Instead, he thoughtfully asked again about the name of this charity organization. But upon hearing the answer, Lee Yuza fell into deep thought once more. West City Charity Organization. Hearing Lee Yuza's mutter across from him, Wu Juchi seized the slightest chance to respond. They have a Douyin account. She swiftly opened the Douyin app, located the official account for the West City Charity Organization, and handed her phone to Lee Yuza. Oh. Taking the phone, Lee Yuza's gaze lingered briefly on Wu Juchi. This kid was pretty sharp. Soon, his gaze shifted back to the phone in front of him. On the screen, a heart-shaped cross icon immediately caught his eye. Frowning slightly at the icon, he didn't dwell on it. He tapped the user's profile, intending to learn more about this so-called cow and horse love organization through their videos. But as he tapped through the videos, one after another played out. Lee Yuza realized the content didn't match Wu Juchi's claims of embezzlement or neglecting those in need. Instead, they showed genuine care and compassion for these vulnerable elderly individuals. The account's homepage documented not only most of the organization's members traveling to rural areas to assist the elderly, but also frequently delivered daily necessities like cooking oil, rice, soy sauce, and vinegar to rural seniors living alone. It certainly didn't look like a shady organization. This doesn't look like it either. Lee Yuza muttered to himself, head bowed. Then he turned to Wu Juchi and said, I think this blogger is pretty decent, they even deliver so many supplies to the elderly. You're not trying to scam someone again, are you? At that thought, Lee Yuza stared at him with a look of utter exasperation. But as soon as he spoke, Wu Juchi, standing across from him, shook his head like a wave. I don't target people without views. That's not quite right. Staring at Wu Juchi, who was shaking his finger at him in a rather flamboyant manner, Lee Yuza fought the urge to punch him and waited for an explanation. Of course, if his explanation left him thoroughly dissatisfied, he wouldn't mind giving this young man a good beating before tossing him out again. All these videos are staged. Everything they give away gets taken back after filming. And after they take them back, they just give them to the next person, endlessly filming more videos. Sometimes they even drag old folks into live streams. Holy! That's just staged. After Wu Juchi finished outlining the situation, Lee Yuza exclaimed in shock. If what Wu Juchi said was true, then this seemingly heartwarming organization was actually a black-hearted institution preying on the elderly for profit. As you can see, they're nothing but a shady operation. They swindle donors out of their money, but not a single penny goes to those who truly need help. It all ends up in their pockets. If I hadn't gone undercover for days gathering mountains of evidence, even I would have been fooled by these bastards. At this point, Wu Juchi paused, her eyebrow arching slightly as if recalling something else. She continued. And what's more, these people claim all their livestream earnings go to the elderly, playing on everyone's sympathy to get them to send gifts. But in reality, it's all just to show they split every penny of those streaming profits among themselves. As the words fell, Wu Juchi, who had been tearfully sobbing moments before, now bristled with righteous indignation. He was now burning with a desire to expose this heartless, evil organization immediately. To prevent more donors from being deceived. Organizations like this, masquerading as charitable institutions to amass wealth, are at best simply swindling people out of their property. But on a larger scale, they were like a rotten apple spoiling the whole barrel. Their actions not only prevented those in need from receiving help but also deterred potential donors from contributing. Take Su Fu, for instance. It's precisely because we fear these organizations will pocket all the donations. That's interesting. If that's really the case, the people running this organization have no conscience left. Lee Yuza frowned as he stared at his phone. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. He tossed the phone back to Wu Juchi. Right now, he had far more important matters to attend to. Those two prodigies were still in the village. None of his tasks had been completed yet. But contrary to what Lee Yuza was thinking, Wu Juchi was only concerned with getting him to unfollow her. Otherwise, the thought of having to constantly guard against unknown dangers day and night gave Wu Juchi a headache. Bro, I've said everything I needed to say. Can you unfollow me now? You don't want to see righteous people dying right before your eyes, do you? Wu Juchi looked at Lee Yuza pitifully. But that look, perhaps he didn't realize it himself, but to Lee Yuza, somehow felt so strange. He shot the guy a slightly disgusted look. To avoid this kid bashing him online again after seeing he hadn't unfollowed him, Lee Yuza decided to grant his wish. Fine, just get the hell away from me. With that, he pulled out his phone and unfollowed him right in front of him. Upon witnessing this, the weight on the latter's heart finally settled. But that wasn't enough. Seeing this, Wu Juchi spoke again. Unfollowing is just the first step. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. According to the script, I still need to stay by your side. That's the only way I can survive. Otherwise, I'll still end up dead. Hearing this, Lee Yuza frowned, his lips twitching slightly as he turned to glare at him. His tone was sharp. Damn it, what script? What the hell is a script? What the hell are you playing at? Hearing Lee Yuza's puzzled words, Wu Juchi visibly froze. Ah, you didn't know? Seeing the other about to lash out, he hurriedly explained. It's like everyone online says if you follow someone, you're doomed. The only way to survive is to unfollow them. But unfollowing isn't enough, you have to endure some suffering, and it has to happen right in front of you. Ha! I thought Wu Juchi was about to spout some clever remark, but what came out of his mouth left Li Yuza utterly dumbfounded. You listen to Bull Online, huh? Stop following me around, it's pissing me off. Li Yuza shot a look of utter disgust at the boy standing before him, whose facial hair hadn't even started to grow yet. But Wu Juchi was even more stubborn now than before. Upon hearing Li Yuza's refusal, he immediately retorted. I don't care. I believe it. I'm following you. With that, he flopped down onto a nearby chair. Clearly, he wouldn't budge unless Li Yuza agreed. Watching Wu Juchi like this, Li Yuza felt 1,000 camels galloping through his mind, utterly speechless. But after a moment's thought, he sighed. Let him be. As long as he doesn't interfere with me. Without another glance at Wu Juchi, who remained sprawled in the chair, he turned away, his mind already racing with plans for another trip to the village. Chapter 131, It's Not Impossible. Inside the funeral home. Li Yuza shot Wu Juchi a speechless look before turning away, no longer bothering with him. At this moment, more pressing matters awaited his attention. Not only to complete the system's assigned task, but also to uncover the secrets surrounding the dragon and phoenix. I need to find a way to return to that fishing village. Zhang Huai and the others should still be there. Meanwhile, on the other side, North City Police Station. In the conference room, Zhao Jiangwo sat at the head of the table, his expression stern as he looked down at the group of detectives led by Lu Zixuan. Regarding the situation with the fishing village case, what specific insights do you have? This matter can't be concealed, many citizens have already taken notice. At this point, he glanced around the room once more before continuing. Furthermore, this matter has drawn the attention of higher-ups and has now been classified as a major case. Furthermore, a strict order has been issued. If this matter isn't thoroughly investigated, everyone will be relieved of their duties. As his words fell, a collective gasp of shock rippled through the conference room. What none of them had anticipated was that this incident would carry such immense repercussions. But now that it had happened, the detectives had no choice but to actively pursue solving the case. Beneath the seats, while everyone else was still reeling from the gravity of the consequences, Lu Zixuan's mind kept replaying the numerous discrepancies from the crime scene. Now, upon hearing Zhao Jiangwo's words, she hesitated no longer and voiced her question directly. One thing about what happened in that fishing village puzzles me the most. As the words fell, every pair of eyes in the conference room turned to her, including Zhao Jiangwo's. If it were just one village with over 20 deaths, we could suspect mass food poisoning or an attack by some individual or organization. Lu Zixuan suddenly stood up, walked over to the projector in the conference room, and inserted a USB drive into the computer. Amidst the puzzled stares, she opened a photograph. It was the very scene Li Yuza and the others had witnessed that day, a small fishing village covered in white cloth. Perhaps some of you haven't been to the scene and aren't fully aware of the situation. But what I'm saying is, the 2 points I just mentioned can't be dismissed as zero probability, it's highly probable that's exactly what happened. According to our investigation, 20 people died in that fishing village. Yet when we arrived at the scene, we found not a single body. Lu Zixuan stared solemnly at the conference room attendees. As her words fell, the room erupted once more in an uproar. How is that possible? The shock was palpable. But when they turned their stunned gazes toward Zhao Jiangwo and saw him nod firmly in confirmation, the meeting room attendees finally began to accept this reality. It turned out that the white sheets the detectives had spread across the fishing village earlier were merely a cover for the outside world. The purpose was to prevent unnecessary panic and unfavorable speculation or rumors from spreading. Standing before the projector, Lu Zixuan spoke again in a solemn tone as she watched her team members slowly come to their senses. Not only that, but according to survivors we interviewed that night, they seemed to have seen zombies that night. Whoosh! The team members had thought Lu Zixuan's earlier revelation was shocking enough, but none of them could have imagined that even more unbelievable information was about to be revealed. Impossible. There's absolutely no way a village could have zombies. As public servants, how could we possibly believe such things? That villager must have misinterpreted something. After all, it's the countryside, some feudal beliefs are bound to linger. Hearing Lu Zixuan's words, one team member stood up from his seat and retorted. He wasn't alone. Most of the team members remained silent, their expressions suggesting they agreed with this colleague. Deep down, they simply refused to believe in zombies. Let alone the idea of zombies attacking an entire village. But Lu Zixuan, standing at the front, didn't seem overly surprised by the team members' intense reaction. She seemed to have anticipated that her words would spark skepticism among the team members below. After all, anyone hearing such a story for the first time would react similarly. Even she, who had encountered supernatural phenomena before, had momentarily frozen upon hearing the villagers' account of a zombie attack. Let's set that aside for now. This case has far more suspicious elements than just that. Hear me out before jumping to conclusions. Lu Zixuan spoke, paying no heed to the team members' thoughts. She turned and operated the projector, displaying more images related to the crime scene. There's another aspect to this case, one that's actually the most puzzling part for me. Our investigation revealed that on the day of the incident, the villagers heard absolutely no commotion whatsoever. Logically speaking, with over 20 people dying at once in a fairly densely populated village, if it were a murder, there would have been some commotion. But no matter how we investigated or questioned the villagers, the consistent answer was that they heard absolutely nothing. As the words fell, though two bizarre questions had already been raised earlier. But now, upon hearing this peculiar detail, the conference room once again fell into silence. Standing above, Lu Zixuan regarded the crowd below with a detached gaze. Simultaneously, she felt a hint of confusion, her brow furrowing slightly as her mind relentlessly analyzed this bizarre occurrence. Logically speaking, if it were murder, there would definitely be commotion. And killing 20 people at once would only create a huge disturbance, not a small one. And yet, there was no sound at all. Yet this very silence was precisely what left everyone utterly perplexed. No bodies of villagers were found at the scene, which could be explained away by criminals hiding them. The villagers seeing zombies was even more far-fetched. Although Lu Zixuan was somewhat inclined to believe it, she also agreed with her colleague's suggestion that perhaps the villagers had simply misidentified something. No matter how bizarre this world might be, zombies couldn't possibly exist, right? Lu Zixuan pressed her chin, glancing up at the others in the conference room. They all seemed lost in thought, just like her. Lowering her head, she ignored them and furrowed her brow once more. But the final point, if a murderer killed someone, even if they made no sound, wouldn't they at least leave some evidence behind? Were the villagers so frail that the killer could take them down one by one without making a sound? But that was clearly impossible. The villagers of this small fishing village were mostly strong and robust. It was unthinkable that they could be taken down one by one with a single blow. Yet according to their investigation, not a single trace of struggle was found at the scene. Combined with the villagers' claims of hearing no noise whatsoever, the conclusion. Could it really be zombies? The thought gave Lu Zixuan a headache. Glancing at the team members gathered beneath her, she spoke to the group in a tone laced with disbelief, even doubting her own words as she uttered them. This couldn't possibly be a paranormal incident, could it? But after she spoke, everyone just stared at her with solemn expressions, offering no reply. For a moment, the conference room fell silent. Sometimes, silence speaks volumes. Given the current situation, it wasn't entirely impossible. Chapter 132, Fraudsters Deserve to Die Bonus Chapter Vote Request. North City Police Station. Inside the conference room. Could it be some kind of paranormal activity? Lu Zixuan pressed her temples, voicing a headache-inducing answer that shocked everyone yet fell within the realm of possibility. As her words fell, the conference room fell silent once more. It wasn't impossible, after all. Silence fell over the group. After all, based on their brief analysis, this was the only conclusion they could reach at present. And only this could tie all the loose ends together. Otherwise, how could the police station not even find a single villager's body? The surviving villagers couldn't have heard not a single sound. Only a supernatural phenomenon. Everyone present could only attribute the entire incident to supernatural forces. Could it be? Lu Zixuan looked at Zhao Jiangwo with a mixture of shock and doubt. Seated at the head of the table before her, Zhao Jiangwo also wore a look of doubt. However, having participated in the investigation that night, he wasn't as shocked as the detectives. He merely furrowed his brow slightly, propped his chin on his hand, and after a moment's thought, addressed both her and the numerous officers seated below him. As public servants, we cannot endorse such superstitious nonsense. After all, as a deputy bureau chief of a city, there were certain things Zhao Jiangwo might personally believe, but he couldn't voice them publicly. But just as everyone thought he was about to make a statement, he abruptly changed his tone. But as Zi Xian mentioned, this case does indeed contain numerous discrepancies. The police department still hasn't made any progress in solving the case. We should urge the enforcement officers to dig up more evidence. By the end, Zhao Jiangwo found himself at a loss for words. After all, this case was simply too bizarre. They had never encountered anything like it before. At this point, they could only rely on the investigators at the scene to uncover more evidence, giving them a starting point to delve deeper into the investigation. Otherwise, the case would remain deadlocked here. Meanwhile, on the other side, in stark contrast to the silence within the North City Police Station, the North City Courthouse was now filled with an air of solemnity and gravity. A trial was underway here. The final trial of Chen Xiu. Prior to this, in Miandian Nation, through the joint efforts of the North City Police Station and the Miandian Nation authorities, a gang of increasingly rampant telecommunications fraud criminals was swiftly apprehended and brought to justice. The leader of this fraud ring was none other than Chen Xiu. At the time, while the North City Police Department was cracking down on the fraud ring, Chen Xiu attempted to flee. It was precisely at this moment that the detective captain spotted the primary target attempting to flee. Before anyone else could react, he fired a shot, bringing Chen Xiu down and securing his capture. After subduing him, the detective administered immediate first aid. Once stabilized, Chen Xiu was transported to North City. Even though this man was beyond redemption, he still deserved a proper trial. Back to the present. At the presiding judge's command, Chen Xiu was swiftly escorted by several detectives to the defendant's dock. He was prepared to face the judgment of the people. Moreover, this trial was broadcast live across all networks, a message made abundantly clear. It was to declare to all, China has zero tolerance for these criminals. It also served as a warning to fraudsters worldwide. If they had ever committed crimes against China, then no matter where they were, China would apprehend them. After detectives escorted Chen Xiu to the defendant's dock, the presiding judge, holding a document, sat upon the elevated bench. Facing the live broadcast in Chen Xiu, he solemnly declared, "All persons shall rise when the trial personnel enter the courtroom and when the presiding judge or sole judge pronounces the court's judgment." As the crowd rose, the presiding judge finally turned to face Chen Xiu directly, delivering the final judgment. In accordance with the laws of Huaxia, the following sentence is pronounced upon the defendant, Chen Xiu. First, for illegally possessing another's property and fabricating and concealing facts, he is sentenced to 3 years of fixed-term imprisonment. Second, for illegally defrauding others into leaving the country and unlawfully imprisoning others, he is sentenced to 3 years of fixed-term imprisonment. Third, for intentionally causing bodily harm resulting in death, Chen Xiu is sentenced to 15 years of fixed-term imprisonment. Fourth, with each charge the presiding judge read aloud, his expression grew increasingly grim. He never imagined such a heinous criminal could exist. This man was nothing short of a beast. The court proceedings are adjourned. The North City High People's Court hereby sentences the criminal Chen Xiu to death. Execute immediately. With the gavel striking down, the verdict against Chen Xiu became legally binding. At the very moment the presiding judge delivered the verdict, inside the live streaming room of the North City Court, netizens across the nation who had been following this case erupted in heated discussion. After all, this case had caused immense public outrage in recent times. It wasn't merely a case of fraud, he had even orchestrated a kidnapping right on the streets. Now, witnessing Chen Xiu sentenced to death, netizens flooded the livestream chat with condemnation. Damn it, scum like this should be tortured before being shot. Who knows how many people he's ruined? Exactly. If someone hadn't intervened in time recently, I can't even imagine what kind of inhuman torture Dai Xiaomei and the others would have endured. These scammers deserve to rot in hell. Damn it, I had no idea Chen Xiu was a fraudster until I saw this news. And I was actually his fan before. Turns out he was trying to rip me off. He looked like such a nice guy. Who would have thought someone like him had dozens of lives on his hands? The livestream chat erupted with condemnation. Many were even former fans of Chen Xiu. But now that his true colors were revealed, they all demanded he be executed immediately. But then, another figure appeared in the chat stream. Did Li Yuza follow this guy too? Yep, just as expected. Anyone Li Yuza follows is as good as dead. Unless Li Yuza unfollows them, no one can escape this fate. But let's be honest, Chen Xiu really deserves to be on his radar. People like him should just die. Li Yuza did the right thing. Netizens continued to condemn Chen Xiu in the livestream chat. But in a corner where they couldn't see, Chen Xiu, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 133, Many Will Die in North City Bonus Chapter Vote Request. North City Courtroom. After the presiding judge concluded Chen Xiu's trial under the watchful eyes of countless netizens, online, a wave of condemnation erupted against him. Damn it, scum like this should be tortured before being shot. Who knows how many people he's ruined? He seemed like a good person, but who could have imagined that this very man held dozens of lives in his hands? Unless Li Yuza unfollows him, no one will escape unscathed. But let's be honest, Chen Xiu really deserves attention. People like him should just die. Yet, while netizens continued their tirade, in a corner unnoticed by them, Chen Xiu, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter grew louder and more maniacal. The presiding judge and the viewers in the livestream finally noticed this scene. Gazing at Chen Xiu, who had erupted into uncontrollable laughter for reasons unknown, the presiding judge, seated high on the bench and clutching his gavel, furrowed his brow. Yet he sternly warned him. Silence. Before the presiding judge could finish his command. Behind him, 2 detectives stepped forward, ready to restrain Chen Xiu. Yet below the high bench, seated in the dock, Chen Xiu, upon hearing the presiding judge's warning, suddenly raised his head, glaring at the presiding judge with a savage expression. His voice raspy, he shouted. Naive. So naive. Ha 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 ha. You're all so ignorant. Do you really think arresting me will solve everything? Ignoring the detective who had his hands pinned down, Chen Xiu scanned the room with a dark, brooding gaze. When he spotted the camera in the corner trained directly on him, his expression twisted into a savage grimace as he flashed a sinister grin at the lens. Silence. The presiding judge roared at the suddenly eerie Chen Xiu, simultaneously banging his gavel down hard. But beneath the gavel, the command which might have seemed imposing to outsiders but felt utterly hollow to him went unheeded. Chen Xiu turned his head. Facing the presiding judge, whose eyes held confusion, he let out another vicious laugh and shouted with utter contempt. Silence, you. Before he could finish, 2 detectives behind him seized his arms, cutting him off. Does the defendant have anything further to say? The presiding judge, standing high above the courtroom, saw that Chen Xiu seemed to have more to say and retorted. Below him, Chen Xiu, still with his hands restrained, realized he had nowhere left to retreat. With nothing left to hide, he shouted across the courtroom. Have you ever considered that after Li Yuza took an interest in me, I had already prepared a backup plan? Kill me, and more will come to bury you with me. Though his appearance was somewhat disheveled at this moment, he still grinned wildly with utter recklessness. He felt a sense of satisfaction at the contingency plan he had prepared long ago. This plan had been meticulously arranged long before his attempt to assassinate Li Yuza at North City Airport failed. After all, information about Li Yuza was readily available online with a simple search. Though Chen Xiu initially dismissed such concerns, he had meticulously secured this contingency plan just in case. Now, it had finally come into play. But what unfolded was not what he had anticipated. As his words fell, the presiding judge seated on the high dais wore an oddly peculiar expression. Though his brow remained furrowed, the trace of doubt in his eyes had vanished. He had expected Chen Xiu to be holding a pair of aces up his sleeve, but to his surprise, it turned out to be nothing more than a single three. With that realization, the presiding judge merely shook his head, turned to tidy the documents on the table, and paid no further attention to the man. His words were dismissed as nothing more than the desperate last gasp of a dying man. Useless, nothing more. But as soon as Chen Xiu's words fell silent, the live stream audience, who had been hurling abuse at Chen Xiu moments before, was abruptly silenced by his sudden move. Like the presiding judge, they had expected him to have some final, devastating move up his sleeve. Yet what they never could have imagined was, after spouting a few threats, he had nothing more to offer. Seeing the presiding judge ignore him completely, the netizens finally understood he was nothing but a paper tiger, all bark and no bite. And so, gazing upon this clownish Chen Xiu, another wave of abuse rained down upon him. Damn it, I almost fell for his bull. Is he out of his mind? Spouting nonsense when he's about to die? He must be delusional. Does he think spouting threats will get him a lighter sentence or acquittal? I thought he had some earth-shattering trick up his sleeve. Turns out this is it? Too naive. Shoot him now and put him out of his misery. He really is ignorant. I shouldn't have listened to his nonsense out of curiosity. In the livestream chat, insults and mockery poured out relentlessly. But under everyone's gaze, Chen Xiu stood alone at the defendant's bench, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed as if he already knew exactly what this herd of ignorant netizens would say next. At that moment, his lips parted slightly as he spoke again. You think I don't know about that shark-toothed bastard Li Yuza? The moment he started following me, I realized this guy had a supernatural aura about him. So I specifically went to Southeast Asia to find a shaman. At this point, Chen Xiu burst into loud laughter once more. As his words trailed off, the presiding judge, who had been organizing documents at his desk, found his gaze drawn to Chen Xiu once more. I offered that shaman a reward so astronomical, no one could refuse. Trust me, the shaman has already started his work. North City, people are going to die. Ha 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 ha. North City will lose many, many lives. And these people will all become my sacrificial offerings. By the end, Chen Xiu's voice had grown ruthless and menacing. Yet his words left both the viewers in the livestream and some staff members on site utterly baffled. Even the presiding judge struggled to grasp how the man's ramblings connected to the case at hand. But just as the presiding judge was about to speak further, a memory surfaced in his mind, an incident that had occurred not long ago in the outskirts of North City. The presiding judge's brow furrowed deeply. A look of utter bewilderment flashed in his eyes as he stared blankly at the wildly defiant Chen Xiu before him. His words were impossible to separate from the recent online frenzy surrounding the mass deaths in that small fishing village. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by Chen Xiu? Was this his backup plan? Had the sorcerer already begun his move? Chapter 134, Shattering Conventional Understanding. In the North City courtroom. Rest assured, a great many will join me in death. They have already begun their move. It's too late for you. Ha 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 ha. Gazing at Chen Xiu, who remained defiant even as death approached, the presiding judge furrowed his brow slightly, somewhat baffled by his words. Who had given him the courage to defy death so brazenly? But seeing the unwavering confidence still burning in Chen Xiu's eyes, the judge felt even more intrigued. Just as the judge was about to say something else, a memory surfaced in his mind, an incident that had occurred not long ago in the northern suburbs. The presiding judge's brow furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared blankly at the wildly defiant Chen Xiu before him. His words now connected with that earlier incident he had been monitoring. In a village called Little Fishing Village on the outskirts of North City, over 20 people had died overnight. At this thought, the presiding judge felt a chill run down his spine. Could these events be his backup plan? The presiding judge lifted his head, his gaze fixed on Chen Xiu. At that very moment, Chen Xiu, restrained by the detective, raised his head and offered a sinister grin. Their gazes locked, colliding invisibly in the air. The sorcerer has already begun his move? The presiding judge murmured involuntarily upon seeing Chen Xiu's eerie grin. At that moment, his emotions were thrown into turmoil by Chen Xiu's eerie grin. He suspected that everything that had transpired in the fishing village days prior was precisely Chen Xiu's backup plan. But the presiding judge dared not guarantee this was necessarily Chen Xiu's backup plan. What if he was merely all bark and no bite? The presiding judge sat in his seat, his brows tightly furrowed as he stared at Chen Xiu, who continued to grin savagely at him. He couldn't gamble on it, nor did he dare to. If it were truly as he claimed, then this matter was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. It involved something far greater. Far more than just 20 lives. Moreover, as far as he knew, this matter was extremely serious for the North City Police Department. Rumors even suggested that if the case wasn't thoroughly investigated, the entire team handling it at North City Police Headquarters would be dismissed. At this moment, this matter was not only crucial for North City, but equally vital for him. Setting aside the fact that mishandling this would bring consequences far beyond his capacity to bear, as Chief Justice of the North City Court, he naturally did not wish to see North City residents meet untimely deaths. With that thought, the presiding judge hesitated no longer. He immediately shut down the livestream and rose to his feet, addressing the assembled officials and the crowd gathered to observe. The court proceedings are adjourned. Court is now in recess. Court officers, please escort the defendant back to custody. The next hearing date will be announced separately. With that, he hastily gathered the documents before him and hurriedly left the courthouse. He must report this matter to higher-level officials. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, although the presiding judge had shut down the livestream, Chen Xiu's final words were still heard by the audience present. No way. All those deaths in North City lately, it's all the witches doing? I thought it was food poisoning or some rival settling scores, but there really are supernatural events? Could Chen Xiu be lying? Maybe it's just a deathbed rant, all talk and no substance? Doesn't seem like it. The look in his eyes, this feels real. He really found some witch out of nowhere and got a bunch of people killed. All those people in the fishing village, he killed them. After hearing Chen Xiu's final words, the numerous netizens still lingering in the livestream chat were buzzing with discussion. But the more they discussed it, the more they realized. This seemed to be Chen Xiu's doing after all. Fear began to grip the crowd, each dreading that they might be next. As the livestream ended, the remaining viewers gradually left the room as time passed. Yet as the numbers dwindled, the intensity of the incident only grew. After all, this livestream had been broadcast live to Chinese people across the nation and indeed, around the world. No matter how hard they tried to cover it up, the incident had already exploded across major social media platforms. Not just Douyin and Weibo, but even on the Zhanyo streaming platform, people were constantly discussing and analyzing the incident. Yet, as more people learned of the incident, a deeper confusion began to take hold. Despite widespread awareness and significant impact, why hasn't it trended on search platforms yet? With this question lingering, discussions about the incident erupted again across social media. Damn, even the old lady in the next village knows about this. She's hiding at home now, too scared to go out. How come Douyin won't even give it a trending topic? Yeah, it feels like this is practically common knowledge now, but why? Could it be this incident is actually true, so the authorities are suppressing it from trending? Otherwise, how come I haven't seen it trending on Douyin, Weibo, Zhanyu, or any other social media platform? It really feels like it. It's actually real? Even as netizens buzzed about it online and shared it relentlessly, the news still didn't make it to the trending topics. And precisely because of this, more netizens grew perplexed. With the authorities remaining inactive, this matter. It was painfully obvious it must be true. This thought sent shivers down netizens' spines, especially those in North City. They feared they might be the next victims of supernatural attacks. But as netizens discussed the paranormal incidents, a certain figure once again came to mind. If there really are supernatural events and witches, wouldn't we have to rely on Li Yuza to handle it? Right. I'd completely forgotten about him. With his knack for making people die just by focusing on them, I'd bet he's got some supernatural tricks up his sleeve. Oh no, North City's last hope rests on a jinxed shop owner. Did you forget that figure who saved little Dumby not long ago? Remember how he single-handedly knocked a car flying? That guy was Li Yuza. So Li Yuza really does know something. Recalling that figure, and prompted by other netizens, they realized it was indeed Li Yuza who had single-handedly sent a car flying earlier. At this moment, netizens across the country had already begun speculating wildly. All were debating whether Li Yuza could safely resolve this supernatural incident. After all, the events unfolding before them had shattered conventional understanding. Chapter 135. Do you believe him or that I'm Qin Shi Huang? As soon as Chen Xiu spoke those words, a massive uproar erupted online. While discussing the supernatural incident, netizens also recalled a familiar figure. If, as Chen Xiu suggested, a shaman were to appear, wouldn't this require Li Yuza's intervention to resolve? Recalling his earlier feat of single-handedly overturning a car to save little sister, netizens now unanimously believed that only Li Yuza could counter this supernatural force. Given the recent conflicts and incidents involving these two parties, netizens nationwide have launched into heated discussions and wild speculations. After all, this had long shattered people's conventional understanding. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside the fishing village. Having just spent a day and night in the police station, Li Yuza hadn't even had time to warm his chair at home before returning to this familiar place. He had returned to the place where his dream began, the very spot where Lu Zixuan had caught him and had him locked up. Now, crouched on a small slope, Li Yuza frowned as he gazed at the quiet little village before him, lost in deep thought. Beside him sat another figure, none other than Wu Jiaqi. Glancing at the figure beside him, Li Yuza felt a pang of helplessness. This silly kid had unfollowed him, yet still clung to him like glue. She insisted they had to endure more trials before he could be safely rescued. Who knows what nonsense she'd picked up from somewhere. Sighing, he watched Wu Jiaqi still playing with her phone, feeling utterly helpless. He recalled how he hadn't wanted to bring this fool along in the first place, but the kid had clung to him relentlessly, threatening all sorts of things if he wasn't allowed to come. The thought only deepened Li Yuza's exasperation. Why am I even bothering with this little brat? Damn it, I should have never brought him along. After muttering under his breath, his gaze drifted back toward the small fishing village. As for why they were sitting on a small hill some distance from the village, that was all thanks to Lu Zixuan. Looking at the village, now patrolled by twice as many police officers as last time, Li Yuza felt even more helpless. Damn it, Lu Zixuan definitely did this on purpose. After cursing under his breath, he abandoned any thoughts of entering the village to investigate. Instead, he analyzed his next move in his mind. First, the system-assigned mission and the 2 new skill rewards it offered piqued Li Yuza's interest. Wonder if these skills carry over to the next mission if I fail, or if they just vanish forever. He shook his head, refusing to dwell on the matter. Second, why had those 2, the dragon and phoenix, suddenly rushed into this village? And why hadn't they left him any response until now? But what piqued Li Yuza's curiosity most was the mention of the controlled corpse in the mission prompt. What the hell is this thing? For a moment, Li Yuza felt a headache coming on. So many questions, yet he didn't know anything about his own disappearance. Even if he possessed extraordinary abilities, they'd be useless now. In stark contrast to Li Yuza's troubled expression, Wu Jiaqi, who had been fiddling with her phone beside him, suddenly looked up at him with a flushed face. Suddenly, her face lit up with excitement as she looked up at Li Yuza. Holy crap, a wizard! Hearing the commotion, Li Yuza turned to look at him with curiosity. As a seasoned internet surfer, Wu Jiaqi was well aware of all the major events circulating online lately and understood the feud between Li Yuza and Chen Xiu. Upon seeing the news on his phone, he immediately blurted out to Li Yuza. That idiot Chen Xiu got sentenced to death by the North City Court today. But he said he left a backup plan. He didn't spell it out, but the way he hinted around it. He paid a fortune to hire a witch doctor to kill someone to be buried with him. And the location seems to be right here. Supernatural incident. Wu Jiaqi pointed at the small fishing village before them as he spoke. But as his words fell, Li Yuza was utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at him. What the hell? This actually turned into a supernatural incident? Beside him, Wu Jiaqi, seeing the strange look on Li Yuza's face, shouted even more excitedly. Brotherly, no wonder you brought me here. You must have known about this all along, right? Does that mean following you counts as saving the world? I knew it. I'm definitely the embodiment of justice. Wherever danger lurks, there I am. Seeing Wu Jiaqi's innocent expression, Li Yuza felt utterly speechless as the girl had already pinned this grand title on him before he could even grasp the situation. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately just shook his head. Forget it. This kid's probably a fool. Talking to him won't do any good. Why bother explaining? With that thought, Li Yuza decided to leave him be, letting him indulge in his own fantasies. Still, Wu Jiaqi's words were worth re-examining. If there really were supernatural phenomena, he wouldn't be able to handle them either. After all, he only had a system. But its power was severely limited. No matter how formidable it seemed to ordinary people, if he actually encountered a supernatural event, he'd probably get knocked flying. Acting high and mighty was definitely out of the question. Forget saving anyone, he'd be lucky to survive this damn thing. Li Yuza frowned deeply, his headache intensifying. He hadn't expected this matter to involve so many complications. Damn. But now that it had happened, he couldn't just ignore it, could he? At the very least, it was for his mission and to uncover the truth behind the dragon in Phoenix and this incident. On a larger scale. At this thought, he glanced at Wu Jiaqi once more inside again. This bigger picture perspective was truly becoming like his own, acting as some embodiment of justice. As Li Yuza's thoughts drifted further and further, just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. Furrowing his brow slightly, he answered the call with curiosity. You saw everything online? As soon as the call connected, a familiar voice came through. It was Lu Zixuan. Upon hearing her voice, Li Yuza fell into a moment of silence. Damn it. After locking me up for a whole day and night without a word, now she comes looking for me the moment something happens? Did she really think of him as nothing more than a tool? Chen Xiu seeking out a shaman? Yes. Hearing her affirmative reply, Li Yuza suddenly felt a mischievous urge. He spoke to her in a teasing yet serious tone. Do you believe he hired a witch doctor to harm the villagers, or do you believe I'm Qin Shi Huang, planning to invade the island nation tonight? Question mark. On the other end of the line, Lu Zixuan's face was filled with question marks after hearing his words. But just then, Li Yu's voice came through again. You don't actually believe such ridiculous nonsense, do you? No way, right? There can't be public officials who actually believe this nonsense, right? Hearing this, Lu Zixuan closed her eyes tightly, her eyebrows twitching and the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. Clenching her already tight fists, she spoke with the calmest voice she could muster, though anger simmered beneath. One more word out of your mouth, and I swear I'll lock you up again. I bet you do. Lu Zixuan was utterly baffled. Chapter 136, everything seems to make sense now. Inside the North City police station. Upon hearing Li Yuza immediately back down, Lu Zixuan looked utterly astonished. Had she dialed the wrong number? Staring at the caller ID on her phone, she confirmed the person on the line was indeed Li Yuza. Lu Zixuan felt utterly speechless. How could his attitude shift so abruptly? She never imagined such a shameless person could exist in this world. But if this was Li Yuza, it wasn't entirely impossible. Everything suddenly seemed to make sense. After all, he was thick-skinned to begin with. Sighing, she pressed her fingers to her temples. The conversation had to continue. After reconnecting the call, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Before this, she would have absolutely refused to believe in the existence of supernatural phenomena. That was, until she encountered the bane of her existence. Encountering Li Yuza, whose bizarre fixation on someone invariably led to their death, without exception. Sometimes she even found herself caught up in these bizarre events firsthand, like that incident at the airport. Thus, she had no choice but to accept that supernatural phenomena might indeed exist in this world. And they were happening right around her. No wonder I didn't believe it. I've got you to thank for all this. If it weren't for you, I'd never have believed this world could be filled with such chaotic supernatural nonsense. She heard the sound of gritted teeth coming from the other end of the phone. Now it was Li Yuza's turn to be utterly baffled, standing outside the small fishing village. He couldn't figure out why Lu Zixuan was crediting him for all this. Wait, what the hell did I do? What the hell does this have to do with me? But Lu Zixuan seemed to read Li Yuza's mind perfectly. Hearing his rebuttal, she shot back with a sarcastic tone. Oh, right. If you say it's none of your business, then it's none of your business. What can I do about it? Wait, you. On the other end of the line, Li Yuza clenched his phone, his eye twitching uncontrollably, seemingly thrown off guard by Lu Zixuan's sharp retort. Fine, even if you believe that, why the hell are you calling me? You don't seriously think I'm involved in this, do you? Everything requires evidence, sir. Do you have any proof? I didn't do this. I don't have that kind of power. I'm not involved at all, okay? Li Yuza hastily distanced himself from the incident, terrified that Lu Zixuan might fly off the handle again, take a dislike to him, and find some excuse to lock him up for another day and night. It does seem like you're not involved in this. Lu Zixuan's words fell slowly. But this left Li Yuza thoroughly dissatisfied. What do you mean it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me? This has absolutely nothing to do with me, okay? Damn it, don't expect me to take the fall for this. But just as Li Yuza was frantically distancing himself, Lu Zixuan shifted her tone and spoke again. But this whole thing seems to have started because of you. No way, are you kidding me, sis? Does this have to be connected to me? Hearing the voice on the phone, Li Yuza felt even more helpless. How is this my fault? So without me, you wouldn't be catching these fraudsters? Wouldn't they retaliate? As Li Yuza's words trailed off, a brief silence fell over the phone. After a moment, Lu Zixuan, knowing she was somewhat in the wrong, spoke again, though her tone had softened considerably. At least it's because of you that he sought out the shaman. After a long silence, he expected something substantial, only this? Hearing Lu Zixuan's words, Li Yuza found himself unexpectedly amused. All right. You can spout such twisted logic with such righteous conviction. Brilliant. Just wait, I'll go get you some money from the kitchen. Li Yuza raised an eyebrow, utterly speechless. He'd done them such a huge favor, and now they were shifting all the blame onto him? What the hell? While he had indeed considered handling the matter himself, he never imagined being morally blackmailed. He could handle it, but only if it wasn't because he was being morally blackmailed. But while that was his inner monologue, the words that came out of his mouth were quite different. All right, got it. I'll hang up now. Something just came up. Hearing this, Lu Zixuan felt puzzled. How could something come up so suddenly? Was it really that coincidental? What's going on? Big stuff. I'm going to find a cell to lock myself in. From the sound of it, whatever I do is wrong anyway, right? I'd better find a cell to lock myself in before you come arrest me. It'll save you time and effort, and spare me the embarrassment. Li Yuza pursed his lips and frowned, seemingly unwilling to say more to Lu Zixuan. On the other end of the line, Lu Zixuan finally grasped the underlying meaning in Li Yuza's words and felt a pang of awkwardness. But this was ultimately the superior's directive, seeking Li Yuza's assistance. Let's get down to business. Let me be clear up front, if you really know anything, I need your help with this case. Don't ask why I didn't approach anyone else because you're the only one I know. Of course, the police department will compensate you with a bonus. Lu Zixuan's tone was stern.
Seeing no immediate response, she added another sentence. If you still refuse, don't waste my time chasing you down, just find yourself a cell to rot in.
Ha! Li Yuza couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He naturally noticed the lie in Lu Zixuan's words. Was she asking for his help in her own name? Li Yuza rubbed his chin, frowning. He couldn't shake the feeling this woman had him completely figured out. And he sensed that if he didn't help, this woman would absolutely find a way to lock him up for another day and night. But should he help or not? Li Yuza analyzed the specifics of the situation. Ultimately, he'd have to deal with this mess himself anyway. If he didn't help, he couldn't see any other way forward. If he did help, maybe he could share information with the detectives? At the very least, it would be better than his current state of running around like a headless chicken, hitting dead ends everywhere. And for the sake of the mission. With that thought, Li Yuza hesitated no longer and gave the other party an affirmative response. I can help you resolve this issue, but I need access to every piece of information you possess. On the other end of the line, while Lu Zixuan was still hesitating, Li Yuza spoke again. If you refuse to share the data, I really can't help. How can I help without knowing anything? Risk my life for nothing? Might as well just find a prison cell to rot in. Chapter 137, I'll go find a cell to sit in. Bonus chapter vote request. Outside the small fishing village. On a small hilltop. Ignoring the curious gaze Wu Juchi shot his way, Li Yuza spoke solemnly into the phone. I can assist you in handling this matter, but I need full transparency on all details. Otherwise, I can't help you. How am I supposed to help without knowing anything? Risk my life for you? North City Police Station. As Li Yuza finished speaking, Lu Zixuan furrowed her brow slightly, appearing hesitant. While his request was perfectly reasonable, the matter involved too many complexities. It had even drawn the attention of higher-ups. She found it difficult to give Li Yuza a definitive answer in such a short time. That said, all these problems stemmed from this case. Only by resolving it could everything return to normal. With that thought, Lu Zixuan hesitated no longer. She refused to be bound by rigid rules and addressed Li Yuza directly. Alright, I agree. After agreeing to Li Yuza's request, Lu Zixuan spoke again. Alright, since you've agreed to my request, come to the North City Police Station immediately. I'll show you the files, and then we can discuss any remaining uncertainties. Without waiting for Li Yuza's response, she hung up the phone. Outside the fishing village. Upon hearing Lu Zixuan's affirmative response, Li Yuza's expression brightened. With his special abilities and the police department's assistance, he was confident they could soon unravel some of the mysteries. Glancing up once more at the fishing village, Li Yuza gathered his few belongings and headed toward his car. Behind him, Wu Juchi, noticing Li Yuza suddenly getting ready to leave, rose with curiosity. Brushing the dirt off her hands, she excitedly asked Li Yuza as she followed. Brother Li, are we off to save the world? Also, bro, aren't you going the wrong way? Isn't the fishing village behind us? Oh. I get it. Brother Li, you're taking me to get the secret weapon, then we'll come back to fight the monsters in the village, right? After getting into the car, Wu Juchi's incessant chatter continued to fill his ears. Li Yuza finally grew impatient. Turning to glance at Wu Juchi, who seemed poised to start chattering again, he said. It is about saving the world, but not you, it's me. I'm taking you to find a cell to sit in. Without waiting to see Wu Juchi's reaction, he fastened his seatbelt and slowly drove toward the North City Police Station. In the passenger seat, after hearing Li Yuza's words and watching the car pull away, Wu Juchi's voice carried a hint of panic as he pleaded. No way, bro. You're really taking me to jail? I don't believe it. You must be kidding me. As a champion of justice, how could I possibly end up behind bars? I know you're taking me to save the world, bro. Time passed slowly as Wu Juchi spouted nonsense. After 10 minutes or so, Li Yuza pulled the handbrake, unbuckled his seatbelt, and pulled up in front of the police station. Ignoring Wu Juchi, who remained seated in the backseat looking utterly bewildered and incredulous, he pushed open the door and stepped out first. Inside the car, after a brief moment of silence, Wu Juchi scrambled out, stumbling and crawling his way down. The instant he stepped out, he cowardly dropped to his knees before Li Yuza. Brother, you can enjoy this prison sentence all by yourself. I'm not worthy of such misfortune. I never want to experience it again, and besides, my mom is waiting for me to come home for dinner. Let's part ways here. We'll meet again in the future. Farewell. With that, Wu Juchi rose from the ground, brushed off his legs, and prepared to leave. Across from him, Li Yuza stared at Wu Juchi, who had suddenly knelt before him in a somewhat comical manner, searching for words. But just then, Lu Zixuan, who had heard the commotion inside the police station, emerged and witnessed the scene. Looking at the somewhat comical Wu Juchi, Lu Zixuan asked curiously. What's gotten into this kid? Having another episode? Lu Zixuan turned her gaze to Li Yuza, waiting for him to explain the situation unfolding before them. Don't mind him. That silly kid's brain doesn't work like normal people's. I have no idea why he knelt before me. It feels like he was fed too much Sanlu formula as a child. With that, Li Yuza paid no further attention to Wu Jiechi, who stood frozen in place watching the two of them. He prepared to follow Lu Zixuan into the police station to look up relevant information. Only after Lu Zixuan and Li Yuza had actually entered the police station did Wu Jiechi, who had been standing there in a daze, finally snap out of it, albeit a bit too late. Damn it! Bro! I knew you were off to save the world. I was right. Don't run, bro. Wait for me. I'm coming. As he spoke, Wu Jiechi took off running toward the station, determined to follow the pair and join them in saving the world. But all of this was just his fantasy. The moment he burst through the entrance, two police officers on guard duty at the door immediately rushed forward, restrained Wu Jiechi, and then practically dragged him into the adjacent room. Watching Li Yuza and Lu Zixuan walk toward another room with a pitiful look, Wu Jiechi felt tears welling up in his eyes. Inside Lu Zixuan's office. As Li Yuza entered, she closed the door behind him. She then retrieved a sealed envelope from a nearby cabinet and handed it to Li Yuza. Here. This contains all the information about the fishing village. You can take a look first. If anything is unclear, feel free to ask me. After speaking, Lu Zixuan sat down nearby, waiting for Li Yuza to finish reviewing the documents before continuing their discussion on the points that puzzled everyone in the case. Across from her, Li Yuza frowned as he took the documents from her hand, ignoring Lu Zixuan's words. Curiosity piqued, he opened the envelope and began scanning the contents. But as Li Yuza scanned the pages, he discovered numerous details he had never encountered before. So the white cloth on the ground that night was just a cover-up? Li Yuza looked up at Lu Zixuan, feeling a sense of disbelief. But when he saw her nod in confirmation, his shock deepened. Damn it, so many people died, and not a single body was left behind? Did the killer eat the bodies or something? Without dwelling on it further, Li Yuza's gaze returned to the documents. Yet as time passed, his initially curious gaze grew increasingly grave, increasingly stunned. What the hell? Zombies are involved now? And there's not a single trace of disturbance or battle damage? What the hell kind of technique is this? Li Yuza couldn't help but shout aloud. Across from him, Lu Zixuan, who seemed to have finished reviewing all the information, asked. Finished reading? Any thoughts now? As Lu Zixuan posed the question, the latter first placed the documents on the table before responding with a solemn gaze. First, we need to head to the village. Chapter 138, Are you challenging us? Bonus chapter vote request. Outside the small fishing village. The sound of an engine echoed as a police car slowly pulled up at the village's outskirts. Li Yuza pushed open the door and stepped out from the passenger seat. It's so much more comfortable without those noisy kids and cattle bothering us along the way. He stretched lazily, then pushed aside the police tape to head toward the village. Behind him, Lu Zixuan also stepped out of the police car. She followed in his footsteps, beginning their investigation into the incident. When the two of them arrived at the crime scene with a group of detectives, Li Yuza, who had been walking normally moments before, suddenly crouched down close to the ground. His gaze swept around the area, his brow furrowing slightly as he studied the traces marked by the police. He fell deep in thought. Indeed, it's quite peculiar. These marks look more like they were left naturally, not from a struggle. Which means the deaths of over 20 villagers didn't cause a ripple, or the perpetrators' overwhelming strength allowed them to eliminate the villagers before anyone even noticed. As he spoke, he tapped the ground repeatedly with his finger. Behind him, Lu Zixuan watched the scene with a furrowed brow, puzzled but holding her thoughts for now. As time passed, moments later, seeing the others still observing the same spot, Lu Zixuan finally couldn't help but speak up. You said we needed to come to the scene, and we did. Now that we're here and you've seen everything, what's your plan? As Lu Zixuan's words fell, Li Yuza, who was still crouched on the ground, suddenly tilted his head to look at her. His eyes held confusion, not because of what Lu Zixuan had said, but because of the strange aspects of this case that he still couldn't quite grasp. Seeing that she seemed to be looking to him for the next move, Li Yuza shifted his thoughts slightly and replied. First, we need to find my 2 employees. Huh? Bro, what the hell? It's crunch time, and you're still thinking about your 2 Dragon and Phoenix brothers? Lu Zixuan was utterly bewildered. He hadn't expected Li Yuza's plan to be just that. What does having those 2 brothers to do with this matter? Lu Zixuan looked utterly perplexed, but just as she was about to say more. Across from her, observing the subtle shift in Lu Zixuan's expression, Li Yuza offered no further explanation. He simply stated, I'm serious. As the words fell, a brief silence fell over the room. No one could fathom why Li Yuza would choose this moment to seek out those 2 seemingly dim-witted young men. But contrary to their assumptions, just as everyone thought he was about to pursue something unrelated to the case, Li Yuza did precisely the opposite. His proposal to seek out the Dragon and Phoenix was precisely for this case. He recalled that long before arriving here, through clues gathered by the detectives, Li Yuza had already learned this case did indeed carry a supernatural element. It wasn't Chen Xiu exaggerating. However, he knew nothing about supernatural phenomena and had no interest in such matters. But at that moment, he suddenly thought of his two capable lieutenants. Since arriving at the fishing village that day, he had observed their actions and overheard their conversations. Li Yuza reasoned that these two, the dragon and phoenix, might not be absolute experts on the supernatural, but they certainly knew something about it. In any case, they couldn't possibly be as clueless as he was. They must know something. Li Yuza stood up, murmuring to himself. Even though the two had vanished for 2 days in this eerie little village, Li Yuza remained unconcerned for their safety. The very fact that they dared to venture deep into the unknown that night alone convinced him they must have some hidden ace up their sleeves. Otherwise, what would give them the nerve to take such a risk? With that thought, Li Yuza's next objective became clear: locate the two brothers. If he could extract information from them, this case might just resolve itself easily. The problem was, where the hell had those two gone? 2 days had passed with no sign of them. Li Yuza frowned, his gaze drifting into the distance as he waited for Lu Zixuan's reply. Behind him, seeing how serious he seemed, Lu Zixuan had no choice but to confess. To be honest, after we took you away that day, I immediately sent people to capture your two shop assistants. But even now, despite our relentless search, we still haven't found those two scoundrels, not even a trace of them. If we hadn't sealed off this village, we'd suspect they'd already slipped away. Hearing this, Li Yuza turned his head. He wasn't surprised by Lu Zixuan's words. After all, he had been present that day and witnessed firsthand the astonishing speed at which the dragon and phoenix fled. Had he not activated his eagle eyes in time, even he himself might not have been able to discern their movements. They literally scaled walls and leapt over roofs. Li Yuza never imagined that these two seemingly weak individuals harbored secrets no less profound than his own. He sighed, choosing not to dwell on it further. Only after turning completely around did he address Lu Zixuan slowly. You couldn't find them? That's because you're not good enough. Unlike me, I'm worth 10 of you combined. With just these two brothers, I'll definitely find them. Lu Zixuan frowned, staring at Li Yuza. Not only Lu Zixuan, but the numerous detectives behind her were equally baffled. What the hell does Li Yuza mean by that? Is he starting a group mockery? We're getting caught in the crossfire for no reason. Are you challenging our professionalism? Lu Zixuan's mouth fell slightly open as she stared at Li Yuza in surprise. If you think you're so great, then go ahead and do it. What good is all this trash talk? Hearing Li Yuza's words, Lu Zixuan was about to unleash another tirade. But Li Yuza merely shrugged indifferently. After scanning the area once more, he walked off in one direction without looking back. He left behind a group of detectives staring at each other in bewilderment. But this wasn't really Li Yuza's fault for being so bold. After all, he possessed the eyes of an eagle. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, he could detect any trace left behind. Moreover, when the two had fled that day, Li Yuza had clearly seen a faint shoe print etched into the wall. Returning to the present, Lu Zixuan followed his gaze with some confusion. She froze. For high up on that very wall, she spotted an extremely faint shoe print. Chapter 139, What if I really found it? Inside the small fishing village. After hearing Li Yuza's words, not only was Lu Zixuan filled with question marks, but the numerous detectives behind her, waiting for further instructions, were equally perplexed. What the hell was he talking about? Was he challenging their professionalism? Just as Lu Zixuan was about to explode, she noticed Li Yuza suddenly striding off in one direction, then inexplicably stopping to look around nervously. Curiosity piqued, she followed his gaze, her mind still baffled. But that single glance instantly silenced the previously furious Lu Zixuan. She too froze in place, her face frozen in utter disbelief. What the hell is this? Lu Zixuan stared in utter shock at the incredibly faint shoe print on the high wall before her face frozen in disbelief. An outcome she never could have imagined had materialized. Who could have imagined that a shoe print would appear on a wall so high that no ordinary person could possibly reach it? They never considered such a place. Who in their right mind would think someone could scale walls like that? Lu Zixuan's agitated heart calmed once more at the sight before her. The detectives standing behind her, who had followed along, all sucked in their breath at the scene before them. They couldn't help but recall Li Yuza's arrogant words from not long ago, and a wave of emotion washed over them. They'd assumed he was just another big talker who couldn't walk the walk. Little did they know. Who would have thought Li Yuza actually had some real skills? But shock aside, they didn't forget what needed to be done. Just as they were considering mobilizing tools to collect the footprints and verify if they belonged to the two brothers, Li Yuza suddenly waved his hand, halting their actions. No need to investigate. These are definitely theirs. I still remember their escape route. Just follow me and we'll be done with it. Ha! As Li Yuza finished speaking, a wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the scene. How could he be so sure these footprints belonged to those two? What if they belonged to someone else? Didn't this require analysis and investigation? Moreover, observing Li Yuza's movements, it seemed he understood everything a bit more clearly. The many detectives present all looked somewhat awkward. Did it have to be like this? After all, this comparison made them look pretty clueless, didn't it? Though all the detectives, including Lu Zixuan, now regarded Li Yuza with puzzled expressions. He offered no explanation. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain, but Li Yuza pressed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He couldn't exactly say he'd discovered these clues because he possessed supernatural abilities, could he? That was definitely something he couldn't reveal. If he did, Lu Zixuan would probably ridicule him as a fool. Worse still, if she took it too far, she might mistake him for a shark tooth dagger that would be a complete loss. With that thought, Li Yuza simply shook his head, said no more, and turned away once again. Simultaneously, the scenes from that night echoed once more in his mind. Truthfully, when Lu Zixuan led her team to apprehend the three of them that night, Li Yuza had already braced himself for capture. But what he truly hadn't anticipated was that at the critical moment, those two brothers would unleash some special abilities. The instant they saw the approaching figures, they pulled away and fled. And they had vanished with astonishing speed, disappearing before anyone could even react. Nevertheless, Li Yuza had activated Eagle Eyes just in time. It was precisely because of this that he managed to track their movements. They hid it well. The thought made Li Yuza mutter in quiet admiration. He had misjudged them. He never imagined that these two young men, whom he had previously seen as simple and naive, harbored so many secrets. Perhaps he should have noticed sooner. During the preparations for the previous funeral incidents, he should have seen it. After a moment of quiet reflection, Li Yuza turned his gaze to the high wall standing nearby, recalling their movements that night. Contrary to the detective's assumptions, they hadn't accelerated their escape along the ground, slipping into the corner when no one was looking. Instead, right under their noses, they had moved with astonishing speed and perfect synchronization, scaling the nearby high wall like wall-walking acrobats. This explained why Li Yuza could clearly discern this footprint. With eyes like an eagle's, spotting this trace left behind was hardly surprising. Now that I've memorized their footprints, following these marks should lead us straight to them. Even if we don't find them, we'll at least uncover some clues. After speaking, Li Yuza fell into deep thought once more. He didn't possess any extraordinary memory, he could only rely on his eagle-like eyes to constantly pick up subtle clues along the search route to track down the two. But he couldn't just blurt it out otherwise. Without dwelling further, after saying what needed to be said, Li Yuza turned his gaze toward Lu Zixuan. After all, at this moment, she was the highest-ranking commander here, and these detectives still had to follow her orders. Across from him, following Li Yuza's gaze, Lu Zixuan also felt a bit surprised. Frowning, she looked at Li Yuza questioningly. But even if you found footprints and memorized them, what exactly does that prove? If I'm not mistaken, these are from 2 days ago. No matter what, they wouldn't just stay put waiting for you to find them, right? So, if you're so confident, why not find the person first? You can always say you're certain you'll find them later. As Lu Zixuan finished speaking, Li Yuza suddenly perked up upon hearing her words. He immediately challenged Lu Zixuan to a bet. Let's make a bet. If I really find them, what will you do? He stared at her with keen interest, seemingly unafraid of losing. His tone was confident. After all, with his eagle eyes, how could he possibly fail to find those two brothers? But the fact that he possessed eagle eyes was a secret known only to himself. Lu Zixuan, standing opposite him, had no idea. Seeing Li Yuza suddenly rush over like a madman to challenge her to a bet, Lu Zixuan was taken aback. Yet she felt no fear, readily accepting the wager. Fine, no problem. After pondering the stakes for a while, she turned to him again. Anyway, if you manage to find those two brothers, wouldn't your shop be in need of some business? If you find those two brothers, then here's the deal, every funeral in this village will be yours. Whoa! Hearing this, Li Yuza grew even more excited. He never imagined such a great deal, it was practically buy one, get one free. If you put it that way, I'm definitely in. He rolled up his sleeves again and addressed Lu Zixuan. Just you wait. If I can't find that hidden dragon in Phoenix, I'll shut down my shop and give it to you for free. Chapter 140, could running the shop just be his side hustle? In the small fishing village, Li Yuza frowned slightly as he examined the shoe prints left on the wall. Simultaneously, he scanned the surroundings with eagle-like eyes, searching for any overlooked clues. He also instructed Lu Zixuan and the others that following these clues would lead them to the brothers. But as soon as he said this, Lu Zixuan clearly looked skeptical. What could footprints possibly prove? They were left days ago, what use were they now? The men had long since fled. How could they possibly stand around waiting to be caught? Impossible, okay? But Li Yuza paid her no mind. After briefly discussing the wager with Lu Zixuan, he rolled up his sleeves and declared. Just wait. If I can't find those two guys, I might as well shut down my shop and give it to you. If I don't have that much ability, I might as well just sit around waiting to die. Ha! Hearing his words, Lu Zixuan froze momentarily, blurting out in surprise. After a brief moment of bewilderment, she stared wide-eyed at him, utterly dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? That's your bet? What the hell use is your crappy coffin shop to me? Quit my government job to go sell coffins with you? What kind of ridiculous bet is this? It's completely absurd. Just as she was about to vent her frustration at Li Yuza, she realized he had vanished without a trace. Lu Zixuan's expression darkened. She shook her head and scanned the area, only to realize he'd already started moving. Over here, fresh footprints. At the corner of the intersection, Li Yuza, who had flashed there in an instant, waved behind him, indicating the fresh traces he'd discovered. As his words fell, the group of detectives still on the dilapidated path followed Lu Zixuan to the direction Li Yuza indicated. There really are. Upon reaching the spot, Lu Zixuan looked up again and saw a very faint shoe print imprinted on the roof. But this was another odd spot. These brothers weren't ordinary people, nor did they follow ordinary paths. Lu Zixuan furrowed her brow, puzzled. She often visited funeral homes, yet she'd never witnessed these two exhibit any unnatural behavior. How could it be that after just a short while, she discovered not only were these two not ordinary people, but even the traces they left behind were anything but ordinary? Behind her, numerous detectives also looked up at the traces. However, they didn't immediately move to collect this new discovery. As Li Yuza had said, if he could follow these footprints all the way to finding the two men, then there would be no need to collect these items. If the trail went cold, the evidence wouldn't vanish anytime soon. They could always return later to collect it. Captain, this. Wang Wenhua addressed Lu Zixuan, but she merely shook her head without comment. Instead, she turned to seek clarification from Li Yuza. Why had he been able to spot these traces? After discovering the first trace hidden in a corner, the entire team of detectives had been observing areas that would normally go unnoticed. Yet none had found anything. How could Li Yuza see through it at a glance? You. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Zixuan was startled to find that Li Yuza had vanished again. There's another one here. Sure enough, he had teleported to another location without anyone noticing. Unlike his calm demeanor, Lu Zixuan and the others watched in stunned silence as Li Yuza discovered yet another new trace within less than 2 minutes. Their mouths fell open in shock, their faces filled with question marks. Are you kidding me? They hadn't even fully examined this trace yet, and he'd already found the next one so quickly? Are you serious? But there was no time for hesitation now. Without another thought, they followed Li Yuza's footsteps once more. Exploring a new trail. Time flew by in an instant. Along the way, under Li Yuza's leadership, the group uncovered countless clues. Yet each time they made a discovery, before the detectives could even grasp the situation, Li Yuza would already be moving on to the next location. Through this stop-and-go, back-and-forth process, they had already followed him for over 100 meters. And each time, he managed to pinpoint footprints with remarkable precision. These footprints, without exception, were hidden in extremely secluded spots where ordinary people would never look. It seemed as if the owner of the footprints deliberately hid them, determined to avoid detection. But the farther they went, the more bewildered the group grew under Li Yuza's lead. What the hell was this? How did Li Yuza spot these traces? Consider this, along the entire route, aside from the occasional mark that might be spotted by one of their own detectives, every single trace was invariably found first by Li Yuza. And the ones their detectives found were merely the relatively easier to spot marks. Everyone, including Lu Zixuan, stared at Li Yuza in shock. At that moment, a single thought echoed through their minds. Is this guy more professional than our entire team of detectives? A funeral home owner outshining detectives? Are you kidding me? As the group followed Li Yuza in stunned silence, Wang Wenhua suddenly furrowed his brow and whispered to Lu Zixuan beside him. Captain Lu, is this funeral home just a side gig he runs for fun? His main business is actually. At this point, he glanced curiously at Li Yuza walking ahead not far away and continued. I mean, is it possible his real job is actually being a private detective? Hearing this, Lu Zixuan felt a bit overwhelmed, her composure crumbling with each new footprint Li Yuza discovered. But she merely shook her head. After all, she knew full well that Li Yuza's main occupation was running a funeral home. He had no other side hustles. If pressed, could being a Douyin streamer count as one? But at that moment, she had no energy left to debate this with Wang Wenhua. Instead, she watched Li Yuza ahead with a curious gaze, her mind swirling with complex thoughts. She couldn't fathom how the hell he managed it. How could Li Yuza be more impressive than all of them combined? And now, they were completely lost trying to follow his trail. Every time they thought a trace would appear at one spot, it would show up at the exact opposite location instead. This bet, she was probably going to lose it, wasn't she? Lu Zixuan's expression darkened. Chapter 141, Who's the Real Captain? Inside the small fishing village. With each step forward. Watching Li Yuza ahead of her, still walking and stopping intermittently, Lu Zixuan's emotions erupted within her. She simply couldn't fathom how Li Yuza could so effortlessly detect these traces. Did he possess some special ability? Or was there some other power she was unaware of? Or was it truly as Wang Wenhua had suggested? At that thought, Lu Zixuan quickly shook her head. If she hadn't been absolutely certain that Li Yuza's sole occupation was running the coffin shop, she might have actually believed Wang Wenhua's suggestion that the man before her might actually be a private detective by trade. After all, his single discovery matched the combined efforts of her entire team. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that. But as this thought crossed her mind, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but recall the wager she'd made with him not long ago. This bet, was she about to lose it? Lu Zixuan's expression darkened. Though losing this bet wouldn't have any real impact on her, it would merely mean handing over the task of dealing with the deceased in this village to him. Someone had to handle these matters eventually, and entrusting them to him wasn't entirely unreasonable. Yet this was precisely the source of Lu Zixuan's deep conflict. While these matters didn't affect her personally, it was utterly humiliating. How utterly humiliating to lose a bet to Li Yuza of all people. Lu Zixuan frowned, her expression growing increasingly grim. Amidst the crowd of detectives, Li Yuza pressed forward alone, feeling his way cautiously. He had no idea what Lu Zixuan was thinking at that moment. All he cared about now was finding the whereabouts of the dragon and phoenix. At the same time, with the enhancement of Eagle's eyes, these traces were extremely easy for Li Yuza to spot. It could be said that within his range, nothing could escape his keen eyes. But this is draining me dry? Li Yuza muttered under his breath, a hint of frustration in his voice. The eagle's eyes were indeed powerful, but prolonged use brought noticeable side effects. At this moment, he was already feeling mentally drained. Damn! Another sigh escaped him. He feared that once this operation was over, he'd be stuck in bed for half a day again. It's all those two idiots' fault. If I ever find you two, I'll beat the crap out of you. After cursing once more, Li Yuza pushed the thought aside. After all, he hadn't found those two brothers yet. There was no rush to deal with it until he did. But Li Yuza bent down and traced some lingering traces on the ground with his fingers. Their group had already entered a dense forest behind the small fishing village. The footprints grew fresher the deeper they ventured. This proved that the two oxen and horses were nearby, and their group was getting closer and closer to the dragon and phoenix. No problem. But before he could dwell on it, his footsteps halted abruptly. His full attention was now fixed on a fresh set of footprints that had appeared before him. What's wrong? Lu Zixuan, who had followed behind Li Yuza, noticed his unusual state and asked him in confusion. Hearing her voice, Li Yuza paid her no mind. Instead, he frowned, bent down in alarm. He examined the newly discovered footprint, one that appeared to have been made by a barefoot person. Behind him, Lu Zixuan, seeing he hadn't responded, followed his gaze and exclaimed in surprise. The forest is full of branches. Walking barefoot like this. That's just too strange? Frowning, Lu Zixuan crouched down to examine the footprint as well, adding, and this footprint clearly doesn't match the shoe sizes of those two brothers we found earlier. But most importantly, this completely rules out the possibility that it was left by someone from the village. Because this footprint is fresh, it looks like it appeared just a couple nights ago. But that night, we had already sealed off the village. At this point, Lu Zixuan stopped speaking, her expression turning slightly alarmed. Beside her, Li Yuza also looked slightly startled upon hearing her words. If that's the case, then these footprints could mean. After all, the mass death of 20 villagers had occurred precisely 2 nights prior. But just as Lu Zixuan was still reeling in shock and confusion, Li Yuza spoke again. There's another one here. What? Lu Zixuan gasped in alarm. But she quickly regained her composure and followed Li Yuza's gaze once more. And with just that simple glance, she couldn't help but gasp in shock once more. Because another identical footprint had appeared before her eyes. Only, this footprint was still a child's. A bone-chilling sensation washed over her. This doesn't even spare children? Goosebumps erupted all over Lu Zixuan's body as she cried out in utter shock. Behind her, the numerous detectives who had also witnessed this sudden scene fell into a heavy silence. The events unfolding here seemed to be growing increasingly bizarre. Over 20 families mysteriously killed in the dead of night, survivors who heard nothing, and zombies appearing out of nowhere. A bone-chilling sense of dread instantly washed over everyone. Leave a few people here to investigate these footprints. The rest of you, continue following me. At that moment, Li Yuza abruptly stood up and issued orders to the group behind him. After speaking, he set off once more toward the front. Ha! What does this mean? Hearing the commotion, Lu Zixuan slowly snapped back to reality, looking at Li Yuza with confusion. What? Was he treating himself as the leader and giving orders directly? After a moment's thought, Lu Zixuan didn't dwell on it further. Now wasn't the time to focus on such things. These detectives were all under her command. If Li Yuza issued orders, they might not obey him, so she still needed to issue the orders herself. With that thought, Lu Zixuan stood up, preparing to order the detectives behind her to temporarily follow Li Yuza's commands. The moment she stood up, however, she was stunned to discover. Her men had already split into 2 groups without waiting for her orders, one team staying behind to guard the place, the other following behind Li Yuza. Lu Zixuan was utterly bewildered. Staring at this surreal scene unfolding before her, her mind was screaming in disbelief. What the hell is going on? She hadn't even said a word, yet her entire team of detectives had followed Li Yuza? What was she supposed to be then? Was she even still the captain? Lu Zixuan's mind was flooded with countless questions. Chapter 142. You really want to rub salt in the wound, don't you? Bonus chapter vote request. inside the small fishing village, deep within the forest. Frowning as he stared at the two footprints, one large, one small, Liuza felt a bit puzzled. But these weren't his primary objectives. His top priority remained locating the dragon and phoenix. With that thought, he rose to his feet, issued 2 orders, and led another squad of detectives forward. Lu Zixuan, however, was utterly bewildered. She had assumed the detectives behind her wouldn't heed Liuza's orders and was contemplating helping him out. Yet, to everyone's surprise, upon hearing Liuza's orders, the detectives actually obeyed and followed his instructions. Then what am I? Lu Zixuan murmured in disbelief. Oh no, Liuza became the captain, and now I've been betrayed and made invisible? What the hell was going on? Hesitating, she watched as Liuza and his group walked farther and farther away, almost out of sight. Shaking her head, Lu Zixuan quickly dismissed these untimely thoughts. Right now, the case was the top priority. Solving it was what mattered most. With that thought, she broke into a run to catch up with the group, who hadn't yet gone too far. Meanwhile, just ahead of her, Liuza glanced back briefly. He'd assumed Lu Zixuan would stay behind too, but apparently, is this fool spacing out again? After muttering this under his breath, he paid no further attention to the fool. His gaze was fixed on the present, his emotions constantly shifting. Though still searching for traces of the dragon and phoenix, those 2 barefoot footprints, one large, one small, remained stubbornly etched in his mind. Contrary to Lu Zixuan's assumptions, he didn't believe these footprints belonged to victims. Instead, he suspected they were more likely left by the zombie villagers had spoken of, or the controlled corpses described by the system. Or perhaps, footprints left by some other unspeakable entity beyond these 2 possibilities? Liuza dared not definitively conclude it belonged to any of these 3 categories. But he was highly certain these could not possibly be villagers' footprints. At most, they might belong to captives. In any case, it was definitely a pair, one large and one small. If it turned out to be wrong later, he'd pretend he'd never thought about it. It wasn't surprising that Liuza had come to this conclusion. After all, if Lu Zixuan was correct, these 2 sets of footprints had appeared 2 days prior. First, why would there be 2 sets of footprints, one large, one small, in such a dense forest? Furthermore, Lu Zixuan deduced that these footprints were made in the dead of night. Why would 2 strange footprints appear in the deep forest at midnight? Liuza murmured to himself. Even now, though he had noticed some clues, he still felt helpless. After all, the problem at hand was clearly beyond his ability to handle. At the very least, he couldn't just charge in blindly to deal with it. Unless the system could grant him a few special skills on the spot like last time, perhaps he could still try to outmaneuver these bizarre occurrences. He needed to prepare. With that thought, Liuza opened the system interface and saw the prompt it displayed. Complete this mission with the 2 brothers. Combining the system's prompt with the situations he'd encountered so far, Liuza once again thought of the dragon and phoenix. It seemed this mission wasn't merely about extracting intelligence from them. Perhaps these 2 are the real driving force behind this affair, and I'm merely a supporting player? However, all of this was merely based on Liuza's speculation. His immediate priority remained locating the 2 brothers. Only by locating them could this matter begin to unfold. Otherwise, they would be like headless flies, floundering about in futile efforts. Thus, he resumed his pace, pressing forward in search of any lingering traces of the 2. Time slipped away as the group searched the deep forest for clues. As evening approached, Liuza and his group walked beneath the setting sun, deep within the forest. But at that very moment, his footsteps halted abruptly. His brow furrowed deeply. His gaze fixed intently on the path ahead. Behind him, Lu Zixuan noticed the group had abruptly halted. Though puzzled, she said nothing, simply following Liuza's gaze. Up ahead, faint whispers seemed to drift toward them. As the group slowly approached, the murmurs grew louder and louder. Hearing the sounds steadily approaching, Lu Zixuan's eyes lit up. Those voices. Recognizing the 2 familiar voices, Lu Zixuan was certain the figures ahead were none other than the legendary brothers, the reclining dragon and the phoenix cub. Found them. She suppressed her excitement and murmured to herself. She had finally located the brothers. Though she didn't understand why Liuza was so determined to find them, he surely had his reasons. Lu Zixuan trusted Liuza implicitly. But just as she was contemplating how to plan her next move and capture the brothers, the next instant, a figure suddenly darted past her. Liuza had bolted straight out. Liuza, you damn fool, you're ignoring orders again? But by the time her words fell, was there even a trace of his figure left in sight? Lu Zixuan felt both speechless and annoyed. But then, at that very moment, as if afraid Lu Zixuan wasn't angry enough, Wang Wenhua spoke up again to deliver the final blow. Captain, Liuza doesn't seem to be one of us. Whether he follows orders doesn't really concern us. Hearing this, Lu Zixuan fell silent. Only the slight twitch at her mouth and the constantly furrowed brow gave everyone a clear sense of her current state of mind. Damn it, I know that. The words fell. After hearing Lu Zixuan's words, Wang Wenhua grew even more curious. If you know all this, then why? But before he could say anything else, Lu Zixuan spoke again, her voice filled with anger. Of course I know, damn it. Can't I just vent my feelings? Did you really have to bring it up? Did you have to rub salt in the wound? With that, she shot another glare at the clueless manhwa before hurriedly following Li Yuza's lead with her people in tow. Without further ado, the group quickly found Li Yuza under her guidance. But when they actually saw Li Yuza, they all froze in place, staring at the scene before them in disbelief. Because the two brothers, the dragon and the phoenix, were now holding a knife pressed directly against Li Yuza's throat. Chapter 143, Damn it, not following orders again. Bonus chapter vote request. Deep within the forest. As Lu Zixuan pondered how to plan the brothers' arrest, a figure suddenly darted past her. Question mark. Damn it, Li Yuza, you're ignoring orders again? Ignoring Wang Wenhua's inflammatory remark, she shot him a glare before snapping into action. He swiftly gathered the detectives behind him, preparing to follow Li Yuza forward. But when they caught up to Li Yuza and witnessed the scene unfolding before them, they all froze in place. For a moment, the silence was so thick you could hear a pin drop. Because those two brothers were now holding daggers, pressing them directly against Li Yuza's neck. Drop your weapons. Don't move. Witnessing this, Lu Zixuan could no longer hold back. Now, including her, all the detectives drew their service weapons, aiming them at the brothers and warning them not to make any sudden moves. At that very moment, Li Yuza, witnessing the scene, was utterly speechless. Damn it! Sweat beaded on Li Yuza's forehead as he stared at the blade still pressed against his throat, cursing in a mix of fear and relief. But then anger surged through him. He never imagined that after going to such lengths to find these two idiots, only to have them turn around and try to stab him in the back. He recalled what had happened earlier. After hearing the clatter of their boots in the woods, he charged straight toward them without a second thought. It was safe to say he was already seething inside. Not only had they ditched him that night and run off, but these past 2 days, after he'd been locked up for a full day and night, he'd expected them to be waiting for him at the shop. But not only were they nowhere to be found, they didn't even bother to call. Did they really distrust him that much? And he'd been cooking for them every single day. Returning to the present, what made Li Yuza even more miserable was that after searching for these two brothers for half the day, now that he'd found them, he was determined to give them a thorough dressing down no matter what. But the moment he burst out, just as he was about to reach them, the next second, 2 knives were pressed against his throat. Moreover, the brothers' speed was far beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Moreover, Li Yuza could tell at a glance that such movements required far more than just quick reflexes. It required far more than just reflexes, it demanded training honed through relentless hardship. Which meant, gazing at the two men before him, Li Yuza felt even more certain that the secrets they held went far beyond what met the eye. Fortunately, he had kept his eagle eyes active the entire time. The instant they swung their blades at him just now, he had seen their movements and halted his steps in time, averting this accident. Otherwise, he might as well start preparing his own coffin. Back to reality. The two brothers, seeing this, snapped out of it. They quickly lowered their swords, as if afraid Li Yuza would scold them, and one of them spoke up first. Brotherly? What are you doing here? The knife earlier had been an instinctive reaction to an unknown threat, not an intentional attempt to harm Li Yuza. Now, realizing the man before them was not only an ally but their boss, they scratched their heads in embarrassment. After all, they'd caused such a huge misunderstanding they'd nearly killed their own boss. But after speaking, the two men turned their puzzled gazes back to Li Yuza, simultaneously glancing at the group of detectives standing behind him. Across from them. As they lowered their knives, Li Yuza finally began to relax his breathing, gasping for air in deep, ragged breaths. After all, this was the first time he'd faced such danger up close, and it came from his own people. How absurd was that? With that thought, he unleashed a torrent of curses at the two of them. Damn it, you two nearly got me killed. And you? Li Yuza pointed his finger at them again. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. Damn it, you say you've got nothing to hide from me? But just now, when you flashed that knife across my throat, is that something a normal person would do? Now tell me, what the hell is going on? Hearing this, the two brothers locked eyes, frozen in awkward silence. At that moment, they had no idea how to respond to Li Yuza. After hesitating for a long while, they finally managed to utter 2 words. Brotherly, we swear it was a reflex. Can you believe us? They watched Li Yuza nervously, desperately hoping this lame excuse would fool him. But clearly, after hearing their explanation, Li Yuza simply smiled at them without saying a word. Witnessing this, the two exchanged glances. They hadn't really expected this lame excuse to fool Li Yuza, but at least it bought them some time. With that thought, they spoke again. Alright, we'll be honest. We have been hiding something from you. Across from them, Li Yuza finally broke into a toothy grin upon hearing their truth. His expression seemed to say, he knew they were hiding something from him all along, he just wanted to hear them admit it themselves. But as the conversation unfolded, Lu Zixuan and the others standing nearby were left utterly baffled. What the hell is going on here? What the hell is going on here? Seeing that the two had lowered their knives and stopped running, Lu Zixuan instantly realized there must have been some misunderstanding. With that realization, she ordered the detectives behind her to lower their guns. Yet she also commanded another group to maintain vigilance. As for herself, she stepped forward. She sat down with Li Yuza and the two brothers, the dragon and the phoenix. Now that Li Yuza knew their secret, the brothers no longer pretended to be oxen and horses. With solemn expressions, they addressed him. Brotherly, this place is actually very dangerous. You shouldn't have come. This matter is none of your concern. As they spoke, their gazes shifted to Lu Zixuan, who had come over to watch. And it's none of yours either. Ha! Having just sat down, Lu Zixuan let out a soft ha upon hearing their exchange, clearly puzzled. A life was lost, and it happened within North City's jurisdiction. How is this not our responsibility? It should be our jurisdiction. But even so. After hearing Lu Zixuan's words, the two brothers still shook their heads. No, you really can't handle this case. After saying this, the two sighed again and continued. Since it's already been discovered, we might as well just say it. Brotherly, the truth is, we two brothers. Chapter 144, What are you doing here? Deep within the forest. Li Yuza and his three companions sat huddled together. Across from him, the dragon and phoenix, realizing their secrets had been fully uncovered by Li Yuza, no longer held back. Shedding their previous airs of superiority, they addressed him simultaneously. Brotherly, this place is dangerous. You shouldn't have come. What unfolds here might shatter your understanding. Both looked at Li Yuza with concern. It wasn't that they deliberately kept things from him. It was just that, through their explorations over the past 2 days, they had discovered that this place seemed to harbor an astonishing secret. And these were not things ordinary people like Li Yuza could possibly comprehend. Sighing, the two addressed him once more. Since it's already been discovered, we might as well be straightforward. Brotherly, the truth is, we two brothers are folk Taoist priests. We specialize in handling matters like this. Across from them, Li Yuza listened with curiosity as they explained, gradually realizing something. So these two weren't the same kind of people as him after all. He had assumed they shared his special abilities, and perhaps even held a sliver of possibility that they too were time travelers. Thankfully, he hadn't revealed his abilities to them earlier. Otherwise, he shook his head, refusing to dwell on the thought. He glanced once more at the dragon and phoenix, listening to their ongoing conversation with a touch of emotion. Who would have thought that these two men, who looked nothing like Taoist priests, were actually Taoist priests? It was utterly unbelievable. But as he pondered this, he began analyzing what they meant by folk Taoists. What exactly were folk Taoists? Folk Taoists, in essence, were Taoists without orthodox lineage. Those from places like Mount Mao or Mount Longhu, for instance, are not considered folk Taoists. The opposite is also true. Folk Taoists are generally divided into 3 categories. First, scattered Taoists of the Jingyi school. Second, Taoists of folk religious sects. Third, fraudulent fake Taoists who deceive and swindle. Fake Taoists? That can't be right. Li Yuza muttered to himself. After all, judging from the details of the past 2 days and the recent encounter, these two couldn't possibly be imposters. Putting the thought aside, he turned his gaze back to the pair and listened as they continued their explanation. As they continued, Li Yuza gained a clearer understanding of what these folk Taoists truly represented. The wandering Taoists of the Jingyi school belong to Orthodox Taoism. Some are passed down from father to son through generations, and these are also folk Taoists. Meanwhile, folk Taoist priests are disciples of schools like the Lushang sect or the Maoshan Immortal sect. Both primarily focus on talismanic arts, though a small number of Orthodox Taoists also practice alchemy. Hearing this, Li Yuza's curiosity piqued. He interrupted their flow and quickly asked, "So, do you two know talismanic arts?" To his surprise, both men flushed with embarrassment at his question, scratching their heads awkwardly. Exchanging a glance, they paused before responding. "Our skills are still lacking. We don't really know much." Oh. Upon hearing this, Li Yuza merely furrowed his brow and didn't dwell on it further. Though he learned from them that Taoists were divided into folk and orthodox traditions, their core beliefs remained the same. Moreover, they shared a duty to confront and eliminate those menacing supernatural threats. Got the gist? After the two finished speaking, Li Yuza replied. But just as the dragon and phoenix thought the matter was settled, Li Yuza abruptly shifted his tone and demanded. "So this is your reason for wanting to kill me? Kill me to inherit my fortune, right?" Li Yuza glared at them. But unlike Li Yuza's intense emotion, the two men across from him waved their hands repeatedly after hearing his words. "No, brother Li. It was purely instinctive. You have to believe us. Trust you?" He repeated the words, his gaze darting back and forth between them. "Well then, if you two are so amazing, why on earth are you working at my coffin shop?" This genuinely piqued Li Yuza's curiosity. Logically speaking, with their skills, they shouldn't need to come to his funeral home. And even if they feared exposing their identities, as long as they exercised a little restraint, making money should be a breeze. Could it be that his paycheck smelled sweeter, that they preferred it? That would be utterly ridiculous. As Li Yu's gaze swept over the pair, the dragon and phoenix hurriedly explained. Brotherly, we were actually following our father's instructions when we were at your shop earlier. He said you would die. But then we saw you weren't dead, so we left. At this point, the two looked at Li Yuzu with intense curiosity. This was what they couldn't comprehend. Logically speaking, their father was infallible and his foresight rarely did his predictions miss the mark. At the time, upon hearing that Li Yuzu would die, they had mourned him silently for a single second before preparing to collect his body. But that was the one time their father's prophecy had been wrong. Hearing this, Li Yuzu across from them suddenly froze, somewhat taken aback. Damn it! Had he been set up? Well, to be precise, this body had indeed died. He was merely a transmigrator who had taken control of this body at the exact moment of death, hence his survival. But the fact that this thing could predict it and even outperform his own system notifications was beyond absurd. But Li Yuzu frowned. There were still some unresolved doubts in his mind. Why the hell did these people predict my death? To collect his body after death? Absolutely impossible. Could it be that the previous owner of this body had some kind of shady, secret deal with these people? He rubbed his chin, letting his imagination run wild. But for now, this seemed the most likely explanation. He lifted his head again and looked at the two of them, asking once more. What about this time? Why did you come back this time? Hearing this, the two strategists paused briefly before answering directly. Last time we came under our father's orders. This time you're here under someone else's orders? Li Yuzu cut them off, asking curiously. At the same time, a bold conjecture flashed through his mind. Could someone have actually predicted that we'd be time travelers? The Time-Space Administration Bureau across temporal manhunt, right? No, we're here on our father's orders again. The brothers replied. But this answer didn't seem to satisfy Li Yuzu. He just looked at them with a puzzled expression. I suspect you two are pulling my leg, but I have no proof. What the hell are you two doing? Chapter 145, Help! I've run into something unclean. Deep within the forest behind the small fishing village, Li Yuzu looked at the two men, Wulong and Fengqiu, with a puzzled expression. Hearing them repeat this phrase over and over, he grew even more puzzled. You're just standing there? If this wasn't a cross-time pursuit, then why the repeated orders this time? What was going on? Was he about to die again? But that didn't make sense either. The system hadn't recently warned him of impending death. So what were they? Pushing aside these untimely thoughts, Li Yuzu addressed them directly. Let's get down to business. Why did your fathers issue another command? Surely I'm not going to die again? The words had barely left his mouth. The dragon and phoenix did not respond directly to Li Yuzu. Instead, they scanned their surroundings before addressing him again. It's precisely about this matter now. Father foresaw everything that would happen here, and he also foresaw that you would be involved. That's why he called us back. Ignoring Li Yuzu, who grew even more stunned upon hearing this, the two continued their explanation. Their words were not directed solely at Li Yuzu, but also at Lu Zixuan and the numerous detectives surrounding them. This situation is beyond what ordinary people can resolve. It involves things science cannot explain. So brotherly, Detective Lu, you really shouldn't have come along. At that moment, Li Yuzu, who had just recovered from his shock, overheard the words spoken by the two strategists. He immediately retorted. What the hell are you talking about? You two are my employees. How could I just watch you two go off on a dangerous mission while I hide out here alone? Would that even make me human? Li Yuzu was filled with righteous indignation. Though he said it like that, it was mostly about saving face. After all, he couldn't very well admit he was here for a system quest. That would be way too embarrassing. But the mere thought of the system quest made Li Yuzu seethe with anger, simultaneously revealing his true feelings. Damn it! If it weren't for that damn system quest, would I have followed you here? He would have bailed long ago. Instead of dealing with this hassle, he'd be better off grinding Douyin for a bit longer and snagging a few more clients. That'd be way more practical. After cursing under his breath a few times, Li Yuzu felt a pang of emotion. Though he'd been inadvertently swept into this seemingly supernatural case, it wasn't entirely without reward. After all, he'd glimpsed another side of this world one ordinary people could never touch. That wasn't a total loss. With that thought, Li Yuzu began scheming to bluff these two brothers, figuring out how to blend in with them while keeping his system hidden. Think about it, he said dramatically. Given everything I've experienced lately, you should realize I'm no ordinary person, right? Li Yuzu declared to them with exaggerated flair. As his words fell, sure enough, the gazes of the dragon and phoenix both turned to him, drawn in by his words. Across from them, observing this scene, Li Yuzu's mind twisted with a sly smile. Oof. Clearly, these two haven't traveled much abroad. Even though he no longer pretends to be that big fool anymore, he's not far off. They're still going to be played by him. Look at all the crazy stuff I've run into before, right? Like that time I got roasted by netizens for supposedly wishing death on someone, and that airport incident last time. Which one of those things could an ordinary person possibly do? Right? Seeing hesitation in their eyes, Lee Yuza dropped another bombshell. Also, you saw that video online not too long ago, right? One punch flipping a car over, lifting a person with one hand, even that an ordinary person couldn't do, right? Lee Yuza chattered on to the two, wanting them to understand that with his involvement, this matter would become much easier. But his ultimate goal was still primarily the first point. With the assistance of the dragon and phoenix, he aimed to resolve the village's troubles together. The thought of the cheetah's speed as a reward for completing this mission filled him with excitement. If he truly succeeded and earned the reward, could he too become like these two, scaling walls and running at incredible speeds? As this thought crossed his mind, he noticed a hint of hesitation in their eyes. Lee Yuza concluded with a final appeal. Look, we're no ordinary mortals. As long as we stick together. Follow my lead, and the three of us will absolutely dominate. The monsters in this village won't stand a chance against us, we'll crush them like bugs. The four of them huddled together in a circle. Yet among them, one person seemed distinctly out of place. Listening to Lee Yuza's rambling words and the mention of some folk Taoist priest that just popped out of Wulong Fingqiu's mouth, Lu Zixuan was utterly baffled. Though she sat among them, it felt as if they inhabited entirely different worlds. What kind of fortune-telling was this? Fortune-tellers? That's just bull, right? And what about this Mashan, Longhu Mountain, folk Taoist priests, Jinni, what the hell is that? Some kind of orthodox lineage. What the hell was all that? Does this ING world really have such things? Lu Zixuan pressed her tiny hands against her large head, her thoughts drifting away. The shock Lee Yuza's revelation about the dragon and phoenix duo had delivered to her was no less than a world-shattering explosion. The constant barrage of unfamiliar information relentlessly assaulted the mind of this young woman from the 21st century. Until it completely crashed. But this was only natural. After all, she was no stranger to grand spectacles. And this so-called grand spectacle was nothing more than Lee Yuza beside her. But Lu Zixuan was, after all, a police captain. She quickly regained her composure. After calming her emotions, she grew cold. This matter. For now, it seemed beyond her control. But that didn't mean she couldn't intervene at all, did it? With that thought, she looked up again, listening to the three of them conversing. Just then, she overheard Lee Yuza trying to sweet-talk the two prodigies. Though perhaps persuading wasn't quite the right word, even Lu Zixuan herself couldn't discern Lee Yuza's true intentions at that moment. Yet, as time passed and she listened to his persuasion, Lu Zixuan began to blur the lines between reality and illusion. Now, she didn't know how to make a choice. But just then, a sudden ringtone shattered the quiet. Lee Yuza pulled the ringing phone from his pocket with curiosity, then froze in surprise. He discovered the caller was none other than dumb little sister, someone he hadn't seen in quite a while. Without hesitation, he answered the call. The next second, a voice filled with terror came through the receiver. Lee Yuza! Where are you? Where are you? Come save me! We seem to be haunted by something unclean. Chapter 146, First Stop in Poverty Alleviation, North City. Inside the small fishing village. Lee Yuza was still discussing matters concerning their identities with the two individuals known as the Reclining Dragon and the Phoenix Cub. But just then, a sudden ringtone shattered the tranquility. Lee Yuza pulled the ringing phone from his pocket and froze. The caller was none other than the girl he'd exchanged contact information with last time. He felt a pang of curiosity. What could dumb girl possibly want at this hour? But he didn't dwell on it for long before answering the call. The moment he answered, however, a voice filled with sheer terror erupted from the other end. And it was that very voice that shattered the stillness of the scene. Lee Yuza! Where are you? Help me! We seem to be haunted by something unclean. Through the receiver came the distinct voices of several girls, likely Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xin. Perhaps it was because Lee Yuza was investigating a paranormal incident, or perhaps for some other reason. Upon hearing their voices, Lee Yuza froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. After what happened last time, they wouldn't deliberately call to tease him. So then, had been possessed by something unclean? What's going on? Can you still talk? Calm down and speak slowly. Lee Yuza frowned, ignoring the strange looks from those around him. Though hearing his little sister's voice had unsettled him, panic now served no purpose, it might even backfire. He could only hope she'd calm down and answer his questions. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what was going on. Lee Yuza had no idea how to rescue them. As his words faded, rustling sounds came from the other end of the line before dumb little sister's voice finally reached him. We're hiding. I'm with Kong Xin now, in a village in Beicheng. And just now, we ran into. At this point, Lee Yuza could hear the unmistakable terror in her voice. Just as he was about to ask more questions, dumb little sister spoke again. We saw someone who looked like a child, but we're not sure if he was. He was incredibly fast. No matter what we did, we couldn't shake him off. And that child was smiling at us in a really creepy way. A creepy child? Upon hearing Dai Xiaomei's words, Lee Yuza quickly grasped a crucial detail. Just moments ago, their group had discovered two sets of footprints, one large and one small, and one of them seemed to belong to a child. Now, hearing dumb little sister mention the child again instantly triggered Li Yu's alertness. His gaze shifted to Lu Zixuan. Seeing her utterly bewildered expression, he recalled what she had said earlier that night. These footprints appeared to have been made 2 days prior. And over these past 2 days, despite the North City detectives cordoning off the area, they still hadn't found a single trace of the killer. Could it be these things possessed consciousness or were being manipulated by someone behind the scenes? And they've already set their sights on the two of us. It's possible. Li Yuza crouched where he was, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Considering what Chen Xiu had said earlier in the previous kidnapping case, if it was true, then Chen Xiu's target wasn't just harming innocent bystanders, but everyone connected to him? Dai Xiaomei's words continued, snapping Li Yuza back to reality. But wasn't dumb little sister in Yangchang? How? How did you end up in Beicheng? As Li Yuza fired off the question, Dai Xiaomei's tense voice quickly came through on the other end. It's something Su Fu asked me to handle for him. He gave me money to go do poverty alleviation work, and my first stop is Beicheng. Ha? Hearing Dai Xiaomei's words, Li Yuza felt momentarily flustered. Even in this life or death crisis, he couldn't help but vent his frustration. Last time in Yangcheng, these two were snatched off the street in broad daylight, and he had to rescue them on his own. Today, barely arrived in North City, they'd run into this mess again, and once more he'd have to clean up the mess himself. But before he could dwell on it, Dai Xiaomei's voice came through the phone again. Hurry and save me. That kid might be targeting us. Her words were cut off by Kong Xian's terrified scream. Are you sure it's really a child? Li Yuza asked again, seeking confirmation. After all, this matter demanded caution. If the child truly belonged to the footprints, that would be one thing. But if they had misjudged the situation, or if something else sinister was at play, then the problems they faced would extend far beyond this small fishing village. I was live streaming. I even captured him on camera. Go check for yourself if you don't believe me. Really, it was someone who looked exactly like a child. Seeing that Li Yuza seemed skeptical, Dai Xiaomei reiterated emphatically, having even risked filming that figure just moments ago. At that very moment. Upon hearing Dai Xiaomei's resolute tone, Li Yuza's expression changed instantly. If that was true, this matter was getting serious. Stay safe, I'll be right there. Hide well. With that, he hung up the phone. He immediately began searching online for videos. Beside him, Li Yuza, who had been chatting animatedly with everyone moments ago, suddenly transformed, his expression turning grave. The others were curious, unsure what had happened. But just then, as everyone's curious eyes turned to him, Li Yuza knew he would need their help soon. He immediately gave them a brief explanation. Another village has been hit too. Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xian just called me, they're over there and begging me for help. I'm checking the footage now. She said she was live streaming, so I need to confirm that. As Li Yuza finished speaking, the expressions on everyone's faces changed dramatically. Could it be that Chen Xiu had left behind more than one contingency plan? Could those things be far more than what we see before us? These thoughts simultaneously flashed through the minds of Lu Zixuan and the two strategists. But there was no time for deep contemplation now. With dread in their hearts, they immediately began searching for information about dumb little sister's livestream. As they delved into the information about the two of them, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Because at that very moment, online, the dumbfounded little sister ghost encounter had already surged to the top of the trending searches. Chapter 147, so there really is a ghost then? Bonus chapter vote request. In the small fishing village, a group gathered around a pile. All were checking their phones for updates about dumb little sister. But as time passed, a look of gravity gradually spread across their faces. The dumbfounded little sister ghost encounter incident surged back to the top of the trending topics. Meanwhile, online. Since dumb little sister had been conducting charity donations via live stream, her broadcast attracted a considerable audience. Naturally, they all witnessed that eerie figure alongside her. In an instant, the internet erupted with discussion. What the heck? I was just watching dumb little sister's livestream when some kid suddenly popped up out of nowhere. My cabinet moved. I'm done watching. You guys keep going. I'm outta here. That kid, that look in his eyes, he just seems so lifeless. Holy crap, I think I just saw something unclean. Forget me, even the old lady from the next village saw it. In the various screenshots from the video, countless netizens were commenting. The impact this incident had on netizens was no less than a global explosion. While netizens were still discussing these events, some more rational netizens or those with other reasons conducted a wave of rational analysis and speculation. Could it be that the figure was fake? After all, it was nighttime. Maybe the girl just misinterpreted what she saw. Truth or fiction, who can say for sure? But one thing really piques my curiosity: why does this village seem so sparsely populated? Is this also happening in North City? Why does it feel like so many things have been happening there lately? Does this world even have so-called paranormal events? Supernatural events? Isn't that Li Yuza? Didn't Li Yuza show up in that fishing village recently? Could this be connected to him? More and more netizens joined the speculation and discussion. But this matter seemed far more complex than what met the eye. Opinions were all over the place. And right at this moment, netizens suddenly realized that everything seemed to involve two people. Recalling the bizarre incident that occurred in the small fishing village 2 days prior. Despite the authorities' desperate attempts to cover it up, news of it inevitably leaked out. Netizens not only learned that over 20 people had mysteriously died overnight in this remote village, but also discovered that Lee Yuza's figure had been spotted there in the dead of night. After this story surfaced, authorities immediately suppressed it, preventing it from even trending on social media. Precisely because of this, people grew increasingly convinced that something unacceptable had occurred just as they suspected, a genuine supernatural event. However, as time passed, just 1 day later, netizens discovered something else, the words spoken by Chen Xiu during his trial at the North City Court. Initially, everyone dismissed them as the harmless ramblings of a man facing execution. But after the small fishing village incident came to light, people began to realize that perhaps these words were Chen Xiu's hidden contingency plan. But that was far from enough. They had assumed Chen Xiu's revenge was confined to one location, but with tonight's events and the eerie child appearing in Dai Xiaomei's livestream, netizens grew even more terrified as they realized the witch Chen Xiu had spoken of seemed to have truly arrived. And his vengeance unfolded alongside it. His backup plans extended far beyond this single incident. I remember now. Wasn't Dai Xiaomei's kidnapping a while back also Chen Xiu's doing? I saw the North City Police Department's report it was definitely Chen Xiu. Moreover, Chen Xiu's arrest seems heavily connected to Lee Yuza. One could even say Lee Yuza was the one who caught him. So, does that mean Chen Xiu's revenge against Lee Yuza isn't just about him, but everyone connected to Lee Yuza? So that's why the sorcerer went after little sister? Reading the online analysis, PBB, Sister Zhou, and the others sat before their screens, now plunged into silence. As dumb little sister's close friends, they naturally noticed the news the moment she was in trouble. They watched the livestream while simultaneously following netizens' analyses online. Oh dear, this is bad. PBB frowned slightly as he scanned the comments. However, after he uttered those words, Sister Zhou behind him seemed to recall something and spoke anxiously. What about Master Lee? He can definitely save dumb little sister. Right. Master Lee. I almost forgot. Hearing Sister Zhou's words, PBB slapped his forehead. He hadn't realized that just moments ago, he'd been reading netizens discussing Lee Yuza, only to forget about it the very next second. With that thought, he wasted no time. He immediately logged into his Douyin account and posted a message. Hurry to the funeral home and ask for Lee Yuza. Only he understands this stuff. Only he has the solution to break this deadlock. With PBB's post going live, leveraging his existing fanbase, netizens' attention was quickly drawn to it, and the conversation shifted to Lee Yuza. However, as more people browsed the post, the trending topic vanished from the charts shortly after appearing. For a moment, countless netizens and PBB members alike were left utterly bewildered. What the hell was going on? Where's the trending topic? My trending topic? Such a big trending topic just vanished like that? The video's still up, but the trending topic's gone? What's going on? As the trending topic vanished, another wave of public opinion surged. After venting briefly, netizens finally stopped being silly and started noticing some clues. Removing trending topics feels so familiar? Feels like we've been through this before? Damn it, didn't they just remove that fishing village incident from trending not long ago? Why's this one being pulled too? This can't be real, right? Does that mean the ghost is real too? Is that thing behind dumb little sister real too? This ING thing is real, they even pulled it from trending topics. Meanwhile, on the other side, after watching the video and briefly understanding the situation, they were now racing non-stop toward that village. As victims of this incident, dumb little sister and Kong Xin were currently hiding in a corner of the relevant house. Their eyes darted around in terror, fearing that the eerie figure might suddenly appear before them. Yet, as they scanned their surroundings in terror, faint, scattered sounds seemed to drift in from outside. Moreover, a thick, pungent smell of blood gradually filled the air. Chapter 148, Waiting to Die? Better to charge. Bonus chapter vote request. Willow Village. Inside a dilapidated house, Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xin huddled trembling in a corner. The surroundings were pitch black, save for the faint glow emanating from the phone in her hand, still streaming live. After repeatedly pleading for help from Lee Yuza, the two clung to each other, huddled in what felt like the safest corner they could find. Their eyes darted around the room, terrified that the eerie figure might suddenly appear before them. Just then, as they trembled in fear of the unknown presence that could appear at any moment, outside, faint, scattered sounds drifted in. Accompanying it was a thick, pungent smell of blood. It steadily permeated the confines of the small room. The live stream continued. Apart from each other, the only source of reassurance for them now came from the viewers in the live stream chat. Is there really a ghost here? Dai Xiaomei's trembling voice echoed through the room. As the words fell, though Kong Xin was equally terrified, she still clasped her hands. In the darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of their phones, the two gazed at each other. Don't be afraid, Lee Yuza should be here soon. The two clung to each other in the dilapidated, cramped room. Outside, as the last sliver of sunset vanished, swallowed whole by dark clouds that seemed to appear from nowhere, the sky plunged into complete darkness. The night grew thick, winding its way over both sky and earth. An invisible moon hung lonely and dimly lit above the village. Low-lying buildings were eroded by darkness, their edges blurred. The drizzling rain fell into the night, making everything feel damp. The bark of trees and the earth's surface seemed to ooze, filling the air with a suffocating scent. The entire village lay in utter silence. Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xin huddled together in the pitch-black room. Yet, in a corner beyond their sight, a crimson figure appeared above their heads, watching them intently. In the livestream chat, viewers typed messages of comfort to the two girls trapped in darkness. Don't be afraid, Lee Yuza and the others should be here soon. Hang in there, everything will be okay. You have to survive. Relax, everything will be fine. Netizens kept comforting the two girls, yet they also felt a bit frustrated. If it weren't for that good-for-nothing Qin Xiu, things wouldn't have turned out this way. And what about the North City detectives? Why hadn't the North City detectives made their move yet? Did they really need to wait until more people got hurt before taking action? A whirlwind of thoughts swirled through each person's mind. Can you smell it? A faint voice echoed within the room. Such a thick, pungent smell of blood, so eerie. As the words faded, Kong Xin received no reply. Turning her head to speak, she suddenly saw that the usually clumsy little sister had gone limp, her legs giving way as her entire body collapsed to the floor. She had naturally caught that thick scent of blood too. But before Kong Xin could voice her thoughts, she had been telling herself it was all in her mind. Telling herself it was all just a trick of the mind, perhaps even a prank. But upon hearing Kong Xion's words, reality finally hit her. She had stumbled upon a ghost. In that instant, her composure shattered completely. I wish I'd never come. Her voice trembling with tears, the young girl bitterly regretted ever setting foot in this village. Not only that, but why did she have to come at night? The moment she arrived, she encountered this kind of thing. Right now, she wanted to punch herself twice over. She deeply regretted her decision, and even worse, she dragged Kong Xian into this mess too. If she had come during the day, perhaps none of this would have happened. Dumbfounded little sister felt both distressed and disheartened. Before arriving here, she hadn't known about Qin Xiu's situation. It was only after she arrived in the village that she learned about it a step too late. But by the time she finally understood, it was already too late. No wonder she'd noticed how few people were on the road when she entered the village. She had assumed it was because the place was remote and everyone went to bed early. But now it seemed the villagers were likely. Sniffing the lingering, still overpowering stench of blood, little stupid girl dared not think further. Are we going to die here? While waiting for rescue, she trembled slightly as she addressed Kong Xian and the viewers in the livestream. Why did she have to be so unlucky? Last time she was abducted, and now she might become the first streamer killed by this bizarre force. But before Kong Xian could respond, footsteps echoed outside the door, clearly reaching both their ears. They're coming. Hearing the sound, dumb little sister's voice grew even more tremulous. The commotion caused by those footsteps was unmistakable, and the viewers in the livestream room witnessed the eerie occurrence unfold together. It's coming, it's really coming. Prosperity, strength, democracy, civilization, harmony. Mom, save me. I can't watch this anymore, don't come for me. Boom. Before netizens could discuss further, another deafening crash echoed from outside the house. The front door seemed to have been violently kicked open. As a beam of light spilled in from outside, boundless terror surged through the doorway. It was utterly spine-chilling. Witnessing this scene, the two girls hiding in the corner of the room instantly broke out in cold sweat. They dared not breathe, their eyes fixed intently on the doorway. Outside, something seemed to have entered. The two clung to each other in the darkness, seeking that sliver of warmth. But as time slowly passed, after waiting for a while, there was no sound from outside. Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xian exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what had transpired. At that moment, Kong Xian, fully aware of their precarious situation, mustered her courage after silently urging herself onward. She turned to dumb little sister and said, "Should we go check it out?" Beside her, Dai Xiaomei remained frozen in terror at the suggestion. "Better not. I'm scared. What if it really is something nasty? Neither of us could outrun it." And many viewers in the livestream shared the same thought as the timid girl. Even now, dumb little sister hadn't turned off the livestream. "Just wait for help, don't wander off. Don't go out. This is clearly weird. Don't go out, just wait for help. Lee Yuza and the others will be here soon. Yeah, don't go out." Reading these comments and seeing the worried look on little sister's face, Kong Xian couldn't help but frown, even in this situation. But if we just hide here, who knows when Lee Yuza and the others will arrive? If they're late, won't we all be doomed? Rather than just waiting to die, we might as well risk everything and fight. Charge out, there might still be a chance to survive. Chapter 149, Danger. Boss, there's someone behind you. Something seemed to have entered the room from outside the door. Kong Xin and the other person huddled in the corner of the room, staring fearfully toward the doorway. However, as time slowly passed, the imagined danger never materialized and the sounds outside gradually ceased. Should we go check? After a moment's pause, though she herself was terrified, Kong Xin knew that staying hidden here was nearly a slow death. They had to rush out to grasp even a sliver of hope. Let's stay hidden here. I'm scared. What if there really is? Then none of us will be able to escape. Dai Xiaomei trembled, refusing to agree to Kong Xion's bold suggestion. But hiding here is just waiting to die. The noise outside the door just now, something definitely got in. Charge out. There might still be a chance. Though still terrified, Kong Xion's eyes now held unwavering resolve. Rather than die like this, I'd rather fight to the end. But as her words faded away, the timid girl huddled in the corner remained utterly terrified, crouched where she was, too afraid to move. She feared that the moment she left her spot, the eerie presence lurking in the darkness would come for her. Hiding here means waiting to die. We have to break out. Besides, this spot isn't too remote. I'm surely Yuza will reach us soon. We just need to hold out safely for a little while longer. Seeing the timid girl still refusing to budge, Kong Xion's voice carried a hint of urgency. While persistently urging the timid girl, her gaze darted around the surroundings, ever vigilant for the danger that was bound to emerge. As time passed, under Kong Xion's persistent urging, dumb little sister finally grasped the situation. Summoning her courage, she tremblingly rose from the ground, then pumped her fist at Kong Xion and at herself for encouragement. Charge! However, rather than charging, the two were more accurately described as slowly shuffling forward. In the darkness, guided only by the faint glow from their phones, they inched their way along the wall toward the exit. Time ticked by. What might seem like a brief moment to outsiders felt like an eternity to them. The viewers in the livestream were so stunned by the heavy atmosphere that they fell silent. Time seemed to freeze once more. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the screen, watching the two, terrified that disaster might strike at any moment. Inside the dilapidated, ancient house, the two groped their way through the darkness, guided only by the faint light seeping in from beyond the kicked-in door. As they ventured further, they could see the bedroom door approaching. Their scalps prickled, cold sweat breaking out across their bodies. The closer they got, the more intense their physical reactions became. Moreover, they couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere nearby, a pair of unseen eyes was watching them the entire time. In the darkness, they focused their minds, clasped hands tightly, and pressed forward. Finally, accompanied by the rain outside gradually tapering off, Kong Xion and the other girl reached the door of the room. After catching their breath, they cautiously peered into the living room. But as their eyes scanned the dimly lit space, they discovered the living room was completely empty. It didn't seem as terrifying as they had imagined. Exchanging a glance, they looked outside once more, only to find the front door now open. Through the doorway, they could still make out a sliver of moonlight spilling onto the ground. It seems, everything's okay? Kong Xion murmured in surprise as she gazed outside. But there's no one here. Why did the door open? Dai Xiaomei didn't agree. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I wonder if it was just the wind. Ironically, it was Kong Xion who had suggested leaving the room earlier, and now she was the one acting so naive and clueless. Dai Xiaomei frowned, gripping Kong Xion's hand firmly as she declared with certainty. Impossible. If it was the wind, it wouldn't have made such a loud noise. Something definitely got in. But what could it be? Kong Xion felt a bit scared too. Seeing that the outside wasn't as eerie as she'd imagined, she'd temporarily calmed down. Now, hearing dumb little sister's analysis, she found it utterly convincing. But, there's nothing out there? The words fell, and the entire room plunged back into silence. Only the sound of their tightly clenched breaths could be heard, their hearts pounding restlessly in the tense atmosphere. They were on the verge of breaking down. The scene before them was utterly bizarre. It filled them with boundless dread. This is so weird. It feels like something came in, but we didn't see anything. Could it be some small animal? But the noise doesn't sound like that either. Could it be that weird thing smashed through the door and is hiding somewhere? My hair's standing on end. I can't bear to look anymore. Just thinking about it terrifies me. But hey, there's no one outside right now. You should run. Yeah, let's get out while we still can. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. Through the live feed, viewers in the chat room witnessed the scene unfolding before them. Though it felt utterly bizarre, this was their best chance to escape. As the bullet comments kept urging them, Kong Xion and the other girl's gaze was drawn over. But just as they were about to break free, the next second, the chat's tone shifted dramatically. Wait. Boss die, behind you. Danger. Dumbass, there's someone behind you. Creepy, something creepy's coming. Run. Staring at the sudden shift in the bullet comments, Dumby furrowed her brow at first, then her face filled with astonishment. Finally, she trembled like a leaf. Beside her, Kong Xion, witnessing Dai Xiaomei's unusual reaction in such an eerie scene, asked with a grave expression. What's wrong? Did something happen? As Kang Xayan's words fell, dumb little sister trembled violently while whispering in a shaky voice. I think, someone's behind me. However, after she finished speaking, neither of them dared to turn around, terrified of encountering that eerie presence. Shaking their heads nervously, they refocused their attention on the livestream. In the pitch-black night, their own faces appeared on the screen. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary. But behind them, it seemed as though a pair of eyes were glowing faintly. Instantly, cold sweat poured down their backs. Their eyes went wide, and their legs refused to obey, shaking like sieve flour. Exchanging a glance, they turned their heads in unison, their voices trembling. The next second, they finally saw what it was. Behind them, a figure clad in tattered clothes, long hair cascading over its shoulders, and cheeks long since rotted away, had somehow appeared behind them. And those two faint green lights? They were its eyes. As the three locked eyes, amidst their terror, that rotting face seemed to be smiling at them. The next moment, the women's shrieks echoed throughout the entire village. Chapter 150. What the hell is this? Within Willow Village. Inside a dilapidated shack. The two women swallowed hard, their bodies trembling as they slowly turned their heads. As they turned, a pair of green eyes, flickering like flames, met theirs. Goosebumps erupted all over their bodies as they screamed in terror. Before them stood a figure clad in tattered clothes, long hair cascading over their shoulders, cheeks long since rotted away. Had somehow appeared behind them. Even now, a smile seemed to spread across that decayed, rotting face, as if it were still grinning at them. The screams rang out once more, echoing throughout the entire village. Yet no one seemed to hear it, or perhaps, the village was already deserted. Holy! What the hell is that thing? A child? The kid who appeared behind stupid little sister this afternoon and kept following him. Why is his face rotting? Ghost. It must be a ghost. There really are ghosts. This village is deserted. Could it be that this little ghost killed everyone? Help me. Through the phone still clutched tightly by the stunned girl, viewers in the livestream watched the figure materialize before their eyes, erupting in another wave of horrified screams. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that ghostly beings could truly exist in this world. Back inside the room, the sight of that figure sent shut-up girl and her companion into uncontrollable tremors. Their legs shook violently, leaving them rooted to the spot, seemingly unable to move. But in the next instant, facing life or death peril, both instinctively grabbed whatever was within reach and hurled it at the figure before them. Opposite them, the short figure showed no reaction to their relentless attacks. Seeing this, the two girls had no time to observe further. Panic-stricken, they fled toward the door. Back to the earlier scene, on the other side. Upon hearing the commotion from dumb little sister's end, the people still in the fishing village immediately searched for her livestream from that night. The footage clearly showed a sinister figure trailing closely behind dumb little sister and Kang Xin. Without further hesitation, the group of four dashed into the village, preparing to drive to Willow Village. Throughout the drive, Li Yuze kept staring at the footage on his phone. That childlike figure seemed to have been watching her since the moment dumb little sister entered the village. Or perhaps, it had been watching her even before that, deliberately lingering here to wait for dumb little sister to walk right into its trap. The car sped down the road. Not only did Li Yuze's expression grow grave, but so did those of the two Taoist masters, Wulong and Feng Chu. As folk Taoist priests, exorcising demons and banishing monsters was part of their duty. Back to the present. A police car pulled up quietly at the entrance of Willow Tree Village. The moment everyone stepped out and touched the ground, a simultaneous scream erupted from within, echoing through the entire village in the night. Oh no! Li Yuze's brows furrowed tightly. He hadn't expected trouble to arise so quickly. There was no time for hesitation. After a quick curse, he immediately sprinted toward the source of the noise within the village. Behind him, the two strategists, who had also heard the commotion, leapt up as well, their speed even faster than Li Yuze's. All three raced toward the village center, the source of the sound. Lu Zixuan was left alone at the scene. Watching the three figures dash away, Lu Zixuan frowned deeply, stamping her foot in impatience. From their earlier conversation in the fishing village, she now understood that each of these three individuals harbored secrets far beyond her comprehension. Watching them nearly disappear from view, Lu Zixuan hesitated no longer. She turned and climbed into the police car. The roar of the engine echoed through the quiet village as the car sped away. Knowing something strange was definitely happening here, Li Yuze activated eagle eyes and bear strength the instant he stepped out of the car. Constantly draining his mental energy and stamina, Li Yuze darted about, scanning the surroundings. As they ventured deeper, the group made a startling discovery. The people of this village seemed to have vanished entirely. Flickering across the muddy ground, a light drizzle fell from the sky. Following the line of sight, Li Yuze and the others finally reached the village center, the source of the screams. There, they saw the two girls Dai Xiaomei and the other cornered by something that seemed to have forced them to a standstill. Seeing the two familiar figures unharmed, Li Yuze breathed a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he unleashed the bear's power once more. His body suddenly dropped low, his leg muscles bulging as power erupted instantly. Before anyone could react, a figure charged forward. The distance of several dozen meters seemed to shrink to mere inches for this figure. The next second, while the two girls were still in shock and hadn't noticed the attacker's approach, the figure before them had already been sent flying dozens of meters away by Lee Yuza. In the corner. After a brief struggle, the dazed girl and Kong Xian were quickly surrounded by the rotting corpse. But just then, as despair overwhelmed them, another figure appeared before them, halting the corpse's attack. Seeing the newcomer, Dai Xiaomei's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Though her body still trembled uncontrollably, she clung desperately to Lee Yuza before her as if she had glimpsed hope itself, refusing to let go. Glancing back at the two figures behind him, Lee Yuza offered only a soft word of comfort before fixing his gaze forward once more. As Wulong Fengshu and Lu Zixuan arrived alongside them, everyone finally saw the true identity of the corpse before them. A kid? Lu Zixuan's astonished voice rang out. As her words fell. On the open ground before them, the figure Lee Yuza had just knocked flying slowly rose from the muddy earth. Gazing at the figure clad in tattered clothes, long hair draped over its shoulders, and its face already rotting away, the crowd was struck by even greater shock. What the hell is this thing? But before anyone could process it, the corpse seemed to fall into a frenzied rage, charging silently toward them with a primal roar. Its eyes, once a ghostly green, now blazed with a sinister crimson glow. Chapter 151, A Dragon Turtle, you say? So tough? Chapter 151. Within Willow Village. Lee Yuza frowned slightly as he watched the corpse slowly crawl up from the ground before him. He also noticed the corpse's eyes had turned a blood-red color. A ghost, perhaps? Lee Yuza frowned, staring at the figure with a mix of surprise and suspicion. Though people often said he was full of eerie secrets, only he knew he was just an ordinary person. Now, upon witnessing true eeriness, Lee Yuza felt even more perplexed. Recalling the interrogation of Chen Xiu he had seen online earlier only deepened his confusion. This corpse seemed controlled by someone else, lacking any self-awareness. What kind of technique is this? Lee Yuza murmured to himself as he pondered. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he found himself looking at the two Taoist priests with a hint of curiosity. After all, while this phenomenon was utterly unfamiliar to him, as Taoist priests, even folk priests, they should be accustomed to such oddities. Moreover, they likely possessed methods to subdue it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed behind in that fishing village last time. How do we deal with this thing? Lee Yuza turned to the pair and asked. Brotherly, it's just a little ghost. Just take it down. Take care of it? That simple? Lee Yuza was stunned by the response. In his imagination, he had thought dealing with this kind of ghost would require sticking talismans and burning incense. What he hadn't expected was that it would be so simple. Gazing at the little ghost across from him, it was itching to attack despite being surrounded by so many people. Lee Yuza hesitated no longer. With a glance, he signaled Lu Zixuan to look after the two frightened individuals beside them. Then he charged straight ahead, ready to fight the little ghost to the death. Behind him, seeing him charge straight ahead, the two of them, Wulong and Fengshu, were taken aback. But under the circumstances, there was no time for further thought. They followed Lee Yuza's lead, charging forward together, ready to subdue the little demon before them. In the darkness. With the dragon and phoenix joining the fray, the four of them became entangled in a fierce struggle. Except, damn it, you two said it was just a little ghost, that it'd be easy. Why is it so damn hard to beat? Lee Yuza punched the little ghost flying before him, roaring at the dragon and phoenix. It wasn't that the little ghost was particularly powerful, but its defense was genuinely astonishing. Its bones didn't feel like those of a normal human at all, more like reinforced concrete. Brotherly, we didn't know either. After kicking the little ghost aside again, the two of them replied with a hint of grievance. If it were purely a contest of strength, it was obvious that this little ghost couldn't stand up to any one of the three. But there was one thing that gave everyone a massive headache: this kid. Damn, is this a dragon turtle? How tough is it? Just then, the little ghost before them seemed to be controlled by something, suddenly freezing in place. Watching this scene, Lee Yuza froze for a moment, puzzled. Recalling the events that had just unfolded, his curiosity only deepened. The ghost before him didn't seem particularly powerful, yet why had every villager vanished? Not even corpses were visible, only a faint trace of blood in the air. Just like the fishing village? Had he killed the people here, or? Lee Yuza frowned. With such limited power, if the villagers weren't fools, they could easily have discovered the intruder and dealt with it themselves. But that was precisely what puzzled him most. However, that thought shattered in an instant. For the ghostly figure before him had, at some unknown moment, begun to emit a faint green glow. As time passed, this aura grew increasingly intense. Take him down. As Lee Yuza stared at the little demon, still in a daze, the two masters, Wulong and Fengshu, suddenly spoke up. Without waiting for his reaction, they charged forward, determined to stop this bizarre scene from continuing. As the trio closed in to strike the little demon again, they were astonished to discover that this one couldn't be knocked flying with a single punch as easily as the previous one. What the hell? Li Yuza exclaimed in surprise as he threw a punch. However, after the punch connected with the little ghost, he was shocked to see that their attack was now effective against it, no longer as futile as before. Holy crap, it can change forms? As his words fell, the little demon, who had been taking a beating, suddenly flashed its eyes. It seemed to be venting the resentment from being mercilessly beaten by the three of them. It leapt into the air, covering over 10 meters in a single bound, and launched a powerful punch directly at Li Yuza. Li Yuza barely managed to block the attack by raising his arms in front of him just in time. He's gotten stronger. Ha! Before he could finish speaking, Li Yuza suddenly froze in shock. He sensed an unusual aura. Besides them, there was another person here. Recalling the brat who'd suddenly grown stronger, Li Yuza instantly realized. Could that damn witch be nearby? But the situation demanded immediate action. Staring at the goblin whose power continued to surge, he was stunned by the sudden change. Yet, alongside Wulong and Feng Chu, he charged forward. They grappled fiercely with the little demon. Behind them, Lu Zixuan shielded the terrified little girls. Her mouth gaped in utter disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. There really are ghosts. Beside her, dumb little sister, still clutching her phone for the livestream, slowly came to her senses. A bitter expression crossed her face as she lamented her perpetual bad luck, yet she too stared at the scene in utter disbelief. Inside the livestream, viewers watched as Li Yuza wrestled with the ghost, witnessing the safe rescue of dumb little sister and the others. Viewers erupted in cheers, yet were utterly stunned. Holy, there really is a ghost. This isn't a movie, is it? Is that really Li Yuza? That's insane. Damn impressive. One punch sent that ghost flying. Damn, who knew he was so underestimated? Thanks to them, or else dumb girl and Kong Xin might have. Netizens were stunned yet showered Li Yuza with praise. Though, something terrible might have happened in this village. Back to the present. Feeling an inexplicable force continuously surging into the little ghost, Li Yuza's expression darkened. He steeled himself to unleash his full power, determined to defeat the spirit once and for all. Only by subduing this little ghost would they have a chance to completely solve this case. However, after a fierce battle, just as the little ghost was about to be subdued by them, everyone braced themselves, guarding against its final strike. But the little ghost, who seemed poised to deliver a final blow, unexpectedly simply fled? Watching the little devil leap dozens of meters away, the trio didn't hesitate. They immediately pressed their advantage and charged after him. Chapter 152, to cover up, or for some other purpose? Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xin were safely rescued. Seeing the little devil suddenly flee, Li Yuza and the others knew this might be their closest chance yet to crack the case. Without further hesitation, they charged straight toward the target. Lu Zixuan was sufficient to handle this location. Moreover, when they had arrived, a group of detectives had followed behind them. They should have reached the village perimeter by now. After Li Yuza and the two undercover agents pursued the little ghost, only Lu Zixuan and the other two remained at the scene. Are you all okay? Lu Zixuan asked solemnly, her gaze fixed on her best friend and another figure who felt both familiar and unfamiliar. She had never met the dazed young woman before. We're fine, nothing serious. Kong Xin, who had reacted a split second faster, had shaken off the fear she'd felt moments earlier now that she was safe. Still, her body felt slightly unsteady, and she could only manage a brief reply. Seeing this, Lu Zixuan didn't press further, deciding to wait for Li Yuza's return before taking both of them to the police station for investigation. Time ticked away in the tense atmosphere. Before long, Li Yuza and the other two, who had rushed off earlier to chase after the kid for clues, reappeared before Lu Zixuan and the others. We didn't catch him. Noticing Lu Zixuan's gaze, Li Yuza offered an explanation. He then walked over, accompanied by the two young detectives. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, viewers watched the trio return and were once again stunned. I saw those punches Li Yuza threw just now. They packed some serious punch. Could he be trained? He's hiding his true abilities. I thought he was just a weird funeral shop owner, but never expected. The way he looks, did they know all along that strange things exist in this world? Their speed is insane. I couldn't even follow it. Is that even humanly possible? Then that time he single-handedly sent a car flying was real too. Netizens were both stunned by their abilities and utterly baffled. Recalling how Li Yuza had once seemed like a walking enigma in their eyes, witnessing these scenes now. Maybe, he really knew about the existence of strange things in this world all along. Back to reality. Although they hadn't caught the little ghost, they had uncovered some evidence during the pursuit. Now, they needed to question the two girls to verify the accuracy of their findings. Helping both dumb little sister and Kong Xin into the police car, Li Yuza explained once more after everyone was seated. That little ghost was a bit strange earlier. He could jump dozens of meters in a single leap. We couldn't catch up. As he spoke, he glanced once more at Dai Xiaomei and Kong Xin, who had recovered somewhat but still looked weak. Truthfully, if they had pursued relentlessly, they might have caught up to the kid. But during the pursuit, Li Yuza realized there was far more to this than met the eye. He feared leaving Lu Zixuan and the others behind might lead to trouble. So he pulled the two back with him instead of continuing the pursuit. Still, on the way back, they kept searching for any potentially useful evidence. And this search truly allowed Liuza to uncover some clues. Someone is definitely manipulating that little ghost. While chasing it, I sensed an unusual aura. Something inhuman, yet human-like. Perhaps it's the witch Chen Xiu mentioned, the one he summoned. At this, the car fell into a brief silence. When did you first notice this kid? After a moment, Liuza looked at the dazed girl and slowly spoke, breaking the silence. From the moment we entered this village. It was still evening then. Though the village was quiet, there were still people around. It was then that I kept feeling like someone was watching me, but I couldn't tell who it was. It wasn't until the sun set and the crowd vanished that I noticed a very strange-looking child staring right at me. After I spotted him, he didn't react immediately. But right then, he suddenly grinned at me. Hearing Liuza's words, Dai Xiaomei replied, her body trembling. And just recalling tonight's encounter made her feel even more uneasy. After it got completely dark, we were planning to go find people to help, but we didn't see a single soul. There were clearly people around at dusk. Dai Xiaomei dared not think further, terrified the answer would be as cruel as she imagined. Later, it wasn't just me, Kang Xian also felt something was terribly off. So we hid in an abandoned house. What happened next, you probably already know. We encountered this little ghost. Upon hearing this, Liuza merely nodded. He asked no more questions, instead replaying tonight's events in his mind, not only what they'd seen and heard in Willow Village, but also the two footprints they'd just discovered in the small fishing village. Remember those two footprints? Liuza looked at Lu Zixuan. Those barefoot prints weren't the victims at all, they belonged to that little ghost. Her mouth fell open in shock as the words left her lips. How could that be? However, Liuza didn't immediately explain. Instead, he continued to speak to himself amidst her confusion. There seems to be one detail we overlooked. Liuza tapped his chin, his eyes deep in thought. That kid was wearing ragged clothes that clearly didn't fit him. Was he trying to hide something, or did he have another purpose? Did you notice that the kid wasn't wearing any shoes? Recalling the discovery made on their way back after the failed capture, Liuza felt even more certain of his theory. On the road, a recent light rain had left the ground muddy in Lushu village. But precisely because of this, certain traces were easily preserved. Among them, Liuza, with his eagle-like eyes, directly observed several barefoot footprints. He then compared these prints to those left by the little brat during his escape and realized they matched perfectly. The footprints he left behind are remarkably similar to the child's footprints discovered in the fishing village. Send someone to investigate and compare them later. If confirmed, it means. He stopped speaking at that point. Though the final comparison hadn't been made, Liuza was already certain in his mind, this little ghost was one of the spirits involved in the fishing village incident. The reason was simple, that eerie aura he had sensed in the fishing village that night had resurfaced during his pursuit of the little ghost. This only strengthened his conviction. This was the same little ghost that had fled from the fishing village. Both incidents were the work of one and the same entity. And that person was none other than the shaman Chen Xiu had hired. But that was only what he knew. What piqued Liuza's curiosity even more at that moment was, where had the other one gone? Chapter 153, What, you think I'm an idiot? Inside Willow Village. On a police car in the village center. The series of events that unfolded so abruptly tonight caught everyone completely off guard. Though Liuza still wondered where the other giant ghost had gone. But at this moment, a far more daunting problem clearly awaited him. At the same time, he hadn't forgotten his mission. He had come here in the first place for the two special abilities granted by the system. Now the mission had grown far more complex. He'd assumed this affair was confined to the small fishing village, but unexpectedly, it had spread to other villages as well. He sighed. Liuza felt a bit helpless. Although the situation had developed in unexpected ways, they still had to deal with it. Shaking his head, he refused to dwell on the anxiety. He looked around at the others once more and spoke again. Any suggestions? This matter definitely needs to be handled. Otherwise, more people will get hurt. As the words fell, the car plunged back into silence. It wasn't that they were unwilling to handle it, but the clues were still extremely scarce. This left them at a loss for where to begin. We want to interrogate Chen Xiu ourselves. The problem lies with him. Moments later, Wulong and Fengchu spoke with unwavering resolve as they addressed Lu Zixuan. They believed that everything, absolutely everything, was because of Chen Xiu. Had it not been for him, these tragedies would never have occurred. As the one who instigated the witch, he must know something about the situation. Perhaps interrogating Chen Xiu could uncover new leads. Hearing this, Lu Zixuan, seated in the driver's seat, nodded in agreement. Indeed, as they said, all of this was because of Chen Xiu. If they could thoroughly investigate Chen Xiu, perhaps they might uncover some answers and even apprehend that witch. All right. Every morning, I'll take you to North City Prison. With Lu Zixuan's agreement, the matter of the witch behind it all finally had a glimmer of resolution. But the challenges at hand were no less daunting than capturing the witch. Surveying the wreckage left by Li Yuza and the others' chaotic brawl, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but look at him once more.
The mysteries surrounding him deepened yet again in her eyes.
Every time she thought she understood him, new secrets would surface, secrets so unbelievable she couldn't help but believe them.
Sighing, Lu Zixuan pulled her phone from her pocket, dialed a number, and gave a brief order.
Willow Village. It's like a small fishing village inside. You guys come handle it.
Also, investigate if anything else unusual has happened around here recently.
Following Lu Zixuan's orders, police cars soon began rolling into the village from outside, all detectives who had just been investigating the small fishing village. Watching the detectives disembark one after another, Li Yuza's brow remained deeply furrowed.
Although they had driven off the lesser demon this time, they hadn't truly harmed it.
What's more, the major demon that had never shown itself was still out there.
Until they catch the witch behind it all, they'll definitely strike again.
But, where would the next one strike? Li Yuza pressed his hands to his temples, gazing out the window. Lately, these incidents seemed to be multiplying and growing increasingly complex.
Chen Xiu mentioned that throughout the entire North City. After murmuring to himself, he turned to Lu Zixuan and said sternly,
"Be extra vigilant at the North City police station during this period.
This sorcerer will likely be lurking in some of the more remote villages in North City. He wouldn't dare go to crowded places."
After seeing Lu Zixuan nod in acknowledgement, Li Yuza turned his body back around.
Compared to these potential future events, what was giving him a real headache right now was how to explain everything that had happened tonight to his viewers. After all, tonight's events, including the ghost, himself, and the extraordinary powers displayed by both him and Wulong Fengchu, had all been witnessed by the viewers in Dexiomi's livestream. Although he had instructed dumb little sister to shut down the stream after getting into the car, what happened before that? It was obvious that countless people had recorded the screen, and some had even shared it with even more viewers. Forget the bizarre nature of the incident driving traffic, he himself had been trending non-stop for days.
Li Yuza was certain this incident wouldn't last a single night. By morning, it would be back at the top of every major platform's charts. What a headache. Li Yuza slumped back in his chair.
As the sound of police car engines roared to life once more, after a night of exhausting pursuit,
the group prepared to head back to headquarters, simultaneously gearing up for Chen Xiu's interrogation. The next day, Li Yuza and the two strategists, guided by Lu Zixuan, prepared to depart for North City Prison. Kan Xian and Dai Xiaomei, still recovering from the shock of the previous night, remained resting indoors.
Soon, the group arrived smoothly at North City Prison, where they encountered Chen Xiu, the man originally sentenced to immediate execution, yet now living quite comfortably behind bars.
Inside the prison,
hearing the commotion, Chen Xiu, lying on the floor, felt a bit puzzled but paid it no mind. But as footsteps drew nearer, nearly brushing past his ear, Chen Xiu frowned and rose.
"Get lost."
He turned his head, only to see several figures standing before him. Among them was the one he had longed for day and night, the one he had yearned to kill.
Such a temper? Li Yuza raised an eyebrow, looking down at Chen Xiu with a condescending gaze. "Release me, and this matter ends."
Gazing at the newcomers, even without them speaking, Chen Xiu knew exactly why they had come. He cut straight to the chase.
"Oh?"
Just as Li Yuza was about to retort, the two men beside him, Wulong and Fengchu, tugged at his sleeve, signaling that they would handle this.
Feeling the movement behind him, Li Yuza stifled his urge to berate Chen Xiu.
He stepped aside, watching the two interrogate Chen Xiu without further comment.
"Your condition is that we release you?" The Dragon and Phoenix duo also got straight to the point as soon as they approached Chen Xiu.
Sitting in the cell, Chen Xiu frowned slightly at the sudden change in interrogators. Though curious, he replied in a low voice. "Release me, return my property, and give me back 2 million. This matter will naturally cease once I'm gone."
"Your credibility is currently low. We don't believe you."
Zhang Hui glared at Chen Xiu, and under that intense stare, the latter felt a sudden dizziness, wondering if it was due to lack of sleep.
"Let's make a deal.
Tell us where this witch doctor is, and we'll release you."
"How about it?" The Dragon and Phoenix strategists coaxed Chen Xiu step by step. "Get lost. Do you really think I'm a sucker?"
Chen Xiu pushed his glasses up, his eyes darkening as he stared at the group before him.
"One sentence, release me, and this ends. Otherwise, I won't mind more people joining us in the grave." "Impossible." Chapter 154, The Sorcerer Has Truly Arrived. Votes needed. North City Prison.
The Dragon and Phoenix were personally interrogating Chen Xiu, trying to extract information from him.
"We've already captured a little demon. Are you sure you don't want to spill something to prove your worth?"
Zhang Hui stared directly at Chen Xiu as he spoke again.
"I'm a Taoist disciple. Dealing with this kind of evil spirit is a piece of cake. Getting to the bottom of this case is only a matter of time. You'd better provide some useful information.
Perhaps the North City police station might even agree to some of your more unreasonable demands." At this point, he shifted his gaze to Lu Zixuan beside him.
As soon as Lu Zixuan caught his gaze, she spoke up. "Cooperate with the investigation, and you'll receive lenient treatment."
Their words unsettled Chen Xiu, who had been cut off from the outside world. During his confinement, he had no idea what was happening outside. He could only listen to what they said, unsure if it was true or false.
But Chen Xiu looked up, meeting the stern, unmistakably genuine expressions on the faces before him. For a moment, panic began to set in. He knew that his only source of confidence to act so brazenly now was the backup plan he had left in place. If they uncovered that backup plan too, he would have no chance of recovery. Hearing the detective's words now, his resolve began to waver. All you need to do is tell us the location of this sorcerer and the weaknesses of his minions. You should know that, right? Facing Chen Xiu, who appeared shaken, the duo of Wulong and Fengchu delivered another message. If you cooperate with our investigation, I guarantee we'll secure an outcome you'll find satisfactory. After all, you don't want to die, do you? Better respond quickly. This is your last bargaining chip, and it's about to expire. Their voices drifted in from outside, each one trying to persuade him. Chen Xiu's inner turmoil deepened. Trapped in a passive position, he had no access to external information. He could only judge the accuracy of their claims based on their words alone. For a moment, the prison fell silent. If nothing unexpected happened, she should still be at the crime scene. Wrong. Get out. Just as Chen Xiu finished speaking and everyone thought he was about to yield, he suddenly erupted. His gaze fixed on them with a frenzied intensity, his eyes growing even colder and sharper. Now fully composed, he fixed his eyes on Zhang Huai, who stood some distance ahead of him, his gaze blazing with fury yet tinged with shock. What the hell did you just do? Across from him, realizing he'd been exposed, Zhang Huai could only shrug helplessly before turning away, ignoring Chen Xiu entirely. From the moment they entered the prison and locked eyes with Chen Xiu, the two masters had secretly cast a hypnotic technique upon him, one passed down through folk Taoist traditions. However, due to their inexperience and the technique's severe limitations, it could only be used on someone in Chen Xiu's current state and wouldn't last long. This explained why Chen Xiu had behaved so strangely just now. Fortunately, though the hypnosis was brief, merely a shallow trance, they had gleaned crucial clues. At least they now knew the sorcerer behind it all resided either in the fishing village or Willow Village. As Chen Xiu's face contorted with rage, Li Yuza, who had been standing behind the dragon and phoenix duo, stepped forward with a mocking expression. You killed so many people and still think you can live? How naive. Wait for death. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. They had asked what they needed to ask. There was no point lingering to waste words on a dying man. As the crowd's footsteps faded into the distance, a deranged voice echoed from within, reverberating throughout the prison. Li Yuza, you will die. And everyone connected to you will pay for this too. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the commotion, Li Yuza paused briefly before resuming his pace without another word. As the group stepped out of the prison, they squinted against the blinding sunlight. Li Yuza shielded his eyes slightly as he spoke. We didn't get much out of him, but at least we have a lead now. If it's really as Chen Xiu said, this sorcerer should be in one of these two villages, or at the very least, somewhere near Zerwa. He can't have gone anywhere else, after all, I'm his target. Hearing this, Lu Zixuan and the others nodded in agreement. But who is the mastermind behind this? Zhang Huai, Zhang Hao, have you two uncovered anything? Li Yuza turned his gaze toward the pair, reasoning that as practitioners of folk Taoism, they might possess insight into such eerie phenomena. As far as we know, several sects possess techniques for controlling corpses. Hearing the question, the dragon and phoenix duo responded with solemn expressions. But considering Chen Xiu's circumstances abroad, this sorcerer most likely originates from one of the countries near the land of no electricity. After all, there's little legal oversight there, and regulations are lax. That's where practices like black magic originate. As the two continued their explanation, Li Yuza gradually grasped the situation and found their reasoning compelling. After all, such matters were entirely unfamiliar territory for him. What about that little ghost from that night? Was it conjured by the witch doctor, or? We're not entirely sure about that either. And that method of control? That little ghost was clearly being manipulated, and it had two different forms? At this point, Li Yuza frowned again. Recalling last night's events, it had clearly been nothing more than a weakling, merely a bit tougher than usual. Yet after undergoing some unknown ritual, something resembling a sacrifice, yet not quite, the little brat had abruptly shifted into a different form. Though not as resilient to punishment as before, its combat prowess had grown significantly stronger. Li Yuza pinched the bridge of his nose and walked ahead. He listened to the two men's conversation while mentally revisiting the details of yesterday's events. By the way, did you have someone look into whether the incident at the fishing village and last night's events were orchestrated by the same mastermind? While I'm certain both incidents were the work of that witch doctor, I can't shake this uneasy feeling until I see concrete investigative findings. Midway through their walk, Li Yuza suddenly turned to look at Lu Zixuan, noticing she seemed distracted. He spoke up. Also, stay vigilant at all times. Until we catch that witch, he'll definitely make his move again. Meanwhile, on the other side, unlike the solemn atmosphere surrounding Li Yuza and his team, the internet had been buzzing all night. The incidents involving the haunted fishing village and Willow Village had already become a major online sensation. Simultaneously, more netizens recalled Chen Xiu's earlier words. Wizards, they really exist. Chapter 155, My closet moved, I quit. Online. Unlike the solemn expressions of Li Yuza and the others, after a night of fermenting, the incidents involving the haunted fishing village and Willow Village had already become a major sensation online. Simultaneously, more netizens recalled Chen Xiu's earlier words. A witch had truly appeared. However, while many believed the stories, even more remained skeptical and chose to wait and see. After all, for netizens who had no prior knowledge of such matters, it sounded like pure fantasy, something they'd never heard of before. Holy crap! Chen Xiu wasn't bluffing? There really are ghosts. I saw it on Dumb Little Sister's livestream, a little ghost with a face all rotted away. Another village hit. Isn't the North City police station going to do anything? Reply to the post above. How can they handle this? What can the police do about paranormal incidents? Suggest tagging at Li Yuza. This is also mysterious. Are you sure it's not just a movie shoot? Why haven't we heard from the people involved? Aren't spirits forbidden since the founding of the nation? How could there be ghosts? Oh, they're ghosts? Well, that settles it then. Oh no. My closet really moved. I'm done with this. Won't the witch come after me? Feels like it could be real. This isn't even trending. As last night's events continued to unfold, more people shared videos recorded in Dai Xiaomei's livestream across the internet. This left even the skeptical netizens speechless. What the hell kind of ghost or zombie is this? Child labor? Is there another big zombie called Gagantier? But what netizens don't know is, there was indeed more than one little ghost. Another one remained unseen. North City Police Station. Having just hung up the phone, Lu Genoa sat in his office with a grave expression. As various online comments spread relentlessly, the incident immediately caught the attention of higher-ups. Naturally, as the chief of the local police station where the incident occurred, he bore an inescapable responsibility. Not only because this was his jurisdiction, but also. Lu Genoa rubbed his temples, recalling the ultimatum his superiors had just issued over the phone. The investigation must be concluded within 1 week. Otherwise. Damn. After sighing, he picked up his phone from the desk once more and dialed a number. Dispatch several more teams to investigate this matter. Double the security personnel in the surrounding villages. We absolutely cannot let that thing harm the people again. Meanwhile, on the other end, Li Yuza stared at his phone, his brow furrowed. While he had anticipated this incident would stir up a storm online, he hadn't expected it to escalate so rapidly. Never seen a ghost before, huh? Such a fuss over nothing. Shaking his head, he glanced at the repetitive videos recommended on Douyin before quickly tucking his phone away. At the same time, he turned to Lu Zixuan walking behind him and said, "This whole thing. I'm not saying this to be rude, but your official investigators might not be able to get to the bottom of it." Wei. Li Yuza halted, his gaze fixed on Lu Zixuan. His eyes flickered as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, the words remained unsaid. Never mind. Until next time. After exchanging farewells, Li Yuza led the two strategists away. Lu Zixuan stood alone outside, staring blankly at the receding figures of the three. Only when their figures vanished completely did she belatedly snap back to reality. Damn it! She got up early to bring them to question Chen Xiu, only to be dumped like trash afterward. They just took off without a second glance? And what was that about our official personnel not necessarily being able to investigate this thoroughly? If you think you can do better, go ahead. Back to Li Yuza. After hastily bidding farewell to Lu Zixuan, he pulled both Wulong and Fengshu into a taxi. However, their destination wasn't the funeral home, it was the small fishing village. When the group stepped out of the cab, they gazed at the small fishing village now surrounded by several times the original number of troops. The two strategists looked at Li Yuza with confusion. Brother Li, why are we here? Aren't we heading to Willow Village anyway? As their eyes followed the direction, Li Yuza, standing before them, merely shook his head. This only piqued their curiosity further. On the way here, Li Yuza had explained to them that they would return to investigate further, and neither had objected to the suggestion. After all, they hadn't had much time to investigate the scene in Willow Village last night, so it made sense to return now that they had the opportunity. However, upon arriving at their destination, Wulong and Fengshu realized they had misinterpreted Li Yuza's intentions. Moreover, the brothers had already gathered nearly all the clues this village held, discovering nothing new. Moreover, with so many guards now stationed in the village, it would be difficult for the three of them to enter anytime soon. Head to the dense forest behind the village. Li Yuza suddenly spoke up, interrupting the two who were still speculating. I spotted some clues there earlier, but with time pressing, I didn't examine them closely. Those clues should be related to the witch Chen Xiu was looking for. Without waiting for their response, he sidestepped and slipped into the village. Thanks to his eagle-like eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, the trio remained undetected by the detectives. Wait, Li, why are we dodging the detectives? After successfully evading all the detectives' investigations and reaching the dense forest they had passed earlier, Wulong Fengshu grew even more puzzled. Something about Li Yuza felt off today, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. To prevent unnecessary accidents. After offering this brief explanation, Li Yuza approached the spot where the four of them had previously gathered to discuss matters. Look at that spot. Li Yuza's finger pointed toward a patch of low, small grass mounds. Hearing his cryptic remark, both Wulong and Fengshu frowned. Could there possibly be another clue here? After all, during the 2 days following the incident in the fishing village, every aspect of their daily lives, eating, drinking, sleeping, and relieving themselves, had taken place right here. Any clues worth finding had surely been discovered already. How could there possibly be any left? Yet, when their eyes followed Li Yuza's gaze, their jaws dropped in astonishment. As Li Yuza parted the grass, several distinct marks were revealed beneath footprints of varying depths, one large and one small. The two men exchanged bewildered glances before turning their attention back to Li Yuza. Brother Li, how did you know? Behind them, seeing the astonished gazes directed his way, Li Yuza didn't keep them in suspense. He spoke directly. You two are both folk Taoists. Couldn't it be possible that I know a thing or two myself? Hearing this, the two were stunned, yet a long-forgotten scene suddenly flashed through their minds. Last night's fight with the little ghost. Before the little ghost transformed, Li Yuza had easily knocked it flying. They'd simply attributed it to his brute strength. But after the little ghost completed its transformation, sometimes its powerful strikes forced even the two of them to dodge. Yet Li Yuza not only held his ground but advanced, once again sending the little demon flying. And during the pursuit, if the little ghost hadn't been running so fast, they both believed their boss could have apprehended him on the spot. Was this Brother Li's special ability? Chapter 156, he can't keep wiping his footprints as he walks, can he? Inside the small fishing village. Deep in the forest. Stop overthinking it. I'm just an ordinary person. Keep searching. There are definitely more footprints here. Li Yuza casually remarked to the astonished pair of dragon and phoenix disciples staring at him, then resumed scanning the surroundings with his eagle-like eyes. Meanwhile, as his words faded away, the emotions of the two prodigies fluctuated momentarily. Just moments ago, he claimed to possess special abilities and be one of them, now he is calling himself ordinary? Fine, if you can pass as ordinary, then when we learn to conjure fireballs with our hands someday, we'll just make up stories about being ordinary too. They wiped the sweat that wasn't there from their foreheads, looking at Li Yuza with a touch of embarrassment. However, they didn't dwell on this point any further. After all, as Li Yuza had said, there might still be clues nearby. Only by uncovering more clues would they stand a chance of finding the mastermind behind this and resolving the crisis. Li Yuza searched through several nearby haystacks, his eagle-like eyes constantly scanning the surroundings for signs of human activity, trying to find any possible clues left behind by the mastermind. After all, if the sorcerer truly hid at the crime scene as Chen Xiu suggested, then he was more inclined to believe the witch would be hiding in the small fishing village. The reason was simple, this place was undoubtedly safer than Willow Village. Although more reinforcements had arrived at this village, the North City police station would inevitably have become lax after days of investigation. Moreover, their attention was entirely focused on Willow Village, where the incident had just occurred. Their presence here now served two purposes, to gather evidence and, if luck permitted, to encounter the sorcerer behind it all. Compared to the night before, when light had hindered their search, daylight allowed them to spot far more clues. Before long, following a quiet shout from Li Yuza, they discovered another set of footprints hidden within a pile of hay. Moreover, these footprints seemed deliberately concealed, far less obvious than the previous ones. Or perhaps for some other reason. Either way, new clues were welcome. Come see. Following Li Yuza's quiet call, the two experts, Wulong and Fengshu, approached. Damn it, how come we two searched for 2 days and didn't spot these things, yet Brother Li found them all at once? The two were astonished, unable to fathom how he could so effortlessly locate several sets of footprints in such a short time. They'd been here for 2 whole days and hadn't spotted a thing. Across from them, Li Yuza merely curled his lip at the somewhat dumbstruck voices. These were obviously deliberately concealed tracks. It would be weird if you actually found them, right? Besides, I've got a cheat code. With that thought, Li Yuza once again tapped into his eagle eyes. Under these eyes, everything within hundreds of meters, anything he chose to see would be utterly exposed. And if he couldn't even spot these things with his hacked abilities, then he might as well restart the whole thing. How could a chosen one be in such a mess? Ignoring the two who were slightly startled, he continued searching the deep forest for any possible clues. The trio pressed on, swiftly traversing the woods and leaving the small fishing village behind. The footprints split apart. Reaching a fork in the path, Li Yuza abruptly halted. He crouched down at the edge of the woods and parted the last remaining clump of grass. Just like before, this clump of grass also held several footprints of varying depths. But there was a difference, the larger footprints had vanished, leaving only the smaller ones behind. Even after several searches by Li Yuza, he found a few more traces, but the larger footprints were nowhere to be seen. It was as if they had vanished into thin air, leaving him utterly perplexed. Could it be that these two little devils, aside from their initial joint appearance in the fishing village, have been operating separately? Li Yuza speculated. Brother Li, that's probably it. At that moment, the duo of Wulong and Fengshu suddenly chimed in. As their words fell, Li Yuza shot them a puzzled look. Remember the night we first came here together, me and Zhang? How the night you got arrested, brotherly? Seeing Li Yu's face twitch as he nodded, Zhang Huai continued. That night, the reason we broke in was because we sensed 2 traces of corpse energy. I suspect they belong to the owners of these 2 footprints, one large, one small. Across from them, Li Yuza frowned upon hearing Zhang Huai's analysis, but then nodded in agreement. He agreed with Zhang Huai's theory. Considering they had only seen one ghost in Willow Village last night, this conclusion seemed highly probable. So, these 2 ghosts operate separately, each committing evil deeds on different days? Li Yuza raised an eyebrow slightly. This was the only possibility he could think of. He wondered if controlling 2 ghosts would be extremely taxing, or if there might be some other drawback. Otherwise, why hadn't he eliminated both ghosts last night when he clearly could have? Wait, no! Li Yuza seemed to have realized something and abruptly stood up. Last night, when he led the dragon and phoenix to pursue the little ghost, he had distinctly sensed a presence. Though he hadn't seen it directly, he was certain someone was watching him from the shadows. Yet that presence seemed to be wary of something, hesitant to reveal itself. Damn it, I know where that big ghost went. The words had barely left his mouth when they instantly captured the attention of the dragon and phoenix. That shaman behind us never strayed far from the little demon. And remember what Shinshio said? Witches are incredibly fragile. While all ghosts and demons act together during their first mission, they never operate together afterward. That's what puzzled me. At this point, Li Yuza parted another patch of grass, revealing yet another set of little ghost footprints. That big ghost has been staying close to the shaman, guarding him personally. They acted together that night because the sorcerer also entered the village. So my initial analysis that the sorcerer was in the fishing village was spot on. After he finished speaking, the scene fell silent for a moment. Both men were mentally processing Li Yuza's words. As time slowly passed, a look of realization gradually spread across their faces. They froze, their gazes returning to Li Yuza. That's right. It should be like that. Even if there's an error, it won't be too significant. Ignoring the stunned pair, Li Yuza continued. There's just one thing that still puzzles me. How did that old shaman manage to carry such a large corpse around without leaving any traces? Do you Taoists have such tools? Or have you ever heard of such a thing? After seeing them shake their heads in denial, he lowered his gaze again and muttered to himself. He couldn't have been wiping it clean as he went, could he? Chapter 157, Something Feels Off Here. Votes needed. Behind the small fishing village forest. Li Yuza analyzed in astonishment how the sorcerer behind him could possibly move without leaving a trace. Surely he couldn't have been wiping as he walked? That's ridiculous. Though not entirely impossible, Li Yuza still found it hard to believe. After sighing, he pushed thoughts of the wizard aside. Now, he stared at the other footprint still visible before him. Li Yuza knew full well that solving this case depended not only on fate, but also on them continuing to follow these footprints. Let's go. Keep investigating. With a simple command, he once again followed the little ghost's footsteps, moving ahead cautiously. The dragon and phoenix followed closely behind. Meanwhile, online. As public opinion continued to ferment, the events in Willow Village had become common knowledge. This had left the residents of North City in a state of panic. They feared the sorcerer's next target might be their own neighborhood. Damn it! Why hasn't the government stepped in to debunk this yet? Could this actually be real? I don't really believe it's fake, but come on, at least put out a denial. Why haven't they done anything? This sucks. Usually when something happens in North City, they're quick to issue denials. But 2 incidents have occurred now, and after all this time, still no word. Farewell, North City, tonight I set sail. Speaking of which, where's Li Yuza? Isn't he the paranormal streamer? Why not have him handle this? Online, the conversation once again turned to Li Yuza. Meanwhile, the man they were talking about was currently. Damn it, this kid sure can jump. Li Yuza and the 2 dragons had been trekking through mountains and rivers, searching for this trail. By now, they had traveled 6,000 or 7,000 kilometers from the small fishing village. Staring at the distinct footprints on the ground, Li Yuza was momentarily at a loss for words. Did the witch behind these tracks think that deep in the mountains and forests, no one would pursue him, so he could just let loose? And damn it, he was leaping dozens of meters at a time. Thank goodness for his eagle eyes, otherwise, he might not have spotted these footprints at all. After all, in these dense mountains, even the most obvious tracks were incredibly difficult to find. We must be close to Willow Village now, right? Behind him, the dragon and phoenix also rose to their feet, straining their eyes to scan the distance. Never mind. Let's keep searching. With that, the trio plunged back into the relentless search for footprints. As time steadily passed. Upon reaching a flat expanse, Li Yuza and his companions could no longer find any footprints. Just like the large footprints before, they vanished into thin air. But, as their gaze stretched into the distance, the hazy outline of Willow Village could now be discerned in the sunlight. Looks like that witch doctor did it. Li Yuza stood still, wiping sweat from his brow as he murmured softly. Let's go. Since we're already here, we might as well take a look. With that, he led the way toward the distance. Wulong Fengchu merely nodded and followed suit, matching his pace. They arrived at the outskirts of Willow Village. Perhaps the North City police station hadn't responded promptly, or maybe it was due to some other reason. Li Yuza had expected more detectives here than in the fishing village, but when he saw the deserted village entrance, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. Logically, after such a major incident, surely some officers would have been stationed here? Li Yuza led the dragon and phoenix into the village. A faint, lingering scent of blood seemed to hang in the air. In the distance, the site of last night's battle with the ghosts had been cordoned off. The ground was strewn with debris, and the entire village was eerily silent, not a soul in sight. They approached the house where the two girls had hidden earlier. Li Yuza frowned slightly, sensing something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He glanced back at the village one last time, shook his head, and dismissed the feeling. Their purpose here wasn't to dwell on this anyway, but to find clues they might have missed or overlooked last night. Crossing the clearing where the battle had raged, he led the two young disciples steadily toward the other end of the village. But when they reached the only path leading to the other end of the village, the very spot where they had lost track of the little ghost, that night, Li Yuza's eyes suddenly darted around. He activated his eagle eyes once more, scanning the surroundings in all directions. "Brother Li, what's wrong?" Zhang Hui asked, noticing Li Yuza's unusual behavior. "Something feels off here." "Ha?" Before he could finish speaking, he abruptly spun around and dashed off in one direction. Behind him, the dragon and phoenix were utterly bewildered. But whatever had caused Li Yuza to react so dramatically couldn't be trivial. Realizing this, the two immediately followed, sprinting together toward the end of the path. Willow Village wasn't particularly large. After sprinting several hundred meters, the trio reached the village's edge. "Brother Li, what's going on?" While observing the footprints left behind from chasing the little ghost still visible on the ground, the two asked Li Yuza. Seeing Li Yuza crouched on the ground ahead, seemingly fiddling with something, only deepened their curiosity. Surely these footprints alone wouldn't warrant such intense focus? These were just the little ghost's footprints. They'd been following them the whole way. What else was there to see? Here, another set of footprints has appeared. Li Yuza's deep voice echoed. As his words fell, the previously puzzled dragon and phoenix now had their jaws drop in astonishment. "Another one?" A voice filled with astonishment and doubt rang out. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the same shock in the other's eyes. When had a major ghost appeared here? Hadn't only a minor spirit appeared that day? Their expressions turned grave. Upon hearing Li Yuza's voice, they wasted no time in rising and advancing, their gazes fixed on the newly discovered footprints. Simultaneously, Li Yuza's voice echoed in their ears once more. These footprints weren't made last night. He scooped up a pinch of dust near the footprint, rubbing it gently between his palms. With absolute certainty, he stated again. "This looks like it appeared this morning." As for why he was so certain? The reason was simple. Last night, when they came to apprehend the little devil, a light rain had fallen here. Moreover, the depth of the two sets of footprints was inconsistent. If the soil had been damp, the footprints would have been deeper. Yet the footprint before him was noticeably shallower. He casually scattered the dust in his palm. Through eagle eyes, he could clearly see another footprint left not far away. But it no longer mattered. Unless someone like the little imp had deliberately marked their path, these two footprints alone wouldn't lead them to the person behind it all. Still, it was enough. At least they knew the witch had been here not long ago. "Last night, did any of you notice that little demon's weakness?" Turning around, Li Yuza fixed his gaze on the dragon and phoenix, inquiring about their observations. As the words fell, the two figures behind him briefly furrowed their brows in thought before responding hesitantly. "His head? I think it might be this area." Chapter 158, PBB. Aren't they in Yangcheng? At the edge of Willow Village. The three stood starkly within the desolate village. "The weak spot, the head, right?" After hearing the two speak with some uncertainty, Li Yuza nodded. Indeed, as they had said, the weak point of that little zombie last night was its head. The scenes from last night still echoed relentlessly in Li Yuza's mind. He recalled that night, chasing the little ghost they had driven back. During the initial fight, though the little ghost was as tough as a tin turtle and couldn't be damaged no matter what, when Li Yuza swung a punch at its head, he was astonished to find the impact felt different from striking other areas. He initially dismissed it as a minor detail. But later, Li Yuza inadvertently noticed that during its escape, the little demon always seemed to protect its head, as if fearing attacks to that spot from the three of them. Recalling how the little devil had been kicked flying earlier without any reaction, Li Yuza became even more certain. This must be the work of someone behind the scenes deliberately controlling the little ghost to protect itself. The system had already alerted him, both bodies were controlled puppets incapable of independent thought. Though netizens were now calling it a paranormal incident, Li Yuza, currently investigating and handling the case, felt it fell short of a genuine supernatural event. Not by much. Moreover, whoever was behind this must have known the little ghost's weakness, which was why they controlled it to perform those actions. Right, that little ghost's weakness is its head. But we still haven't seen the big ghost yet, so we don't know what its weakness is. Probably the head too? Li Yuza ventured a bold guess. But just then, as he was about to say something else to the two strategists, suddenly, his eyes narrowed sharply. The eagle's eye he had just closed activated once more. As the eagle's eye scanned the area within a 200-meter radius, the entire landscape of Willow Village came into view. This was an ancient village with a sparse permanent population. After last night's events, the already sparsely populated village had become utterly deserted. Dilapidated houses dotted the landscape, interspersed with towering ancient trees and groves of varying heights stretching in all directions. At the village center, an ancient willow tree stood tall, its age unknown. The village seemed to have taken its name from this tree. However, gazing at the swaying willow leaves, Liuza furrowed his brow, growing increasingly uneasy. Here, he sensed an unusual presence. Staring at the leaves moving without wind, he murmured in a low voice, his voice tinged with bold speculation. Could this be a witch? As the words fell, the two behind him Wulong and Fengshu froze in surprise. But before they could ask anything, Liuza charged forward once more. 3 figures raced through the ancient village, kicking up a cloud of dust. Soon, they arrived beneath the willow tree. Yet, there was no sign of any other figures. Did we see wrong? Liuza furrowed his brow slightly. Yet when he cast his gaze back toward the willow tree, he was startled to discover a corner of clothing. It was tattered, and despite being beneath the tree, a faint stench of decay still clung to it. Both Wulong and Fengshu detected the same scent. Their previously puzzled expressions now turned grave. Brotherly, did something just appear here? The two turned their gaze toward Liuza. I think I saw a figure. If I'm not mistaken, it was that witch doctor. And this piece of cloth. Liuza pointed to the black fabric hanging from the willow leaf. It must have fallen off the great ghost he used to protect himself. Recalling the ragged little ghost in the long robe that night, he grew even more certain the witch had been standing atop the willow tree watching them all just moments ago. At the same time, he felt a surge of anger. The 3 of them had been investigating clues about the puppet master right under his nose, like a bunch of clowns? But gazing at the now empty willow tree, Liuza felt a sense of helplessness. After all, the only trace they could find the little ghost's footprints had ended at Willow Village. They still had no clue where the witch was hiding. Catching him would indeed prove difficult. Nevertheless, even though the man was gone, the necessary analysis still had to be done. This thought brought Liuza back to the words Chen Xiu had spoken to him that morning, still imprisoned and awaiting execution. He had sought out the witch doctor to exact revenge on him, and moreover, a look of gravity returned to his face. Did he hire that witch to target me and those close to me? Liuza murmured to himself. Yet, after speaking, he felt a twinge of doubt. If the goal was to take revenge on him, even including those close to him. But, he didn't seem to have any close associates, did he? The original owner of this body was an orphan. Since arriving in this world, he'd mostly holed up in the funeral home. So who could be close to him? If we're talking about people I know, that doesn't make sense either. Liuza mentally ruled out everyone he knew one by one. Kang Xian and dumb little sister had been frightened last night and had already been taken to the North City police station. That which was already deep in the shadows, it was even less likely he'd cause trouble there. Then there was Lu Zixuan, she was also at the police station, making it equally impossible for him to target her. Glancing at the curious gazes of his companions, Liuza shook his head again. As for those 3, they were all hoping the wizard would come knocking on their door, but alas, the moment he saw them, he took off running. Then who else could it be? Liuza furrowed his brow, racking his brain for anyone he knew. By now, the village on the northern outskirts should be under the protection of the North City Police, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The witch probably wouldn't target those areas again. Considering Chen Xiu's threat of revenge against him, the sorcerer's next target could only be either himself or someone he knew. Perhaps Chen Xiu hadn't considered that he wasn't exactly helpless, so the witch doctor's target could only be someone he knew. But who else could it be? Su Fu? He was long dead. The more Liuza thought about it, the more his head ached. He didn't know anyone, for crying out loud. What possible reason could this Chen Xiu have to seek revenge on me? He should just die already. Ha! But just as this thought surfaced, several figures suddenly materialized in his mind. It seemed he had completely forgotten about them. PBB and the others. Though not close, they had at least exchanged a few words. Could it be them? Liuza continued to venture bold guesses. Better safe than sorry. What if these people were ruthlessly killed by the sorcerer just because they'd exchanged a few words with him? That would be pretty unlucky. But weren't PBB and the others in Yangchang? They weren't in the same city as him, and they were all in the city center. No way the witch would storm into the bustling downtown area to kill all 3 of them, right? Could it be? Chapter 159, this damn mess just keeps getting worse. Under the willow tree. The 3 stood there. Damn it, we've been played. Liuza suddenly recalled what Chen Xiu had said. Anyone I know, no matter where they are, will get into trouble. And if nothing unexpected happened, the witch must have known that PBB and the others were his acquaintances. Which meant, they're definitely going to get into trouble. This realization only deepened Liuza's headache. Why does it feel like the troubles keep piling up day after day? Not only were these troubles piling up daily, but the time left for him was dwindling fast. If it weren't for those 2 rewards, this whole thing. He was on the verge of losing his mind. Even if it weren't for the system's rewards, this matter was, at its core, tangentially related to him. Lee Yusa truly hadn't anticipated this. All he'd done was follow him, and now he was sent back to prison? Who could have guessed that bastard had already laid the groundwork from the start? And that groundwork had indeed stirred up a significant mess. Sighing again, Lee Yusa opened the system interface and discovered the task had granted him very little time. Less than 3 days remained. Within that time frame, he not only had to subdue the 2 controlled corpses but also bury them. The road ahead was long and arduous. But, glancing at the additional task still pending on this mission, Lee Yusa pinched the bridge of his nose again. Complete 5 business deals. Time remaining, 7 days. This task had been accepted back when he rescued Kong Xian at the airport. It just hadn't been completed yet. But as he stared at this task, Lee Yusa's mind drifted back to his earlier wager with Lu Zixuan. If he found the dragon in Phoenix, he would be solely responsible for all funeral arrangements in the village. Then that's settled. I almost forgot about the bet with Lu Zixuan. At this thought, the furrowed brows on Lee Yusa's forehead relaxed slightly. As long as he handled the matter at hand properly, he could complete 2 tasks at once. The thought of earning 20,000 points and 2 new skills for completing the task still stirred excitement within him, despite his current predicament. At the same time, he didn't forget his primary objective at this moment. More than these rewards, he valued knowing where the witch would strike next. Lee Yusa led the 2 prodigies out of the village. While he doubted the wizard would trek across mountains and rivers to kill in another city. But as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. If something truly happened then, rushing over afterward would be far too late. While he was certainly eager to claim those mission rewards, there were far more important matters demanding his attention. The twilight deepened. As evening approached, the trio finally returned to the funeral parlor. Though the shop might appear eerie or even terrifying to ordinary eyes, to the trio, weary from days of relentless travel, it felt like a harbor by the shore, warm and welcoming. After returning to the shop and taking a brief rest to replenish themselves, Lee Yusa sat down in the familiar chair in his room. He dialed Dai Xiaomei's number, intending to ask her where PBB and the others were currently located and whether they were still in Yangqing City. After all, they were about to set off for Yangqing soon. Yet, as the phone rang repeatedly, the familiar voice he expected failed to answer. Frowning slightly at the unanswered call, Lee Yusa frowned slightly. She must still be resting, right? After closing the call screen, he didn't dwell on it and simply left her a message on WeChat. Though he didn't receive an immediate reply, Lee Yusa decided to set off immediately, heading toward Yangchang. As for why he was in such a hurry, it all came down to that one thought: if something truly happened, it would be too late to do anything. The tragedy in the fishing village was still fresh in his mind. Lee Yusa refused to let such horrors continue. Zhang Huai, Zhang Hao, let's go. As the scene shifted, following that call, Lee Yusa was already seated behind the wheel of the van, speeding toward Yangchang. The roar of the engine echoed along the highway under the setting sun. Soon, the trio arrived at the outskirts of a small village near Yangchang. Brotherly, I have a bold guess. Hearing the voice, Lee Yusa turned to look at Zhang Hao in the passenger seat, frowning slightly as he cut him off before he could continue. I suggest you don't guess. If you guess right, you're taking the fall. Just wait and see. Gazing down at the village below the elevated highway, where wisps of cooking smoke rose, it seemed to be a historic sight. Lee Yusa didn't need to guess what the dragon and Phoenix were thinking. And it wasn't just the 2 of them thinking this way. Even Lee Yusa felt a sense of unease the moment he laid eyes on the village. He had this nagging feeling that something unexpected was bound to happen here. The reason they all thought this way was simple. Recently, the influence of the ox and horse sorcerer had taken hold. Now, whenever they saw a village, the thought would unconsciously surface in all 3 of their minds: could this be the sorcerer's next target? Unlike his 2 shameless brothers, however, Lee Yusa managed to exercise some restraint. But I still couldn't help but glance at the village a couple more times. Just then, a vibration came from his pocket. Someone calling him? Lee Yusa pulled his gaze back, keeping one hand steady on the steering wheel as he fished out his phone and answered the call. Soon, a somewhat familiar voice came through the line. It was Dexio Omii, the same girl whose call he had missed earlier. Brotherly, Teacher Piao and the others seem to be traveling around Yangchun lately. I just asked him. They're apparently in Ou village now. That village is right on the edge of Yangcheng. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Are you going to find him? Stone Village? Lee Yusa frowned and muttered to himself, but didn't dwell on it. As long as he could reach them, that was all that mattered. His real fear was losing contact with PBB and the others. Steering the van toward the highway exit, he hesitated briefly. Lee Yusa still explained to Dai Xiaomei. I'm worried that Brat might cause trouble for them. I'll go check on them first. But before he could even finish speaking, before he could even wait for a response, Zhang Huai, who had been eavesdropping from the backseat, suddenly tugged at Li Yu's sleeve. Brotherly, that village just now seemed to be called Stone Village. Ha! Li Yuza glanced at Zhang Huai in the rearview mirror and let out a soft gasp. Was that village just now OU Village? He planned to stop by after getting off the highway. It wasn't too far from here anyway. Chapter 160, Hey, I'm out of here, votes needed. On the highway to Yangcheng. Brotherly, that village just now seemed to be called Stone Village. Ha! Li Yuza, still on the call with dumb little sister, glanced at Zhang Huai through the rearview mirror, looking somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that village to be OU Village. I just passed OU Village. Hearing Zhang Huai's clue, Li Yuza furrowed his brow slightly. While steering the van off the highway, he gripped his phone and asked dumb little sister again. Have they gone in yet? Yes. A swift, affirmative reply came from the other end. As the words fell, whether by coincidence or not, an uneasy feeling washed over Li Yuza. It felt like something bad was about to happen. Yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly where. Only the image of the village he'd glimpsed from the overpass replayed in his mind. An ancient village? Maybe I'm overthinking it. Li Yuza frowned, gave a brief farewell to Dai Xiaomei, and hung up the phone. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a certain livestream room, PBB stared at the flood of comments filling the screen, momentarily at a loss. Teacher Piao, did you hear Dai Xiaomei got possessed? Yuan Feng, what's your take on this? There really is a ghost. The official streamers are limiting traffic on this, it must be real. 2 incidents already, and the officials aren't doing anything? Thank goodness I'm in Yangcheng, not Beicheng. Otherwise, I'd probably be in trouble too. Teacher Piao, I sent you a video from last night. Just play it in your livestream and you'll see. The screen was flooded with netizens discussing last night's events, and as Dai Xiaomei's close friend, PBB naturally became the target of their inquiries. Look, I don't know the specifics either. PBB frowned. He'd originally planned to visit Stone Village today with Sister Zhou, Little Sima, and Lu Peijia to unwind. The livestream was just to kill time and earn some extra cash on the side. But he never expected that as soon as the stream went live, the first wave of viewers flooding in weren't his fans, they were onlookers. It seemed like these onlookers had been waiting for him to go live all along. As PBB stared at the flood of comments, about to say something else, his attention was caught by a message asking him to send a video. Curiosity piqued, he opened his private messages. The most recent message was indeed a video sent by a stranger. PBB raised an eyebrow slightly, hesitated only briefly, and then played the video directly in the livestream. But as his finger tapped the screen, he was surprised to find it go black. What the heck is going on? PBB flipped his phone back and forth, but as he opened other apps one after another, he realized his livestream had been shut down without warning. What the hell? My livestream banned? A shocked voice echoed as the stream went dark. At the very last moment, viewers caught that final cry. Simultaneously, viewers flooded the chat with messages, ready to demand answers. But what happened next left the audience utterly bewildered. They couldn't even send bullet comments anymore. Blocking PBB and now blocking the audience too? Yet when viewers exited the stream and entered other channels, they discovered they could type in those rooms. Only Teacher Piao's stream remained blocked. Speculation ran wild. What the hell is going on? Teacher Piao got banned, why? Even if he got banned, why can't we type anymore? At Zhanyu Live. Yeah, that's really weird. Could something be going on? I get it. Could it be that we mentioned ghosts, so the platform's controlling the narrative? Overthinking it, man. No way. At most, they're throttling traffic. If they really wanted to do that, it'd be impossible. As various theories circulated, the discussion eventually narrowed down to either censorship or other unexpected causes. But netizens clearly favored the former explanation. Cut to PBB, who was now visibly annoyed. As the platform's top-tier streamer, he had consistently delivered massive traffic and countless profits while maintaining impeccable conduct. Until now, his livestream had never been banned. Now, staring at the risk control message slowly appearing on his screen, PBB couldn't fathom why his stream was being shut down when he hadn't done anything wrong. What does this mean? He muttered again, drawing the attention of Lu Peijia beside him. Staring at the suspended stream, he too felt a pang of curiosity. But their main purpose for being here wasn't streaming anyway, and besides, this risk control measure probably wouldn't last long. It might be lifted in a little while. With that thought, he addressed PBB. Let's follow up with the platform about this later. For now, we don't need to worry about it. As the words fell. Beside him, PBB, who had been somewhat annoyed, now understood this was likely the best solution for the moment. There was no need to let this issue spoil the trip. With that thought, PBB composed himself slightly and prepared to join the others as they ventured deeper into the village for exploration. As the last vestige of sunset faded from the sky, a crescent moon began to rise. Night had fallen. Just as the group prepared to head deeper into the village, 2 figures slowly materialized before them. Ha! Xiao Sima gazed at the 2 figures, one tall, one small, and let out a soft sigh of confusion. Similarly, PBB felt a surge of curiosity at the sudden appearance of these figures, wondering where they had come from. It was as if they had appeared in the video a viewer just sent. Holy! As a lingering streak of light fell upon the two figures. Only then did the crowd clearly see the true faces of the arrivals. Or rather, not people at all, but two corpses. The smaller one was none other than the little ghost who appeared in Willow Village last night. As for the other corpse, well, that was obvious enough. PBB stiffly turned his head to look at the large ghost standing beside the little ghost. He too was clad in rags, his bare feet planted firmly on the ground. Unlike the little ghost, however, his pupils seemed hollow and lifeless, as if devoured by darkness. They stood frozen in place, seemingly like puppets, gazing at the two demons standing not far from them. After a brief silence fell over the scene, several shrieks of varying pitches echoed throughout the entire village. Holy! Oh my God! I'm outta here! As the screams erupted, everyone rushed outside together, terrified that staying another second might cost them their lives. But imagination is sweet, reality is brutal. Just as everyone caught sight of the village exit, even glimpsing their vehicle, the ghosts and demons behind them finally moved. Chapter 161, Old Ma. Hey! Old Ma! Stone Village. As the two ghosts, one large, one small, materialized right before their eyes, PBB and the others truly understood how little stupid girl must have felt back then. It was a feeling of utter helplessness and despair. Though the two ghostly figures behind them hadn't moved since appearing, their hearts were already filled with restless anxiety. They ran toward the exit, glancing back in terror, terrified that it might appear behind them. As time ticked by, just when everyone could see the vehicles parked outside the village and thought they might escape unscathed, at that very moment, the two ghostly figures that had been standing motionless vanished into thin air. In the very instant, everyone was stunned and bewildered by this. The next instant, Xiaosima was struck by an invisible force sent flying through the air. With a thunderous crash, a figure slammed heavily to the ground. After a cloud of dust settled, Xiaosima lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Lu Peijia, who had been running ahead, immediately turned around upon hearing the thunderous crash. At that very moment, he clearly witnessed the large ghostly figure leap dozens of meters in a single bound, materializing directly behind Xiaosima and knocking him down with a single strike. Witnessing this scene, even while fleeing, Lu Peijia felt utterly stunned. What the hell? What the hell was that? Are ghosts really this powerful? But before he could dwell on it, the dust settled to reveal little Sima, coughing up blood incessantly. Lu Peijia froze for a moment, then his hands began trembling uncontrollably. Staring at the battered, unrecognizable Xiaosima, he was momentarily at a loss. Clutching his head, he wailed hoarsely in anguish. Old Ma! Old Ma! Old Ma! Li Yuza was driving toward OU village. The roar of the engine echoed relentlessly as the trio soon reached the village outskirts. But just as Li Yuza was about to open the door to get out and investigate, a long-forgotten voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Special circumstances detected. To prevent the host ghost from playing tricks again, mission rewards are being distributed early. Cheetah speed, as the name implies, run faster and jump farther, but stamina consumption doubles. Mission requirement, safely rescue all remaining villagers. Failure will result in the revocation of all rewards. Host, prepare yourself. Holy! Startled by the sudden voice echoing in his mind, Li Yuza jumped. But he quickly spotted the key word in the prompt. Ghost? Something's wrong. At that moment, the village before him transformed along with Li Yuza's startled exclamation. The ancient village that had once exuded a sense of quiet tranquility now sent a chill down his spine. Something was terribly wrong. The witch doctor has arrived. Similarly, it wasn't just him, the two beside him, the dragon and Phoenix, also sensed something amiss. After wrinkling their noses and taking a light sniff, an even more astonished voice rang out from within the carriage. Such a thick stench of death, and not just one. Li Yuza frowned deeply at the village chief, who had suddenly become agitated, simultaneously recalling the figure that had appeared in Willow Village earlier that morning. It seemed that after discovering the witch this morning, he had rushed here without delay. He was indeed coming for PBB and the others. Fortunately, they had arrived just in time. With that thought, Li Yuza instantly activated Eagle Eyes to observe the unfolding events within the village. Under the Eagle's Eyes gaze, everything within the village came into clear view. Night had fallen, and the last rays of sunset had been swallowed whole. Scattered lamps gradually lit up within the village, dotting the ancient settlement. But, in stark contrast to the tranquil atmosphere, a cacophony of screams pierced the night sky, drawing Li Yuza's gaze toward the village entrance. He watched the chaotic village, the frantic runners, and under the moonlight, PBB and the others fleeing in terror. And the two ghosts chasing them. Li Yuza's expression changed instantly. Two ghosts? The big ghosts have come too? Beside him, the two strategists, Wulong and Fengqiu, looked at Li Yuza, who had suddenly exclaimed in shock and froze for a moment. But they quickly caught on. Something had definitely gone wrong inside. Though they couldn't fathom how Li Yuza knew what was happening inside, there was no time for speculation now. Seated in the driver's seat, Lee Yuza caught their glances but had no time for explanations. He immediately drove the van, preparing to plow into the village. Inside the village, PBB and the others were trapped in an open field not far from the village entrance. As for why they didn't try to break out, it wasn't that they didn't want to, it was simply because at the village entrance, the little ghost had somehow blocked the doorway. The creature that had been standing dozens of meters behind them had suddenly leaped across the distance in a single stride, completely blocking their escape. A wave of despair washed over every person present. Sister Jo grimaced bitterly. They hadn't tried attacking these two ghosts after all. Little Seema was still lying on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Seeing the 1.8-meter-tall giant get instantly knocked back several meters, well, they were even less likely to stand a chance. Teacher Piao, I feel like I'm going to die. The outcome was clear. Seeing that survival was impossible, Sister Jo was the first to compose herself, preparing to face the impending end. But her trembling voice betrayed her. If they could survive, who would want to die so young? After all, they were all so young, their careers at their peak. As her words trailed off, beside her, PBB seeing no way out collapsed to the ground, her legs giving way. She stared with utter despair at the ghosts, both large and small, closing in around them from all sides. Terror rendered PBB speechless. She could only watch the two ghostly figures steadily closing in, her expression growing increasingly bitter and terrified. But just as despair was about to overwhelm them all, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from outside. Hearing the sound, even Lu Peijia, who was still sobbing, looked up. They saw that, at some unknown moment, a somewhat dilapidated minivan had crashed straight through the entrance. Its speed didn't even slow down as it barreled all the way to the end. Finally, it slammed into the little ghost blocking the doorway, sending it flying. Witnessing this scene, PBB and the others were utterly dumbfounded. But the moment they processed what had happened, a surge of hope instantly filled their hearts. Chapter 162. This is the true power of a master. Inside Stone Village. Seeing the two ghosts blocking both the front and rear paths, a wave of despair gradually spread through the hearts of everyone present. As this wave of terror left them speechless, staring helplessly at the two ghostly figures closing in, their expressions growing increasingly bitter and fearful. Outside, the sudden roar of an engine echoed through the air. Hearing the sound, just as despair gripped them, a somewhat worn minivan suddenly came into view. Simultaneously, as the van approached, the little ghost stiffened its neck, turning its head to greet the potential unwelcome visitor. But before the little ghost could make any further move, inside the van, Lee Yuza, upon seeing that decaying, rotten cheek, gagged in disgust and spat. Then, he suddenly accelerated, sending the ghost that had been blocking the doorway flying straight out. Disgusting. Unlike Lee Yuza, however, PBB and the others, collapsed on the ground, witnessed the ghost being flung away and the van slowly coming to a stop before them. After a moment of stunned confusion, a glimmer of hope surged within them. Could they be saved? As the door opened, Lee Yuza and the two strategists stepped out briskly. Seeing PBB and the others collapse before them, along with Xiao Sima who appeared to have been attacked nearby, Lee Yuza understood clearly. This time, he had to capture these little devils. Otherwise, such incidents would keep happening. Recalling the temporary item the system had just provided, today, he would eradicate this threat once and for all. Can you move? Get behind the car. Though his primary goal was to deal with the immediate threat, he couldn't abandon PBB and the others. After all, they were acquaintances. Besides, if there was any chance to save them, he should try. He cast a sorrowful glance at Xiao Sima, who was still being tearfully berated by Lu Peijia nearby, and sighed. Master, we're still okay. PBB's voice trembled, tinged with the relief of having survived a catastrophe. At the same time, gazing upon the figure before him who seemed like a savior, PBB would have rushed forward to hug him and give him a couple of bites if he hadn't feared interfering with Lee Yuza. Master Lee absolutely possesses the potential to cultivate immortality. He definitely possessed some unfathomable abilities. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him the moment Lee Yuza appeared and sent the little demon flying. Ahead. Lee Yuza watched the little demon slowly crawl to its feet and stand beside the big demon, his expression growing grave. After instructing Wulong and Fengshu to carry Lu Peijia and Xiao Sima back to the car nearby, the three of them stood facing the two ghosts, locked in a silent stare. The night breeze carried a faint chill, stirring a fallen leaf as it drifted upward. The next instant, at Lee Yuza's sharp command, three figures shot forward, lunging toward the two ghostly forms, one large, one small. Finish them off! A heavy aura suddenly enveloped him. As an invisible force descended upon Lee Yuza's body, another force completely opposite in nature suddenly manifested. Lee Yuza gave it his all, holding nothing back. He immediately activated the bear's strength and the cheetah's speed. On one hand, this was for combat without the bear's power, he'd merely be a relatively agile ordinary person. After all, with so many uses of his skills under his belt, some improvement was only natural. On the other hand, it was to prevent these two ghosts from pulling the same stunt as last time, suddenly exploding mid-fight, making him think they were going all out, only to turn around and flee. This time, not only was the mission deadline approaching, but he was determined to capture them completely and prevent them from harming any more innocent people. Behind him, upon hearing Li Yuza's low shout, the two also lunged forward. Unlike Li Yuza, they were descendants of folk Taoist traditions. Trained since childhood by their fathers to build physical prowess, their speed far surpassed that of ordinary people. Last time, if they had insisted on pursuing, they might have actually caught the little demon. Soon, as the three charged forward, the dazed ghosts of all sizes across the way stirred into motion simultaneously. Even as they charged in, Li Yuza had already made his decision. He would face the large demon with its unknown abilities alone, while the dragon and phoenix duo would handle one of the small demons. Now, as battle loomed imminent. As the large demon's fist hurtled toward him, Li Yuza soared into the air, spinning mid-flight. He unleashed a dazzling curtain of light, like countless stars tumbling from the heavens. The luminous barrier sliced through the streaking rainbow beams, averting the deadly peril. Then, a single punch erupted, a fist as large as a sandbag smashed directly into the giant demon's disfigured face. One strike followed another, the fist shadows resembling dazzling silver dragons, as if striving to connect with the lightning bolt splitting down from the heavens. By the time the giant demon reacted and leapt 10 meters backward, Li Yuza instantly followed with cheetah-like speed, closing the distance before the demon's shadow could react. Planting his left foot firmly, his muscular frame traced a curve through the air. With a piercing whistle, his right leg lashed out, delivering a vicious kick toward the demon. The blow forced the giant demon to raise both arms in defense, yet he still stumbled backward several meters, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Li Yuza engaged the great demon, the duo known as the Reclining Dragon and Phoenix Cub launched their own assault on the lesser demons. Unlike the former's brute force, their attacks were executed with precision and strategy. After evading the little demon's somewhat impatient strike, they alternated between advancing and retreating, engaging the little demon in a relentless back-and-forth assault. Through their coordinated strategy of striking and retreating, then switching positions to follow up, the little demon was soon completely outmaneuvered. He couldn't even touch the hem of their robes. The situation on the scene was tilting decisively in favor of Li Yuza and his two companions. Behind the van, the four people Li Yuza had ordered to hide here performed basic first aid. They determined that little Seema's injuries weren't life-threatening but still required prompt medical attention. Just as they expected Li Yuza's group to engage in a fierce battle with the two ghosts, they witnessed both ghosts being knocked flying together. What? PBB gaped in astonishment, his face frozen in disbelief at the scene. He had known Li Yuza was formidable, but never imagined he could be this powerful. This wasn't a battle, it was like a senior bullying a freshman. The opponent put up a faint resistance, but it was utterly futile, amounting to nothing more than futile struggles in place. Master Li, you're this formidable. As the words fell, ahead of him, Li Yuza, who had been in the thick of the fight, suddenly pulled back a step. His brows furrowed as he scanned the surroundings. Through his eagle-like eyes, he sensed a pair of eyes watching them from behind during their fight. Chapter 163, What kind of skill is this? Votes sought. Inside Stone Village. On an open field. Li Yuza soared into the air, spinning mid-flight as he unleashed a flurry of punches, their after-images blurring as they struck the giant demon. After the strike, as his toes touched the ground, his body sank once more. Following an invisible surge of energy, Li Yuza vanished from his original position in an instant. He reappeared behind the giant demon. He planted his left foot firmly, his muscular frame tracing a curve through the air. A sharp whistling sound filled the air as he delivered a kick. Even though the giant demon raised both arms in a last-ditch attempt to block the strike, he was still sent flying several meters away. After sending the giant demon reeling with another kick, Li Yuza suddenly felt a chill run through his body. He instinctively turned his head, but saw no one. Only the two figures, the dragon and phoenix, were seen nearby, engaged in a mixed doubles match with the little ghosts. Li Yuza frowned, scanning his surroundings. Even without seeing a figure, he could still distinctly sense a pair of eyes watching them from behind in the vicinity. And that gaze? Li Yuza didn't need to guess. He knew exactly who it belonged to. The sorcerer is nearby. He narrowed his eyes and barked the warning to the two of them. Simultaneously, Li Yuza reactivated his eagle eyes, scanning the surroundings relentlessly. Under this gaze, everything within a 200-meter radius was laid bare before him. And at that very moment, a figure suddenly appeared within Li Yuza's field of vision. It was a completely unfamiliar figure, someone who didn't belong to anyone present. Wizard. Li Yuza narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the figure that made no effort to conceal itself. Enveloped in a cloak of darkness, Li Yuza could discern from its posture that it was likely a man. Yet beyond that, even with his eagle eyes activated, he could uncover nothing else. However, just as he was puzzling over why the wizard, who had been evading him and his companions all along, would deliberately reveal himself now, Li Yuza watched in astonishment as, beneath the black hood, the figure seemed to know he could see. A corner of the mouth lifted, fixing upon him with an eerie smile. Question mark. Li Yuza furrowed his brows, utterly perplexed. But what followed was even more shocking. Following the wizard's eerie grin, the figure cloaked in black robes vanished instantly. Unlike the ghost leaps of dozens of meters, this was a genuine, sudden vanishing act. Right there under the moonlight, on the rooftop, vanished in an instant. What the hell kind of martial arts is that? My coach never taught me that. Li Yuza stared blankly at the faint afterimage that might still linger nearby. But before they could ponder further, the large and small demons, who had been desperately holding their ground against the three, suddenly charged toward the group once more. Accompanying them was an eerie green glow emanating from their bodies. Simultaneously, Li Yuza noticed an invisible thread connecting the two ghosts from behind. It seemed to be the sorcerer's method of controlling these two bodies. At that moment, before them, the large and small ghosts, who had been continuously taking blows, visibly doubled in size after the eerie green glow faded. What the hell is going on? Staring at this bizarre spectacle, Li Yuza's brows knitted into a deep frown. The matter of the sorcerer was temporarily pushed to the back of his mind. Instead, he shot an incredulous glance at the two beside him, the dragon and phoenix, seeking answers from these two inheritors of folk Taoist traditions. Beside Li Yuza, the two masters, Wulong and Feng Chu, were also staring at the sudden spectacle unfolding before them. As their gaze followed the scene, their minds frantically searched for any memories related to this situation. This scene felt eerily familiar, as if they had witnessed it somewhere before. Before long, their voices rose again. Brotherly, this seems to be some kind of bizarre dark magic. Through some method, these two bodies have been temporarily enhanced several times over. But the side effect is that if the enemy isn't dealt with quickly, the person behind this will temporarily lose contact with these bodies. Loss of connection? Li Yuza murmured to himself, but now was no time for further thought. For the large and small ghosts before them, amplified by the enhancement, were already charging toward them. Gazing at the green glowing ghosts, Li Yuza, having heard the analysis from the dragon and phoenix, dared not take them lightly. He abandoned plans for solo combat, instead coordinating with Wulong and Feng Chu to engage in a 3-on-2 assault, aiming to swiftly eliminate this immediate threat. Though the mission target was merely the two ghosts, Li Yuza's true objective remained the sorcerer lurking behind them. It seemed the secrets surrounding this sorcerer were far from few. The situation grew increasingly bizarre. But just then, before Zhang Hao could react, a fist slammed into his face. Thud! With the blow landing squarely, the giant ghost vanished and reappeared in its original spot. Behind him, Zhang Hao, caught off guard by the sudden attack, pushed himself up with one hand, gritting his teeth as he rose from the ground. Sneak attack. That's not fair. But despite his protests, Zhang Hao could feel the sheer power surging through Big Ghost from that single punch, a force entirely different from anything he'd encountered before. He wasn't the only one. Li Yuza and the others, who had witnessed the sudden turn of events, were equally stunned. This guy, who they'd been casually toying with just moments ago, had suddenly transformed into an elite monster? But as he stared at the great ghost, who now wore an eerie grin, Li Yuza furrowed his brow in surprise. That expression, it didn't seem like he was being controlled at all. Instead, it felt like he genuinely possessed life, forming a unique living entity? Still, seeing Zhang Hao grimacing as he struggled to his feet, Li Yuza knew his priority now was to handle everything here. He'd have time to investigate the mystery later. With that thought, Li Yuza lowered his head and stomped forward, unleashing the bear's power once more. A colossal, explosive force descended upon him, surging forth from his body like a tidal wave, consuming his stamina at an exponential rate. He raised his head. A gust of wind, seemingly out of nowhere, accompanied by the rustling of his robes fluttering in the current, unleashed a fist-shaped beam dozens of feet wide that pierced straight through the void. In the next instant, Li Yuza's figure flashed toward his enemy like a bolt of lightning. Boom! A piercing sonic boom echoed. It was precisely this commotion that froze the sinister grin on the great demon's face. Facing the unavoidable fist beam before him, he could only barely raise his arms, attempting to block this force. But he had underestimated the overwhelming power before his eyes. After landing the strike, Li Yuza didn't retreat. Instead, he pressed closer to the giant demon, relentlessly swinging his fists. He tried to knock the giant demon down outright, for his own stamina was now severely depleted. Li Yuza's expression was grim. Under the moonlight, this arena was undeniably his domain. Empowered by immense strength, his movements became lightning fast. He left trails of afterimages while stirring up fierce gusts of wind, sending shivers down the spine. Beneath the blazing fist, the very air around them seemed to be sucked into the immense force. Snap! The sound of cracking bones echoed. Under this storm of relentless attacks, the giant claw could not withstand the assault and snapped clean off. Simultaneously, it retreated repeatedly, unable to muster any counterattack. As the giant demon was driven into a corner, Li Yuza abruptly halted his attack. With a swift step forward from his left foot, his body twisted in an arc. Then, with his right leg carrying the final, immense force, he delivered a thunderous stomp. The giant demon's body slammed into the house behind him, crashing through the wall. A torrent of filth erupted from his mouth. Chapter 164, damn it, using that ultimate move to escape again? Li Yuza stared at the giant demon before him, one who had suddenly grown stronger, then launched a surprise attack that knocked Zhang Hao to the ground. Li Yuza's brow furrowed slightly, curiosity welling up within him. What kind of technique could repeatedly enhance the power of these two ghosts before his eyes, time and again, across the distance in such a short span? If possible, could he learn this power? If he could apply it to himself, it might compensate for the times when the system crashed, leaving him utterly powerless. But he wondered if there were side effects and what they might be. Shaking his head, Li Yu's gaze shifted back to Zhang Hao, who was scrambling to his feet beside him. Despite being a powerful ghost enhanced multiple times, Zhang Hao had trained diligently from the ground up and was a disciple of folk Taoism. Li Yuza wasn't worried that this single blow would kill him. If he could be taken down so easily, then, well, he wouldn't be much help to anyone. Fortunately, these brothers still possessed some skill. But, watching the great ghost fade away after that single strike, Li Yuza narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, before anyone could react, he instantly flashed before the giant demon. Once again, under his storm-like barrage of attacks. Soon, the giant demon was sent flying by a single kick. Yet, even amidst such fierce assault, Li Yuza felt a jolt of surprise upon seeing the giant ghost merely cracked but not yet utterly destroyed. After all, before his enhancement, even both of these ghosts together couldn't withstand his attacks. He never imagined that such a seemingly simple enhancement could grant them such terrifying vitality. Though, they were essentially already dead to begin with. Yet another figure shared the astonishment of those present. Go Dongshi, cloaked in black and hunched over, stood on a distant rooftop, his eyes glowing green. What kind of technique is this? It seemed this technique allowed him to discern the circumstances from the spirits. His brow furrowed as he spoke in a hoarse voice. This man was the shaman Shen Xiu had gone to great lengths to hire. However, observing Li Yuza before him, a figure utterly unlike the ordinary person Shen Xiu had described, and watching him repeatedly repel the two little ghosts Go Dongshi had cultivated, Go Dongshi's brow furrowed once more. Something's off. We'll meet again later. Ha ha ha. The unpleasant laughter echoed through the night as the dark cloak vanished from sight. Back to the present. After repelling the large ghost with a single strike, Li Yuza's gaze shifted to the smaller ghosts nearby. However, just as Li Yuza's gaze fell upon the lesser demon, preparing to apprehend both demons alongside the two dragons and phoenixes, the small demon suddenly sprang up, lunging directly at Li Yuza from its original position. Before Li Yuza could react, a fist-shaped beam of light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Thud! 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 The sound of fists echoed repeatedly, yet Li Yuza felt a twinge of confusion. While casually waving his arms to block each attack, he thought to himself. You shattered that big ghost yourself, yet this little ghost still has the audacity to challenge me? But just as his doubts lingered, the little ghost swiftly provided his answer. After clashing fists with Li Yuza, the little ghost used the momentum to flip his entire spectral form. He leapt to the corner where the big ghost had been knocked away, then hoisted the big ghost onto his back and bounded toward the exit. Damn it, using its ultimate to escape again? Did this little ghost grow a brain? Li Yuza couldn't help but chuckle. If nothing went wrong, this was undoubtedly the sorcerer manipulating the two ghosts from behind to make their escape. But, watching the little ghost flee in disarray, he couldn't shake the feeling that this scene was strangely familiar and utterly ridiculous. But fun aside, as the ghost slept dozens of meters and vanished before his eyes, Li Yuza sneered dismissively. With the temporary skill granted by the system, if he let them escape now, he might as well restart the game. That said, Li Yuza still needed to conserve enough stamina to guard against the wizard who might appear behind him. He had already learned from Chun Xiu that the witch had no combat ability. But just moments ago, witnessing a wizard vanish from his position in an instant, that notion was instantly dismissed by Li Yuza. Damn it! Someone who can control corpses, temporarily boost their combat power multiple times, and even teleport instantly, you're telling me they have no combat ability? Who the hell would buy that? And even if they lacked combat prowess, they surely had some backup plan. Someone who only dared to lurk in the shadows was undoubtedly terrified of death. They'd definitely have plenty of survival gear, and might even possess other items that could pose a threat. Better to err on the side of caution and conserve strength. First, capture these two ghosts before hunting down that shaman. With that thought, he immediately grabbed the dragon and phoenix and charged toward the village exit. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dai Xiaomei put down her phone, staring at the disconnected call with a look of concern. What's wrong? You look so down. Seeing dumb little sister sitting blankly on the edge of the bed, Kang Xin asked her. After a moment's hesitation, Dai Xiaomei briefly explained the call's contents to Kang Xin. It shouldn't be anything serious, right? After listening, Kang Xin looked at Dai Xiaomei with a puzzled expression. It was just a precaution, surely nothing would happen? Could that ghost really travel to another city just to deliberately seek revenge on everyone who knew Li Yuza? Though both were still deeply frightened by last night's incident, Kang Xin couldn't shake the feeling that this whole thing seemed unrealistic. The ghost couldn't possibly fly there, could it? The distance between the two places was so vast, traveling that far in a single day would be utterly absurd. I find it hard to believe too, but I feel like something bad might actually happen over there. Dai Xiaomei's eyes flickered with unease as she clasped Kang Xion's hands and continued. How about, we ask Captain Lu to investigate this with us? Across from her, Kang Xion frowned slightly as she felt her hands being held. But looking at the pitiful expression on dumb little sister's face as she gazed at her, after pondering for a while, she hesitantly nodded. I can only try to ask him. I can't guarantee anything. After all, if ghosts could appear, what was impossible? That was why she decided to help the clueless little sister seek advice. Chapter 165. You died so miserably, old ma. North City. In a temporary apartment. Kan Xin sat on the edge of the bed, her brows furrowing slightly after hearing dumb little sister's words. Simultaneously, memories surfaced of what Lu Zixuan had told her last night upon their arrival here. This incident has caught the attention of higher-ups. It's pretty serious. If we don't handle it properly, we'll all be fired. Since Kan Xin and her friend were survivors of the incident and close confidants, Lu Zixuan had not withheld the details. By now, she understood how seriously the North City Police Department was taking these two cases. At that moment, as the slow-witted girl spoke, Kan Xin nodded slightly, attempting to ask Lu Zixuan a question. Though the story sounded improbable, she wanted to be prepared just in case. If something happened, they could prepare in advance and not be caught off guard like last time by the sudden appearance of ghosts. With that thought, she pulled out her phone to contact Lu Zixuan and seek her opinion whether it was necessary to dispatch personnel or coordinate with detectives in Yangcheng for a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, on the other side. Online. As one of Zhanya's top streamers, PBB consistently drew large crowds to his livestream. Precisely because of this, his channel had never been banned by the platform. Until just now. Recalling not long ago, perhaps it was because they discussed the recent paranormal incident, or maybe for some other reason. In any case, viewers noticed that in PBB's stream, not only could they no longer type, but as time passed, they couldn't even re-enter the stream at all. This left many viewers baffled, sparking widespread speculation about the cause. Simultaneously, because the topic touched on paranormal events, news about PBB's live streaming incident quickly trended on major social media platforms. Suddenly, the public discourse reignited. What's going on? Another paranormal incident? Is talking about this illegal? Dude, I was in the livestream room and got banned instantly, couldn't even type. Thought it was my problem, but wow. Is this spiritual energy revival thing real? Ghosts are showing up. Where are the Taoist priests? When are they gonna make an appearance? To be perfectly honest, I'm an immortal cultivator. Such a minor spirit? I'll capture it with one hand. This is getting weirder and weirder. I thought traffic throttling was the worst it could get, but now. Anyway, I saw that little ghost in stupid little sister's livestream scared the hell out of me. Could something else be about to go wrong? Seriously, what's gotten into these idiotic netizens? Huang Yun, with his dyed yellow hair, scowled as he glanced at Douyin's trending topics, muttering with a hint of disgust. The internet's full of idiots. Just treat it as entertainment. Only a fool would believe any of this. Beside him, another young man with dyed red hair lay sprawled on the sofa, watching the videos as he casually agreed. They'd both seen the trending topic, but clearly, neither seemed to buy into this so-called supernatural incident. In their words, what era is this? Still believing in ghosts and spirits? There couldn't possibly be so many bizarre occurrences. It was probably just another publicity stunt or fake news. Such things weren't uncommon on Douyin, far from it. Besides, if the authorities hadn't released any official statement, why were these netizens running wild with their imaginations? Meanwhile, in an apartment in North City, Huang Yun and Shi Wen were chatting idly in the living room. Come on, it's obviously fake. These idiotic netizens can argue over something as trivial as 0.8 by 0.5. What else can you expect? As for ghosts? I don't buy it. Just then, another indifferent voice chimed in, accompanied by the entrance of a youth with dyed white hair. After finishing his sentence, Bai Jing walked into the living room and sat down. True, if you said Li Yuza was problematic, I'd believe it. He's been proven wrong so many times. But ghosts? No way I buy that. At this, the guy with the yellow hair chimed in. Couldn't it be that his Thai funeral parlor is losing business, so he's just making this up as a gimmick? As the words fell, the living room plunged into silence. It wasn't impossible. After all, hadn't Li Yuza pulled similar stunts before? Just as the three were debating whether to expose Li Yuza for a viral hit. Meanwhile, in Stone Village. Old Ma. Old Ma. You died so horribly. Old Ma. Lu Peiqia crouched on the dust-covered ground, lifting up Xiao Sima, who was clearly only unconscious and unharmed, while wailing. Before him, PBB and Sister Zhou, the instigators of this viral incident, stood speechless at the sight. They had tried to dissuade him, but Lu Peiqia wouldn't listen. The two could only conclude that Lu Peiqia and Xiao Sima's bond ran deeper than they'd imagined, otherwise he wouldn't be this distraught. Could it be that Lu Peiqia was planning to inherit Xiao Sima's Huabei credit after he passed away? That would be a bit too far-fetched. Glancing once more at Xiao Sima lying on the ground, they weren't overly concerned. After all, they had just given him a quick check. He'd taken a powerful blow, but nothing vital was hit. Thus, they relaxed their guard. However, as their mood relaxed, both of their gazes were drawn back to Li Yuza before them. With a piercing whoosh, the little ghost was forced back repeatedly under Li Yuza's punches. Watching Li Yuza suddenly erupt with such effortless power to repel the demon, PBB's admiration for him deepened even further. Damn, the master truly is a master. PBB stared intently at the receding figure chasing the spirits away. Before arriving here and witnessing this scene, he never imagined that a scene only found in novels would now unfold before his very eyes. He had actually witnessed it. At the same time, observing the two strategists, the reclining dragon and the phoenix cub, who had joined Liuza in the attack, a peculiar thought began to form in his mind. Could it be that these seemingly ordinary individuals had transformed precisely because they followed Master Li? Could it be that Master Li truly practiced immortality cultivation? His thoughts drifted slowly through the night, punctuated by the constant whistling of air being torn apart. But it wasn't surprising that he imagined such things. After all, in PDD's eyes, who else besides Taoist priests could defeat ghosts and zombies? Only immortals, right? And Liuza. PBB pressed his chin, watching the 3 humans and 2 ghosts fade from view, his brow furrowed. Liuza didn't look like a Taoist priest at all. He must be cultivating immortality. I'll figure out a way to get him to teach me cultivation. Chapter 166, looks weak? Take him down, votes needed. Outside Stone Village. Even Liuza himself might not realize that in such a short span he'd gained several new little admirers. But he had no mind to dwell on that now. Watching the little brat ahead, wounded yet still capable of leaping dozens of meters in a single bound, only deepened his curiosity. What kind of power was this? How could it reach such heights? Whether it was controlling corpses, temporarily amplifying their strength, or even the wizard who vanished in a flash from behind, all of it left Liuza utterly stunned. Though everyone claimed he possessed supernatural abilities, only he knew the truth. He wasn't nearly as eerie as netizens made him out to be. Liuza relentlessly drained his stamina, moving with cheetah-like speed while keeping a close watch on the ghosts ahead. He knew his power came entirely from the system. He had believed that as the chosen one transported to this otherworldly realm, possessing the system's power already made him an incredibly powerful existence. But now, watching the hordes of ghosts and demons swarming wildly before him, he finally understood they were the ones who were truly beyond comprehension. What on earth sustained these creatures? What power fueled their growth? Everything about them was utterly incomprehensible to Liuza. However, seeing the ghosts both large and small accelerate once more, seemingly driven by some form of sentience, left him no time for further contemplation. With a low growl, Liuza once again tapped into the power granted by the system. His body grew light and agile, while his foot speed increased exponentially. Behind him, the dragon and phoenix exchanged glances as they watched Liuza suddenly surge forward. They too summoned an inexplicable force and gave chase. In the blink of an eye, the 2 ghosts were once again cornered by the trio. The dynamic flipped instantly. No longer were the ghosts chasing the humans. Instead, Liuza and his companions had transformed into a ghost hunting squad, relentlessly pursuing the pair. As their footsteps halted once more, the 3 humans and 2 ghosts once again found themselves locked in a standoff. Yet, as the atmosphere grew tense, Liuza suddenly narrowed his eyes. Something's off around here. He sensed something amiss, a peculiar aura spreading from the surroundings. As his words fell, the 2 beside him, the dragon and phoenix, who had been staring at the 2 ghosts, also grew alert, sensing the potential anomaly in the air. It feels like corpse chi. Both frowned, surprised. In their perception, the area had suddenly become saturated with the aura emanating from dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of corpses. Yet, these energies felt different from the aura emanating from the 2 ghosts before them. Could there be new ghosts? Zhang Huai's eyes widened, his brow knitting tightly as a distinct character formed on his forehead. As his bold conjecture echoed, the large and small ghosts before them suddenly stirred once more. With another piercing whistle cutting through the air, seemingly realizing they were no match for Liuza, both ghosts now lunged toward Zhang Hao, intent on eliminating him. However, drawing upon his roots in folk Taoism, Zhang Hao reacted swiftly against these 2 mere novice ghosts, easily evading their attack. The moment he dodged, the 2 ghostly figures materialized where he had stood. The earth beneath his feet caved in under the impact. Damn it! Is that ox-horse shaman only good at ambushes? Liuza cursed furiously, having never encountered such a dishonorable opponent. Seeing the 2 ghosts retreat after their attack missed, Liuza, though drained of over half his stamina, once again summoned the power of the bear. With all 3 skills activated and mutually reinforcing, Liuza used a massive boulder beneath his feet to propel himself forward. With a thunderous force, he slammed a fist toward the large ghost. Opposite him, the large demon's decayed face, its hollow, lifeless eyes flashed green once more at the incoming blow. Swiftly dodging aside, it simultaneously flailed its withered, blue-black arms, attempting to seize Liuza and take a bite out of him. Simultaneously, it swung its withered, dark green arm, attempting to grab Liuza and take a bite out of him. But how could Liuza, enhanced with cheetah-like speed, be caught by 2 lowly junior demons? He planted his feet firmly, halting midair for a split second. Then, channeling immense power, he stomped down with both feet, crushing the large and small demons beneath him. Boom! Under the moonlight, a figure descended from the sky, unleashing astonishing force. As the smoke cleared, the 2 little ghosts crashed to the ground beneath Liuza's attack. The invisible thread connecting the 2 ghosts, which had been visible to Liuza, snapped the moment they hit the ground. The sorcerer had lost control over them. "You're damned!" A hoarse voice echoed from somewhere unknown, reverberating across the open fields outside the village. Hearing the voice, both Li Yuza and the two strategists froze momentarily before quickly regaining their composure. The sorcerer behind it all had finally revealed himself. Exactly as they had suspected. After the echo lingered for a moment, a hunched, shadowy figure slowly materialized beneath a massive boulder nearby. "He's here!" Li Yuza growled under his breath. After fighting for so long, the sorcerer who had been lurking in the shadows finally stepped into the open before them. The night was thick and heavy, with a faint blue light stretching from the gray clouds. He stood atop the black boulder, hands tucked into his pockets. His eyes resembled dark pools of water, their depths concealing an endless coldness as they fixed upon Li Yuza and his two companions. The wind whistled like a demon's howl in their ears, and that dark, shadowy presence spread from their chests, gradually filling the entire world. An old man. His stature was not imposing, yet his weathered face bore a shadowed pallor, his features fierce, even savage and merciless. Seeing the figure concealed beneath the black cloak, Li Yuza knew all too well the true target had arrived. "How does it feel? Can you fight?" Frowning as he stared intently at the figure before him, he asked the pair beside him in a grave tone. He couldn't gauge the opponent's strength after all. Without his system, he was little more than a complete novice in combat. "Seems not too strong. We can take him down." Under Li Yuza's curious gaze, Zheng Huai assessed the figure's condition through some unknown method before replying with his conclusion. With that confirmation that the opponent posed no real threat, Li Yuza had no further reservations. Under the wizard's gaze, which had been cold and sharp but suddenly turned startled and suspicious, his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he was already before the wizard. Chapter 167. Damn, he ran off after half the fight? Outside Stone Village. Under Li Yuza's storm-like assault, crashed to the ground. But at that very moment, beneath a distant boulder, a dark figure suddenly materialized, shrouded in a faint blue glow. Gazing at that figure, he knew all too well that this was the mastermind behind these recent incidents. After receiving the relatively certain statements from the two strategists, Li Yuza shifted his right leg slightly, and a force even more intense than before descended upon him. Facing the final boss, he held nothing back. His robes fluttered without wind as his body sank slightly under the newfound power. In the next instant, Li Yuza vanished from his spot and materialized directly before the sorcerer. This left the wizard, whose face had been twisted with grim determination, momentarily stunned. But in that brief moment of stunned hesitation, the fist-shaped beam, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, slammed into his face. Boom! Accompanying the thunderous impact was a shower of shattered stone. The massive boulder the wizard had been trampling crumbled into pieces under the immense force. Yet, as the dust settled, the scene revealed nothing but shattered stone, no trace of the figure that should have been there. Li Yuza frowned slightly, examining the dark blood still clinging to his fist as he scanned the surroundings intently. He had struck the sorcerer, yet not fully connected. Just now, at the very moment his fist beam struck the wizard, Li Yuza had clearly seen a sinister smile curl the corners of the wizard's mouth. The next instant, the wizard vanished from his original position, utilizing a force unknown to Li Yuza. Ha! He couldn't help but utter a soft grunt. After landing the strike, he swiftly returned to the side of the two, Wulong and Feng Chu. And just as he returned, beside the shattered boulder, the dark shadow appeared once more. "Kid, I won't let you off the hook. Wait for death." Before he could finish speaking, Li Yuza unleashed another punch. Shark dagger. "This isn't a TV show, no one's gonna give you time to read your skill bar." With a thunderous crash, this time the wizard was caught completely off guard. Under Li Yuza's fist, imbued with boundless power, he crashed to the ground. But after all, he was a wizard who lurked in the shadows, rarely showing his face. Just as Li Yuza thought he'd finished him off and moved in to check, the figure vanished from its spot in the next instant. A hoarse, sinister voice echoed in its wake. "You will die." The words fell, and the scene, which had been filled with the clamor of battle, suddenly fell silent. He escaped? Li Yuza focused his senses, uttering the words with a hint of surprise. True to form for a wizard who only hides in the shadows, even manipulating children to ambush others. Once again, he'd issued a threat and then vanished. Surveying the empty clearing, now littered only with fragments of stone and the ghosts, Li Yuza activated his eagle eyes once more, searching for the sorcerer's trail. After all, as the mastermind behind these murders, merely eliminating a few ghosts was far from sufficient. They must capture or even kill the sorcerer to bring this matter to a complete end. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. But as his gaze swept outward, he could find no sign of the wizard within his field of vision. It was as if he had never been here at all, vanishing into the very fabric of this world. Brotherly. The dragon and phoenix approached from behind. They too had failed to see how the sorcerer had escaped. Yet what astonished them most at that moment wasn't this, but rather Li Yuza, the man who had always been nothing more than a funeral parlor owner in their eyes. Neither Wolong nor Fengqiu could have imagined Li Yuza possessed such formidable strength. His burst of power had even surpassed theirs at one point. In this battle, they had merely provided flanking support, acting as his backup. Everything else had been accomplished almost entirely by his own efforts. The two watched this familiar figure, yet he felt increasingly alien to them. Unlike their shock, however, Liuza, upon seeing the witchcraft practitioner flee after unleashing his ultimate spell, immediately let loose with a string of traditional Chinese curses. Damn it, what kind of bull sorcerer is this? Running off mid-fight? For a wizard? You'd think you were a coward. Damn it! Liuza muttered under his breath as he snapped back to reality. He never imagined this world could harbor such bizarre entities, but, gazing at his clenched fists, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Damn it, why is this plot different from what I saw in my past life? Everyone else just casts spells from a distance to fight ghosts and monsters, but here I am, actually punching ghosts with my fists? This is way too abstract. Sighing, Liuza lamented his unique situation while feeling utterly helpless. After all, the system had only granted him this much. What else could he do? Damn it, he wished he could just toss a couple of talismans and breeze through the fight too. But I just can't do it. At this thought, Liuza raised an eyebrow, turned abruptly, and addressed the two strategists. Do you two know any talismanic spells? No. Seeing Liuza turn back to look at them with a puzzled expression, the two answered in unison. Hearing their negative response, Liuza couldn't hide a hint of disappointment, but he quickly composed himself. The shaman had fled, but those two ghosts were still lying here. With that thought, Liuza turned back toward the two corpses not far away, rubbing his hands together. The ox demon sorcerer likely only had these two ghosts at his command. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally intervened at the end. So for the time being, he shouldn't be causing trouble for ordinary people. Still, one must remain vigilant. But, now was the time to collect the spoils. The thought that burying these two corpses would grant him two new abilities filled Liuza with excitement. Zhang Hui, Zhang Hao, come on over. Take care of these two. How do you folk Taoists handle this sort of thing? After all, this was his first time capturing such creatures, and he still had much to learn. Hearing the commotion, the dragon and phoenix also approached from behind. Instead of replying immediately, they pulled out two talisman papers and stuck them on the foreheads of the two corpses, leaving Liuza staring in surprise. Are you two messing with me? Liuza stared wide-eyed at the talismans the dragon and phoenix had produced from who knows where, utterly astonished. Damn it, just a moment ago he claimed he couldn't do it. Now they're pulling out talismans like it's nothing? They're doing this on purpose, right? After affixing the talisman, Wulong Fengshu turned to Liuza with an innocent expression. We really don't know how to do this. My dad gave it to me. Chapter 168, Keep blowing your own horn, see if I buy it. On a clearing not far from Stone Village. Watching Wulong Fengshu casually pluck two talismans from his pocket and stick them on the foreheads of the big and little ghosts as they hopped over scattered rocks. Liuza was momentarily dumbfounded. Damn it, didn't you two say you couldn't do this? What the hell is this? After regaining his composure, he glared at the pair, waiting for their response. Brotherly, we really don't know how. This is what my dad gave us as a backup. Wulong Fengshu scratched his head awkwardly, glancing at Liuza. Blow it up. Keep blowing it up. Liuza gave a light snort, crossed his arms, and simply watched the two of them in silence. Contrary to his expectations, Wulong Fengshu were now inwardly struggling to explain their predicament. They weren't entirely ignorant of talismanic arts, but their knowledge was merely superficial. Moreover, these talismans were indeed left by their father as backups. It wasn't that they didn't want to tell Liuza, but their abilities were genuinely limited. The two exchanged glances, their faces twisted in frustration. Behind them, Liuza observed the scene, momentarily unsure whether these two truly possessed the knowledge. After all, he genuinely wanted to learn. If he had to rely solely on brute force to handle such bizarre incidents in the future, wouldn't that make him the very crude warrior he had despised most in his previous life? Sighing, Liuza listened as the two explained once more, putting aside his doubts. Where there's a will, there's a way. He refused to believe that as the chosen one, he was destined to become nothing more than a crude warrior. He was destined to be the man who would become the XX king. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. He returned his focus to the present. Seeing that the dragon and phoenix had already dealt with the two demons, he was about to order them to burn and bury these corrupting forces that had plagued the land. At that moment, a strange aura appeared once more. Danger! Liuza growled under his breath, his brow furrowing as he summoned the bear's power once more, expending his dwindling reserves of stamina. Instantly, his entire being became alert. He wasn't the only one reacting. Sensing the anomaly, the dragon and phoenix also rose from the ground, scanning their surroundings warily. A look of grave concern spread across all their faces. After all, the witch hadn't been defeated, he'd merely fled. Who knew if he might suddenly return for a surprise attack? If the sorcerer did return, another fierce battle would be unavoidable. As time slowly passed, the trio stood tense in place, guarding against any potential danger. After all, Liuza, their primary combat force, had little stamina left, having expended most of it in tonight's battle. Moreover, they remained uncertain about the sorcerer's true combat capabilities. Up until now, the only power he had demonstrated was controlling puppets to attack others. He hadn't demonstrated any combat prowess himself. If he truly concealed something. At this thought, the expressions of the two strategists hardened once more. If any real danger emerged, they would have no choice but to resort to that weapon. However, after waiting some more time, there was still no movement around them. Oil cakes, huh? Li Yuza cursed under his breath. Yet the intermittent aura emanating from the surroundings forced him to remain constantly vigilant. Behind him, upon hearing his voice, the dragon and phoenix also furrowed their brows in puzzlement. What was going on? Frowning deeply, they sniffed the scent again, one that hadn't faded but grown stronger instead. As if suddenly remembering something, they exclaimed in unison. How familiar it feels. Have we encountered this somewhere before? As they spoke, they simultaneously activated their unique abilities, sniffing intently around them. Damn it, this is exactly that scent from before. After a brief assessment, Wulong Fengchu raised his head and cursed. They'd feared another danger had arisen, only to discover it was merely that corpse-like stench again. False alarm. But why was the corpse aura reappearing? After explaining his confusion to Li Yuza, sniffing the scent, they knew it must be nearby, so the three resumed their search. With Li Yuza's eagle-like eyes assisting them, they soon discovered a scene in a pile of hay that made them furious. The corpse aura that had previously warned them of danger was emanating from this very spot. But upon witnessing the scene before them, Li Yuza felt an overwhelming rage. Lying within the haystack were dozens of corpses. Their state was utterly bizarre, as if drained dry, every single one had turned into a desiccated corpse. These seemed to be the missing villagers. Li Yuza murmured in a low voice. This sight filled him with rage, yet also left him puzzled. His rage stemmed from the fact that, barring any surprises, this was all the work of that ox and horse shaman. These were all innocent villagers who had died because of Chen Xiu's desire for revenge against him. Gazing at the villagers, dead beyond any doubt, Li Yuza briefly composed himself before being overcome by confusion once more. Why had it come to this? And why hadn't they detected these auras during the fight just now? Why did they only notice them after the witch had left? Had he concealed them with his own aura? But more than the question of whether his aura had been concealed, it was the withered corpses before him that captured his attention. Drained dry? Li Yuza asked the two, looking to them for answers. Seems so. Staring at the field of desiccated corpses sprawled before them, Zheng Huai and Zhang Hao couldn't help but recall a form of dark sorcery described in Taoist texts they'd read. Yet the scene before them did not entirely match the descriptions in the texts. Both felt their minds growing confused. The events of this night had already surpassed the bounds of common sense. Perhaps it's meant to replenish the energy of the lesser and greater ghosts? Wulong Fengchu ventured a bold guess. After all, this could explain why the two little ghosts had been repeatedly strengthened earlier. Or perhaps the witch drained these corpses dry to replenish himself. Seeing the two begin to analyze the situation, Li Yuza voiced his own conjecture. He recalled reading about a similar scenario in a novel once. Draining human essence to bolster one's own power. But what he never imagined was that he'd actually encounter such a thing himself. Aren't you too into that folk Taoist stuff? Go ask around about what's going on. Seeing that they couldn't come to a conclusion and that just staring wouldn't help, Li Yuza suggested to the two again. After all, as practitioners of folk Taoism, they surely knew more than he did. After his words fell and he saw the two nod in agreement, Li Yuza stopped dwelling on the matter. Just as they prepared to cremate the bodies of the two ghosts and bury them on the spot, several beams of light suddenly illuminated the scene. Chapter 169, All You Need Is a Hand, right? Night. Surrounded by desiccated corpses strewn across the ground. For a moment, Li Yuza and the others couldn't fathom how they had ended up like this. But they could confirm one thing: this had to be the work of the witch. Li Yuza bent down, scrutinizing several desiccated corpses before him. After a long while, burn those two ghosts and bury them immediately. Just as he ordered the two strategists to bury the bodies of the elder and younger ghosts on the spot. At that moment, accompanied by the roar of engines, countless beams of light swept in from the distance, illuminating the area. Question mark. Li Yuza raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. Behind him, the dragon and phoenix, who had already begun preparing their next move, were also interrupted by this sudden burst of light. Watching the police cars steadily approach in the distance, they were both momentarily stunned and filled with confusion. Why are the cops here? They hadn't called the police. Could it be that damn cowhorse shaman fled and then turned around to call the cops? But that didn't make sense either. Shouldn't it have been PBB who called the cops? Li Yuza felt a wave of panic wash over him. Staring at the desiccated corpses scattered across the ground, he dreaded the possibility that these police officers who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere might pin the blame for this mess on them. He knew full well that any investigation would reveal the truth. But he dreaded the hassle. Li Yuza felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, but he resolved to stay put and wait for the authorities to arrive. The roar of engines gradually faded as several police cars pulled up onto another empty lot not far away. As the doors opened, a figure stepped out first, catching Li Yuza and the others' attention. Lu Zixuan? Staring at that graceful figure and that face familiar beyond recognition, Li Yuza felt a mix of surprise. He was also puzzled. By all accounts, Lu Zixuan shouldn't have been here. This jurisdiction wasn't hers. If anyone from Yangcheng police were to show up, it should be them. How could she? Li Yuza stared at the figure approaching him, his eyes filled with confusion. But what he never could have imagined was the primary reason Lu Zixuan was here tonight stemmed almost entirely from his phone call with dumb little sister. Back to earlier. After dumb little sister told Kang Xian about the situation, Kang Xian immediately relayed the entire story to Lu Zixuan. She wanted to see how Lu Zixuan would handle it. Kang Xian had assumed the North City Police Department might take this matter seriously, but she hadn't anticipated that the moment she relayed the news to Lu Zixuan. The next moment, Lu Zixuan appeared at her apartment door, asking her a series of questions. After her questioning, she swiftly departed, heading straight for Yangchun, leading to the current scene. Lu Zixuan opened the car door and frowned slightly as she looked at the two ghosts lying on the ground. She had been present during the incident in Willow Village that night and knew exactly what the little ghost looked like. Now, seeing the other decaying corpse beside the little ghost, she didn't need to guess. She knew this was likely the owner of the large footprint Li Yuza had mentioned, the other big ghost. You killed them? Even though she had braced herself for anything concerning Li Yuza, knowing nothing about him would surprise her. But now, seeing the two ghosts, the big one and the small one who had caused so much trouble that even the North City police station couldn't handle them lying so still on the ground, her emotions surged to a peak once more, overwhelming her with shock. Lu Zixuan looked at Li Yuza with a complex expression. She had no idea how many secrets he still held from her. From her initial belief that he was merely defying the law, tracking people down and killing them for views, to this moment where she couldn't fathom him at all, Lu Zixuan felt they were no longer on the same path. But the moment that thought surfaced, the next second, Li Yuza's smug voice shattered all her illusions about him. Sure enough, even with countless secrets hidden within, the essence of a scoundrel never changes. Ah, killed him. Li Yuza raised an eyebrow, shrugged his shoulders, and wore a look of puzzlement. He shrugged his hands at Lu Zixuan and continued. It's just a matter of having hands, right? Those two little brats? Kill them randomly. Just kill them. Hearing this, Lu Zixuan's veins bulged. The aura of mystery he had once projected vanished instantly. She had clearly overestimated him. She shot Li Yuza a disdainful glance, just as she was about to move closer for a better look. She suddenly spotted dozens of desiccated corpses hidden within the haystack behind him. Ha! Lu Zixuan sucked in a sharp breath, whirling around to stare at Li Yuza in utter shock. What the hell was going on? Ghosts too? But, looking at these withered corpses, Lu Zixuan felt a sense of familiarity. These seemed to be villagers from the fishing village. Behind her. Noticing Lu Zixuan's gaze, Li Yuza turned his head slightly. Pointing at the desiccated corpses, he recounted everything that had transpired that night to her. As time passed. Damn it! After Lu Zixuan cursed angrily, she dispatched the detectives following behind to verify the identities of these mummified corpses once more. Simultaneously, she learned from the former that these innocent villagers had all been drained of their vital essence by that wicked witch doctor. However, the immediate priority wasn't to pursue the witch doctor who had already fled far away, but rather to deal with the situation at hand. As for whether the witch would reappear later, she wasn't overly concerned. After all, Li Yuza had just made it clear to her that, having lost his only combatant, the witch doctor wouldn't be able to cause trouble in the area again anytime soon. They simply needed to bolster their defenses. Thinking of this, Lu Zixuan sighed again. Even if he wouldn't return soon, that ox-horse sorcerer had already claimed many lives. Gazing at the row of desiccated corpses strewn across the ground, she fulfilled her promise to Li Yuza. Take care of the funerals for these people. As the words fell, Li Yuza merely nodded, saying nothing more. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't react this way to helping with funeral arrangements. But these people before him. Sigh. At this moment, Li Yuza couldn't quite pinpoint whether his inner emotions leaned toward joy or sorrow. Though undertaking all these funerals meant his tasks were suddenly completed, these innocent villagers had still perished. He shook his head once more, burying the matter deep within his heart. He would wait for another chance to capture that fleeing witch doctor, avenging the deaths of these villagers. Now. Li Yuza thought of Chen Xiao. Should he kill him first to avenge the villagers? Chapter 170, or did you expect me to erect a monument? Night. Outside Stone Village. After briefly explaining the situation to Lu Zixuan, she fulfilled the promise she'd made to Li Yuza when she lost their bet. Take care of disposing of these. The funeral expenses will be covered by the North City authorities. Without waiting for Li Yuza's reaction, she retrieved tools from the police car behind her, preparing to conduct an on-site investigation and gather evidence. Behind her, upon hearing Lu Zixuan fulfill her promise, Li Yuza's expression remained largely unchanged. Gazing at the field littered with corpses, his emotions were tangled, partly joy at completing the mission and receiving the reward, partly sorrow for the innocent villagers' deaths. He shook his head once more, resolving that capturing the witch would be his way of avenging them. But As this thought crossed his mind, Li Yu's eyes shifted slightly. After a brief frown, a bold idea emerged in his mind. Should he kill Chen Xiu to avenge the villagers? Yet moments later, he shook his head again, dismissing these absurd notions from his mind. These matters were best left to the North City authorities to handle. All he could do was arrange a funeral for the villagers who had already perished. All right. Lu Zixuan gathered her tools and stood up from the ground. They had completed all necessary investigations and evidence collection at the scene. Once they returned to North City and reported the findings, this matter would be temporarily concluded. But just as she spoke, the corner of her eye caught sight of the dozens of corpses scattered nearby, including those of the ghosts, both large and small. Lu Zixuan's brow furrowed slightly. These bodies before her couldn't be ignored. What about these two ghosts? How should we handle them? She turned to look at the dragon and phoenix duo, seeking their advice. Earlier, while still in the deep forest behind the small fishing village, she had overheard their conversation with Li Yuza. Though she hadn't fully grasped their talk about numbers at the time, she'd sat nearby listening for quite a while and had picked up the gist. She now understood that the figures before her, the dragon and phoenix, appeared to be practitioners of folk Taoism. Therefore, when faced with how to deal with these ghostly creatures, she bypassed Li Yuza and addressed the two directly. Across from her, the dragon and phoenix, who had assumed they were no longer needed, were about to inform Lu Zixuan when they heard her question. Ahem! A sudden cough echoed through the air. The corners of their eyes twitched upward as they recognized the sound coming from Li Yuza. They also recalled the task he had previously assigned them. Thus, the words they were about to speak changed accordingly. As far as we know, corpses transformed into ghosts like this need to be burned and disposed of promptly. Otherwise, it might cause the corpse to mutate. Who knows, it might even develop self-awareness. The two began their performance. Standing nearby, Li Yuza breathed a sigh of relief, seeing his prize saved. After all, the system's tasks weren't just about resolving the village's troubles, one also required burying these two corpses. If Lu Zixuan had taken them away, who knows what kind of experts would dissect and study these things? How would he ever get his reward then? He couldn't possibly work himself to death only to end up with nothing but a feather from the mission reward. These two corpses were crucial to whether he could complete his mission. Lu Zixuan eyed Li Yuza, who seemed to be having a nervous breakdown, with suspicion, her brow slightly furrowed. But remembering the secrets these three held, she hesitated only briefly before nodding. She abandoned her original plan to let the Han people take the bodies away. Then what will you do with them? She asked, looking at the trio. What else can we do? Burn them and bury them right here? You seriously expect me to put up a monument for these two pieces of trash? Seeing Lu Zixuan abandon her impractical notion, Li Yuza grew bolder, casually venting his frustration. Damn it, of course I know we have to bury them. Lu Zixuan glared at Li Yuza, her anger boiling over. Hearing this, Li Yuza merely shrugged, ignoring Lu Zixuan as he turned back to the dragon and phoenix and continued. Burn them. Just bury them. With that, he rose alongside the two others. After a quick sweep of the area, they set the bodies of the large and small ghosts ablaze. As a thick plume of smoke rose, the raging flames soon consumed the entire area and the lingering corpse chi. Night. On a clearing not far from Stone Village. Gazing at the flames rising before them, the group stood in silent contemplation. After witnessing the complete incineration of the two ghosts within the flames, Li Yuza felt a pang of emotion. Who would have thought this turned out to be a major soap opera? From the moment he first stumbled upon that pitiful family, he never imagined it would lead to such complexities. Damn, Li Yuza sighed. Still, this incident could be considered the first genuinely supernatural event he'd encountered since arriving in this world. What about the villagers? Lu Zixuan stood to the side, watching Li Yuza lost in thought, and suddenly spoke up. Burn them all together. Document everything properly. Let these victims rest in peace. Li Yuza murmured softly, hands clasped behind his back. As time passed. Soon, with the assistance of several detectives, Li Yuza and his team managed to neutralize the ghosts of all sizes. They also gathered the villagers' ashes, preparing to bring them back to the village for proper burial. Ding! Mission complete. Dispensing mission rewards. Just as everyone finished cleaning up the scene, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Li Yuza's mind. Whoa! Li Yuza exclaimed softly, a hint of excitement in his voice. Although the appearance of the witch had caused a series of disasters during this period. But now, with the immediate problem resolved and hearing the system prompt which sounded like heavenly music to his ears, Li Yuza momentarily forgot the ordeal he'd endured. Rubbing his hands together excitedly, he waited for the system to distribute his rewards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Cheetah Speed Permanent and Enhanced Electric Ray Shock Ability Upgradable. Congratulations, host, on completing the burial mission. Points earned, 20,000. Remaining points, 33,000. Awesome. Even with countless people standing before him, Li Yuza couldn't help but shout out loud. After all, this was the first time the system had been so generous, granting 2 skill rewards at once. But his eyes twitched slightly as he stared at the deliberately highlighted prompt on the system interface. Damn it, he knew full well they were permanent versions. Did the system really think he was an idiot? But there was one thing he hadn't anticipated. He hadn't expected the system to automatically mark this task as completed. He hadn't even finished handling the villagers' funerals yet. But, well, this was probably for the best. Lee Yuza gently rubbed his chin. Chapter 171, Mission accomplished, rewards distributed. Night. As the flames gradually faded after burying the corpses of the big and small ghosts, the system's voice echoed in Lee Yuza's mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Rewards being distributed. Cheetah speed significantly enhanced, stamina increases exponentially. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the enhanced electric stingray's electrocution ability upgradable. Awesome. Savoring this fleeting moment of tranquility, Lee Yuza had never felt such bliss. After days of relentless effort, the cases involving ghostly assaults could finally be declared resolved save for that fleeing sorcerer who had cast his ultimate spell and vanished. At this very moment, listening to that heavenly voice echoing in his ears and feeling the energy the system had bestowed upon him, Lee Yuza felt nothing but pure bliss wash over his entire body. It must be said, the cheetah speed skill was incredibly useful. Without this skill, the case would never have been resolved so easily. After all, while the ghosts and demons weren't particularly powerful, their speed was their greatest asset. When outmatched, they could simply turn and flee. Without this skill, they might have slipped away again tonight. But as this thought crossed his mind, Lee Yuza noticed the system's second skill reward. Enhanced electrocution ability, upgradable? He muttered to himself in confusion, simultaneously opening the system interface visible only to him. Electric ray shock ability, host consumes significant stamina to unleash an electrified shockwave or envelop the body in current. Skill can be upgraded through 3 tiers. Host may advance via mission rewards or purchase upgrades from the system store. Basic, stuns the target, temporarily incapacitating them. Intermediate, stuns the target, rendering them unable to move. Advanced, electrocutes the target to death. Current level, basic. Whoosh. Reading the system's description of this skill, Lee Yuza sucked in a sharp breath. Damn it, this is practically a god tier skill. Shockwave? At the same time, Lee Yuza felt a surge of excitement. If no one else had been around, he would have been itching to try it out right then and there. But after all, he couldn't tell anyone about the system just yet. Still, recalling when he first accepted this quest, he'd been puzzled by the reward. Who would have thought the system would give him such a huge surprise now? Had the system finally heard his call? Come to think of it, who fights supernatural beings with bare fists? That's the crude approach of a barbarian warrior. The system must have heard his plea, which is why it granted him such a powerful skill. Though at this moment, the skill was still in its rudimentary stage, but the thought that this skill could evolve made Lee Yuza jump straight up from where he stood. Question mark. Are you out of your mind? Watching Lee Yuza suddenly bounce up in place beside her, Lu Zixuan frowned, looking at him with utter confusion. Was he possessed? Why else would he suddenly act so erratically? However, after her scolding echoed out, Lee Yuza acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. He turned his back to Lu Zixuan again, seemingly fiddling with something. Does he act like this often? Seeing that Lee Yuza ignored her, Lu Zixuan tilted her head toward Wulong and Feng Chu, seeking answers from them. But when she saw the two nodding at her in unison, she dismissed the thought. It seemed Lee Yuza frequently acted out of character. She sighed. Meanwhile, while Lu Zixuan was still puzzled by Lee Yuza's strange behavior, Lee Yuza, like a nouveau riche, began browsing the system store. Gazing at the dazzling array of skills so dazzling they nearly blinded his titanium alloy eyes and the utterly prohibitive prices, Lee Yuza muttered under his breath once more. Damn it, 100,000? Why don't you just rob people? His face darkened as he stared at the intermediate-level electric stingray shock ability priced at 100,000, instantly abandoning any thoughts of upgrading that skill. He had originally thought that now he possessed a new kind of power, one that transcended the crude, brute force capabilities of a martial artist. He'd planned to strengthen this power so that when he encountered the wizard again, he could transform into a Thunder King and electrocute the opponent into a muggle. While the basic electric shock ability was decent enough, he might eventually face that mysterious wizard. Who knew what secret gadgets the wizard might have to counter it? Thus, this rudimentary shock seemed inadequate. It definitely needed upgrading. But after another glance at the mid-level electric shock ability priced exorbitantly high and standing out starkly from the rest, Lee Yuza felt a wave of headache wash over him. Damn it, why is it so expensive? Couldn't they offer a discount? Even my funeral home offers discounts. What's wrong with you, you damn system, giving your host a discount? Besides, upgrading was for better mission completion later. Most importantly, once upgraded, he could electrocute that old witch, Biddon, in one shot. This system doesn't get it at all. Lee Yuza scratched his head, completely unaware that to others, he was once again performing strange gestures. Staring ahead, Lu Zixuan watched Lee Yuza, who seemed poised to return to normal but suddenly relapsed before her eyes and furrowed her brow in growing confusion. Why is he acting up again? He's acting all weird. Could he really be possessed by a ghost? At that moment, Lu Zixuan felt this was even more shocking than the countless secrets hidden within Li Yuza. After all, watching Li Yuza jump up and down in place, this episode was quite a rare sight. Thinking this, Lu Zixuan suddenly pulled out her phone, ready to record the scene. But the moment she opened the camera app, Li Yuza blocked the lens with his hand, saying, "Captain Lu, if you've got a crush on me, just say so. Don't sneak videos of me. Get lost. Whoa, calm down. Don't hit me." Seeing Lu Zixuan resort to physical force when words failed, Li Yuza promptly dropped the subject. Noticing the other detectives behind him had begun processing the scene, he continued. "Alright, we're mostly done here. There are still patients in the village up ahead. Let's go check on them." Without waiting for Lu Zixuan's response, he led the two detectives back along the path. Behind them, Lu Zixuan watched Li Yuza stride along with his usual ox-like determination. She stomped her foot in frustration but eventually followed with several detectives as they entered OU village. Chapter 172, Everyone Go Home to Their Own Mothers. Under the moonlight. Inside Stone Village. "Teacher Piao, why hasn't Master Li returned yet?" A voice drifted slowly through the air. Ignoring Lu Peiqia, who was still moaning incessantly, Sister Zhou turned to PBB with a grave expression. After speaking, seeing PBB remain silent, Sister Zhou swallowed hard. Nervously scanning her surroundings, wary of any potential danger, she asked again. Could it be they've met with trouble? Impossible. As Sister Zhou finished speaking, PBB, who had been staring blankly outside the village, snapped back to reality. Looking at Sister Zhou's tense expression, he spoke with unwavering conviction. He didn't believe Li Yuza and the others would come to harm. Having witnessed their earlier exploits including their brutal beating of the big and little ghosts, PBB had already elevated Li Yuza to godlike status deep within his heart. As for Sister Zhou's warning that they might be in trouble, PBB dismissed it outright, even feeling a hint of disdain. Sure, those two little ghosts gave us a pretty embarrassing beating, but we're just ordinary people. If Master Li were to intervene, wouldn't these little ghosts be wiped out in minutes? Master Li and the others must have encountered some special circumstances that delayed them. Don't worry. Those little ghosts couldn't possibly threaten the Master. As he spoke, his gaze swept the surroundings, equally wary of any potential danger lurking nearby. After all, they had seen the video of Chen Xiu speaking in court. They understood there seemed to be a shaman behind it all. Their task now was to wait quietly here until Li Yuza dealt with the spirits. After all, there was still an injured person here. As time slowly passed, a faint, acrid smell seemed to waft through the air. Sister Zhou frowned, taking a faint sniff. Just as she hesitated to ask. Outside the village, a burst of light illuminated the entire entrance. Li Yuza led the pair of Wulong and Fengshuan from outside, just catching sight of Sister Zhou wrinkling her nose and sniffing the air. "Ha? Are you one of them?" Seeing Sister Zhou looking somewhat comical, Li Yuza couldn't help but tease her, pointing at the dragon and phoenix behind him. After all, during their time hunting ghosts, he had witnessed Wulong and Fengshu use their sense of smell to detect danger in the surroundings more than once. So when he saw Sister Zhou doing the same thing now, he couldn't help but say it. No. Seeing Master Li, who had somehow appeared before her, Sister Zhou felt a mix of awkwardness and relief. They were back. So, that meant the danger had passed, and they were safe? At that moment, not only did PBB and Sister Zhou breathe a long sigh of relief, but even Lu Peiqia, who had been sobbing on the spot while thinking about inheriting Shaoxi Manhwa, lifted her head to look at Li Yuza. It's taken care of. Everything's fine now. Everyone go home to your own families and mothers. Time to sleep. Seeing that no one had been harmed, Li Yuza relaxed and said casually. After all, this matter could be considered concluded for now. He still needed to go back and study these newly acquired rewards and see what these points could be exchanged for. He probably didn't have time to waste here. Better head back for some sleep first. Dead tired. After exchanging brief farewells with those around him, he turned to leave, intending to drive the van they'd arrived in back to North City with the two young talents. But just then, a hesitant voice rang out, halting Li Yuza in his tracks. Master. Hearing the voice, Li Yuza frowned slightly as he turned back to ask. What else is there? If it's about funeral arrangements, I might consider giving you a discount. If not, don't bother me, I'm going home to sleep. PBB felt awkward. After hearing Li Yuza's words, he hesitated even more before speaking. Alright, cut the crap and spit it out. I'm seriously tired. Seeing that PBB genuinely seemed to have something to say, Li Yuza waved his hand, urging him to get to the point. Master Li, we wish to apprentice under you and learn from you. Li Yuza, who had been yawning and half asleep moments ago, suddenly shot his eyes wide open at PBB's shocking declaration. Are you out of your mind? Others might not know his background, but he certainly did. Learn from him? What could they possibly learn? Learn how to bury people? If he really wanted to learn something, even the legendary strategists Zhuge Liang and Cao Cao knew more than he did. Li Yuza was at a loss for words. Just as he was about to refuse, Sister Zhou, standing nearby, suddenly interjected. Master Li, we won't be freeloading. We'll come work at your shop soon. Right, right. PBB clapped his hands in agreement, his face brimming with excitement as he looked at Lee Yuza and chimed in. Why hadn't he thought of that himself? He nearly missed out on a tremendous opportunity. Thank goodness, thank goodness. If they could just get close to Master Lee, they could at least become familiar faces. Then, when they asked him to teach them something, even if it was just to save face, he'd surely teach them a trick or two, right? PBB thought naively, staring longingly at Lee Yuza alongside Sister Zhou. However, before them, the very same mysterious Master Lee they spoke of was feeling a bit of a headache. As the saying goes, only when the tide recedes can you see who's been swimming naked. And barring any surprises, he was that person. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach them, but this damn system granted cheat code. How the hell was he supposed to teach this? Reaching this conclusion, he shook his head. Without another glance at PBB and the others, he turned and departed with the dragon and phoenix, leaving only Zhou Jia and PBB staring at each other in bewilderment. So Master Lee agreed? I think Master Lee agreed. The two murmured to themselves. In their eyes, it seemed that as long as the other party hadn't refused, it counted as consent. What's the situation over here? Lu Zixuan led her team to escort the injured Xiao Sima and the reluctant Lu Peijia away. After tidying up the surrounding area, which had been left in disarray, she approached PBB and the others to inquire about the specifics of the situation. Seeing the two of them looking somewhat stunned, Lu Zixuan frowned slightly. After all, for Lee Yuza, this matter might be temporarily concluded. But for them, the detectives, it had only just begun. A mountain of follow-up work awaited them, far more than just processing the crime scene, taking statements, and comforting victims. What troubled Lu Zixuan most was how to manage the public backlash this incident had sparked. But these were no longer matters for a mere squad leader like her to concern herself with. Chapter 173, like a heaven-sent demon-subduing lord, a human world god of the year. Inside Stone Village. After briefly tidying up the mess scattered everywhere, Lu Zixuan turned her attention back to PBB and the others. What's going on with you two? She looked at the two men before her, who seemed somewhat dazed, her brows slightly furrowed. After all, this matter was far from over for them as detectives. She still had to consider the repercussions it would bring. We ran into a ghost. What else could it be? PBB looked at Lu Zixuan with confusion. Wasn't that obvious? Lu Zixuan gaped at the pair before her, utterly speechless. Who the hell couldn't tell you encountered a ghost? Was that really what I asked you? Tell me everything, every detail of how you got here, everything you saw, heard, and felt along the way. Lu Zixuan stared at them sternly as she demanded. This paranormal incident had already drawn attention from all sides, and she needed to understand every detail of what had transpired. If any oversight were to cause the problem to resurface, the consequences would be too terrifying for them to even imagine. After all, this had already happened twice before. As time passed, outside the village, Lee Yuza and the others had long since departed in their van, heading toward North City. That's how it happened. Master Lee suddenly appeared when we were in danger. Like a demon-slaying master descending from the heavens, truly a divine protector of the mortal world, this Master Lee. Awesome. Yeah, that's pretty much it. PBB kept explaining to Lu Zixuan, and at the end of his sentence, Sister Zhou added a perfectly timed remark. Watching the two of them, after a round of questioning, Lu Zixuan had a pretty clear picture of everything that had happened tonight. She also learned that it was Lee Yuza who had stepped in to save them at the critical moment. However, what piqued her curiosity was why Lee Yuza had suddenly appeared here. Did he foresee it? Lu Zixuan furrowed her brow slightly, recalling the time early in their acquaintance when he mentioned earning her a third-class merit award. He had claimed then that he could foresee events in advance. So tonight. Had he guessed correctly again? Just how many secrets did he have? Lu Zixuan's expression grew complex. After sighing, she pushed the thought aside. She turned her attention back to the two men before her. Though she had asked nearly everything she needed to know, there was one matter she still needed to clarify with them. Everything that happened tonight must remain confidential until the police station verifies and issues an official statement. She said no more, confident that the two before her understood the stakes involved. Yes, sir. Across from her. After hearing Lu Zixuan's words, PBB exchanged a glance with Sister Zhou before both nodded in unison. After all, as top streamers on the Zhanyu platform, they possessed the necessary acumen. They understood perfectly well whether what happened here today could be disclosed, and what consequences such disclosure might trigger. Despite the swirling online speculation, as long as neither the platform nor any present personnel leaked details, the truth remained unverified and wouldn't cause panic. Conversely, if these rumors were confirmed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Alright, you understand the gravity of the situation. Hurry up and get yourselves together. You'll just need to make a statement at the Yangcheng police station, then you're free to go. Watching the two comply without protest, she uttered her final words before turning and climbing into the police car. As for Lee Yuza, his words, well, never mind. And as for the villagers? Lu Zixuan sighed with mixed feelings before leading the group who had finished cleaning up the scene back to the police car. They set off toward Yangcheng police station. There, they would conduct a detailed deployment for this incident and make a reasonable disposition of the supernatural entities that had appeared. Time passed quickly. The supernatural crisis had been temporarily resolved. But online, after prolonged fermentation, the topic of ghostly apparitions had only deepened. Even now, the authorities have yet to step forward with a concrete explanation. This left netizens from all corners demanding answers while simultaneously questioning the validity of the entire affair. After all, most netizens haven't actually seen ghosts themselves, they're mostly repeating hearsay or just jumping on the bandwagon. Is this real or fake? The authorities haven't even come out to debunk it. Feels like a publicity stunt. That fishing village incident is probably tied to a murder case. The authorities not denying it might not be because of ghosts, but because it's related to the investigation and they can't disclose details. True. That online video came from Dai Xiaomei too. Maybe it's their publicity stunt. After all, for streamers, views equal money. As for the authorities, maybe they've already dealt with these people privately. But I feel that ghost might be real. You could clearly see the rotting flesh on its face. Truth or fiction? Who knows? The ghost sighting incident once again surged to the top of the trending topics. Yet as the central figure in this discussion, the Beijing authorities seem to have vanished from the face of the earth. Even by the next day, they still hadn't made any public statement about the incident. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the funeral home, as the morning sun swept away the darkness, Li Yuza climbed out of bed. Unlike his usual sleepy state, he felt remarkably alert and energetic. Boom! A thunderous crack echoed through the funeral home. Li Yuza stared at the charred wall before him, still billowing thick smoke from the lightning strike, and an uncontrollable surge of excitement welled up inside him. Awesome! Shockwave! Boom! Feeling the power surging through his hands, Li Yuza was utterly stunned. The electric stingray shockwave was far more powerful than he'd imagined. But, after wiping the sweat from his forehead, Li Yuza raised his hands. He felt his stamina, already depleted to the point of near exhaustion after just 2 uses of the electric shock ability. Damn, this is way too energy intensive. He had assumed that even if this skill consumed significant energy, it wouldn't exceed his expectations. But now, sensing the meager energy reserves left within him, he could only sigh. The skill was useful, but its energy cost was a major drawback. Nothing in this world is perfect after all. Li Yuza didn't suspect his own weakness might be the cause, he simply acknowledged the skill's immense drain. Still, it was tolerable. After all, it was a spell attack. If it consumed points, so be it. At worst, he'd carry some snacks with him from now on. Fire a shot, take a bite. Li Yuza was testing his new skill. Since his shop was located in the suburbs, where few people ventured anyway, today he had dispatched both Wulong and Fengshu to handle the burial arrangements for the villagers of Xiaoyu village. That's why he felt so unrestrained in unleashing this new ability right now. However, just as he was contemplating experiencing the skill once more, the shop door was knocked upon. Bang bang bang. Chapter 174, Watch my shop and do some advertising while you're at it. North City. Yilotong Funeral Services. While he sent the dragon and phoenix to prepare for the funeral of the small fishing village villagers, he was practicing his new skill in his room. However, just as he was about to feel the power in his palm again, the shop door rattled with a knock. Bang bang bang. Li Yuza furrowed his brow slightly. After extinguishing the white glowing electric arc in his hand, he turned his head toward the window with a puzzled look. This doesn't make sense. Who the hell would come to a funeral home this early in the morning? Seeing the sky just beginning to lighten only deepened his confusion. Could someone really be coming to buy a coffin this early? Li Yuza scratched his head, preparing to step out of the room and open the door. And it wasn't his fault he had such thoughts. After all, in the past, he wouldn't have felt this way. But now, times have changed. After all the buzz generated by recent events, Li Yuza's fan count had skyrocketed to a staggering 3 million. So when he heard the knock on the door now, after ruling out other possibilities, he naturally assumed it must be a fan coming to buy something from him. Do you even understand the value of 3 million fans? With a touch of self-admiration, Li Yuza cheerfully opened the shop door. Buzz. With a hum, the heavy wooden door swung open under his push. However, as the door swung open, Li Yuza, who had been grinning at the thought of fans showing up to hand over cash and perhaps even extorting a little more, saw the person standing outside and his expression instantly fell. Bam! Li Yuza rolled his eyes and slammed the door shut. But a hand reaching in from outside halted his attempt to close it further. Master Li, we're here. PBB rubbed his hands together, looking somewhat awkward as he faced the other man. He wasn't alone. Behind him stood Sister Zhou and Lu Peijia. As for Xiao Sima? Perhaps he could be found at the hospital. Across from the trio, Li Yuza frowned slightly at the 3 uninvited guests. Wait, what are you doing here? Buying a coffin? He looked at the 3 of them with utter bewilderment. As for the last remark, it was purely something he'd blurted out. These people before him, barring any surprises, were definitely not here to buy a coffin. As for why they were here, he didn't even need to think to guess. They were undoubtedly here to have him teach them some nonsense. After all, that night, they'd clung to his legs begging him to teach them those so-called Taoist arts. But damn it wasn't that he didn't want to teach them, it was that he genuinely didn't know how. Master Li, we're just here out of admiration to lend a hand. It's our way of repaying you for saving our lives. Just as Li Yuza was growing irritated by this, PBB's voice sounded again. This caught him completely off guard. You're not here to learn from me? Li Yuza raised an eyebrow, effortlessly ignoring the latter part of their statement. Well, that's great. Come work for me? He was in desperate need of manpower. Earlier, he could only afford to hire a handful of top-tier talent. Now, 3 more workers were practically walking in the door for free. That's fantastic. Come on in. Seeing they weren't here to discuss any nonsense, Li Yuza immediately changed his attitude, becoming quite warm and welcoming as he ushered them into the shop. Master Li, we'll be staying in North City for the time being, helping you out with your work every day. It's our way of repaying you for saving our lives that night. Upon hearing PBB's words, Li Yuza, who had just sat back down, raised his eyebrows again. Right, and while we're at it. Just as Lu Peijia, standing nearby, was about to interject, Sister Zhou cut him off. While they did come here with intentions of repaying a debt, their primary motivation stemmed from admiration for Li Yuza. They hoped to draw closer to him and learn something from his expertise. Much like the netizens who had publicly condemned Li Yuza online, PBB and the others initially harbored unfavorable impressions of him. After all, his attention toward Dai Xiaomei had nearly cost her life. However, this situation soon took a turn. Not only did they learn that Li Yuza had single-handedly averted disaster during the previous incident, but they also discovered his involvement in resolving all the bizarre occurrences that had unfolded recently. In fact, it could be said that every single one of these incidents had been handled and resolved by him and the Dragon and Phoenix duo. After personally encountering the ghosts last night and witnessing Li Yuza's abilities firsthand, PBB and the others felt an overwhelming admiration for him. In their eyes, someone possessing such abilities could never be ordinary. Naturally, they became intensely curious, even yearning to connect with these unknown forces. Across from them, observing the 3 individuals with their varied expressions, Li Yuza understood. Though these individuals claimed to be assisting him, their ultimate goal was to learn something from him. After all, they had been right behind him during that ghost hunting incident that night, witnessing everything, both what they should and shouldn't have seen. But, well, as it happens, I have a task that requires your assistance. He casually remarked. Since they weren't willing to be upfront, he was happy to keep things light. After all, he knew full well that he was the one swimming naked. You're all big streamers, but you're not exactly familiar with this kind of thing. Just keep an eye on the shop for me and do some advertising on the side. That's about it. Li Yuza looked up at Sister Zhou and the others, offering a slight smile. Sure thing, Master Li. Sister Zhou and the others agreed readily. Though they did come here prepared for the worst, they knew they weren't cut out for this line of work. Hearing Li Yuza say they only needed to watch the shop and spread the word, a wave of relief washed over them. Alright then, I'm heading back to my room. You lot handle things here. With that, Li Yuza turned away from these uninvited guests and headed back to his room. If they do well, I'll take a look at them all. Seems like there might be some things I can teach them? He muttered to himself as he walked. Thud. As the door slammed shut, the 3 still sitting in the living room finally let out a long sigh of relief. Perhaps they had put pressure on themselves, feeling as though Li Yuza could see right through them. Shiezi, what the hell are you doing? Snapping back to reality, Sister Zhou shot Lu Peijia a sharp look. After all, it was he who had nearly let slip the purpose of their visit. They were all aware that Li Yuza had likely figured out their main purpose for being here. But ultimately, there was a difference between something going unsaid and being stated outright. I forgot? Lu Peijia scratched his head awkwardly. Chapter 175, Do We Look Like Idiots? North City. Inside the funeral home. After watching Li Yuza return to his room, the group collectively exhaled, their hearts finally settling. Flashback to last night, after resolving the trouble, they had attempted to ask Li Yuza to take them as disciples, earnestly pleading for him to teach them some skills. Partly because the moves looked incredibly cool, partly for their own safety. After all, if ghosts could appear and they had actually encountered one, what else might this world throw at them? Who knew if ghosts would continue to haunt them next time? That was why they sought to become Li Yuza's disciples. However, after voicing this request, the response they received was ambiguous. Returning to the present day, they arrived at North City with uneasy hearts. Though they came with thick-skinned audacity, they were genuinely afraid Li Yuza might refuse to accept them and simply kick them out. Fortunately, things hadn't escalated to the worst possible outcome. PBB exhaled deeply, then turned to look at Sister Zhou and Lu Peijia. Since we're already here, let's find something to do. As he spoke, he found a corner spot to sit down, preparing to promote the funeral home in his livestream. His livestream had been reinstated long after last night's incident concluded. Hey everyone, we're live. After waiting a while until tens of thousands of viewers had joined the stream, PBB finally greeted the audience in his livestream. Teacher Piao's account is back up. When did that happen? What happened last night? Anyone know what went down? Heard it had something to do with paranormal stuff, but not sure. Seems to be connected to that village in Beicheng. The livestream was discussing these things when it got banned, couldn't even type anymore. Could it be? Teacher Piao encountered a ghost too, and got banned by the authorities outright? Otherwise, why wouldn't they even let us type? Damn it, you know it got shut down because they were talking about this stuff. Gazing at the drifting bullet comments on the screen, PBB inwardly rolled his eyes. At the same time, he noticed the bullet comments asking what happened last night. Well, noticed might be an overstatement. The screen was flooded with such comments, making it impossible to ignore. But, staring at these comments, PBB found himself at a loss for words. After all, whether it was sheer luck or not, a few sharp-eyed netizens had actually guessed correctly about this incident. After last night's interrogation, he'd learned from Lu Zixuan that his livestream had been banned by the platform. As for why, well, that was obvious enough. But he certainly couldn't just blurt it out. The police had already warned him not to disclose any information about this matter, or else he'd face the consequences. He was acutely aware of how severe the repercussions could be, making it even more imperative to keep quiet. So for now, he could only yawn and try to muddle through. Last night, the signal was bad in that village, so the livestream cut out. As for why the livestream got shut down, I asked the staff at Zhenyu. They said there was a bug in the back-end system. Teacher Piao, but we look a lot like Shark Dagger, right? A comment flashed across his phone screen. That excuse is a bit far-fetched. The league prohibits pro players from acting clowning around, so maybe old Piao's claim is actually true? Ugh. Am I actually trying to get answers from the comments? Seeing his attempt to gloss over the issue fail, the screen began filling with bullet comments questioning him. PBB quickly changed the subject. Oh right. There's one more thing I need to tell you all. Seeing the conversation escalate further, PBB quickly interrupted, simultaneously pointing his phone at the location before him and speaking again. Guys, see where I am? That's right, Master Li's one-stop funeral services. North City One-Way Funeral Services is kicking off its anniversary celebration. Everyone who books with me gets 12% off. Death isn't the end. Life's too short, don't make the crematorium wait for you. PBB held his phone up to the shop interior while frantically waving at the live stream audience. He diligently followed Li Yuza's instructions, promoting the funeral home with unwavering dedication. But unlike his energetic promotion, the viewers still in the livestream were boiling over. That's a pretty forced topic shift. Did I see that right? Teacher Piao promoting someone else's business, a funeral home, no less Li Yuza's funeral home? Did I end up in the wrong livestream? I distinctly recall Li Yuza mentioning an anniversary event during his stream a while back. I've got my pants down, and this is what you show me? Nonsense. He's lost his mind. I don't believe it. Sure enough, the moment that household name rolled off his tongue, the netizens' attention was instantly drawn to Li Yuza. Even the few viewers still fixated on last night's events could no longer stir up any waves at this moment. Their comments vanished like fish into the ocean, leaving no trace. What's going on here? When did Li Yuza get so rich he can afford to hire big streamers for ads? Could someone actually be hiring Li Yuza for favors? We've all been just talking support, but someone actually shelled out cash? We've been had, guys. Li Yuza is pure bull. Have you all forgotten that whoever he follows ends up dead? Yeah, seriously? It's only been a few days and you've already forgotten? Those people, weren't they forced to hire him for their funerals after he followed them? Li Yuza is pure bull. Master Li, this. Netizens seem to have a pretty negative impression of him. PBB watched the livestream drifting toward cursing Li Yuza, feeling awkward. After all, before this, he himself had been pretty much the same. He shook his head and pushed the thought aside. Times had changed, and he was counting on learning something from Master Li. It wouldn't be polite to keep ranting. Anyway, if you guys need to buy funeral flowers, wreaths, joss paper, or anything like that, you can come here. I guarantee you at least 12% off. If not, I'll cover the difference myself. You won't lose out, you won't get ripped off. Great prices. Anyway, you're gonna die sooner or later, might as well buy early and enjoy it. As more and more viewers flooded into the livestream, PBB delivered a few final remarks before abruptly shutting it down without a second glance. Chapter 176, Nice Guy, Just Bad Taste. Inside the funeral home. PBB was helping Li Yuza promote his business. You won't regret it, no risk, no loss. Large floral wreaths, not 998, not even 888. Today, everyone in my livestream is family. Just 88. He naturally steered the conversation back to the funeral home itself. But as time passed and the livestream audience grew larger, he knew it was time to wrap things up. Pushing further would be impolite. Running a business is all about sustainability. If he repeated this offer daily, eventually someone would come knocking, whether out of curiosity or genuine need. With that thought, he briefly addressed the chat before hastily ending the stream. Not only that, but the same thing happened in Sister Zoe's and Lu Peijia's livestreams. Even Xiao Sema, who was still lying in the hospital at that moment, stepped in to help promote Beichun Yilotong funeral services. They were all promoting Li Yu's funeral home, which only heightened netizens' curiosity. If it were just PBB, fine, you could chalk it up to Li Yuza making money and hiring a big streamer for promotion. But damn it, you got 4 top-tier streamers all promoting your business at once? Is selling coffins that profitable? Advertising is one thing, but these streamers have even abandoned their main content lately. Every day they go live just to promote the funeral home, and when the audience speaks, they barely say a few words before going offline. What the hell is this? What the hell is the point? For a moment, the news about several top-tier streamers promoting Li Yu's business briefly trended on the hot search list. What's going on? Since last night, everything's changed? If you're being threatened, blink your eyes. So all these big streamers are buying coffins in their live streams every day, huh? Just promoting Li Yuza, right? Did Li Yuza get something on you guys? Why are you suddenly shilling for him so hard? Need help calling the cops? At North City Police Station. Damn it, just wanted to watch a stream, and who knew the top banner would be all you coffin salesmen? Damn it, +1. Hey, I came all the way to North City for one reason, to have fun and help that jerk Li Yuza sell coffins. Does anyone actually buy them? I've seen them promoting for days, but haven't heard anyone mention buying one. Netizens who originally came to watch major streamers livestream have recently discovered that these big names have suddenly gone off the rails. Meanwhile, the quartet's antics had cast a wave of bad luck across the internet. Netizens were buzzing with speculation. Had Li Yuza drugged them to control their actions? In an instant, Li Yuza's reputation took another devastating blow. Nighttime in North City. Inside the funeral home. PBB took Sister Joe and the others to nearby hotels for lodging. During this period, they were all helping promote the funeral home. This effort had also sparked a minor trending topic. Inside the room. Li Yuza leaned back in his chair, eyebrows raised, watching the trending video on his phone. He casually selected a few lucky viewers from the comments to follow, murmuring under his breath. They're working hard, aren't they? More useful than the Dragon and Phoenix strategists. My villa and luxury cars all depend on you guys. Watching the video of several people enthusiastically promoting his shop, he was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected them to be so earnest. And they weren't even charging a dime. Do employees like this really exist? If so, give me a dozen more, I'd hire them all in a heartbeat. Li Yuza raised an eyebrow slightly. He recalled when they first arrived. Although he had agreed to let them assist him, they were ultimately amateurs and couldn't offer much substantial help. His only request was that they not cause any trouble during their time here. The reality turned out exactly as he hoped and then some. Not only did they avoid trouble, but their enthusiastic promotion of his business had actually drawn more attention to the funeral home in North City. Not bad. Li Yuza scrolled through the comments beneath the video. Though the vast majority were cursing him. But he didn't care. He was used to the abuse anyway. Netizens were just netizens. As long as his shop's visibility went up, that was all that mattered. Who says negative publicity isn't publicity? Maybe. I should teach them something. But what exactly? Watching these people work so hard to promote him, Li Yuza rubbed his chin, hesitating whether to teach them some techniques. Sure, they weren't asking for pay, but wasn't this freeloading a bit much? But he didn't know any techniques himself. Maybe he should check the system. After all, he still had 33,000 points. Perhaps he could exchange them for some straightforward, teachable moves? With that thought, Li Yuza stopped agonizing over it. He rose from his chair and reclined back onto the bed, flipping through the system store interface to select suitable skills. Time passed quickly. It was already the 5th day since PBB and the others had arrived at the funeral home. Today was also the day the Dragon and Phoenix returned from the small fishing village. During this period, following Li Yuza's instructions, the two had swiftly arranged the funerals for the over 20 deceased villagers. Inside the funeral home. It's already the 5th ING day. PBB and Sister Joe sat together on the sofa, their once energetic faces now showing signs of exhaustion. Gazing at the live stream room already flooded with thousands of viewers before it even went live, PBB sighed again. As for why they were in such a state right now, the reason was simple. After 5 days of relentless promotion by the group, the funeral home had become a household name. But this was the most infuriating part. Even though countless netizens clearly understood what the shop did, and PBB even offered a 50% discount for inquiries, not a single person had come in for a consultation. Everyone just came to mock them, which left the team feeling utterly discouraged. Master Li is indeed skilled, but his taste is frankly pretty awful. Sure, you run a funeral parlor, so staying away from crowds makes sense. But putting this damn shop out in the suburbs? That's beyond me. Are you trying to cater to wandering spirits passing by? Tossing his phone aside, PBB sighed wearily. They admired Li Yuza immensely and were willing to help promote his business to attract customers. But the location of this shop, it's honestly pretty trash. He slumped back in his chair and sighed. Complaints aside, the livestream had to go on. With that thought, he climbed off the sofa, ready to start today's broadcast. But the moment he picked up his phone, a notification sound rang out. A message had just popped up on PBB's WeChat. And the sender was Dilly Reba. PBB's expression changed, staring at the message on the screen with a look of shock. Chapter 177, Money's no object, just bring the person. North City. Inside the funeral home. On an ordinary day, PBB went through the motions of his repetitive daily tasks. He sighed, feeling a bit discouraged that despite his recent efforts and promotion, he still hadn't secured any orders. His phone suddenly buzzed with a WeChat notification. PBB frowned in confusion. Could it be another well-meaning friend urging him to return to his regular live streaming instead of promoting the funeral home? After all, they had been promoting Lee Yuza's funeral home non-stop lately and received plenty of advice from friends. Assuming it was yet another such message, PBB had no desire to check it. But when he heard another notification sound pop up on his phone, he hesitated. Could it be a customer had reached out? With a flutter of excitement, he opened the message only to see his expression darken instantly. The sender of these messages was none other than Dylan Engba. Teacher Piao, my place is haunted. Help me. I'm too scared to go home. Can you call Master Lee to help me? I saw your ad. Money's no object, can you handle this for me? Paranormal activity. Another paranormal incident. Staring at the sudden messages, PBB's expression changed again and he felt a chill run down his spine. But he didn't doubt the authenticity of this matter for a second. As a top streamer on the Zhanyu platform, he also held significant capital. He even held shares in several major entertainment companies, so naturally, he was acquainted with some celebrities. Dilariba's WeChat contact was added during an event he attended. Staring at the message on his screen, PBB understood clearly that she had no reason or motive to deceive him. So, she really encountered ghosts? A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The appearance of those two fierce ghosts from last time was still vivid in his mind. This was far beyond what ordinary people could handle or resolve. But, even in this situation, PBB still felt compelled to vent his frustration. I came here to advertise for the funeral home, but how did my very first job end up being this? And do you even know what a funeral home is? The funeral home. The one that buries people. How did things just go off the rails like this? Also, who the heck leaked that Master Lee can catch ghosts? PBB didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Laughing because he got a job order, crying because he'd run into a ghost again. The very thing he dreaded most. Couldn't you at least wait until I finished learning the ropes from Master Lee before showing up? But what he didn't know was that, though no one said it outright, everyone had already tacitly accepted that this funeral parlor owner could indeed catch ghosts. After all, his very name was synonymous with supernatural phenomena. Caught between shock and suspicion, PBB knew full well this was no trivial matter. If a ghost truly appeared, the consequences would be unimaginable. I must inform Master Lee immediately. After muttering to himself, he abandoned the live stream. Tucking his phone into his pocket, he dashed straight toward Lee Yuza's room. Perhaps this incident could be an opportunity for him. By leveraging this haunting, perhaps he could learn something more from Master Lee. After all, last time he hadn't even gotten a clear look at how Master Lee fought ghosts. In the blink of an eye, those two ghosts, the big one and the little one that had cornered him and his friends, had been sent flying by Master Lee. With that thought, he left without looking back. Ha! Behind PBB, Sister Joe had witnessed the series of unusual events unfolding around him. After letting out a soft gasp, she saw the look of terror spread across PBB's face. Just as Sister Joe was about to ask what had happened to make him so panicked. But before she could utter a word, PBB, who had been sitting beside her moments ago, had vanished without a trace. When she looked again, he had already entered Lee Yuza's room. What the hell? Sister Joe instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be something's wrong? With that thought, Sister Joe glanced at the phone in her hand and then at the newly opened door. After a moment's hesitation, she followed PBB into the room. Inside the room, Lee Yuza was scrolling through Douyin's comments section, using system prompts to find the lucky viewer. Bang bang bang. The sound of someone knocking on the door echoed, accompanied by an anxious voice from outside. Master Lee. This is bad. There's a ghost. Ha! Before Lee Yuza could react, Sister Joe, who had been following PBB, nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Ghost? Sister Joe felt a surge of terror. The shock from the two ghosts she'd encountered last time hadn't even faded yet. A shrill scream echoed through the room, causing Lee Yuza, who had been searching for business opportunities, to look up and notice the commotion. What's going on? Ghosts? Lee Yuza frowned slightly, his gaze shifting toward PBB and the others standing outside the door. Upon hearing PBB's report, his instinctive thought was that the witch doctor from before had returned. If the witch doctor had only been fulfilling orders against Qin Xiu last time, then now after Lee Yuza had destroyed his last two combatants, a blood feud had been forged. But something didn't feel right. Lee Yuza rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation. If PBB was telling the truth, No, it couldn't be the wizard returning. That seemed unlikely. He'd only been driven back by me. He shouldn't have the energy to deal with me now. What's going on? Give me the details. Seeing that he couldn't figure it out, he waited for PBB to catch his breath before asking again. Master Li, Delinba's house is haunted. Ha? Delinba? Upon hearing PBB's words, Li Yuza froze for a moment before looking at him with confusion. He didn't know anyone named Dilanengba. But as PBB continued to explain, Li Yuza gradually understood who this Delinba was. Master Li, can you handle this? PBB asked cautiously. No way. Absolutely not. Upon learning this person was a celebrity, Li Yuza decided he wouldn't get involved. The reason was simple. Dilraba Dilmurat was a huge star with countless fans. If he failed to resolve the situation for her, he might just get cyberbullied by her army of fanatics. No way. I'm scared of getting cyberbullied. Besides, celebrity affairs are always complicated. It's just trouble. Tell her to find a private investigator. I'm not going. Let whoever wants to go handle it. I'm just a coffin seller. It's not that I don't want to help, I'm just powerless to do anything about it. Chapter 178. Our shop's motto: everything for the customer. Inside the funeral home. Shortly after someone knocked on his door, PBB burst into Li Yuza's room alongside Sister Zhou. Startled by their sudden intrusion, Li Yuza, who had been scrolling through Douyin searching for his next client, was about to speak when PBB launched into a flurry of explanations. Master Li, there's a ghost. Dilariba's house is haunted. Hearing their words, Li Yuza's first thought was whether which was behind this again. But that thought vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared. First off, that witch doctor had just been defeated. How could he possibly make a comeback so quickly? Moreover, hadn't he already dealt with both of his minions? Where would he find additional forces? If he did, why hadn't he used them last time? Besides, who exactly was this Delinba? He didn't recognize the name. If the wizard was behind this, wouldn't he target someone familiar to him? As PBB continued explaining, Li Yuza finally grasped who this Delinba truly was. Master Li. Can you handle this? PBB asked cautiously. No way. Absolutely not. Upon learning this person was a major celebrity, Li Yuza flatly refused. The reason was simple. It was precisely because Dilraba was a major celebrity with countless fans behind her. If he failed to resolve this matter for her, he might just get cyberbullied by her army of fanatics. So he wasn't about to take on such a thankless task. No way. Celebrities have too many issues. If I mess this up, I could get exposed online by her fanatical followers. Tell her to get a detective to handle it. Besides, it's not that I don't want to help, it's that I can't. I'm just a lowly coffin seller. What can I do? My heart is willing, but my strength is lacking. After saying this, Li Yuza was about to sigh to cover up that he truly wasn't unwilling to go, but simply powerless. PBB couldn't hide the disappointment in her final words. Fine. But Diliriba said money isn't an issue as long as it can be handled, she'll pay whatever it takes. I'll go refuse. What no one could have anticipated was what happened after PBB uttered those words about money being no issue. Li Yuza, who had been sitting upright in his chair scrolling through videos, suddenly whipped his head around. His eyes glowed with a greenish light. Without a moment's hesitation, he cut off PBB's impending words. Go! Who said we weren't going? Let's go. Right now. I'm taking this job. As the words fell, the two PBB members, who had been stunned by Li Yuza's apparent refusal, froze in place. Before they could react, Li Yuza continued. You should know, I absolutely detest this kind of supernatural nonsense. It's not just about her money, I'm mainly worried she might get into trouble. After all, our shop's motto is everything for the customer's money, for the customer's every penny. Wait, I misspoke. Despite this, not a trace of awkwardness flashed across his face. Time to check. Wulong and Fengshu should be back soon. We'll go take a look together when they return. See what kind of ghostly creature dares to disturb my customers. Li Yuza glanced at his phone. It was still early, a beautiful day had only just begun. But, after he uttered those words, the already bewildered PBB duo became even more dumbfounded. This is beyond the pale. This is clearly all about the client's money. And claiming it's for the client's safety? No one would buy that. But you said you were afraid of being exposed by fans online, that celebrities have too much drama, and you were frustrated but powerless, refusing to take this job under any circumstances. Well, even so, masters are masters after all. They couldn't really say much more, just lifting their heads to look at the person sitting across from them and weakly muttering a couple of complaints. Huh? Did I ever say that? I didn't say that, did I? When did I ever say that? You know our shop's motto, everything for the customer. ? Listening to Li Yuza spouting nonsense from the moment he opened his mouth, the two PBB members standing outside the door were left with nothing but question marks floating above their heads. Is this for real? How utterly shameless. It was now noon. After 5 long days apart, the Dragon and Phoenix duo finally completed their mission and returned to the funeral home. However, the moment they stepped inside, Lee Yuza rushed out and immediately ushered them into the van parked outside, which had been prepared for them. The group headed toward Delinba's home. During the drive, Lee Yuza briefly recounted the events of the disappearance to the two. Soon, the van's engine faded into silence. The group of 5 arrived at the entrance of an upscale villa. Is this the place? Lee Yuza pulled the van over to the curb and asked PBB, who was seated in the back, as he gazed at the villa through the window. Yep, this is the location she gave me. She should be home now. Saying this, PBB opened WeChat, preparing to message Diliriba to come out. Before long, the sound of the gate opening echoed and a stylish, stunning figure emerged from the villa. It was none other than Diliriba. She wore a pink coat that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her dark hair fell messily over her shoulders. Her bright eyes, arched willow leaf brows, and long lashes still fluttered slightly. Her flawless, pale skin held a faint rosy glow, and her thin lips resembled rose petals beautiful to behold but untouchable. But a starkly incongruous shadow of sorrow now clouded her face. Yet this only added an extraordinary beauty to Diliriba. Whoa! A collective gasp echoed through the car. Wulong and Fengqiu stared at the figure before them, wishing they had a few more pairs of eyes to fully appreciate her beauty. Hey, get out! Get out! The two, who had been grumbling about Lee Yuza dragging them out to work so urgently, were now utterly exhilarated. Wait, what's up with these two? Seeing the usually stoic Dragon and Phoenix now acting like this, Lee Yuza was genuinely surprised. Had their 5 days holed up with the desiccated corpse somehow altered their personalities? But at that moment, Lee Yuza didn't dwell on it. After a brief sigh, he opened the car door and led PBB and Sister Jo straight toward Dilalengba. Chapter 179, in short, it's moral blackmail. North City. Within a certain villa district. Upon seeing Dilinba emerge, the group stepped out of the car, preparing to question her about the matter. After all, when it came to paranormal incidents, they couldn't afford to be careless. Master Lee, you're here. Dilalengba greeted them upon seeing the visitors. As Lee Yuza and the others approached, they could see more clearly that the worry on Dilalengba's face was even heavier than what they had noticed earlier from inside the car. What's the situation here? Ignoring the situation for the moment, Lee Yuza frowned as he scanned the surroundings, sensing any possible supernatural presence, while addressing her. Well, starting a few days ago, whenever I came home from filming, I kept feeling this eerie chill in the house. At first, I thought I just caught a chill. But then I started noticing things around the house moving on their own. At this point, Diliriba's face flashed a perfectly timed look of terror. But I've always lived alone. There's no one else here. I even had people check the house for burglars or something, but they said there was nothing. They said maybe I just saw things wrong, or maybe I was too tired and accidentally bumped into something without realizing it. But I don't believe that. Dilalengba rattled off a long string of words, her expression growing increasingly terrified. She seemed to realize that while everyone else thought she might just be hallucinating from exhaustion, perhaps only the person before her would believe her story. Yet, as her words trailed off, Lee Yuza shook his head slightly. If that's all, it doesn't prove this place is haunted. Have you noticed anything else unusual? Perhaps I can make some guesses. After speaking, he turned his gaze once more to Dilinba standing nearby. Though they were here now, they would help each other investigate the surrounding area for any traces ghosts might have left behind. But based solely on Dilalengba's account, the likelihood of ghostly activity seemed slim. Perhaps it was indeed, as others suggested, caused by fatigue or other ordinary reasons. However, as his words trailed off, across from Lee Yuza, Dililengba hesitated for a moment, noticing the serious look in the other man's eyes. Seemingly unsure what to say, he grew awkward and hesitant. This scene, of course, did not escape Lee Yuza's notice. Is there a problem? He furrowed his brow slightly, observing Dilinba's unease. Just as he was about to probe for more details. At that moment, Dilalengba finally spoke, her face flushing slightly as she uttered words that even surprised Lee Yuza. Master Lee, it's just that ghost. The reason I'm certain there's a ghost is because it touched my butt. Though embarrassed, she revealed the incident to everyone present for the sake of her safety. After all, she had witnessed previous reports of ghostly apparitions in the small fishing village. Though the authorities hadn't made any official statements yet, encountering this incident only strengthened her existing belief in ghosts. She was now utterly convinced ghosts truly existed in this world. At that moment, across from her. Ha! As the other person finished their halting speech, Lee Yuza's previously expressionless face shifted. A mix of surprise and, well, something utterly peculiar. He gazed at Dilalengba, who now buried her face in her chest, whether from shame or fright, he couldn't tell. For a moment, Lee Yuza found himself at a loss for words, unsure what to say. This is ridiculous. To quote Diliriba, this thing turned out to be a pervert. Lee Yuza felt a mix of shock and inexplicable anger. What kind of pervert dares to grope Dilraba's butt? Don't you know to admire from afar but never touch? The others who had come with him shared the same fury. After all, even the legendary strategists Zhuge Liang and Cao Cao had never witnessed such a thing together. For a moment, the scene fell silent. Yet, even so, no one doubted her words. After all, this matter ultimately concerned her own safety. Even if he seemed like nothing more than a lecherous ghost now, who could say if one day this ghost might suddenly turn violent and kill Dalinba? Just as Li Yuza and the others were pondering how to handle the situation. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Dilanengba, who had been burying her head in her chest, seemed unable to bear the tension any longer. After hurriedly uttering a few words, she abruptly took off. I have to go to the film set. You guys handle this. Master Li, please help me get rid of this little ghost. Money is no object. With that, she tossed the villa keys to Li Yuza and vanished in a flash. The scene left behind 5 utterly bewildered individuals. Ha! After a long moment, Li Yuza, clutching the villa keys, let out a strange cry as his mouth twitched. What the hell? Damn, that's dedication, abandoning his own home to go film a scene. Shaking his head, Li Yuza watched the receding silhouette that had already driven away. His gaze then settled on the luxurious villa before him. It is rather strange. With that, he led his entourage into the haunted mansion. But just as he turned back toward the villa, a shadowy presence seemed to slip out alongside Diliriba. Li Yuza murmured in puzzlement. What just went out? Did I see wrong? He scratched his head and dismissed the thought. Meanwhile, on the other side. After rushing off, Diliriba soon arrived at the film crew's location. But, upon arriving, she discovered another group of uninvited guests. Why are they here again? Diliriba frowned slightly, gazing at the group bearing the banner of the Xiqing Love Organization. Her expression held both confusion and distaste. If she remembered correctly, this was the 3rd time this organization had come to their set this month. Each time, they'd come under a different banner, demanding the same amount of money from the crew. In short, it was moral blackmail. Their various justifications always revolved around helping the elderly without family, left behind children, and precisely because of this, the crew had never found a reason to kick them out outright. Dailengba felt a surge of anger, but the thought that this money would ultimately reach those in need through these people's hands made her hold back. Still, her expression remained indignant. After sighing, she left the charity group alone and turned back toward the production crew. Chapter 180, Didn't play with the little ghost today? North City. A film production crew. Shaking off the organization called West City Charity, Diliriba turned and headed back to the film crew. Hey, isn't this our big star? Why are you here so early today? Did you handle the little ones at home? As soon as she stepped onto the set, several people close to Dilraba approached her. They hooked their arms through hers, teasing her playfully. Stop teasing me, there really are ghosts. But I've already found a master exorcist. It'll be taken care of soon, won't delay our filming schedule. Seeing everyone gather around her, Dilraba shook off her earlier mood and responded with a smile of her own. She had shared this story with her colleagues, so the rest of the crew was well aware of the situation. Flashback to a few days earlier. Diliriba, who had been filming, encountered a series of strange occurrences after returning home. At first, she didn't notice, attributing it to lack of rest. But as time passed, she even felt unseen things touching her body at times. This left her terrified and convinced she was dealing with supernatural forces. This was precisely why her mental state had been unstable recently, and her acting performance had suffered as a result. Naturally, this caught the attention of others on set, who began asking her what was wrong. This led to the subsequent events where the crew helped her inspect the villa. Yet, they found nothing unusual, leaving everyone puzzled and alarmed. Back to the present. Jokes aside, the crew didn't immediately dismiss her claims. In fact, some even believed Dilraba's account. The reason was simple. It was precisely because of the recent online incidents involving Li Yuza's ghost hunting activities. This made everyone, even those skeptical, reluctantly consider the possibility. At the very least, no one could flatly deny the existence of supernatural beings. After all, even today, the little ghost that once appeared in Dai Xiaomei's livestream still haunts the internet. But, there's one exception. Oh, isn't this our very own Miss Diliriba? Didn't get to play with that little ghost at your place today? A voice drifted from nearby, followed by the approach of another woman, equally breathtakingly beautiful. Her attire seemed deliberately contrasting with Diliriba's. She wore a snow-white gown, her complexion fair, cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson as vibrant as a peach blossom in shades of red and white, her sleeves billowing gracefully. A delicate floral fragrance wafted from her, making her appear like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, pure, ethereal, and breathtakingly beautiful. The newcomer was none other than another main cast member of the drama. As a fellow crew member, Yang Ni was naturally aware of the recent events surrounding Dilraba. However, even with video evidence, she refused to believe that supernatural beings, creatures confined to storybooks and novels, could truly manifest in the real world. Yang Ni twirled her fingers, swaying her graceful form as she continued. How could ghosts possibly exist in this world? There are so many online marketing accounts out there, they jump at every rumor. Even the authorities aren't bothering to explain it. What's there to hesitate about? Ghosts simply don't exist in this world. Hearing this, Diliriba, who had been chatting with other crew members, turned her head. She seemed to realize the other person didn't believe her and now argued passionately. I have no reason to lie to you, ghosts are real. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to stay at my place for a night. Then you'll see for yourself. Hearing the voice across from her. Watching Delinba's expression shift, Yangmi shook her head, still unconvinced. How could something that had never appeared on the stage of history reappear just because a few people made it up? Impossible. Such illusory things could only exist in storybooks and novels. Reality? Impossible. Yangmi knew full well where tales of ghosts and spirits originated. In her view, the recent string of events was nothing more than a staged performance orchestrated by those live streamers and Liuza. All for the sake of grabbing attention and boosting views. After plopping down wherever she could find a spot, she resumed her rant about Diliriba. Langba. As a public figure, you shouldn't even think about this kind of thing. Yangmi took a sip from the bottle of water handed to her by her assistant beside her, then continued. This is a scientific society. Trust science, okay? Stop talking about ghosts. I just checked you last time, there are no ghosts here. The whole thing started with that guy Liuza. He doesn't look like a good person to me. Besides, do I look like a ghost to you? As he finished speaking, Yangmi dramatically stuck out his tongue at Dilraba. Hearing Yangmi repeatedly deny the presence of ghosts, Dylan Lengba was momentarily at a loss for words. Her expression grew increasingly complex, and even she couldn't quite pinpoint the emotions churning within her. Until recently, she too had dismissed the idea of ghosts as nonsense. But after the recent series of bizarre events had befallen her, even if she didn't want to believe it, she had no choice but to accept it. Looking at Yangmi, whose face was etched with disdain, Delinba knew that no matter what she said, the other person probably wouldn't believe her. Unless, of course, she had experienced it herself. Meanwhile, on the other side. Inside the villa. Achoo! Is some cow or horse talking trash about me behind my back? Liuza scratched his cheek as he rose from the floor, puzzled by the sudden sneeze. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. As he surveyed the villa, a new wave of puzzlement washed over him. Strange. They had already searched the villa several times over, yet still found no trace of the lecherous ghost Delinba had mentioned. Anything? Liuza turned to look at the two followers trailing behind him. As for why he sought their opinions. Mainly because he himself possessed absolutely no skills for hunting ghosts. All he could do was resort to brute force to subdue any ghost he encountered. Beyond that, he seemed utterly helpless. Liuza scratched his head. It seemed he hadn't yet escaped the category of crude warriors. However, as soon as his words fell, the expressions of the two strategists who had been following him changed, as if they had truly detected some signs. Brotherly, it seems, there really is a ghost. There's definitely a cold aura here, the kind that belongs to the dead. Chapter 181. Right, you're absolutely right. North City. Inside the villa. After Delinba left, Liuza led the group in searching the house for any possible ghostly presence. However, as time passed and they turned the place upside down multiple times, they still found no trace of any ghostly presence. Could it be fake? Was it, as others suggested, merely a hallucination born from Delinba's exhaustion? Liuza felt a twinge of doubt. While activating eagle eyes to scan for overlooked corners, he turned to the others behind him. Did you find anything? As soon as the question was posed, the two figures who had been trailing behind Liuza suddenly lifted their heads, their expressions turning grave as they addressed him. Brotherly, we can definitely sense a cold, sinister energy. Hearing the voices, Liuza turned to look at the two, though he didn't question their words. If the dragon and phoenix said it was there, then it was there. After all, he was ultimately just an outsider, at least for now. Besides, those two had already proven their keen senses to him back in the fishing village. Any other clues? He asked them again. Merely detecting yin energy within the house was far from sufficient. He needed concrete details about this ghost, or better yet, to catch it red-handed. Otherwise, all this was just empty talk. Otherwise, his money, no, his clients would be in danger. As the owner of a funeral home, Liuza couldn't stand by and watch his clients become possessed by ghosts without taking action. For now, that's all. We only sensed a faint presence, not very strong, likely not very powerful. And, at this point, the two hesitated slightly, seemingly unsure if their perception was mistaken. Also, we noticed this ghost doesn't seem to be in the house anymore. It might have followed Delinba out. What? Liuza sprang up from the sofa, startled by their words. His first instinct was to have PBB contact Delinba to warn her of potential danger. But then, after calming down, he frowned, noticing something amiss. He recalled the two minor spirits they had defeated earlier. Without exception, both had emerged at night. It seemed daylight posed a deadly threat to these malevolent entities. But, if what Wulong Fengchu said was true, and the imp had followed Dilanengba out, could it be that this imp isn't afraid of light? Liuza stood rooted to the spot, lost in thought, while the others beside him remained silent, not interrupting him. A moment later. Let's wait for Delinba to return. Lee Yuza made his decision. This ghost's appearance felt strangely off. He recalled that peculiar sensation Dilanengba had sensed when she left. Though Wulong Fengshu had said this little ghost might not be particularly powerful, he couldn't shake the feeling that this one was different, perhaps even possessed of sentience. Shaking his head, he gave the others orders to wait for Dilanengba's return before making any decisions. Then, Lee Yuza settled back onto the sofa, using the downtime to search for lucky viewers on Douyin. Time slowly passed. Lee Yuza couldn't figure out why Douyin kept recommending paranormal videos to him. What was even stranger was that the comments sections weren't discussing the video's content, they were all filled with people cursing him. So you bastards are the ones talking about me, huh? Lee Yuza tapped to follow another account, seething inwardly. No wonder he'd been sneezing non-stop, it was all these damn haters doing. But honestly, even though those idiotic netizens kept cursing him, the system notification sounds hadn't stopped ringing in all that time. And they were all sourced from the comments section. Ding! Suitable client detected. Please follow promptly. Hearing the notification chime ring out again, Lee Yuza clicked another follow with utter indifference. Damn it, you bunch of cattle and horses. Since you're all going to die anyway, hurry over and give me a discount. I'll knock off some price for you. Black fans, jack up the price first, then give a discount 10 times the original price. Lee Yuza tapped his phone screen like a madman. PBB and the others beside him watched his frenzy, momentarily speechless. Those who knew him understood he was just scrolling through videos, but to the uninitiated, it looked like he'd been possessed by a demon. Meanwhile, on the other side, back at the production set, I've made it perfectly clear. How much of this nonsense do you still believe? Yang Mi frowned, looking at Dilraba, who stubbornly insisted ghosts and monsters still existed in this world, feeling somewhat speechless. But before Diliriba could respond, the crew members watching the scene behind them began whispering among themselves. She can't be talking about us. Yeah. Sure, she's got a bit of a temper, but she's definitely not cursing us. Just moments ago, the two had debated the existence of supernatural phenomena countless times. Despite her arguing herself hoarse, the other remained unconvinced. Ha! Hearing the whispered chatter, Yang Mi, who had been fiercely arguing with Dililengba, whipped her head around. She shot a glare at the onlookers behind her, instantly silencing them. Their conflict hadn't just started. Long ago, their relationship had been reasonably good. But frequent disagreements over differing viewpoints had led to constant arguments and conflicts. Consequently, they now appeared far from harmonious. The rest of the crew were well aware of the situation between these two. In short, their clashing opinions had gradually caused a crack to appear in what had once been a decent friendship. Still, it hadn't reached the point of complete estrangement. Otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed to star in the same film together. Back to the present. After hearing Yang Mi's words, Doraba actually felt a bit helpless. If she could, she wouldn't want to believe that ghosts truly existed in this world. But, now that a ghost had touched her, no matter how much she resisted believing, she had no choice but to accept it. In fact, she even spent a fortune hiring Lee Yuza to help her handle this matter. Shaking her head, Dilipa didn't want to argue further with Yang Mi over this matter. Just as she was about to say something. But at that very moment, an invisible chill swept through the air. It sent a shiver down her spine, and she sensed something strangely familiar yet unsettling in the air. Chapter 182, Science Society? What ghosts are there? North City. A film crew location. Listening to Yang Mi relentlessly criticize her, Dilipa couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Did she wish ghosts existed? If she could choose, she wouldn't want to believe in supernatural phenomena either. But that ghost had actually touched her. To deny it now would be nothing but self-deception. Fortunately, as if something occurred to her, Dilraba's expression softened slightly. Sure, she might end up spending a fortune, but at least she'd brought in Masterly to handle this matter. Otherwise, she feared she'd never sleep soundly again. Shaking her head, Dilanengba didn't want to dwell on this matter with Yang Mi any longer. Just as she was about to interrupt. But at that very moment, an invisible chill swept through the air. It sent a chill through Dilinba's body, and at the same time, she sensed a familiar, unsettling presence in the air. Glancing past Yang Mi's delicate features, Dilanengba scanned her surroundings, searching for the source of this unsettling presence. As her gaze swept the area, the chilling presence bearing down on her grew increasingly palpable. At that very moment, in a corner imperceptible to ordinary eyes, Dilalengba clearly caught sight of a dark shadow. It appeared to be the Xiqing Love Organization, still blocking the entrance to the production crew's location, seemingly occupied with some unknown activity. Dilariba's brows furrowed tightly. That familiar sensation seemed to be emanating from that direction. From behind them. Ghost! Dilanengba instinctively cried out in terror. But as the words fell, the dark figure that had been lurking behind the West City Charity Organization suddenly vanished. As if it had never been there at all, leaving no trace behind. Yet, the eerie aura in the air seemed to grow even heavier. Ghost? Hearing Dilinba's low exclamation, everyone except Yang Mi was startled. After all, they had just been discussing whether supernatural entities existed. Who could have imagined she would suddenly cry out the next second? Naturally, it gave them quite a fright. However, after a brief moment of stunned silence, the expected onslaught of supernatural intrusion failed to materialize. Just as confusion spread among them, their gazes followed Dilalengba's direction. Only then did they collectively exhale in relief. That scared the hell out of me. I thought a ghost really had come. As the team members relaxed, they also noticed a group from the love organization nearby. They are ghosts, vampires. And this organization. According to insider information, there seems to be something off about this organization, but there's no concrete evidence yet to prove whether they're actually problematic. The team members spoke with a hint of disdain, which was precisely why they had kept this group at arm's length. However, Dilinba remained silent, frowning as she stared beyond the group in the distance. It seemed that hidden in the darkness of the corner, a terrifying figure lurked. Did I see that wrong? She murmured to herself, instinctively thinking her poor sleep quality had caused a hallucination. Otherwise, why hadn't the other team members seen it? But the moment that thought surfaced, she dismissed it. Under normal circumstances, she might have accepted this explanation. But just last night, for reasons unknown, the little ghost that had been tormenting and terrorizing her had unexpectedly vanished. This had granted her a respite, allowing her to finally enjoy a long-awaited night of uninterrupted sleep. Therefore, upon seeing that eerie shadow, one that perhaps only she could perceive, she refused to believe it was a mistake. At the very least, it couldn't be attributed to sleep deprivation. Dilalengba frowned slightly, a flicker of fear stirring within her. After all, as an ordinary person, anyone encountering such a situation would inevitably feel something. Not to mention encountering paranormal phenomena, she had already interacted with ghosts for some time. In that sense, Dilalengba's inner strength was arguably stronger than the average person's. Though she still felt some fear now, it was vastly better than before. At least she had no lingering worries now. After all, she'd paid a hefty sum to hire Liuza for help. She was confident he could capture this little ghost and bring it to justice. If he couldn't, she'd have no choice but to demand a refund and move out. She certainly didn't want to share a room with a ghost. Shaking her head, she adjusted her mindset slightly. Just as she was about to glance again to see if that eerie presence still lingered, Dilalengba was startled to discover the heart-shaped formation had vanished without a trace. What ghost? You were just sleepy. In stark contrast to everyone else's thoughts, Yangmi, seeing the group acting all jumpy and even genuinely scared by Dilinba's words, scoffed dismissively. We live in a scientific society, there's no such thing as ghosts. Where are the ghosts? I don't see any. Yangmi persisted relentlessly, seemingly determined not to let it rest until she had the upper hand over the person before her. However, across from her, Dilengba sighed as she watched Yangmi continue to confront her. She understood her opponent's perspective. After all, in this scientific age, anyone claiming ghosts existed right before their eyes would be hard to believe. Claims of ghostly apparitions did sound a bit too fantastical. Forget it. I'm not going to bother with you. You'll understand when you encounter one yourself. Diliriba had no desire to argue further, especially since she was currently being haunted by a ghost herself. After tossing out a casual remark, she headed toward the production crew to begin that afternoon's work. Behind her, Yangmi froze upon hearing her dismissive remark. Once she snapped out of it, she was furious. Diliriba, what do you mean? Ghosts don't exist in this world. What good will cursing me do? If a ghost actually shows up, I'll do a headstand and wash my hair right in front of you. Oomph, I'll never lose. Watching Dilinba scramble away ahead of her, at least in her eyes, Yangmi felt certain this farce would end with her triumph. I've got the upper hand. This thought lifted her spirits. Humming a tune, she followed Dilengba into the production crew, ready to begin the afternoon's work. But what Yangmi failed to notice was that, at that very moment, a dark figure crouched in a corner, watching her. Chapter 183, Controlled by Others, Yet Still Possessing Free Will? North City. Inside the villa. While waiting for Diliriba to return, Liuza idly scrolled through Douyin, casually searching for lucky viewers. He also instructed the two spies to search the house again, checking any corners they might have missed, hoping to uncover some clues. Master Li, if there really are ghosts, how do you plan to deal with them? Seeing he couldn't be of much help, PBB, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly asked. He was genuinely curious too, since last time they hadn't actually seen how Liuza and the others had dealt with those two little ghosts. In his imagination, Liuza's method of defeating those spirits might be similar to what he saw in movies using spells or other mystical means. What else can you do? If there really are ghosts, and they're out there harming people, just chop them to death. After casually tapping the screen to follow the account, Liuza looked up at the two of them, puzzled as to why they were asking these questions. Why are you asking about this? Brotherly, there's something wrong here. Just as Liuza was about to press for answers, the two agents he'd sent to search for more clues suddenly descended the stairs. Their expressions were grave as they called out. Ha! Hearing the commotion, Liuza turned his head, his brows furrowing slightly as he regarded the solemn-faced duo descending the stairs. What did you find? After setting his phone down, Liuza saw the grave expressions on their faces and knew immediately that they must have discovered something. across from him, on the staircase. Upon hearing Li Yu's voice, the two didn't hesitate any longer and spoke directly. We just went up to the master bedroom on the second floor and found the yin energy there was incredibly heavy. Plus, we discovered. At this point, their faces once again betrayed an expression of utter disbelief or perhaps shock. We found this thing. As the words fell, Zhang Huai abruptly pulled a piece of fabric from behind him, cloth that looked as though it had been torn to shreds. Feeling the overwhelming yin energy emanating from it, Li Yuza, who had been calm until then, suddenly stood up. His gaze fixed on the tattered cloth held aloft by the pair. A wave of astonishment slowly washed over him. If he wasn't mistaken, this scrap of cloth must have fallen from a ghost's body. Explain the details. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Yuza turned his gaze toward the pair. He had initially thought Delinba might have merely hallucinated due to exhaustion, and after searching the area without finding anything, he hadn't given it much thought. But now, upon seeing this scrap of cloth, his previously relaxed state vanished completely. Li Yuza's entire body tensed up. Who would have thought there really was a damn ghost here? The same look of shock spread across the faces of the two strategists, who spoke up again in equally grave tones. Brotherly, this ghost seems completely different from any we've encountered before. And although the yin energy here is incredibly dense, there's not a trace of malevolent aura. At this point, the two paused, their words cut short. The scene before them was perplexing. After all, merely finding a scrap of cloth wouldn't be enough to shock them. As folk Taoist priests, they had dealt with countless supernatural and ghostly incidents over the years. Based on their experience, such dense yin energy would normally signify the weight of several human lives on its shoulders, accompanied by boundless killing intent. Yet this entity, despite its overwhelmingly dense yin energy, carried not a trace of malevolence. Is some technique masking it? Li Yuza murmured. Though he'd never studied such matters, he wasn't entirely ignorant. After all, during his previous battle with the ghosts, he had sensed the presence of malevolent energy. Therefore, he didn't question the two's explanation at this moment. He merely suspected that whoever was behind the ghosts might possess some method to conceal their aura. However, the moment this thought surfaced, it was immediately dispelled by the words of the two strategists, Wulong and Fengchu. Brotherly, we suspect, this ghost might possess a shred of sentience. Ha! The moment the words left their mouths, the previously bustling living room fell into an instant silence. Not only Li Yuza, but the two PBB members behind him also wore expressions of utter shock. Everyone was rendered speechless by the dragon and phoenix's revelation. It's not being controlled by someone? It has self-awareness? Moments later, Li Yuza instinctively gasped aloud, simultaneously feeling a headache coming on. After all, last time, just two controlled ghosts had already been a handful. Now, damn it, another ghost with self-awareness had appeared. What the hell was he supposed to do? He sighed. He could only meet force with force, ghosts with burial. Li Yuza thought to himself, frowning as he turned to look at Wulong Fengchu, waiting for their next explanation. Right, but we can't be entirely certain. We've read about this in our father's books. Some ghosts and spirits can indeed develop sentience. Facing his gaze, the duo of Wulong Fengchu promptly offered their explanation. This also explains why we only sensed yin energy on this scrap of cloth, but no sha energy. Ghosts who've gained sentience carry denser yin energy than ordinary spirits. As for the absence of sha energy, it likely stems from this one never having harmed anyone. Moreover, not all ghosts are soul-stealing entities. Take this one, for instance. The dragon and phoenix shared their speculations before handing the tattered cloth to Li Yuza. After briefly sensing it, the two continued. This little ghost likely gained sentience recently. Its power is weak, and it doesn't seem to harbor any intent to harm people. Otherwise, Dilanengba would have died days ago. Li Yuza sat back down on the sofa, rubbing his chin repeatedly. Having grasped some specifics about the ghost, he pondered how to resolve this issue. After all, even if it hadn't harmed anyone yet, there was no guarantee it wouldn't in the future. Moreover, Delinba had paid him handsomely to come here today. He had to at least help resolve this matter first. Just as he was pondering how to handle this supernatural incident, the villa's front door slowly creaked open. Chapter 184. You have to admit she's a genius, right? The sky was growing dark. The sound of the villa door opening echoed through the air. Dilly Reba, who had just wrapped up filming for the day, burst into view before everyone. Master Li, how's the situation progressing? Seeing everyone still present, Dilanengba, who had originally planned to return home alone, finally calmed her frightened heart. Hearing the voice, Li Yuza, who had been pondering how to handle the situation, looked up in surprise and noticed the new arrival. However, after her words fell silent, Li Yuza did not respond directly. Instead, he activated his eagle eyes to scan behind her, searching for that elusive, eerie presence that might appear. Beside him, upon noticing Li Yuza's gaze directed at them, the two strategists, Wulong and Fengchu, also reacted. They too scrutinized Dilanengba, sensing whether any lingering aura of supernatural entities remained on her. What's wrong, Master Li? Under their constant scrutiny, Dilanengba felt increasingly uncomfortable. Nothing. Li Yuza frowned. After a brief scan, he detected no eerie presence. He casually addressed Dilanengba before turning his attention back to the two strategists. Brotherly, that aura has vanished. Zhang Huai and Zhang Hao looked puzzled. If their senses hadn't deceived them, that aura had indeed followed Dilanengba out earlier. But why had only Dilanengba returned? Could it be? The worst possible scenario flashed through everyone's minds. If that little ghost was allowed to run wild, who knew what even greater trouble it might stir up? Did you sense anything unusual this afternoon? Like, that ghost? Did you see it? Before Li Yuza could speak, Wulong Fengchu impatiently asked Dilanengba first. The set. I felt it on the set. Hearing the urgency in their voices, Diliriba grew tense herself but still recounted what she'd encountered on set that afternoon. I sensed the same presence at the set as I did at home earlier. That ghost seems to have followed me to the set. Then that presence attached itself to a group of people from a charity organization. As Diliriba continued her account, Li Yuza and the others gradually pieced together the situation. They also confirmed that the presence he had sensed outside the villa earlier indeed originated from that little ghost. What puzzled him, however, was why this little ghost would follow Diliriba to the set. If it had wanted to, surely it could have slipped away during the journey? What was this little ghost's purpose? Could it be that Diliriba possessed something that attracted this little ghost? Li Yuza furrowed his brow as he analyzed the situation. Time slipped away in an instant. Even though they wanted to stay and investigate further, looking through the door at the deepening night outside. Though they all wanted to resolve this matter immediately, it was already late. They couldn't possibly stay here overnight as a group. Feeling the cold, eerie aura that no longer lingered within the villa, he activated Eagle Eyes to confirm there were indeed no unclean entities inside. Li Yuza tucked the tattered cloth into his chest and gave Dililengba a few brief instructions. This little ghost won't pose an immediate threat to your life, and besides, it's no longer in the villa. Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow we'll accompany you to the film set to investigate, see if the little ghost is there. If anything comes up, just call us directly. We'll be nearby. After confirming once more that knowing energy lingered within the villa, Li Yuza led the group away from the premises, following Dilinba's gaze. A spirit with sentience. Have you encountered one before? On the way back, Li Yuza remained puzzled by the theory proposed by Wulong Fengchu inside the villa earlier. Though he had encountered supernatural entities before. But this one was clearly not the same species as the ghosts he'd encountered before. One was a shell controlled by others, while the other was a completely new form of life with its own independent consciousness. This is utterly absurd. Li Yuza shook his head, feeling this incident seemed even more bizarre than the last. At least last time they could track the ghosts based on their movements, but this time, this little ghost left them nothing but a scrap of cloth, absolutely no clues. They couldn't find it anywhere. All they could do was wait and see if it returned to Dilinba's villa. Only then would they have a chance to capture this little ghost. Otherwise. But just as Li Yuza was about to say something else, PBB, who had been trailing behind without uttering a word, suddenly gasped in shock. Damn it! Not again? Staring at the message on his phone, PBB's face was filled with shock. His reaction naturally caught the attention of Li Yuza and the others ahead. What's going on? Seeing PBB frozen in place, Li Yuza halted his steps. Back to that evening. After finishing her day's work, Yang Mi packed her already sparse belongings and boarded the private car the director had sent to take her home. Why won't Diliriba believe a word I say? Has she lost her mind? She must be exhausted or on the wrong medication. Doesn't she know it's wise to listen to advice and eat her fill? And what's more, she actually believes in ghosts. That ridiculous nonsense. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Once inside the car, Yang Mi couldn't stop ranting about Dilinba. She found it utterly baffling, even infuriating, that Dilinba still clung to the belief that ghosts existed in this world. She recalled how they used to bicker over trivial matters. Arguments were one thing, but more often than not, she ended up losing. But now, realizing the upper hand was finally hers, Yang Mi's irritation began to subside slightly. Still, she couldn't hold back her criticism. Just because she was about to win didn't mean she'd stop. What do you think? Isn't Dilinba a total jerk? Hearing Yang Mi's voice still brimming with irritation as she continued to taunt her opponent, the others in the car dared not utter a word. This was someone you couldn't afford to offend. They could only maintain their silence, leaving Yang Mi to vent alone. Seeing everyone else fall silent, Yang Mi suddenly lost interest. She even thought to herself, if only Diliriba were here, we could trade a few barbs. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. Turning away, she pulled out her phone, ready to scroll through videos to kill time. Chapter 185, Why Won't This Kid Listen to Reason? North City. Yang Mi sat in the car on her way home. But, her expression didn't look too good right now. What do you think? Why won't she listen to reason? What's gotten into her lately? She seems like she's lost her mind. Yang Mi leaned against the window, gazing out wearily as she spoke. She still couldn't shake the incident that had happened this afternoon. Before this, she and Dilanengba often clashed over trivial matters, but at least those were normal topics discussed in a normal way. But now, She couldn't help but think Dylan Engba might have some kind of mental issue. After all, what normal person would go around telling others there were ghosts every single day? Sighing, she noticed no one else in the car dared to respond. Yang Mi instantly lost interest in continuing the conversation. She withdrew her gaze, deciding to put the matter out of her mind. Instead, she pulled her phone from her bag, intending to scroll through videos to kill the boring time ahead. Perhaps it was because they'd discussed these things today, or maybe it was just coincidence. In any case, shortly after opening Douyin, Yang Mi noticed with some confusion that every video she encountered was either about paranormal incidents or related to Liuza. This can actually trend? Staring at the blurry figure on her phone, Yang Mi muttered in exasperation. The footage wasn't anything else, it was the exact scene from that night when the ghost appeared in Dai Xiaomei's livestream. Only now had netizens cropped it out and posted it online. What Yang Mi didn't know was that the reason Liuza and paranormal incidents had been trending lately wasn't just because a few unlucky streamers kept promoting him, it was also due to Liuza himself. With some free time on his hands during this period, Liuza had actually followed dozens of lucky viewers online in one go to keep himself occupied. Among them were even some sensitive figures or streamers with significant followings. This explained why she kept seeing Liuza the moment she opened Douyin. He's putting on quite the act. Must have cost him a pretty penny. Yang Mi, who had initially intended to swipe past the video, kept encountering more paranormal-themed content after repeatedly swiping away. She abandoned her initial plan to keep swiping and instead began watching these videos. This was also to prepare for effectively criticizing Diliriba the next day. After all, in her eyes, anyone who believed in ghosts was tainted to some degree. This is ridiculous. Who the hell can just tap someone and kill them? I wonder where they found these actors. Yang Mi watched the video about Liuza causing people to die just by following them, her face full of disdain. Though she'd heard rumors about Liuza before, she'd never bothered to look into them until this idle moment. Now she discovered he'd been swindling people for ages. Moreover, the recent paranormal incidents seemed inextricably linked to him. Didn't Delinba mention this guy? Yang Mi frowned slightly. She couldn't understand why the authorities hadn't shut down this attention-seeking clown. Forget it. Putting down her phone, Yang Mi lost interest in continuing. She couldn't understand why Douyin kept recommending paranormal content to her. As a staunch materialist, she didn't believe in such things at all. Unless, of course, the eerie phenomena appeared right before her eyes. The night rain ceased and the dark clouds quietly dispersed. Yang Mi, who had just dozed off for a moment, stirred awake from her seat. Through the window, faint twinkling stars could be glimpsed against the ink-black expanse of the sky. A full moon illuminated the earth, casting a silvery gray sheen upon the rain-spattered rooftops. Did it rain? A lazy voice murmured. Gazing at the neon lights outside and feeling the chill seep in, Yang Mi stretched lazily before murmuring to herself. If she were here, she'd probably think it was a ghost again, wouldn't she? She still didn't believe in so-called supernatural events, even though one had occurred not long ago. But in Yang Mi's mind, it was nothing more than another one of Liuza's performances. How could ghosts possibly exist in this world? Shaking her head, she saw the car had reached its destination. After the vehicle came to a complete stop, she exchanged a brief greeting with the driver before stepping out. The moment she stepped out, a cold wind swept toward her. Achoo! Yang Mi pulled her clothes tighter around her body, frowning slightly. Did you catch a chill? After muttering to herself, Yang Mi prepared to head home and brew herself a cup of tea to warm up. However, as she inserted the key into the front door and pushed it open, just as she was about to turn on the light, she made a surprising discovery. No matter how many times she pressed the switch, the room remained pitch black. Power outage? Feeling a chill in the air, she looked out at the darkened street beyond her home. Yang Mi felt a pang of helplessness, instinctively assuming the rain had caused the outage. Just as she was thinking of calling the property management to check, a chill swept through the air once more, even more biting than before. But just as she was still attributing it to the weather, an unfamiliar sensation touched her skin. Ah! Clutching her hip, Yang Mi swallowed hard as a chill crept up her spine. Outside, dark clouds obscured the moon. She fought back shivers, not daring to look back, and sprinted toward the light source, terror etched in her eyes. Just now, something had slapped her butt. Her heart pounded wildly, as if it might leap from her throat. Her breath came heavy and ragged, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, clattering together. Her chest heaved violently, her hands trembling slightly, palms drenched in cold sweat. Who's there? Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down her temples. Yang Mi raised her phone, aiming it ahead, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts that ultimately dissolved into nothingness. The night breeze rustled through the leaves, whispering softly. Under the streetlight, a faint glow cast Yang Mi's blurred silhouette. Her eyes betrayed panic and tension as she curled into the corner, frozen in place, staring at the open door ahead. Yet as time passed, aside from the wind rustling through the air, the house grew eerily quiet, as if none of the events had ever occurred. Is anyone there? Yang Mi's trembling voice echoed. As the words fell, the air remained utterly still, save for the whistling wind. Did I misjudge this? Chapter 186. I told you, there's no way ghosts exist. North City. Yang Mi clenched her fingers tightly, a wave of panic surging uncontrollably within her. Is anyone there? The air held nothing but the sound of her own rapid breathing. Yang Mi covered her mouth, daring not to make another sound, terrified that whatever lurked inside might be lying in wait. Time passed slowly, yet nothing else appeared at the scene. It felt as though everything that had just happened was nothing more than an illusion. Staring at the slightly ajar door ahead, Yang Mi grew uncertain. After a long moment, she let go of her grip, her mind drifting. Was it an illusion? She slowly stood up, her gaze once again fixed on the slightly open door ahead. Was it the wind? Yang Mi furrowed her brow slightly, suppressing the unease in her heart as she shakily approached the door until she stood directly before it. Yet fear still flickered in her eyes, and her face grew pale. As she stepped inside, the dreaded sensation she'd anticipated failed to materialize. Yang Mi breathed a sigh of relief. It's all Dalinba's fault. She believed everything that had happened tonight was connected to what Dalinba had told her earlier that day. If she hadn't kept insisting something strange was going on, she wouldn't have put so much pressure on herself. This thought brought a slight calm to her heart. It must have been hearing Dalinba talk too much today that caused her mind to wander and hallucinate. She shook her head and chuckled softly, finding her own recent paranoia rather amusing. I knew it. Ghosts don't exist in this world. Tisk. Yang Mi, her usual composure restored, stared at her phone, which had also regained signal. She was thinking of calling the property management again, otherwise, her plans for a pleasant evening might be ruined. She walked into the house feeling somewhat relieved, just as she was about to sit back down on the sofa. Suddenly, a strange sound pierced the silence, a cry like a child's. Yang Mi froze in place. Instinctively clutching her palms, she held her breath for a moment. Could it be? Yang Mi clenched her fingers tightly. In the darkness, she sensed a faint, icy gaze fixed upon her. She instinctively took 2 steps back, her body trembling uncontrollably once more. Fighting the sensation of her hair standing on end, Yang Mi struggled to maintain a calm expression, constantly reminding herself that all of this was an illusion, that it was all fake. But, her face grew paler. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse beside her, and suddenly, her mind went blank. The next second, Yang Mi's pupils contracted sharply. For in the darkness, a crimson figure was staring intently at her. After a brief silence, just as she felt her breath catching in her throat, the primal instinct dormant within her erupted violently. Yang Mi screamed and bolted for the door. This terror felt so real and inescapable, as if no direction of flight could offer refuge. She couldn't help but dread her choice, terrified of what lay ahead. Panic and unease spread through her body like a thick, dark room swallowing her whole. In that moment, Yang Mi cared for nothing else. Driven purely by instinct, she ran toward the door, toward the light. During her escape, fear made her body tremble uncontrollably. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Her heart raced, her breath came in gasps, every muscle taut. An inexplicable terror seized her heart. Yang Mi's eyes betrayed endless fear, her brow furrowed, and fine beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Her trembling hands shook uncontrollably. Facing the unknown approaching, a wave of despair washed over Yang Mi. Her throat felt constricted, making even breathing difficult. A chilling wind swept in from behind, its icy chill spreading through every bone in her body. Despite this, Yang Mi stubbornly crawled out the door. But by then, her strength was completely spent. Yang Mi let out a bitter laugh, waiting for death to claim her. She tried to speak to the eerie presence, but her throat felt parched, as if scraped raw by sandpaper. Each syllable was crushed by an invisible force, as if an unseen hand had clamped down on her throat. Yang Mi's heart was filled with helplessness and despair. The persistent tension in her chest kept reminding her the danger was still very much present. However, as time slipped away once more, just as she was about to succumb to despair, she discovered with some surprise that, aside from the lingering chill in the air, the imagined danger had not materialized. Her hoarse voice trembled. Yang Mi scanned her surroundings. The crimson figure that had appeared behind her seemed to have vanished. That thing inside hadn't come out? Yang Mi dragged her trembling legs, seizing the moment to muster every ounce of strength and drag herself back to the roadside. Even now, she couldn't tell whether the events unfolding before her were illusion or reality. All she could feel was the cold, eerie aura drifting all around her. It's real. She recalled what Dalinba had told her earlier that day. Yang Mi stared in terror at the door behind her, gaping like a black hole ready to swallow everything. A chilling thought froze her blood. There really was a ghost. And it seemed to have attached itself to her. But even though she was terrified beyond belief, Yang Mi dared not move an inch. She feared that the moment she left this place, the little ghost behind her would follow her and then mercilessly kill her. All she could do now was curl back into the corner where she had originally hidden. She considered calling someone for help, but feared they would think she was crazy. After all, most people wouldn't believe ghosts existed until they experienced a series of eerie events themselves. Even she herself had only realized in horror after seeing those blood-red eyes. This world truly held supernatural phenomena. Yang Mi plunged into deep terror. Just as she felt the cold, sinister energy closing in on her, a figure suddenly burst into her mind. She recalled the ads she'd been seeing frequently online lately, Lee Yuza funeral homes advertisements. At the most perilous moment, Yang Mi thought of Lee Yuza. Even though she had just recently mocked him, ridiculing their feudal mindset. But now, with her life threatened and death imminent, Yang Mi couldn't spare a thought for such things. All she wanted was to escape this place. She wanted to live, she refused to die without understanding why. Chapter 187, a complaint I'm not sure I should voice. North City. The surroundings were dilapidated. In the darkness, a faintly chilling gaze watched Yang Mi instantly, a chill ran through her entire body. Feeling the lingering, unrelenting chill within and without the house, Yang Mi fought back the sensation of her hair standing on end. Swallowing the saliva that had pooled in her mouth from sheer terror, she pulled out her phone, ready to contact PBB and seek Lee Yuza's help. Help! I'm being attacked by a ghost. As a celebrity on par with Diliriba, Yang Mi had also added her WeChat while attending an event. Recalling how PBB had recently helped Lee Yuza secure an advertisement, she instinctively reached out to him first. Even though she had just mocked these people in front of a crowd not long ago, now that these eerie events had happened to her firsthand, Yang Mi finally realized that supernatural phenomena truly existed in this world. Dilraba hadn't deceived her, everything in the video was real. The clown was actually herself. A ghost had truly come for her. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside Dilanengba's residence. After giving a few brief instructions, Lee Yuza led the group outside, intending to find a nearby hotel to stay the night. Fortunately, they had determined that the little ghost posed no immediate threat, which allowed everyone to relax a little. Just as everyone thought today's events were finally over, PBB's surprised voice rang out from behind them. Damn it, what the hell? Staring at the message on his phone, PBB's face was etched with shock. His reaction naturally caught the attention of Lee Yuza and the others ahead. What's going on? Seeing PBB frozen in place, Lee Yuza stopped and looked at him with confusion. Master Lee, there's another ghost. ? They had assumed it was some trivial matter, but the moment PBB uttered those words, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath, their gazes turning toward him. Explain yourself. Seeing that PBB didn't sound like he was joking and he had no reason to joke at a time like this, Lee Yuza's expression turned serious as he frowned and pressed him for details. Yang Mi just messaged me she encountered a ghost and nearly died. Right at her place. PBB recounted the incident with a hint of urgency in his voice, simultaneously handing his phone to Lee Yuza so he could see for himself. Across from him. After taking the phone, Lee Yuza listened to the narration while glancing at the content displayed on the screen. A look of confusion slowly spread across his face. Another ghost? Just as PBB had said, besides the few words Yang Mi had typed, the WeChat message also included this photo. Through this photo, even without being present, Lee Yuza still felt a chill run through him. This ghost, its energy was incredibly heavy. 2 last time, 1 just now, and now another one? Has someone in North City recently disturbed a ghost slayer, releasing them all? Lee Yuza scrutinized the message on his phone repeatedly. Equally perplexed were the 2 strategists, Wulong and Fengchu. In their understanding, paranormal incidents were extremely rare in modern society. Out of hundreds of thousands of strange occurrences, perhaps only one might genuinely involve a ghost, most were merely self-induced scares. But just as they dismissed it as a misunderstanding, they unexpectedly sensed a chill emanating from the photo. Though faint, it was undeniably present, making the whole situation even more baffling. Who would have thought the 2 supernatural incidents would occur in a single night? Lee Yuza shook his head, refusing to dwell on the matter. Regardless of whether ghosts truly existed, their immediate priority now was rescuing Yang Mi, who was trapped by ghosts. After all, the very purpose of their shop was to serve all clients. Though, he didn't seem to know who this person was, but as long as someone did. Just as they were fully prepared and about to set out to rescue Yang Mi, Lee Yuza suddenly realized they had overlooked the most crucial detail. That was, the caller had only mentioned she was in danger, but hadn't given them an address. Where is she? Do you know the address? How are we supposed to go without an address? Lee Yuza frowned deeply, staring at the WeChat message. For a moment, his mood grew complicated. He had a rant he wasn't sure if he should voice. If you get into trouble and don't give an address, who are you expecting to rescue you? If it really comes down to it, just wait until you're dead and I'll handle the whole cleanup myself. A funeral would be cheaper than hiring ghost hunters. Sighing, Lee Yuza turned his gaze toward PBB. After all, he was the one who had been contacted. Perhaps PBB might know something about the situation. After all, it was a case worth pursuing, he'd fight for it if he could. If all else fails, I'll just wait until the North City Police Station reports this case, then go bury the body myself. Master Lee, it seems she was in the same production crew as Dilanengba. Should we go ask Dilanengba? Seeing the situation stalling, PBB finally recalled Yang Mi's connection to Dilraba Dilmurat. Hesitantly, he suggested to Lee Yuza. Hearing the response, Lee Yuza breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, this deal wasn't slipping away. While human life was paramount, he didn't believe Yang Mi was in mortal danger right now. After all, she had seen him and could still send messages, clear proof she was fine. His primary motivation for taking this job wasn't to save some innocent girl's reputation. Mainly, well, he believed in seizing business opportunities. Anything less would make him a fool. Regardless of others, he himself would never turn down money. After all, his goal of reaching the pinnacle of life still depended on money. With his mind made up, the group of 5 who had just stepped out of the villa now turned back in full force. They headed back to the villa to ask Dilanengba if she knew where the target lived. Knock knock knock. The knocking resumed. Dilalengba, who had just closed the door, frowned slightly upon hearing the knocking outside. Peering through the peephole, she identified the visitors before opening the door. Master Li, you. Is there something else we haven't finished discussing? Seeing the group return, Dilinba felt puzzled, instinctively assuming they might have unfinished business. Nothing major, just wondering if you know where Yang Mi lives? Seeing the confusion written all over Dilinba's face, Li Yuza didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I know, but... Master Li, why are you asking about this? Hearing his words, Dilanengba was even more baffled. How did Master Li even know about Yang Mi? Why was he looking for him? Chapter 188, Big Brother, you're right. I feel the same way. North City. Outside the villa. Dilengba watched the group return, instinctively assuming they had something left unsaid. Just as she was about to ask, Li Yuza's voice rang out again. Do you know where Yang Mi lives? After a brief moment of surprise, it seemed the other party wasn't here to tell her anything after all. I do know, but Master Li, why are you asking about this? Dilapaba was thoroughly confused. Logically speaking, the other party shouldn't know who Yang Mi is, right? Could it be that Yang Mi found out I hired Master Li to help me catch ghosts and came to mock me? But that doesn't make sense either. While he and Yang Mi did have some disagreements, they weren't that significant, just differing perspectives on certain matters, purely a clash of ideas. What did I say this afternoon that pushed her over the edge? Why go to such lengths, even hiring Master Li just to mock me? Diliriba surreptitiously glanced behind Li Yuza, endlessly speculating why he suddenly asked her this question. Across from her. Noticing the furtive gaze directed at him, Li Yuza didn't need to guess. Seeing Dilinba's expression shift like a dramatic performance, he knew she was definitely lost in her own thoughts. Moreover, it seemed she and Yang Mi had some kind of conflict. Nothing much. She said her house is haunted and asked me to come take a look. But she didn't give me the address, so I thought I'd ask you if you knew anything about it. Seeing Dilinba still lost in her own thoughts, Li Yuza quickly interjected. Ha! The news caught Diliriba off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. Yang Mi said her house has a ghost? As if unable to believe it, she repeated the question to Li Yuza for confirmation. And after receiving his affirmative response, for some reason, even in this situation, Dilinba felt like laughing? Not for any other reason, but because of what Yang Mi had said earlier that afternoon. Supernatural phenomena simply didn't exist in this world. Anyone who believed in ghosts had their head screwed on just a little. In a scientific society, what ghosts? If ghosts truly existed, washing your hair upside down. She recalled how just moments ago, Yang Mi had been adamantly declaring there were no ghosts in this world, swearing she'd never believe in them. Yet here she was, barely a moment later, frantically seeking help. Though amused by Yang Mi's comical performance, Diliriba understood clearly that despite their conflicts, saving lives came first. With that thought, she composed herself and addressed Li Yuza once more. I know where her house is, it's nearby. I'll take you there now. Meanwhile, on the other side. As night fell, Wang Yun and the others were slumped on the sofa, idly scrolling through videos. Holy! Just as they were resigning themselves to a boring night, Sherwin suddenly shouted. Hearing the commotion, the other two, who had been lounging on the other side, turned their attention to him. You bark like a dog just from watching videos? Bai Jing put down his phone and shot Sherwin a disdainful look. Barking my ass? UING. Just watch it for yourself. I sent you the video. Sherwin said as he forwarded the Douyin video to the other two. The other two, who had initially thought he was overreacting, weren't as shocked as him upon seeing the content on their phones, but they were still slightly surprised. The footage showed a group of live streamers promoting Li Yuza's funeral home. What the hell is going on? Why is Teacher Piao promoting this guy's funeral parlor? Yeah, and Sister Joe and the others too, why are they? All three were fans of PBB and the others. Seeing them skip their live streams to promote a funeral home left them utterly perplexed. Could it be they were threatened by that bastard Li Yuza? Huang Yun frowned, watching the video of the group enthusiastically promoting the funeral home's discounts. But this didn't seem like it. It looked more like they were doing it voluntarily? Are you kidding me? Giving up a streaming gig that pays tens of millions a year to work at a tiny funeral home? No, they must have been threatened. The moment that thought surfaced, after a brief analysis, Wang Yun quickly dismissed it. He recalled something, and it was precisely that memory that made him so certain. Remember those rumors about something happening in Stone Village? Wasn't PBB's livestream banned while he was in Stone Village? Seeing the puzzled looks on their faces, he didn't keep them in suspense and laid out the details. What the hell? I don't get it. Stone and Beijing exchanged glances, still puzzled. Damn it, there were online posts analyzing how OU Village was haunted, but we definitely don't believe that stuff. So, Li Yuza must have some trick to control or threaten PBB and the others. Huang Yin stroked his chin, having deduced what he considered a perfect explanation. Though the other two still didn't quite follow his logic. But they clapped anyway after all, whatever the boss said went, and the boss was always right. Right, the boss is right. We agree too. Ignoring his two somewhat dim-witted younger brothers, Huang Yin continued to ponder the connections at play. If ghosts existed, they wouldn't believe it for a second. But Li Yuza? He was a whole different story. Huang Yin narrowed his eyes as information about Li Yuza replayed in his mind. He'd spent considerable time investigating the man lately. Whether it was the pattern of people dying after being targeted, or the recent spate of haunted incidents, everything pointed to one thing: there was definitely something strange about him. Or perhaps he possessed some other means, beyond the reach of ordinary people. As this thought formed, another bold idea took root in his mind. Let's take advantage of his store's promotional event. We'll go check it out, probe the situation, and see what tricks he's got up his sleeve, what kind of magic he's pulling. If we spot anything unusual, we'll go live and expose the scam, ride the traffic wave. Huang Yin turned to his two henchmen and gave the order. As for why they were so eager to expose Li Yuza, there were essentially two reasons. The first was simple: they just couldn't stand the guy. Like most netizens, they believed Li Yuza was either advertising or genuinely cursed. After all, whoever got targeted by him seemed to meet their demise. Second, it was all about the traffic. They recalled how someone named Wu Jiachi had previously tried to take down Li Yuza. Though unsuccessful, it had garnered hundreds of thousands of views, directly converting into monetized traffic. This made the trio intensely jealous, fueling their desire to pick a fight with Li Yuza even more. Anyway, we're all customers, we're the kingmakers. Even if we pick a fight with him right in front of him, he wouldn't dare do anything. With that thought, the trio resolved to visit the funeral home in the coming days, determined to teach this arrogant funeral director a lesson. Chapter 189, Unknown Perils. North City. After briefly explaining the situation on the ground to Doraba, she led the group to head toward Yangmi's home. Soon, guided by Diliriba, the group arrived at another residential complex not too far from Diliriba's own home. It's just up ahead. Dilraba suddenly pointed ahead and announced. Hearing this, the others paused in surprise before following her gaze. They could see several villas standing in neat rows not far away. Yet one house stood out starkly among them, seemingly devoid of any light. Walking on the damp ground, Li Yuza frowned slightly as the air grew increasingly cold and damp. The group walked down the deserted street. Aside from them, there were no other pedestrians or sounds whatsoever. Dim lights cast an eerie, sinister aura that seemed to seep from the shadows. This oppressive silence enveloped them, weighing heavily on the hearts of the three others except for Li Yuza and the two strategists, making their burdens feel heavier and heavier. Master Li, is there really a ghost here? Diliriba, walking side by side with Li Yuza as they led the way, shrank her head slightly in fear and asked him. There is, but it feels odd. Li Yuza furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss yet unable to pinpoint it. Let's go inside first. Ignoring the worried glances from the others behind him, Li Yuza ultimately decided to proceed inside first. After all, every moment delayed could put Yangmi in greater danger. Moreover, there was indeed a distinct corpse-like aura in the air, yet it wasn't quite the same as the scent emanating from the two little ghosts he'd subdued earlier. This discrepancy was precisely what puzzled Li Yuza. Behind him, the dragon and phoenix felt the same. Even before they had fully entered the residential complex, their keen senses had already detected a faint trace of corpse-like stench in the air. Yet unlike the others, the dragon and phoenix unexpectedly found this scent strangely familiar. Had they encountered it somewhere before? Yet for the moment, neither could place it. Still, they were certain of one thing: even if they hadn't seen it before, they had certainly encountered it before. In short, this scent felt profoundly familiar to them. Time passed slowly. To others, it might have seemed like only a brief moment. But for Yangmi at that moment, it felt like an eternity had passed. After realizing the supernatural presence in the room couldn't break out, Yangmi felt slightly relieved. Still, she dared not stray too far from her spot, crouching in place as she waited for Li Yuza and the others to come to her rescue. Just as she hesitated over whether to find another hiding spot, a cardboard box appeared in the distance. Night had fallen. The neighborhood streets were sparsely populated, with streetlights flickering dimly along the roadside. Before long, a group of people walked in from outside. I remember this neighborhood. It wasn't like this before. And why is it so cold? Did the temperature drop? Dilraba crossed her arms over her chest, hiding behind Li Yuza with a hint of fear. As they ventured deeper into the complex, the air grew thicker with an eerie chill. Even Dilraba, who knew nothing of such things, could feel it now. Maybe it has. Without another word, the group of five walked silently toward Yangmi's house. Soon, they arrived at the house. Seeing the eerily empty dwelling, its door slightly ajar, Li Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Instinctively, he feared something had happened to Yangmi. Send Yangmi a message. Li Yu said to PBB behind him, a hint of urgency in his voice. Yes, Master Li. Seeing the somewhat disordered interior, they dared not rush in, fearing they might stumble upon some unknown danger. The ancient European-style villa stood at the edge of the city, its wine-red glass facade shimmering with an alluring yet terrifying aura. The wind carried a faint scent of blood, a chill piercing through their bodies and seeping into their bones. The closer they approached the house, the more palpable this aura became upon them. Dilraba, frightened, hid behind Li Yu. Even before seeing the little ghost, its presence alone had made her tremble. Only now, confronted with such a terrifying presence, did Dilraba realize how gentle the little ghost she had faced before truly was. At least it was still alive. The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through her as she stared ahead at the flickering streetlights and the open house, its depths stretching endlessly downward. A bold thought flashed through her mind. Yang Mi. Could she be dead? Ahead of her. Apart from Sister Joe and the others, who were too terrified to speak, the two prodigies now sensed the eerie aura permeating the air at close range. A peculiar emotion stirred within them. Exchanging a glance, they were now utterly certain that a ghostly presence lurked nearby. But the aura in the air left them both deeply puzzled. It resembled corpse energy yet wasn't quite the same. Upon closer inspection, they realized that while it brought a chill, it carried not a shred of the dread they expected. It felt more like a hollow facade, deliberately projecting a powerful aura to mask its true nature. Brotherly, something's off here. As they lifted their heads to share their analysis with Li Yu, they suddenly noticed a cardboard box nearby seemed to shift. They froze. As they approached the front of the room, the eerie cardboard box and the chilling aura in the air grew most intense. Back off. Without waiting for their explanation, Li Yu roared the command the moment he saw the box move. Even though he had prior experience catching ghosts, those encounters had been different. He knew the person behind them was a shaman, and he had fought that little ghost once before, barely subduing it in the end. Now, facing an unknown specter, Li Yu felt a tinge of unease. In his understanding, it still seemed more likely that someone was controlling this ghost from behind the scenes. Therefore, while guarding against unexpected ghostly surprises, he also had to focus his energy on the person behind it. He also feared the opponent might use some sort of magical attack, though he wasn't overly concerned. Li Yu recalled the new ability he had recently acquired, one he had barely used. Now, facing the potential confrontation with the little ghost, it presented the perfect opportunity to test its power. After all, as Wulong Fengchu had previously told him, electric shocks were fatal to ghosts and supernatural entities. Chapter 190, The Big Star in the Box. Night. Jiangcheng Residential Complex. Facing the unknown danger, Li Yu felt a twinge of unease. But recalling the new skill he had recently acquired, he felt somewhat reassured. He had shed the label of a crude brute and now possessed magical attack capabilities. Whatever ghostly entity lurked ahead, his electric shock would knock it unconscious. If that didn't work, he could always revert to brute force and finish the job with a punch. He refused to believe it wouldn't knock them out. This was also a perfect chance to test the power of his new skill. Back at the funeral parlor, he'd only struck the walls, so he hadn't truly felt its full might. Moreover, he'd recently learned from the dragon and phoenix that electric shocks were lethal to supernatural entities. So even facing an unknown supernatural entity now, Li Yu felt little worry. If you're a ghost, you'd surely fear this electric force, right? With that thought, Li Yu's gaze fixed on the oddly shaped cardboard box not far ahead. Simultaneously, within the darkness, a faint streak of lightning slowly materialized in his palm, unnoticed by everyone else. As for the expressions these people behind him might have upon witnessing this ability, or whether they might leak it out, Li Yu wasn't the least bit concerned about that. Even if they did, so what? To them, he was already an immortal cultivator, perhaps even omnipotent. Since they were all cultivators anyway, what harm could there be in showing off a little? Discharging some electricity was perfectly normal, right? Still, though he wasn't overly worried, the thought of this incident leaking out inevitably sparked online speculation. Then he'd inevitably have a bunch of people knocking on his door for explanations. Worse still, the authorities might even step in to haul him off as a lab rat for dissection and research. At this thought, Li Yu shuddered. He knew his own limits well. If this really got out, he'd likely have no chance of escaping. Even with the speed of a cheetah, it meant nothing against guns and cannons. After all, beyond 7 paces, guns were fast within 7 paces, they were both accurate and swift. It was best to avoid detection if possible. Otherwise, the trouble would inevitably fall on him. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and fixed his gaze on the oddly shaped box not far ahead. Upon closer inspection, he could even discern that the box was swaying rhythmically with each breath. Ha! Li Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Though he detected no energy emanating from it, he activated his eagle eyes to scrutinize the eerie crate, guarding against anything lurking inside that might leap out to attack them. However, the moment Li Yu turned his gaze toward it, the tense expression on his face shifted. His previously solemn and cautious look transformed into something almost helplessly amused. Master Li, what? Dilla Lengba, crouched behind Li Yuza, was the first to notice his halted movements and now asked him in confusion. It's not a ghost. There's a person inside. Li Yuza said, sounding somewhat taken aback. And if he wasn't mistaken, the figure curled up inside the crate, trembling violently, was none other than Yang Mi himself. Though outwardly indifferent to Yang Mi being attacked by a ghost, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing the man was unharmed. As long as he's okay, as long as he's okay. After all, this guy was supposed to bring me money. If something had actually happened, wouldn't he have made the trip for nothing? Besides, without compensation, he wouldn't bother with such thankless work. After all, Yang Mi was a big star, just like Doraba. If he messed this up, he'd likely find himself back on the familiar trending search list, facing a barrage of abuse from countless netizens. Sighing in relief, Li Yuza ignored the reactions of the crowd behind him and stepped forward to pick up the box. It's Yang Mi. Dylan Lengba could clearly see the figure inside through the crack and spoke up. However, Yang Mi was currently crouched down, clutching her head with both hands pressed over her ears, so she couldn't hear the voices outside. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll never believe in nobility again. Don't come for me, woo woo woo. After sensing the commotion outside, she continued to mutter incessantly, believing this would somehow spare her from disaster. In the silent night sky, only her trembling voice echoed endlessly. Moments later, seeing the scene before her and confirming Yang Mi was safe and sound, Dailiba felt a wave of relief wash over her, followed by an urge to laugh. Seeing Yang Mi's comical posture burying her head in the sand like an ostrich to avoid danger, Dailiba teased her. Ghosts are coming. Do I look like a ghost to you? These were the very words Yang Mi had spoken to her earlier that afternoon, and now she returned them in kind. How could there possibly be ghosts in this world? You must have seen wrong. After all, people who believe in such things must be a little possessed themselves, right? Across from her, upon hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Yang Mi, who had been trembling in anticipation of death's arrival, froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. Forgetting Dilly Lengba's teasing, she scrambled out of the box. Seeing the person standing there, her heart, teetering on the edge of collapse, finally settled. Wah! There really are ghosts. Yang Mi burst into tears. Wah, wah. The empty field echoed only with the sound of her sobbing. Seeing this, Dalinba lost all desire to tease her. After all, she herself had once seen a ghost and knew exactly what that feeling was like. After waiting a moment, as if realizing the situation didn't allow her to freely vent her emotions just yet, Yang Mi composed herself before addressing Li Yuza. Master Li, the ghost, is inside. She pointed toward the villa with its doors wide open. As for why she recognized Li Yuza at a glance, it was simply because she often scolded him for spending too much time on Douyin, where she had naturally seen his photos. The thought even made her feel a bit awkward. After all, she had just been cursing him not long ago, and now she needed his help to save her. But Li Yuza was oblivious to these thoughts, and even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. In Li Yuza's eyes, as long as they paid and were his clients, what harm was there in letting them vent a little? But no more than a couple of insults, any more than that would cost extra. Shaking his head, Li Yuza shifted his gaze away from her after hearing Yang Mi's words and confirming the client was safe. Instead, he looked up at the villa before him. Chapter 191, Since I'm here, I can't leave empty-handed. Night. Jiangcheng Residential Complex. Leaving the still frightened Yang Mi behind, Li Yuza fixed his gaze on the villa ahead, its doors wide open, resembling a bottomless abyss. After briefly instructing the two PBB agents behind him to keep an eye on Yang Mi, he led the dragon and phoenix into the villa's exterior, attempting to gather any clues. But just as they approached, another icy wind swept toward them. This aura caused Zhang Huai and Zhang Hao, who had already harbored suspicions, to grow even more solemn. Their eyes seemed to reflect a newfound certainty. Li Yuza shared their suspicions. As he sensed that familiar aura lingering in the air, he instantly recalled the tattered cloth piece the dragon and phoenix had discovered not long ago. This aura, doesn't it feel very similar? As he spoke, he pulled out the tattered cloth he had kept on his person. The scent in the villa and the one on that scrap of cloth they'd found at Dilariba's place weren't just similar, they were identical. Damn it, that little brat. In that instant, countless thoughts flooded Li Yuza's mind, instantly clarifying the entire sequence of events. He recalled that not long ago, upon first arriving at Dilraba's home, he had sensed a presence of Yin energy. At the time, he hadn't suspected any ghosts were present, attributing it merely to lingering traces of a spirit. But later, the moment Dilraba stepped outside, Li Yuza keenly detected that same cold aura lingering in the air as if it had followed her out. If I'm not mistaken, it must be that little ghost. Li Yuza murmured to himself, lightly stroking his chin as he stared at the pitch-black villa before him, continuing his analysis. His certainty that both ghostly presences were one and the same stemmed primarily from the events of that night. After Dilraba returned, he and Wulong Fengshu had specifically sensed the aura on her body and even inspected the villa multiple times. They found no trace of any ghostly presence whatsoever, as if it had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. However, just as they were preparing to leave, they received Yang Mi's distress call. They also learned from PBB that the two were part of the same production crew. On their way to rescue Yang Mi, Lee Yuza also learned from Dilraba that she and Yang Mi had some unresolved conflicts. Naturally, he understood what had transpired that afternoon. If I'm not mistaken, that little ghost inside is the damn one that appeared at Dilraba's place. Lee Yuza frowned deeply, blurting out his realization instinctively. His theory was that the spirit originally in Dilraba's home had fled upon seeing them arrive, following her to the set where it happened to encounter Yang Mi and ended up possessing her. But why the hell did it end up here? Could it be that the ghost possessing Dilraba, after hearing Yang Mi's words, took a dislike to her and followed her back? After all, as Wulong Fengchu had suggested, this ghost might possess some degree of sentience. So its actions weren't entirely incomprehensible. Everything suddenly fell into place. Lee Yuza stroked his chin, sharing his theory with the two strategists. Upon hearing his words, the two, who had previously found it implausible that multiple paranormal incidents could occur on the same night, suddenly understood. No wonder. They realized it was the same damn ghost all along. Let's go inside and check it out first. Lee Yuza had already roughly gauged the ghost's strength inside. It shouldn't be too powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have kept hiding itself all this time. As night fell, a modern villa stood starkly in the darkness, devoid of any light, giving off an eerie vibe. Lee Yuza, accompanied by the two young prodigies, cautiously crossed the threshold, a door that seemed like an endless abyss to ordinary people, and stepped into this enigmatic space. The group groped through the darkness, attempting to turn on the villa's lights. Yet, even after locating the switch, no matter how they pressed it, the interior remained shrouded in perpetual darkness. Power outage? Lee Yuza furrowed his brow slightly, feeling the darkness enveloping him as a sense of foreboding crept into his mind. But the thought vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared. After all, when they had just arrived, they had seen other houses brightly lit. Why would Yang Mi's villa be the only one without power? Putting the available clues together, Lee Yuza concluded that this ghost seemed afraid of being discovered and was deliberately avoiding the three of them. Which meant the scene unfolding before them was undoubtedly the little ghost's doing. Let's go inside. Without much hesitation, Lee Yuza instructed the two others. After all, they'd come this far, they couldn't very well return empty-handed, could they? Besides, it was just a little ghost. A quick shot from his electric cannon would surely make it behave. The three slowly stepped inside, simultaneously sensing and observing the interior environment. A chilling aura permeated the villa, the air thick and oppressive. The night was deep and silent, the entire house shrouded in thick darkness. Glancing around, only a few faint streaks of moonlight filtered through the windows, casting eerie shadows. Just then, Lee Yuza, who had just stepped into the villa's main hall, suddenly felt as if invisible fingers were lightly brushing against his body, sending a chill down his spine. What the hell? Lee Yuza instinctively swung a punch, but it struck nothing. Strange. Slightly startled, he too activated his eagle eyes, preparing to search the darkness for any signs of the eerie presence that might appear. Yet the darkness hindered his eagle eyes from functioning as they should. Lee Yuza felt somewhat helpless, yet lacking any better solution, he could only activate his phone's flashlight. Using it as a makeshift supplement to his eagle eyes, he scanned the surroundings. After scanning the area thoroughly and finding nothing, just as Lee Yuza was about to stow away his eagle eyes, he was startled to see a crimson glow slowly illuminate the staircase of the duplex villa. A figure seemed to stand there, or rather, a ghostly shadow. Something's there. He swiftly relayed the information to the dragon and phoenix. Just as he was about to observe further, the figure standing in the darkness vanished instantly. When it reappeared, it was already behind the three of them. Boom! The moment Lee Yuza spotted it, the figure sprang into action. Chapter 192, Fine, you like to hide, huh? Boom! In the darkness, a figure of average height vanished from the staircase in an instant, only to appear behind the trio the next moment. Under the moonlight, before the others could even process the shadow cast on the ground, a powerful attack struck. A deafening crash erupted within the room. After Wulong and Fengchu barely managed to block it, the figure vanished once more into the darkness. At the critical moment, drawing on years of experience dealing with the supernatural, Zhang Huai managed to block the attack with his arm just as it was about to strike them. What the hell? Zhang Huai exclaimed in shock after lowering his arm, having withstood the blow. Feeling the thick, oppressive aura of darkness emanating from behind them, they were certain beyond doubt this was absolutely the ghost they had been searching for. At that moment, the three never imagined this ghost would dare to attack them first. Who was the hunter and who was the prey? Was it courting death? After the attack, everyone froze in place. Their eyes darted toward the depths of the darkness, using the faint light from their cell phones to guard against any ghosts that might attack them again. However, as time passed, after waiting a moment longer, Lee Yuza and the other two, still on guard, began to feel a sense of confusion. Had they been tricked? That little ghost seemed to have bolted after just one strike? Lee Yuza furrowed his brow slightly, about to speak, when a thicker, more intense aura of darkness filled the air once more. Strange, something's off about this ghost. Seeing only the yin energy in the air and no sign of the ghost, Lee Yuza murmured under his breath. Just then, Zhang Huai, who had briefly adjusted after being attacked, suddenly spoke up. Brother Lee. I'm not sure if I should say this. If it's about this matter, you'd better speak up now. If it's unrelated, shut your mouth immediately. Upon hearing the words from the dragon and phoenix, Li Yuza responded immediately. Brotherly, that little ghost just now seemed very weak, with little power. Earlier, when the brat suddenly attacked Zhang Huai, Li Yuza had been plunged into darkness and felt tense, so he hadn't noticed it at first. But now, upon careful reflection, he unexpectedly realized that the attack probably hadn't carried much power at all. It was like, all bluster and no substance. As his words fell, Li Yuza grew even more certain that this little ghost before them might be the one they'd mentioned earlier, the newly born spirit with limited intelligence and weak power. The three stood rooted to the spot, using the light from their phones and the moonlight to analyze the strength of the little ghost they were about to face. After a brief exchange of guesses, they realized the little ghost seemed to be warning them to leave? But who warns others by attacking first? Isn't that a direct declaration of war? This little ghost had some brains enough to run away, but not much more. Li Yuza frowned slightly, sensing something deeply unsettling about this situation. If it was indeed the same spirit as the one at Dilariba's house, what could its purpose be? To harm people? That didn't seem right either. After all, Yang Mi and Dilraba had only been startled, not harmed. Moreover, they only sensed the presence of Yin energy, not any malevolent aura. So why would this little ghost still come out to scare people? What exactly was it? Li Yuza kept pondering this question. Brotherly, that aura seems to have moved upstairs. Just as he was about to continue pondering, Wulong Fengchu suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Li Yuza snapped out of his reverie. After confirming the Yin energy in the air was indeed moving toward the second floor, he addressed the two again. Let's go check it out. Saying this, he led the way upstairs, with the two following behind him. After all, standing there pondering wasn't going to solve anything. Better to go capture the little ghost upstairs, perhaps then everything would become clear. Besides, he was counting on catching this little ghost to earn some gold coins. Two clients were waiting for him outside. With that thought, the trio hesitated no longer and turned to ascend the stairs. But no one noticed that the instant they ascended the stairs, a crimson flash flickered once more in the corner. The night was deep, a solitary moon hanging high in the sky, its cold, clear light spilling down. All was silent. Apart from PBB and his group, not a soul could be seen in the residential complex. A chilling aura permeated the air, yet it faded after a thunderous crash echoed from within the villa. Ha! The sudden, thunderous crash from within the house made the others, who hadn't been overly concerned before, grow tense. Master Li. Could they be in danger? Once the noise ceased, Dilraba, her eyes narrowing with concern, turned to PBB with a worried question. Dilraba, her eyes now tinged with worry, turned to PBB with a concerned question. After all, she had never witnessed Li Yuza's true strength firsthand. Most of what she knew came from hearsay. Her current worry and fear were perfectly understandable. As her words fell, witnessing the oppressive, almost tangible aura of darkness spreading, PBB, though also concerned, responded with unwavering confidence. Master Li will be fine. Don't worry. But it looks like this might be tricky. Indeed. Inside the villa, if Li Yuza could hear PBB's words, he'd surely praise him as a great prophet. They had indeed encountered a rather tricky problem. But it wasn't a matter of combat strength. Instead, it was. Li Yuza couldn't fathom what kind of mood he must be in right now. He felt a mix of helplessness and sheer frustration. This situation was almost identical to the last time they caught the big and little ghosts. Back then, they hadn't managed to catch them on the first try because they couldn't run as fast as the ghosts. Fortunately, the system later assigned a temporary task, temporarily granting him the speed of a cheetah, which ultimately allowed him to subdue the big and little ghosts. But this ghost before him. Li Yuza stared into the endless darkness, his emotions tangled. Damn it, why did every ghost he encountered have to be so damn fast? Like the last one, this little ghost possessed incredible speed. But what set it apart was its extraordinary ability to vanish without a trace. Within just a few minutes, Wulong Fengchu had sensed the little ghost's presence multiple times, yet it remained utterly invisible. Even when he occasionally caught a glimpse of that crimson flash, it vanished just as quickly, leaving behind only scraps of torn cloth, as if mocking them. The scraps of cloth left behind confirmed beyond doubt that this was the very same spirit that had appeared in Dilraba's home. Moreover, it seemed to possess genuine sentience. Damn it! Just as the two men lunged forward yet again, only to grab at thin air. At that moment, a bottle of mineral water sitting idle on the table caught Li Yuza's attention. It seemed to spark an idea in him, and a cold smile involuntarily spread across his lips. Fine, you like to hide, huh? Chapter 193, I'll just go all out with 100,000 volts. North City. Inside a haunted villa. Feeling the occasional strange sensation in the air, Li Yuza knew exactly where the ghost appeared. However, as if influenced by the supernatural presence, the second floor of the villa, which hadn't been particularly dim to begin with, was now plunged into complete darkness. Only by relying on the light from their phones could the three barely make out the path beneath their feet. Don't let us catch you. After several fruitless attempts, they found nothing but the occasional scrap of torn cloth. Still, it wasn't entirely useless. At least it confirmed that this little ghost was the same one that had appeared at Doraba's house before. Moreover, it seemed to possess a surprisingly high level of intelligence. After all, both the dragon and the phoenix had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by this little ghost. Beyond that, however, the two found no other clues. Even now, they hadn't managed to catch a glimpse of the little ghost. Damn, it sure knows how to hide. But as the words fell, Liuza sensed the air thickening with energy once more. He knew the little ghost was about to show itself again. Damn it! Sure enough. As the voices of Wulong and Fengshu echoed once more, Liuza realized they'd been toyed with by the little ghost again. Though the little ghost might not be particularly powerful in this darkness, it was incredibly agile. For now, they truly had no way to deal with it. For a moment, Liuza felt helpless. But that helplessness vanished into thin air the instant he spotted a bottle of mineral water sitting on a nearby table. Fine, you like to hide, huh? Liuza let out a sinister chuckle as he walked over and slipped the bottle into his pocket. However, as soon as his words fell, as if sensing Liuza's ill intent, that crimson streak that had vanished into the darkness reappeared. Red light flashed in the little ghost's eyes, and in the next instant, it leapt over the two men and charged straight at Liuza. Brotherly, watch out. Hearing the shout, Liuza, who had been lost in his own wicked thoughts, whipped his head around just in time to lock eyes with that crimson figure. Holy! Quickly sensing the air current, Liuza instinctively shouted before dodging. As he regained his composure, he launched a high roundhouse kick. A sneak attack. Utterly unsportsmanlike. Not even giving him time to activate his skill. The first time he'd ever seen such an unethical ghost miss its strike. Even now, facing this situation, Liuza couldn't stop inwardly ranting about the little ghost's tactics. After all, what kind of ghost hides from people day in and day out, constantly launching sneak attacks? Is this even the kind of ghost he remembered? Shouldn't ghosts be out there grabbing and devouring people, waiting for him, the righteous avenger, to subdue them? Liuza glanced around in confusion, but darkness was all he could see. Forget it. Whatever kind of ghost it was, it didn't really concern him. Once he caught it, he'd just bury it and call it a day. After all, he was still counting on this little ghost to drop some gold coins. Liuza exhaled, shaking the mineral water bottle in his hand. The thought of completing this job made him want to cry all over again. Who would have thought that all his hard work would only earn him a cold, hard number in his bank account? Yet, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. But before Liuza could indulge in his daydreams any longer, that familiar aura filled the air once more, hovering before him. Is this never going to end? After cursing into the air, Liuza couldn't hold back any longer. He instructed Wulong Fengshu to coordinate with him later while twisting open the cap of his mineral water bottle. After a moment's wait, movement stirred in the air once more. A fist-shaped glow, shrouded in darkness and indistinct in color, was about to strike him. But this time, Liuza didn't dodge like before. Instead, he stepped forward to meet it head-on, preparing to take the full brunt of the attack. After all, in Liuza's estimation, this little ghost wasn't particularly powerful. Aside from being exceptionally fast, what threat could it possibly pose? What harm could a single punch do? Thud! A thunderous impact echoed as Liuza staggered back 3 steps, wincing in pain. But at the very instant the little demon struck him, the water he had caught earlier suddenly spilled out from his open hands, spraying directly toward his opponent and unleashing its true purpose. Without hesitation, listening to the faint dripping sound in the air, as the water cascaded forward, Liuza unleashed the electric rays power with lightning speed. I'm going all out with 100,000 volts. A deliberately restrained, faint arc of electricity erupted from his palm, striking the water spray instantly. With a sizzling crackle, a piercing scream erupted from the darkness nearby. Liuza's electric shock had struck the heart. Damn it, you think I can't take you on, you little bastard? Where there's a will, there's a way. From the moment he spotted the water bottle, Liuza had thought of using an electric shock through water to track down the ghost. After all, darkness was the ghost's domain, forcing him to think outside the box. Moreover, his beginner-level electric eel powers could paralyze ordinary people, so the shock should be even more potent against a ghost. Thankfully, the attack worked. Liuza felt a surge of excitement. It seemed his new skill was actually pretty effective. Damn it, this isn't too weak, is it? But as his heart settled, the shoulder he'd just been struck on began to throb faintly. Assuming the ghost was a weakling, Liuza hadn't activated his skill and had taken the full brunt of the attack instead. Fortunately, nothing unexpected had happened. After inwardly cursing, Liuza caught the faint smell of something burning nearby and gave a sinister grin. Go find that brat. With 100,000 volts unleashed, that brat would be paralyzed if not outright killed. Though Liuza's electric shock ability was only basic, capable at most of stunning an enemy. But amplified by water, its power surged dramatically. Even he couldn't tell if the brat across from him would survive this strike. But who cares? Whether the brat lived or died was none of his concern. Behind Liuza, the two strategists, Wulong and Fengshu, stood with their mouths agape, their faces frozen in disbelief. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. Before they could even process what they were seeing, the battle had already ended. In fact, they hadn't even noticed the lightning bolt Li Yuza had unexpectedly unleashed moments ago. Smelling the acrid scent in the air, they hesitated to ask about the peculiar items the other possessed. Absolutely no problem, brotherly. But right now, their primary concern was the little brat lying in the darkness, seemingly knocked unconscious by Li Yuza's attack. Chapter 194, I don't have a son this ugly. Night. Unlike the dazzling lights elsewhere, inside a villa at this hour, for some reason, had grown dim and lifeless. Second floor of the villa. In the pitch-black night, a flash of lightning pierced the darkness, slightly dispelling the eerie atmosphere. Go find that thing. Li Yuza ordered the dragon and phoenix. He himself wasn't sure if the little brat could survive his combined attack. But who cares? All he needed to do was confirm he'd hit a ghost, then wait for the gold coins to roll in. As for the aftermath? That was something he'd have to pay extra to find out. Behind him, as Li Yuza's words fell, Zhang Huai and Zhang Hao, whose emotions hadn't been particularly stirred until now, stared wide-eyed. Smelling the acrid scent in the air, though they had no idea how Li Yuza had pulled it off, neither of them asked. Got it, brotherly. After a brief reply, the two were about to grope through the darkness to find where the little ghost had been knocked flying when, at that moment, lights suddenly came on downstairs in the villa. The unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. But at the same time, they could clearly see the appearance of the little ghost before them. This little ghost was completely different from the two they had encountered last time. Li Yuza's face paled with shock. Feeling the thick, oppressive aura emanating from it, he could scarcely believe what he was seeing. It was entirely different from the ghosts they had encountered in Stone Village. This newly appeared little ghost, if not for the aura radiating from its body, would be indistinguishable from a human by the naked eye alone. Because, its appearance was that of a young boy. Li Yuza gaped at the ghost before him, its eyes brimming with emotion. If he wasn't mistaken, this little ghost actually possessed sentience. Is this thing human or ghost? Li Yuza was utterly bewildered. So this was the other world, even ghosts possessed sentience. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. But before anyone could recover, the little ghost knocked into the corner by Li Yuza's strike, its body still flickering with electric light, vanished once more. Where the hell did it go? The two strategists, who had already stepped forward to turn the little ghost over and investigate, were utterly bewildered. A perfectly good ghost? How could it vanish so suddenly? Even that peculiar aura vanished. Unlike the bewilderment of the two, Li Yuza, relying on the swift reflexes granted by his eagle eyes, snapped back to reality the instant the sudden change occurred. He also noticed the little ghost seemed to have flashed. Before he could ponder further, the light streaming from the first floor allowed Li Yuza to sharply discern that crimson streak. Yurema, you want to try again? Li Yuza unleashed a fist bursting with electric light. The little brat, who had just gotten up and was about to attack again, was sent flying. He slammed into the wall and fell to the ground. Under the force of that furious punch, amplified by the power of lightning, he was already incapacitated. Fine. You want to play dirty with me, huh? He hadn't expected this little demon to be so vicious, first spitting on him, then plotting to cut off his line. Li Yuza's patience with the little demon had reached its limit. The thunderstorm gathering in his palm paled in comparison to the intensity of his rage. 100,000 volts, he said calmly. The thunderous crack erupted, as if it would tear the very fabric of space apart. The brat was once again knocked to the ground by the lightning, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Seeing the battle end in the blink of an eye, the two strategists, still stunned, quickly regained their wits. They approached with keen awareness, first kicking the motionless brat lying on the ground twice, then dragging him before Li Yuza. Brotherly, looks like he's not quite dead yet. Should we finish him off with a couple more blows? Wulong Fengshu tossed the little devil onto the ground and addressed Li Yuza. Let's see. Li Yuza had initially wanted to see what this sentient little ghost looked like, but upon realizing it wouldn't serve much purpose even if he did, he decided against it. Today's tally, +1. Upon hearing Li Yuza's affirmative reply, just as the pair prepared to dispose of the little ghost on the spot. At that moment, a piercing sound split the air. The little ghost, who had been lying unconscious on the ground, suddenly opened its eyes and instantly lunged toward Li Yuza. At such close range, even if Li Yuza reacted, evasion was nearly impossible, especially since he hadn't. Holy, it's haunted. Seeing the little ghost lunging at him, Li Yuza instinctively let out a startled cry, completely forgetting that the figure before him seemed to be. Realizing evasion was impossible, Li Yuza belatedly activated his bear power. Since he couldn't dodge the attack, he had no choice but to take it head-on. He felt a bit helpless. He never imagined that just moments after leaving the ranks of crude warriors to join the noble mages, he'd instantly plunge into the even more pathetic category of meat shields. How many times had he been beaten tonight? Since arriving in this world, he'd never suffered such a crushing defeat. Even in the midst of battle, his mind couldn't help but wander. Admittedly, this brat's attacks were somewhat weak. At least to him, they felt like nothing more than a tickle. Li Yuza stood rooted to the spot, waiting for the little demon's desperate counterattack. Spare me, big brother. Ha! Hearing a voice that didn't belong to the dragon and phoenix, and feeling a cold, wet sensation on his leg, Liuza was utterly bewildered. What the hell is going on? Ghosts possessing sentience was one thing, but damn it, they could actually speak? Things were spiraling into the unforeseeable. Still in defensive mode, Liuza felt his worldview crumbling after hearing that cry. Ha! Wait, hold up. I guess I'm a time traveler too. Then it's fine. Father. Grandfather. Ancestors. Please spare my life. I never stole or robbed, just lived quietly in this world. What did I ever do to deserve this? Wah. Spotting the eldest looking figure among the trio, the little ghost seized an opening to break free from its bonds. Now clinging desperately to Liuza's thigh, it even spoke in human words. Before him, Liuza, whose thigh the little ghost clung to, felt his mind instantly drift off into outer space. Damn it, if even ghosts can talk now, then pigs flying isn't just a fantasy anymore. Shaking his head and sighing, Liuza then thought, after all, if I can travel through time, why couldn't ghosts talk? Anything is possible. With that thought, he didn't dwell on the matter any longer. But, staring at the little ghost before him, unsure if it was genuine or just putting on a pitiful act, Liuza kicked it flying once more. Go to hell. I don't have a son this ugly. Not for any other reason, but because this brat stank to high heaven. How many days have you gone without a damn bath? Chapter 195. Hire people but never pay wages. Second floor of the villa. With a thunderous crash, the little brat, who had been crawling on the floor begging for mercy, was once again kicked flying by Liuza. Go to hell. I don't have a son this ugly, don't claim any connection to me. Liuza frowned slightly, sniffing the foul stench in the air as he cursed angrily. How long has it been since you last bathed, stinking like this? Watching the little devil speak human words and Liuza, utterly unfazed by it. The two strategists, who had been watching the spectacle unfold from behind, felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside them. If their memories served them correctly, based on what they'd read in ancient Taoist texts, even ghosts with basic sentience were considered exceptionally gifted, useful for manual labor. And this one spoke with such fluency. It seemed this one had spent quite some time mingling in human society. Big brother, I'm sorry. Please, I'll do anything you ask if you just let me live. While the two strategists were still analyzing the situation, the little ghost kicked away by Liuza crawled back to his feet and scrambled back to Liuza's side. You little Karami, even if I spare your life, what good would you be to me? Watching the little brat who neither fought back nor retorted, Liuza felt a flicker of interest. Running away, does that count? I'm pretty fast. Zhang Hao, take him down. Hearing the ragged little brat spout nonsense even as death approached, Liuza couldn't be bothered anymore. If he wanted to die, then die he would. Got it, brotherly. Behind him. Seeing Liuza's unwavering resolve, the two strategists, Wulong and Fengchu, found no point in further argument. Pushing aside all extraneous thoughts, their focus now was solely on the little brat. He spun around and lunged at the little devil, ready to strangle him to death right there. Just give up already. The two exchanged a glance, each grabbing an arm to haul the ghost away, intending to quietly dispose of it in some deserted corner. But just as Liuza resolved to eliminate this seemingly useless little ghost, a long-forgotten voice echoed in his ears once more. Ding! Suitable labor detected. Triggered temporary quest, subdue the unidentified spirit before you. Quest reward, 1 opportunity to upgrade to Eagle Eyes. Upgraded Eagle Eyes, gain owl-like night vision in addition to superhuman daytime vision. Accept mission? Holy crap! Hearing the system notification, Liuza instinctively let out a startled cry. Damn it, why didn't it say there was a quest earlier? This damn system only speaks up at the very last moment? Soon enough, I'll tear this damn system apart. Liuza's brows furrowed slightly as he glanced at the prompt displayed by the system. Suitable labor detected? This damn thing is useless, just pure manual labor? Liuza turned his head, his expression odd as he stared at the little ghost flung to the ground by the dragon and phoenix, still struggling. What the hell use are you? However, the moment this thought surfaced, Liuza quickly dismissed it. After all, the fact that the system had issued a temporary task might mean this little brat wasn't as simple as he appeared. Perhaps he held some secret unknown to him. I'll give you one more chance. Prove your worth, and I might reconsider sparing your life. With that thought, Liuza glanced once more at the youngster before him and spoke. Across from him. As the words fell, the little devil, who had been struggling relentlessly, suddenly froze. Big brother, I'm useful. I'm useful. Seeing himself fall from one abyss to another, then another, a glimmer of light finally appeared before his eyes. He had to consider whether this was his only chance in this lifetime. Restoring the glory of the ghost realm, it is our solemn duty. What the hell are you spouting now? Get to the point. Before the little brat could utter another word, Liuza glared and cut him off. Big brother, I can wash clothes, cook meals, mop floors, wash dishes, and handle all household chores. I never drag my feet, never complain, and take any beating or scolding without complaint. Please spare my life, I'll kowtow to you twice. Seeing Liuza suddenly interrupt him, the kid dared not say another word. After all, even a tiger in a trap. Of course, such thoughts could only exist in his imagination. If he dared utter it aloud, the man before him would likely hack him into 8 or 9 pieces and toss him down the drain. The little ghost meekly rattled off everything he knew, skills and shortcomings alike. At this moment, he didn't care whether it worked or not. Speaking up might save his life, staying silent certainly wouldn't. Across from him. After hearing the kid's words, Lee Yuza hesitated for a moment before feigning some difficulty. Well. Big bro, don't even finish. I'm in. Seeing Lee Yuza still hesitating, the kid spoke up first to prevent any delays. Lee Yuza stared at the little ghost before him. Why did he keep getting the feeling this wasn't coercion, but genuine willingness? But it was good he spoke up first. He had intended to agree anyway, so this saved him the trouble of going through the motions. It worked out well. He saved face and got what he wanted. As for why he wanted to subdue this little ghost, it was simple, mainly for the mission reward. Yep, it was that simple. After all, Lee Yuza wasn't about to pass up such a sweet deal. Alright then, you can follow me, Lee Yuza declared magnanimously. He'd been feeling like something was missing in his shop, and now this little imp had arrived to perfectly fill that void. Cleaning, errands, laundry, cooking, he'd handle it all. As for whether he could actually do it, well, that wasn't his concern. It was more a matter of whether the kid wanted to stay alive. And his wages for working for him? What a joke. A little brat actually expecting a salary? Lee never pays his workers. Besides, Lee Yuza glanced again at the little brat who had walked up to him. Looks like a child laborer, he muttered to himself. Then there's absolutely no reason to pay wages. As long as no wages are paid, no employment relationship is formed, and thus it's not child labor. Lee Yuza smiled darkly. Still, he decided to take the little ghost along for now. If it proved useful, it could develop into a major asset for dealing with other ghosts and monsters that might appear in the future. But if he proved useless, Lee Yuza narrowed his eyes slightly. If useless, then he'd have to reluctantly bury him alive. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Thank you for sparing my life, big brother. This humble servant will work tirelessly for you, without complaint. Across from him, the little ghost kept shouting at Lee Yuza. After all, he had no idea what was going through Lee Yuza's mind. All he knew was that he seemed to have survived. Enough. With the matter settled, Lee Yuza breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the system's task completion notification sounded, and a chill crept into Lee Yuza's eyes. Ding. Temporary mission complete. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Eagle Eye's Enhanced Edition and Owl Night Vision. Feeling the chill in his eyes, Lee Yuza was filled with excitement. Just as he was about to walk out to report and collect his due reward, a sudden thought struck him. His expression turned slightly peculiar as he turned his head to look at the little ghost. Why would he run back and forth between the two women's homes? A bold conjecture formed in Lee Yuza's mind. Chapter 196, I just like looking at beautiful women. Inside the villa. The supernatural incident had temporarily come to a close. Feeling a chill emanating from his eyes, Lee Yuza couldn't wait any longer. Paying no heed to what the others around him were thinking, he immediately activated his eagle eyes and scanned the surrounding darkness. As his gaze swept through the shadows, every hidden corner was laid bare before his eyes. Holy! As his vision intensified, Lee Yuza made another astonishing discovery. His senses had been heightened as well. Double good fortune. A surge of joy flooded his heart, and Lee Yuza felt incredibly excited. Just as he was thinking about walking out to report for duty and collect his well-earned reward, something suddenly occurred to him. His expression turned slightly peculiar as he turned back to look at the little ghost. Why would he be running back and forth between the two women's homes? Recalling what Diliriba had told him earlier, a bold guess flashed through Lee Yuza's mind. What's your goal? Why are you running around everywhere? Lee Yuza frowned as he stared at the kid. Though he had a rough idea in mind, he still felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that this was his sole purpose? Across from him. Now free from the threat of death and feeling utterly at ease, the little ghost grew tense again upon hearing Lee Yuza's question. A flicker of fear crossed his face as he looked at Lee Yuza anxiously, dreading that his answer might displease the other man and lead to being dragged into a corner and hacked to death again. Big brother. I don't have any ulterior motives. I just genuinely like beautiful women. That's all. Holy crap. So that's really the only reason? The old pervert, ha! Hearing the kid's words, Lee Yuza curled his lips and a look of understanding flashed across his face. It was exactly what he'd thought. This kid in front of him was actually a damn pervert. The old pervert, always sneaking into beautiful women's homes. No wonder. Lee Yuza murmured to himself. Recalling what Diliriba had told him earlier that her butt had been groped, and considering that these two were major celebrities with stunning looks. It all made perfect sense now. What a ing pervert. But just as the kid let out a sigh of relief, Lee Yuza asked again. Then why did you attack us? The killer question. A flicker of terror crossed the kid's face. He didn't want to speak, but when he saw the other's ghost-chilling gaze fixed on him, He could only stammer out a few words hesitantly. It was self-defense. Beat him. Without a second thought, Li Yuza ordered the two henchmen standing by to beat the kid senseless first, questions later. Let's see you claim self-defense now. Beat his bloody head off, damn it. Shaking his head, Li Yuza ignored the little ghost still getting beaten up nearby. He stroked his chin, mentally replaying the entire sequence of recent events. He had a rough idea of what was going on. In short, it was the story of a little ghost who knew where it came from, wandering around as a pervert. You really are a ing pervert. After piecing together the whole story, he muttered another curse under his breath at the kid. He also knew this matter was about to wrap up and it was time for him to collect his payment. With that thought, he glanced at the little ghost once more and said, "Alright, find yourself a cool spot to hang out. Don't block the way here. Come find me when everything's settled." The supernatural incidents at the villa were now concluded, and Li Yuza didn't want to waste any more time here. All he wanted now was to get back to the hotel for a good night's sleep, then come back tomorrow to collect payment from Dilly-Reba and the others. Got it, boss. The little ghost shook off the constraints of the sleeping dragon and phoenix, mimicking their words with surprising ease. Just as the beaten-up little ghost prepared to leave, he suddenly turned back to Li Yuza as if remembering something. "But, big brother, I don't have a name." "Xiao." Without hesitation, Li Yuza blurted out a name. In his mind, it wasn't for himself anyway, so it didn't matter what it was. "Got it, big brother." Unlike him, however, the kid visibly perked up upon hearing the name. After a brief reply, he dared not linger, fearing Li Yuza might beat him up again. The next second, Xiao vanished from where he stood. In the darkness, only Li Yuza and the two strategists remained. Watching the kid vanish in an instant, Li Yuza was left speechless. It was just a beating, really? Is it worth getting so worked up over? Next time, I'll just hit you a little softer. He sighed and shrugged indifferently. As for whether Xiao would run away, Li Yuza wasn't worried about that. After all, the little guy didn't seem inherently bad, just a bit lecherous. Besides, if he dared sneak off, Li Yuza had recently mastered a new dish. He wouldn't mind catching the little devil again and letting him taste the flavor of 9 turn intestines. Shaking his head, the group prepared to descend the stairs in the dark and head out to fulfill their mission. Just then, the previously shrouded luxury villa suddenly lit up. At that very moment, Li Yuza knew deep down that everything unfolding before them was the handiwork of that damn little ghost, that damn little ghost named Xiao. A night had passed since the perverted stalker had followed the beautiful actress. After a night of rest, Li Yuza now felt refreshed and alert. He never imagined this trip would yield such rich rewards. Not only had Dilraba and Yang Mi agreed to pay him a hefty sum last night, but he'd also unexpectedly completed a side mission upgrading his eagle eyes. The thought made Li Yuza rub his hands together excitedly once more. He rose from the bed, ready to head to Dilraba's place to collect his payment. Time slowly passed. Soon, Li Yuza arrived alone at Dilinba's residence, ready to collect the payment agreed upon the previous night. Knock knock knock. A voice called out as someone knocked lightly on the door. "Master Li, just a moment. I'll get your payment." After saying this, Dilinba poured Li Yuza a cup of tea and invited him to sit in the living room. She then turned and walked into the bedroom to retrieve the pre-arranged payment. "MHM." In the living room, Li Yuza gave a simple reply. While waiting for the payment, he idly scrolled through videos, bored. Just as he idly sat on the sofa, swiping through his phone screen ready to move to the next video, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Chapter 197, Executed by System Justice? North City. Dilalingba's residence. Li Yuza leaned back alone on the sofa, idly swiping through videos to kill time while waiting for someone to bring him money. Moreover, Douyin was full of talented people who spoke so eloquently he absolutely loved it here. But just as he was completely immersed in Douyin's comfort zone, unable to pull himself away, the next second, that voice familiar beyond recognition to him echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Suitable client detected. Name, Li Qi. Occupation, owner of Xiqing Charity Organization. Cause of death, struck fatally in the head with a hoe by villagers. Repeatedly defrauded the public under the guise of a charity organization, embezzling tens of millions. Ultimately killed by an enraged villager wielding a hoe. 99% mortality rate. High precision target. Host, please pay immediate attention. Ha! Holy crap! The sudden system alert snapped Li Yuza out of his daze, or he'd been lost in the allure of those long legs. Which unlucky soul is waiting for my door-to-door service now? As the system's announcement echoed in his mind, he was still pondering which chosen one the system had singled out. He was startled to realize that this thing before him seemed vaguely familiar. West City Love Organization? Damn it, wasn't this the very same charity organization Wu Juchi had mentioned to him before? Holy crap X2! Li Yuza chuckled. This organization, which he had nearly forgotten, had reappeared in his line of sight. Oh, executed by the system's justice, he sat up from the sofa. At the same time, he recalled what Wu Juchi had told him earlier. Back then, due to circumstances, he hadn't seen the evidence and had only harbored slight suspicions about the organization. But now, after receiving the system notification, he finally confirmed it. This organization was indeed problematic. And judging by the situation, the problem was no small matter. Holy crap, tens of millions? How many years would it take to carry that much in coffins? After the initial shock, Lee Yuza felt a wave of dread wash over him as he stared at the staff members on his phone, still relentlessly promoting the charitable deeds their organization had accomplished. On the screen, several members wearing Xiqing Love Organization uniforms were distributing charitable goods in an orderly fashion. The staff and the people in need appeared to be interacting harmoniously. Yet this seemingly flawless scene, even the comments section filled with praise, was now flagged by the system's alert. This was highly problematic. It's too contradictory. Lee Yuza frowned in deep thought. Based on his analysis and assumptions, barring any surprises, the video's content could only mean one of two things: staged scenes, or using large charitable donations to buy cheap goods for distribution while embezzling the remainder. And between the two, he leaned more toward the latter. After all, they were raising funds under the banner of a charitable organization. They had to show genuine donors that their money was reaching those in need. Otherwise, how could they continue their scams? As Lee Yuza pondered, the unpaused video continued playing. To date, our West City charity organization has assisted thousands in need. Moving forward, we will continue to do our utmost to help even more people requiring support. To make a donation, please send a private message via the Douyin backend. Damn! How disgusting! Pulling his thoughts back, Lee Yuza listened to the incessant voice in the video. Hearing them deliver such sanctimonious words left him with a wave of revulsion. Never had he encountered such shameless people. Damn it, I'll make sure you pay for this today. Lee Yuza clenched his fists. If not for his system, he might have been fooled by their facade. Just then, a voice interrupted. Dilalengba, who had gone to the room earlier to collect her payment, emerged from within, interrupting Lee Yuza's next move. Master Lee, here is the payment we promised you. Thank you so much for your help. Ha? For me? Lost in thought, Lee Yuza paused for a moment before accepting the payment. Ha? Noticing Lee Yuza's dazed expression, Dilinba then caught sight of the video playing on the device in his hand. Master Lee, don't let the video fool you. This organization has been hanging around our set every day lately, refusing to leave. They're just a fake charity group, we just haven't found concrete evidence to prove it yet. Thinking Lee Yuza had been duped by the message, she offered a well-meaning warning. But as her words fell, contrary to her expectations, Lee Yuza's face didn't show the realization she'd imagined. Across from her. Upon hearing Dilariba's warning, Lee Yuza chuckled again. Damn it! Everyone knows about all the shady stuff that Nyomat agency pulls. Though they lack evidence, we have it. There's Wu Jiechi, who was recently brought under control and barely counts as one of our own. What he has is what I have. With everything set, all that's missing is a follow from this guy, right? With that thought, Lee Yuza immediately hit the follow button right in front of Dilariba. He then opened the comments section, filled with praise for the organization, and started promoting it. But since this was a real heavyweight, a top-tier heavyweight that Lee Yuza wasn't about to discount for such a big shot. Full price, no. He went straight for a premium reservation. After all, they had no clue what his shop's original prices were. The whole point was keeping prices opaque and undisclosed. He was playing the game of delivering a uniquely unconventional funeral service package. With that thought, he sent the entire message in the chat window. You won't lose out, you won't be fooled, our funeral package is something you deserve. Not $998, not $888, just $188,800. Discounted pricing, no deception, book now for an unforgettable, unexpected funeral package. Guaranteed satisfaction, peace of mind for the cremation. Done. With a snap of his fingers, Lee Yuza sent out all the messages. Unlike Lee Yuza's nonchalance, however, Dilanengba across from him was genuinely baffled. Good grief. She'd only mentioned it offhandedly, and besides, there wasn't even any evidence to confirm it yet and she'd already hit follow? That's way too impulsive. Don't you know your reputation for being able to kill someone with just a mention? Just follow me like that? Maybe I should investigate further? Of course, these thoughts only played out in Dilariba's mind. After all, the message had already been sent and the follow was already done. Was it too late to reconsider now? Dilariba assumed Lee Yuza followed her because of her words, but little did she know he'd long been aware of this organization's shady dealings. Chapter 198, Absolutely No Room for Error. Seeing Lee Yuza follow her right in front of her, even promoting her work in the comments section filled with praise, Dilariba suddenly realized. Holy crap! He followed me already? Should I reconsider? Of course, these were merely her inner monologue. After all, the message had already been sent. Was it too late to speak up now? Time flew by in an instant. After securing a satisfying reward, Lee Yuza soon emerged from the villa, preparing to return to the funeral home he'd been away from for 2 days. But unlike his calm demeanor, his attention and comments had once again stirred up a huge storm online. After all, only a small minority knew this charity might be shady. Most netizens had only seen their so-called charity assistance videos and subconsciously believed the organization was genuinely good. Compounding this, the account itself carried significant inherent traffic, and Lee Yu's account was constantly under the watchful eyes of the masses. Seeing him follow a charity account and even promote it in the comments instantly ignited widespread outrage among netizens. Never had they witnessed such a heartless, unethical, and soulless funeral parlor. Worst of all, not only do they offer no discounts, but this Lee Yu seems to be hinting that he'd rather people die sooner? What a novel idea, a satisfying departure, a worry-free cremation. This is just asking for a backlash. At least offer a discount. Does this Lee Yu have to resurface every so often to stir up trouble? I'm reporting Lee Yu by name, morally corrupt, cunning and deceitful, charging outrageous fees. At North City Police Station. He's utterly heartless and immoral. Even charity organizations aren't safe from him. What a beast. Bad luck. Charity organizations are in danger. Stop it, stop it. I'll just buy 2 wreaths from your funeral home, buddy. Put your magic away. Alright. This guy's clearly lost his mind. If he dares target charity organizations now, he'll destroy the planet next. As time passed, the troll netizens responded to Lee Yu's utterly unexpected actions with what they deemed the most appropriate choice. That choice? After all, this wasn't the first time they'd cursed Lee Yu, and the process was all too familiar to netizens. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the video instantly shot to the top of the trending charts, the West City Charity Organization, one of the key players in this incident, naturally took notice of the situation. After all, they still have to eat this meal offered by kind-hearted netizens. It's hard not to be mindful. North City. A certain hotel. Key members of the West City Charity Organization were gathered here, discussing the impact and losses caused by Lee Yu's attention and comments on their organization. Although the majority of netizens online still supported them, the incident's impact was undeniably significant, causing the organization to lose a small portion of potential clients. Mr. Lee, I've done some background on this person. Lin Na stood up and addressed Lee Chi, simultaneously raising her phone to hand it over. It contained various pieces of information and speculations about Lee Yu. This individual, it said that whoever he follows ends up dead. I briefly reviewed previous cases, and this pattern appears largely accurate. Whether it's luck or something else. Also, the recent ghost incident that's been causing such a stir seems to be connected to him in some way. But the authorities haven't reached a conclusion yet, so the truth remains to be verified. As the words fell, Lee Chi furrowed his brow. After another glance at the video, he hesitated, about to say something. Noticing the worry on his face, Lin Na added. But this is our company account. His following us is pretty much irrelevant to us. After all, it's not like he's going to follow this account and then have everyone at the company suddenly drop dead, right? That's completely impossible, just alarmist nonsense. Besides, plenty of people he's followed before are still alive. As Lin Na continued his analysis, the worry on Lee Chi's face gradually faded. He also gained a rough understanding of Lee Yu's track record. It seemed connected to supernatural phenomena, and perhaps even he himself carried a hint of the paranormal. Though Lina herself didn't place much stock in such ethereal matters, one thing piqued her curiosity above all else. Why would this man be watching them, even posting such ominous advertisements in the comments section? Did he discover something? Lee Chi murmured with a frown, then turned to Lin Na with lingering confusion. Lina, is there a problem with one of our departments? Why else would he be paying attention to us? Absolutely not. Upon hearing the company boss's words, Lin Na hastily shook his head. There can be absolutely no problems whatsoever. I've been supervising everything here personally. Absolutely no unexpected incidents. Lin Na's expression was resolute, his tone unwavering, though he too felt a hint of puzzlement about the matter. What was the other party's purpose in monitoring their company? After all, they had never had any prior communication, nor had they even met. Could it be he was trying to blackmail their company? A wild, audacious thought flashed through Lina's mind. However, across from him, upon hearing his subordinate's confident reply, Lee Chi was momentarily at a loss. What's going on here? After all, nothing like this had ever happened before. A brief silence fell over the room. Lee Chi furrowed his brow slightly, but still couldn't come to any conclusion. Forget it. Ignore what he said for now. He's nothing but a clown. But we shouldn't provoke him either. Let's keep to ourselves. Pretend we never saw this. After a moment's thought, Lee Chi finalized his decision. Besides, from what they could tell so far, the guy had only followed their company's account and posted a few unlucky ads. He hadn't done anything else that could threaten them. In short, as long as they didn't provoke him, there was no need to invite unnecessary trouble. After all, the strange things that had happened to Lee Yu before. While it was unclear if his follow had caused them, they were undeniably eerie. And even now, despite authorities repeatedly deleting related content, traces of his glorious deeds still linger online. As the saying goes, it's better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Instead of wasting time dealing with this, it's more practical to think about where to strike it rich next. With that thought, after briefly discussing Li Yu's affairs, Li Qi turned to face the group and inquired once more. Anything else to report? Chapter 199, Monks Embrace Compassion. Vote sought. North City. Inside a certain hotel. Watching the video looping endlessly on his phone, along with the ominous advertisement Li Yuza had posted at the top, Li Qi furrowed his brow slightly, still unable to fathom why the other party had targeted their company. Could it be he wanted to pull a double cross? But that didn't make sense either. Li Qi shook his head, his thoughts mirroring Lin Na's. However, for now, aside from following their company and posting a couple of small ads, the other party didn't seem to have done anything else out of the ordinary. They posed no immediate threat. But Li Yuza's notorious history was still traceable online. To avoid unnecessary trouble and adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, Li Qi ultimately decided not to provoke him for now. As for what he said, well, that was pure bull. It wasn't that his company feared him, they simply hadn't seen him. Yes, exactly. With that thought, after briefly discussing matters related to Li Yuza, Li Qi turned back to the group and asked again. Anything else to report? His gaze swept across the group, just as he thought nothing was amiss and he could slip away. Lin Na piped up again. Well, actually, there is something to report. Mr. Li, we've secured another deal recently. Hearing this, Li Qi, who had already stood up, sat back down in his chair. He'd expected more delays, but unexpectedly, there was new business. Business? That's great news. Across from him. Seeing Li Qi settle back into his chair, Lin Na leaned in to continue. You know how there's been flooding lately? Well, our company just landed a charitable donation drive. Not that kind of public welfare scamming, you know what I mean. Oh? Li Qi raised an eyebrow at Lin Na's words, slightly puzzled. Flood relief, wouldn't that project be tough to exploit? After all, the room for maneuver here seemed tighter than with other projects. But he knew his trusted subordinate wouldn't speak recklessly. He must have his own plan. His curiosity piqued, Li Qi turned his gaze back to Lina, gesturing for him to continue. Well, there's this place called Kai Su Village that got pretty much washed away by the flood. It's in dire need of reconstruction. Perfect timing to rake in some cash. Oh no! It's the perfect time to donate money. Lin Na rubbed his hands together, a sly grin spreading across his face. An evil scheme formed in his mind. All we need to do is go over there and sweet-talk these online do-gooders, brainwash them a bit, and they'll fall for it. If they don't bite? No big deal, we'll just promise them something later, erect a commemorative monument for their good deeds. After all, isn't that exactly what these folks crave? Then, as long as we lead by donating some ourselves, these well-meaning folks with money to burn will surely follow suit. And once they donate, then we'll only need to use a tiny fraction of the money to erect a commemorative monument for them, throw a little charity their way for the village, and the rest. It'll all be ours. At this point, Lin Na finally revealed his true ambition. And based on my calculations, if this deal goes through, we'll pocket at least 5 million in profits. 5 million. 5 million. Enough to last a lifetime. The thought of such a massive sum pouring in upon completing this deal made not only Lin Na, but also Li Qi, who upon hearing the news, stroked his beard and wore a sly grin. Alright, you handle it. Hang up a few banners, call in some reporters to spin the story, then send over a dozen trucks to donate supplies. As for the aftermath, Li Qi couldn't help but grin widely, already envisioning the scene where he reaped both fame and fortune. And this move would perfectly shut down those rumors floating around lately about his fake charity work. I'll slap you silly. As for that cowardly Li Yuza who'd been stalking him for some unknown reason. Once the news hit and his face appeared, he'd undoubtedly get torn apart by netizens once again. At this thought, Li Qi let out another satisfied chuckle. Who the hell do you think you are, trying to scam this old man? This is what happens when you try to scam the boss. Brilliant. Mr. Li truly lives up to his reputation, absolutely brilliant. Beside him, Lin Na promptly chimed in with a flattering remark. But when it comes to the follow-up press release, I'll handle it personally. Go ahead and proceed with confidence. Li Qi agreed with magnanimous generosity. After all, if there's money to be made, he'd attend not just 1, but 10 press conferences if asked. Your word is enough. I'll handle this immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side, having completed his ghost hunting mission, Li Yuza now arrived alone outside the funeral home. As for the others, PBB. Rumor has it they're threatening to break their legs if they don't start streaming properly again. I should be remembering correctly. Li Yuza raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself. What a drag. Still, my job's way better. Carefree and easygoing, my ass. After venting his frustration once more, he pushed open the funeral home's door and stepped back inside. Inside, besides him and the two slumped on the sofa who knew if they were just passed out or playing dead, only Xiaoao remained, hunched over a broom in the corner, seemingly lost in some mysterious task. Get moving and sweep. Damn it, you dare slack off. Li Yuza kicked the little ghost flying across the room, warning him. Damn you. Spit, spit, spit. Big bro, how'd you get back? Staggering to his feet, Xiao stared at Li Yuza, too afraid to show any anger. After all, when you're under someone's roof, you gotta bow your head. If he ever got his act together, he'd drag all of you with Li Yuza at the head out to scrub the toilets. But those thoughts would remain nothing more than fantasies in Xiao's dreams. Facing the little ghost who neither fought back nor retaliated, Li Yuza felt a pang of guilt. He couldn't bear to see such a pitiful ghost suffer. He should have just tossed him out earlier. Or, perhaps slaughtering it would have been better? Damn. Never mind. A monk's heart is filled with compassion. After sighing, Li Yuza paid no further attention to this insignificant little ghost. He turned and returned to his own room. After all, with all the recent events, he hadn't had a moment to sort things out. Now that this matter was settled, he finally had some spare time to sort things out. Chapter 200, turning this place into animal world, is it? North City. Inside the funeral home. With the recent tasks finally wrapped up, Li Yuza finally had a little time to himself. However, he still planned to sort through the recent series of events first, just in case any problems might arise later. After all, he still had one enemy left to deal with. Everything, absolutely everything, can be traced back to that damn Qin Xiu. First it was the power outage, then the witch, and now this damn, whatever the hell this little brat is. What the hell is this nonsense? Why lately? Recalling the events of this period, Li Yuza felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It all seemed to start when Qin Xiu was arrested. If he'd known things would get this messy, even landing him a formidable enemy, he should pin a major charge on him back then. Let the North City police station officers hack him to death with their swords. At least it would spared him all this trouble later. After all, what the witch did controlling spirits was the real supernatural stuff. What he'd done was merely a fusion of man and beast. Damn. He sighed. Even Li Yuza himself couldn't figure out what the hell he'd gotten himself into lately. All I wanted was to quietly hunt for clients online, coast through life, then reach the pinnacle of success and marry a rich, beautiful woman. But this current situation was completely at odds with his dreams. And seriously, what the hell is up with this damn ox and horse system? It actually turned me into an ox and a horse. After venting about his recent misfortunes, Li Yuza immediately started ranting about the rewards the system had doled out lately. He seriously suspected that cursing the ox-horse system too much had caused it to give him rewards that were, not exactly bizarre, but definitely, unique. Eagle eyes, bear strength, cheetah speed, electric ray. What the hell is this? Is this some kind of animal world? Dude, this is evolution, right? Once I absorb the power of eternal life, I'll transform into the king of all beasts? Damn it, isn't this a bit different from what I originally imagined, crossing over to another world to become king and dominate everything? This doesn't make sense. Li Yuza frantically scratched his head, even suspecting that this system might actually possess sentience and was deliberately giving him a hard time. Yes, exactly. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became it was the system's fault. Everything, absolutely everything, was the fault of this damn system. But even if that were the case, it wouldn't be enough to truly move or shock Li Yuza. Up until now, he could still accept other aspects like mission rewards. What truly left him speechless was Li Yuza glared at Xiao, who had just been scolded and even kicked out by him, yet now was somehow sneaking back to eavesdrop at his door. His anger flared. After kicking him away once more, Li Yuza let out a long sigh. Warning you, one more glance and I'll blast you to smithereens. Shaking his head, what truly stunned him was there are actually ING ghosts in this world. And they're actually sentient ghosts? Are you kidding me? What's going on, big pot? At that moment, Xiao, who'd just been kicked flying by Li Yuza, heard the commotion and blinked in confusion. Go play somewhere else. Got it, boss. Seeing Li Yuza's expression, one that clearly signaled another word would earn him another beating, Xiao took a frightened step back. He dared say no more, seizing the opportunity to sweep the floor as his excuse to flee this trouble spot, unwilling to linger a single second longer. Inside the room, only Li Yuza remained, lost in deep contemplation about life. Could it be? I traveled through time just to fight the Japanese invaders? How abstract is that? Li Yuza sat frozen, his eyes filled with inner turmoil. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally made a truly monumental decision. Forget it. Might as well just lie back and relax. Damn. After resting for a while, one early morning, Li Yuza lay in bed idly scrolling through videos. 3 days had passed since his last business trip. Inside the shop, only 3 people and 1 ghost remained. As for PBB and the others, they had sent a message yesterday stating they needed to step away for a short while before returning. Li Yuza wasn't concerned about where they had gone or whether they would return. Compared to that, what worried him more was that these streamers who had previously promised to promote his store had now simply walked away, leaving his shop without any advertising. Why do I have this ominous feeling? Li Yuza rolled over in bed, his thoughts drifting back to recent developments in his shop. Although the promotional efforts by PBB and others hadn't yielded spectacular results, at least they'd built up some momentum over time, generating a modicum of buzz. Occasionally, a customer would even reach out on their own. Though these inquiries always ended in no sale due to the shop owner's bad luck, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Not like now. Seeing that not a single person had come to inquire since the others left, Lee Yuza couldn't help but sigh. Looks like I still need to advertise. Otherwise, relying solely on manually searching through Douyin's system for customers. That's just too inefficient. In fact, if he didn't hire someone to run ads and polish up his image, those silly netizens might get sucked into those even sillier marketing accounts and never escape. My shining image would be ruined overnight. Even if netizens won't admit it, who would still come to do business with me then? Maybe becoming a streamer could work. Lee Yuza frowned, sitting up on the bed. He recalled his previous live streaming experience. Even if those silly netizens couldn't appreciate his glorious image, it wouldn't stop this group of loyal fans from boosting his popularity. After all, back when he hadn't done much yet, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands would flood his livestream. Now, he feared even more people would flood in. How about just go live and sell coffins? I'll be damned if I don't give you guys a rock bottom price. I'll be damned if you won't buy them. Lee Yuza sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the ceiling, muttering to himself. Just then, a message suddenly popped up on his phone. Business coming in? Speak of the devil, and he appears? What a coincidence. Lee Yuza's face lit up as he read the message on his phone. Finally, a job. He'd been stuck in the shop for so long he was practically molding. Chapter 201, What Does It Mean to Die Naturally? North City. Inside the funeral home. Upon seeing the message, Lee Yuza sprang up from his bed. Speak of the devil. He'd just complained about no business, and now it was walking right in the door. Could it be? Could it be that he really was the chosen one? Lee Yuza twisted his lips into a grin, his face beaming like a pig in muck. After indulging in a brief fantasy, his gaze returned to the present. Though he'd been itching to just lie low, doing nothing all day wasn't exactly ideal. Reflecting on his routine these past few days, nothing but scrolling through videos or watching them, he realized he had no other entertainment options. It was genuinely boring. Better to find something to do. Guess I'm not cut out for doing nothing, huh? After muttering his complaint, Lee Yuza opened his phone and checked his messages. Mr. Lee, a relative of mine passed away, and I'd like to arrange a full-service funeral. But we're all out of town, so it's a bit far. Would it be convenient for you to come over? Huh? Out of town again? Sitting on the bed, Lee Yuza let out a soft huh, as memories of his less than pleasant experience in Guangzhou resurfaced. Another cross-city pursuit. The root of all evil. Reading this, Lee Yuza's previously unwavering resolve began to waver slightly. It's not that I don't want to take it, bro. I'm just worried some witch might pop up out of nowhere again. Sure, he was bored and wanted to get out for a spin, but that didn't mean he wanted to invite trouble. Should I take it? Lee Yuza hesitated. How about asking first? After muttering to himself, he typed a reply directly into his phone. Was your relative's death natural or unnatural? What the hell? What kind of question is that? On the other end of the line, a young man who had been staring at the screen erupted in fury upon seeing the message. What the hell do you mean, natural or unnatural death? How the hell else could they have died? It's just... His voice trailed off abruptly. It seemed perhaps it wasn't so strange that Lee Yuza had asked this question. After all, he himself carried a certain supernatural aura. It wasn't just this young man's thoughts, everyone outside who didn't know Lee Yuza felt the same way. After composing himself and exchanging a few words, Lee Yuza let out a long sigh. Just a natural death? Why didn't you say so earlier? You had me on edge the whole time. Once he confirmed everything was in order, Lee Yuza quickly agreed to the deal and asked. Young man, where do you call home? My name is Kai, and I live in Kaisu village. I'm on my way right now. On the other end of the phone, the young man surnamed Kai sent the address to Lee Yuza. And that very location happened to be the next destination on the Xiqing charity organization's itinerary. Lee Yuza remained unaware of this connection. Zhang Huai, Zhang Hao, wake up. Grab your food and come on, we've got work. Hey, hey, hey. Time to bury someone. At the border between two cities. Kaisu village, famous for its poultry farming, was situated precisely here. However, Saishu village now bore little resemblance to its usual bustling self. After enduring a devastating flood, only a handful of higher elevation houses remained untouched. Everything else lay in ruins. Mr. Lee, look, this is the place. Outside the village, Lin Na jumped down from the truck, leading the way ahead while addressing Li Qi. Behind them, several reporters and staff members followed, carrying relief supplies. After all, it was their first day here. Even if it was a sham, they had to put on a show for the first day. Alright, let's go inside and take a look. Li Qi, following behind Lin Na, nodded in response after hearing his words. As the two led the way inside, the journalists behind them, busy live streaming and recording, followed suit. They intended to broadcast the events online, seeking more compassionate individuals to assist and promote the Xiqing charity organization. Inside Kaisu village. Broly, how much farther is it? Our legs are about to fall off. Li Yuza had forcibly dragged the sleeping duo, the Sleeping Dragons and Phoenix Chicks, out of bed. Gazing at the blazing sun overhead, their spirits sank into gloom. Perhaps for Li Yuza, staying cooped up in the shop day after day might be a bit boring. But for these two, the greatest happiness in the world was nothing more than sleeping in the shop all day. But reality was cruel. After a brief protest, they were still dragged over by Li Yuza. As for Xiao, until the shop was properly cleaned, he'd just have to quietly mind the store. Almost done, almost done. Don't rush me. Once this job's finished, I'll treat you all to a big, what the heck is that thing? Li Yuza frowned slightly, watching the group approaching from the village entrance, and stopped himself from finishing his sentence. Brotherly, we don't eat big, what's that thing? Wulong and Fengqiu also noticed the group from the West City charity organization approaching the village entrance. Li Yuza had previously discussed this organization with them, so they were well aware of its activities. What are these cattle and horses doing here? Are they here to scam us again? As the three turned their gaze toward the village entrance, Lin Na, leading the way at the front, also spotted the trio before him. Though they'd never met before, both sides had investigated each other and recognized one another. Neither side was aware of this, however, or rather, even if they knew, they wouldn't openly acknowledge it. Mr. Li, up ahead. Seeing Lin Na suddenly approach him, Li Qi felt a hint of confusion. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the man continue shouting. Simultaneously, his gaze followed Lin Na's toward Li Yuza and his group not far away. Mr. Li, that's Li Yuza, the one posting those ominous ads under our account. I heard he even followed our Douyin account. And whoever he follows ends up dying. I don't know what's wrong with him. Maybe he just can't stand seeing our charity doing good deeds. Does being a good person mean you deserve a short life? But still, you gotta do things with a clear conscience. We've done so many good deeds, and the public knows it. How could something bad happen just because of your measly little follow? Lin Na spoke with exaggerated enthusiasm, his words dripping with sarcasm over Li Yuza's previous follow of their account. As his words trailed off, Li Qi finally made out the three figures confronting them ahead, none other than the funeral home owner he'd glimpsed in Lin Na's phone that day. Chapter 202, Can't Stand Seeing Others Do Good Deeds? The border between two cities. Kai Su Village. Though the two sides had never met, they had already thoroughly investigated every detail of each other's lives online. Doing good is hard. Being a good person is even harder, especially when you risk death just for attention by doing charity here. Ugh. Mr. Li, let's get out of here. Good people don't live long, Mr. Li. No. Hearing Lin Na's words, Li Qi knew without needing to guess that he was subtly mocking Li Yuza. After all, the cameras behind them were still rolling. He naturally played along with the act. No, Shaolin. Since founding this organization, I've never had a single night of restful sleep. But even so, for the sake of those in need, I have no choice but to endure it. The thought of those suffering in dire straits without aid, it breaks my heart. Therefore, no matter what hardships lie ahead, even if it costs me my life, I absolutely must help everyone who needs it. The two gazed at each other, with tender eyes locked in a gaze. What the hell? Watching such a clumsy act, the previously bewildered duo immediately snapped at the pair. Get lost, you cow and horse. Spread your damn rumors somewhere else. Yeah, get lost. As the target of their verbal assault, Li Yuza was utterly speechless. Where the hell did these idiots come from? What nonsense were they spouting in broad daylight? Didn't they have any shame? They claimed to be so concerned about the masses they couldn't sleep? More like they couldn't sleep because they weren't making enough money. But then again, considering they could scam people out of charity donations, it was no big deal. After all, given how they'd sunk so low, what conscience could one possibly expect from them? Just as Li Yuza furrowed his brow, about to fire back at this ridiculous organization. At that moment, the group of reporters who had been trailing Lin Na and Li Qi all along suddenly noticed the unexpected reactions from the two men and the words spoken by the former. Their expressions shifted slightly. Looks like there might be some juicy gossip? Driven by the mentality that you're a fool if you don't jump on a scoop, the reporters didn't bother verifying the truth. They immediately shifted their cameras, which had been trained on Li Qi to capture his charitable donation, and aimed them squarely at Li Yuza. After all, few people didn't recognize Li Yuza nowadays, and they knew full well he was a major traffic magnate. And as reporters, especially those on the scene, they knew that any scoop, no matter what it was, would bring them a huge wave of traffic. Guided by the mindset that not eating traffic is also a jerk, they aimed their lenses at Li Yuza and asked, "Excuse me, sir. What was your purpose in previously targeting the Xiqing charity organization and making those harsh remarks? Was it because you didn't want to see the West City charity organization helping those in need, or was there another reason? If it's convenient, could you briefly respond? We're live streaming, and you could offer some explanation." Threats? When did I ever say anything harsh? Where the hell did these damn reporters come from? Listening to the incessant barrage of questions from this nosy reporter, Li Yuza's brow furrowed once more. He thought there'd only be two sharks, but damn it, now there were so many. And damn it, the trouble I thought would never show up has finally arrived. Excuse me, can't you hear me? Don't you like to show kindness? Don't you want to see this world become a better place? If you really can't be bothered, fine, you can be selfish. But please, don't stop others from doing good, okay? Yeah, Mr. Internet Celebrity Lee, we're just a small charity group. We can't compare to your millions of followers. Please spare us. As for those followers, we don't start trouble, but we don't fear it either. Follow us or advertise however you like. Xicheng Charity Organization, our conscience is clear, so we have nothing to fear. Good grief. Never seen such brazen audacity. They must have told themselves so many lies that they brainwashed themselves into believing it. Li Yuza stared at the mixed reactions pouring in from across the table. Shocked and increasingly helpless, he was struck most by the other party's face thick as a city wall. As the reporter and Lin Na's words kept pouring in, not only the scattered onlookers at the scene, but also the live stream that had been running non-stop, was now erupting with chaos. After all, everything that had happened recently, whether normal or not, seemed to be connected to this man. At this moment, Li Yuza could be considered a household name though, mostly for negative reasons. How did that jerk Li Yuza end up here? Was he following us? Didn't they say whoever he follows ends up dead? Now he's following the West City Charity Organization and showing up here. Could he be silencing witnesses? Can't stand seeing others do good deeds? I get it now. The charity came to rescue people, but Li Yuza runs a funeral home. With an accident happening here, he'd love to see people die. There's a conflict of interest between the two sides. That must be it. Even his previous follows and comments were probably tied to something we just don't know the details yet. You bastard Li Yuza. If anything happens to the West City Charity Organization here, you're the prime suspect. You won't get away with it. If you ask me, we should stick together and trash his shop. Stop him from scamming people any longer. Inside the livestream, some viewers obviously deceived by Li Chi and the others' utterly amateurish acting were now voicing their opinions, furiously attacking Li Yuza through the camera lens. Across from the reporters, who were pointing their large cameras at them, Wulong Fengshu tugged at Li Yuza's sleeve and whispered, "Brotherly, these idiots seem to be live streaming. Are we about to become famous? Not blind, can see it." Li Yuza frowned as he watched the group of reporters not far away. Unsurprisingly, another horde of idiots was undoubtedly attacking and cursing him online right now. But, this situation right now. Li Yuza scratched his head. For the moment, he truly had no way to deal with them. While he was certain there was something off about them, he lacked concrete evidence to expose them on the spot. This was incredibly frustrating. The innocent need not fear. You know full well whether your charity organization has any issues. Glancing at the reporter who seemed intent on spouting more nonsense and the crowd from the charity organization, Li Yuza offered one final retort before turning his attention away from these idiots. He turned and led the two young men deeper into the village, intending to find the young man surnamed Kai who had contacted them. Chapter 203, the person is still in the village, nowhere to run. Kai Su Village. Li Yuza frowned slightly as he spotted several reporters nearby, their cameras trained on him. The entire stage dialogue between those two idiots had likely been heard by every netizen. And barring any surprises, the next move from this bunch of clueless netizens would undoubtedly be to search for his account and blast it to smithereens. Given the current situation, Li Yuza was feeling a bit troubled. Without evidence, there was no way to expose them on the spot. This was unbearable. A pent-up frustration simmered within him as he watched the reporters nearby, seemingly intent on continuing their relentless questioning, along with Li Chi and Lin Na, the latter appearing somewhat sleazy, likely the leader of the charity organization. Li Yuza let out a soft snort before leading the two young talents deep into the village without a backward glance. After all, their primary purpose for coming here was merely to handle a client's funeral arrangements. As for encountering these individuals from the West City Charity Organization, it was purely coincidental. The innocent will be cleared. Whether your charity organization has issues, you should know that in your own hearts. I can't say whether good people live long lives, but as for those wicked beasts who commit countless evils, don't wait until later. Oh no, I fear it might happen even sooner. TSK Tisk. He naturally recalled the system's earlier prompt. Barring any surprises, one of these people would soon be chosen as the lucky one. What awaited them was a limited edition giant hoe. That sweet satisfaction only the user knows. Moreover, Li Yuza was certain they'd meet again soon. After all, they were high-precision targets recommended by the system. Once he finished handling matters here, he'd come back for a friendly chat with these folks. As they walked away, across from them, the expressions on the faces of the group opposite Li Yuza began to shift upon hearing his words. You said it was foolproof, damn it. From the sound of it, did he discover something? Before the reporter's cameras could pivot back, Li Chi urgently pulled Lin Na aside, his gaze sharp as he demanded harshly. It was flawless. I personally inspected it. Seeing this, Lin Na replied with a trembling voice. At the same time, he was terrified. If the other party truly had evidence, even the slightest slip-up would spell disaster not just for him, but for the entire company. Prison time would be inevitable. Moreover, Li Chi certainly wouldn't care about their years of friendship. He wouldn't let him off the hook. Worse still, he'd likely pin all the blame on Lin Na, forcing him to shoulder the entire burden alone. The thought sent Lin Na into a deeper panic. Yet amidst his disarray, he grasped the most crucial detail. Mr. Li, it seems he doesn't have any evidence. Hearing the voice, Li Qi turned his head but remained silent, merely staring intently at the other man. He definitely doesn't have any evidence. Otherwise, given Li Yu's temperament, he would have produced it right then and there in front of all those netizens. At the very least, he would have mentioned it, not just dropped a threat and left without specifying anything. They definitely have no evidence, at least not right now. Lin Na's voice trembled slightly, but as he spoke, his tone grew increasingly resolute. Then how did he know? Did someone leak it? After a brief silence, Li Qi still frowned deeply, his gaze fixed intently on the departing figure in the distance. You handle this immediately. Whether there's evidence or not, make them shut up. If all else fails, find someone to take care of him. Otherwise, we're all finished. As he spoke, a ruthless glint flashed in Li Qi's eyes. Simultaneously, he mimicked a throat-slitting gesture with his fingers. Yes, Mr. Li. A bead of sweat the size of a pea rolled down Lin Na's forehead as he nervously swallowed and replied. Meanwhile, unlike the two men who were clearly nervous, the reporters had no time to pay attention to these two lowly individuals. Watching Li Yuza dash off after delivering his threat, their expressions grew even more excited. There must be some major scoop here. What exactly that big scoop was didn't matter. All they knew was that whatever happened next, as long as it involved Li Yuza, it was bound to spark a wave of heated discussion. All they wanted was the traffic Li Yuza naturally generated. They just wanted the traffic. Oh, he's already running away. Watching the departing trio, one reporter remarked into the live streaming camera. An explanation is a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth. Li Yuza must be jealous of others doing good deeds, or it's affecting his interests. Or maybe, he's about to make his move. Reporters boldly speculated about Li Yuza's final remark, a statement that sounded more like a threat directed at the charity organization. Recalling the charity organization he had recently followed, combined with his harsh words just spoken, it was hard not to imagine that he might very well take action next. Even, the unexpected incidents involving those he had previously targeted might very well be the result of his behind-the-scenes manipulation. The thought that they might uncover a colossal secret sent their excitement soaring. As the primary discoverers of this story, regardless of other factors, they would undoubtedly, at the very least, go down in journalism history. A shocking murder case? Is this a distortion of humanity, or? At this thought, the journalists' eyes gleamed with excitement. Rubbing their hands together, they hoisted their cameras and dashed toward the distant figures that hadn't yet vanished, determined to uncover the truth. But the moment they set off, the three figures ahead vanished as if they had eyes in the back of their heads. Only the disoriented reporters were left behind, their clothes fluttering wildly in the wind. Where did they go? He must be in the village. We'll search again later. After a brief discussion, the reporters decided to resume their search for Li Yuza later. For now, their top priority remained filming the charity organization. After all, they had been paid. While the traffic could bring in a decent amount of money, but hadn't he vanished before they even caught him? After a brief exchange, a mix of emotions surfaced among the various groups present. Everything that had just unfolded at the scene was meticulously documented by the journalists. Simultaneously, viewers across the entire internet were watching this live stream in real time. Regarding the words exchanged between the two sides, whether it was a dispute over interests or if this charity organization truly had issues, or the harsh words or threats Li Yuza uttered as he departed. In short, netizens held divergent views on the matter. In an instant, the online world was ablaze once more. Chapter 204, What? You're taking bribes too? Vote request. Kai Shu Tsuan. Regarding the words exchanged between the two parties, whether stemming from a conflict of interest or genuine issues within this charity organization, or the harsh words or threats Li Yuza uttered as he departed, netizens held divergent views. Some saw Li Yuza as evading responsibility, while others suspected the charity might indeed harbor certain problems. In short, the online storm erupted once more. The innocent will be proven innocent. What does that even mean? Does that imply Li Yuza was right? What innocent will be proven innocent? With all the things he's done before, how can he possibly be innocent? He's just stubbornly clinging to his pride. Explanations are just cover-ups, and cover-ups are the truth. He just said some people would get into trouble soon. Isn't that a blatant threat? And why is Li Yuza even here? What the hell is he doing out in the middle of nowhere? Don't tell me it's for a client. First off, who'd even go to your Thai shop? And second, what a ing coincidence. This was definitely premeditated. But the way Li Yuza and the others looked, it didn't seem fake. Before the facts are out, we shouldn't be so sure he's up to no good. After all, he has done some good things. Ignorant fool. The occasional good deeds he does can't possibly outweigh the constant evil he's been doing. That's something he can never wash away. Now I'm starting to wonder if all those people before were killed by this bastard. That doesn't make sense. He wouldn't target this charity organization just for a so-called conflict of interest. That's completely unrelated. He's definitely up to no good. Though the comments were roughly split into two camps, the majority of netizens still chose to believe the Shiching charity organization. As time passed, the comments supporting Lee Yuza were gradually drowned out by a sea of abuse. "Something's off," a voice echoed through the darkness. At that moment, inside an apartment in North City, Wu Zheqi frowned as he scanned the diverse comments on Douyin. He had been monitoring this situation for a long time, and even now, he held some evidence in his hands. It was confidential material he'd obtained by infiltrating the charity organization's group using certain techniques. The documents clearly detailed the entire process of how the organization carried out its scams, when, where, and how. Looks like this matter is finally nearing its conclusion, huh? As the only person holding evidence of the West City charity organization's fraudulent activities, Wu Zheqi dared not post this information online directly. The deeper he delved into the matter, the more he realized that tackling it alone was utterly impossible. He needed the collective strength of others. At this thought, the gullible Wu Zheqi turned to his loyal, silly netizens. Riding this wave, he shared his insights online. Brotherly has a point: the innocent needn't fear scrutiny. If the Shiching charity organization wants to prove it's not as unscrupulous as Brotherly claims, they should simply release all records of their past donations. Is it not absurd for a charity organization to conceal its achievements? Forget the past just this time alone. How do you plan to help the villagers of Kai Su village? What promises did you make to the genuine donors? The housing you were supposed to prepare, is it not ready? Or did you only stockpile supplies for the first day to muddy the waters? An organization of this scale, if you're not as problematic as Brotherly claims, shouldn't it be easy to clarify this matter? Why put on this charade? Who are you trying to fool? Okay, done. Wu Zheqi exhaled softly, dumping her entire string of observations onto the internet in one go. As for the evidence, he decided to wait until the situation simmered a bit longer before considering whether to release it. Otherwise, if it failed, it would easily draw the other side's attention. By then, with the other side fully prepared, he might find himself at a disadvantage. As time passed, riding the wave of this buzz coupled with the fanbase he deep-built through previous exposés. Now, stepping forward to defend Lee Yuza at this critical juncture, it was hard for netizens not to notice him. Soon, his words ignited another wave of heated discussion. A horde of trolls flooded the comments section of Wu Zheqi's video, bombarding him with sarcastic remarks. "Who the hell are you, dude? What gives you the right to speak up here? You slander others without evidence? I've never heard of someone demanding proof before a fight. Shouldn't you guys be the ones finding evidence to expose fraud? Oh right, didn't this guy expose Lee Yuza before? How come he's suddenly siding with his arch rival now? What, did you take bribes? Are you scamming people together with Lee Yuza now? And you're calling that cowardly bastard Big Brother? No need to explain what kind of scum you are. Brothers, let's take him down. So you're in cahoots with Lee Yuza after all. No wonder. Kid, what dirt does Lee Yuza have on you? Why are you working so hard for him? How much is he paying you? My loyal subjects, rise. Hear me out. From what I understand, though Lee Yuza may be a bit of a scoundrel, he still possesses a shred of conscience. So perhaps what he says holds some truth? Who the hell is that old geezer upstairs? Get lost. So someone's actually whitewashing for Lee Yuza? How much are they paying? Want to make some cash and bring the brothers along? I saw the West City charity organization's Douyin videos. They've genuinely helped many people. Why slander them? In your eyes, is doing good deeds now forbidden? Honestly, I support the iron, but there are too many enemies here. I'm outta here. The consequence of these idiotic netizens' rage? They just got angry. Then someone recorded what happened at Wu Zheqi's place and posted it online, waiting for more trolls to join forces and take down this opportunist once and for all. As for the original poster, he wasn't the least bit surprised by the ridiculous comments from these ridiculous netizens. After all, he hadn't released the evidence yet, so it was only natural that few believed him. Just wait. Wait for me to single-handedly save the world. After shouting this incredibly pretentious line, he shut down his computer. Meanwhile, on the other side, after shaking off the pack of hounds chasing him, Lee Yuza quickly located the residence of the client surnamed Kai based on the address he had provided. Chapter 205, Let Him Go with Dignity. North City. Following the release of Wu Zheqi's statement, the internet erupted once more with heated discussions. Simultaneously, someone had edited the incident into a video and shared it online, drawing a growing crowd of trolls to his account to unleash indiscriminate attacks. Observing the netizens' explosive reactions, Wu Zheqi merely shrugged, unsurprised by the outcry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kai Shutsuan. Unlike the online uproar, after shaking off the reporters tailing them, Lee Yuza soon located the residence of the young man surnamed Kai using the address he had left behind, accompanied by his two associates. Knock knock knock. After a light knock, Kai Shangrong swiftly opened the door. You are the funeral home owners? He stared at the visitors, momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered. He casually invited the trio inside, ready to discuss the specifics of his funeral package services. Tell us your dream. No, tell us your requirements. Are there any specific requirements for the funeral package, or should we handle everything? After sipping the tea Kai Shangrong offered, Li Yuza looked at him and asked. No specific requirements, just make it grand. Money is no object. Kai Shangrong didn't elaborate, simply placing a bundle of cash on the table. Li Yuza stared at it, his eyes going wide. My uncle lived a full life and passed away peacefully. We're not overly grieved, but our wish is to send him off with dignity. Can you handle it? Absolutely no problem. Li Yuza took the bundle of cash from the table without hesitation, then proceeded to discuss specific details with Kai Shangrong. Not long after. After wrapping up the discussion, he gave a few instructions to the two strategists. After all, this wasn't something they could accomplish immediately upon arrival, it required some preparation time. Besides, Kai Shangrong wasn't in a hurry either. Normal cremation procedures typically took 3 to 5 days. Brotherly, what are those cattle and horses out there up to now? How about we just take matters into our own hands? Beat them all up and make a run for it? Just as Li Yuza was about to lead the dragon and Phoenix out to gather the necessary supplies, the clamor of the Love Organization's members echoed through the village once more. For now, let's just ignore them. We'll deal with them properly when the time comes. Li Yuza's brow furrowed slightly as he peered through the window, spotting the charity organization's group putting on a fake show of benevolence in the village. This bunch. These people definitely have some issues. The three individuals who had been quietly discussing the matter nearby were abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice. Kai Shangrong, also watching the charity organization's relentless promotional activities outside the window, couldn't help but let a look of disgust flicker across his face. They're the fake charity people. Not long ago, some of their members came to this village and bribed a few elders with just a few eggs. You can imagine what they said afterward. Besides, this organization has been exposed for fake charity before. The news didn't last long before disappearing, no surprise that was their doing. Clearly, he too knew this group was here for fake charity. Noticing the three men's eyes fixed on him, he didn't keep them waiting. He laid out all the evidence he had on the charity organization's fraudulent activities in one go. They've embezzled at least 90% of the donations from all sectors of society. This time is no exception. I hear the amount embezzled is close to several million, but look at this. At this point, Kai Shangrong rose to his feet in anger, pointing directly at the supplies behind the charity organization outside as he continued. All this money donated, and what do they give in return? Nothing but junk, and so little at that. With millions donated, if there's even 100,000 worth of supplies here, we should count ourselves lucky. Even the money I personally donated to this village, if I'm not mistaken, has been swindled by them too. The more Kai Shangrong spoke, the more his rage boiled over. Had Wulong Fengchu not held him back, he might have stormed out to beat the living daylights out of them. Across from him, upon hearing these words, Li Yuza was also somewhat shocked. Holy crap! So this is common knowledge? And out of millions in donations, less than 100,000 actually reached the villagers? He'd suspected this organization was corrupt, but damn it, he never imagined it could be this corrupt. No! This can't even be called corruption anymore. This is criminal, a major crime. Just die already. But, damn it. They're just donating junk, but we don't have any proof. All we can do is watch them run wild. Taking a sip of tea to calm himself, Kai Shangrong sat back down in his chair, his face betraying a look of helplessness. How many people in your village know they're faking charity? Upon hearing the previous remark, Li Yuza's expression turned somewhat peculiar. You have no proof, but someone on our side does. And judging by the situation, it seemed plenty of people knew about the shady dealings of this ox-horse organization. With that thought, he glanced at Kai Shangrong again. Could he be brought in as a witness? With both testimony and physical evidence on his side, could he finally shut down this so-called charity organization? Many people know about this, but what can they do about it? Their organization is massive, and besides, we don't have any solid proof that they're actually running a fake charity. Even if we had evidence, what difference would it make? Others have tried exposing them before, only to have their posts deleted instantly. We're just small fry. When Kai Shangrong brought up this charity group, he launched into a torrent of words. But as he spoke, he ended up sighing helplessly once more. After all, they truly had no recourse. I might have some evidence. Just as he was about to put this unsolvable matter out of his mind, Li Yuza suddenly spoke up. Evidence? Kai Shangrong snapped his head up to stare at the other man, who continued speaking. Some evidence, but I'll need your cooperation when the time comes. We've got both eyewitnesses and physical evidence. I'll be damned if those idiotic netizens still try to argue. Without saying much more to Kai Shangrong, he simply assured him he would handle the matter personally. Li Yuza couldn't help but think, once this matter was resolved, his glorious and magnificent persona would once again dominate the internet. Then, who among those lowly netizens would dare insult him? He'd simply rally his forces and crush them. But the most pressing concern now wasn't that. It was that kid, Wu Zheqi. What if he played him without leaving any evidence? Then he'd be the one looking like a fool? With that thought, he decided to give Wu Zheqi a call. Chapter 206, Nothing But a Clown. Meanwhile, on the other side, a team comprising the West City Charity Organization and a group of journalists was distributing relief supplies in the center of the village. Come see for yourselves. Don't miss out if you're passing by. The West City Charity Organization, accompanied by thousands of compassionate individuals, has arrived at Kaisu Village to distribute relief supplies. Come and get yours. Driven by our commitment to aid citizens in need, every penny raised by our charity will be used exclusively for rebuilding Kaishu Village. We guarantee not a single cent will be misappropriated. As for those who stand by coldly watching, that's one thing. But please don't interfere with our charity organization helping those who truly need it. You may lack compassion, but don't drag others down with you. We welcome compassionate individuals from all walks of life to join us in rebuilding our beautiful community. To donate, please DM us our account details. Lin Na stood before the camera, alongside other members of the charity organization, continuously distributing relief supplies to those around them. Simultaneously, they promoted their organization on camera while subtly mocking and belittling Lee Yuza. Unlike normal disaster relief efforts, their actions didn't feel like aid distribution, it felt more like marketing. But according to Lin Na himself, gullible netizens are easy to fool, so it was harmless fun. And indeed, that was precisely the case. After all, this had been their modus operandi for every disaster relief effort over the years, and netizens had always bought it hook, line, and sinker. Led by the numerous journalists they'd invited, the scenes unfolding before them were swiftly uploaded to the internet. Prior to this, the charity organization had already been at odds with Lee Yuza, and now another heated argument had just erupted. Now, with these images released, not only did viewers watching the livestream turn against him, but even those who had previously supported Lee Yuza switched sides. They shifted their focus and began hurling abuse at him. After all, the charity organization was clearly doing good deeds in the video. But what netizens didn't know was that there was a huge, dirty trick involved. Achoo! Who the hell is talking trash about me behind my back? Li Chi, standing behind the camera, suddenly sneezed. He looked up at the sky, feeling puzzled. He felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Like, his days were numbered? What the hell? At this thought, Li Chi frowned slightly, then shook his head, dismissing the strange feeling. He turned back around and addressed Lin Na, who was nearby. Lin Na, how's the situation handling? Hearing the voice, Lin Na, who had been aiming his camera to mock certain people, jogged over to Li Chi's side. Mr. Li, I just hired a group of paid commenters. They've already started cleaning up our reputation online. The few online supporters speaking for him have been overwhelmed by my hired trolls. Those clueless netizens don't believe a word he says now. Also, according to my investigation, that Lee Yuza doesn't have any evidence at all. Lin Na whispered these words from behind Li Chi. As his words fell, Li Chi, who had been on edge, finally let out a sigh of relief. Even that strange sensation he'd felt moments ago vanished completely. Ha 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 ha. He's nothing but a mere clown. What makes him think he can take us on? Li Chi stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Captured by the journalists' cameras, they were reaping a windfall. Not only had they made a fortune, but the reputation of their charity organization had soared to unprecedented heights. Thanks to that buffoon's contrast, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have realized how great our organization really is. Li Chi's current mood needed no further elaboration. With Lee Yuza's contrast and the ongoing live broadcast, it wouldn't be long before Lee Yuza's past statements and actions faced fierce backlash from netizens. In fact, their charity organization would likely rise to new heights because of it. They had thought this was already the limit, but unexpectedly. After this battle, their charity organization would likely profit even more. Once they'd raked in enough, they could make a genuine charitable donation to clean up their image. All past evidence of wrongdoing would vanish into the sea of time. All thanks to him, ha ha ha. Mr. Li, this time we're likely to earn far more than 5 million, possibly much more. Similarly, Lin Na shared Li Chi's emotional roller coaster. His emotions had been like a roller coaster ride, full of ups and downs. Fortunately, the final outcome remained within their expectations. No unexpected twists arose. Or rather, even if some surprises had emerged, they would have been able to handle them on the spot. As time passed, the controversy surrounding Lee Yuza and the charity organization continued to escalate. As one of the few who had interacted with Lee Yuza in person, Dai Xiaomei, the host of the Dumbfounded Little Sister livestream, naturally noticed this development, including Wu Jiechi, who had recently spoken up for Lee Yuza only to be overwhelmed by backlash. Inside Dumb Little Sister's livestream. Dai boss, do you know Lee Yuza? What's your take on this? What else can I do but watch with my own eyes? Hey, boss Dai, what are your thoughts on this? Does Lee Yuza have some beef with that charity organization? Why else would they start fighting the moment they met? I see all the marketing accounts saying that. Something's off. Lee Yuza suddenly showing up in that village, coincidentally running into the charity group. Could it be he planned this all along? Did he do it on purpose? Got it. Whoever follows them dies wasn't supernatural, it's a serial killer. Lee Yuza followed them earlier, so now he's going to do it himself? Also, why didn't Lee Yuza attack dumb boss after following him? I think this charity might actually be shady. Didn't Wu Juchi say that in this kind of storm, one wrong move could make you the scapegoat? If they just showed a little evidence, they could prove their innocence. But why won't they? Do they not have any? Who picks on others and then demands they prove their innocence? Both sides are shady anyway. One won't even release basic evidence, while the other has issues to begin with. Remember that paranormal incident last time? I seriously suspect Lee Yuza might have been lusting after Lee Chi's beauty and tried to turn into a ghost to kiss him. Watching the ridiculous netizens spiral into increasingly absurd and nonsensical claims, dumb little sister quickly snapped out of her urge to keep reading. She genuinely feared that if she watched 2 more seconds, she might explode and become just as ridiculous as this bunch of idiots. Then, while feeling exasperated by the troll's intelligence, she noticed the person they kept mentioning. Wu Jiachi. I think I remember her. Chapter 207, Look at Me, Boss. Yang Chang. Inside an apartment. As the comments grew increasingly absurd and off-topic, dumb little sister quickly averted her gaze, afraid to look any longer lest she explode on the spot. But then, while fretting over the netizens' collective IQ, dumb little sister noticed the name they kept mentioning. Wu Jiachi. I think I remember her. Dumbfounded little sister furrowed her brow slightly, puzzled. Wasn't this the same pretentious young man she'd seen online before, the one debunking Lee Yuza? Wasn't he supposed to be Lee Yuza's rival? Yet judging by the netizens' comments, it seemed he was now risking being attacked just to defend Lee Yuza? And how did Master Lee get involved in this whole thing? What kind of conflict does this organization have with him? Multiple questions left the already dazed little sister even more bewildered. With the feeling that another glance might make her head explode, she fixed her gaze back on the screen. Dumb boss, look at me straight. Anyway, boss dumb, you should check out what Wu Jiachi said on his account. It's not without merit. True, I still think both sides have issues, but the charity group's problems might be bigger. They could have just posted the proof directly to resolve it, but they had to make it so complicated. Could this charity be the Dragon King, staying so calm? Are they planning to release the proof only when the entire internet is questioning them? What crooked mouth Dragon King? This organization might be fake charity, they probably don't even have proof. Just arrived. I'm the Dragon King. Who called me? As expected, you really shouldn't read the bullet comments from these silly netizens. Dumbfounded, little sister stared at the increasingly absurd comments, but at the same time, she managed to extract the crucial information. She opened Douyin and headed to Wu Jiachi's account to see what exactly he'd said that had sparked another heated debate. Something's off. As she scrolled through the comments, Dai Xiaomei's brows furrowed deeply, as if something had suddenly occurred to her. Charity organizations, fake charity? She recalled Su Fu mentioning this issue before. Recently, there had been an increase in organizations falsely claiming to be charitable while actually engaging in fraudulent activities. And that was precisely why he had entrusted her entirely to handle the donation of his inheritance. The same scene wasn't confined to dumb little sister's livestream. PBB and others who'd previously interacted with Lee Yuza had also noticed this development. After all, in their minds, Lee Yuza simply wasn't the type to casually target people. He couldn't possibly be the kind of person netizens claimed, someone who killed anyone they followed. If that were true, Dai Xiaomei would have died countless times already, given that Lee Yuza had previously followed her as well. As for randomly pranking people, the streamers found it utterly unbelievable. Not only had Lee Yuza saved their lives multiple times when they faced danger, but there was simply no reason for him to deliberately target anyone. There was no gain, no conflict. And he'd specifically targeted such a sensitive organization. After all, many people followed the charity organization, and Lee Yuza himself was a fairly prominent figure. The potential conflict arising from their collision was incalculable. Therefore, he had absolutely no reason to deliberately target this organization. Then, what exactly is wrong with this organization? Dai Xiaomei's brows furrowed deeply as she finally caught sight of the lengthy message Wu Jiachi had mentioned. Wu Jiachi seems to know something? Should we give her a call and ask? Meanwhile, across various social media platforms, whether openly or behind the scenes. In short, the showdown between Lee Yuza and the charity organization once again trended on hot searches, drawing countless onlookers. Kai Shu Tsuan. That's all for today. Everyone, please stay calm. Our Xiqing charity organization will be here to assist with disaster relief for the time being. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. Rest assured, even under threat, our organization won't abandon ship. We won't act like certain others, you can trust us. We'll ensure every donation is properly accounted for. Rest assured, not a single penny will be embezzled. We operate with integrity. How could we possibly do such things? Go home now. Our organization will be back tomorrow. After distributing the final batch of relief supplies he'd brought, Lin Na addressed the crowd on site and viewers in the livestream with a broad smile, not forgetting to take another jab at Lee Yuza. After all, he had asked for it by coming up to him for a punch. Serves him right. Lin Na sneered contemptuously before turning to leave. He prepared to lead his team back to base, waiting for the next day to arrive. According to their original plan, they were only supposed to show up for one day. After all, every day they could avoid appearing meant saving more supplies, allowing their organization to make more money. But Li Yu's sudden appearance disrupted their rhythm. Still, his presence wasn't entirely bad. His presence had inadvertently drawn a wave of attention. If they could leverage this wave of attention perfectly, barring any mishaps, they could cash in on another wave of unsuspecting customers and rake in a fortune. A flicker of delight crossed Lin Na's eyes. With that thought, she promptly pulled Li Qi aside and whispered to him. Mr. Li, thanks to that bull and horse, I checked the back-end data. A huge number of people are already contacting us. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the profits from this venture will likely surpass our previous earnings. With reporters still live streaming behind them, Lin Na had to keep his voice low, yet his eyes betrayed an uncontrollable spark of excitement. After all, closing this deal would set them up for years of worry-free living. Well done. Once this is wrapped up, you get top billing. Li Qi patted Lin Na on the shoulder encouragingly. But I still have this uneasy feeling. After exchanging a few brief words with the former, that same ominous foreboding he had felt earlier resurfaced within him. Li Qi's brow furrowed deeply. As the group drew closer to the village entrance, the sensation only intensified. Keep an eye on the follow-up to this matter. I'm still worried something unexpected might happen. If we hadn't crossed paths before, it wouldn't matter. But now that we're enemies, investigate him thoroughly. Don't give him a chance to turn the tables. And... Li Qi frowned, continuing his conversation with Lin Na as they walked. But at that very moment, a piercing sound split the air. Chapter 208, Go Smash That Crappy Shop of His. Kai Su Village. Li Qi and Lin Na walked side by side ahead, followed by a group of reporters still broadcasting live. Why do I keep getting this bad feeling? Li Qi frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding settling over him. He glanced around in confusion but saw nothing unusual. However, as they drew closer to the village entrance, the sensation intensified. Never mind. Keep an eye on this situation. I fear something unexpected might happen. He halted, instinctively sensing that this foreboding emanated from Li Yuza. Perhaps the man was planning something else. Earlier, I figured it was better to mind my own business and let that shark-toothed dagger Li Yuza slide. Now look at him, he's practically rubbing our noses in it. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll think we're just a bunch of useless good-for-nothings. Get someone to take him down immediately. Don't give him a chance to recover. Smash his Thai shop too. Also, tomorrow, just cobble together some junk to placate these troublemakers. Don't waste my money. As for the rest. Li Qi furrowed his brow slightly, stroking his beard with one hand. Just as he pondered whether to add anything else. Before he could finish, the sound of hurried footsteps erupted from the wild grass near the village entrance. A slightly stooped figure instantly closed in on him. Die. Opposite the old man. With the appearance of this figure, Li Qi's restless agitation reached its peak at that very moment. His unease stemmed directly from this old man. Shua. Li Qi's eyes widened, his fleshy body trembled. Staring at the sudden apparition before him, his legs shook uncontrollably as he froze rigid in place. In the sunlight, behind the figure before him, it seemed as though he carried a hoe? As the distance between them closed, before Li Qi could react, the figure abruptly sprang to its feet, charging forward with swift strides. In a sudden strike, the hoe slammed heavily against Li Qi's forehead. Red and white substances spurted forth instantly, blood splattering across the ground. A piercing wail echoed through the village entrance. Under the giant hoe, Li Qi collapsed to the ground. His clumsy body crashed into knee-high weeds, unable to rise. Grass blades snapped beneath his death throes, swaying wildly. Before he could catch his breath, the old man delivered a flying kick to the still-breathing Li Qi. Swinging the giant hoe behind him, he unleashed a flurry of wild strikes. A pool of blood spread across the ground. The emerald-green grass was stained with patches of crimson and white, appearing eerily vivid yet utterly incongruous. Beast. Crooked merchant. Depraved villain. Insatiable greed, you deserve to die. Go to hell, you son of a. Blood splattered across the old man's cheek, yet his hands never paused. He spat on Li Qi's lifeless body while cursing. The sudden, unexpected incident caught everyone completely off guard. At that moment, the group led by Lin Na, upon seeing the blood-stained ground, couldn't help but vomit on the spot. They had no time to react, their legs trembling uncontrollably as they collapsed to the ground. At the village entrance, the scene fell silent, broken only by the occasional sound of bone gnawing and curses. Murder, murder, someone's been killed. After a long while, staring at Li Qi, now barely recognizable as human, a reporter screamed in horror. Murder! Quick, call the police! Help, help me! Someone help! Let's take him down together! Following the reporter's cry, the crowd gradually snapped back to reality, and chaos erupted at the scene. Facing the cold-blooded killer who showed no mercy, some still attempted to subdue him. But the sight of the massive hoe strapped to the killer's back made their trembling voices betray their fear. After all, even the most skilled fighter fears a kitchen knife. Moreover, setting aside the fact that most of these people had no martial arts skills, or even if they did when faced with that giant hoe, Even if they were given 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare confront it head-on. One swing of that hoe, and wouldn't they end up scattered to the wind's pieces here, pieces there, some on the mountain, some below? They took a few steps back, yet dared not stray far, fearing that if they fled, the old man would pursue and slaughter them all. After all, with one already dead, what difference would a few more make to him? Chaotic voices mingled in the air, the scene descending into utter chaos. You killed someone, you know that? Reacting a split second too late, Lin Na, emboldened by their numbers, pointed at the old man and shouted like an idiot. Are you kidding me? Hearing the voice, the old man turned expressionless toward Lin Na. Say that again, and I'll kill you too. The old man remained expressionless. He couldn't help but think the fool before him must have hit his head on a doorframe. Everyone else had retreated at least several meters, yet this shark dagger was still barking up the wrong tree right here. Was he courting death? It was bad enough that these fake charity scammers had no humanity, but now they'd lost their minds too? Charity organization? Thinking of the people? Have you no shame? Doing things with conscience? I'm telling you to do things with conscience. Your consciences have been eaten by dogs. Don't you know how much money you've stolen? The old man ignored the others, turning instead to kick Li Qi with gritted teeth while cursing. Behind him, Lin Na, who had been acting arrogantly, finally snapped back to reality when he met the old man's expressionless gaze. Had he just cursed out a psychopathic killer? The realization sent a cold sweat running down his back. His jaw clenched, his body trembling uncontrollably, terrified that the slightest displeasure might send that hoe crashing down on his skull. Just then, as the old man turned back to swing the hoe again, preparing for another round of friendly conversation with Li Qi, Lin Na seized the moment, dragging his trembling legs as he shivered his way backward while dialing the emergency number. Hello, police? There's a psychopathic killer in Saishu village. Lin Na, who was about to say more, suddenly caught the old man's gaze. His pupils contracted sharply, and cold sweat instantly drenched his entire body. The entire unexpected turn of events was captured by the reporter who had been trailing behind them, still broadcasting live at that moment. It was even more shocking than their earlier argument. In an instant, the internet erupted once more. Chapter 209, Kai Su Village has a pervert bonus chapter vote request. The border between two cities. At the entrance of Kai Shutsuan Village. The sudden murder caught all members of the love organization completely off guard. Lin Na snapped back to reality, clenching her teeth to suppress her fear. Taking advantage of the old man turning his head, he hurriedly dragged his trembling legs, shivering as he crawled backward. Hello, detective? There's a psychopath. A murderer in Kai Su Village. The sight of the blood-stained old man, axe in hand, suddenly turning to stare at him froze Lin Na. Lin Na's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of that menacing gaze, cold sweat instantly soaking his entire body. This sudden, unexpected turn of events was captured in its entirety by the reporter who had been trailing behind them, still broadcasting live at that very moment. It was more shocking than anything that had happened before. The livestream chat erupted once more. Holy. Is this real? Dead? Did you hear what that old man said? He seemed to be saying something about this organization being corrupt. Of course there's something wrong. At this point, even if there wasn't, it's become suspicious. How else could someone get beaten like that with just a hoe? Was it just because they didn't like Li Qi? And from what he said, this organization seems to be running a fake charity. Could it be that this old man was hired by Li Yuza for a hefty sum, specifically to kill Li Qi and silence him, so Li Yuza could then step in and stir up trouble? Wild guess here, this old man is either a villager from this or another disaster-stricken area, or maybe a donor. Either way, he uncovered the organization's fake charity and came to kill the person responsible. And this definitely isn't a one-off incident, it's happened multiple times. Otherwise, this old man wouldn't. But seriously, can we blur that out manually? That brain matter looks, yuck. The whole story just flipped? Something doesn't feel right. Could this be Li Yuza's deliberate ploy to boost his reputation and credibility? What grudge could possibly warrant such a brutal blow with a shovel? Even if Tyson showed up, he wouldn't get away with it without spinning around twice. Faced with this sudden, extremely bloody scene, even some netizens who had firmly believed this charity organization was beyond reproach began to waver. After all, if there truly wasn't anything wrong with what they were seeing, it simply couldn't be possible. Perhaps, this charity organization was exactly as the old man claimed, utterly heartless, using fake charity to reap the adoration of netizens while lining their own pockets with all the donations. Holy. Meanwhile, as netizens continued to argue and debate, Li Yuza and his group appeared on the other side of the village entrance. They happened to witness the old man committing the crime, or rather, witnessing the entire process of the old man punishing evildoers. Holy crap. What the hell? He really didn't live long. I wonder if it's because doing good deeds shortens your life, or if doing too many bad deeds brought trouble to his doorstep, so he didn't live long. Recalling the man's earlier clumsy performance, Li Yuza couldn't resist mocking him as he stared at the camera still flashing across the street. No need to guess after he left, this bunch of cattle and horses surely mocked him relentlessly. If he didn't mock them back now, when would he? Watching this scene, Liuza turned his head away, unwilling to look directly at the bloodshed, yet he couldn't help but steal glances in this direction. Liuza never imagined that after leaving for just a moment, his next encounter with this ox and horse would be their final farewell. What a pity. I wonder who I can talk business with now. Observing the elderly man clutching a hoe nearby, Liuza felt a pang of regret while simultaneously recalling the system's earlier warning. Barring any surprises, the figure lying on the ground, now unrecognizable as human, was likely the unlucky soul mentioned in the system's warning. How pitiful. One heavy blow from that hoe, and the man was instantly reborn. Next life, don't bother with fake charity, or you'll end up getting hacked to death by swords, knives, or clubs again. Brother Lee's right. We back him up. At that moment, the pair of strategists who had been trailing behind Liuza also chimed in. He deserved it. Who told these scoundrels to go around swindling people left and right? You deserve to be whacked to death with a shovel. Gazing at the lifeless form, they felt no fear whatsoever, only a sense of satisfying justice. After all, while others might be unaware of this organization's deeds, they knew all too well the evil this so-called charity had committed. Of course, this was all based on the assumption that Liuza hadn't deceived them. Their lack of fear and constant snide remarks were all witnessed by the viewers still watching the livestream. The mastermind has shown up. It must be Liuza and his crew who had him killed. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? Twist after twist? What's going on here? I'm totally confused. Did Liuza kill to silence witnesses, or did this charity organization really pull off fake charity and get taken down by the public? Something's off. Way off. 9/10 off. Let me take a wild guess. Could it be that this guy was actually sent by Liuza to kill Li Qi, and Li Qi really was running a fake charity, and they just happened to cross paths? This scandal keeps shifting like crazy. I've flipped sides 3 or 4 times already. Can someone just give us a solid answer so I can pick a camp without getting flack? Could this charity organization actually be corrupt? In the live chat, as new information kept pouring in, viewers wrestled with the question, which side was truly in the wrong? Was it Liuza who killed to silence witnesses for views? Or was this charity organization indeed engaged in fake philanthropy, as he claimed, leading to his murder? Most netizens, however, maintained a wait-and-see attitude toward the incident. Just as they were about to continue discussing it, the live stream suddenly froze, then vanished entirely. The authorities had abruptly shut it down. Unlike netizens who felt disappointed at missing the drama, Lin Na, who had seen Li Qi, the man who had been passionately debating with him 1 second, literally die before his eyes the next. His slightly calmed nerves tightened once more. Staring into the old man's eyes, now gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint, Lin Na collapsed to the floor. Chapter 210, an 80-year-old mother above, a 3-year-old child below. Watching Li Qi, who had been passionately debating with him 1 moment, collapse lifelessly before him the next. This sight sent Lin Na, who had just regained his composure, crashing back to the ground in terror. After all, he had never even killed a chicken before, let alone witnessed a person being murdered. Not wetting himself on the spot was already a testament to his mental fortitude. Did you call out to him? Lin Na slumped on the ground, propping himself up with his hands as he backed away, desperate to escape this trouble spot. He forced himself to shout at Liuza, who was not far away, despite his fear. It must be you. It must be your followers. For views, you've lost all shame. How dare you call someone to do this? Don't you fear death? You, don't come any closer. Watching Liuza slowly advance, then glancing at the old man who stood motionless after killing Li Qi, Lin Na swallowed hard again. His body was already drenched in sweat, goosebumps rising all over him. Fear nearly made him faint several times. He recalled the label netizens had pinned on Liuza from the very beginning. Whoever he follows will die. Then he recalled what Liuza had said earlier, something he hadn't taken seriously at the time. Surely not everyone who followed a company would die. Lin Na's body went limp. The hands that had been propping him up now trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his temples. It's over. Everything was over. Their next target must be me, right? Don't kill me. I have an 80-year-old mother to care for and a 3-year-old child to raise. If you kill me, who will care for my mother? Who will raise my child? I beg you, sir, spare my life, let me live. I. Great hero, please don't. Watching the figure steadily advance toward him, Lin Na suppressed the fear gripping his body. He forced himself to stand, trembling as he stumbled backward step by step. Where did you get that dagger? Seeing Lin Na's terrified expression, Liuza's brow furrowed slightly. What kind of fool dared to try to scam him? He hadn't even made a single coin since arriving here. Now, just as he was thinking about going out to buy supplies, he had to deal with this fool, and this fool actually had the nerve to try to scam him. If you're so eager to die, go find a hole to jump into. Don't make me deal with your mess. Watching the figure retreat step by step until cornered with nowhere left to go, Liuza spat out a string of contemptuous curses. His gaze then caught the pool of blood spreading across the nearby grass. Who'd have thought Li Qi actually got whacked with a shovel? Short-lived indeed. Gone in an instant. But just for embezzling those donations, depriving countless people in need of help, even causing their deaths. You deserve every bit of this death. At this point, a look of disgust flashed across Li Yu's face once more. He pulled out his phone, intending to contact Lu Zixuan. After all, a homicide had occurred here, and it needed to be handled. Hey, Zixuan, we've got a dead body here. Come pick it up. The moment the call connected, Li Yu's boisterous voice boomed through the line. North City Police Station. Glancing at the caller ID, Lu Zixuan was about to snap at him for addressing her by her first name again when she caught the latter part of his sentence. A dead body? You say dead person like it's no big deal? Where? Tell me now. Noticing Li Yuza had delivered such shocking news in a surprisingly flat tone, Lu Zixuan's voice shot up an octave as she demanded the location. Kaisu Village, right at the border between North City and West City. If you're free, come handle it immediately. If you can't make it, send a few detectives over. Just deal with it quickly. That brain matter is making me sick and it stinks to high heaven. On the other end, Li Yuza remained utterly nonchalant. But honestly, he was right. If circumstances permitted, he might even have laughed. After all, the demise of a cancerous growth wasn't exactly a bad thing, it was actually a good thing. Kai Shutsuan? Unlike Li Yuza's calm demeanor, Lu Zixuan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the name. If she remembered correctly, there had been several emergency calls earlier, all reporting a murder in Kai Shutsuan. You're there too? Lu Zixuan's pupils contracted slightly as she lowered her voice to ask. As the question reached him, Li Yuza raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. Why wouldn't I be here? My client is still here. Damn it, you don't suspect me, do you? Li Yuza's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted dramatically into the phone. It's over. It was all for nothing. I thought we... Oh, right, one more thing. The dead guy's name was Li Qi. Serves him right, he was running a fake charity scam to swindle people out of money. Then some concerned citizen whacked him with a shovel. But mid-sentence, he abruptly shifted gears and steered the conversation back on track. Lu Zixuan on the other end seemed well aware of this man's eccentric nature and remained unfazed by his wild tangents. Anyway, he got what he deserved. What goes around comes around. That bull organization was still bragging to me earlier. Then I stepped away for a moment, and when I came back, oh no, his head was gone. When I came back, he was dead. What a score. That's the gist of it. Send someone to handle it ASAP. I'll wait here for you. After briefly piecing together the events, Li Yuza relayed the scene's details to Lu Zixuan. At the North City Police Station, upon hearing his report, Lu Zixuan immediately assembled a team of detectives and prepared to head toward Kaisu Village. Help me maintain order at the scene. We'll be right there. Meanwhile, on the other side. Just as Li Yuza contacted Lu Zixuan to report the situation, a group of top streamers led by Dai Xiaomei had gathered together and finally managed to reach Wu Jieqi. Hello? Who is this? Inside an apartment, Wu Jieqi stared blankly at the unfamiliar number flashing on her phone. Logically, not many people knew his private number, and those who did were mostly acquaintances. But this? Before he could ponder further, the voice on the other end began introducing themselves. Hello, this is Dai Xiaomei. I'm close with Li Yuza, have you heard of him? Ha? Recognizing the voice, Wu Jieqi paused. He knew her, but what could they possibly want with him? Chapter 211, such organizations should never exist in this world. North City. Inside an apartment. Just as Li Yuza contacted Lu Zixuan to report the situation on the ground, a group of top streamers led by Dai Xiaomei had also gathered together and finally managed to reach Wu Jieqi. Hello, this is Dai Xiaomei. I'm on good terms with Li Yuza. Have you heard of him? Hearing the voice, Wu Jieqi paused in surprise. I know him, but what's this about? Glancing at the unfamiliar number, Wu Jieqi looked puzzled, unsure why they were calling her. We saw the post you shared. Do you know any inside information? If you have evidence of a charity organization engaging in fraudulent activities, you could share some details with us. We'll help spread the word online. If you have any other concerns, you can consult Master Li. After hearing Wu Jieqi's response, Dai Xiaomei and the others didn't beat around the bush. They laid out their entire purpose for seeking her out without reservation. To prevent any distrust, Dai Xiaomei also brought up Li Yuza's name. On the other end of the line. Listening to the voice on the phone, Wu Jieqi's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing again, repeating this pattern as if weighing the feasibility of the matter. Seconds ticked by. Just as Dai Xiaomei and the others thought he was about to refuse. After a long hesitation, Wu Jieqi finally spoke. I do have evidence proving these people are running fake charities. You can take it from me if you want. But I can only give you part of it. The rest, I'll release myself. Alright, no problem. Without hesitation, Dai Xiaomei agreed immediately. After all, this evidence had been uncovered by others, and getting even a portion was the best outcome they could hope for. Alright, since you've both agreed, then as one of the top 10 outstanding youth of North City in the 21st century self-proclaimed, mind you, I shall now expose all the crimes committed by this evil organization. According to documents I saw while infiltrating their internal group, this organization called the West City Charity Group has profited tens of millions, if not more, to date. Their methods of profit-making boil down to two approaches. One is raising funds in society under the guise of charitable donations to help those in need. However, they never actually use this money for its intended purpose. Instead, through some special means, they launder it all into their own accounts. The other method is, the two parties continued their conversation over the phone. Meanwhile, Wu Zheqi relayed the entire sequence of events to Dai Xiaomei and her group, also sending them a portion of the evidence. Upon hearing this, the group of streamers led by Dai Xiaomei were furious beyond words. Before this, they might have thought there could be some misunderstanding involved. But after hearing Wu Zheqi's account and seeing the evidence he sent, they finally understood this was a criminal organization masquerading as a charity to commit fraud. Moreover, the evidence revealed that this group had inextricable ties to certain underground criminal organizations. This is disgusting. The group felt sick to their stomachs as they examined the partial evidence in their hands. Moreover, they had never heard of any organization embezzling millions or even more from a single charity drive. Remember, every single one of these donations was life-saving money. We'll help you get all this information out online. After all, we have some reach ourselves. I'm sure this will come to light very soon. Hearing their assurances, Wu Zheqi nodded in agreement. Yet he couldn't resist adding a line that, to him, was just as important as saving the world. Alright, just remember to credit me as the source of the evidence when you publish it. Say I saved the world. Ha? What? Seeing the call hadn't disconnected, she assumed he had more to say and was about to listen further. But who knew, after holding it in for so long, Wu Zheqi only managed to blurt out that one line. Where the hell did this pretentious teenager come from? For a moment, the group exchanged awkward glances, standing frozen in place. But they quickly composed themselves and nodded in agreement. After all, he de-risked his neck infiltrating the group to uncover this evidence. Asking for a little something in return was only fair. Soon, with Wu Zheqi personally releasing the evidence and the momentum fueled by streamers like Dai Xiaomei PBB and others, the originally divided netizens turned against the charity organization once more, directing their criticism at them. This incident shot straight to the top of the trending charts, drawing countless unaware netizens to join the spectacle. Doraba, a superstar with millions of followers, was also paying close attention to the situation. After thoroughly reviewing the entire incident and examining the leaked evidence, she even stepped forward to support Li Yuza. Master Li and I know each other. He once did me a huge favor. Though we haven't known each other long, aside from his unconventional thinking, he has a genuinely good character. He wouldn't deliberately target this organization without solid evidence. Moreover, the evidence is undeniably before everyone's eyes. This organization blatantly disregards the dignity of the law, challenges its very foundations, and repeatedly embezzles charitable donations in their entirety. Remember, every single cent donated here represents the vision of compassionate individuals yearning for a better world. Every penny this organization embezzles could be the last shred of hope for someone in need. Embezzlement, corruption, fraud, what won't they dare to do? Such an organization has no place in this world. Oh, and the information comes from Wu Zheqi. Diliriba poured out a flood of thoughts onto her Douyin personal account. After seeing the irrefutable evidence of their crimes, she felt an unusual surge of anger. Once she posted this expose, amplified by the immense reach of a top-tier celebrity, the already viral scandal exploded further, becoming common knowledge in no time. In an instant, countless netizens flooded the Douyin account of the West City Charity Organization, preparing for a wave of extremely friendly communication. Chapter 212, long story short. Online. After Diliriba sent out this message with some anger, combined with the immense popularity she naturally commanded as a top-tier celebrity, it took only a moment for the already explosive incident to reach new heights, becoming common knowledge. This prompted countless netizens to flood the Xiqing Love Organization's account, eager to engage in a wave of friendly, in-depth discussions. Holy! So this organization is the real scumbag. And I was defending them all this time. Damn it! That explains where my donations went. You parasites swallowed every penny. Damn scum! Embezzling charity donations? Turns out Wu Zheqi really didn't take any kickbacks. Thought he was just bluffing, but it turns out he was telling the truth. He even infiltrated someone else's group chat. That's a major scoop. Did Wu Zheqi really pull off being a hero? Is that even possible? I'm starting to think Li Yuza's curses are real. Another person he targeted just died after being on his radar for days. How many people have died shortly after he followed them? This is insane. But honestly, these guys deserved it. Embezzling that much money? I can't even fathom it. They actually got both fame and fortune? No such thing exists. I'd love to grab that old man's hoe and take a swing myself. It's utterly sickening. I suggest sentencing every single member of this organization to immediate execution. Add North City Police at West City Police.
Seeing the scandal finally exposed, netizens, while disgusted, now united in their condemnation, unleashing a torrent of verbal attacks. Consequently, within a short time, no one was hurling abuse at Lee Yuza anymore. At most, they'd mention him in passing.
Meanwhile, on the other side. Oh ho, who knew you still had so many adoring fans?
Ignoring the so-called caring organizations still cowering in fear on the ground, Lee Yuza stared at the news that had instantly shot to the top of the trending list on his phone. He automatically tuned out the ridiculous comments from netizens, watching as a host of streamers and celebrities stepped forward to speak up for him. For a moment, he felt a pang of emotion. He hadn't expected this situation to resolve itself without him lifting a finger.
Well, that's fine. Saves me the trouble. Lee Yuza understood that the death of a single corrupt leader would be insignificant in the grand scheme of things.
The only way to deliver the harshest blow to this organization was to expose all their crimes. He had planned to wait until Lu Zixuan arrived before going back to expose the whole thing. But unexpectedly, before he could return, all those who had interacted with him in any capacity had been dealt with.
My charm, huh? Just as Lee Yuza was still basking in self-admiration, about to say something else.
At that moment, the roar of engines echoed through the air as a fleet of police cars sped into the village. Detectives poured out, guns drawn at the elderly man who had just killed Li Qi, while simultaneously surrounding and restraining the entire Love Organization group.
Freeze! Drop your weapons! Stand against the wall! Don't move!
Chaotic voices filled the air, screams of terror, cries for help, but most fell into stunned silence. After all, the Love Organization members knew full well what they had done.
Across from the detectives stood their primary target for this operation.
Upon seeing the officers, the old man didn't appear overly panicked. He simply removed the hoe from Li Qi's lifeless body, tossed it aside, and raised his hands voluntarily as he walked toward the detectives. His sole purpose had been to kill Li Qi. Witnessing this, the arriving detectives did not press the old man further. They simply cuffed him and led him to the police car. After all, they had done some preliminary research before arriving. They knew this charity organization was notorious for its crimes, and the old man had merely rid the world of a menace.
However, the law must not be trampled upon.
If the charity organization was indeed guilty, it would face judgment in court, not the old man's own hands.
If everyone acted this way, the established order would descend into chaos. Your charm, what's wrong? Just as Lee Yuza was still processing the sudden turn of events, Lu Zixuan had quietly appeared behind him. Detective Lu? Finally! I've been waiting for you forever.
Recognizing the visitor, Lee Yuza froze momentarily before rushing forward to grasp her hand.
Let's get down to business. Tell me what happened at the scene. And that old man, was it really you? Never mind that. Just tell me what happened at the scene.
Lu Zixuan took a slight step back, her brows furrowed as she asked.
When she asked about the scene, Lee Yuza's expression turned slightly more serious. This whole thing, well, it's a long story. Let me make it short. This so-called charity organization parades around under the guise of benevolence, swindling people left and right. They collect exorbitant rescue fees, only to pocket every damn penny in the end. What's more, they constantly use charity as a shield to morally blackmail people. Earlier, they even scammed Dilraba's film crew for days. I was right there witnessing it. As for evidence.
Seeing Lu Zixuan's curious gaze, Lee Yuza paused briefly. That evidence was uncovered by Wu Juqi, the one you cops pinned down on the ground, pretending to save the world.
Who knew he could actually get evidence? I thought he was just a big talker.
After explaining the general sequence of events and related details to Lu Zixuan, Lee Yuza glanced at the elderly man being escorted into a police car by other detectives nearby and continued. As for that old man, he was either deceived or didn't receive proper help, which led to some complications. That's why he ended up killing the guy with a shovel. But Li Qi truly deserved his fate.
As for the old man, if you can show leniency, do so.
Also, even though the mastermind is dead, don't let his henchmen off the hook.
Bring them all in for questioning. See if we can dig up anything else.
As his words trailed off, Lu Zixuan glanced at him briefly before nodding slowly. She understood without him saying it, though the law was ruthless, it operated within certain boundaries.
More often than not, they also considered morality and the broader impact.
After all, this incident had unfolded under the watchful eye of live cameras. Countless netizens had witnessed it, and it had already sparked widespread discussion. If handled poorly, it could easily ignite public outrage.
Yes, I'll handle it properly. After a brief acknowledgement, Lu Zixuan departed, intending to bring the entire group back to the police station for interrogation and investigation. All that awaited them was a prison sentence. Chapter 213, Who crosses over to work? Votes needed. Listening to the roar echoing in his ears, he watched Lu Zixuan lead the group away in the distance. Lee Yuza understood that the only fate awaiting the Love Organization was prison. Time slowly passed. The temporary uproar caused by the charity organization's fraud came to an end after the official announcement from the North City Police Department. Announcement, investigation and evidence collection reveal that a certain charity organization has confessed to embezzling charitable donations and releasing false publicity. Upon approval, the principal offender has been executed. Accomplice Lin Na is sentenced to life imprisonment. Other accomplices. Online discussions about the incident gradually faded, perhaps only occasionally mentioned after daily meals. Yet, fading along with this incident is also a certain person? Just as everyone was settling into a fleeting yet mundane existence. North City. In a remote village. Huff. After expelling a cloud of stale breath, Wu Yan, who had suffered severe injuries at Li Yu's hands, finally regained his composure. Wait for death. A savage glint flashed in Wu Yan's eyes. Cloaked entirely in black robes, his entire being radiated an endless aura of sinister energy. As he regained consciousness, the entire room became saturated with a cold, corpse-like aura. He was the very same shaman who had clashed with Li Yuza before. What Li Yuza didn't know was that destroying the two ghosts had caused Wu Yan to suffer a backlash, further aggravating his existing injuries. That was why he had fled decisively that day, otherwise, he might well have met his end there. I have now recovered. Prepare to die, ignorant brat. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes, his withered face casting a shadow of menace as he spoke with savage intent. Originally, he and Li Yuza had no personal conflict, their relationship was solely based on Chen Shou's employment. Wu Yan had intended to attempt killing him. But the outcome was far from satisfactory. Not only had his long-cultivated subordinaries, the big and little second devils, been destroyed by him, but Wu Yan himself had also suffered injuries. Wu Yan rose to his feet, his expression grim. Now, he and Li Yuza were sworn enemies. Moreover, recalling Li Yuza's recent triumphant appearances online only deepened the gloom on his face. After all, he was human too. He used the internet as well. The thought of himself alone in this deserted village, struggling to recover from his injuries, while the other man basked in glory and power online, sent another wave of rage surging through Wu Yan. How could he not be consumed by jealousy? His current wretched state was entirely Li Yuza's doing. If he hadn't destroyed his minor and major spirits, how could he have been driven into this desolate place by a bunch of ordinary mortals? How could he have ended up like this? Oomph. Wu Yan exhaled heavily. But thankfully, his vision had returned. It was time to exact his revenge. The thought of his spirits, nurtured over years, destroyed in an instant by that man, made Wu Yan's face twitch with rage. Since you destroyed my little demons, then I'll turn you into one. Ha 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 ha. The hoarse laughter echoed through the silent village. In the next instant, the shaman vanished from where he stood. Some time later. Inside the funeral parlor. The verdict is in? Li Yuza glanced at the message from Lu Zixuan on his phone, feeling a mix of surprise and slight disappointment. Damn that old man. Why did he just go and kill the guy with a single blow of the hoe? At least he could have kept him alive so I could ask if he wanted full service. After all, he hadn't even gotten to give that stubborn old fool a taste of his premium add-on package before the man was whacked with a shovel. What a short life. Oh well, I'll save it for the next person who comes along. Li Yuza sighed softly, feeling a pang of regret. However, even though he hadn't personally seen off the Ox-Horse Love organization in the end, his trip to Kai-Su village wasn't entirely fruitless. At least he'd secured one business deal, making the journey worthwhile. Moreover, after numerous streamers and celebrities spoke up for him following this incident, the online trolls' perception of him had instantly reversed. From being universally vilified, he was now met with indifference. After all, I was the one who started this whole thing. Even if I'm not involved anymore, shouldn't I get at least half the credit? These idiotic netizens must have changed their minds about me because of my huge contribution. Li Yuza lay lazily on his bed, swiping through his phone screen while muttering to himself with a hint of indifference. Unlike before, when he couldn't bear to just lie around at home after finishing a deal, after enduring all sorts of troubles lately, he finally realized. Lying low was the best choice after all. Work only brought endless more work, shaving a decade off one's life. Only lying low was the universal truth, the path to a long and healthy life. Someone in this world has to be a useless person, why couldn't that person be me? How blissfully comfortable it was to just lie low. Li Yuza had been lying low for days alongside the dragon in Phoenix. Their current mindset was simple, since they'd already made their money, they planned to take a break. And how to rest? Well, lying down to sleep, of course. And with the mindset of no work for a year, then feast for a year, they slept soundly and guilt-free. Of course, these were merely fantasies of Li Yuza's. After all, judging by the business they'd secured so far, no single deal could sustain such a goal, and their current funds wouldn't cover such prolonged leisure. Damn! At this thought, Li Yuza sighed again. Who the hell comes to another world to work? Aren't we all here to enjoy ourselves? Why does it have to be like this for me? This is ridiculous. But just as he was wallowing in self-pity, the funeral home's door suddenly rattled with a knock. What the hell? Li Yuza frowned slightly, feeling puzzled.